from the capital of the Violet Kingdom to Viscount Catalan, and then to Cheryl in the north. A luxurious carriage with a convoy of over 30 riders drove into the wasteland. The boy is 16 years old this year, with black hair and black eyes. He inherited his mother's beauty and is quite popular in the Magic Academy. Cheryl, a town spanning over 600 square kilometers, is a barren land located at the northernmost edge of the kingdom. The carriage traveled along a bumpy dirt road, with Reg Catalan sitting quietly inside. After the man was discovered to have the talent of a mage, he was sent to the Royal Capital Mage Academy to study. A month ago, he received a letter from his father announcing his death and fell into a coma from grief. In his coma, he awakened memories of his past life and his powerful talents. Upon waking, Reg requested leave to return to Viscount Catland. As the youngest son, he was ineligible to inherit the Viscount title. His eldest son, Felix, would inherit it. In the world of Nora, primogeniture is practiced, and Reg will receive the title of Baron and a town as his fief. Felix will grant him the town named after Reg's mother. A month after Brent's death, Reg set foot on his fiefdom. The fortified town of Cheryl, covering 200,000 square meters, came into view. The land was vulnerable to attacks by orcs, so Mayor Elroy Nico decided to develop the service industry, with mercenaries responsible for capturing orcs and caravans buying slaves. Elroy, as a former Viscount's retainer, will now belong to the new Baron Reg. The guards at the south gate quickly lined up to greet the approaching carriage. On the way to the town hall, the capable Elroy Nickel greeted Reg on horseback. "Your Excellency, welcome to Cheryl." Reg dismounted from the carriage and walked with Elroy, the cavalry heavily guarding the area. Cheryl was a town teeming with mercenaries, and most of the townspeople provided services to them and the merchants. Reg observed that there were various orc slaves on the street, some wearing shackles and others locked in cages. Elroy briefed Reg on the territory's general layout. The territory covers an area of over 600 square kilometers and includes a town and 12 villages. Cheryl is located at the northernmost point, close to orc territory, and humans and orcs have long been enemies. Cheryl has a permanent population of about 2,000 and a floating population of about 500. There are more than 350 regular soldiers in the town and at least 10 soldiers in each village. In terms of annual tax revenue, half of the village's revenue goes to the knights and half to Reg. Cheryl Town's total tax revenue is about 1,600 gold coins, of which 10% is handed over to the king. Military expenses constitute the majority of costs, with soldiers' and officers' salaries and daily maintenance expenses being enormous. After inspecting the town, Reg and Elroy arrived at Elroy's mansion, the best residence in town, which could later serve as Reg's temporary baron's mansion. The territory overview shows that Cheryl and its 12 villages have a total resident population of about 7,000, with border troops accounting for more than 5% and a stable annual income. Regarding talent and cultivation, Reg understands the superhuman system of the Nora world. Cultivation talent is divided into physical constitution and soul, and elemental affinity determines cultivation attributes. Fighters and mages need to absorb magical elements, and are ranked according to their affinity. Talents can be adjusted using specific rare and precious materials. Talent can be inherited through bloodlines and can occasionally mutate. In the world of Nora, noble titles are linked to the level of a transcendent being. A novice warrior or mage is a baron, and an intermediate one is a viscount. If Felix inherits the title of viscount before reaching the intermediate level, his title will be reduced. This mainly affects lower and middle-ranking nobles. High-ranking nobles and royalty only need a strong member in the family to hold power. The head of the family does not necessarily have to be the strongest. Reg possesses a medium-level soul talent and a high-level spatial elemental affinity talent, the latter being particularly rare. If it weren't for Reg's physical constitution and affinity for wind elements, Brent would almost suspect that he wasn't his biological son. Seeing Reg's potential as a space mage, Brent spent a fortune to send him to the Mage Academy in the capital. After awakening his memories of his past life, Reg believed that his spatial talent was related to his identity as a transmigrator. His soul traversed countless dimensions, arriving in the world of Nora, where it underwent a transformation. This not only granted him an affinity for spatial elements, but also an additional talent, the ability to appraise. With the help of the appraisal skill, Reg can easily obtain relevant information about a designated person or item, provided that he is strong enough. Reg identifies himself as follows: name, Reg Catalan; gender, male; lifespan, 16/152 years. Identity: Lord of the Cateran Baronial Estate, Violet Kingdom, Realm, Beginner Level 3 Space Mage. Talent: 7th grade Physique / 1st grade Soul / Intermediate Wind Element Affinity / top grade Spatial Element Affinity / Appraisal Skill. This information appeared directly in Reg's mind. Reg's talent changed, and his cultivation talent was divided into 9 grades. The 9 ranks correspond to apprentices, with the lowest being no rank and the first rank being the qualification to become a saint. Reg's soul talent is first class, which gives him the qualification to become a saint, but he needs a lot of resources and money to cultivate into a saint. His spatial elemental affinity talent also changed, from advanced to top tier, and became the strongest among the top tier talents. Reg's talent was fully unlocked after awakening. Reg's current level is the beginner level 3 spatial mage. The levels of battle masters and mages are divided into 5 minor levels. Level 1 newcomer, level 2 ordinary, level 3 senior, level 4 elite, and level 5 peak. After awakening, Reg's talents are fully unlocked, and he can advance to the 3rd stage of the beginner space mage within a month. After becoming a novice mage, Reg no longer worried about being stripped of his title by the kingdom due to his cultivation level. He began to think about the future, in a world dominated by extraordinary power, where strength was the only standard. The strong can gain status, wealth, and beautiful women, and even become kings or emperors. But to become a true ruler, one also needs sufficient power and allies. In the world of Nora, the last saint has passed away, and no new saint has been born since. The world has entered the 5th age. Reg understood that talent alone was not enough to become a strong person. He needed time, money, and rare cultivation resources. During his journey to the capital to meet the king, Reg had already used his appraisal skills to discover some overlooked treasures in the capital's market for extraordinary individuals. Among them, Reg bought an unusual stone in the capital with a black surface and completely irregular shape. However, the appraisal technique revealed that this stone was actually the seed of the World Tree, the most precious treasure of the Nora world. Name: World Tree Seed / World Seed. Introduction: The World Tree Nora was severed by a powerful being who descended from the sky, leaving only the roots that connected it to the world. The dying roots used their last energy and spirituality to transform into a seed. Status: remaining with a sliver of life, lacking spirituality, on the verge of death. Solution: replace the missing spirituality with the transformed soul of the transmigrator. This seed originally came from a world tree. In the beginning, there was no Nora world in the starry sky, only the world tree seed. As it grew, the roots of the world tree gradually formed soil, supporting the foundation of the entire world. Millions of years later, the world of Nora was born, and the elves were the first intelligent life forms to emerge from the world tree, thus beginning the elven civilization. But at the end of the first era, the world tree was severed by a powerful being, causing chaos among the elves and rebellion among all races, thus ushering in the second era. This world tree seed is on the verge of death, but Reg can replenish the world tree seed's missing spirituality through the transformation of his own soul. Reg's soul underwent a transformation due to the time travel, and its quality is now comparable to that of the former world tree Nora. Reg chose to infuse a portion of his soul into the seed, and the world tree became his alter ego. Currently, Reg has mastered the soul-splitting technique, but he is not in a hurry to inject his soul into the world tree seed. Furthermore, his residence did not belong to him, and any commotion he made might attract Elroy's attention. Especially the matter of the world tree seed. If the elves were to discover it, the consequences would be unimaginable. After pondering for a while, Reg closed his eyes and quickly drifted off to sleep. At the start of the new day, Reg washed and ate breakfast with the help of the manor's maids. After breakfast, Elroy continued to explain the situation in Cheryl to Reg. As mayor, Elroy did not want to see Cheryl's town decline, nor did he want the orcs to invade. However, Elroy is loyal to Viscount Catland. Although he wants to stay in Cheryl, he must abide by his oath of allegiance. Just before 8 o'clock, a servant at the manor gate ran in to report that 14 knights had come to pay their respects to the Baron. Elroy had told Reg that of the 14 knights in Cheryl, 2 were deputy commanders of the standing army, and the remaining 12 knights governed their respective fiefdoms. All the knights awaited a choice, to remain loyal to Viscount Catlan or to Baron Catlan. Reg and Elroy came out of the house to greet the knights. The eldest knight, Aaron Mansfield, led the procession, followed by the other knights in armor. As Reg approached, the knights all knelt on one knee, placed their right hand on their chest, and bowed to him. "We pay our respects to your excellency the Baron. Please rise, everyone." Reg reached out to help Aaron Mansfield up, and the knights who followed him also stood up. While Reg and Elroy were touring the town, Elroy introduced the deputy commanders, Hippolyte Ongley and Jolens Gerard, to Reg. After the introductions, Elroy asked, "Have you made your choices yet?" Some knights have already made their decision, and the 12 knights who own fiefdoms are unwilling to easily give up the villages they have cultivated for many years. Returning to Viscount Catland, they would likely not receive a new fief, while Cheryl, though small, would be able to maintain their fief. Reg was neither a novice fighter nor a mage, and the town had no strong guards. The knights had doubts, especially since he was only 16 years old. Could he really defend Cheryl Town? At this moment, Aaron Mansfield asked, "Your Excellency, have you become a junior mage? Or has Viscount Catalan arranged for someone to be stationed in your territory?" Reg understood that a vassal should choose a lord who is suitable for him, and a lord should choose a vassal who is capable of fulfilling his duties. "Unfortunately, my brother did not arrange anyone for me, but I have already become a junior level 3 space mage. I will protect Cheryl Town, which is named after my mother." Reg had barely finished speaking when he released the aura of a novice mage. The knights were delighted, and Elroy was also somewhat surprised. Although he hadn't been able to accurately gauge Reg's strength, he had sensed Reg's extraordinary level as he approached. Spatial mages are renowned in the extraordinary world for their powerful spatial abilities. If their combat talent is strong enough, they can be invincible among their own level, and even fight opponents of higher levels. Reg is only 16 years old and already possesses such strength. If given a few more years, he will surely become even stronger. The knights exchanged glances and said in unison, "We pledge our allegiance to the Baron and vow to protect Cheryl Town to the death." Sensing their resolve, Reg opened his personal storage space. He took out a ceremonial sword, luxurious yet almost unusable in combat. Reg drew his long sword from its sheath and patted Aaron Mansfield on both shoulders. "Sir Aaron Mansfield, I accept your allegiance. May you be valiant, loyal, and just." "Yes, Your Excellency." Reg moved on to the next knight and accepted their allegiance. Elroy was overjoyed when Reg saw that all 14 knights had chosen to pledge their allegiance to him. The loyalty of these knights not only stabilized the power of Cheryl Town, but also put Elroy at ease. After the allegiance ceremony, Reg spoke with each of the 14 knights individually, learning about their families and fiefdoms, thus strengthening their relationship. At noon, Reg hosted a banquet for the 14 knights. After lunch, 12 knights returned to their fiefdoms. The defense of Cheryl Town still relies on a few knights, and the threat of orcs and goblins is ever present. Reg then visited the military camp twice, meeting with the officers and soldiers stationed in Cheryl and rewarding them with money to increase their loyalty. A week later, Elroy left Cheryl with his family and butler, and Reg personally saw him off. Reg's control over the town had increased considerably. Along with Reg, those seeing Elroy off included 2 deputy commanders, Hippolyte Ongley and Jolens Gerard, as well as Deputy Mayor Sam Zimmerman. Sam was retained by Reg as deputy mayor. Reg, having been introduced to Sam by Elroy, believed him to be a trustworthy person. Within a week, Reg toured Cheryl and announced that Cheryl had officially become Baron Catland's territory, with no change to the tax policy, and merchants need not worry about an increase in commercial taxes. With Elroy's departure, Elroy's mansion was officially handed over to Reg and became Baron Catalan's mansion. At present, the Baron's manor has only a few servants, while coachmen and some basic servants are the manpower that Reg needs to add. Reg plans to use appraisal techniques to select servants with cultivation talent, thereby enhancing the strength of the Baron's manor. Although they cannot provide abundant cultivation resources, these servants have the potential to become extraordinary individuals by teaching them cultivation techniques. In addition, by purchasing slave contracts, Reg established a strong master-servant relationship with his servants, ensuring the long-term stable development of his territory. Reg took out the World Tree seed and played with it for a while before putting it back into his personal space. He planned to split his soul under the guise of cultivation a week later. The supernatural system in the world of Nora is divided into fighters and mages. Both originate from magical elements. Battle masters absorb magical elements and fuse them with their physical life force to form battle chi through body tempering, thereby enhancing their combat power while strengthening their bodies. The cultivation method for battle masters is the body tempering technique, which allows them to break through realms during battle. Mages, on the other hand, refine their souls, fusing magical elements with soul power, spiritual power, to form magical power. The sorcerer's cultivation method is called meditation technique, which strengthens the soul through meditation in a quiet environment, ultimately enabling the soul to control magical power. Unlike warriors who focus on combat abilities, mages also play a role in professions such as alchemy and medicine making. Reg knew that a mage's training required a lot of money, and it was difficult for ordinary families to support their children to become mages. Most of the extraordinary mercenaries are battle masters, while the number of mages is far less than that of battle masters. Especially in border regions, the scarcity of mages makes them even more prestigious. Reg plans to spend the next week handling territory affairs, familiarizing himself with management, and simultaneously cultivating and improving his magical power. Cheryl has a population of less than 7,000. The affairs of the territory are tedious but not complicated. Sam Zimmerman and the two vice chiefs can handle the daily affairs. Reg will make decisions on important matters, avoid excessive intervention, and ensure a smooth transition for the town. In addition, Reg also plans to use his cultivation talent to train some of his young servants into extraordinary individuals by teaching them cultivation techniques, thereby increasing the territory's combat strength. Commercial operations in Cheryl were running smoothly, with both markets, the slave market and the goods market, operating very well. The slave market not only traded orc slaves, but also involved the buying and selling of some humans and free people. Reg regularly tours the market, using his appraisal skills to select slaves with exceptional talent. Especially female half-orcs whose appearance matches their aesthetic standards, such as cat people and fox people. Reg walked through the slave market. Girls aged 12 to 16, men aged 14 to 20, and young animal-eared girls. The selection criteria for maids are strict. They must be virgins. The selection criteria for male servants are more lenient. They only need to have high cultivation talent and be able to work. After all the assessments, the one with the highest cultivation talent was an 18-year-old male with a 6th grade physique, possessing the potential to become a high-level douceur. However, Reg can currently only train him to become a beginner douceur. He negotiated with the slave trader and bought Spike for 3 gold and 50 silver. After the indenture was transferred, Reg became the master. Spike is loyal, has a 6th grade physical talent, and possesses low-level earth element affinity, making him a potential earth-type fighter. As I left the market, a girl with tattered hemp clothing, brown hair, and blue eyes appeared. 5th rank physical talent / 8th rank soul talent. Upon seeing the 5th grade physical talent, Reg stopped in his tracks. This was the first 5th grade talent he had encountered in the market. Why did the girl come to the market? Was she selling herself? Reg continued to investigate for more information. She offered 2 gold coins as her starting price, with a minimum of 1, but even at the lowest price, no one was willing to buy. Mia knew in her heart that no matter how low the price, it wouldn't save her brother. Reg ordered, "Go and call the girl from earlier." The soldier quickly went to find her and soon brought Mia to him. Mia walked over trembling, almost falling over. She was terrified, thinking she might have offended the Baron. As she knelt down to pay her respects, Reg took out 2 gold coins from his personal storage space. "I'll buy you. Take the money home and come to the Baron's mansion as a maid tomorrow." Mia clutched the gold coin, knelt down, and wept bitterly. "Thank you, master." Tears streamed down her face, her heart overflowing with gratitude. Reg nodded and turned to leave, leaving 2 soldiers behind to escort Mia. 2 gold coins were enough for her family to save her brother's life. Mia rushed home. "Mom and Dad, we have money now. We can cure my little brother's illness." She excitedly showed off the gold coins, tears glistening in her eyes. When the parents saw the gold coins, the mother cried and the father sighed. They could not accept the fact that their daughter had sold herself, but they did not stop her. They knew their daughter was plain-looking and would fetch a very low price, but Mia insisted that the 2 gold coins might be the price of her life. Mia comforted her. "The Baron is young and handsome. I'll be working as a maid at the Baron's mansion. I'll have better food and clothes than at home. I'm going to enjoy a life of luxury." The parents were stunned. Although they didn't understand why the Baron had spent so much money to buy their daughter, they felt a little relieved. It was better than her falling into the hands of evil people. Mia urged her parents to treat her younger brother quickly. "Go to the clinic. If we delay any longer, even 2 gold coins won't be enough to save Hassan." The family of 4, escorted by soldiers, rushed to the clinic. The elderly doctor re-diagnosed Hassan's condition and said that the medicine could cure him, but it was very expensive. If Mia's family hadn't sold themselves into servitude, they could barely afford extraordinary treatments or expensive medicines, while ordinary doctors gave them hope for a cure. After buying the medicine, Mia returned home under the escort of soldiers. Her parents were both relieved and worried, wondering what their daughter would encounter at the Baron's mansion. Her father told Mia to pack her bags and head to the Baron's mansion as soon as possible. Mia hugged her mother, tears streaming down her face. She also took a close look at her younger brother. Mia had no regrets. She only hoped her younger brother would live and grow up to be able to marry and have children. Wiping away her tears, she packed her belongings and left home under the escort of soldiers. Her parents watched her leave. Her father escorted her all the way to the Baron's mansion and only returned home slowly after watching his daughter enter the mansion. Mia arrived at the Baron's mansion ahead of time. Reg took out a contract of indenture, wrote Mia's name on it, and had her put her fingerprint on it. The contract was successfully completed. Mia and Spike both possessed considerable talent for cultivation, but Reg was in no hurry to nurture them. He made them obediently serve as servants for a while first. Reg appointed the slightly older Karina as head maid and Jim as head squire. There was no steward in the manor, and the two were familiar with the work, so there shouldn't be any problems managing things for the time being. Everything a slave owns belongs to their master, and disobedience or trouble can result in execution. Reg allowed them to live as servants, and once they understood their status, they were granted the right to cultivate. Time passed, and Reg continued his usual routine of handling territory affairs in the mornings, taking a lunch break, and inspecting the area in the afternoons. 2 days after buying Mia and Spike, he hadn't seen a single 6th-tier talent slave on the market. He approached a well-known slave trader in Cheryl Town, offering to pay 30 to 50 gold coins. Naturally, slaves who could serve as stewards were not cheap. Stewards need to be literate, capable of arithmetic, and skilled in etiquette, qualities that ordinary slaves rarely possess. Reg plans to teach talented servants cultivation techniques, enabling them to become extraordinary individuals. Male servants who cultivate to the apprentice level can be sent to the army. Upon meritorious service, they can gain their freedom, but their loyalty will be firmly established. Most maids will remain maids, while male servants' abilities are more likely to arouse ambition. Reg selects suitable maids from among the maids to serve as butlers in the future. He inspected Cheryl and other areas, familiarized himself with the territory, and discovered a small iron ore deposit with the potential to develop a steel industry. A week later, the Baron's manor gained a new servant, Roger. The 15-year-old boy possessed a 6th-level soul talent, a 9th-level physique, and an affinity for fire elements. He was also quick-witted. Reg wouldn't buy slaves below the 6th rank. He'd choose them in big cities later when his strength increased. The Baron's servants are divided into slaves who have sold themselves into servitude and employees who are paid monthly wages. In the future, the majority will be slaves. Reg converted one of the rooms in his mansion into a cultivation room. After handling his affairs in the morning, he would go into seclusion to cultivate. Half a month later, Reg's mage level was close to the 4th stage of the initial level. His first-class soul talent made his cultivation efficiency extremely high, but as his level increased, the lack of resources caused his efficiency to decrease. Before going into seclusion, he summoned the deputy mayor and deputy commander, gave instructions to his servants, and then entered his meditation room. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, allowing his soul and body to reach their optimal state. Extraordinary beings have long endurance and can go for days without sleep. After adjusting his state, he took out the World Tree seed and placed it on the ground. The first step was to divide his soul, cutting off 1/10 of his soul's essence. Reg used his mental energy to create a sharp blade, as if he were wielding a knife in his right hand and slashing at his body. The pain was obvious, but tolerable. The division of the soul is just the beginning. The next step is to inject the divided soul into the World Tree seed. Reg focused his mental energy, and a soul blade appeared. He gritted his teeth and manipulated the soul blade, slashing at the source of his own soul, cutting off 1/10 of it. He controlled the small-sized soul essence to fly towards the World Tree seed, the soul easily passing through its hard shell. The World Tree seed was almost lifeless, yet it willingly accepted Reg's soul essence. Everything went smoothly. Reg's soul essence entered the World Tree seed, taking control of its growth. The World Tree seed began to take root and sprout, becoming Reg's tool. The problem was, where would it be safe to plant the seeds? The elves might sense the World Tree's rebirth, but safety couldn't be guaranteed, and Reg hesitated. He decided to place the seeds in his personal space, isolated from external monitoring, and let them grow slowly. The clone soul essence is used to replenish the world tree seed's spirituality while simultaneously healing its own injuries. Under Reg's command, the world tree clone gradually regained its vitality and steadily grew by consuming its own energy. More and more energy was absorbed by the world tree seed. Reg's clone's body gradually expanded until its outer shell reached saturation. The clones and the embryonic roots and buds of the world tree broke through their shells and reached out into the outside world. The buds grew stems and leaves. The embryonic roots formed a root system, and at the same time, knowledge of the world tree flooded into Reg's mind. A tiny world tree was born, growing rapidly to nearly a meter tall before stopping. The seed's energy was exhausted, but the world tree's branches and leaves were lush, its roots and trunk hard and translucent, and its leaves like jade. Amazingly, its roots and leaves can penetrate space, drawing chaotic energy from the void within its personal space. This chaotic energy serves as nourishment, allowing the world tree to continue growing, albeit slowly. Soil sprouted from its roots, and the world tree breathed forth various magical elements. The small personal space was filled with magical elements, and the high concentration of magical elements was itself a cultivation resource. A wondrous power, the power of the world, was born from Reg's clone. This power could be controlled by the clone and could also assist the main body in unleashing powerful combat abilities. When the power of the world was first created, it was mainly consumed by the world tree to support the space. The larger the space, the taller the world tree will be, requiring even more world power, and in the future, it may even be able to create light sources. Reg used his appraisal skill to check the world tree's information. 0.95 meters tall, growing 1 centimeter every century. The land it supports increases by 10 square meters per day, multiplied by the world tree's height. It can add 3,420 square meters of land per year, and is tentatively called the Catalan Small World. Compared with Cheryl Town, the concentration of magical elements here is extremely high, making it an excellent training ground. The world tree is dominated by natural attributes, making it most suitable for nature-based extraordinary individuals to cultivate. As he grows, Reg can gain affinity for natural elements and even enhance his physical talents. Although the land is barren, planting magical plants can accelerate their growth, making them viable for both cultivation and earning money. However, magical plants require specific environments, and high-level magical plants are difficult to transplant, limiting large-scale cultivation. The Catalan minor world can serve as a refuge, but only a very few extraordinary individuals are allowed to enter. The world tree plays a crucial role, and Reg uses his appraisal skill to research how to accelerate its growth. Absorbing life energy can increase growth rate. This can be achieved using treasures or living beings. Complete absorption of life energy results in the death of the organism. Partial absorption weakens the organism and shortens its lifespan. Superhumans, magical beasts, and magical plants can provide a large amount of life energy. Newly deceased creatures have limited energy, and most of it is lost over time. Thinking about all this, Reg realized that he needed to obtain more life energy through war. Reg secluded himself in the cultivation room for 2 days before emerging. The servants of the manor were relieved to see that he was safe and sound. Zimmerman, Ongley, and Gerald, on the other hand, were not worried. They understood the mage's habit of seclusion and did not find it unusual. After leaving the training room, Reg took care of affairs in his territory and inspected Cheryl Town to confirm the Baron's safety with the townspeople. Although the inspection did not uncover any highly talented slaves, it reassured the residents and deterred potential mercenaries. As long as Reg, a beginner-level third-stage space mage, is in charge, almost no mercenaries in Cheryl Town will dare to act recklessly. Returning to the Baron's mansion, Reg entered the training room to continue his cultivation. The energy provided by the world tree seed allowed his damaged soul essence to recover. 1/10 of his original soul essence has not yet recovered, causing Reg's realm to decline slightly, but he remains at the initial 3rd stage. The height of the world tree and the thickness of the land determine the size of one's personal space. Small worlds are not suitable for direct cultivation at the moment. Reg opened his personal space and released the magical elements of the small world into the training room to increase the elemental concentration. The concentration of magical elements is increased by hundreds of times, and the concentration of spatial elements is increased by thousands of times, mainly accelerating the speed of mana recovery. Reg first refined his magical power, then practiced meditation to increase his cultivation time and improve his overall cultivation efficiency. The new stewards have finally arrived. The slave traders have brought 3 elegant, obedient, and noble steward slaves. 2 men and 1 woman, aged between 30 and 40, all had experience as aristocratic butlers and had been sold due to changes in their masters or minor mistakes. Reg used his appraisal skill to check the 3 people's information and eventually bought 43-year-old Otis Walpole and his family for 48 gold coins. Otis's wife, Eugela, had served as head maid, and his son, Matt, was also trained as a butler and would assist his father in managing the Baron's mansion. Otis's black hair and black eyes made Reg more pleasing to the eye, and the 3 of them were sold together, meaning they could reunite within 10 days. The indenture was handed to Reg, and Otis knelt down to show his submission. Reg gestured for him to get up. Otis, in his 40s, was worldly wise and accepted his master's behavior without being disturbed. He also paid attention to details in managing the servants in the manor. Reg ordered Karina and Jim to summon all the servants to the Baron's mansion. He publicly announced the appointment of Otis Walpole as steward, then left to let the steward familiarize himself with the servants. Reg led his soldiers on a patrol of Cheryl Town, searching for slaves with high cultivation talent. At the same time, I purchased magic plant seeds and planned to plant them on the land in the small world. The mercenaries brought back magical plants from the Orc territory, and seeds of magical plants are also sold in the town. Most seeds are inexpensive, but only a nature mage can cultivate healthy magical plants. Reg spent over 10 silver coins to buy dozens of seeds, including 1 high-grade magical plant. Magical plants are divided into low, medium, high, and top-tier levels, while magical beast levels are represented by numerical tiers, corresponding to the realms of extraordinary beings. Back in the Lord's Manor training room, Reg planted hundreds of seeds on the barren land of the small world. Some of the magical plants can be used directly as cultivation resources, while others are used to prepare medicines. The Viscount Catlon family has almost no foundation, and even novice mages are few and far between. For someone with an ordinary physique, cultivating battle chi to become an extraordinary being is a high hurdle. The mages researched awakening potions, expensive of which could almost guarantee the creation of battle aura. Since the family doesn't have a pharmacist, they have to buy them from outside. Brent hopes to train his own pharmacist. Reg studied pharmaceutical engineering at the Mage Academy and has a certain talent for it. With investment of money and resources, he could become a pharmacist and achieve family-owned pharmaceuticals. Under his teacher's guidance, Reg used the Academy's equipment to concoct simple yet extraordinary potions. He could barely be called a pharmacist apprentice, as he understood the difficulties and processes involved in preparing medicines. Different magical plants and their ingredients vary in content, and the pharmaceutical process requires experience and mental control. Reg used identification techniques to measure the content of ingredients to ensure the accuracy of the medicine. Many potion recipes were treasured by nobles and were sold on the market at high prices and in limited quantities. Reg can purchase incomplete recipes and use identification to restore them to their complete form, or he can identify ready-made potions. After obtaining the recipe, Reg planted magical plants in the small world to create extraordinary potions. Low-level potions are available for sale, while healing and antidote potions are in demand among mercenaries. Initially, low-level potions were sold at reasonable prices, attracting people to Cheryl Town to buy them. At the same time, Reg rewarded the territory's army with money and purchased 3 talented slaves and a steward. After arriving in Cheryl Town, Reg had already spent over 100 gold coins, leaving him with less than 300. Preparing the medicine requires specialized equipment and money, and seeds must be purchased from outside sources even before the magical plant matures. Reg will not go out to shop on Taobao for the time being, as he needs to stay in town and be ready to respond to any emergencies. On the other hand, his strength is still low. His initial 3rd stage is still insufficient to deal with mid to high level extraordinary beings. The safest option is to stay in Cheryl Town and wait for the magical plants in the small world to grow. A day later, a dozen green seedlings quietly sprouted on the barren land. The magical plants in the miniature world grow extremely quickly. The high concentration of magical elements and the world tree's accelerating aura allow the low-level annual magical plants Reg planted to mature in just 1 month, a tenth of the normal time. As the world tree grows, This effect will continue to strengthen, increasing the miniature world's land area by approximately 9.5 square meters per day. Reg plans to buy more magical plant seeds and plant all the newly added land with magical plants to generate more income. Reg realized that absorbing life energy could accelerate the world tree's growth, thereby speeding up the development of the small world. While ordinary plants could provide energy, they required a large number to wither and die before showing significant effects, attracting attention and making them unsuitable. In contrast, intelligent creatures like orcs and goblins could provide far more energy, and these creatures were currently harassing the area around Cheryl Town. The powerful orc tribes are far from the borders of the Violet Kingdom, but low intelligence. Weak orcs and goblins roam freely, daring to raid villages but not daring to approach the fortified town of Cheryl. Cavalry patrols are regularly dispatched to the town. Upon discovering enemies, they are either driven away or reported, and support is provided by a superhuman. Although the number of battle masters in the town is limited, there are ample mercenaries, and apprentice-level battle masters can be hired to participate in battles. When Reg arrived in Cheryl, Felix dispatched over 30 cavalrymen to escort him. They rode ordinary and superior warhorses, the horses alone costing over 350 gold coins. The town had a limited number of cavalrymen, so most knights purchased their own horses. Superior warhorses enhanced a knight's strength and guaranteed a chance of escape on the battlefield. Reg devised a plan and ordered knights Ongli and Gerald. Upon discovering invading enemies during patrols, they should first return to Cheryl to report, whereupon he would personally lead a team to eliminate the enemy, providing security for the caravans and gaining practical experience. The two knights immediately relayed the orders, and the cavalry obeyed. The town's security improved, which also helped attract caravans to trade. The young Baron of Cheryl Town personally led the charge, earning the respect of his subordinates. Minor nobles were required to experience combat in the kingdom's expansionist wars. The weak risked death, while a brave and intelligent lord could lead his knights to victory, giving them hope for advancement. Although some ordinary knights harbored resentment about going into battle, they could not disobey orders and could only wait to fight alongside the Baron. Less than a day after Reg gave the order, the outer patrol cavalry discovered dozens of goblins entering Baron Catlin's territory from the northeast. Reconnaissance confirmed that the group included a leader for large goblins and the rest ordinary goblins. Goblins are short in stature, with dark green skin, red eyes, pointed ears, and sparse hair. They are greedy, despicable, and of limited intelligence. They typically live in tribes and have no kingdom. The goblin population is divided into 4 tiers: ordinary goblins, great goblins, chiefs, and a few goblin kings. Ordinary goblins are weaker than human farmers. Great goblins can fight against farmers or well-trained soldiers. Chiefs reach the extraordinary level, some possessing strength comparable to apprentice-level warriors, while goblin kings have intelligence comparable to humans, but their numbers are small. After the cavalryman reported back, Reg removed his robes, donned light armor, mounted his warhorse, and prepared to set out. Knight Gerard led 10 light cavalrymen to join Reg, bringing the total cavalry force to 18, divided into 2 shifts for patrols. Reg ordered the cavalry, led by the reporting cavalryman, to gallop towards the goblins' location. Half an hour later, the cavalry spotted the goblin horde. The leader, wielding an iron sword, ordered his men to stop the humans, but seeing a dozen or so cavalry approaching, he lost control and retreated into the woods, followed by several large goblins. The ordinary goblins scattered in fear and fled. The cavalry pursued them, slashing at the fleeing goblins with their swords. Several were beheaded, none surviving. Knight Gerard and Reg pursued the leader and the giant goblin. Realizing they couldn't catch him before entering the forest, the leader drew his sword and joined forces with the giant goblin to fight. Knight Gerard charged, and Reg unleashed an apprentice-level minor magic missile, accurately striking the giant goblin. The leader attempted to block Knight Gerard's attack, but was severed along with his iron sword. Reg's second magic missile pierced the chest of the last giant goblin, ending the battle. The ordinary goblins had been cleared by the cavalry. Reg dismounted, put the leader and the giant goblin's corpses into his personal space, and ordered the cavalry to bring back the ordinary goblin corpses as well, to prevent the corpses from attracting wild beasts or monsters. Chapter 17: The Method of Resurrection. The goblin's corpse was sent into his personal space and piled up next to the world tree. Reg manipulated the world tree clone to absorb the life energy from the corpse, allowing the world tree to slowly grow. The corpse quickly withered, and its flesh, bones, and even the remaining soul were all devoured by the world tree, leaving only a small amount of impurities. These impurities are parts that the world tree does not need. There is 1 leader goblin for big goblins and 38 ordinary goblins. After absorbing the nutrients, the world tree grew slightly taller by 0.27 centimeters, from 95.14 centimeters to 95.41 centimeters. That year, the land area of the small world also expanded by an additional 9.72 square meters. Although it may seem tiny, the world tree grows only 0.01 centimeters per year, which is equivalent to growing alone for 27 years. The world tree is currently still in its sapling stage, much like an apprentice of a human superhuman. The small goblin can grow 0.27 centimeters, which shows that the effect is significant. When the world tree reaches 1 meter, it enters a new stage of growth. Absorbing the same amount of life energy, it will only grow a maximum of 0.09 centimeters. Reg was very satisfied with the results of this battle. After a dozen or so similar battles, the world tree will be able to grow to over 1 meter tall and play a greater role. He recalled that elves had once been born from the fruit of the world tree. The world tree is currently too weak to create souls, and therefore cannot give birth to life. Reg did not intend to let the world tree clone create its own spirits. He had a better plan. Once the world tree grew to 1 meter tall, it could absorb the life energy of its fallen comrades and bear fruit. By merging the old body with the soul, the fallen can be resurrected and become the most loyal subordinates. This method could even resurrect Reg himself, depending on whether his soul returns to the small world. In the world of Nora, those with superhuman strength have other means of resurrection. For example, light mages can learn the legendary spell Resurrection, and the Light Empire has legendary mages stationed there. On the return journey, Reg and his cavalry moved slowly forward, getting closer and closer to Cheryl. The journey there was rushed, but the return trip was slower. The long march left the cavalrymen with little enthusiasm. Defeating weak goblins yields almost no loot. This battle should never have happened if Elroy had been in charge. Reg understood the reason for the cavalry's discontent. Back in Cheryl, he ordered, "Everyone who participated in the battle today will receive an extra bowl of meat soup." Only the cavalrymen who participated in the battle received extra food. It was fair and just. The cavalrymen thanked them profusely. Even if they weren't deeply grateful, they still expressed their approval. Reg did not reward them with money. Firstly, because he didn't have much, and secondly, because small-scale battles were not worth it. A bowl of meat soup was enough to motivate the soldiers. The soldiers of Baron Catalan's standing army usually ate coarse food. Black bread and vegetable soup were the staple food. Meat soup was only served on holidays or as a gift from the nobility. Dark bread is coarse and filling, but it becomes dry and hard if left out for too long. It is best eaten soaked in soup or water. Compared to white bread, it has higher nutritional value, but it is expensive and only the nobility can afford it. The soldiers were filled with envy when they learned that the cavalry would get to drink meat soup after killing goblins. Even a weak enemy can be exchanged for a bowl of meat soup, making their participation in the battle worthwhile. In the evening, the patrolling cavalry returned one after another. The cavalrymen who were not involved in the battle saw their comrades receiving broth and discussed whether they should share some with themselves. Some people felt dissatisfied with half a bowl and were unwilling to exchange it. Some people feel that if they can drink it more often, they can exchange the broth, and they would be willing to do so. Chapter 19, The Art of Managing Subordinates. Reg killed a tusked war boar weighing over 1,000 pounds. After gutting it, he harvested over 500 pounds of pork, nearly 250 pounds of bones, and over 60 pounds of edible offal. The pork alone was worth an average of 5 silver coins per pound, for a total value of at least 25 gold coins. The entire tusked war boar was worth over 40 gold coins. Although Reg had hunted the tusked war boar himself, he didn't intend to keep the spoils for himself. He planned to distribute some to his men to increase their loyalty. Reg's rewards included 14 knights, 18 cavalrymen, over 300 infantrymen and officers, the deputy mayor, and other officials. The deputy mayor, of equal rank to the knights, each received 10 caddies of pork, equivalent to half a gold coin. The knights of Onley received an additional 2 caddies of pork. The cavalry rewards were distributed according to their duties. The cavalrymen who found the tusked war boar received 5 caddies. The 9 cavalrymen who participated in the battle each received 2 caddies, and the remaining 8 patrolling cavalrymen each received 1 caddy. Territorial officials and some infantry officers also received 1 caddy of pork each, while lower-ranking officials and officers received pig offal, and ordinary soldiers drank pork bone soup to ensure that everyone had a full meal. Although Reg wasn't present, his men still expressed their gratitude. After the rewards were distributed, Reg kept 300 pounds of pork, 150 pounds of bones, and about 20 pounds of offal. The remaining pigskin, tusks, and other items became his personal spoils. Reg wasn't interested in the tusked warboar's meat. Earth attribute magical beast meat tasted bad and wasn't suitable for consumption, but it could still fetch a good price as a cultivation resource. Reg kept a small portion of the pork, bones, and offal as a reward for the Baron's servants, and sent the rest to the market, ultimately earning him 26 gold coins. This income not only alleviated Reg's financial pressure, but also further strengthened the loyalty of his subordinates. However, he knew that frequent rewards would diminish their effectiveness. Managing subordinates required a delicate balance. The servants of Baron Reg received monster meat and pork bone soup, greatly improving their living conditions. These servants and slaves were extremely grateful and expressed their willingness to serve Reg for a long time. The knights, too, developed a deep respect for Reg's generous rewards. Reg used the 26 gold coins he had earned to buy his 4th slave with considerable cultivation talent, Kyle. Kyle was only 14 years old. His father had died early, and his stepfather had treated him harshly, eventually selling him for 1 gold coin. Reg discovered Kyle and bought him for 1 gold and 45 silver. Kyle possessed 6th grade soul talent, 9th grade physical talent, and advanced water elemental affinity, making him suitable to become a water mage. Kyle was taken back to the Baron's mansion and became a new valet. His stepfather didn't care about selling his stepson. Instead, he boasted about it, since a nobleman's servant was a cut above a commoner. Kyle had no attachment to this. He had long since severed all ties with that family. Butler Otis was puzzled by Reg's purchase of underage slaves, believing that Kyle lacked work experience and was unsuitable for any important work in the Baron's mansion. However, a week later, Reg's actions led Otis to further speculation. After Mia and Spike had worked at the Baron's mansion for a month, Reg ordered Matt, the butler's son, to teach them literacy and arithmetic, allocating 2 hours of study time each day to help them quickly master common vocabulary and basic arithmetic. At the same time, Reg personally taught them a set of body tempering techniques, which could be practiced regardless of elemental affinity. The two reduced their daily work hours to half a day, devoting the remaining time to study and training. Otis gradually realized that Reg was cultivating his own loyal confidants. The relationship between nobles and knights was that of lord and vassal. While vassals were loyal, they wouldn't die for their lords. The relationship with slaves, however, was much closer. Everything a slave owned belonged to their master, and the slave would obey any command. Chapter 18 March ends. Mia had been at the Baron's manor for half a month. For the first few days, she didn't do much. She took a long, hot bath, changed into a black and white maid's outfit, and listened to the head maid, Karina, explain the manor's rules, who solemnly warned her not to violate them, or she would be beaten or even killed. Mia was frightened when she first entered the Baron's mansion, but she soon discovered that the other servants were not as harsh as she had imagined. Karina, though strict, was kind to her, and Butler Walpole occasionally showed a benevolent side. The Baron almost never got angry, and even servants who made mistakes were only verbally reprimanded, never physically punished. Life at the Baron's manor gradually became more comfortable. Mia had spacious rooms, and the food was more plentiful than at home. Although Karina reminded her not to eat too much, or she might be transferred to the kitchen as a cook, Mia still enjoyed this life she had never dared to dream of before. The Baron's meals were always lavish, and the leftovers were shared by the servants. These were foods that were originally only available to nobles. Although becoming the Baron's slave meant losing her freedom, Mia was relieved because her brother's illness had healed and her family's life had returned to normal. She began to focus on her goals, striving to be a good maid, hoping to one day succeed Karina as the head maid. On the last day of March, Walpole's wife, Eugela, and son, Matt, were finally brought to the Baron's mansion, reuniting the family. Although Eugela was older, Reg did not appoint her as head maid, but instead put her in charge of Mia's education. Matt, on the other hand, worked with his father. Although the number of servants at the Baron's mansion was not large, it was gradually increasing. Reg's life remained unchanged, handling territory affairs, cultivating his skills, and occasionally leading his cavalry on expeditions to eliminate invading enemies. Recently, He had wiped out several waves of goblin, kobold, and ratman troops. Although the kobolds and ratmen were weaker, their sheer numbers and high reproductive rate made them a difficult species to eradicate. Although these enemies were not powerful, Reg did not gain much. His greatest gain was that the world tree had grown. The cavalrymen who participated in the battle were no longer averse to fighting because of the meat broth they received. The infantry were also eager to participate, but due to their slow movement, they only mobilized during large-scale enemy invasions. In April, Reg's cavalry brought good news. A tusked war boar, over 2.5 meters long and weighing 1,000 kilograms, had broken into the fiefdom. It was a level 0 magical beast, possessing the strength of an apprentice-level transcendent being. The pig people often kept such beasts as mounts. The cavalry spotted it in time, finding the war boar before the mercenaries. Reg decided to personally lead the hunt to kill it. Although the war boar was tough and difficult for ordinary cavalry to handle, the Ongli Knights were equipped with heavy armor, making it easy for them to deal with. Reg then used a minor magic missile to directly hit the head of the beast, easily eliminating it. Although they couldn't send it into the smaller world to provide energy for the world tree, Reg still gave the cavalry a valuable spoils of war. Because the tusked war boar was enormous, Reg ordered the cavalry to skin and butcher it, with each man taking a portion back, before finally returning to Cheryl Town. Chapter 20: A Hard-Won Opportunity. Reg did not reveal his ability to detect the cultivation talents of others to outsiders. At least not until he was strong enough. He did not intend to let this secret leak out. Compared to the butler Otis's doubts, Mia and Spike were filled with immense joy. Their master was not only going to teach them to read and do arithmetic, but also to impart cultivation methods. In the world of Nora, cultivation and extraordinary power were inextricably linked. Even those at the bottom of society knew that becoming a superhuman was the necessary path to becoming a knight. With the opportunity to train, they might one day become knights, or even nobles. Spike knelt down excitedly, almost wanting to kiss Reg's shoes, but knowing his master's fastidiousness, he ultimately just silently bowed his head. Mia saw this and knelt down as well. Reg didn't arrange much, simply instructing them to study and cultivate diligently. In the following days, Roger and the newly arrived Kyle also learned of Mia and Spike's opportunity to cultivate, and they were overjoyed. Kyle was a man of few words, but his heart pounded when he learned of the opportunity to cultivate. Ever since being sold by his stepfather, he had resolved to live for himself. If he could cultivate, perhaps he could create a future of his own and escape his slavery. Roger quickly analyzed the situation and realized that he was most similar to Spike, Mia, and Kyle. They were young, full of potential, and all were slaves bought by Reg. Roger began to look forward to the possibility that he might soon have the opportunity to learn and cultivate. The Baron's servants, seeing Spike and Mia's opportunities, were envious, and some even considered selling themselves into slavery in hopes of gaining a chance to train. However, they also realized that their age and circumstances might not meet the requirements, and ultimately abandoned the idea. To facilitate the slaves' training, Reg arranged for the conversion of 2 buildings. One as a classroom to teach literacy and arithmetic, the other as a training room for combat masters. As the number of servants in the Baron's mansion increased, Reg realized that more rooms were needed, not only training rooms, but also dedicated training rooms for mages. Reg planned to infuse the training chambers with a high concentration of magical elements to help these slaves improve their training efficiency. Although current training resources were limited, the environment with a high concentration of magical elements could slightly increase their training speed. Reg hadn't forgotten military training, intending to teach the slaves basic military knowledge. The female slaves could be disregarded, but the male slaves might be sent to the army in the future, becoming useful soldiers or even generals. Reg also planned to compile a military treatise suitable for the world of Nora as a reference book for training the army. A few days later, Roger joined Spike and Mia in their studies and training, leaving Kyle alone. Kyle understood that the first month as a slave was a trial period, and only slaves who performed well would have the opportunity to study and train. As the news spread, the slaves of Cheryl Town eagerly hoped to be bought by Reg, yearning for the opportunity to cultivate. Even when Reg was away, the number of people selling themselves in the slave market surged. No one knew that Reg could discern a person's cultivation talent at a glance, nor did anyone know that he could identify slaves with great potential. However, Reg had already discovered several slaves with 6th level or even 5th level talent, but they were too old to meet Reg's standards. In a territory with a limited population, finding slaves with 4th-level talent was already difficult enough. Reg decided to search for more suitable talent elsewhere in the future. Chapter 21: The War of Pioneers. After nearly a month of soul essence separation, Reg's mage realm finally broke through, reaching the 4th level of the initial stage. If it weren't for the World Tree clone, he could have advanced to the 4th level of the initial stage space mage 20 days ago. Reg knew that strength was paramount to him. He wasn't content with simply cultivating magical plants in his small world. He hoped to find a faster, more efficient way to make money. By using his appraisal skill, he could buy tattered books like body tempering techniques, meditation techniques, and potion recipes at low prices, then restore them and resell them at high prices. While this could make him a fortune, it also carried a lot of danger, as those who could afford such high prices were usually not simple individuals. Although Reg was not powerful enough, merely a minor baron without a strong background, he dared not venture into such high-risk ventures. Reg wasn't solely motivated by profit. He also planned to participate in the kingdom's expansionist war, which might erupt next spring. The territories of the 3 great human empires and 7 kingdoms have expanded to most of the central and eastern regions. The remaining fertile lands, the western regions, have been occupied by the kingdoms of elves, winged peoples, and dwarves. Humanity's 3 major enemies are the Troll and Orc empires to the south, and the Orc tribes to the north. The central and eastern regions are extremely fertile with a mild climate, suitable for large-scale agriculture. However, with the human population exceeding 500 million, the existing land could no longer meet the demand. Many nobles did not consider how to increase land productivity, but instead planned to solve the problem through wars of conquest. A standard-sized war of conquest was launched every 5 years, and large-scale wars every 10 years had become the norm. Even if a war was lost, the conquered lands were usually retained. As a newly appointed nobleman, Reg did not need to personally lead the expeditionary force in the first war of expansion. He only needed to deploy 1/3 of the knights and 300 soldiers from his fiefdom. The soldiers could be composed of standing troops and newly conscripted farmers. By the second war of expansion, Reg would have to personally take to the field and reach the level of a novice superhuman. Although Reg wasn't in a hurry for military achievements, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming expansionist war. The corpses on the battlefield would become nourishment for the World Tree's avatar to grow. He could collect the corpses using spatial magic, which was easy for him. While other extraordinary beings could purify battlefield corpses, they usually didn't provide purification potions to lower-ranking soldiers. As a spatial mage, Reg could use his magic to quickly process the corpses on the battlefield, both preventing plague and collecting a large number of corpses for the World Tree to absorb energy from. Once war breaks out, the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be enough to allow the World Tree to grow rapidly. Reg even plans to resurrect some talented individuals during the war and train them to be his capable assistants. In preparation for the impending war, Reg decided to visit his neighbors and maintain good relations among the nobles. Intermarriage and social interaction among nobles were common, especially before one possessed sufficient power. Cultivating relationships with other nobles was of paramount importance. Although the Catalan family was a newly emerging noble family, Reg had only visited 5 neighbors, 4 baronies and 1 viscountry, in over a month. Most of Reg's neighbors had acquired their fiefs through wars of expansion, including a fallen nobleman who had regained his fief through military exploits. The others were knights who had risen through the ranks due to their military achievements and nobles who had inherited their fiefs upon their fathers' deaths. Reg's fiefdom is located at the northernmost tip of the kingdom, directly facing Orc territory. Mutual assistance among nobles is especially important, particularly when the defenses of the border fortresses are weak. Support from neighbors becomes crucial. Despite his youth, Reg holds a high position as a novice mage, and especially as a powerful spatial mage. Chapter 22: The Potions Shop of Catalan. Visiting neighbors wasn't something one could do casually. Reg knew that as a baron, he had to maintain a noble bearing. Each time he went out, he had to wear aristocratic attire, ride in a carriage adorned with his family crest, and be escorted by cavalry to demonstrate etiquette and authority. Reg visited 5 neighbors: Viscount Coffey, Baron Lindbergh, Baron Simon, Baron Fielding, and Baron Grant. Although it was their first meeting, they chatted and laughed, seemingly becoming friends. Only Reg knew the true nature of their relationship. Baron Simon and Baron Fielding were particularly hospitable, and Reg didn't neglect them either. After visiting his neighbors, Reg witnessed the ripening of the first batch of magical plants in his small world, Edelweiss. This fire attribute magical plant can enhance the training efficiency of warriors with fire elemental affinity, making it especially suitable for ordinary mercenaries and apprentice-level cultivators. Although Edelweiss is only a low-level magical plant and has little effect on novice warriors, it's perfect for selling in Cheryl Town. Reg had anticipated this and decided to open a new shop specializing in selling magical plants. After Reg took over the properties that originally belonged to the Catlin Merchant Guild, he transformed one of the shops into the Catlin Potions shop and began selling low-level magical plants. To attract customers, Reg decided to price them slightly below market value. Although the first batch of Edelweiss was small, with a total value of only half a gold coin, he believed that as the number of magical plants increased, the Catlin Potion shop would gradually get on the right track. Reg planned to earn money through the potion shop, not only for business operations, but also for future training and expansion. He erected a billboard at the market entrance near the shop, announcing the grand opening of the Catlin Potion shop. As time passed, the land area in the small world continued to expand, and Reg gradually mastered the methods of cultivating magical plants. He expected to earn 100 gold coins in the first month from selling low-level magical plants, 200 gold coins in the second month, and 300 gold coins in the third month, with his income increasing month by month. Reg anticipates this will bring considerable profits to the Catlin Potions shop. Since Reg's magical plants are not sourced from outside, his costs are far below market prices, resulting in a much higher net profit for the shop compared to ordinary stores. However, he doesn't plan to sell too many potions, as he must dedicate most of his time to his own cultivation. In the future, when Reg trains suitable mage servants, he can have them make potions and sell them to the potions shop. The only problem at present is the lack of a suitable shop manager. Although the potion shop's initial business mainly involves low-level magical plants, and ordinary people can serve as shop managers without much trouble, as the shop expands in the future, especially when extraordinary individuals become regular customers, ordinary shop managers will find it difficult to adapt. Reg's ideal candidate for shop manager is a nature mage at the apprentice level. Nature mages have a talent for magical plant management and potion making, and can be familiar with various magical plants and concoct potions. However, Reg's mages are still very scarce, and it will be difficult to train enough mage servants in a short time. Moreover, Reg plans to resurrect the mages who died in battle after the world tree reaches a certain height. However, the location of the Catlin Potions shop in Cheryl Town, with Reg in charge, means no one will easily cause trouble. Furthermore, in the short term, the shop mainly sells low-level magical plants and doesn't involve complex businesses like potions, so an ordinary person could easily serve as the shop manager. Reg knew that the potion shop would become an important source of funding for him. Part of the money would be used to purchase training resources, and the other part would be used for slave trading to prepare for training mages and enhancing his own strength in the future. Reg was confident that as long as he didn't sell too many eye-catching items, no one would notice these transactions. As the potion shop grows, Reg plans to become a mid-level mage and then more actively expand into other businesses and resources. The Catlin Potions shop will provide Reg with more opportunities in the future, supporting his steady growth in the world of Nora. Chapter 23 Opening. At 8 a.m. on April 23rd, a 2-meter-high wooden billboard was erected next to the gate of the Cheryl Town Goods Trading Market. The advertisement boldly proclaimed, Catlin Potions shop grand opening today. Limited quantities of 23 Edelweiss plants, 19 sunflower plants, and 35 azure flower plants are available at a discounted price, 95% off the market price. Below the advertisement, it also stated, Catlin Potions shop buys all kinds of magical plant seeds. The market in Cheryl Town was bustling with people, and the advertisements immediately attracted attention as soon as they were put up. Many mercenaries saw that the magical plants offered by the potion shop were cheaper than the market price and rushed to buy them. Some merchants who had magical plant seeds also came, ready to sell them at higher prices. For mercenaries, monster meat and low-level magical plants are essential resources for cultivation. Purchasing these resources at low prices not only improves cultivation efficiency, but also saves considerable expenses. Within just over 10 minutes of opening, the 3 types of magical plants at the Catlin Potions shop were completely sold out, and many mercenaries were still coming to inquire. The shopkeeper could only repeatedly shout at the door, Magical plants are sold out. Please come in for magical plant seeds. Reg wasn't bothered by the sold-out magical plants, because he knew that as the small world's production increased, The plants would soon be in short supply, allowing him to wholesale them to caravans at low prices and earn more profit. The opening of the potion shop pleased Reg, and his wealth finally began to grow. The servants of the Baron's manor also sensed the change in their master's mood. Mia, Spike, and Roger were all diligently studying and training, understanding that this was a rare opportunity they couldn't miss. For most slaves, having the opportunity to study and train meant the possibility of becoming a knight, a nobleman, or even changing their destiny. Mia, Spike, and Roger are all studying hard, especially Spike, who, despite being 18, remains diligent and doesn't dare to slack off. Roger and Mia are relatively younger, but they don't dare to underestimate their masters either, especially Mia. Although her motivation isn't as strong as the two boys, she knows this is an opportunity to repay her master. Reg knew all too well that the futures of male and female slaves were different. Male slaves, if they diligently trained, might rise through the ranks to become knights, and then gain their freedom through military achievements. They might even be able to break free of their baronial status and pledge allegiance to other nobles or the king. In contrast, most female slaves did not have such great ambitions, and their chances of becoming extraordinary beings were much smaller. Reg did not intend to bind the male slaves. He hoped they could become extraordinary individuals at the apprentice level, then join the army, achieve merit, and ultimately gain freedom and status. The future of the female slaves was more limited, and Reg would not invest too many resources in them unless their income increased significantly. Matt was Mia's teacher when Mia, Spike, and Roger were learning to read and do arithmetic, while Reg personally taught them body tempering techniques. Although Reg himself was only a novice mage, he could accurately pinpoint the problems in their training through his appraisal spell, ensuring they didn't go astray. Under Reg's guidance, the three not only avoided internal injuries caused by incorrect cultivation methods, but also accelerated their cultivation progress. Although Reg did not possess the qualifications of a battle master, his guidance made them respect their master even more. Chapter 24 Night Battle. In the dead of night, a group of over 100 goblins silently breached the border of Baron Catlin's territory. Led by a leader nearing the beginner level, these goblins intended to infiltrate the territory undetected. Knowing that Cheryl Town was heavily guarded during the day, the leader chose to use the cover of night to enter the Baron's territory from a location far from the town, with Douglas Village, a small village founded by Knight Burke Douglas, as his target. The goblins' arrival was quickly spotted by the night watchman. The sound of horns pierced the darkness, and the blaring alarms roused everyone in the village. The adult men swiftly donned their gear, grabbed farm tools or weapons, and rushed to the battleground. The goblin leader, meanwhile, commanded his tribe to charge towards the village, intending a surprise attack. Sir Douglas rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Though he had no time to don his heavy armor, he charged forward with only his longsword. Sean, the knight's son, quickly prepared his father's heavy armor and warhorse, following closely behind. By the time Sir Douglas reached the edge of the village, the goblins had broken through the defenses and begun their attack. Using his combat experience, Knight Douglas slew several goblins with his sword, but facing a large number of enemies, his situation became increasingly dangerous. The battle quickly turned dire when 4 goblin leaders appeared simultaneously. Despite fighting valiantly and sustaining multiple wounds, Knight Douglas held his ground, directing the villagers and soldiers in their resistance. "Sean, take your horses to Cheryl Town for reinforcements," Knight Douglas shouted. Without hesitation, Sean quickly mounted his father's warhorse and galloped towards Cheryl. Just 10 minutes later, he reached the south gate of the town, requested reinforcements from the guards, and swiftly led his soldiers to the Baron's mansion. Upon receiving the news, Reg immediately donned light armor and led Sean towards the south gate. The grooms had already prepared the warhorses, and Reg mounted his horse, following Sean out of the city gate. Less than 10 minutes later, Knight Gerald and his cavalry arrived, and they immediately assembled their forces and headed towards Douglas Village. Meanwhile, the battle in Douglas Village remained fierce. The goblins were overwhelmingly numerous. Although dozens of ordinary goblins had been repelled, the large goblins still held an overwhelming advantage. With the continuous casualties among farmers and soldiers, Knight Douglas was also seriously wounded, but he persevered, inspiring morale. Finally, reinforcements arrived. Knight Gerard led his cavalry into the battlefield, with Reg close behind, casting spells to strike the enemy. With the help of the moonlight, Reg could clearly see the goblins' movements. He precisely released 2 minor magic missiles, swiftly killing the strongest goblin chieftain. Seeing their chieftain killed, the remaining goblin leaders and their people tried to retreat, but Knight Gerard led his cavalry in hot pursuit and quickly began a massacre. Knight Douglas also joined the chase, killing the remaining goblin leaders. Soon the battle ended, and the surviving goblins scattered and fled into the forest. The village soldiers, farmers, and reinforcements continued the pursuit until the enemy was completely wiped out. The crisis in Douglas Village was finally averted. Although the losses were heavy, with the help of Reg and the reinforcements, the villagers successfully repelled the goblin attack. Chapter 25 Healing Agents. All the goblin leaders were killed, 3 large goblins escaped, and more than 20 ordinary goblins fled. More than 100 goblins fell on the battlefield. Reg saw the wounded Knight Douglas and immediately took out a bottle of low-level healing potion from his personal space and handed it to him. This potion will allow your injuries to heal quickly. Sir Douglas declined. Thank you, Baron, but I still have half a bottle of healing potion. My injuries can still be managed, so there's no need to use it. Reg nodded, took back the potion, and understood that Douglas was unwilling to use it because the healing potion would consume his lifespan. Healing potions and the healing spells of light mages promote wound healing by accelerating cell division and energy consumption, but this also means consuming life energy, leading to a reduction in lifespan. In contrast, life potions promote repair through external life energy and have less impact on lifespan. The healing spells of nature mages are gentler, but the recovery rate is slower. A single bottle of low-level healing potion is quite expensive, costing about 30 gold coins, and can completely heal the injuries of a transcendent apprentice. Most mercenaries cannot afford it, and can only use inferior healing potions, which have inconsistent effects and side effects. Reg instructed Knight Douglas to continue treating the wounds and began directing the others. The medics were busy treating the other soldiers and farmers, while Reg would use as many healing potions as possible to save the seriously wounded. Although these potions would shorten their lifespan, they were more important than preserving their lives. When regular soldiers are killed in action, Reg will provide them with a pension. 3 soldiers died tonight, and their pensions will be a whopping 9 gold coins. When farmers are killed, their pensions will be provided by Knight Douglas, the amount depending on the circumstances. Since becoming Baron Catland, Reg has led his cavalry in proactive attacks to eliminate invading enemies. Tonight's battle, though against a powerful enemy, saw Sir Douglas not facing imminent danger. Even so, the village suffered heavy losses, and as a middle-aged knight, he has little potential left. His son, Sean, will likely take over and become the new knight. Sean practiced body tempering techniques, and, although he didn't become a superhuman, he was already the second strongest in the village. Knight Douglas sent his son to seek reinforcements to ensure Sean's survival. Fortunately, the village was successfully defended before reinforcements arrived. Reg observed the battlefield and discovered that the corpses of the goblin leader, goblins, and giant goblins could provide a large amount of life energy. He sent over 100 goblin corpses into the small world, allowing the world tree to absorb the energy. The battle lasted a long time, and the energy of the earliest dying goblins had been somewhat depleted, but it still increased the height of the world tree by 0.815 centimeters, reaching 97.31 centimeters. While clearing the battlefield, Reg ordered a cavalryman to hold off the infantry and instruct them to return to Cheryl to rest and avoid enemy counterattacks. With Knight Douglas wounded and the village's defenses weakened, Reg decided to rest there for the night to prevent further attacks. Sir Douglas invited Reg and Sir Gerald to rest at his mansion, a simple courtyard that was large enough for the 2 knights. Reg didn't care about aristocratic pomp. Although he was a nobleman, his power was still limited, so he could only adapt to this status and try his best to blend into the noble community. Chapter 26 A Day at the Potion Shop. In the morning, Reg returned to Cheryl with half of his cavalry, while Sir Gerard and the rest remained in Douglas Village. With Reg sending 30 infantrymen from town to garrison the village, Sir Gerard would be able to lead his men back. This small force would remain in the village until Sir Douglas recovered from his injuries. Last night's battle successfully defended the village, but at a considerable cost. Only 3 soldiers died, while 16 farmers perished, including one family where both father and son were killed. Despite the brutality of the battle, the village's defenses were resolute, and the goblins failed to wreak havoc as expected. Life on the frontier is fraught with danger, but for those who survive, the vastness of the land and relatively abundant resources provide a livelihood. The lands of Baron Catland, though barren, can support tens of thousands of people. Currently, fewer than 7,000 reside there, and population expansion awaits the kingdom's expansionist wars. Reg's focus wasn't on that. He was concentrating on cultivation, the growth of the world tree, and the operation of the Catalan Potions shop. Relying on his talent, he anticipated advancing to the intermediate level before the next war, possibly even reaching the second or third stage. Meanwhile, the Catalan Potions shop was beginning to turn a profit, and the magical plants in the small world provided him with additional cultivation resources. As evening fell, the Catalan Potions shop closed for the day. Shopkeeper Peter began his daily accounting. Every morning, he would bring magical plants from the Baron's manor and sell them in the shop. With increasing sales, the supply of magical plants gradually became more plentiful. Every workday, Peter would update the information about the magical plants on the billboard and build up his reputation around the market. Often, the magical plants would be sold out shortly after the shop opened. Despite the rapid sales, the potion shop's fame continued to grow. Although Peter is just an ordinary person and has only just begun learning about magical plants, he can already identify the names and prices of common magical plants. However, the medicinal properties and uses of magical plants are still beyond his comprehension. This knowledge can only be mastered by apothecaries. Peter also made some mistakes when purchasing magical plant seeds. Someone once tried to pass off ordinary plant seeds as magical plant seeds. Fortunately, Reg discovered this in time, and although he reprimanded Peter, he did not dismiss him from his position as shop manager. As time went on, Reg gradually allowed Peter to continue learning about magical plants and used wanted posters in the market to deter mercenaries who attempted to cheat the shops. Although Reg had not yet found a suitable superhuman to serve as the shop manager, he knew that day would eventually come. In the evening, Peter would bring the day's ledgers, money, and acquired magical plant seeds back to the Baron's manor and hand them over to Reg for verification. By reviewing the ledgers, Reg would have a clear understanding of the day's profits and ensure that every transaction was handled properly. The acquisition and sale of magical plant seeds allowed the Catalan Potions shop to generate steady profits, and Reg would save most of the profits for future training resources, acquiring slaves with high training talent, and other potential investments. Reg highly values high-grade magical plant seeds because these plants are not only rare, but also extremely valuable. While mercenaries occasionally find these precious seeds on the market, they usually hide them, afraid to sell them rashly. Selling them might attract the attention of powerful superhumans, causing unnecessary trouble. Reg still tries to acquire these precious magical plants through purchasing channels. Under Reg's arrangement, the potion shop continued to expand, and the number of magical plants sold increased daily. As the shop became increasingly busy, Reg anticipated that it would soon become a significant source of income for him and help the Baron's mansion cover more of its expenses. Although Peter was still just an ordinary person, his hard work and study of magical plants ensured the smooth operation of the Catalan Potions shop. Reg knew that one day, when a superhuman could take over as shop manager, the potion shop's influence would be even wider. Chapter 27: Doubling Income. Since the goblin attack on Douglas Village, Baron Catalan's territory had returned to peace. Occasionally, some weak enemies would invade, and Reg would lead his cavalry to annihilate them, using their corpses as nourishment for his World Tree clone. Sometimes, Reg would accept invitations from surrounding nobles to attend gatherings. Some older nobles even brought their daughters, attempting to arrange marriages. Although the Baronate of Catalan was located at the northernmost edge of the kingdom, a rather dangerous environment, many were optimistic about Reg's future with the next kingdom's expansionist war approaching. He was young and handsome, possessed the strength of a novice space mage, and had great potential. Many nobles had begun to consider marriage alliances with Reg, hoping to gain greater benefits in the future. However, Reg declined the offers, citing his young age of 16 and the recent death of his father. He believed he had more important things to do, especially in his spiritual practice. After all, his future held far more promise than any marriage. He hoped to marry a woman of higher social standing, such as the daughter of a duke or king. While at the Royal Capital Mage Academy, Reg had interacted with these noble scions. He knew that although his current background led to his exclusion by some established nobles, he had the potential to stand out among them in the future. At the same time, he also realized that in the world of supernatural powers, polygamy was the norm, and powerful female supernatural beings could even have multiple husbands. Reg's goal is to accumulate more military merits, especially in the upcoming Kingdom Expansion War. He He hopes to gain new fiefdoms through military achievements and establish the Baron Catherine territory bordering the kingdom's border. In this way, the Baron Catherine territory will still border the Orcish lands, continuing to provide nourishment for the World Tree, while also expanding the territory's depth and attracting more people and caravans. Although all of this would take time, Reg was not in a hurry to act. He devoted most of his energy to cultivation, especially to the Space Mage realm, constantly striving to advance to the 5th stage of the initial level. By May 20th, the first batch of low-level magical plants in Reg's small world had matured, followed by the beginning of a second batch. This doubled the supply of low-level magical plants to the Catlin Potions shop. For the past month, the potions shop had been earning between 3 and 4 gold coins per day, and Reg expected that number to double in the coming month. The magical plants of the small world not only supplied the potion shop, but also some were used for Reg's own training and the preparation of extraordinary potions. The maturation of these low-level magical plants not only accelerated the profits of the potion shop, but also caused Reg's income to double. With this extra income, Reg decided to make 2 important decisions. First, he decided to send the caravan to a major city to purchase a set of basic potion-making tools. Although these tools could barely be used to brew low and mid-level extraordinary potions, they were expensive, costing at least dozens of gold coins. However, considering the continued increase in the potion shop's future profits, Reg ultimately decided to fund the purchase of the tools himself. Secondly, Reg decided to provide more training resources for his 4 slaves, Spike, Roger, Kyle, and Mia. For the past month, Reg hadn't purchased any new slaves because he believed there weren't any suitable ones available near Cheryl Town. Furthermore, it wasn't advisable for him to purchase slaves elsewhere, lest he expose his identity. Therefore, he focused more resources on training his existing slaves. Reg primarily provides 2 types of training resources: methods for body tempering and meditation, and an environment with a high concentration of magical elements to enhance their training efficiency. With the increase in the production of low-level magical plants in the small world, Reg decided to allocate some of these plants as new training resources to help the slaves improve their strength. Chapter 28, Elementary Level 5. For an ordinary person to become a Battle Master Apprentice, especially one with a certain level of physical talent, it typically takes several years. Mia possesses the best talent among the 4 slaves, with a 5th grade physical talent. The other 3 have 6th grade talent, and their cultivation progress is relatively slower. With her 5th grade physical talent, Mia could become a Battle Master Apprentice in about 4 years if she practices body tempering techniques and has sufficient food. If she can cultivate in a high-concentration magical elemental environment, it could be done in as little as 2 years. With the aid of magical plants, magical beast meat, and extraordinary potions, it's even possible to advance within a year. The gap between 5th tier and 1st tier talent is enormous. Reg could easily advance from a novice mage to an intermediate mage in just 1 year. For slaves like Mia, however, advancing from an ordinary person to a Battle Master Apprentice was far more difficult than advancing to a mage. Even so, Mia's talent was enough to make Reg feel gratified, because in Baron Carteran's territory, he could hardly find a slave more suitable for cultivation. Reg didn't have high expectations for them, only hoping they could become beginner or intermediate superhumans. Moreover, as the World Tree grew, Reg could gradually improve their cultivation talents, helping them break through bottlenecks more quickly. Currently, the kingdom's expansionist war hadn't begun, and Reg didn't expect any slaves to reach the apprentice level in the short term. When Reg distributed the first batch of training resources to Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle, they were overjoyed. As their training progressed, they gradually learned more about extraordinary individuals. Compared to ordinary soldiers, the 4 not only possessed body strengthening and meditation techniques, but could also cultivate in an environment with a high concentration of magical elements, almost equivalent to the training conditions of noble children. To repay Reg's kindness, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly, vowing to break through and become extraordinary individuals as soon as possible. Their efforts had not been in vain. 2 months ago, they thought becoming slaves meant a life of lowliness, but now, as slaves of Baron Catalan, they not only gained opportunities for learning and cultivation, but also enjoyed Reg's lavish training. This filled them with hope for the future, and diligent cultivation became their sole goal. 4 days later, on May 24th, Reg stepped into the 5th stage of the initial level. He was only 1/5 of the way to the bottleneck of the intermediate level transcendent. Possessing first-class soul talent, Reg's breakthrough speed was extremely fast, The leap from the initial to the intermediate level was virtually unimpeded for him. Whether a battle master or a mage, the key to breakthrough lies in strengthening the soul's origin and improving physical attributes. Reg was still diligently cultivating, though his cultivation speed was nearing its limit. He knew that only through continuous accumulation could he go further. His goal was not only to become a legend, but also to stand at the pinnacle of extraordinary beings in the Nora world, possessing absolute self-defense power. Only then, perhaps, would he have the right to relax a little. The potion shop in Catlan has been doing brisk business these past few days. Since its opening, the number of low-level magical plants available for limited daily sale has steadily increased. After half a month, the potion shop supply has stabilized, but the daily quantity is still far from meeting the demand. Mercenaries are practically fighting over the magical plants. To avoid conflict between his knights and mercenaries, Reg has offered the knights a 10% discount, but only for personal use. As time went on, the number of low-level magical plants in the Catlan potion shop suddenly doubled, yet they were still snapped up within minutes. Other merchants in Cheryl Town began to worry that their businesses would be impacted if the Catlan potion shop continued to expand its supply. Some even started considering whether they could wholesale low-level magical plants from the potion shop and resell them. However, Reg wasn't in a hurry to meet market demand. He knew that control over the magical plants was crucial to him. If the supply of magical plants was excessive, market value would collapse, and he had to ensure his profits were maximized. In this situation, Reg would adjust the supply of the potion shop appropriately, ensuring business didn't stagnate while maintaining sufficient market value. Chapter 29 Verona. With her innate superhuman strength. A little over a month after its opening, the reputation of the Catlan Potions shop gradually expanded. As the shop increased its supply of low-priced, low-level magical plants, more and more mercenaries flocked to Cheryl Town in search of inexpensive training resources. This phenomenon wasn't unique to the Catlan Baronate. Other border noble territories began to imitate Elroy's approach, lowering trade taxes to attract mercenaries and caravans. Some even lowered their taxes than the Catlan Baronate, and while they didn't surpass Cheryl Town in these efforts, they still began to attract a certain number of mercenaries and caravans. As the number of mercenaries increased, the reputation of the Catlan Potions shop spread further. Reg watched the arrival of these mercenaries and caravans, his heart filled with hope for the future development of Cheryl Town. However, the increase in the number of mercenaries also brought security problems. Small-scale conflicts occasionally broke out in the streets of Cheryl Town, forcing Reg to increase patrols and personally suppress some of the troublemaking mercenaries, warning them not to act recklessly. Nevertheless, Reg knew this was only temporary. With the increase in mercenaries and caravans, Cheryl's commerce and service industries would flourish. Soon, Cheryl would become overcrowded, and expansion would be imperative. Reg had already begun drafting expansion plans, expanding Cheryl from its original 200,000 square meters to at least 1 million square meters, creating a small city, Cheryl City, to accommodate over 10,000 people. The Lord's Manor would also be significantly expanded, from over 2,000 square meters to 100,000 square meters, accommodating more slaves and establishing dedicated training rooms, classrooms, and arenas. To achieve this goal, Reg knew he had to rely on low-level magical plants produced in the smaller world to maintain the profits of the Catlan Potions shop, and the expansion work needed to be carried out gradually, without investing too much capital at once. He planned to start the expansion after the kingdom's expansion war ended, and regardless of the outcome of the war, Reg believed he had enough time and resources to achieve this goal. While Reg was busy with his daily affairs, a small mercenary group entered Cheryl Town, catching his attention. The group consisted of about 20 people, 7 on horseback and the rest in carriages. Although their equipment wasn't top-notch, it was relatively decent compared to most mercenary groups with their shabby gear. The most eye-catching figure was a female warrior leading the way. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, with tan skin, short black hair, and a resolute gaze. She led a high-quality warhorse, her body strapped with a great sword and metal shield. Although she didn't appear particularly robust, the way she wielded these two heavy weapons exuded extraordinary power. Reg used his appraisal skill to examine her condition. Name, Bologna. Gender, female. Lifespan, 25/158 years. Identity, citizen of the Violet Kingdom / leader of the Warmad mercenary group. Talent, second class physique / fourth class soul / top tier affinity with natural elements / top tier affinity with earth elements / advanced affinity with wind elements / divine strength / combat intuition. Realm, beginner 5th stage battle master. Upon seeing this information, Reg was somewhat shocked. Bellona's talent was simply unbelievable. Her second tier physique gave her the potential to become a legendary powerhouse, and her 4th tier soul granted her a considerable advantage in mental strength. Even more astonishing was her elemental affinity. Her top tier affinity for natural elements granted her greater vitality than other transcendents of the same level, and her wounds healed much faster. Her top tier earth element affinity provided her with formidable defense and stamina. Most importantly, her advanced wind element affinity gave her exceptional mobility in combat. What surprised Reg the most was that she possessed 2 innate abilities, divine strength and battle instinct. Her innate divine strength granted her astonishing power, while her battle instinct allowed her to react faster and more accurately than ordinary people in combat. This combination of talents made Bellona an extremely powerful fighter, despite being only 25 years old. Reg couldn't imagine that a woman like Bellona could become a powerful battle mage with such terrifying talent. Although she came from a humble farming family, her strength far surpassed that of many noble descendants. Reg couldn't help but feel a desire to conquer her, to get closer to her, to understand her, and even to possess her. However, he quickly realized that such thoughts were too impulsive and inappropriate. Bellona's strength and talent far exceeded his. Nevertheless, Reg knew that to become a saint, the cultivation of both body and soul had to reach its limit, and this was precisely what he needed at the moment. Reg decided that he would not only continue his path as a mage, but also train as a battle mage to enhance his physical attributes and cultivate sufficiently powerful strength. Chapter 30 Contact. Reg observed Bellona for a long time, which Bellona noticed, and she turned to look at Reg. Reg was dressed in magnificent aristocratic attire, displaying his noble status. This made Bellona frown slightly, and then she turned her head away. Bellona disliked the nobles, but she didn't want to offend them either. Reg's curiosity about Bellona did not end there. After learning about Bellona's personal information, Reg also learned about Bellona's Berserker mercenary group. The Berserker mercenary group was not founded by Bellona. For the same reason as Brent, after her family could no longer provide her with more food, Bellona had no choice but to leave home and venture out into the world. Brent is a man, so he can join the army. Bellona is a woman, and it's not that she can't join the army, but she's the only woman in the army, which is hard for Bellona to accept. Therefore, Bellona chose to become a mercenary, and among the mercenaries, there were some women who embarked on the path of cultivation. Bellona joined several mercenary groups, either because she disliked their practices or because something went wrong with them, before finally joining the War Maniac mercenary group. At that time, only the old leader of the War Maniac mercenary group was a battle master apprentice. The other members were ordinary people. The old leader treated Bellona very well, explaining a lot of knowledge about extraordinary beings to her, and to some extent, he was Bellona's guide on the path of cultivation. During one mission, the War Maniac mercenary group suffered heavy casualties. Before his death, the old leader entrusted the Berserker mercenary group to Bellona. From then on, Bellona became the leader of the War Maniac mercenary group. Bellona's strength has never slowed down, and she has her own personal charm. She is full of brotherly loyalty to her members and will not easily abandon a brother. However, given Bellona's status as a woman, most men wouldn't want to be overshadowed by a woman. Therefore, not many people are willing to join the War Maniac mercenary group, and Bellona doesn't accept just anyone. To this day, the War Maniac mercenary group has only 24 members. 1 beginner 5th level battle master, 6 battle master apprentices, for men and 2 women, and the other 17 are ordinary people striving to become battle master apprentices. Mercenaries and mercenary groups both have ranks. Mercenaries who have not yet reached the extraordinary level are at the iron rank. Apprentice mercenaries are at the bronze rank. Beginner extraordinary mercenaries are at the silver rank. Intermediate extraordinary mercenaries are at the gold rank. And advanced extraordinary mercenaries are at the crystal rank. There are no higher ranks. Even high-level mercenaries are extremely rare. For a mercenary with such strength, the best option is to find a way to become a nobleman with a fiefdom. Correspondingly, mercenary groups composed entirely of black iron rank mercenaries are also black iron rank. Having at least 1 bronze rank mercenary and completing a certain number of missions allows you to become a bronze mercenary group. Becoming a silver, gold, or Crystal Mercenary Group is similar to becoming a Bronze Mercenary Group. The War Maniac Mercenary Group is now a Silver Mercenary Group. The leader, Bellona, is a beginner 5th level battle master, possessing the ability to fight against intermediate level superhumans. There are 6 more apprentice fighters below. The War Maniac Mercenary Group has a small number of members, but they are very strong. He also enjoys a relatively good reputation in the mercenary world. It wasn't that Bellona was kind-hearted, but rather that she was unwilling to do things that went against her conscience. With a woman as the leader, the War Maniac Mercenary Group has quite a few rules and high recruitment standards, which has kept the group small in number, but it is very united internally. The War Maniac Mercenary Group came to Cheryl Town this time because they were attracted by the Catalan Potions shop and planned to take a look. They may not necessarily stay in Cheryl Town permanently. Having learned about the War Maniac Mercenary Group, Reg, who had originally harbored a desire to conquer Bellona, suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps we could hire a War Monster Mercenary Group. The main reason is that the War Maniac Mercenary Group is very strong and has principles. If Reg were replaced by Elroy, and 14 knights were gathered together, they would not be a match for the War Maniac Mercenary Group. The number of active mercenaries in Cheryl Town continues to increase, putting increasing pressure on the territory's army. Reg wanted to increase the strength of his territory's army, but he had no way to do so quickly. The ever-increasing number of mercenaries can quickly consume the low-level magical plants produced in the small world. Expanding the territory's army requires not ordinary soldiers, but extraordinary individuals. Mercenaries in the apprentice level pledge allegiance to him, and Reg is willing to grant them the title of knight, but not a fiefdom, or he can set aside a piece of land and recruit people to build a village. Whether mercenaries at the apprentice level are willing to pledge allegiance to him is also a question. The Baron Catherine, located on the border of the kingdom, is not very attractive to apprentice-level mercenaries, and its lord is young. Who knows, the Baron Catherine territory might be destroyed one day. Compared to expanding one's territory and army, hiring mercenary groups is a good option. Now that Reg has a lot of money, he can afford to hire a silver-tier mercenary group. In particular, the War Berserker Mercenary Group, which had detailed information about the situation. When the kingdom goes on a war of expansion, I will lead part of the territory's army away, leaving the territory to be protected by the War Maniac Mercenary Group. Let's try contacting the War Maniac Mercenary Group first. The other party might not be willing to accept your employment. While the mercenary group was still wandering around Cheryl Town, Matt arrived with Reg's orders. Lord Catlon sent an invitation to Bellona, inviting her to his manor. Upon receiving the nobleman's invitation, Bellona was taken aback, wondering why Baron Catalan wanted to invite her. The 6 fellow apprentices behind him were also surprised. Could this be a trap set by the nobles? Perhaps Baron Catalan has taken a liking to the eldest brother and wants to marry him. With such strong leadership, and given that Baron Catlon is quite young and has only recently become a nobleman, it's impossible for him to have any traps that could stop him. It seems this is the first time a nobleman has taken the initiative to invite our leader. Let's go with him and see what's going on. The group whispered among themselves. After a moment's hesitation, Bellona took the invitation from Matt. After Matt left, the group of war maniacs looked for a place to discuss the matter, but in the end, it was Bellona who made the decision herself. I'll go and see for myself. I think I exchanged a glance with Baron Catlon a few hours ago. I don't know why he invited me. With my strength, even if it's a trap, I'm not afraid. Everyone knew about the leader's strength. He possessed the strength of a mid-level superhuman and had even killed a second-tier magical beast. Once the commander enters the Lord's manor, they can wait near the manor. If anything goes wrong, they'll join forces with the leader to fight their way out of Cheryl Town. They didn't believe that a small baronial territory could stop the War Monster Mercenary Group. However, after this incident, for whatever reason, they may have to leave the Violet Kingdom. Don't be so pessimistic, everyone. I don't think Baron Catalan is a bad person, Bellona said, trying to comfort her companions, though she herself didn't know whether Baron Catalan was good or bad. Chapter 31: The Democracy-Driven Mercenary Group. The next morning, Bellona changed into her best clothes, dressed in men's clothing. Aside from underwear, Bellona's wardrobe contained no women's clothing. The only weapon he carried was a dagger. The other weapons were carried by her companions, who would wait for Bellona near the Lord's manor. Regardless of whether Baron Catalan is good or bad, the War Berserker Mercenary Group must be fully prepared. If anything happens to Bellona in the Lord's manor, they will rush in and rescue her. Soon, at the appointed time, Bellona arrived at the Lord's manor, where Matt was already waiting at the gate. Upon seeing Bologna's arrival, Matt respectfully greeted her and led the way into the Lord's mansion. This wasn't the first time Bologna had entered a nobleman's residence, so she wasn't too flustered, but she also didn't look around anxiously, worried about stumbling upon some of the nobleman's secrets. In the drawing room of the Lord's manor, Bologna met Baron Catalan, the ruler of Cheryl Town, for the second time. Bologna's impression of Reg was so. She felt that Reg was very young, but his strength was not bad. For some reason, Reg invited her to the Lord's manor as a guest, and she felt a little uneasy. "Ms. Bologna, please have a seat." Two maids brought over 2 bowls of tea, which was made from the leaves of the azure fruit tree, a low-level magical plant that Reg had grown in the small world. Azure tea is quite famous among the extraordinary individuals in the Violet Kingdom. Drinking a bowl of azure tea has a significant effect on extraordinary individuals at the apprentice level. Bologna didn't drink the tea. Her straightforward personality, coupled with her inner unease, led her to ask directly, "Your Excellency, what brings you here?" Reg took a sip of the azure tea before slowly saying, "Ms. Bologna, I am a beginner level 5 mage. The moment I saw you, I sensed that you were quite powerful. So I had someone look into your background and your War Maniac mercenary group. I found that the War Maniac mercenary group has a very good reputation and is principled. I have come to you because I have a mission to give to your War Maniac mercenary group. I wonder if you can accept it." Hearing what Reg said, Bologna's anxiety lessened. "Your Excellency, what is the mission?" "Ms. Bologna, as you have seen, Cheryl Town attracts mercenaries and caravans with its low commercial taxes. Recently, even more mercenaries and caravans have come to Cheryl Town, putting enormous pressure on the territory's army. I need to hire some strong people to help me maintain the security of the territory." Listening to Reg's words, Bologna thought quickly. Bologna has no liking for nobles, but that doesn't mean the War Maniac mercenary group will refuse missions issued by nobles. Tasks are often posted by nobles, and the commissions are usually higher. However, the War Maniac mercenary group will carefully study the mission and has no intention of becoming the noble's henchman for money. The task that Reg was about to give to the War Maniac mercenary group was one that the War Maniac mercenary group could accept, and the task was not very difficult. Whether or not to accept it will have to wait until they return and discuss it with the other members. Bologna will not make the decision alone. Bologna replied truthfully, "Whether or not I accept the Baron's mission depends on my discussion with the members of my group when I return. I wonder how much the Baron can offer for the service." After thinking for a moment, Reg replied, "Based on the annual fee, Ms. Bologna, I can offer 300 gold coins. For a Battlemaster apprentice, the average is 30 gold coins per person, and for those below the Battlemaster apprentice level, the average is 5 gold coins per person. For all members of the mercenary group, Reg spends 565 gold coins a year, with Bologna's salary taking up more than half of that. Given Bologna's strength, 300 gold coins a year is well worth it. Since the two are at the same level, in a one-on-one situation, Reg cannot defeat Bologna, and Bologna cannot defeat Reg either. Reg can hide in the small world. As if that wasn't enough, Reg added another perk. The payment I give you will be at a 10% discount from the market price, allowing you priority access to purchase magical plants and future potions from my Catalan Potions shop, provided that you use them only by yourselves. Faced with the reward and benefits that Reg offered for the mission, Bologna was somewhat inclined to accept Reg's offer of employment. The annual hiring fee of 565 gold coins is already quite high for maintaining order, especially considering that Bologna's annual hiring fee of 300 gold coins is quite high. Not everyone believed that Bologna possessed strength comparable to a mid-level superhuman, especially since Bologna was a woman, and her physique didn't seem to match. There's also the option to buy magic plants at 10% of the market price, added by Reg. The reason the Berserker mercenary group came to Cheryl Town was because of the 10% discount at the Catalan Potions shop. It was quite an attraction. Once they accept Reg's employment, it's likely that everyone in the War Maniac mercenary group will use their mission rewards to buy low-level magical plants that they can use from the Catalan Potions shop. It's a pity there are no intermediate-level magical plants. Low-level magical plants have some effect on Bologna's training, but Bologna prefers to buy mid-level magical plants, which she can always buy from other places at market prices. Your Excellency, your offer is very attractive to me, but I still need to go back and discuss it with my team members before I can make a decision. Reg nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I understand. This is your own model, a democratic one, of the War Maniac mercenary group." "Yes, that's democracy." Bologna's eyes widened, feeling that the word democracy was very suitable for the War Berserker mercenary group. Bologna felt a slight liking for Reg, who spoke of democracy, as if Reg was a nobleman who was somewhat different from others. However, Reg himself was not democratic. He was quite authoritarian. Baron, I understand the situation. I will go back and discuss it with the members of the group to make a decision as soon as possible, Bologna said, standing up. No rush. Finish your tea before you go. Bologna picked up the teacup and drank the tea in a hearty gulp. I didn't taste much, but the tea seemed good. My lord Baron, I'm leaving. Reg did not try to stop her and had Matt escort Bologna away from the lord's manor. The Mercenary Frenzy mercenary group spends 565 gold coins a year, which isn't much for Reg now. Divided into 12 months. Each month only requires 47 gold coins plus 8 silver coins. In the second month after the opening of the Catalan Potion Shop, the revenue will reach 200 gold coins, less than a quarter of which will be paid to the War Maniac mercenary group. The third month's earnings will reach 300 gold coins, less than 1/6 of the War Maniac mercenary group's reward. Although his own strength was more important, as a lord, Reg still hoped that his territory would not descend into chaos. Maintaining good security in Cheryl will also allow the town to accommodate more outsiders before it expands. Some mercenaries and caravans don't like chaotic and disorderly places. As more and more outsiders came to Cheryl, the territory's commercial tax revenue increased. The low-level magical plants that the Catalan Potion Shop keeps adding to are also being sold quickly. Chapter 32 Preparation of Pharmaceuticals. After leaving the Lord's Manor, Bologna quickly spotted her companions. Back at their hotel, Bologna told Baron Catalan about his plan to hire a mercenary group of warriors to maintain order in the territory. The reward for a year's mission is 565 gold coins. For a mission like maintaining territory security, the price is not low. I think it's acceptable, but a year is a bit too long. There are quite a few mercenaries in Cheryl Town, but most of them are ordinary people. There are very few superhumans, and we don't see any other low-level superhumans. This mission is not very dangerous for us. I can buy magical plants from the Catalan Potion Shop at 90% of the market price. My annual fee is 30 gold coins, which can be considered as 33 gold coins more. The problem is that Cheryl Town is on the border, and the orcs might attack. What are orcs? It's not like we haven't killed or captured orcs before. We've carried out even more dangerous missions. I think the mission is acceptable. It's easy for our War Maniac mercenary group. We can just take a break and have plenty of time to train. After internal discussion, the War Maniac mercenary group voted to accept Baron Catalan's mission. However, a 1-year task cycle is too long. I'll take on a 3-month task first, and then decide whether to continue the task or abandon it when it expires. That afternoon, Bologna went to the Lord's Manor to find Reg, and the two parties signed a written agreement that Baron Catalan would hire all members of the War Berserker mercenary group to maintain the security of the territory. Task rewards are paid monthly. The War Berserker mercenary group doesn't have a place to stay in Cheryl Town yet, and staying in the hotel is too expensive. A small section of General Reg's camp was vacated for the War Maniac mercenary group to stay in for free. The military camp was relatively spacious, with enough room for the members of the War Maniac mercenary group to cultivate. Moreover, living with the territory's army means they can get involved immediately if any major events occur within the territory. The War Maniac mercenary group only accepts missions to maintain the security of the territory. If there are additional missions, Reg will have to pay extra. Faced with Baron Catalan's mission rewards and benefits, most members of the War Maniac mercenary group felt that Reg should be a generous and kind nobleman. Little did he know that Reg not only valued the principled Berserker mercenary group, but also cared deeply about the exceptionally talented Bologna and wanted to keep Bologna by his side forever. The War Maniac mercenary group is only a silver mercenary group, and it is not well known in the entire mercenary world. However, it is quite famous in the Violet Kingdom, especially in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom. They learned that the War Maniac mercenary group had accepted Baron Catalan's mission to participate in maintaining the security of the territory. The mercenaries who arrived in Cheryl Town immediately became well-behaved and dared not cause trouble easily. Mercenaries are more familiar with mercenaries. If anything goes wrong, they might really hit you. The Lord's men need accurate evidence in order to make a proper judgment. If the Lord is unjust, it could cause other mercenaries to leave Cheryl Town. With the addition of the War Maniac mercenary group, the pressure on the territory's army was greatly reduced, allowing Ongli Knight and Gerard Knight to breathe a sigh of relief. A few days later, the War Maniac mercenary group received an additional mission. Reg chose Bellona to carry out the mission, sending her to the Lord's Manor to instruct Mia, Spike, and Roger on their Battlemaster training. As a reward for the task, you can train in the Battlemaster training room of the Lord's Mansion on the same day and enjoy a high concentration of magical elements, provided that you do not interfere with your normal security maintenance tasks. After enjoying a training session in the Lord's Mansion's fighter training room, Bellona was very satisfied with the reward for the mission and devoted herself even more diligently to guiding Mia, Spike, and Roger in their training. Bellona didn't feel much about the three men's status as slaves. After all, Bellona herself came from a farming family. He has already reached the 5th level of the beginner-level Battlemaster realm, but he is still a commoner. Upon learning about Mia's past, Bellona even considered redeeming Mia from her servitude. After careful consideration, Bellona abandoned the idea. If Mia is successfully redeemed, she will only have two choices: go home and become an ordinary person, with no more opportunities to study and cultivate, or join the War Maniac mercenary group. Neither of these two options is necessarily better than becoming Baron Catalan's slave. In addition, during the process of guiding the three in their cultivation, Bellona also sensed that the three of them had considerable talent in becoming battle masters. Perhaps this is why Baron Catalan invested heavily in training them. As Bellona spent more time with Reg, her affection for him gradually increased. Time passed, and on June 5th, after half a month, the caravan finally bought back the set of medicine-making tools that Reg needed. A new medicine-making room has been built inside the Lord's Manor. After the medicine-making tools were put inside, the medicine-making room can finally be put into use. Reg, who could barely be considered a pharmacist's apprentice, attempted to concoct a potion for the first time in his own territory. Reg first tried to prepare a hemostatic agent. This is one of the simplest extraordinary potions that Reg has successfully concocted at the Mage Academy. The main ingredient is hemostatic grass, and there are two other auxiliary ingredients, both of which can be grown in the small world. Reg took them out and placed them in different glass dishes. First, extract the effective components of the magical plant. Then mix the effective ingredients of the three magical plants according to the content ratio and steps. Finally, a hemostatic agent was produced. Reg successfully prepared a hemostatic agent without using identification techniques. This shows that Reg is not unfamiliar with preparing medicines. In addition, the growth of one's soul essence makes it easier to concoct ordinary extraordinary potions. The key to a pharmacist's potion-making process lies in their own soul power. They use their soul power to separate the last trace of impurities and determine how much of the effective ingredients from the magical plants can be extracted. As the most common and simplest extraordinary medicine, a dose of hemostatic medicine is very cheap, costing about 10 silver coins. Common herbs can stop bleeding, but they have almost no effect on superhumans. Moreover, hemostatic agents have an immediate effect in stopping bleeding. Hemostatic agents are cheap, and Reg wouldn't waste time concocting supernatural agents with low returns. Preparing a hemostatic agent was just a practice exercise to get a feel for it. Among all types of drugs, the drugs with the highest yield are therapeutic drugs. The healing potion is neither the most expensive nor the best-selling, but it is the most important potion for those with extraordinary abilities. Wealthy superhumans will definitely prepare a bottle or two of healing potion. Even if using treatments reduces lifespan, it's a minor matter compared to death. Surviving is the most important thing. Compared to hemostatic agents, low-level therapeutic agents are much more difficult to prepare. The potions used for preparation require more low-level magical plants, and extracting the active ingredients and removing impurities takes more time. The steps of mixing the ingredients according to their proportions must be precise. A bottle of low-level healing potion costs at least 30 gold coins, and the raw materials needed to prepare the potion cost about 10 gold coins. The success rate of a pharmacist in preparing a drug significantly affects its price. Chapter 33 100% Success Rate. Successfully preparing basic medicines is enough to barely qualify one as a junior pharmacist. To become a recognized junior pharmacist, one must undergo certification at the Pharmacist Guild. It can formulate low-level, medium-level, high-level, and top-level potions, corresponding to junior pharmacist, intermediate pharmacist, senior pharmacist, and master pharmacist. The price of a low-level healing potion and the cost of the raw materials needed to refine 1 unit of a low-level healing potion. Pharmacists need to achieve a success rate of at least 1/3 to break even, or at least earn a little less. A success rate of over 1/3 is required to make money by concocting low-level healing potions. A success rate of less than 1/3 will result in losses. While at the Mage Academy, Reg was barely an apprentice pharmacist. With his mage cultivation level improved and his soul essence strengthened, Reg has become a qualified apprentice pharmacist. Now, with the aid of identification techniques, Reg, who is only an apprentice pharmacist, is directly refining low-level healing potions. If it were any other pharmacist apprentice, the success rate of refining the medicine would be far less than 1/10. However, with the aid of identification techniques, Reg successfully mixed the various raw materials and active ingredients for preparing low-level healing potions in the correct proportions, step by step. Finally, Reg successfully concocted a basic healing potion. Reg used his appraisal skill to examine the low-grade healing potion and confirmed that it was a qualified low-grade healing potion before he smiled. The low-grade healing potion, shimmering with a sky-blue light in the glass bottle, looked very beautiful and also very expensive. Reg had expended a great deal of mental energy to concoct it, which had seriously affected his cultivation today. The income of 30 gold coins is not low. A knight in the apprentice level earns at least 30 gold coins a year. The average annual salary for a fighting master apprentice in the Reg mercenary group is only 30 gold coins. Reg only needs to prepare 1 bottle of low-level healing potion per day, and the raw materials produced in the small world are almost costless. You can earn 900 gold coins in a month. One can earn 10,800 gold coins a year. However, Reg didn't want to delay his training, so he didn't sell low-level healing potions, even though the profits from the Catalan potion shop were still quite good. After careful consideration, Reg felt that the potions still needed to be prepared. Some demonic plants cannot be used directly as cultivation resources because they contain harmful components. These plants must be processed into medicines after the harmful components are removed before they can be used as cultivation resources. Other potions need to be refined, as do low-level healing potions, but not too many will be refined. Then I'll refine a low-level healing potion every 5 days and sell it at the Catalan potion shop to increase the shop's reputation and showcase my status as a novice pharmacist. The combination of a novice mage and a novice apothecary wouldn't surprise other nobles too much, and it would also increase their regard for Reg. As for selling the various low-level magical plants used to make low-level healing potions directly at the Catalan potion shop, Reg will not do so for the time being. Currently, the Catalan potion shop only sells low-level magical plants that can be used directly as cultivation resources, and it cannot meet all the needs of the mercenaries in Cheryl Town. Take out the low-level magical plants that cannot be used directly, including the raw materials for low-level healing potions, and put them for sale at the Catalan potion shop. Mercenaries almost never buy these low-level magical plants. They are not pharmacists, and they generally do not resell. Mercenaries will only act as merchants if the selling price is relatively low. There aren't many apothecaries in the entire Violet Kingdom. They are mainly concentrated in the capital and the territories of some great nobles. Some noble territories have only 1 or 2 pharmacists. In the territories of minor nobles, pharmacists are practically non-existent, and there aren't even any pharmacist apprentices. Where pharmacists exist, there will be demand for low-level magical plants that cannot be used directly. Baron Catlon has no sales channels outside the region. They can only wait for caravans with sales channels to purchase from the Catlon Potions shop. Currently, the caravans traveling to and from Cheryl Town are mainly slave traders and general merchandise merchants, with some also dealing in magical plants. When mercenaries enter Orc territory, they can collect a variety of magical plants, though the quantities are usually small. Occasionally, they can even collect high-level magical plants. These magical plants can be sold in Cheryl Town for a significant amount less than the market price. There are other potion shops in Cheryl Town that sell low-level magical plants and extraordinary potions at market price, or even slightly higher, and buy various magical plants at low prices. Reg sells magical plants at prices slightly lower than the market price, but not as low as the prices the mercenaries sell them for. As the number of low-level magical plants sold by the Catalan potion shop continued to increase, the mercenaries in Cheryl Town were unable to consume them all, and there were also low-level healing potions to enhance their reputation. Merchants who deal in magical plants should come to purchase them. Reg will personally negotiate with the merchants to discuss the wholesale price of low-level magical plants. At that time, some intermediate magical plants may mature, but Reg will not sell intermediate magical plants to the public for a short period of time. Selling a small number of low-level magical plants is fine, but if the number of low-level magical plants sold increases, competitors will also take notice. The possibility of suppression is not high. After all, Reg is also a nobleman, and he has revealed his identity as a junior space mage and junior pharmacist. His two older brothers are also nobles. However, the Catalan Potions shop's bulk sale of intermediate-level magical plants will attract a sudden surge of attention, prompting an investigation into Reg's acquisition of these plants. In the world of Nora, where extraordinary powers exist, strength is the only thing that matters. To grow a business, you need powerful superhuman support behind you. Reg's strength is not yet sufficient to support the sale of intermediate-level magical plants at the Catalan Potions shop. However, being able to sell low-level magical plants in bulk is also good, and the money earned won't be small. Intermediate magical plants produced in the small world are best used by our own people. They will only reveal their strength when they have enough. The matter concerning the magical plants and potions was settled. The first low-level healing potion had been prepared, and Reg found a small glass bottle given to him by the merchant for storing potions and put the low-level healing potion into it. He personally engraved the words, "Basic Healing Potion," and prepared by Reg Catalan on the glass bottle, along with the Catalan Baron family crest in the shape of a three-flowered, three-leaf pattern. The 3 flowers and 3 leaves are also depicted on the signboard of the Catalan Potions shop, representing Baron Catalan's business. Many pharmaceutical tools are made of glass. If Reg were to travel to an ancient world without supernatural powers, manufacturing and selling glass products would likely be a very profitable business. However, in the world of Nora, which possesses extraordinary powers, glass had already been crafted by alchemists. Alchemists not only invented glass with various functions, but also glass that ordinary people could manufacture. It was quite normal for aristocratic homes to have glass doors and windows. Small glass mirrors could also be found in lower middle-class families. It's not just glass, it also makes paper, soap, and even stockings. It must be because of the different rules of the world that there is no gunpowder, but there are alchemical bombs, magic guns, and magic cannons. Chapter 34 Guinea Pig. Reg gives Bologna a new task for a reward of 1 gold coin. Assist the Catalan Potion shop in selling a bottle of low-level healing potion. A bottle of low-level healing potion is worth 30 gold coins, which is equivalent to 4 or 5 days' worth of profit for the current Catalan Potion shop. The manager and employees of the Catalan Potion shop are all ordinary people. There's no doubt that some mercenaries might be tempted to steal low-level healing potions and escape from Cheryl Town. So Reg hired Bologna for 1 gold coin to protect the potion. Although the apprentice battle masters of the War Mania mercenary group could also perform this task, Reg still hired Bologna. Bologna readily accepted the simple task, but was inwardly surprised. This low-grade healing potion was actually made by the Baron. The Baron's mage level seems to be at the beginner level 5, and he can also refine low-level healing potions, so he can be considered a beginner pharmacist. Being a novice mage and a novice apothecary is not the problem. The problem is that the Baron is very young, only 16 years old, and has just come of age. During her apprenticeship, Bologna was reluctant to spend money to test her talent. Once you become a beginner superhuman and earn more money, you'll definitely want to spend money to get tested. Bologna knew that her cultivation talent and elemental affinity were extremely high. Even without a suitable body tempering technique, she had cultivated to the 5th level of the initial stage, and was not far from the intermediate battle master realm. If he had been born into a noble family, he might already be a high-level battle master. Compared to himself, the Baron was a nobleman, and his father was a viscount. He had also gone to study at the Royal Academy of Law. He has money and suitable meditation techniques. But to become a junior mage and junior apothecary at the age of 16, the Baron's talent is probably no less than his own. Bologna had known Reg for a long time, and because she guided Mia, Spike, and Roger in their training, she frequently visited the Lord's mansion. Therefore, Bologna gradually learned more about Reg and realized that Reg was a good nobleman. With her acceptance of Reg's employment, Bologna's affection for Reg continued to grow. Increased favorability does not mean that Bologna has fallen in love with Reg. Not even a single related thought crossed Bologna's mind. In Bologna's view, Reg was a full 9 years younger than her, a huge age gap. Moreover, Reg is a mage with a relatively fragile body. Even though Reg treated him with courtesy, it seemed impossible for a nobleman to marry a commoner woman. Therefore, Bologna didn't even have any related thoughts in her mind, and simply treated Reg as her employer. Bologna only needs to complete the tasks assigned to her by her employer. June 6th, morning. New advertisements have appeared on billboards next to the entrance of the goods trading market and the entrance of the Catalan Potions shop. The Catalan Potions shop has been selling low-level potions at 5% of the market price in limited quantities, attracting the attention of mercenaries. Every morning, mercenaries gather around the billboards to see if they are selling the low-level magical plants they need. Today, however, new advertisements have been added to the billboards. Lord Catalan has personally concocted a low-level healing potion and is now seeking a seriously injured person, with priority given to those with extraordinary abilities to experience the effects of the low-level healing potion. If any side effects occur, Catalan Potion Shop will provide compensation. Reg knew that the low-level healing potions he had concocted were up to standard, but the mercenaries in Cheryl Town did not. Those who are not pharmacists, or who have not used the same medication before, cannot determine whether a medication is qualified. To make a name for himself in brewing potions, Reg needs to find test subjects to act as guinea pigs. Another clause has been added. Compensation will be provided for any side effects. It's normal for mercenaries to get injured. There might be mercenaries who are seriously injured and don't have the money for treatment, so they might be used as guinea pigs. Things went just as Reg had predicted. Because of the new advertisement on the billboard, news of Lord Catalan's creation of a low-level healing potion spread quickly. I don't know the effects of low-level healing potions, but there's no doubt that Lord Catalan is an apothecary. The news that the Catalan Potion Shop was recruiting people to try low-level healing potions also spread. Narva, a member of the Lake Brothers mercenary group who was out buying food, overheard the conversation between the other mercenaries. He went up to verify the conversation and excitedly rushed back to his mercenary group's base. The boss is saved. The boss is saved, Narva shouted excitedly as soon as he stepped into the gate of the camp. The other members, who were frowning and injured, all looked at Narva when they heard the voice. Narva, is there any hope? Someone asked anxiously. Our leader is saved. The Baron has concocted a low-level healing potion. The Catalan Potion Shop is looking for test subjects, with priority given to those with extraordinary abilities. We can take our leader there to use the low-level healing potion to cure his injuries, Narva said hurriedly. Upon hearing Narva's words, many people in the camp had their eyes light up, but some felt it was unreliable. The Lake Brothers mercenary group was founded by the Lake Brothers, Big and Little. They were initially only at the Iron rank and had no superhumans. During a mission, Chief Commander Lake was killed in action, and young Lake succeeded him as Chief Commander. Perhaps it was because Xiao Lake had better talent for cultivation, or perhaps it was because his brother's death spurred him on. But Xiao Lake actually stepped into the extraordinary realm and became a battle master apprentice. Not long after, the Lake Brothers mercenary group advanced to the bronze rank. Although the Lake Brothers mercenary group is not as principled as the War Maniac mercenary group, it is among the better reputed mercenary groups. However, due to insufficient strength, the Lake Brothers mercenary group earned relatively little money. In the end, they chose to give up on earning money by accepting missions through the mercenary guild and instead went to the border to collect magical plants and kill magical beasts to make money. During this outing, the Lake Brothers mercenary group encountered a powerful and cunning magical beast at the 0-tier level, and the Lake Brothers mercenary group was caught in a fierce battle. Finally, the guild leader, Little Lake, fought desperately against the monster, and with the help of the other members, severely damaged it. The wounded monster fled, leaving the Lake Brothers mercenary group with heavy losses. Nearly half of the troops were killed or wounded, and the most important commander, Little Lake, was also seriously injured. Having finally returned to Cheryl Town, the Lake Brothers mercenary group simply couldn't afford to treat their leader. However, not a single member left the group. Little Lake was already unconscious, and in the end, it was the deputy commander Euroclin who made the decision. Go to the potion shop in Catalan. Euroclin originally planned that if he couldn't afford a low-level healing potion, he would buy a low-quality one. Try anything, even if it seems hopeless. The low-level healing potions concocted by the Baron are at least of poor quality, and they're free. The group members agreed with the deputy leader's idea. Those who were not injured carried Little Lake on a stretcher to the potion shop in Catalan. Those group members who were slightly injured also went along. Everyone was in a hurry, worried that others might snatch up their spots. Fortunately, upon arriving at the Catalan potion shop, Little Lake was the first seriously injured superhuman to arrive. There are also several seriously wounded ordinary mercenaries here. Chapter 35, First Order World Tree. Store manager Peter asked Bologna to check on Little Lake's injuries and confirm that the sole spot for the experience belonged to Little Lake. Surrounded by onlookers, Peter took out the low-grade healing potion concocted by the Baron and poured half of it into Little Lake's mouth. As soon as the medicine was imported, it took effect in Little Lake's body, and the wounds on his body and inside his body healed rapidly. The healing of external wounds, in particular, was visible to everyone present. The low-level healing potions concocted by the Baron have a sufficiently strong healing effect, but we don't know if the medication has any side effects. Peter took the initiative and realized that treating only one superhuman was not enough. He could treat several ordinary people as well. Peter then gave some medicine to each of the 2 seriously injured ordinary mercenaries present. Finally, only 1/3 of the medicine remained in the bottle. Ordinary mercenaries who were given low-level healing potions recovered quickly from their injuries. One of the ordinary mercenaries was still somewhat conscious and could feel his body recovering rapidly, without noticing any obvious side effects. Just after the 2 ordinary mercenaries had fully recovered from their injuries, Little Lake, who had recovered first, woke up from his coma. He was a little confused, but after the deputy commander explained the situation, Little Lake immediately expressed his gratitude to Baron Catalan. Then Little Lake explained his physical condition. I drank the Baron's potion and experienced no side effects. That's a bit of an exaggeration, Little Lake. Some side effects can appear quickly, but others may not appear until later. Even if they were offered half a bottle of low-level healing potion for free, which was equivalent to 15 gold coins, the Lake Brothers mercenary group couldn't afford that amount. Little Lake is expressing his gratitude to the Baron in his own way. At the scene, the 3 people who used the low-level treatment recovered quickly from their injuries without any direct side effects. This gave the onlookers a certain degree of trust in the potion personally concocted by the Baron. Peter put the remaining third of the low-level healing potion up for sale, priced at 9 gold coins. It was quickly bought by someone. Peter immediately began advertising. The Baron concocts a bottle of low-grade healing potion every 5 days, which will be sold at 95% of the market price for 28 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Pre-orders are welcome. No one had placed an order for low-level healing potions at the Catalan Potion shop that day. But news of Baron Catalan's homemade low-grade healing potion curing Little Lake was spreading rapidly. Some superhumans are already considering whether or not to purchase low-level healing potions. A bottle of low-level healing potion typically costs 30 gold coins in the Violet Kingdom. There are many apothecaries in the capital, and the price is exactly 30 gold coins. In remote areas like Baron Catalan, prices are slightly higher. Baron Catalan's personally concocted low-level healing potions cost only 28 gold coins and 50 silver coins, with a full refund for any side effects. Black Iron rank mercenary groups can't afford it, and many Bronze rank mercenary groups can't afford it either. Some superhumans who were on good terms with each other discussed buying a bottle together in pairs, or even threes, and then splitting it equally. This way, each person will have to pay less. Little Lake's injuries were so severe that half a bottle of low-level healing potion was enough to heal him. There's no need to buy a whole bottle. Half a bottle is enough to save your life. In the following days, none of the 3 people who had taken the medicine experienced any side effects. Some people who were even interested in buying the medicine went to ask the 3 of them. The Catalan Potion shop gradually started receiving orders, but Reg would only produce 1 low-level healing potion every 5 days, so having more orders was useless. They had to wait in line. Having lived 2 lives, Reg had some ideas about how to concoct potions. Could he use the methods from his previous life to concoct potions in large quantities? In the world of Nora, the quantity and price of extraordinary potions are limited by the availability of raw materials, the number of pharmacists, and their individual abilities. With the existence of the small world and the world tree, Reg will be able to obtain more and more magical plants, providing him with ample raw materials for potions. The only thing that limits the number of extraordinary potions is the pharmacist. A large number of highly skilled pharmacists are needed to produce more extraordinary potions. Pharmacists can concoct medicines, but they are limited by their own mental strength, or in other words, their own level of skill. Reg wants to remove the restrictions on pharmacists so that he can produce medicines in large quantities. Create a machine that can extract the active ingredients from each magical plant and then formulate the desired extraordinary potion according to a fixed ratio and steps. The idea is good, but it's not something Reg can do right now. He'll have time to research it when he's stronger. As time passed, Reg, being a nobleman, had no time to enjoy himself. He was either cultivating, handling territory affairs, inspecting the territory, or leading his cavalry out to eliminate enemies invading the territory. On the afternoon of June 17th, after Reg led his cavalry to eliminate another group of weak orcs, the orc corpse was sent into the small world, where the world tree absorbed its life energy. The world tree finally reached a height of 1 meter, and the area of the small world reached 850.71 square meters. The world tree has finally entered a new realm. Once a world tree reaches the first rank, it can bear fruit. Although life cannot be born directly from the fruit, it is mainly because new souls cannot be directly conceived from it. However, as long as Reg provides a soul, life can be born from the fruit. This is actually resurrection. The resurrection has some effect on Reg's main body, but not a significant one. If the physical body dies suddenly, the soul has almost no chance of entering the small world to be resurrected. If the original body does not die suddenly, there is still a chance to hide in the small world, and there is no need to be resurrected. The resurrection of the world tree would allow Reg to revive some talents who could serve him. One benefit of the world tree being able to bear fruit after it advances to the next level is that it becomes capable of producing fruit. Another important function for Reg is to enhance his physical talent and grant him an affinity for natural elements. If the world tree were a plant, it would be the highest ranking plant in the Nora world. The world tree is also the highest grade natural treasure in Nora world. Some rare and precious materials can enhance a person's talents, and the world tree has this effect. Advancing to the next level of the world tree can enhance a life form's physical attributes and grant it an affinity for natural elements. When the world tree grows to a certain level, it will be able to give birth to new souls and life, which means that the world tree can also enhance its soul talent. Reg has a first-class soul talent and does not need further improvement. Physical talent is only at level 7 and needs to be significantly improved, eventually reaching level 1 to be as close as possible to soul talent. In addition, Reg also needs the talent of affinity with natural elements, which can enhance his vitality and increase his lifespan. It will also speed up the healing process if you get injured. Reg wants to improve his physical talent and gain affinity for natural elements as soon as possible. The stronger one is, the higher one's realm, and the greater the price the world tree needs to pay to bestow its blessings. This cost currently refers to the life energy absorbed from the outside world. If the life energy absorbed is not used for personal growth, it can be used for results or to enhance physical talents and endow natural elements with affinity. Next, Reg needs to continue leading the cavalry to eliminate the enemies invading the territory and accumulate life energy for the world tree. Chapter 36: The Plant Merchant in Action. It was something that made Reg happy that the world tree had grown to 1 meter tall. 3 days later, the number of low-level magical plants sold at the Catalan Potions shop increased again, which was also something that pleased Reg. This means that Reg has accumulated more and more money. It had been almost 2 months since the opening of the Catalan Potions shop. It has been 3 months since Reg planted the magical plant seeds in the small world. Thanks to the properties of the world tree, plants planted in the small world can grow faster. A low-level magical plant that originally had a 10-month growth cycle can grow to maturity in just 1 month in the small world. As the world tree advances to the next level, its effect on accelerating plant growth is slightly enhanced. While the world tree and the small world cannot directly enhance Reg's strength for the time being, they can earn him a large sum of money and will soon improve his physical talent and grant him affinity with natural elements. Reg felt very lucky. Not only did he awaken the amazing talent of appraisal in the world of Nora, but he also discovered the world tree seed, the most precious treasure in the world of Nora, in the capital of the Violet Kingdom. Add settings. At first, Reg was worried that there was a conspiracy involved, but he realized through his appraisal skill that it was both luck and fate. When Reg obtained the world tree seed, his last glimmer of hope was about to vanish. Without Reg, the world tree seed would die completely, with no chance to take root, sprout, and grow again. It is almost impossible for others to discover the true nature of the world tree seed. Even if the essence of the world tree seed is discovered, there is no way to make it take root and sprout. Nora's world is a world of life, possessing its own consciousness, which is part of the consciousness of the world tree Nora. Others might not be able to tell that Reg is a time traveler, but the world of Nora can. Nora world has no needs of Reg. It only hopes that Reg can prevent the world tree seed from dying completely. The world tree seed, in Reg's hands, not only did not die, but also took root, sprouted, and began to grow anew. As for the essence of world consciousness, it is not the way of heaven, but the soul of a special kind of life, and the world is its body. Reg is a human being, with human perspectives and human nature. Nora's world is not human, nor does it stand in a human's shoes, and it has no humanity. Nora's consciousness is like an audience member, watching the dramas unfolding on the surface of her body, without any preference, without any sense of right or wrong, and almost never interfering. Even the slightest, unintentional fluctuation can have a huge impact on the surface of civilization. After the World Tree seed took root and sprouted in Reg, it no longer cared that the World Tree had become Reg's clone, and the world consciousness no longer paid attention to Reg. Reg doesn't like being the center of attention either. Every morning, the first thing Reg does after getting up is to go to the small world to pick mature, low-level magical plants that can be sold. In the second month after planting the magical plant, only one plot of land was harvested each day. After the third month, 2 plots of land had to be harvested every day. Now that we've entered the 4th month, we need to harvest low-level magical plants from 3 plots of land every day. Every month that passes, a piece of land must be added. Although each piece of land is very small, as the small world grows larger in the future, harvesting magical plants will waste more and more of Reg's time. The area of the small world now exceeds 880 square meters. Each day that passes will increase the land area by at least 10 square meters. From now on, there should be permanent residents in the small world to manage the small world's plantation for Reg, responsible for planting magical plant seeds and harvesting mature magical plants every day. Ideally, one should be a nature mage who is familiar with magical plants. A faster way would probably be to wait until you encounter a deceased nature mage. Reg resurrected the nature mage's soul in the small world, allowing him to stay there and work. A slower approach is to purchase slaves with the talent to become nature mages, train them to become nature mage apprentices, and then release them into the small world. For the time being, Reg will still be responsible for harvesting and planting. Basically, before Reg has breakfast, Peter will bring the shop assistants to the Lord's Manor to take fresh, low-level magical plants from the servants. Every day before the official opening of the Catalan Potions shop, Peter needs to arrange various low-level magical plants in the shop and post advertisements on 2 billboards. Reg had already told Peter that the quantity and variety of low-level magical plants for sale would increase approximately every month. Peter wasn't surprised to receive about 50% more low-level magical plants today. But when the 2 billboards displayed the limited quantity of low-level magical plants available for sale today, the mercenaries were surprised. The Catalan Potion shop has more low-level magical plants for sale. For the past month, mercenaries have also had to queue up at the Catalan Potion shop to snap up low-level magical plants. They might even argue over queuing issues. With the increased availability of low-level magical plants for sale, perhaps we won't need to queue up to buy them anymore. As long as you enter the Catalan Potion shop, you can buy the low-level magical plants you want. Some mercenaries also felt that they still needed to queue up to buy things. Because the low-level potions sold at a 5% discount from the market price by the Catalan Potion shop, mercenaries from the outside world are constantly being drawn to Cheryl Town. Cheryl Town is also located on the border of the kingdom. Heading north will lead to the territory of the orcs, where you can capture orc slaves to earn money, or collect magical plants and hunt magical beasts to earn money. What other border areas can do, Cheryl Town can also do, and they also sell the low-priced magical plants they need. There's no need to worry about the pressure of a buying frenzy. Cheryl Town is only so big, and unless it's expanded, it can't accommodate too many mercenaries. On June 20th, the Catalan Potions shop earned more than 10 gold coins from its plant business for the first time. The mercenaries were delighted that the number of low-level magical plants sold daily at the Catalan Potions shop had increased, but some merchants in Cheryl Town who dealt in magical plants were somewhat unhappy. Mercenaries looking to buy low-level magical plants are mostly drawn to the Catalan Potions shop. Even if I don't buy it today, I'll wait until tomorrow or the day after to buy it again. A 5% discount off the market price can really save you a lot of money. Previously, the merchants were able to tolerate it, not believing that the number of low-level magical plants sold by the Catalan Potions shop would increase and eventually reach a limit. However, the Catalan Potions shop has now increased its sales volume for the second time, and there may be a third or even a 4th increase in the future. At that point, their business of selling low-level magical plants will be completely ruined. The only remaining business in magical plant trading is buying magical plants from mercenaries. If it were other competitors, they wouldn't be able to do business, and the merchants would definitely try to sabotage the business of the Catalan Potions shop. Unfortunately, the Catalan Potions shop was owned by the local nobility. You yourself are doing business in the nobles' territory. How dare you target the nobles' industries? Some merchants were supported by other nobles, or their businesses were directly owned by other nobles. How could conflicts easily arise between nobles over such a small business? The Catalan family has more than one baron. They also have a viscount and a baron, making them 3 brothers. Chapter 37: Unknown Supply Channels. The merchants couldn't target the Catalan potion shop, but they still needed to find a way to continue their own magical plant business. If you don't keep going, you won't make any money. So some merchants chose to investigate the source of the low-level magical plants in the Catalan potion shop. Perhaps I can also get a low-price supply of magical plants. Even if I can't sell them in Cheryl Town, I can sell them in other places. Almost no merchant would believe that the low-level magical plants were provided by Baron Catalan, or by the Catalan family. The Catalan family is a newly emerging noble family, with the highest rank being Viscount. They have few members and a weak foundation, with only Baron Reg Catalan as a mage, and he is a spatial mage. Given the circumstances of the Catalan family, it would be difficult for them to establish their own magical plantation. The most likely explanation is that Baron Catalan found a supply channel to buy the magical plants at a lower price and sell them in his own Catalan potion shop. As for a powerful nature mage who could generate a batch of low-level magical plants for sale every day, that seems impossible. Some businessmen felt it was difficult to find a supply channel for the Catalan potion shop, and that given their status and background, it would be hard to do business with them. A force capable of supplying low-level magical plants in bulk is clearly not simple. It's difficult to find this force, and I'm not qualified to contact it. These lowly merchants weren't even qualified to meet Baron Catalan. One merchant had a sudden inspiration. If he couldn't meet with Baron Catalan, could he at least meet with the manager of Catalan's potion shop? When the Catalan potion shop opened during the day, merchants came in and directly expressed their desire to discuss the business of magical plants with Peter. We are guests, and the Baron has given instructions on this matter. Peter invited the visitor to the inner room to discuss the business of the magical plants. The magical plants sold in the shop are supplied through channels arranged by the Baron. I, a mere shopkeeper, am not aware of the specifics, but the supply increases every month, and it won't be long before we can meet the needs of all the mercenaries in Cheryl Town. The merchants who spoke with Peter were all shocked when they heard this. If things really reach that point, they won't be able to sell low-level magical plants in Cheryl Town anymore, and will only be able to buy and sell magical plants, resulting in a significant drop in profits. Even the business of buying magical plants from mercenaries couldn't last long. The Catalan potion shop can sell magical plants and also buy them. The merchants were eager to get in touch with Baron Catalan's supply channels so they could obtain the magical plants at low prices, but they knew it would be difficult to do so. Anyone who has such a channel must keep it strictly confidential. Peter, as the manager of the Catalan potion shop, knew absolutely nothing about it. Then a merchant asked, "Manager Peter, I wonder if the Catalan potion shop could wholesale magical plants to us at a lower price than they are currently selling, so we can transport them to other places for sale?" Peter replied, "I think the Baron's idea is somewhat in line with that, provided that the Catalan potion shop first meets the needs of the Catalan Baron's territory, and only then can any extra magical plants be sold to you." Upon hearing this, the merchant felt a little less worried. The Catalan potions shop only operates within the Catalan Baron territory. Merchants who trade magical plants in Cheryl Town typically travel between 2 or even more locations. They purchased low-level magical plants that could be used directly as cultivation resources and transported them to Cheryl Town to sell to mercenaries. They also acquired magical plants from mercenaries and transported them to the outside world for sale. They have connections, more or less, in the outside world. If you can wholesale magical plants at a lower price from the Catalan potion shop, and after accounting for transportation costs, the final cost is less than 95% of the market price, you can make money. You need money to buy or rent a shop outside. Even when selling to other merchants who deal in magical plants, you have to ensure they make a profit. You can't sell to them at the market price. The Catalan potions shop sells low-level magical plants at 95% of the market price. Merchants who want to wholesale low-level magical plants from the Catalan potion shop and resell them to the outside world for profit must pay at least 85% of the market price. Merchants can only hope that in the future, they can wholesale magical plants from the Catalan potion shop at the lowest possible price. These businessmen with poor backgrounds could only patiently wait to wholesale magical plants from the Catalan potion shop later. Those powerful businessmen are still looking for supply channels for the Catalan potion shop. So far, all we've found is that store manager Peter leads his staff to the Lord's Manor every morning to collect the magical plants for the day's sales, but they have no idea where the magical plants in the Lord's Manor come from. They also dared not send anyone to infiltrate the Lord's mansion. Baron Catalan is a novice mage, but also a powerful spatial mage. There are also mercenary leaders of the War Frenzy mercenary group, who are also beginner-level 5th-stage battle masters, who frequently visit the Lord's mansion. Sending even a novice superhuman into the Lord's manor is dangerous. Not to mention the cost of hiring a low-level superhuman. It's also impossible to hire one at the moment. Bologna was the first junior superhuman to permanently reside in Cheryl Town. The matter reached a stalemate. Some powerful businessmen, upon learning that they might be able to wholesale magical plants from the Catalan potion shop, changed their minds and decided to wait a while longer. Reg, busy with his cultivation, could only learn about the situation of the magical plant merchants, since he would need them to transport the magical plants to the outside world for sale in the future. Right now, it's just a low-level magical plant business, limited to my own territory, and can't meet the needs of all the mercenaries. It is unlikely to attract the attention of the great nobles in the short term. Only when the magical plants from the small world leave Baron Catalan's territory will they gradually attract some attention. Reg is a nobleman of the Violet Kingdom. Even as the lowest-ranking baron, he can hold out for a while with his 2 older brothers. After that, it will depend on Reg's own strength. Only with strong strength can he maintain the ever-growing magical plant business. The merchants who traded in magical plants gradually quieted down, and more mercenaries came to Cheryl Town. The new mercenaries are mostly attracted by the low-priced magical plants at the Catalan potion shop. For Reg, the mercenaries coming to Cheryl Town were naturally getting better and better. With more mercenaries, we can consume more magical plants. The town of Cheryl, with its limited area, is quickly becoming unable to accommodate more people, which is the real headache for Reg. It is not suitable to expand Cheryl Town now. The expansion should be postponed until after the kingdom's expansion war ends. However, the expansion of Cheryl Town into Cheryl City and the newly built Lord's Mansion can be designed in advance. This requires professional design. Reg himself cannot design it. At most, he can offer some suggestions on the design drawings based on his experience from 2 lifetimes. Reg sought out caravans to search for designers in the big cities who were willing to come to Cheryl. It's not like I'll be working in Cheryl forever. I can leave once I finish the design work. There should be designers willing to come. Chapter 38: The Comfortable Life of the War-Mad Mercenary Group. Before anyone knew it, a month had passed since Bologna's Berserker mercenary group arrived in Cheryl Town. The past month has been a relatively peaceful time for the members of the War Maniac mercenary group. There are no dangerous battles, but the mission rewards are quite good. You can also buy magical plants from the Catalan potion shop at 90% of the market price. My skills have improved faster than ever before in the past month. Bologna, in particular, receives the highest mission rewards and also gets extra missions. By guiding the 3 warriors in the Lord's Manor in their battle training, they can cultivate in a training room with a high concentration of magical elements. Bologna is getting closer and closer to the intermediate-level Battlemaster realm. Maintaining public order is a relatively rare task, and high-paying security maintenance tasks are even rarer. Nobles used their territorial armies to maintain order, and under normal circumstances, they did not need to hire outsiders. Even if there isn't enough manpower, nobles will spend money to increase the manpower of their territorial armies, rather than spending money to hire outsiders. The Lord's Domain of Catalan is an exception. The original low commercial tax model attracted mercenaries and caravans. The growing fame of the Catalan potion shop attracted more mercenaries, and also drew more caravans to do business with the mercenaries. Reg could certainly spend money to expand his territory's army, but it would be difficult to increase the number of superhumans. Although most mercenaries are ordinary people, the number of mercenaries at the apprentice level in Cheryl Town is increasing. The War Maniac mercenary group was fortunate to have a strong and talented leader who caught Reg's attention. Reg also needs to hire some mercenaries to help maintain order in his territory. The War Maniac mercenary group received a high-paying but low-difficulty maintenance mission. The comfortable life and rapidly improving strength have made the members of the War Maniac mercenary group very satisfied with their current situation. Originally, it wasn't just Bologna and the mercenary group who didn't have much affection for nobles. Baron Reg Catalan is now generally considered to be a generous and good nobleman. Some people are thinking that the period for maintaining public order should be extended immediately. Some people also thought about settling down in Cheryl, getting married, starting a family, and having children. Some even considered pledging allegiance to Baron Catalan, provided they were given sufficient benefits. Without perseverance, a comfortable life can easily spoil a person. A month is not enough time to cripple the war maniac mercenary group. In reality, the mercenaries all yearn for a comfortable environment to improve their strength. Become a superhuman, become a novice superhuman. To shed the identity of a mercenary, become a noble knight, and even a true nobleman. Obtaining a peaceful environment is not easy. Mercenaries need money to survive and cultivate. Mercenaries in Cheryl Town venture into orc territory to capture orcs, gather magical plants, and hunt magical beasts, all dangerous ways to make money. Harvesting magical plants may seem harmless, but poisonous insects and ferocious beasts usually lurk around them. Human cultivators need magical plants, and so do poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The mortality rate for mercenaries is extremely high, comparable to that of ordinary soldiers in the kingdom's expansion wars. Driven by a desire to transcend the ordinary, many people become mercenaries. Most people die or are injured on the path of mercenaries. A small number retire unscathed, and a very few become knights or even nobles. At a gathering of the war maniac mercenary group, the mercenaries drank, ate meat, chatted, and joked. Everyone is very satisfied with their current work life. One of the two female fighter apprentices, O'Rue, made a joke about Bologna. "Boss, the Baron offered our group such a high reward for the mission, and even asked you to go to the Lord's Manor to teach people cultivation. Does that mean he has feelings for you?" Another female fighter apprentice, Jennifer, chimed in. "Yeah, if the Baron is interested in Boss, then Boss, just go for it. We'll join the Baron's ranks right away." Bologna blushed when O'Reilly and Jennifer joked with her. She had never thought about such things before, and she didn't even feel that the Baron meant it that way. The reason why the War Maniac Mercenary Group is so popular is because the War Maniac Mercenary Group is strong and principled. She, Bologna, is the strongest. Perhaps the Baron wants to subdue her. Moreover, he was just an ordinary citizen, and the two of them were so far apart in age. Everyone knew that Bologna had a good temper, so they joked and egged her on, but no one took it seriously, including the 4 male fighting apprentices. Some of them harbored feelings for Bologna, but none dared to express them, feeling they were not worthy of it. Because Verona had said long ago that anyone who wanted to be her man had to be stronger than her. Bologna's strength is comparable to that of a mid-level superhuman, and she has killed second-tier magical beasts. Even the 6 apprentice warriors of the War Maniac Mercenary Group combined wouldn't be a match for Bologna. No one can imagine what kind of man Bologna will marry in the future. After the party ended, when Bologna met Reg again, she felt inexplicably shy. I was still influenced by my companion's joking remarks. Bologna was resolute and quickly returned to normal, no longer affected by these emotions. The War Maniac Mercenary Group's comfortable life continued, even drawing envy from some mercenaries who came to Cheryl Town. Maintaining order in Cheryl is a low-difficulty task with high pay, so they also want to take on such a mission. None of the mercenary groups that came to Cheryl Town were as strong as the War Maniac Mercenary Group. With a powerful and principled mercenary group in charge, the number of mercenaries who dare to cause trouble in Cheryl Town has decreased significantly. Reg's decision to spend a fortune hiring the War Frenzy's mercenary group was well worth it. After a month, Reg felt he had almost become friends with Bologna. They would occasionally chat, have tea, inquire about Bologna's mercenary experiences, and invite Bologna to dine with them at the Lord's Manor. However, Bologna did not presume to become a friend of the nobles. In Bologna's eyes, the relationship between the two was still that of employer and employee. Bologna interpreted Reg's actions to bring them closer as Reg's attempt to win her over. Having spent these past few days with Reg, Bologna has learned quite a bit about him. She neither rejects nor accepts Reg's desire to subdue her. Money cannot buy Bologna. To subdue Bologna, one must be someone Bologna approves of and possess power exceeding hers. Reg is someone Bologna barely acknowledges, but she doesn't believe Reg has the power to defeat her. In addition, many warriors harbor a certain aversion to mages who are noble and proud, but physically fragile. Even if she were defeated, Bologna hoped that a powerful fighter would defeat her. Reg's appraisal skills are incapable of discerning Bologna's inner thoughts, nor does he presume to conquer her now. Bologna is about to become an intermediate-level battle master, and Reg is also about to become an intermediate-level mage. After becoming an intermediate mage, Reg would go out to hunt for treasures and buy talented slaves. Bologna is very important to Reg. When he is not in the territory, Bologna will be in charge of the territory and will handle any unexpected events. Chapter 39 Intermediate Mage. The time it took for Reg to become an intermediate mage surprised him somewhat. On July 20th, the Catlin Potions shop, which will soon have been open for 3 months, increased the number of low-level magical plants for sale for the third time. Over the past month, more mercenaries have arrived in Cheryl Town. This time, the increase in the number of low-level magical plants sold by the Catalan Potion Shop has basically saturated the market. The mercenaries hardly needed to rush to the Catalan Potion Shop every day anymore. You can buy the low-level magical plants you need by waiting an hour or two. It might not be so afternoon. Before half the afternoon is over, all the low-level magical plants will be sold. The Catalan Potions Shop sells low-level magical plants, increasing daily earnings from 10 to approximately 14 gold coins. A month can bring Reg approximately 420 gold coins in profit. Selling 6 low-level healing potions each month will also earn you 171 gold coins. The number of mercenaries active in Cheryl Town may have exceeded 1,500, with dozens of apprentice-level mercenaries. They spend most of their time in Orc territory making money, and a small portion of their time resting and cultivating in Cheryl Town. Cheryl Town can barely accommodate these mercenaries. The next morning, enemies invaded the territory, and Reg led his cavalry to wipe them out. More than a month has passed since the World Tree advanced to the first tier, but its height has remained unchanged. Over the past month, the World Tree has stored the life energy it has absorbed from the outside world. It is intended to enhance Reg's physical attributes and grant him affinity with natural elements. After this battle, the life energy was finally gathered. The main reason is that Reg's realm is low, and he needs less life energy to improve his physical talent and endow him with the talent of affinity with natural elements. Take a nap at noon, get some rest, and get yourself in the right state of mind. After waking up, Reg told the butler that his seclusion this time would be longer, and then went into the cultivation room, closed the door to the training room, and walked to the center of the training room. With a thought, Reg disappeared from the training room and appeared in a small world that was nearly 1,200 square meters in size. Reg, standing beside the World Tree, which was only 1 meter tall, could feel a deep connection with the World Tree clone and the life energy that filled the World Tree. After cleanly and neatly stripping off his clothes, Reg sat down beside the World Tree, then reached out one hand to the World Tree and placed it on its trunk. Let's begin. Under Reg's control, the World Tree clone began to consume the life energy stored within its body to generate life energy belonging to the World Tree, which was then transferred into Reg's body. These life energies, already possessing the characteristics of the World Tree, immediately began to modify Reg's body after entering it. Reg's physical talent improved rapidly, and his physical attributes improved slightly. Gained the talent of affinity with natural elements, and the degree of affinity with natural elements gradually increases. The World Tree's life energy's transformation of Reg's body didn't last long, less than half an hour. After the transformation was completed, Reg possessed first-class physical talent and top-level natural elemental affinity talent. Reg's affinity for natural elements is even higher than that of Bologna. However, unlike the spatial element affinity talent, it has not reached the highest level. Not only has his physical talent been upgraded to the first tier and he acquired the top-tier natural element affinity talent, but Reg's Battle Master realm has also entered the Apprentice realm, allowing him to cultivate Battle Chi. The World Tree's transformation of his body was complete, and Reg was in no hurry to leave the small world. Before his body was modified, Reg's mage level was already close to the initial perfection. After the renovation was completed, it reached the initial stage of perfection. With Reg's first-class soul talent, he could advance to the intermediate mage level with just a little training. Reg remained seated cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, and began practicing his Caterlawn meditation technique. The meditation technique Reg learned at the Mage Academy was Void Flash Meditation, a meditation technique exclusive to space mages. In the realm of extraordinary beings, the body-forging techniques of warriors and the meditation techniques of mages are generally divided into 5 grades. Simple, ordinary, exquisite, excellent, legendary. The grade of a cultivation technique does not represent the upper limit of the cultivation realm that can be reached. As long as a cultivator has high enough talent, even a simple cultivation technique can lead to becoming a legendary powerhouse. At this point, even a rudimentary cultivation technique can be called a legendary technique. Empty Flash Meditation Technique is a high-quality meditation technique. Using his appraisal skills, Reg modified the Empty Flash Meditation Technique, while practicing, transforming it into a meditation technique best suited to his own practice. Its cultivation effect is better than other excellent grade spatial meditation techniques. A perfect meditation technique exclusively for one person. So Reg renamed the meditation technique after his own surname. If anyone else were to practice the Catalan meditation technique, it would be considered an excellent grade meditation technique. One day, someone will become a legendary powerhouse by practicing the Catalan meditation technique, and the Catalan meditation technique will become a recognized legendary meditation technique. Just 2 minutes after practicing the Catalan meditation technique, Reg began to break through. Breakthroughs in the mage's realm primarily involve changes in the soul. The soul undergoes a certain degree of qualitative change. Reg's soul essence has become even more powerful. The magical power that is fused with the soul power and magical elements undergoes a qualitative change, releasing spells with even greater power. Reg stopped cultivating only after the qualitative change in the origin of his soul ended and his mage realm stabilized. It is already nighttime outside. Compared to breaking through to the Battle Master realm, breaking through to the mage realm is really troublesome. Reg cast an appraisal spell on himself, and some information quickly appeared in his mind. Name, Greg Catalan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 16/163 years. Identity, Lord of the Cateran baronial estate in the Violet Kingdom / Lord of the Cateran minor world. Talents, first class physique / first class soul / top tier spatial element affinity / top tier natural element affinity / intermediate wind element affinity / appraisal skill. Realm, apprentice level 3 battle master / intermediate level 1 mage. Having gained a top tier affinity for natural elements, his lifespan has actually increased by 11 years. Advancing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage, or even to the advanced stage, will not increase lifespan. The lifespan of beings at the beginner to advanced levels is approximately 150 years. Only by advancing to the star realm can one's lifespan increase from 150 years to 200 years. The lifespan of the 3 realms, Starry Sky, Silver Moon, and Radiant Sun, is approximately 200 years. Only those who advance to the legendary realm will have a lifespan of 300 years. Reg was slightly surprised by the mention of the Dosha realm. After thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. The mage focuses on refining the soul, which slightly improves their physical attributes. When the world tree modified the body, its physical attributes also improved slightly. The two combined allowed Reg to directly reach the 3rd stage of the apprentice level in the Battle Master realm. From now on, Reg will begin to cultivate both magical combat and martial arts. Each day, one first engages in mage training, and only after the soul power has been depleted to a certain level does one proceed to Battle Master training. When your physical strength is almost depleted, go straight to sleep. Your mental and physical energy will recover together. Of course, if there were no Battle Masters to cultivate, Reg could rest and recover his mental energy earlier, while mages could cultivate for even longer. Fighting and cultivating in tandem inevitably delayed Reg's mage training to some extent. Chapter 40 Reg's spell. Having advanced to the intermediate mage level, Reg can now learn new spells. At the mage apprentice level, Reg mainly studies spatial magic, specifically personal space and secondary space tearing. Portable space is simply creating a portable space where you can store things. Secondary spatial tear creates a spatial rift at a designated location. It is an offensive spell. In addition, Reg learned 2 important general spells, Lesser Magic Missile and Lesser Magic Shield. 1 attack, 1 defense. While the power of a secondary spatial tear is great, it is not as convenient to use as a secondary magic missile. Moreover, the secondary magic missiles released using spatial attribute mana are extremely powerful and can also kill enemies of higher levels. At the beginner mage level, there are 3 main space-based spells to learn. Space Tear, an upgraded version of Subspace Tear. Space Barrier, a defensive spell, and Teleport, a displacement spell that is most important for space mages in the early stages. Among spells of the same rank, spatial spells are generally considered to be the most powerful, have the strongest defense, and are the fastest. The same applies to spatial fighters. This grants space-type superhumans the power to be invincible among their peers, or even to fight beyond their peers. Displacement spells are most important for space mages. The beginner level allows you to learn short-range teleportation, the star level allows you to learn long-range teleportation, and the legendary level allows you to learn teleportation portals for large-scale long-range teleportation. Once a space mage reaches the star realm, they become strategically valuable. The strategic value of the portal is beyond imagination. However, There are too few people with spatial elemental affinity, and there are also few cultivation resources for spatial elements. Therefore, it is very difficult for a legendary space mage to emerge. At the beginner mage level, Reg also learned common spells such as Magic Missile, Magic Shield, Concealment, and Reconnaissance. Reg is now an intermediate mage and can learn some intermediate spells. For example, spatial magic such as Rift Blade, Spatial Vibration, and Spatial Expansion, and general magic such as Rapid Fire Magic Missile, Tracking Magic Missile, and Multiple Magic Shield. Reg possesses intermediate wind elemental affinity and can also learn wind magic. However, the affinity for wind elements is much lower than that for spatial elements, so the speed of cultivating wind spells is relatively slow, and therefore, wind spells are basically not learned. Now that I possess top-tier affinity for natural elements, I can learn some nature-based spells. For example, one of the important spells in the nature system is the healing spell. In fact, the life energy absorbed from the world tree can be used to quickly heal injuries, but this fact needs to be kept secret for the time being. Under normal circumstances, the power cultivated within Reg will still primarily consist of spatial attribute magic. There is a limit to the amount of force that the human body can withstand. It's like a jar that can be filled with a full jar of red water, or half a jar of red water and half a jar of blue water. The total amount of water that can be held remains constant. Reg is going to practice both combat and magic, with his battle aura and magical power existing in a jar. Fortunately, both battle chi and magic power are the powers that Reg cultivates, and he can control them perfectly, so there is no conflict between the battle chi and magic power in his body. Different types of battle aura or magic power will not conflict with each other. If one day Reg can advance to become a saint, there will be no distinction between battle aura and magic power. Instead, it will be the power of a saint, which is a fusion of soul power, life power, and magical elements. Currently, Reg's mage level is high, while his battle master level is low. In battle, he mainly uses the mage side, and the power contained in his body will mainly be mana. After getting dressed, Reg left the small world, walked to the door of the training room, and opened it. Cindy, the maid who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed to Reg and asked what orders the Baron had. Reg asked Cindy to find a chef to prepare dinner for him. As a new day dawned, Bellona arrived at the Lord's Manor, ready to teach Mia, Spike, and Roger. When she encountered Reg, Bellona sensed that something was off about him and glanced at him a few more times. Baron, have you broken through? Bellona asked, guessing. Bellona's battle master level is almost at the initial perfection stage, and she will be able to break through in 5 days at most. Sensing that something was wrong with Reg's aura, Bellona guessed that Reg might have broken through to become an intermediate mage. In response to Bellona's question, Reg smiled and nodded. Congratulations, Baron, on becoming an intermediate mage. Bellona congratulated him, though she sighed inwardly several times. Despite having such excellent cultivation talent, I haven't yet advanced to the intermediate level battle master. The Baron is 9 years younger than me, yet he is already a mid-level mage. Is this the difference in background? Bellona was truly envious. If she had been born into a noble family, she would probably have become a high-level battle master or even a star battle master by now. A somewhat dejected Bellona was about to leave when Reg called her back. Barona, I have a new task for you. Your Excellency, please give your orders. Bellona didn't ask about the mission. She had already developed trust in Reg. For the next period of time, I will be frequently away from home, sometimes not even staying in Cheryl Town for an entire day. However, Cheryl Town needs a strong person to be in charge. If anything happens in my territory and I need you to take action, I will pay you the corresponding reward afterwards. I accept this mission. Bellona readily accepted the new mission issued by Reg. New assignments mean the potential to earn more money. Although he was not born into nobility, he was able to make money from nobles. Relying on his own talent, he would definitely become a well-known powerhouse throughout the continent in the future. Reg has been promoted to intermediate mage and is about to begin his own tabac shop and plan to buy talented slaves. The first targets were the 5 neighboring territories of his own: Viscount Coffee, Baron Lindbergh, Baron Simon, Baron Fielding, and Baron Grant. A baronial domain typically consists of only one town. A viscounty typically has several towns, ranging from 3 or 4 to 7 or 8. The location of the Viscount's mansion should at least be at the level of a small town. However, even Viscount Coffee's territory and Cheryl Town were both new territories occupied in the same expansion war. The extraordinary individuals within Viscount Coffee's territory are mostly Viscount Coffee's subordinates, There are relatively few extraordinary individuals who are from elsewhere or have settled there. The town of Cheryl, frequented by a large number of mercenaries, actually has more superhumans. Among the 5 neighboring areas, there are relatively few superhumans, so there is no market for them and therefore no chance of finding a bargain. Only in large cities where extraordinary individuals congregate, where there is a market for extraordinary individuals, is there an opportunity to find bargains. You can't buy Taba, but you can buy slaves. Almost every noble family's territory had a slave market. Reg enters the territories of other nobles, goes directly to the slave market in the town or city, and uses his appraisal skill on slaves who meet the requirements. If you find a slave with good talent, just buy him her. Thanks to the Catalan potions shop, Reg had more money in his hands, and he could afford to buy more expensive slaves. Chapter 41. Emily. Emily sat in front of the dressing table, being carefully dressed by 2 middle-aged maids with unfriendly expressions. Emily, who had just come of age, was about 1.6 meters tall, and her body was already well developed, with a full and rounded chest. With a delicate oval face, blonde hair, and blue eyes, she wore a pink princess dress. Compared to a princess, she probably only lacked a bit of elegance. The beautiful Emily, her eyes red, dared not cry, nor did she dare to wear a mournful expression. Otherwise, the 2 middle-aged maids who dressed her up would have given her a good lesson. Over the past few days, Emily has experienced the greatest pain of her short life. Emily was born into a wealthy and happy family. His father, Jofflin Kavson, was a merchant who originally owned a small shop. However, he seized an opportunity to do business in the newly established Viscount Coffee territory, and his wealth continued to grow. Among businessmen without connections, Joffrin had almost reached the very top. Jofflin was very loving towards his wife. After her death, he did not remarry and personally took care of his 2 children. Although Emily lost her mother at a young age, she had a kind father and a loving brother, which allowed Emily to have a happy childhood. However, less than a month after Emily turned 16, tragedy struck. My brother accidentally offended a knight and disappeared without a trace, neither alive nor dead. The knight's revenge did not end there. The father was imprisoned and soon sentenced to death. All of Kavson's businesses have changed hands. Emily herself fell into the hands of the slave trader Wimpants and was about to be sold. If he couldn't get a good price, Wimps would send himself to a brothel. Emily was grieving over her father and brother's fate and saddened by her own future. The only saving grace was that he was still intact, because Wimps wanted to sell him for a good price. Emily desperately wished that a knight in shining armor would come to her rescue during the most perilous moment of her life. Unfortunately, those were just stories in novels. Their own fates were either to become slaves or prostitutes. Emily wanted to commit suicide and end it all, but she didn't have the courage to do so. Even a thought popped into Emily's mind. Live well and find an opportunity to avenge your father and brother. After her dressing was finished, Emily was escorted out of the room by 2 middle-aged maids. She was then locked in a cage and became a slave waiting to be bought. In the slave market, countless eyes were fixed on Emily. So beautiful. Such a beautiful and elegant female slave. Is she the daughter of some impoverished nobleman? I understand, he is Kavson's daughter. If I had the chance to go once, I would be willing to spend 1 silver coin. All sorts of foul language was hurled at Emily. Emily dared not cry, dared not hide her face, endured the grief in her heart, endured the pointing fingers and whispers of others, and waited to be sold. Emily stopped thinking about Prince Charming and just hoped she could be sold as soon as possible. It's at least better than becoming a prostitute. However, Wimps set the price too high, and most of the knights in Viscount Coffee's territory were unwilling to buy it. Wimps promoted Emily extensively, attracting even more people to come and see her, hoping to make Emily famous. Emily didn't necessarily have to be sold to locals. She could also be bought by slave traders from other places and sold in big cities. If they really can't sell them, now that they've made a name for themselves, they should be able to earn a lot of money for Wimps once they're sent to brothels. The morning passed slowly, and no one bought Emily. Just as Emily was becoming increasingly pessimistic, Reg, dressed as a mercenary, walked into the slave market. Walking down the streets of the slave market, Reg looked at the slaves who met his requirements and cast an appraisal spell on them. Coffee is a small city with a population of over 10,000. The entire Viscountry of Coffee has a population of tens of thousands. A large population produces a large number of slaves, making it easier to find slaves with good talent. Having only explored half of the market, Reg had already spent money to buy 3 slaves. One person has a 5th grade soul talent, and 2 people have a 6th grade physical talent. Reg hired a carriage and a temporary team of mercenaries to guard the 3 slaves he had bought in a corner of the market. The slaves dared not escape, which worried Reg, who feared that others might be eyeing the slaves he had just bought. Having done this, Reg continued his search for slaves who fit his goals. Soon, Reg's gaze fell on Emily in the cage. Name, Emily Kavson. Gender, female. Lifespan, 1665 years. Identity, Viscount Kofi, Lord of the Violet Kingdom, a slave awaiting sale. Talent, level 3 physique, / level 8 soul, / advanced ice elemental affinity, / low level water elemental affinity. Reg's eyes lit up when he saw the information Emily had provided. Emily was the first slave Reg encountered who met his requirements and possessed a 3rd-class physical talent. I only acquired a 4th grade soul talent by buying the slave with the best talent. Upon meeting Emily, Reg felt he was lucky and immediately summoned the slave trader. Upon learning that someone wanted to buy Emily, the somewhat overweight Wimps rushed over. When Wimps met the man who wanted to buy Emily, a young man dressed as a mercenary, he didn't look down on him at all. Perhaps this is a nobleman's son who is traveling around incognito. There are far too many people in this world who pretend to be weak while actually being strong. Although he didn't know Reg's identity, and Wimps himself was just an ordinary person, Wimps felt that Reg must be a superhuman. Sir, you wish to purchase Emily? Reg nodded and said, yes, you name a price. Wimps sensed that this might be an opportunity to sell Emily. Rather than sending Emily to a brothel to earn money, selling her directly would be the most appropriate option. We can't ask for too high a price, lest we scare this extraordinary person away. However, the price cannot be too low, otherwise, making less money will result in losing money. Reg was somewhat dissatisfied with Wimp's offer. I can make money easily now, but I can't do it in a big way, so my savings are relatively limited. So Reg used an appraisal spell on Wimps to find out about Wimps' information regarding the sale of Emily. After several rounds of bargaining, Reg bought Emily for 27 gold coins. This price is almost equivalent to the annual income of an apprentice knight, and also almost equivalent to the average cost of a battlemaster apprentice in the Reg mercenary berserker group. However, Emily's price was much cheaper than the price Reg paid for the butler Otis. Emily was ultimately just a merchant's daughter, a commoner. If she is the daughter of a fallen nobleman, the price can be even higher. Beautiful ordinary women are rare, but not uncommon. The nobles looked down on them. The knights could simply wave, and the other party might just throw themselves into their arms. Reg, who bought Emily, didn't care about her looks, only about her talent. Chapter 42, an alternative cultivation method for battle masters. Emily's eyes were fixed on Reg. He had been sold by slave traders to the young man in front of him, who had become his master. He's so young and handsome. For a moment, Emily thought this was her Prince Charming who would rescue her. Emily was overjoyed and excited to be bought by the young and handsome Reg, instead of by other disgusting slave traders or by someone old enough to be her father. The cage opened, and Emily stepped out and walked up to Reg. Master, master, Emily said awkwardly. When other slaves were bought by Reg, they mostly knelt at Reg's feet, and some even wanted to kiss Reg's shoes to show their submission. Emily was unaware of this, and Reg didn't care. The slave trader who had just sold Emily didn't care what Emily did or how Reg punished her. Reg didn't say much to Emily, whom he had just bought, but instead had her come along. Reg continued walking, searching for suitable slaves, with Emily close behind, her little head filled with all sorts of thoughts. Those around Emily were saddened to see that she had a master and could no longer be seen in the brothel. Reg then bought 3 more slaves, one each with 4th, 5th, and 6th class talent, and Emily, who had a 3rd class talent. Sure enough, if you want to buy a talented slave, you still have to go to a big city. Kofi was just a small city, yet Reg bought 7 slaves who met his standards. He led the 4 slaves to a corner of the market and joined the 3 slaves he had previously purchased. Reg felt he had gained enough for the day and could go home. All 7 slaves boarded the carriage, while Reg rode an ordinary warhorse. Under the protection of the mercenaries, they left Kofi City and headed north towards Baron Catlin's territory. No one sneaked behind the group. The mercenaries that Reg hired temporarily were also vetted and would not harm their employers. The journey should go very smoothly. The carriage was crowded with 3 women, 4 men, and 7 slaves, while Emily occupied a corner all by herself. Although all 7 were slaves, none of them spoke to Emily. They were all very hostile towards her, only because of his current attire and his status before becoming a slave. In reality, All 7 were commoners before becoming slaves. However, Emily came from a wealthy family, while the other 6 came from lower-class families. Emily was so beautiful. She was not only carefully dressed up, but also wore beautiful clothes. The other 6 people were all dressed in linen clothes, some even barely clothed, and they were all of average appearance. They ostracized Emily, and Emily refused to associate with them. Today is Emily's first day being put up for sale as a slave. Given her previous life as a rich young lady, Emily doesn't really have much of a sense of responsibility as a slave. She still harbored some fantasies, believing that she would find her Prince Charming and become his wife. Emily was a little angry. Why did the Prince Charming have to put her with these slaves? How wonderful it would be to ride a horse with Prince Charming. Viscount Coffee is the neighbor of Baron Catalan, and it's not too far from Coffee to Cheryl. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the group entered the Baron Cartran territory and finally stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. Upon hearing the soldiers guarding the gate call out, "Baron," the mercenaries, coachmen, and slaves realized that the wealthy man dressed as a mercenary was actually a noble baron. For the time being, Reg has no intention of hiding his identity. Buying slaves is not something shameful. Even if he buys a treasure on Taba, Reg won't sell it, nor will he hide his identity. Having a noble status can actually reduce a lot of trouble. Upon learning that Prince Charming was a baron, Emily felt a pang of regret, as she felt Reg's status was somewhat too low. However, Emily will soon have to face the reality. Reg entered the Lord's manor, where the 7 slaves he had just bought were taken over by the other servants of the Lord's manor. Emily was forced to take off her beautiful princess dress, put on a maid outfit, and receive instruction from Eudura's maid. This was completely different from what Emily had imagined on the way. Instead of becoming the wife of the Prince Charming, she became the Baron's maid. My illusions were completely shattered. But Emily did not resist or give up on herself. Looking back on the hours she spent locked in the cage, worrying that no one would buy her, and eventually being sent to a brothel to work as a prostitute, she realized that it was already much better than before. And Emily soon learned something. The first 4 slaves that the Baron bought were all granted the right to study and train. They may also gain the qualifications to study and cultivate themselves. Emily didn't need to study. She had been to school, knew how to read, and could do arithmetic. If I can obtain the qualification to cultivate, I must work hard to cultivate and become a powerful superhuman to avenge my father and brother. Now Emily needs to be a good maid. Having shattered her illusions, recognized the reality of her situation, and set a goal, Emily, coupled with her experience of being served by maids before becoming a slave, is making rapid progress on the path to becoming a qualified maid. Reg learned about Emily's progress through Eudura. Emily was quite concerned about the slaves she had bought. On the one hand, Emily was the most talented among the slaves. On the other hand, Emily was the most beautiful. People with ordinary appearances will gradually become more attractive and handsome after they become extraordinary. I'm not even a superhuman yet, so when will I ever become beautiful? Reg didn't want to rush into indulging in the decadent lifestyle of the nobility. Instead, they wanted to cultivate both physical and spiritual aspects. It's not about fighting and cultivating together, but about male and female cultivating together. This involves the cultivation methods of a battle master. Practicing body-strengthening techniques is cultivation, running is cultivation, and doing farm work is also cultivation. Love between men and women is also a form of self-cultivation. Reg values his own strength and spends most of his time cultivating. After a long period of cultivation, one also needs to vent. Sexual intercourse between men and women is a great way to release pent-up emotions, and it can also be used as a means of training for combat masters. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was a martial arts master with a strong sex drive who married many wives, but his martial arts cultivation never suffered. In this respect, what method can a mage use to compare, especially considering the mage's relatively fragile body? 3 days have passed since Emily moved into the Lord's manor, and Reg feels it's about time. The reason Emily wasn't eaten on her first day at the Lord's manor was to make her realize the reality of the situation and prevent her from having any illusions. Emily was a slave bought by Reg and would not become Reg's wife, at least not for a long time. Having eaten Emily on the very first day, Reg didn't want to leave Emily with any expectations. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Reg gave the head maid Karina a task. "Karina, have Emily warm my bed tonight." Upon hearing the Baron's words, Karina paused for a moment before quickly realizing what he meant. Chapter 43. A fine sword is forged through tempering and honing. After dinner, Reg went to the training room to practice his magic. Normally, the servants can only eat after the Baron has finished eating. Each time, we are also able to share some of the fine food that the Baron has left over. After the servants of the Lord's Manor finished their dinner and tidied up, Karina called Emily over alone. "Emily, you have an important task to do tonight," Karina said seriously to Emily. Seeing Karina's serious expression, Emily couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Headmaid, what's the mission?" "You'll be warming the Baron's bed tonight." "Warm the master's bed?" Emily was dumbfounded. Emily was already an adult, of marriageable age, and had read quite a few novels, some even containing erotic content. So of course she understood the meaning of warming the bed. "What? You don't want to?" Karina asked. No, I'm willing to warm the bed for my master," Emily said firmly. Having shattered her illusions and come to terms with her reality, Emily understands that as a slave, she has no right to be her master's wife. Even before becoming slaves, a merchant's daughter was not qualified to be a nobleman's wife. Now an opportunity is presented to Emily. By warming the master's bed and becoming the master's woman, one might receive more rewards from the master, such as gaining the qualification to cultivate. Moreover, as a slave, she had no right to refuse at this moment. Emily couldn't imagine how she would be punished for daring to disobey her master's orders. Seeing that Emily agreed, Karina saved herself a lot of words. Before Emily went to warm the Baron's bed, there were still many things to do. The most important thing was to give Emily a good bath and make sure she was clean. The servants of the Lord's Manor all knew that the Baron was a germaphobe. Several maids came together to bathe Emily, scrubbing her skin until it was almost red. Emily's pretty face is enviable, as is her fair skin. She was even more envious of Emily for being the first maid to warm the Baron's bed. Mia was incredibly envious. Of course, not all maids wanted to warm the Baron's bed. For example, Karina and Cindy both already have husbands and children. After Emily finished her bath, everyone dressed her up nicely, still in her maid outfit, and escorted her into the Baron's bedroom. Alone in the Baron's bedroom, Emily felt both afraid and expectant. Following the head maid's instructions, Emily went to the bedside, spread out the bedding, took off her own clothes, and crawled into the covers, beginning the first step of warming the bed. The first step alone made Emily shyly close her eyes, yet she imagined footsteps, her master entering the bedroom, walking to the bedside, and looking at her. Emily's mind was filled with jumbled thoughts, thinking about his short life in the Lord's Manor. She dreamed of being bought by her master when she was on the verge of despair in the slave market. Thinking of her brother's disappearance, her father's execution, and her own fall into the hands of slave traders. Thinking back to the happy and joyful life of the past. Everything was over, and he had begun a new life in the Lord's Manor. Emily prayed that her master would treat her better. Emily made up her mind that once she obtained the qualification to cultivate, she would work hard to cultivate, and then ask her master to avenge her father and brother. As long as she can avenge her father and brother, she will be content to be her master's little maid from now on. Emily started to feel sleepy after thinking about it for so long. Why isn't master here yet? After an unknown amount of time, footsteps were heard outside the door. The door opened, and footsteps grew closer. Emily shyly closed her eyes, then forced them open again to look at the person who entered the room. Emily sat up in bed and covered her body with the blanket. "Master, I am here to serve you." Emily wasn't quite a qualified maid yet, but she knew all the things a qualified maid should do. Reg nodded, stood by the bed, opened his arms, and let Emily take off his clothes. At this point, the blanket could no longer conceal Emily's delicate body, which was fully exposed in front of him, and Reg looked her over with an appreciative gaze. Having been completely seen by her master, Emily suppressed her shame and completed her maid duties, until they were stunned by their master's greatsword. A battle between superhumans and ordinary people has begun. This is a battle, a training, and a lesson. However, ordinary people are too fragile for superhumans. In less than half an hour, Emily was defeated by Reg's sword. In their first battle, Emily was injured, and it was Reg who used his healing magic to heal her wounds. If her injuries are not healed, Emily's fighting time will only be shorter. After the battle finally ended, Reg was somewhat helpless. Emily is beautiful, but she is still an ordinary person and cannot fight him for more than a few rounds. Even Mia, who has been cultivating for some time, cannot do it. Reg thought of Bologna. In terms of physical ability, he is not yet a match for Bologna. A few days ago, Bologna was promoted to intermediate level fighter. With Bologna's talent, she was able to become a strong person in the intermediate level battle master realm as soon as she entered the realm. Reg's Battlemaster realm has only just reached the 4th stage of apprentice. He's not a match for Bellona yet, but he'll definitely surpass her in the future. Reg has a higher physical talent, more money, and ample cultivation resources. They can even use the life energy obtained from the World Tree to directly improve their physical attributes, which is equivalent to advancing to the Dosha realm. However, Reg is not in a hurry to do so. His mage level far exceeded his Battlemaster level, and his strength was mainly mage-based. The taller the World Tree grows, the more it will reap. As long as the cultivation of a Battlemaster progresses steadily, that's fine. As a new day dawned, Reg woke up on time. Reg stirred slightly, and Emily, who was lying next to him, also woke up. Emily, who had just woken up, was a little dazed. After a few seconds, she remembered everything and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Trying hard to suppress her embarrassment, Emily sat up in bed. "Master, I will help you get dressed." Reg hummed in agreement and opened his arms. While Emily was helping him get dressed, Reg said to Emily, "From today onwards, you can train with Mia." Emily became excited upon hearing Reg's words. "Thank you for your grace, Master. I will definitely work hard to cultivate." Reg hummed in agreement again, as if having Emily cultivate was a trivial matter to him. It was indeed a small matter. But for Emily, it was an opportunity to change her destiny. Of all the slaves in the world, how many have the opportunity to cultivate themselves? If she hadn't been bought by her master, but by someone else, Emily knew she wouldn't have had the opportunity to cultivate. If you're sent to a brothel, you won't have any chance to cultivate yourself. Reg gave Emily a chance to change her fate, and Emily's master became increasingly sincere. Chapter 44 Royal Decree. After Reg was promoted to intermediate mage on July 21st, he began to go to his neighbor's place to buy slaves with good talent. By riding a horse, it only takes 1 or 2 hours to reach the town where the Lord's manor is located. Only in towns would large-scale slave trade take place. After purchasing several slaves from the town, it would be necessary to hire a carriage to transport them back to Cheryl, which would be a slower journey. A round trip, plus the time spent searching for and buying slaves, takes a full day. Only a week has passed, and Reg has already visited all 4 baronies. Yesterday, he even went to the only small town within Viscount Kofi's territory. Over the next few days, Reg will also visit several towns in Viscount Kofi's territory. After touring the territories of his 5 neighbors, Reg will have to stop going out. August is just around the corner, and the autumn harvest in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom will begin. More importantly, a decree from King Violet VII was delivered to Reg by a special envoy. The king ordered Baron Reg Catalan to dispatch a large contingent of his territory's troops after the autumn harvest, carrying grain or other military supplies worth 20% of the territory's taxes to Bodenburg. Bodenburg, one of the northern border fortresses of the Violet Kingdom, is garrisoned daily by an elite royal army. In the upcoming war of expansion of the kingdom, Bodenburg will gather a large number of troops from all over the kingdom. Military supplies worth 20% of the territory's tax revenue are intended to supply the assembled troops. Of the tax revenue, 10% was paid to the king that year, and all of it was to be used for the expansionist wars. The remaining 10% tax is the development tax levied every 5 years. A pioneering tax is levied only when a war of expansion is waged. If the war goes poorly, the development tax will continue to be levied. In previous years, the portion of Cheryl in Viscount Catalan's territory paid taxes to the king amounting to around 160 gold coins. Now that Cheryl has separated from the Viscount of Catalan and become the Baron of Catalan, it has developed even better, and Reg needs to pay more taxes. Ultimately, Reg decided to purchase military supplies worth 400 gold coins and send them to Bodenburg. No one would say that Reg paid too little tax. A large contingent of territorial troops was dispatched to escort military supplies. This territorial army was to directly participate in the expansionist war. In a normal war of expansion, a baron would need to send out a large contingent of over 300 men to serve as his territory's army. A viscount needs to send out a regiment of over 1,000 men from his territory's army. An earl needs to send out a brigade of over 3,000 troops from his territory. A marquis needs to send out a division of over 10,000 troops from his territory. A duke needs to send out an army of over 30,000 men from his territory. This is the minimum standard for the number of troops each nobleman must send out from their territory. You can send more troops, but you cannot send fewer troops. There are explicit regulations regarding the elite status of the troops to be dispatched, stipulating that they must consist of at least 1/3 of the number of regular army soldiers, meeting the minimum standard. To gain more military merits and benefits in wars of expansion, nobles need to send out more and stronger armies. If the nobles have no intention of gaining any benefits, they can simply send troops according to the minimum standards. Generally, when a nobleman personally leads an army into battle, he will dispatch a stronger territorial force. If nobles do not personally lead the expedition, they will send troops according to the minimum standards, based on the casualty rate of the army in ordinary baronial territories in the past. If they're lucky, at least half of them will make it back alive. In the worst-case scenario, perhaps none of them will make it back. According to the noble code, as a newly nobleman, Reg does not need to personally lead the troops in this pioneering war. However, Reg coveted the corpses of hundreds of thousands, even millions, of soldiers from both sides who had fallen on the battlefield. It is impossible to convert all these corpses into nutrients for the world tree. However, even just 1/10 of them would significantly increase the world tree's height. Reg is also able to find opportunities to revive fallen talents and use them for his own purposes. With the small world in existence, Reg can immediately hide inside it when danger arises. Moreover, in order to have an excuse to collect the bodies of fallen soldiers, Reg would volunteer to the commander to be in charge of cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield. At that time, Reg and his army will be assigned to the logistics department. Unless his army suffers a major defeat, it will be difficult for Reg to personally engage in battle with the orcs. Although you may not be able to earn merit for killing orcs, properly handling the corpses on the battlefield is also a merit. If corpses are not properly disposed of, disease outbreaks can easily occur. Disposing of corpses is usually a thankless and arduous task, but its only advantage is that it's relatively safe, as you don't have to go directly to the battlefield. However, the 7 human kingdoms were mostly on the winning side in their wars against the orcs, winning more often than losing. The nobles preferred to fight the orcs on the battlefield. If others have little credit for their work, it's because they weren't efficient enough in handling the bodies. The proper way to dispose of a body is either to bury it in a pit or to burn it with wood, dry grass, or oil. It's all a waste of time. Processing corpses is inefficient. A mid-level mage is nothing special in the Violet Kingdom, even if this mid-level mage is very young. Reg will not hide his identity as an intermediate-level spatial mage. While space mages can readily dispose of corpses, Reg simply throws them into a small world, turning them into nutrients for the world tree, making the disposal of corpses even more efficient. Reg will gain a lot of credit for carrying out this mission. It's unlikely that this achievement will earn him a viscountship, but an extra fiefdom is no problem. Reg decided to suspend his outings, not only because of the harvest and the king's decree. The 7 human kingdoms are joining forces to attack the orcs and expand their territory, but the orcs will not sit idly by and wait to be killed. After the autumn harvest, the 7 human kingdoms will dispatch troops to escort military supplies and assemble in the northern border. After arriving in the north, they can train the army a little. By the time winter was about to end, the human army was ready. As the weather warmed, the army immediately marched north and wiped out all the orcs they found. At the same time, building materials should be prepared so that fortresses and defensive lines can be built immediately once the army reaches the designated area. As long as the fortresses and defenses are held, the war can be considered won. The king will then allocate the newly conquered lands to the nobles who have rendered meritorious service. The migration of people by nobles to new fiefdoms will quickly assimilate the newly conquered territories from the expansion wars. The orcs will not sit idly by and wait for the human army to attack. Orcs typically invade human kingdoms from the south during the autumn harvest season. The orcs' invasion was intended to delay or stop the expansionist wars of the 7 kingdoms, and also to plunder food. This autumn can be considered a rather dangerous time for Baron Cataland. Normally, only small groups of orcs and goblins would invade the territory, which Reg and his cavalry would easily wipe out. Now, however, a large horde of orcs will invade the territory, and Reg may have no choice but to hold out in Cheryl Town. Villages outside were under attack, making it difficult to provide assistance. Bodenbug, the closest border fortress to Cheryl, is separated from Cheryl by the Fielding Barony. At most, Reg could ask his 2 neighbors for help, but the kingdom of Bodenbug's army might not be able to arrive in time to provide support. Chapter 45: The Mercenary's Path to Nobility. How much the Baron Cardaland would lose before the outbreak of the expansion wars depended entirely on luck. Unlike other baronies in the area, the Baron Cataland was much stronger. On one hand, there's Reg and Bologna in charge. Reg is an intermediate-level spatial mage, and Bellona is an intermediate-level battle mage, and they also possess two powerful innate abilities. The two of them had just entered the intermediate level and were already able to become strong people in the intermediate level. When the two work together, they can even fight against advanced superhumans. If given the opportunity, one can also kill high-level superhumans. The army in Baron Catelyn's territory is not strong, but Cheryl Town is full of mercenaries, including many who are at the level of apprentice-level warriors. By gathering these mercenaries, their numbers and strength are several times that of the territory's army. The southward migration of orcs will make it difficult for mercenaries to travel north to capture orc slaves, gather magical plants, and hunt magical beasts. Many mercenaries would even temporarily leave this dangerous place and head to the heart of the kingdom to take on missions from the mercenary guild to earn money. However, a large number of mercenaries will stay behind. The Catalan Potions shop has a certain appeal. More often than not, mercenaries wanted to distinguish themselves in the wars of expansion, to become knights, and to become nobles. Not only will a large number of mercenaries stay behind, but powerful mercenary groups will also arrive at the border. The kingdom allows mercenaries to join the war and has established a special mercenary legion. As long as mercenaries can achieve enough military exploits, the king does not mind granting them the title of nobles in the kingdom. Ultimately, only a very small number of powerful and lucky mercenaries became nobles, while the vast majority of mercenaries died in the wars of expansion. For commoners with high cultivation talent, becoming mercenaries, establishing mercenary groups, and participating in expansionist wars is a viable path to becoming a noble. They also had another path, to join the kingdom's army directly, starting as soldiers or junior officers, rising through the ranks based on merit, and finally becoming kingdom nobles based on their military achievements. It's much easier for a noble's son to become a noble. For example, when Reg died, he directly received a fief and became a baron. The baron's son can also be granted a knighthood. When the orcs invade Baron Catelyn's territory, Cheryl Town will be left with many mercenaries. When necessary, Reg will pay to hire these mercenaries to fight the orcs. If they encounter an enemy they cannot resist, they will not even be able to escape. Reg will hide all the people who are important to him in his little world. Once the orcs are driven away, Reg will come out on his own. Perhaps because the orcs are too powerful and Reg has not shown any obvious signs of abandoning his territory and fleeing, the kingdom will not punish Reg too severely. Even if his fief is taken back, Reg can still win back his fief by making contributions in the War of Expansion. Having lived 2 lives, influenced by his memories of this life, Reg does not want to give up Cheryl, the town named after his mother in this life. I went out yesterday and stayed in the territory today. After breakfast, Reg went to take care of territory affairs. Although Emily had become Reg's woman, she was not entitled to have breakfast with Reg. Emily was still a maid, but in the eyes of the other maids, Emily's status suddenly rose. No one dared to actively ostracize Emily, nor did they dare to speak ill of her openly. I'm worried Emily will tell her owner. After the servants of the Lord's manor finished breakfast, Emily walked toward Mia. Mia, starting today, I will cultivate with you all, Emily said kindly to Mia. Emily wanted to build a good relationship with Mia, since Mia was the only female among the 4 slaves who had gained the qualifications to study and cultivate. Emily is about to begin her cultivation journey and has many things she needs to learn from Mia. Mia was somewhat surprised to hear Emily's words, but she quickly understood why. Emily warmed her master's bed and received special treatment, gaining the qualification to study and cultivate without having to wait a month. Sister Emily, you'd better be prepared to suffer. Cultivation is a very hard thing. Emily gritted her teeth and replied, no matter how hard it is, I will work hard to cultivate. I want to avenge my father and brother. Although Emily never spoke of her own story, the slaves from the same place as her knew about it, and the news had already spread. Mia felt a little sorry for Emily. Everyone was enslaved, but Mia did it to cure her brother's illness. Now that her brother is cured, her family can live a normal life again. Emily was different. Her brother was missing and had little chance of being alive. Her father was executed, and she was sold into slavery. If Emily hadn't been bought by her owner, her life might have been very tragic. Mia's compassion for Emily led her to offer assistance in Emily's spiritual practice. Their relationship grew better and better. Aside from the 4 seniors Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle, many of the newcomers felt envious and jealous when they saw that Emily, who had only been in the Lord's manor for 3 days, had already gained the qualifications to study and cultivate. It's limited to envy and jealousy. They had learned from their seniors that if they performed well and did not make mistakes after a month in the Lord's Manor, they should be qualified to study and cultivate. Emily is just taking the lead. It won't be long before they are also able to learn and cultivate. It is truly incredible that a slave could be granted the right to study and cultivate. They envied and were jealous of Emily, and were filled with gratitude towards Lord Catalan, their master. In their eyes, their master was the best nobleman in the world. Another week passed, and Reg toured several towns in Viscount Coffey's territory, buying a total of 12 slaves. With the last batch of slaves entering the Lord's Manor, the number of slaves with good cultivation talent in the Lord's Manor has reached 36. Among them, there is one person with third-class talent, 2 people with fourth-class talent, 7 people with fifth-class talent, and 26 people with sixth-class talent. There are 25 people training as fighting masters and 11 people training as mages. There were 22 male slaves and 14 female slaves. When purchasing slaves, Reg relaxed the standards for male slaves, resulting in a significant increase in the number of male slaves he bought compared to female slaves. The total cost of purchasing 36 slaves was less than 100 gold coins. It cost 27 gold coins just to buy Emily. With so many new people joining, the number of servants in the Lord's Manor increased. Moreover, among his servants, slaves purchased by Reg already make up 2/3 of the total. Slaves with good talent are easy to buy, but it takes a considerable amount of time to turn them into extraordinary beings. Fortunately, Reg isn't in a hurry, and there's no use for them right now. Once the war of expansion ends, some slaves should have attained the extraordinary. Emily, being the only third-tier talent among the 36 slaves, joined a little later and might be the first to reach the extraordinary level. Cultivation talent is extremely important for extraordinary individuals. Even those from humble backgrounds can become extraordinary individuals if they possess exceptional talent in cultivation. Even if someone is born into a noble family, their future potential is very limited if they have low talent for cultivation. When buying slaves, Reg values their talent for cultivation, but he also values their loyalty to him. As long as they are wholeheartedly loyal to him, Reg can also have the World Tree clones enhance their cultivation talents. Chapter 46, 3 Coping Strategies. Bologna, who frequently visited the Lord's Manor, noticed that the number of slaves in the manor was increasing. Bologna was a little curious. Could it be that the Baron was going to train all the slaves he had bought? Driven by sheer curiosity, Bologna couldn't help but ask Reg, "Your Excellency, why did you buy so many slaves? Are you going to make them all study and train?" Reg nodded and replied, "You're right. I have a keen eye and can see their talents. The slaves I buy have at least average talent in cultivation. I give them the opportunity to learn and cultivate, and they will all become extraordinary beings in the future." Hiss! Bologna was filled with uncontrollable amazement. 36 slaves, with at least medium-level cultivation talent. They don't even need cultivation resources. Just providing cultivation techniques and sufficient food will make them extraordinary beings. Reg, however, provided them with training rooms filled with highly concentrated magical elements, as well as low-level magical plants that could be used directly. As long as they do not betray the Baron, entering the apprentice realm is just the beginning, and everyone can reach the initial stage. 36 slaves are not the final number. The Baron will certainly continue to purchase slaves with good cultivation talents. Suddenly, Bologna sensed that the Baron had many secrets. A low-level magical plant of unknown origin, whose cultivation talent surpasses his own, and who is being trained as a slave by the Baron. This is far beyond what a Baron could achieve. Perhaps the Baron will become a duke someday, or even. Bologna dared not think any further. If the Baron's future is truly so bright, the War Maniac mercenary group should pledge allegiance as soon as possible. Mercenaries all know that being a mercenary is not a long-term career. Most mercenaries either die or are injured. Only a small number are able to retire on their own, and a very small number become nobles. From the day I became a mercenary, I wanted to find a place that suited me. Bologna wants to find a suitable home for her band members. However, he couldn't casually tell the other members about what he had seen at the Lord's Manor. This is the Baron's trust in me, and I must live up to that trust. Bologna made a decision in her heart. Once this war of expansion ended and Baron Catalan was safe and sound, she would discuss with her members the matter of joining the Baron's forces. If it were any later, when the slaves trained by the Baron had grown up and joined the Baron, the War Maniac mercenary group would be unimportant to anyone except themselves. It's already August, and the autumn harvest has begun in the northern part of the Violet Kingdom. The main crop grown in the barren Catalan territory is rye. Rye is better suited to growing in poor soil than wheat, is more cold-resistant, and is well suited to the land and climate of the northern Violet Kingdom. According to the fertility of the land, it can be divided into inferior land, medium land, and superior land. Of the farmland cleared in the barren Cardoland, medium-grade fields accounted for about one-third, high-grade fields were relatively few and were mainly used to grow wheat, and the rest were low-grade fields, mainly used to grow rye. The yield of rye from a mu, approximately 0.16 acres, of low-quality land, is often less than 100 gene, approximately 50 kilograms. In addition to rye and wheat, peas and broad beans are also grown. Ordinary people don't understand the principle behind the nitrogen fixation and soil fertilization through crop rotation of legumes and grains. They only know it's a tradition and follow what the elders say. Eating legumes can also provide protein. When the farmers were harvesting in autumn, Reg left Cheryl to go out and inspect the area. Upon seeing the crop yield, he couldn't help but frown. The yield was simply too low. In areas with poor soil, chemical fertilizers are needed to increase crop yields. Nora also has fertilizer, which was developed by mages. However, current fertilizers are high-end products that farmers cannot afford to buy or use. The fertilizer developed by the mages is used when planting magical plants to provide them with nutrients. The mages are also capable of developing fertilizers for ordinary crops, but none of them care about that. The nobles didn't care how many people from the lower classes died, and neither did the mages. Reg does care a bit, but he's powerless to change it for the time being. Make a note of the fertilizer issue. I'll have someone research it later. The autumn harvest is an important event for all noble territories, especially for those that are primarily agricultural. For the barren Catalan, the autumn harvest was crucial, and the threat from the north was drawing ever closer. Mercenaries kept returning from the north, resting briefly in Cheryl before heading south to get away from this potential battlefield. The mercenaries returning from the north also brought back news that a large number of orcs were advancing towards the northern border of the Violet Kingdom. Some mercenaries were even unable to dodge in time and were surrounded and killed by the orcs. The orcs that invaded barren Catalan's territory in the past were weak rat men, kobolds, pigmen, and the like. Now there are powerful orc races such as minotaurs, centaurs, and werewolves. Humans usually refer to half-orcs as human. Orcs refer to themselves by their own names. For example, the minotaurs are simply called the Minotaur tribe, while the centaurs are called the Horse tribe. The Horse tribe is also divided into the White Horse tribe, the Black Horse tribe, the Horse King tribe, and so on. There are also ethnic divisions within the human race, but the human race usually takes a national stance. The internal struggles among the orc race are extremely fierce, with everyone wanting to become royalty. Individual orc races are very dispersed, and the orc community as a whole is even more dispersed. However, faced with the relentless advance of the human race, in order to survive, the powerful orc race had no choice but to unite and drive the weaker orc races to form a temporary, loose alliance to fight against the human army. Faced with another war of expansion waged by the human race, the Orc Alliance had no choice but to take proactive measures. It's not easy for the Orc army to assemble, so they can only send highly mobile units to harass the human borders and plunder food along the way. Reg is also making preparations in the face of the Orcs who may invade his territory. Reg has prepared 3 countermeasures. The first strategy is to take the initiative to attack any Orcs you can defeat and eliminate the invading Orcs to prevent them from causing damage to your territory. For this purpose, Reg had already set aside 200 gold coins to purchase 20 ordinary warhorses. This increased the size of the cavalry unit from 18 riders to 38 riders. When Reg bought a regular warhorse, it only cost around 10 gold coins, but now it costs almost 12 gold coins. The second strategy is to defend the city against stronger orcs, gathering all available resources to protect Cheryl Town. People from the 12 villages within the territory should evacuate to Cheryl Town if possible. Cheryl was too small to accommodate everyone, so the knights, regular soldiers, and some farmers retreated to Cheryl, while the rest moved to the neighboring territory to the south. Reg has already discussed this with the neighbors, and they all agree. If it weren't for barren Catalan standing in front of them, their territory would have suffered. The third strategy was to escape into a small world with those important to him when faced with the overwhelming power of the orcs. Now it all comes down to luck. Chapter 47: The Wolf Riders Attack. Barren Catalan is actively preparing for war. Currently, Reg has 2 teams of personnel at his disposal. One group consists of the territory's standing army, and the other group consists of mercenaries who remained in Cheryl Town. The main standing army consists of about 200 men stationed in Cheryl. The regular army soldiers stationed in 12 villages cannot withdraw to Cheryl for the time being. Reg wanted to evacuate most of the people from the 12 villages to their southern neighbor, but neither the knights nor the villagers were willing to do so. Because the autumn harvest is not over yet. The ripe crops in the fields are the villagers' main source of income for the year. If we don't harvest these crops, we might starve to death next year. Each village was a knight's fiefdom, and half of the villagers' taxes were kept by the knight, while the other half were given to Baron Catelan. Without harvesting crops, the knight has no income. The knights and villagers could only leave after the autumn harvest was over. Most of the villagers fled south, while the knight, along with regular soldiers and some able-bodied men, gathered in Cheryl. When Elroy was in charge of Cheryl, the standing army was well-trained, and there was no need for Reg to change anything for the time being. Because of its location on the kingdom's border, the knights would take time to train adult male villagers. Overall, the standing and reserve forces of Baron Cartran are stronger than more than half of the baronies in the Violet Kingdom. It is strong, but its strength is limited. Reg can only deploy a small number of regular troops at present. Therefore, Reg also needs to hire mercenaries who are staying in Cheryl Town. Reg ordered notices to be posted throughout Cheryl, instructing mercenaries willing to be hired to fight the orcs to register at the military camp. Register the mercenaries' names, strengths, and specialties, and determine the mission reward based on their strengths. For example, mercenaries in the apprentice stage are given 10 to 15 silver coins per day. Mercenaries who have not yet reached the extraordinary level will be given 1 to 3 silver coins per day. You can use quest rewards to purchase magical plants and potions from the Catelan Potion Shop at 90% of the market price. Reg cannot employ a large number of mercenaries indefinitely. He will only pay them when they accept and complete a mission. If any mercenary is killed or wounded during a mission, Reg will provide them with compensation. Upon seeing the benefits offered by Reg, the mercenaries in Cheryl Town flocked to the military camp to register. Most of the mercenaries who stayed in Cheryl were there to participate in the expansion war, while a small number were attracted by the Catelan Potion Shop or had nowhere else to go, so they stayed in Cheryl. Participating in the pioneering wars meant fighting against orcs, with virtually no pay. At most, one would receive some military supplies. You can earn a reward for fighting orcs in Baron Catelan's territory. Since I can't find a way to make money right now, accepting Baron Catelan's offer of employment isn't a bad idea. After some mercenaries registered, Reg looked at the list and hired a group of mercenaries with strong reconnaissance abilities. These mercenaries, carrying out missions issued by Reg, headed in batches to the north of Cheryl Town. They searched for the orcs' movements day and night. If any orcs approach, immediately return to Cheryl Town to report. Reg will choose different strategies to deal with the attacking orcs depending on their strength. With orcs attacking, the Violet Kingdom will not remain completely silent. The kingdom's army stationed at Bodenbug, the border fortress closest to Baron Catelan's territory, has been frequently dispatched to eliminate or drive away orcs approaching the border. However, the kingdom's army currently stationed in Bodenbug is limited in strength, and while they can react more quickly during the day, they engage in fewer battles at night. Compared to human armies, some orc races have better night vision and are very strong in night combat. However, by using magic or alchemical tools, they could temporarily illuminate the night, so the human army was not afraid of fighting the orcs at night. Reg sent out scout mercenaries, focusing on nighttime reconnaissance, fearing a nighttime attack by orcs. Only 3 days after Reg sent out his mercenaries, they discovered the presence of orcs. Baron Catelan took precautions, and Reg even sent messengers to inform his neighbors, Baron Simon and Baron Fielding. Fielding barony was next to Bodenbug, and Reg was more worried about his own territory and Simon barony's territory. Soon, Reg's fears came true. On the morning of August 7th, news came from Baron Simon's territory that a village had been massacred by wolf riders the previous night. No one in the village, including the knight, escaped. Most were killed, and a few women were abducted. It is anticipated that these abducted women will be raped and murdered by werewolves, eventually becoming food for the werewolves' mouths. Werewolves do not normally eat humans or other intelligent species. Direwolves are wild animals and are not too picky about their food. The wolf riders also robbed all the food in the village. Upon learning the news that night, Baron Simon dared not send troops to provide support, fearing that the reinforcements would be wiped out by the wolf riders after leaving Simon Town, or even that Simon Town itself would be attacked. The incident at Baron Simon's territory greatly increased Reg's vigilance, prompting him to send more mercenaries out to scout. Just 2 days later, the Wolf Riders reappeared. In the darkness, the Wolf Riders spotted the mercenaries but paid them no heed and continued toward their target. Among the more than 100 Wolf Riders, the captain and vice-captain were both novice warriors, and the wolves they rode were still level 0 magical beasts. Destroying a few villages is easy for the Wolf Riders. Their real objective is to wipe out reinforcements coming from the town and, ideally, kill the human nobles. Upon seeing the Wolf Rider mercenaries, they spurred their horses back while firing signal flares. Signal flares are inexpensive, disposable alchemical tools created by alchemists, capable of emitting different kinds of light. The signal flare fired by the mercenary indicated that about 100 enemies were approaching. Signal flares cannot provide more precise information. In the darkness, the light emitted by the signal flare could be seen from a great distance. Even if Cheryl Town cannot see it, other mercenaries in the middle can fire signal flares to transmit the information about the enemy attack back to Cheryl Town. Orcs are attacking. Upon seeing the light emitted by the signal flare in the night sky, the soldiers on the walls of Cheryl Town immediately sounded their horns. Reg, who had fallen asleep while holding Emily's delicate body, was awakened by the sound of horns. He hurriedly dressed and ran out, mounted the warhorse that the groom had just let out, and galloped towards the military camp. In the military camp, the soldiers and officers of the territory's army, as well as the members of the War Maniac mercenary group, all woke up, hurriedly dressed, put on their armor, and picked up their weapons. They may all have to participate in the battle. Not only those in the military camp, but also all the registered mercenaries in Cheryl Town got up to prepare for battle. Reg arrived at the military camp and immediately issued combat orders. Led by Bologna, most of the cavalry from Cheryl Town participated in the battle. This includes cavalry in the territory's army, individuals in the Warmad mercenary group who own their own warhorses, and mercenaries in Cheryl Town who own their own warhorses. They could assemble a cavalry force of over 100 men. At Reg's command, a soldier in the camp responsible for blowing the horn blew the horn. The soldiers used horns to blow 2 different tones to convey a message, ordering those with warhorses to assemble at the south gate. Chapter 48. Verona unleashes her power. Bologna led the expedition, while Reg stayed behind in Cheryl. It's not that Reg is afraid of death. With the small world around, Reg can quickly hide inside it when he encounters danger. In fact, Reg also wanted to fight, so that after killing the enemy, he could quickly send the corpse into the small world and prevent his life energy from being lost too much. But Cheryl Town needs a strong person to be in charge. It could be Reg or Bologna. Reg is a lord, and Bologna can be considered Reg's subordinate. With his subordinates remaining in Cheryl Town, while Reg, as the lord, personally leads the expedition, isn't this a betrayal of the heavenly order? Therefore, Reg made a logical decision. He would stay in Cheryl Town and send Bologna to lead the expedition. The mercenaries, who were scattered throughout Cheryl Town, were slow to assemble, so Bologna led the cavalry from the military camp ahead of them. This includes 6 apprentice warriors from the War Maniac mercenary group and 35 cavalrymen from the territory's army. The Only Knights on duty tonight are waiting for the mercenaries to assemble so they can lead the second wave of soldiers on their journey. The cavalry had 3 men left, mainly used for relaying messages. A cavalry unit of 42 men left the military camp and rushed to the south gate. Some fast mercenaries have already arrived at the south gate to assemble. They didn't wait for the second wave of Only Knights and joined Bologna's team directly. This allowed Bologna's cavalry to exceed 50 men, including 2 more apprentice warriors. The cavalry left Cheryl Town through the south gate and continued their journey, slightly off course from the location of the signal flare. During the march, mercenaries on reconnaissance missions came to join them and reported on the Wolf Riders' movements. Bologna's confidence stemmed from her own strength, and she showed no fear of the larger number of Wolf Riders whose actual combat capabilities were unknown. After marching for another 10 minutes or so, they spotted the Wolf Riders who were on reconnaissance. The Wolf Riders spotted the cavalry led by Bologna. The Wolf Riders began to turn, intending to annihilate the human cavalry. 6 minutes later, a large group of Wolf Riders appeared in Bologna's field of vision. Bologna immediately realized that her cavalry unit had become the target of the Wolf Riders. Bologna was confident in her abilities, but she was not reckless. She led her cavalry to fight the Wolf Riders, and the cavalry suffered considerable losses. To achieve victory with minimal losses, it would be best to join forces with the cavalry led by the Knights of Angli. Bellona's cavalry immediately turned, and the Wolf Riders gave chase. The cavalry's best mounts were fine warhorses, and only Bellona rode a fine warhorse. The others rode ordinary warhorses. The Wolf Riders, whose captains and vice-captains ride wolves of the zero-tier magical beast level, are almost as fast as high-quality warhorses when carrying people. The wolves used by other wolf riders were just as fast as ordinary warhorses. Most importantly, dire wolves are not only mounts, but can also participate directly in combat. The Barona cavalry was unable to create distance between themselves and the wolf riders. On the contrary, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Werewolves and dire wolves both have excellent night vision and are extremely strong in night combat. Fortunately, the wolf riders were not good at mounted archery. After a chase, the Bellona cavalry finally joined forces with the cavalry led by the Angli Knights, forming a larger cavalry unit with even more men than the Wolf Riders. There are more than a dozen apprentice warriors alone, which is almost double the number of apprentice warriors among the Wolf cavalry. Charge with me. Bellona led the charge, with a group of battle master apprentices following on either side of her, and ordinary cavalrymen trailing behind. The Wolf Riders were not afraid when they saw the human cavalry charging back. The captain and vice-captain led the charge, brandishing their scimitars as they charged toward Bellona. They had already determined that this woman was the leader of the human cavalry. Thump, thump, thump. The warhorse wolf galloped, and the earth trembled. Bellona's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, her left hand gripping the reins, and her right hand holding an exaggerated greatsword. Kill. The greatsword seemed to carry boundless power as it slashed towards the Wolf Rider captain. The Wolf Rider captain had just raised his scimitar to defend himself when the greatsword cleaved the werewolf and his dire wolf in two with a single strike. The Wolf Rider captain had just died when the Wolf Rider vice-captain next to him brandished his scimitar and slashed at Bellona. Upon seeing the captain's death, Yu Guangzhong, the shocked vice-captain, only wanted to kill the human woman and become the new captain himself. However, the Wolf Rider vice-captain, who was only a junior second-stage fighter, was no match for Bellona. Bellona quickly withdrew the greatsword that had killed the Wolf Rider captain, blocked the scimitar that was slashing at her, and with another burst of strength, slashed the greatsword at the Wolf Rider vice-captain. How can this seemingly weak human woman possess such great strength? With his last thought, the Wolf Rider vice-captain was cleaved in two by the greatsword, and his mount was not spared by Bellona either. Bellona's battles were too fast. The apprentice fighters had barely exchanged blows before the battles below the transcendent level hadn't even begun. Bellona brandished her greatsword and spurred her horse toward the surrounding wolf riders at the apprentice level of the battle master realm. The captain and vice-captain are dead. Run. We've encountered a powerful human. If you can't win, run away. Besides, even the strongest captain and vice-captain are dead. Without the werewolves to lead the fight, they might die too. However, the ordinary wolf riders behind them might escape, while the werewolf warrior apprentices who had already fought with the human warrior apprentices became entangled with each other. There are more human fighter apprentices. It's almost 2 human fighter apprentices teaming up to fight one werewolf fighter apprentice. One person fights the werewolf, while another attacks the werewolf's mount. Bellona then killed 2 more werewolf fighter apprentices, and the rest werewolf fighter apprentices were killed by her own fighter apprentices working together. When the last werewolf warrior apprentice was killed, a dozen or so ordinary werewolf riders were also killed, but 2 of their own ordinary cavalrymen were killed and 3 were seriously wounded. Another apprentice fighter sustained minor injuries. Chase them. Kill them all. Bellona shouted and took the lead in chasing after the fleeing wolf riders. The superhuman wolf riders are almost all dead, and the ordinary wolf riders have scattered and fled. Now is the time to strike while the enemy is down. Dire wolves are not good at long-distance raids, and the wolf riders were quickly caught up and killed. The wolf riders scattered and fled, and the human warrior apprentices also led their own teams to pursue them. The chase lasted for nearly an hour before stopping, and no more than 20 wolf riders escaped. If it were daytime, not a single wolf rider would be able to escape. The battle is finally over. During the battle, the number of our regular cavalrymen killed increased to 6, 3 of whom were mercenaries. The number of seriously wounded ordinary cavalrymen has also increased to 11. Seeing that the wolf riders could not escape, their desperate resistance also brought considerable losses to their own side. Compared to their own losses, they killed over 90 werewolves, including 2 novice fighters and 7 fighter apprentices. This was a resounding victory. The battle was won, but cleaning up the battlefield became a troublesome task. The werewolf can simply cut off its head. After the king's decree is issued, killing orcs will count as a battle achievement, and the orc's head needs to be sent to a designated location to be counted. Reg did not personally take action tonight, but the werewolves he killed were all considered Reg's achievements. The werewolf's mount, the dire wolf, has meat that can be eaten, hide that can support leather armor and boots, and teeth that can be used as arrowheads. All the dire wolves must be taken back. Chapter 49 Post-War. A cavalryman brought back the battle report. Our side achieved a great victory over the invading wolf cavalry. The officers, soldiers, and mercenaries guarding the city walls breathed a sigh of relief. Reg wasn't nervous about the Wolf Rider invasion. He had a lot of confidence in Bellona's abilities. The cavalryman who returned with the news not only reported on the battle situation, but also brought back a message from Bellona, hoping that the Baron would send men to clean up the battlefield. Reg put Deputy Mayor Zimmerman and Knight Gerald in charge of this matter. The two mobilized carriages and manpower to bring back the carcasses of the dire wolves from the battlefield. If there is enough transport capacity, the werewolf's corpse can be brought back. If it cannot be brought back, it should be buried on the spot. Many mercenaries without warhorses did not participate in the battle, but instead went to the battlefield as transport personnel. The mercenaries who participated in the battle boasted to their acquaintances about how many werewolves they had killed. But most people were chatting with Bellona, who was displaying great prowess on the battlefield. Every mercenary in Cheryl Town knows Bellona. The news that Bellona had become an intermediate-level fighter spread far and wide. But today is the first time that Bellona has shown her formidable fighting power. In reality, Bellona did not reveal her full strength. 2 werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster were not enough to make Bellona show her full power. But the scene of Bellona killing 2 werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster left a deep impression on the participants. That was a werewolf at the beginner level of Battlemaster. Cheryl Town didn't even have a single resident low-level superhuman, yet Bellona killed them all with a single sword strike. Bellona's formidable strength has inspired many to consider joining the Berserker mercenary group. But Bellona, being a woman, makes most people hesitate. Join a powerful mercenary group and fight together in the War of Conquest. Once the captain has earned enough merit, he becomes a nobleman of the kingdom. Apprentice warriors can be knighted by the captain, and others can also obtain a piece of land to become small landowners, marry, and have children. How did Bellona, a woman, become a noblewoman of the kingdom? If Bellona were a man, given her intermediate-level Battlemaster status, she would have a considerable chance of achieving enough merit in this expansion war to become a baron. That's such a pity. After a busy night, all the spoils were transported back to Cheryl. The residents of Cheryl flocked out to the streets to see what was happening. Reg rode his warhorse to the south gate to personally greet the warriors who were going to fight. In the world of Nora, there is no concept of collecting spoils for the public good. Basically, whoever kills the enemy gets the loot. The 2 0-level magical beast-level dire wolves that Bellona killed were both Bellona's spoils of war. Bellona offered a dire wolf to Reg. Reg accepted with a smile. The remaining dire wolf, Bellona planned to share with her brothers and sisters in the Berserker mercenary group. With no intention of selling it for money, and for the time being, Bellona doesn't lack cultivation resources. The superhumans who participated in the war did not intend to sell the war wolves they killed. Instead, they kept the meat to eat, and if they couldn't finish it, they would pickle it to prevent it from spoiling. Most of the dire wolves killed by ordinary cavalry and mercenaries are sold for money. The wolf riders who invaded Baron Catlin's territory were likely the same wolf riders who annihilated a village in Baron Simon's territory. Reg sent someone to inform Baron Simon about this. Baron Simon was greatly shocked to learn that the wolf riders who had wiped out a village in his territory had been annihilated by Baron Catlon. The wolf riders were so powerful that even Baron Simon dared not send troops to rescue the village. Baron Catlon, however, had the power to wipe out the wolf riders, especially the werewolves who had reached the transcendent realm, all of whom were killed. Where does the Catlin Barondom get such strength, even surpassing the strength of the Simon Barondom? Baron Simon sent men to investigate briefly and quickly learned about the situation of the battle. It turns out that Baron Catlon hired a large number of mercenaries, especially Bellona, who had reached the intermediate level of a battlemaster. Hiring mercenaries is something you can do if you have the money. The problem is that Baron Simon is short of money. Even if he were, he would train his own people instead of hiring mercenaries. Simon began to envy the wealthy Baron Catalan. Whether it's hiring mercenaries or cultivating their own people, the current strength of Baron Catelyn is greater than that of Baron Simon. Baron Simon plans to take this opportunity to thank Baron Catelyn and, incidentally, deepen their relationship. The knights stationed in the villages of Baron Catelyn soon learned of the Wolf Riders' attack the previous night. The knights in the village in the northern part of the territory were filled with lingering fear. If Cheryl Town hadn't sent troops to intercept the Wolf Riders, it seems likely that Baron Catelyn will suffer the same fate as Baron Simon, with one village being wiped out by Wolf Riders. Even the knights stationed in the village can die. The last time a village in Cheryl was wiped out by orcs was before the last expansion war. The knights couldn't help but feel that pledging allegiance to Baron Catelyn was the right choice. If Baron Catelyn hadn't come, and Cheryl had been managed by Knight Nico, another village might have been destroyed, and another knight might have died. To pledge allegiance to a powerful nobleman and gain his protection is what every knight desires. Rumor has it that the Baron has become a mid-level mage. The Baron is only 16 years old, yet he has already become a mid-level mage, and a powerful spatial mage at that. The title of Baron is just the beginning. A Baron may become a Viscount, or even an Earl. The status of these knights who pledged allegiance to the Baron would also rise accordingly. The next day, Reg personally led a group to transport the werewolf's head through Baron Fielding's territory to Bodenburg for registration, thus making it his own war achievement. The results of this battle alone have actually surpassed the results of many baronial armies in previous expansionist wars. Such achievements are merely ordinary, and after the war, they would generally not receive any rewards from the king. Reg was just a minor baron, and when he came to Bodenburg, he didn't see any important figures. He only met the kingdom's officials who were responsible for compiling statistics and recording military achievements. The other party acted in a businesslike manner, simply recording the time and details of the battle as described by Reg, and then tallying the werewolves' heads as the actual battle record. Cheryl is a fortified town, while Bodenburg is a towering fortress, normally garrisoned by an army of over 30,000 men. The people living here are mainly officers and soldiers. A small number of mid to high-ranking officers' families also live here, as do businessmen who run service businesses for officers and soldiers in Bodenburg. There's not much to see in Bodenburg, especially with the large influx of orcs causing frequent raids and troop movements by the city's garrison, which has led to a decline in the city's service industry. Reg felt that he would come back several times to record his achievements before he led his troops to escort military supplies to Bodenburg for permanent deployment. The Wolf Riders were just the first orcs to invade the territory after the autumn harvest began. More orcs would invade before the expansion wars began. Now Reg can only hope that the autumn harvest will end soon, so that he can send most of the people from the 12 villages to the south to take refuge. With the remaining citizens concentrated in Cheryl Town, focusing solely on defending it, the area to worry about will be greatly reduced. Chapter 50 Werewolf Revenge. It was probably because one of the Wolf Riders was wiped out that the remaining Wolf Riders spread the power of the Baron Catelyn. This caused other orcs to stay away from Baron Catelyn's territory, making it quiet for a while. Apart from the mercenaries who accepted reconnaissance missions, the other mercenaries who remained in Cheryl Town had no missions and therefore no money to earn. The mercenaries, on the contrary, hoped for a few more waves of enemies to fight. With the powerful Bologna leading them, they will surely be able to wipe out the attacking orcs. Not only can you get mission rewards, but you can also get loot. As for the deaths and injuries during the battle, that's perfectly normal. The number of casualties in the last battle was small in their eyes, but the spoils and mission rewards were considerable. So the mercenaries looked forward to the next battle against the orcs. Time flies, and it's now August 20th. The Catelyn Potion Shop can increase the number of low-level magical plants available for sale for the 4th time. However, when sales were increased for the 3rd time a month ago, the needs of the mercenaries in Cheryl Town were basically met. Reg originally planned to sell some of the magical plants to caravans and sell them to the outside world this time. Unexpectedly, the War of Expansion led to a change in this situation. Some mercenaries left Cheryl, and most caravans also suspended their business trips to Cheryl, especially businessmen who deal in magical plants. The sale of low-level magical plants at the Catelyn Potion Shop has made it virtually impossible for merchants in the magical plant business to sell low-level magical plants anymore. They only had one business left, buying magical plants from mercenaries at low prices and selling them outside. Mercenaries can no longer enter orc territory to collect magical plants, and merchants can no longer do their last business. In addition, with the increased danger in Baron Catelyn's territory, merchants who trade in magical plants have basically stopped coming to Baron Catelyn's territory. Reg's plan to sell the magical plants to the outside world has to be put on hold for the time being. Since the Catelan potion shop doesn't need any more low-level magical plants to sell for the time being, Reg decided to use the extra low-level magical plants on the slaves in his lord's manor. In the next few days, slaves will have completed 30 days of service at the lord's manor and will be given the opportunity to study and train. With the increase in the number of slaves undergoing training, the extra low-level magical plants can be easily consumed. Using low-level magical plants to train slaves and accelerate their cultivation progress is not a waste. Once the slaves grow up, they will be of some use, more or less. Reg has no tribesmen he can use, and the slaves are more closely connected to Reg than the knights under his command. If Reg encounters danger on the battlefield, the slaves will fight even more desperately than the knights. If a slave dares to run away after his master dies, others have the right to seize and execute him. Reg wants to use these slaves, but he has to wait until they reach the transcendent level, and he doesn't know how long that will take. It's unclear how long it will take for the slaves to reach the extraordinary level, but Reg himself is improving rapidly, especially at the Battle Master level. 5 days later, while practicing swordsmanship with Emily, Reg easily advanced to the 5th stage of the apprentice realm in the Battle Master realm. At this rate, Reg will be able to become a novice Battle Master in a month. Faced with her increasingly powerful master, Emily recalled some knowledge she had read in storybooks, and, despite her shyness, asked Eugela, Karina, Cindy, and others for advice, gradually learning many tricks. He was still utterly annihilated by Reg's greatsword. As Emily was on the verge of losing consciousness due to her severe injuries, a thought popped into her mind. I wish I were stronger. Who can join me in fighting against my master? If Reg hadn't used his healing spell to treat Emily after the battle, Emily would have had to rest in bed and recover the next day. Half a month has passed since the Wolf Riders attacked, and orcs are gradually approaching Baron Catelyn's territory again. According to information Reg learned from his neighbors, more orcs have moved south to attack the noble territories in the north of the kingdom. Some distance from the border fortress, a town was captured by orcs. The baron who ruled the town managed to escape, but when other barons personally led troops to fight the orcs, they were killed by the orcs. These battles mainly took place at night. During the day, the kingdom's army frequently went out to hunt down and drive away the orcs. The orcs did not send a large force. Instead, they sent relatively elite, small units. Unable to confront the kingdom's army head-on, they were able to launch attacks on various parts of the kingdom's borders under the cover of night. Noble territories like Baron Simon's, where villages were wiped out by orcs, were already quite common. If Baron Catelyn's territory hadn't been significantly stronger, other villages would have been wiped out by the orcs. If orcs attack a village, it's better if the nobles don't send reinforcements. If they do, the reinforcements may suffer heavy losses as well. Therefore, in the border noble territories, the nobles will defend their cities. Even when orcs invaded their territory and attacked the villages within it, nobles rarely sent reinforcements. Fortunately, the nobles were not always in a passive position. Some nobles contacted their southern neighbors, and together they ambushed the attacking orcs. The credit for the battle was divided according to the amount of effort each side contributed. Some kingdom troops were also dispersed to noble territories, where they dealt a heavy blow to the attacking orcs. The Violet Kingdom suffered more casualties, but the majority of the dead were civilians. The orcs suffered fewer casualties, but they were all elites. For the Violet Kingdom's leadership, sacrificing some civilians in exchange for the lives of elite orcs was a worthwhile trade. The Violet Kingdom has no shortage of commoners, especially since the dead were not even its own people. Only the nobles who actually suffered losses felt the pinch, and were also worried that powerful orcs would directly attack the cities they were in. Reg was also worried about this, but fortunately he still had a way out. If you encounter a powerful orc, just hide in a small world. In the past month, the world tree has not grown much, but the land area of the small world has exceeded 1,500 square meters. Reg also placed a batch of food and water in the small world. In the darkness, a force of several hundred wolf riders was rapidly heading south. The wolf riders' target was none other than Cheryl Town. The tall werewolf at the head rode a first-tier magical beast-level dire wolf, and its appearance was somewhat similar to a werewolf at the beginner-level Battle Master realm that Barona had killed half a month ago. The werewolf killed by Bellona was named Nathan, and the leader of this wolf rider was named Nachin, Nathan's brother, a sibling of the same mother. Nachin's Battlemaster level has reached the intermediate 4th stage. The two brothers had a very good relationship, and Nachin had come to avenge his brother. Even with city walls protecting the human nobles, nothing could stop Nachin's advance. Cavalrymen are not good at attacking cities, but Nachin would personally break open the city gates and lead the wolf riders into the city. Nachin did not believe that any human superhuman in that nobleman's territory could stop him. Chapter 51: The Siege of Cheryl Town 1. Nachin's Wolf Rider force continued to approach Cheryl. Such a large Wolf Rider force was quickly discovered by the mercenaries responsible for reconnaissance. The mercenaries fired signal flares as they fled. The Wolf Riders ignored the fleeing mercenaries and charged straight toward Cheryl Town. Cheryl is not far from Bodenburg. Nachin knew he had to break through the city as quickly as possible, kill the human nobleman and the woman who killed his brother, and then retreat quickly. The signal flare that shone in the sky was spotted by officers and soldiers on the walls of Cheryl Town, and the bugle call for the enemy attack sounded. The people of Cheryl heard the horn and thought that orcs had invaded Baron Catlin's territory. Soon, the horn sound changed. Orcs were about to attack Cheryl Town. The officers, soldiers, and members of the War Berserker mercenary group hurriedly dressed, donned their armor, grabbed their weapons, and ran out of the camp toward the city wall. The mercenaries, scattered throughout the town, also ran towards the city walls fully armed. Before the Wolf Riders charged, Reg and Bologna climbed the north city wall one after the other, standing on the top of the wall and looking out at the approaching Wolf Riders. Reg used his appraisal skill and discovered that among the attacking Wolf Riders was a werewolf who had reached the intermediate 4th stage of the Battlemaster realm. There are 4 werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster, one of whom is not far from reaching the perfect beginner level of Battlemaster. Without Reg and Bologna, Cheryl Town would never have been able to hold out. Barona, among the attacking werewolves, is 1 intermediate 4th level fighter and 4 beginner fighters. Our mission is to kill them all, Reg said calmly to Barona. I see. The great battle was about to break out. Bologna's expression was cold, and her eyes were resolute. She was thinking about how many moves she would need to kill the intermediate 4th level werewolf. Bologna didn't care at all that her Battlemaster level was only at the intermediate stage. Officers and soldiers of the territory's army, along with mercenaries residing in Cheryl, all climbed the city walls. They mainly guarded the north and south city walls. Cheryl Town only had north and south gates. Cavalry units without siege weapons cannot fly directly to the city walls. Usually, a strong man would break down the city gate, and then the cavalry would charge in. With the intermediate level fighter Bologna in charge, the mercenaries who climbed the city wall showed little fear and were full of fighting spirit. Mercenaries who were afraid to fight orcs would not even stay in Cheryl Town, let alone climb the city walls. Of course, there was also the reason why the mercenaries did not know that among the attacking Wolf Riders there was 1 intermediate level fighter and 4 junior level fighters. The Wolf Rider force approached Cheryl. Just as the Wolf Riders were about to enter the range of the archers on the city wall, the Wolf Riders were suddenly split into 3. The 3 Wolf Rider squads were all roughly the same size, with over 100 Wolf Riders each. A Wolf Rider unit remained north of Cheryl Town, led by a junior level 3 fighter. The other 2 Wolf Rider groups, one on the left and one on the right, planned to bypass Cheryl and launch an attack from the south of Cheryl. The garrison of Cheryl mainly gathered at the north and south city walls, with the largest number at the north city wall. Seeing that the Wolf Riders planned to attack from the south, Reg and Bologna exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, Bologna, wielding a greatsword in one hand and a shield in the other, jumped off the city wall, creating a crater in the ground. She mounted her warhorse and galloped along the north-south avenue toward the south city wall. Reg shouted and gave the order. Knight Ongli, you take your men and guard the north wall, and 1/3 of your men will come with me to support the south wall. Yes, sir. After saying this, Reg jumped off the city wall, quickly mounted his warhorse, and headed towards the south city wall. The people on the north city wall were stunned to see the Baron jump off the wall. It's unbelievable that the Baron, a mage, would dare to jump off such a high city wall. The apprentice warriors on the city wall, clad in heavy armor, dared not jump directly off the wall. Lei Gu has reached the 5th level of the apprentice realm, but he is only wearing light metal armor, so he will not be injured if he jumps off the city wall. 1/3 of the people on the north city wall, including the fighting apprentices, immediately followed the Baron's footsteps. Those who came on horseback descended from the city wall and rode off. No one on horseback ran along the city wall. When Bologna climbed the south wall, 2 Wolf Rider squads had already arrived south of Cheryl Town. When Reg climbed the south city wall, The two Wolf Rider squads had already joined forces and were charging towards Cheryl Town. Nachin, the strongest among them, was at the forefront. In the darkness, a flare was launched into the sky, illuminating the battlefield. The men on the south city wall with bows and arrows immediately drew their bows and shot arrows at the Wolf Riders. Several arrows were shot at Nachin, who easily blocked them by wielding his scimitar. Intermediate level, novice level, and even apprentice level warriors can block arrows fired by ordinary archers, but many ordinary Wolf Riders are hit by arrows and fall limply from their dire wolves to the ground. Nachin paid no attention to the werewolf behind him being shot by an arrow and charged toward the south gate with all his might. Just then, a magical missile gleaming with silver light shot straight toward Nachin. Sensing the danger, Nachin, who had almost become one with his mount, the wolf, narrowly escaped the magical missile. Nachin dodged the magic missile, but a werewolf at the apprentice battlemaster level behind him was pierced through the chest by the magic missile. After killing a werewolf at the apprentice fighting master level, the magic missile did not dissipate and continued to pierce the bodies of two ordinary werewolves behind it. What powerful magic! Orcs also gather intelligence on humans. Some scoundrels among humans will sell human information to orcs for money and treasure. However, this intelligence is usually obtained at a relatively long interval. Nachin knew that the ruler of Cheryl was a young Baron Catlon, a space mage. Little did they know that Reg was already an intermediate-level spatial mage. They didn't even know that Bellona was an intermediate-level battlemaster. They only thought that Bellona was a relatively powerful beginner-level battlemaster. If Nachin had known that there were two intermediate-level superhumans in Cheryl Town, he would never have risked his life. Seeing the immense power of the spell released by Reg, Nachin was shocked. He realized that if he were hit by the spell, he would be injured or even killed. He truly lived up to his reputation as a powerful spatial-type superhuman. Nachin showed no fear. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared, and he drew ever closer to the southern wall of Cheryl Town. Reg realized that killing Nachin was too difficult, so he turned his attention to the three novice fighters in the Wolf Rider squad. One magical missile after another was released by Reg. Just as Nachin was about to reach the city wall, one of the three werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster was killed, and another was seriously injured. Nachin angrily charged toward the south gate, and the next moment, Bellona descended from the sky, wielding a great sword and slashing toward Nachin. Sensing danger, Nachin hurriedly swung his scimitar to block the giant sword that was falling from the sky. Chapter 52: The Siege of Cheryl Town 2. Boom. The scimitar blocked the great sword, but the immense power of the great sword directly knocked Nachin and the dire wolf beneath him to the ground. The first-tier magical beast-level dire wolf let out a miserable howl. If Nachin hadn't been a mid-level fourth-stage battlemaster, and if his scimitar hadn't been a sturdy magical weapon, he would probably have been killed by the great sword by now. Bellona regained her footing on the ground and continued to swing her sword at Nachin. Nachin darted away from the dire wolf. The already severely wounded dire wolf was instantly killed by Bellona, who continued to swing the great sword toward Nachin. Nachin had no time to grieve for his mount and comrade in arms, and immediately took up his scimitar to fight Bellona. Nachin became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. It sensed that the human woman it was fighting was also a mid-level battlemaster, but her level was not as high as its own. She was probably a newly promoted mid-level battlemaster. But why is she so powerful? He wielded such a massive sword with the agility of an ordinary longsword. But the weight of the great sword left Nachin with almost no ability to defend himself, and he was unable to retaliate even after a few blows. The opponent, however, seemed to grow stronger with each battle, like a berserker. Nachin was focused on the battle and didn't notice that all three of his novice fighter subordinates had been killed by Reg's magic missiles. Nachin was still fighting. Even though the three werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster had died, the werewolf at the apprentice level of Battlemaster was still leading the ordinary werewolves to charge toward the south gate. The ordinary werewolves suffered heavy casualties under the arrows fired from the city walls. After killing the werewolves at the beginner level of Battlemaster, Reg began to clear out the werewolves at the apprentice level of Battlemaster. A single magic missile can take down not only a werewolf at the apprentice level Battlemaster realm, but also several other ordinary werewolves. After suffering heavy casualties, werewolves finally rushed into the battlefield between Nachin and Bellona. But Reg won't allow other werewolves to interfere in the battle between Bellona and Nachin. Reg releases secondary magic missiles faster and consumes less energy, much like a large-caliber semi-automatic rifle, firing a secondary magic missile almost every 0.3 seconds. When the casting time is less than 0.1 seconds, it is considered instantaneous. Under Reg's incredibly fast secondary magic missile attack, all werewolves that approached the battlefield between Bellona and Nachin were killed by the secondary magic missiles. Threatened with death, the other werewolves were too afraid to approach the battlefield. Unable to advance and help the leader, who is engaged in battle, they cannot retreat voluntarily. Dilemma. While releasing secondary magic missiles, Reg gave orders to those around him. The cavalry immediately descended the city wall, rode to the city gate, and prepared to pursue the wolf cavalry. Nachin, focused on fighting Bellona, realized after dozens of rounds that he could not defeat her. After a brief moment of distraction and noticing the heavy casualties among his men, an enraged Nachin realized it was time to retreat. Even though the mount is dead, how can a human run as fast as a werewolf? When Bellona swung her sword again, Nachin used the power of the great sword to be knocked away. The opportunity has arrived. A magic missile flew towards Nachin, who had not yet landed. Nachin hurriedly swung his scimitar, barely managing to shatter the magic missile. The next moment, Bellona hurled her greatsword, followed immediately by a second magic missile. Nachin managed to block the giant sword, but it was too late to dodge the magic missile, which shattered his left shoulder. There's no escaping it. Run! Nachin shouted to his men. The few remaining werewolves, already wanting to run away after being attacked by arrows and magic missiles, turned and fled upon receiving their leader's order. As they ran, some werewolves were struck by arrows from behind and remained on this land forever. Reg stopped attacking the already injured Nachin and instead used secondary magic missiles to try and kill more werewolves. The south gate swung open, and human cavalrymen rushed out to pursue the fleeing wolf riders. Nachin wanted to cover his men's escape and try to hold off the human cavalry as much as possible, but Bellona had already charged forward. The greatsword was thrown away by Bellona, leaving her with only a shield. Shield bash. Shield bash. Shield bash. Nachin's scimitar left 2 marks on the shield. On the third impact, Nachin was knocked away by the shield, even dropping his scimitar. He coughed up several mouthfuls of blood in midair. Death was imminent, and Nachin seemed to see his younger brother's figure. Nachin regretted it. He regretted not investigating the strength of humanity before seeking revenge. When Nachin landed on the ground, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bellona retrieved the greatsword and beheaded Nachin with a single blow. Nachin, a mid-level 4th stage battle master, could provide a large amount of life energy to the world tree with his corpse, but Reg was not in a hurry. Nachin is the highest level of martial arts master, but there is only one Nachin. On the contrary, there are more ordinary werewolves, which can provide more life energy. It doesn't matter if Nachin loses more life energy after being dead for a long time. The cavalrymen who left the city gave up after pursuing the wolf riders for a while. The fleeing wolf riders gradually rejoined the wolf rider group north of Cheryl Town, numbering nearly 150, with a werewolf at the beginner-level battlemaster level also in command. They fled north without looking back. Without Reg or Bellona leading the charge, this wolf rider force could not be defeated. Even if we defeat this wolf rider force, our losses will be enormous. In fact, during the pursuit of the wolf riders from the south, the cavalry killed 14 wolf riders, but also suffered several casualties themselves. Only after the wolf riders fled did Reg feel a sense of urgency, but on the surface he calmly arranged for people to clean up the battlefield. The officers, soldiers, and mercenaries cared about the werewolves' loot and the dire wolves they killed, while Reg cared about the werewolves' corpses. The werewolf's head was cut off, and the body was sent to Reg's personal space, Small World. All the werewolf corpses were transformed into nutrients for the world tree, which grew a full 1.28 centimeters taller tonight. A mid-level fighter grew approximately 0.17 centimeters. The 3 novice fighters grew a total of 0.15 centimeters. The 14 apprentice fighters grew a total of 0.21 centimeters. More than 150 ordinary werewolves caused the world tree to grow approximately 0.75 centimeters taller. A single ordinary werewolf provides little life energy to the world tree, but their sheer number makes up for it. Reg couldn't help but wonder how many orc and human corpses the world tree would absorb when the expansion war broke out. How tall will the world tree grow after the war of expansion ends? A resounding victory. Those who participated in tonight's city defense battle cheered loudly. Those on the south city wall witnessed the fierce battle between the wolf rider leader and Bellona, and only then did they realize just how powerful this wolf rider force was. Fortunately, Bellona and the Baron are in Cheryl Town. Bellona single-handedly held off the powerful Wolf Rider leader. The Baron continuously unleashed spells, dismantling the Wolf Riders' offensive and nearly killing all the strong members of the Wolf Riders. Ultimately, the Baron and Bellona worked together to kill the leader of the Wolf Riders. If it were any other barony on the border, the cities would probably have already been breached by the Wolf Cavalry. In Reg's view, this was his first time fighting alongside Bellona, and they didn't have much chemistry. Otherwise, they could have killed the Wolf Rider leader much faster. Chapter 53, Creating a Genius Persona. The last time the Wolf Riders were wiped out, it was led by Bellona, which greatly increased Bellona's prestige in Cheryl Town. This time, Reg commanded the battle and personally took action, killing a large number of werewolves. Moreover, the attacking werewolves were more numerous and stronger. Although none of the attacking werewolves were killed, the leader of the Wolf Riders was killed. After this battle, Reg's prestige in his own territory also increased significantly. The battle was relatively short, but the sound of the horns woke almost everyone in Cheryl. Many people are worried that Cheryl may not be able to hold out. Fortunately, the battle ended soon afterward, and the cheers of the participants put the residents of Cheryl at ease, and they quickly drifted off to sleep. When they woke up in the morning, news of the battle the previous night spread quickly. More than 300 Wolf Riders attacked, and their leader was a mid-level warrior. The residents were terrified. If Nicholas Knight had been in charge of Cheryl, Cheryl would probably not have been able to hold out. Fortunately, the town of Cheryl is now ruled by the Great Baron. The Baron is very young, yet incredibly powerful. Not only did they kill a large number of Wolf Riders in battle, but they also joined forces with Bellona to kill the Wolf Rider leader. With the Baron here, Cheryl Town will surely be able to hold off all the attacking enemies. Last night, after accepting all the orc corpses, Reg returned to the Lord's Manor to rest. After breakfast, Reg went to deal with the spoils of war. For example, Bellona wanted to share the spoils from the Wolf Rider leader with Reg. The Wolf Rider leader's scimitar is a magical artifact, possessing the attributes of sturdiness and sharpness. The leather armor he was wearing was also a good thing. It wasn't magical equipment, but its defensive capabilities were very high. Reg didn't want the equipment. Instead, he asked Bellona to give him half of the Wolf Rider leader's mount's meat. That's the meat of a first-tier magical beast, a dire wolf, and dire wolf meat tastes pretty good. In addition to the spoils from the Wolf Rider leader, there were 3 0-tier, magical beast-level dire wolves, and dozens of ordinary dire wolves. Reg decided to distribute some of the rank 0 wolf meat to his knights, officials, and officers, and leave the rest for the slaves in the Lord's Manor. Most of the ordinary dire wolf meat was given to those who participated in the battle, but did not receive any spoils. The remaining ordinary wolf meat, bones, and offal were used to make soup, which was then provided free of charge to all residents of Cheryl. Let's all celebrate this victory together. Just as the residents of Cheryl were rejoicing, Reg led a cavalry unit to escort 2 carriages to Bodenbug. The carriage contained the head of a werewolf. The troops' arrival in Bodenbug, where a larger army had already gathered, had little impact. The kingdom's army stationed in Bodenbug launched frequent attacks, and the victory of Baron Catalan in this battle was only a small-scale engagement for the kingdom's army. In the past month, several orcs at the Star Realm level have fallen. When Reg arrived at the Battle Merit office, Zachary Rowland, the head of the office who was a high-level battle master, was somewhat surprised. Reg Catalan, a mere baron, was actually able to kill the leader of the Wolf Cavalry, who was at the intermediate 4th-level battle master realm. Most importantly, Reg is young. Zachary exchanged a few words with Regdo, expressing his desire to befriend this young and promising baron. Reg's achievements did not have an impact in Bodenbug, but they spread from Baron Catalan to the surrounding neighbors. Viscount Coffee and the other barons were all astonished when they learned of this. The Wolf Riders who attacked Baron Catalan's territory were so strong, yet Baron Catalan was able to defeat them and even kill their strongest leader. Compared to the battle 2 weeks ago, the strength of Baron Catalan exceeded their expectations. The leader of the Berserker mercenary group, Bellona, is relatively easy to deal with. The main problem is Baron Catalan's strength. Baron Catalan has actually become a mid-level spatial mage. Such a young, intermediate mage, and a powerful spatial transcendent. The nobles from the border regions of the kingdom seem to be getting to know Baron Catalan all over again. Reg received a sudden surge in invitations, many of which came from nobles who wanted to use the banquets to introduce Reg to their daughters. Through 2 battles, Reg's reputation soared among the nobles in the border regions of the kingdom. It is limited to the border regions of the kingdom, among barons and viscounts. It wouldn't be enough at the level of an earl, unless Reg can achieve even greater results. Reputation is still very useful to Reg. With his first-class soul talent and first-class physical talent, he made very fast progress in both mage and warrior training. He's currently only a mid-level first-stage mage and a fifth-stage apprentice fighter, but it won't be long before he becomes a beginner fighter. While his Dosher realm is temporarily hidden, he may only need a year to become a high-level mage. By cultivating a persona of genius, no matter what outrageous things Reg does, the kingdom's nobles will believe it's a testament to his genius. Instead of thinking about what adventures Reg might have had or what treasures he might possess, the noble code stipulated that nobles were not allowed to kill other nobles. But this is only what's out in the open. As long as no evidence can be found, a mere baron is dead, and that's it. Reg didn't want to be targeted by the powerful nobles, so he planned to first cultivate a persona of a genius. Having lived 2 lives, Reg understands that caution is paramount when one's strength is insufficient. Avoid the limelight if possible, and work hard to develop your skills in secret. If you absolutely must stand out, you need to find a suitable reason. With the defeat of the Wolf Riders temporarily behind them, Reg continued his arduous training, believing that this crushing defeat of the Wolf Riders would significantly reduce the number of orcs coming to his territory. To Reg's surprise, the number of orcs scouting Baron Catelyn's territory did not decrease at all. 3 days later, on the last day of August, a centaur force entered Baron Catelyn's territory under the cover of night. Compared to Wolf Riders who were not good at riding and archery, centaurs were almost all excellent archers. Centaurs have the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a human. Horses have 4 limbs, and so do humans. Centaurs, however, have 6 limbs and can run at high speed while shooting arrows. Centaurs do not need mounts. They run and shoot arrows just like infantrymen do. Centaurs possess the running speed of cavalry, but cavalry archers are less accurate than centaurs. Centaurs possess the best mounted archery skills among orcs. However, centaurs are not the best archers among orcs. The best archers are the eaglemen who can fly. The eaglemen are one of the most troublesome orc races among the human nations. To drive away the centaur army, Reg personally led his troops into battle. Mages can attack from a distance, but Bellona's strength lies mostly in melee combat. Reg eventually succeeded in driving away the centaurs, killing many of them, but his own cavalry also suffered heavy losses. Centaurs have excellent night vision, making them a more formidable enemy than Wolf Riders for Baron Catelyn. Chapter 54: The idea of forming a new army. After the Wolf Riders suffered a crushing defeat, orcs continued to attack, and Reg thought of a reason. The last time the Wolf Riders suffered a major defeat, only some ordinary Wolf Riders escaped. It was probably these Wolf Riders who spread the power of the Baron Catelyn territory. This resulted in no other orcs invading Baron Catelyn's territory for a short period of time. This time, it seems the Wolf Riders didn't reveal their crushing defeat at Baron Catelyn. The other orcs were unaware of the strength of Baron Catelyn and invaded as if it were an ordinary baron. In particular, the orcs are divided into different groups who are in competition with or even hostile to each other, and they would love for the other to lose more of their people in the territory of Baron Catelyn. It's possible that the centaurs who were driven away this time won't reveal the strength of Baron Catelyn. Indeed, this was the case. As time went on, orcs continued to invade Baron Catelyn's territory. Some orc groups, relatively weak, target villages in Baron Catelyn's territory, only to be driven out or defeated by Reg or Bellona. A relatively powerful orc force launched a direct attack on Cheryl Town. With Reg and Bellona in command, the attacking orcs were defeated. Among the orcs that attacked, the leader was a high-level second-stage battle master. Fortunately, as Reg and Bellona fought together more often, they gradually developed a tacit understanding. In this battle, Bellona stood in front of the orc leader head-on, and Reg used magic to injure him before driving him away. The fighting in Baron Catelyn lasted until the end of September. The autumn harvest in the territory was basically over, and the knights, along with regular soldiers and some able-bodied men, gathered in Cheryl Town. Most of the villagers from the 12 villages fled south, intending to return once the orc invasion ceased. The population of Baron Catelyn has all gathered in Cheryl Town, so there's no need to worry about orcs invading the territory again. One reason for this was that more troops rushed to the border, and the orcs dared not harass the border anymore, so they had to retreat. Over the course of nearly 2 months, the Baron Catelyn suffered considerable losses, with nearly 100 killed and hundreds more wounded. Of the nearly 100 people who died in battle, more than half were mercenaries. Mercenaries may be slightly stronger individually, but they are not as good at following orders as soldiers of the territory's army, so they are more likely to die in battle. Reg offered sufficient mission rewards and compensation, and the Baron Cartran territory was relatively strong, winning almost every battle, so there was no shortage of mercenaries willing to risk their lives for money. Other baronies, and even viscounties in the border region, basically held their cities. Even if orcs invaded their territory, or even destroyed villages, the nobles would not send troops to support them. Baron Cartaland is a rare exception. When orcs invade its territory, Cheryl Town will send out cavalry to intercept them. The border nobles didn't care that Baron Catelan was fighting the orcs to protect his people. What they were concerned about was that the strength of the Baron Catland was considerable, no less than that of some viscountries. With each battle, Baron Catalan's record continued to grow. Given Baron Catalan's current record, even if he does nothing in the upcoming expansion war, Baron Catelan will be able to acquire a new fiefdom as long as the kingdom successfully expands its territory. As for being promoted from Baron to Viscount, the required military achievements are still far from sufficient. The border nobles only saw Reg protecting his people and gaining military merits, but they had no idea that the large number of orc corpses became nourishment for the World Tree. From the moment the battle ended with the killing of the mid-level 4th-tier Wolf Rider leader until the end of September, the World Tree has grown another 5.47 centimeters in height. It has now reached 106.88 centimeters. The land area of the small world has also increased to 1896.35 square meters, which is almost 3 acres. To some extent, unlike most nobles, Reg did not care about the lives of his subjects. They didn't care much about the lives of the mercenaries they hired. They weren't their subjects, so if they died, they died. The losses suffered by the territory's army were the only thing that pained Reg a little. After the knights gathered in Cheryl with the regular army soldiers and able-bodied men, Reg arranged for the knights to train the local army and reserve young men. In the southern part of the Violet Kingdom, the weather is warm and the autumn harvest comes earlier. Many nobles have already dispatched troops to escort military supplies and embark on the road to the north. The army of Baron Catland is escorting military supplies to Bodenburg, which is relatively close, so Reg doesn't need to rush. As long as you travel to Bodenburg before half of winter has passed, it's fine. Most nobles were willing to send their troops to the front lines earlier. Once the army arrives at the front lines, the kingdom will be responsible for its supplies. If they remain in their territory, the nobles will be responsible for supporting their troops. The army of Baron Catalan will not go too early, nor too late. We should take advantage of this time to train the army properly, especially the young and strong. The able-bodied men are all farmers, and their main occupation is farming. Because they were stationed on the border, the knights would occasionally train them, but it was far from enough. Although Reg did not intend to participate in the main battle, he trained the able-bodied men well, strictly followed orders, and efficiently sent the corpses of both sides into his personal space. In this way, the World Tree can also absorb more life energy. Reg entered the Mage Academy relatively early and was not very familiar with the training of Viscount Catland's army. This time, when the knights were training the young men, Reg would often go over to inspect and watch. After watching it several times, Reg didn't show any reaction on the surface, but he kept frowning in his heart. An army composed of farmers, not to mention their crooked and meandering ranks. Many farmers can't even distinguish between commands to turn left or right. This army is so bad that if Reg hadn't given up on leading it into battle, he would have trained them himself. On the battlefield, an army composed of farmers is nothing more than cannon fodder. The soldiers of the territory's army are physically strong and able to obey the orders of their officers, making them qualified regular soldiers of the Violet Kingdom. Having memories of his past life and thinking about the army from that time, Reg was still very dissatisfied. Of course, building an army as disciplined, brave, hardworking, and steadfast as the one in my previous life would be extremely difficult. Territory armies are not suitable for direct modification. Young farmers should be selected to form a new army, and the officers of this army should not be senior officers or knights. Reg thought of the male slaves who were studying and training in the Lord's Manor. Reg has already written the 36 Stratagems, Nora World Edition. Once the male slaves have learned common vocabulary, they can then study the 36 stratagems and basic military skills. At the same time, Reg planned to personally conduct military training for them. Using the training methods from his previous life's army that he remembered, and also to establish new military discipline. Once the male slaves reach the transcendent level, Reg can use them as officers to form a new army. Only by starting from scratch can Reg build the army he desires. Chapter 55 Draw Lottery for the Expedition. As October began, Reg felt that he was about to break through to the next level of the Battle Master realm. He is about to advance from a Battle Master apprentice to a junior Battle Master. It was during my sword training with Emily that I progressed from the 4th Dan to the 5th Dan. Section is not a minor realm. On the path of cultivation for extraordinary individuals, there are only major realms. Each breakthrough in a major realm results in a noticeable increase in strength. Reg didn't want to practice swordsmanship with Emily when he was about to break through to the Battle Master realm. A fighter can break through during battle, but this could also injure Emily. Realizing that he had reached the peak of the apprentice realm of Battle Master, Reg went to the training room and released the magical elements from his small world, filling the entire training room. It was only then that Reg began his training as a Battle Master. In terms of mage training, Reg primarily focuses on spatial magic. In terms of training as a Battle Master, Reg mainly focuses on training as a nature-type Battle Master. Natural-type fighters are known for their rapid recovery and long combat endurance. Reg's fighting style is mainly based on spatial magic, and since the focus of Battle Master training is on survival, he chose to train as a natural magic-based Battle Master. He found a body forging technique for nature-type fighters and used his appraisal skill to modify it into his own perfect body forging technique. In the training room, Reg was practicing body strengthening techniques. The natural elements and life force that enter the body through breathing merge into natural attribute battle chi. Natural attribute battle chi circulates within the body, is consumed by the body, and enhances physical fitness. Before he could even finish a set of body tempering techniques, Reg broke through to the Battle Master realm. The natural attribute battle chi, formed by the fusion of natural elements and life force that has undergone a certain degree of qualitative change, also has a qualitative improvement. There is one crucial difference between a Battle Master apprentice and a novice Battle Master. After becoming a beginner-level Battle Master, you can release your battle chi, which greatly enhances your Battle Master strength. The fact that Reg is an intermediate mage has already spread, but almost no one knows that Reg is training as a Battle Master. Only Emily, who was closest to Reg, personally felt that her master's physical condition was excellent, and that he might be able to train as a Battle Master. By October, no orcs dared to approach Baron Catelyn's territory. The main reason is that the number of troops from the Violet Kingdom gathering at the border is constantly increasing, and the Baron Catelyn is relatively close to Bodenburg. Bodenburg is one of the 3 most important fortresses on the border of the Violet Kingdom. According to the information Reg received, the Violet Kingdom's expansion war will be led by the eldest prince, Crown Prince Leonard Violet. The kingdom's renowned generals, Duke Olympus Walsh and Marquis Waltz Layton, served as deputy commanders. The Marquis of Leiden was in charge of the Western Route Army, which was stationed in Bodenburg. The Marquis of Leiden has now arrived in Bodenburg. It's normal that the orcs don't dare to approach Baron Catelyn's territory. The orcs stopped coming to Baron Catelyn's territory, but the mercenaries in Cheryl's town gradually left for Bodenburg. With the Marquis of Leiden's arrival in Bodenburg, the mercenary legions of the Western Route Army have begun to be formed. The mercenaries stayed in Cheryl town, unable to get any more missions, and still had to pay for their own food and lodging. Head to Bodenburg and join the mercenary legion. You can then use the kingdom's resources for food and lodging. Reg didn't care when the mercenaries left. It doesn't matter even if the mercenaries leave. 12 knights, along with regular soldiers and able-bodied men, gathered in Cheryl, which was already overflowing with people. As some of the mercenaries left, the overcrowding in Cheryl town was actually relieved. In the Lord's Manor, all 14 knights under Reg's command held a meeting. I will personally lead the army in this pioneering war. All the knights present were stunned when they heard the first words spoken by the Baron. According to the regulations, the Baron was not required to participate in this pioneering war in person, so why did he have to participate personally? Moreover, in the past 2 months, the Baron has already achieved considerable military exploits. Before any knight could ask, Reg continued. The reason I personally led the army to participate in the pioneering war is very simple, for the sake of military merit. However, I do not intend to go directly to the battlefield to fight the orcs. I am a space mage, and I can easily deal with a large number of corpses. When the kingdom's army clashes with the orcs, both sides suffer heavy casualties. If the corpses on the battlefield are not properly disposed of, a plague will break out and contaminate the water sources. Being able to properly dispose of the corpses saves the kingdom's army manpower, which is also a merit, and will earn me more fiefdoms. The prerequisite is that the kingdom can acquire a large amount of land in this expansion war. The Baron's explanation made many knights' eyes light up. The knights all knew about how the Baron easily disposed of corpses using his personal space. As the Baron said, being responsible for handling the corpses on the battlefield, without directly participating in the battle and fighting the orcs, would indeed earn one merit. There is a small condition. The kingdom's army cannot suffer any mishaps, such as being defeated by orcs. At that time, who would care about disposing of the corpses? The Baron would also have to go to the battlefield. Based on past wars of expansion, the likelihood of this happening is relatively small. So who among you is willing to participate in this pioneering war? Reg finally asked. Faced with Reg's inquiry, all the knights signed up to participate. Even if we don't participate in the pioneering war this time, we will participate next time. Nobles could not avoid it. Most nobles had to personally participate in one out of every 2 expansionist wars. Not to mention the knights. According to the Baron, this time there's no need to fight orcs, so the danger level is relatively low. No one knows what the next war of expansion will be like. So the knights eagerly signed up, wanting to follow the Baron in this pioneering war. This was a real surprise for the knights. Seeing that all the knights were so proactive, Reg thought for a moment, and then said, Since you all want to participate in this expansion war, but the territory still needs people to guard it, I plan to take a maximum of 5 people with me. You can decide by drawing lots. After a simple draw, 5 people, including Knight Gerard and Knight Mansfield, were successfully selected to accompany the Baron on his expedition. A smile appeared on the knight's face. Some knights kept a straight face, but were secretly overjoyed. The other knights who didn't get a spot in the lottery mostly looked helpless. Knight Ongli, you lead everyone to stay and guard the territory. Bologna will stay behind. If anything happens that you cannot handle, go to Bologna. Yes, my lord. Knight Ongli replied loudly. Although it's unclear who is stronger between Bologna and the Baron, they are definitely the 2 strongest people in the Baron Cartran territory. With one person remaining to oversee Baron Cataland, the chances of trouble will be greatly reduced. The Baron Cartran territory has no junior superhuman station there, but it does have 2 intermediate superhumans. This is no ordinary barony. The knight's decision to remain after pledging allegiance to the Baron was undoubtedly the right one. Will the new Viscount Catland, who will inherit the title of Viscount, be as powerful as our Baron? Chapter 56 Assembling the Expeditionary Force. The 5 knights who would accompany Reg on the expedition had been selected, but Reg set the date for leading the army to escort military supplies to Bodenburg as November 1st, just as winter was beginning. With nearly a month to go until November 1st, 5 knights are tasked with selecting a large contingent of troops from the territory of Baron Catland to lead the expedition. The military organization of various human nations is largely the same. The basic unit is the squad, which consists of about 10 people, with a squad leader and a deputy squad leader. 3 squads form a team, with about 30 people. 3 squads make up a company, which consists of about 100 people. 3 squadrons make up a battalion, which has about 300 men. Above that are regiments, brigades, divisions, and armies, all of which are organized into 3 units. Above the army, there are also legions, road armies, and group armies with varying numbers of soldiers. These 3 terms all refer to the same type of large-scale army. For example, in this expansion war, Crown Prince Leonard Violet commanded the Central Army, which could also be called the Leonard Legion. In a normal war of expansion, a baronial territory, regardless of the number of its subjects, only needs to deploy a large contingent of its own army. If an accident occurs, the war on the front lines becomes tense, and the army suffers heavy losses, the king will continue to issue orders, commanding the nobles to send more troops from their territories to the front lines. Baron Cataland had a population of less than 7,000. But he had a standing army of about 350 men. By drawing lots, 1 company of regular troops and 2 companies of reserves can easily form a battalion of territorial troops. Under extreme troop deployment conditions, the Baron of Cataland could easily assemble an army of over 1,000 men. Because Reg did not intend to fight the orcs on the battlefield, he only needed to deploy troops at the minimum standard, with only 1/3 of the regular soldiers in a large contingent of his territory's army. Reg was mainly worried about an accident. During the pioneering war, a small group of orcs infiltrated and attacked Cheryl town. With Bologna stationed in Cheryl and enough troops remaining, they should be able to hold the town. The expedition consisted of a large contingent of territorial troops, with 5 knights, 3 of whom served as the captains of 3 separate companies. The remaining 2 knights served as vice-captains. Reg personally took on the role of captain. According to the information Reg had gathered, if they were to engage in direct combat, the armies of the 3 baronies would be combined into a single regiment. 1 baron serves as the commander, and 2 barons serve as deputy commanders. The noble armies, which were of regimental size, continued to combine with other regiments to form brigades and then divisions. Because of the need to reorganize the army, nobles who wished to make a name for themselves in the war should lead their troops to the front lines as soon as possible. Reg doesn't plan to fight head-on. It doesn't matter if he goes later. However, Reg went early to cultivate good relations with other nobles and to volunteer to his superior to handle corpses during the war. The nobles were unwilling to take on the task of disposing of corpses, not only because the reward for their efforts was low, but also because the task itself was unpleasant. After all, they had to deal with corpses, even if nobles didn't need to touch them personally. Reg had no choice but to do this in order to accelerate the growth of the World Tree clone and to revive some talents on the battlefield for his own use. The 5 knights began selecting officers, soldiers, and farmers from the standing army to go on the expedition. Upon learning that they would have to go to war, most people were unwilling. Even though officers and soldiers could receive higher pay, and farmers who joined the army could also receive a salary. But war kills people, and even young people have heard that many people die in pioneering wars. In the past, after selecting those willing to go to war, those unwilling to join the army were drawn by lot. This time, the knights stated directly what the baron wanted to do, not fight the orcs, but deal with the corpses on the battlefield. Slightly different from the knights, not everyone was willing to go to war after learning of the baron's decision. Accidents can happen at any time. Knights are vassals, a status, a permanent profession. They cannot simply give up their duties. The officers and soldiers of the standing army were entirely mercenaries. They can retire when they reach retirement age, or they can voluntarily leave the military earlier. This is mainly related to the transformation of the people from serfs to free citizens. Once the people are all free citizens, they are free to choose to accept employment and terminate employment. If everything belonging to the people belongs to the Lord, then officers and soldiers are essentially in a permanent profession, only able to leave the army voluntarily by dying in battle, retiring due to illness, or reaching retirement age. Fortunately, after learning that the baron would not be fighting on the battlefield, most people were willing to go to war. 5 knights drew lots to form a large contingent of the territory's army. A squadron is composed entirely of regular army soldiers and officers. The other 2 companies were composed of farmers, and their officers were soldiers and junior officers from the regular army. These are all infantry. Reg will also lead a detachment of 10 cavalrymen on the expedition. These 10 cavalrymen were, to some extent, a display of regalia by Reg as a nobleman. The expeditionary force has been assembled, and the 5 knights are now focused on training it. As training intensity increased, the officers' and soldiers' meals were also slightly improved to maintain the high-intensity training mission. The other knights were not idle either, training the other standing army and farmers gathered in Cheryl. However, the training intensity is relatively low. As October arrived, invitations to meals from neighbors suddenly increased. This was due in part to the strength of Reg and Baron Catelyn, and in part to the upcoming War of Expansion. Most of Reg's neighbors were going to personally lead their troops in this pioneering war. Noble armies in a province are usually organized together, especially between neighboring provinces. Nobles are more familiar with each other, which can increase their level of cooperation. The neighbors were somewhat surprised to learn that Reg, who had been a baron for less than a year, would also personally lead the army into battle. However, considering that Reg was protecting his people by killing orcs to gain merit, people believed that Reg was young and strong and wanted to gain more merit on the battlefield. Reg himself didn't hide anything and revealed that he, as a space mage, wanted to be responsible for dealing with the corpses on the battlefield. No noble would compete with Reg for the task of disposing of corpses. The space mage went to carry out this mission and really showed off his skills, and was able to gain a considerable amount of merit. This inevitably made some neighbors envious. They might not even be able to earn so many merits in the battlefield, but Baron Catelyn did it with ease. Baron Catelyn was unable to be promoted to Viscount in this expansion war, but he should be able to in the next expansion war. The border nobles who knew Reg became even more eager to marry him, and more nobles wanted to form a marriage alliance with him. Reg remained unmoved by the marriage alliances among nobles, using the fact that his father had been dead for less than a year as the best excuse. If Reg really meets a girl he likes, he wouldn't mind a marriage alliance. It's not like you can only marry one wife. But Reg wouldn't compromise himself for the sake of a so-called marriage alliance and marry a bunch of women he didn't like. Chapter 57 Departure. The frequent invitations to meals from his neighbors were somewhat interfering with Reg's training. It wasn't until October 13th that Reg's mage level reached the intermediate second stage. In another 2 weeks, Reg will lead his troops to Bodenburg. Once we reach Bodenburg, it's uncertain where the army will be stationed. It may be south of Bodenburg, or it may be east or west of Bodenburg. They might even be stationed in Baron Fielding. No matter where they are stationed, they will not be too far from the territory of Baron Catalan. During several trips to Bodenburg, it was revealed that the caravan, accompanied by wagons carrying orcs, moved at a slow pace. Without the carriage slowing you down, you can ride a horse directly. If the distance is short and the speed is fast, you can make a round trip in half a day. Even if the journey is long, it's easy to make a round trip in a day. Unless there's something important to do in Bodenburg, Reg can ride back to visit. Also, send a batch of mature low-level magical plants from the small world, and inject a high concentration of magical elements into the training room. All the cultivation resources in the entire Lord's Manor are focused on Reg. With Reg gone, the slaves cultivating in the Lord's Manor will be unable to obtain cultivation resources, and their cultivation efficiency will drop significantly. Now, there are few mercenaries left in Cheryl, and the business of the Catalan potion shop has also declined significantly. Every day, Reg would harvest the mature magical plants from the small world. If the fresh magical plants can't be sold, then we'll deal with them and store them temporarily. Reg has now stored a batch of low-level magical plants, and there is no need to sell them. They will remain in the Lord's Manor for the slaves to use in their cultivation. When I had some free time in Bodenburg, I returned to Cheryl Town to replenish their low-level magical plants. This situation continued until the start of the Expansionist Wars. After the outbreak of war, Reg, who was a member of the army, could no longer leave the army at will. It is now late autumn. In previous years, the northern border of the Violet Kingdom would be the first to enter winter around November 1st. The army of the Violet Kingdom, however, would gradually converge at the border during the cold winter. Compared to the warm south, the north is far too cold. The army in the southern border needs to prepare warm clothing in advance. Even so, many people still fall ill after arriving in the north. If someone falls ill, they should be treated. There's no need for Master Guangming to intervene. A regular doctor will suffice. Arriving in the north earlier allows for earlier training, increasing the soldiers' cold resistance. In cold weather, soldiers would rest in houses or tents. They will come out to train when the weather is relatively warm. Increasing cold resistance was only one aspect. Another was the continued training of the noble army. An army composed of at least 1/3 standing soldiers and 2/3 farmers would have an invincible fighting capacity. An army cannot exist with only quantity and no quality. Large numbers of cannon fodder were sent to the battlefield, only to be scattered by the orcs' charge. After the noble army arrives at the front line, it usually undergoes 2 assessments and 2 team formations. Assess the strength of noble armies, and group the strongest armies together and the weakest armies together. At the very least, a commander must be able to know the level of his troops. Don't assign a high difficulty task to troops with low skill levels. Next comes the winter training period. If the troops are trained well during this time, they can be reorganized. Of course, none of this concerns Reg. On November 1st, among his neighbors, Reg was the first to lead his troops to escort military supplies to Bodenburg. Although the kingdom's army has gathered at the border, the orcs have basically stopped harassing the border noble territories. But the nobles were still worried, especially those in weaker noble territories. For example, in the territory of Baron Simon, there is only one junior fighter, Baron Simon, in charge. Baron Simon led his army away, leaving the army short of a junior warrior and a smaller force. If orcs attack, the city will likely be breached. Therefore, Baron Simon planned to lead his troops to escort military supplies to Bodenburg at a later time. As for Baron Simon's wife and children, they were sent away by Baron Simon before the autumn harvest and have not returned to this day. Baron Simon, as the lord, cannot leave. If a lord abandons his territory and hides, he will be punished by the kingdom. This was basically the case for other minor nobles on the border. Baron Simon envied Baron Catalan for having a mid-level battle master, Bellona, in his service, and even made a request to Reg during a banquet. When an accident occurs in Baron Simon's territory, we hope that Bellona can go and provide assistance. Reg naturally agreed, but only if he was capable of doing so. Going to provide support when encountering a powerful enemy is tantamount to courting death. Reg had previously traveled to Bodenburg only to deliver a few wagons of orc heads each time. This time, there's a lot more stuff to be shipped to Bodenburg. The Baron Catherine had few special products. The only thing that could be used as military supplies was food. They also had to bring their own tents, bedding, and other items. Food is the most important military supply for the army, and the more the better. Reg prepared a staggering 400 gold coins worth of food. The price of grain is the current market price. After the autumn harvest, grain prices should theoretically be at their lowest point of the year. However, due to the wars of expansion, food prices rose considerably. The people living in the 12 villages paid taxes with grain. Half of the grain was given to the knight, and the other half to the baron. Reg used the grain paid by his subjects as military supplies to be paid to the kingdom. Reg led his army, escorting a long line of wagons loaded with grain. They dared not take the outside roads. Only the road through Baron Fielding's territory was safer. After traveling all morning, we finally arrived outside Bodenburg. Bodenburg established 3 locations in the east, west, and south to receive the noble army. The noble armies were all transporting military supplies to the front lines, and these 3 locations were responsible for keeping track of the number of noble armies and the military supplies they transported. If any aspect fails to meet the standard, the noble must make up for it as soon as possible. As long as you have enough money, it's easy to make up for it. Both of the criteria for the Baron Catalan title are met. The official in charge of receiving them told Reg the location of the Trut Province Allied Forces base and instructed Reg to lead his troops to the Trut Province Allied Forces base. The Lordship of Catalan is located in the province of Trut. The administrative divisions of the human kingdoms are mainly divided into 4 types: provinces, prefectures, towns, and villages. The Violet Kingdom has a total of 18 provinces. The province with the smallest land area has 80,000 square kilometers, and the province with the smallest population has more than 1 million people. The province of Trut, located in the northern part of the kingdom, is one of the largest provinces in the Violet Kingdom in terms of land area, and also one of the least populated provinces. Typically, a duke's territory is limited to a single province. A marquis's territory encompassed several counties. An earl's territory usually consists of only one county. A viscount's territory comprises several towns. A baron's territory usually consists of only one town. The largest noble territory in the province of Trut was the Marquisate of Herbert. Chapter 58 Meeting the Marquis. Marquis Herbert, still holding the title of Earl, made great contributions in the War of Expansion and was promoted to Marquis, receiving a fief in the province of Trut that was several times larger than the Earl's territory. With no room for further development in the earldom, Marquis Herbert shifted the focus of his domain to his new fiefdom in the province of Trut. The noble armies of Trut Province formed the Trut Province Allied Army. Among the nobles of the Trut Province, Marquis Herbert held the highest rank. Therefore, the Marquis of Herbert was appointed commander of the Allied forces of Trut Province. This is an army of at least 40,000 men. The Western Army, commanded by the Marquis of Waltzleighton, numbered approximately 250,000 to 300,000 men, with the Trut Province coalition being a significant component. Reg learned from the kingdom's officials that Marquis Herbert had arrived at the front. The garrison of the Trut Province Allied forces is located southeast of Bodenburg, relatively close to the Fielding Baron's domain. After unloading the grain at the designated location, Baron Catalan led his army toward the Allied forces encampment in the province of Trut. More and more troops gathered in the Bodenburg region. Baron Catalan led his army at a slow pace, and it took them 2 hours to reach the outskirts of the Allied forces in the Trut province. After showing their identities to the gatekeeper, the official immediately led Baron Catalan and his troops to the designated area. Reg spoke with the officials and learned that Marquis Herbert was currently in the military camp. Upon arriving at the camp, Reg put his deputy captain, Sir Gerald, and Sir Mansfield in charge, directing the soldiers to set up the tents as quickly as possible. Reg, led by an official, waited outside a tall, luxurious tent where Marquis Herbert was located. Marquis Herbert looked very busy. There were people waiting in front of him for an audience. Half an hour later, it was Reg's turn. Guided by a male servant at the doucher apprentice level, Reg entered the tent and soon arrived at Marquis Herbert's office area. The red-haired Marquis Herbert was looking down at a document when Reg approached. and only then did the dignified Marquis Herbert look up at Reg. "Your subordinate, Reg Catalan, greets His Excellency Marquis Herbert," Reg said respectfully, bowing slightly. Baron Catalan. Catalan, you must be that Brent fellow's son. What a pity he died young," Marquis Herbert said with a sigh. Reg replied with a touch of sadness. "Yes, my father was Viscount Brent Carteland, who passed away from illness this January." Marquis Herbert nodded, not actually caring much about the matter. He simply wanted to use the past to win over the minor nobles. "Young Baron Catalan, what brings you here?" "Your Excellency, I would like to take on a task in this war of expansion." Reg couldn't handle the corpses of both sides on the entire Western Route Army battlefield. He had to deal with the corpses of both sides generated during the battles of the Trut Province Allied forces before dealing with any more corpses. "What mission?" Marquis Herbert asked curiously. Norman Herbert was only a marquis, and his territory in the province of Trut occupied more than 1/5 of the province's area, and was the southernmost region of the province. However, the Marquis of Herbert regarded the province of Trut as his sphere of influence, and had some understanding of the situation of the nobles in the province. For example, Marquis Herbert knew that Reg was a mid-level space mage, and also knew that Reg had hired a mid-level battle mage named Bologna. "Your Excellency, when the kingdom's army fights the orcs, many people will die on both sides. If the corpses on the battlefield are not dealt with in time, they will cause disease and pollute the water source. And dealing with the corpses, whether by burying or burning them, requires a lot of manpower and even resources. I am an intermediate-level spatial mage. I can send corpses into my personal space and dispose of them quickly. This is the task I want to undertake, to quickly dispose of the corpses of both sides on the battlefield after a battle." Hearing Reg's words, Marquis Herbert's face remained unchanged, but he was genuinely surprised. Reg is quite strong, but at such a young age, he doesn't want to fight on the front lines. Instead, he takes on the task of disposing of corpses after the battle, a task that is rejected by other nobles. It's really suitable for a space mage to take on this kind of task. It's rare to see a space mage take on this kind of task before. After much deliberation, Marquis Herbert concluded that it was most appropriate to entrust this task to Reg. He was actually worried that if Reg went into battle and made great contributions, he would be promoted to Viscount after the war ended. Reg became an intermediate-level space mage as soon as he came of age, which shows that Reg has great potential. Marquis Herbert did not want to see a troublesome opponent emerge in the province of Trut. Reg was tasked with disposing of corpses, a low-risk job that also earned him considerable merit. However, even with his previous achievements, it wasn't enough for Reg to be promoted to Viscount. Thinking of this, Marquis Herbert, with a slightly gentle expression, said to Reg, "It's truly remarkable that a young noble like you would choose to take on the task of disposing of corpses instead of fighting on the battlefield. Disposing of corpses is a very important task that other nobles are unwilling to do. Since you are willing to do it, then we'll leave it to you. If you do it poorly, you will be subject to military law." "Yes, Your Excellency Marquis." There were others in line behind Reg to meet Marquis Herbert, so after receiving his appointment from Marquis Herbert, Reg immediately left and returned to the camp of Baron Catalan's army. Along the way, Reg was in a good mood because he had been successfully appointed, and he looked around with great interest. The main focus is on the other noble armies from the Trut province that have already arrived at their posts. Reg felt that these noble armies that arrived earlier were all quite capable, and his own territory's army seemed very ordinary compared to them. Back at the camp, the 5 knights were still leading the soldiers in setting up tents, with Reg's tent being the first to be erected. The soldiers' tents were the most basic, the knights' tents were slightly better, and Reg's tents were even better, but none were as luxurious as Marquis Herbert's tent. Even if he were rich, Reg, a mere baron, couldn't compare to a marquis. If a baron's pomp and circumstance surpasses that of a marquis, the marquis may not say much, but the other nobles will shun this foolish baron. The knights were in charge of setting up the tents. Reg went into his own tent, and, having nothing to do, sat cross-legged on his cot to meditate and cultivate. Practicing meditation without releasing magical elements from a small world doesn't necessarily reduce training efficiency. On the contrary, both restoring mana and cultivating as a battle master require an environment with a high concentration of magical elements. Reg's tent was relatively sealed, and if no outsiders came, he could release magical elements from the small world. Even if others notice, it can be assumed that a magic stone was used. Reg had several magic stones in his personal storage space as spares, and he had prepared excuses in advance, caution was the most important thing. Chapter 59, Emily's Extraordinary. In a training room of a battle master in the Lord's Mansion in Cheryl Town, Emily was focused on practicing her body tempering technique. Today is the third day since Reg arrived in Bodenbook. Without Reg replenishing the magical elements in the training room, the concentration of magical elements in the training room is constantly decreasing. However, the concentration of magical elements is still higher than that of the outside world. Phew. Emily breathed deeply into the air, which was imbued with magical elements. Her clothes were already soaked with sweat, but Emily still didn't stop. Emily is making a sprint toward the extraordinary. A few days before Reg left the territory, Reg told Emily that she had reached the limit of mortals and that she would soon be able to cultivate battle chi and enter the realm of the extraordinary. Although Emily has a high talent for cultivation, Reg still prepared an awakening potion for her. Awakening potions can increase the chances of a cultivator developing battle chi. But Emily doesn't intend to use the awakening potion. On the one hand, the awakening potion is extremely precious to Emily. Even if Emily were sold, she wouldn't be able to get one awakening potion in return. Even a knight would need several years' worth of salary to buy a single ordinary awakening potion, and he would also need to find a way to sell it. On the other hand, awakening potions all have some side effects, and Reg also told Emily that with her own talent, she could reach the extraordinary realm without using awakening potions. Emily believed her master's words and did not use the awakening potion, wanting to cultivate her battle aura through her own talent and hard work. Phew. Physical strength is declining and movements are slowing down. Emily felt that her body had reached its limit and was about to break through. The next moment, a wisp of battle chi appeared in Emily's body. It moved around in her body a few times before being absorbed, but more battle chi was born. This is battle aura. I've stepped into the extraordinary realm. Emily was happy and excited, but also felt disappointed and regretful. Why couldn't I have entered the extraordinary realm a few days earlier, before my master left, so I could have told him the good news immediately? Emily cultivated in the training room for a while longer before leaving. Emily had just broken through to the next level, and almost everyone she met noticed the change in her. Mia, who was closest to Emily, congratulated Emily with envy. I'm just taking the first step. You will all soon reach the extraordinary level, Emily said to the crowd that had gathered around her. The daughter of a wealthy merchant has now integrated well into the servants of the Lord's manor. Even though Emily had become the Baron's woman, she did not become arrogant because of this status. We are all slaves of the Baron, and we all have the opportunity to learn and cultivate. If Emily was able to reach the transcendent, then almost everyone else will too. However, everyone still envied Emily, and even felt jealous, especially the first group of slaves who began training. Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle. They were given the opportunity to practice as early as mid-April. The second batch of slaves entered the Lord's Manor in late July. Emily entered the Lord's Manor a little later, but after becoming the Baron's woman, she began cultivating ahead of time, making her the first among the second batch of slaves to start cultivating. Despite a 3-month difference in age, Emily took the lead, even several steps ahead, in reaching the extraordinary realm. How could this not make them envious and jealous? I envy Emily for being able to reach the extraordinary level so early. They were jealous of Emily's superior talent in cultivation. Fortunately, there wasn't much jealousy. Everyone was a slave to the same master. If one is lucky enough to be bought by an owner, gaining the qualification to learn and cultivate, even if the speed is a little slower, one will still step into the extraordinary realm. Compared to other slaves in the slave market, he was already quite lucky. Emily knew that everyone envied and was jealous of her, but she didn't think much of it. Instead, she shared her experience of becoming extraordinary with everyone without reservation. Although the news of Emily's ascension to the extraordinary realm was only known within the Lord's Manor, the other servants in the manor, as well as Bologna, who was in charge of guiding the slaves' training as a battle master, soon learned of it. Bologna is an intermediate-level battle master who has fought against orcs at the advanced battle master level, so she has nothing to envy about Emily. She wouldn't be jealous of Emily's talent, because Bologna's talent was even better than Emily's. Emily was considered Bologna's student. When the student reached the extraordinary level, Bologna spent her own money to celebrate Emily's achievement at the Lord's Manor. All the servants in the Lord's Manor came to participate. When a knight's child reaches the extraordinary level, it's always a cause for celebration, let alone when an ordinary person does. Emily herself didn't have any money, and the other paid servants were reluctant to spend it, so Bologna, who wasn't short of money, paid for it. Compared to the slaves who had the opportunity to cultivate, the other servants in the Lord's manor were even more envious and jealous of Emily's ascension to the extraordinary realm. They knew that the knight was a battle-master apprentice, and now Emily was also a battle-master apprentice. Even though Emily was the baron's slave, her status was far above that of a commoner. Unfortunately, they did not have the opportunity to cultivate. Even selling oneself to a lord doesn't guarantee a chance to cultivate. They all noticed that the 36 people who were given the opportunity to cultivate were all quite young, and some of them even had talent for cultivation. The butler, Otis, was most disappointed. The family of 3 were also slaves of the baron, and his son, Matt, was only 22 years old. But Matt did not get the chance to train. On one occasion, Otis boldly asked Reg to grant Matt the opportunity to train. Reg wasn't angry. He even told Otis that Matt's talent for cultivation was relatively poor, making it difficult for him to reach the extraordinary level. As Emily becomes the first to reach the transcendental realm, others will follow suit. Otis was the butler, but he felt that he, an ordinary person, was unable to manage a group of superhuman servants. Only extraordinary individuals can manage other extraordinary individuals. Otis realized that he wouldn't be able to be the butler for long. In the future, there would be superhumans to take over as butlers. It's a pity that his son didn't have the talent to become an extraordinary being. Otis also hoped that Matt could continue to serve as the baron's butler when he got older. I can't be a housekeeper for very long myself. Having been at the Lord's manor for more than half a year, this was the first time Otis had drunk so much that he was somewhat drunk. When Otis woke up the next day, he was back to normal, still the strict and dutiful steward in front of the other servants. As Emily ascended to the extraordinary realm, some changes occurred in the Lord's manor. The main reason is that other slaves who have gained the qualification to cultivate have become even more diligent in their cultivation. The first person to reach the extraordinary level has appeared. Even if he couldn't become the second person to reach the extraordinary level, he still wanted to reach the extraordinary level as soon as possible, stand out among the slaves, and be valued by his master. The 4 who trained the hardest were Mia, Spike, Roger, and Kyle. Being surpassed by Emily was one thing, but they didn't want to be surpassed by anyone else. Chapter 60 Housekeeping Maid, Battle Maid. When Emily reached the extraordinary level, Reg was still training in the military camp. Marquis Herbert assigned Reg the task of handling the corpses of the Allied forces of Trut Province after the war, but that doesn't mean that Reg only had this one task. A single mission would be far too easy for Baron Catalan's army. Only after each battle is over does Baron Catalan lead his army into a busy period. For combat troops, combat is the most important task, and daily training is the secondary task. Baron Catalan's army was assigned to the logistics department. The logistics department is responsible for transporting military supplies and distributing them to various units, which requires a large number of personnel. Of course, the Minister of Logistics was Marquis Herbert's man, so Reg only needed to send people to serve him. Reg did not send all the troops to the logistics department. The first company, composed entirely of regular army soldiers and officers, was training at the camp. The second and third companies, which were composed of farmers as soldiers, took turns being used by the logistics department. The logistics department is a place where one can make money, but Reg has no intention of doing so. He just wants to send people there to do their jobs honestly. Reg did 2 main things in the military camp. One was cultivation, and the other was dining and exchanging feelings with the nobles of the Trut province. The banquet featured exquisite food and beautiful dancers. Some nobles, for the sake of their grandeur, would bring along their cooks and women. Although Baron Catalan's army was responsible for the logistics of the Allied forces in Trut province, Reg could not guarantee that there would be no danger on the battlefield. Therefore, he only brought those who were capable of fighting on the battlefield, and did not bring any extra people. On the 4th day after arriving at the camp, Reg rode his horse, protected by 10 cavalrymen, and left the camp, passing through Baron Fielding's territory, and returned to Cheryl. Emily was the happiest person when Reg returned. She excitedly ran to Reg and said, "Master, I've reached the transcendent level." He looked like a primary school student who had just gotten a perfect score on a test, and was running up to his parents, wanting to be praised. Well done." Reg offered a simple compliment, and Emily's eyes crinkled with laughter. Reg often went out when he went to buy slaves from his neighbors. However, this was the first time I had been away from home for several days. With Bologna in charge of Cheryl Town, there won't be any problems. Reg wasn't too worried about Cheryl Town. His main purpose in returning this time was to replenish the Lord's Manor's cultivation resources. Reg wasn't surprised that Emily became a fighter apprentice. Through his appraisal skills, Reg already knew that even without using the awakening potion, Emily would soon reach the extraordinary realm, replenish cultivation supplies, and provide guidance to slaves engaged in mage training. Finally, Reg called Emily to his side again. Emily, you have stepped into the extraordinary realm. Now it is time to choose the path you will take next. The slave girl has two paths to choose from. One is housekeeping, which is what ordinary maids in the Lord's mansion do. You can cultivate in your spare time. The other option is the combat maid. The combat maid is responsible for guarding the Lord's mansion, and her training time is increased. When necessary, she will also accompany me to the battlefield to fight against the enemy. You are the first person in the Lord's manor to reach the extraordinary level. I'm giving you a third option, the steward. Which one do you want to choose? Emily's little head was racing as she listened to her master's words. Whether it's a housemaid or a combat maid, there will never be just one. The Lord's manor can only have one or a few stewards, and the number will not be too large. Moreover, becoming a steward grants greater power within the Lord's manor, more frequent meetings with the master, and the ability to perform more duties for him. The only thing, Master, if I become your butler, can I still warm your bed? Emily asked softly, suppressing her shyness. Can. Then I choose to become the housekeeper, Emily said. Okay, from now on you will learn from Otis. Reg didn't stay in Cheryl for long. Before leaving, he spoke with Bologna for a while. Bologna was curious about what was happening in Bodenburg and somewhat regretted that she was a woman. If she were a man, Bologna would also be willing to lead her brothers and sisters of the War Frenzy mercenary group to the battlefield to fight against the orcs and exchange their war merits for a noble title. With Bologna's strength, as long as she doesn't die on the battlefield, she has a high chance of becoming a noble. It wasn't just Bologna who felt regret. The members of the War Maniac mercenary group also felt sorry. Reg had no regrets or disappointments. He was only thinking about quickly improving his strength and conquering Bologna. Everyone, including Bologna herself, thought that Reg wanted to subdue her. No one guessed that Reg only wanted to conquer Bologna. After his conversation with Bologna ended, Reg rode his horse to Bodenburg under the protection of the cavalry. A round trip only takes half a day. Otis received orders from the Baron to teach Emily housekeeping skills and train her to become an excellent butler. Otis knew this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. As a slave to his master, Otis had no choice but to obey his master's orders wholeheartedly. Otis will train Emily to be an excellent housekeeper, so that her master can also see her contributions. This was the first time Otis had ever taught a superhuman to be a butler. Extraordinary people, how enviable. News of Emily learning from the steward quickly spread throughout the Lord's manor. Aside from Matt feeling somewhat upset, the others were quite accepting, especially the slaves who had gained the right to cultivate. They could easily figure it out themselves. Butler Otis was just an ordinary person, and if they became superhumans, the butler would no longer pose any threat to them. Even the butler himself dared not loudly reprimand the superhuman. Only powerful superhumans can manage other superhumans. Emily has high cultivation talent and was the first to become a superhuman. She may become the strongest among the slaves in the future. Everyone accepted that Emily became the housekeeper. Unlike other slaves, Emily, born into a wealthy family, was educated and learned not only literacy and arithmetic, but also a wide range of knowledge. Other slaves needed to learn to read and do arithmetic, but Emily did not. Emily is now using this time to learn from Otis, which will not interfere with her training time. The Baron's woman, an extraordinary being, and his future butler. Emily's three identities caused the servants in the Lord's manor to show her increasing respect, to the point that they were almost using honorifics when addressing her. Some slaves guessed that Emily must have been the first to reach the extraordinary level, which is why her master ordered her to learn from the steward. Not all slaves are ambitious. Some slaves wanted to make a name for themselves, to gain their freedom, and to become knights or even nobles of the kingdom. But some slaves understood that this path was not easy, and that one wrong step could lead to their death. It's good for them to stay with their owner, since the owner has already invested so much money in them. If one stays by the master's side, the butler has the highest status. Emily has embarked on her career as a housekeeper. I wonder if the Lord's manor will have one steward or several stewards in the future. Or perhaps she could compete with Emily for the position of housekeeper. Emily is so beautiful. She should just focus on serving her master and not try to take the position of housekeeper. Chapter 61. The Western Route Army is fully assembled. Within a few days, Reg's Battlemaster realm reached the second stage of the initial level. It's still quite a long way to go for a mage to reach the intermediate level 3. As time went by, the number of troops stationed at the Trut Province Allied Army base continued to increase, and Reg received fewer invitations to banquets. The reason is simple. Baron Catalan belongs to the logistics department. The logistics department has its own banquets, and each detachment has its own banquets. Relatively speaking, the logistics department hosts the fewest banquets, so there's no need for banquets to foster relationships. The nobles of each fighting force often held banquets to strengthen their bonds, and they needed to cooperate well with each other in the battles against the orcs. Nobles with whom you have a bad relationship should never be placed in the same combat unit. It wasn't until Reg's neighbors began bringing their troops into the garrison that Reg accepted more banquet invitations. These are all social occasions for nobles, and Reg will attend as many as possible in order to fit in. In fact, Reg wanted to spend more time on cultivation. Among the nobles of Trut Province, there are indeed some who rarely attend banquets in order to focus on their cultivation. These unsociable nobles were ostracized by other nobles, who even placed their armies in the same fighting force. However, the nobles indulged in eating, drinking, and merrymaking without interfering with the army's training. Few nobles personally oversaw the army's training. Their subordinates were responsible for it. Individual territory military training and collective training of the same combat unit. The army, originally composed of regular soldiers and farmers, is growing in strength. In order to win the war of expansion, the kingdom prepared ample provisions. Kingdom officials also came down to inspect the area to prevent nobles from not feeding their soldiers properly. Most human nations are still in a state of active progress. Most nobles enjoy pleasure, but they are not content with it. Nobles would pursue more military achievements, larger fiefdoms, higher titles, and greater personal power. Wars of expansion are so important that even if some nobles wanted to be corrupt, they would do so discreetly. At the very least, he had to make sure his soldiers were well fed. Only by winning the war can we obtain a bigger pie, and the nobles can also get a larger slice of the pie. The weather is getting colder and colder. On November 17th, the first snow fell in the north. The snowfall did not stop the kingdom's army from converging on the border. In the cold weather, the soldiers huddled in their tents. The soldiers came out to train in the warm weather. This only applies to ordinary soldiers. For those with extraordinary abilities, even those at the apprentice level will have a significantly increased resistance to cold. An army composed of farmers as soldiers is cannon fodder. The standing army is the regular army. The elite force consists of cultivators who have not yet reached the extraordinary level as soldiers, and those who have reached the extraordinary level as officers. There are also elite units composed of apprentices of martial arts masters, and ace units composed of novice superhumans. Powerful nobles typically commanded an elite force, often composed of noble sons and the offspring of their vassals. The number of people may not be too large, ranging from 100 to several hundred. These elite troops, when deployed on the battlefield, can achieve significant results. Marquis Herbert commanded a powerful elite force. Flame Cavalry Regiment. Each member is an extraordinary being and is equipped with a flaming horse, a magical beast mount that matches their level of cultivation. In the last expansion war, Marquis Herbert led the Flame Cavalry Regiment to achieve great feats. This time, Marquis Herbert also brought the Flame Cavalry Regiment. The fiery red steed and its fiery red armor were like a blazing fire that burned away all enemies in front of it. The Flame Cavalry Regiment became the most dazzling unit in the Allied forces garrison in Trut Province. Reg pursues extraordinary personal strength, but also wants to build a powerful army. Especially elite units like the Flame Cavalry Regiment. Purchase more talented slaves and train them. Even if we don't build an elite force, we can still build an ace force with novice superhumans as soldiers, given enough time. However, the elite force that Reg is going to build will be somewhat special, as it will likely be composed entirely of female superhumans. After becoming superhuman, male slaves will serve as officers in the army. Only female slaves will be kept by Reg. Female slaves who advance to the extraordinary level can choose between two paths, domestic maid and combat maid. Once you have a large number of combat maids, you can first build up an elite force. Elite units composed entirely of women also exist in various human nations. The Violet Kingdom has one such unit, the Blood Rose Cavalry. It is composed of a princess of the kingdom and female superhumans from the nobility. In the wars of expansion for the kingdom, countless orcs were slaughtered. Every commander of the Blood Rose Cavalry is a princess of the Violet Kingdom. If a female superhuman of noble birth is unable to resist her family's arrangements due to her own strength, she can apply to join the Blood Rose Cavalry. Perhaps the Blood Rose Cavalry will also make an appearance in this pioneering war. Reg wanted his future battle-made regiment to be even stronger than the Blood Rose Cavalry. That's all for the future. Reg only thinks about it occasionally. The most important thing is to focus on the present. As the first snow fell in the north, more and more of the kingdom's army gathered in Bodenburg. The area around Bodenburg became a vast camp. Marquis Waltz Leighton, commander of the Western Route Army, was somewhat dissatisfied that some of the noble troops were dragging their feet and had not yet arrived at the front lines, and had already issued a military order. All noble troops who did not arrive in Bodenburg before December 1st were assigned to the Suicide Squad and made to be the first to fight the orcs. After the Marquis of Leighton issued his order, the noble troops still on their way quickened their pace, not wanting to become part of a Suicide Squad. Despite being only a Marquis, Waltz Leighton's reputation in the Violet Kingdom surpasses that of most dukes. After all, the title of Duke can be inherited, but Waltz Leighton's title of Marquis was earned by the Marquis of Leighton through a series of victorious battles after inheriting the title of Baron from his father. The Marquis of Leighton was not bad in himself, but what was admirable was his superb military command ability. In the first pioneering war in which the Marquis of Leighton participated, his army suffered heavy losses at the hands of the orcs. Lord Leighton led his own army and gathered his defeated troops, breaking out of the orcs' encirclement. Marquis Leighton is only one step away from becoming a duke. If he can lead the Western army to a great victory in this expansion war, he will become the new Duke of the Violet Kingdom. The military treatise written by the Marquis of Leighton was a treasure coveted by all nobles. Even princes and dukes' sons wanted to become apprentices of the Marquis of Leighton to learn military strategy, but the Marquis of Leighton politely declined them all. The Marquis of Leighton devoted considerable effort to this war of expansion in pursuit of the ducal title. Not only did they bring most of the troops from their territories, but they also had to spend time reorganizing the Western Route Army and improving its strength. Anyone who dares to hinder the Marquis of Leighton may be sent to his death by the Marquis of Leighton. As a result, the number of banquets held by the nobles decreased. Before December 1st, the Western Route Army had completed its assembly. Chapter 62. Both sides actively preparing for war. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom have basically assembled and are undergoing reorganization and training during the cold winter. The Violet Kingdom's enemies, the orcs, are also gathering an army to resist the Violet Kingdom's invasion. Yes, for the Violet Kingdom, it was a just war of expansion. To the orcs, it was an invasion by an evil human race. Since we are not of the same race, war does not need to distinguish between right and wrong. The victor grows stronger, the loser perishes. Since the elven race lost its position as the ruler of the world of Nora, powerful races have continuously challenged for the throne. One of them was an orc, who has now fallen to the point of being classified as an orc. The elves were powerful, and all races joined forces to dethrone them from their ruling throne. Humans are currently stronger. No race wanted to see humans rule the world of Nora, so all races joined forces to fight against humans. To the north of the 7 human kingdoms lies a vast wasteland, also the territory of the orcs. Compared to the central and eastern regions of the human race's core area, the wasteland is cold and the land is relatively barren. But in order to feed a larger population and for military achievements, the 7 human kingdoms continued to advance into the wasteland. The various races of orcs were originally one of the Noravan races, but now they have a unified name, orcs. Even the orcs themselves are becoming increasingly concerned about this title. There is a powerful orc race that wants to establish an orc nation, gather the strength of the orcs to defeat the humans, and even become the ruler of the world of Nora. The reality is that no orc race is powerful enough to intimidate other races. It was only in order to fight against the humans that a loose orc alliance was formed. The behemoths, tigermen, lionmen, eaglemen, bearmen, werewolves, elephantmen, centaurs, and Minas are all powerful races within the Orc Alliance. Powerful orc races each have their own territory and sphere of influence, ruling over weaker orc races within their sphere of influence. The powerful orc races opposite the Violet Kingdom are mainly werewolves and centaurs. They had all invaded Reg's territory. The Werewolf Royal Court is a gathering place for powerful warriors of the Sun Realm from 3 different races. They are Idel, the Werewolf King, Buha, the Centaur King, and Margaret Blackleaf, the Elf Envoy. The human invasion of orc territory is no longer just an orc affair. If the orcs continue to decline and the humans become stronger, How will the already declining elves survive? The elves once harbored hatred towards the various races that made up the orcs. In order to survive, the elves had to contribute significantly to the formation of the Orc Alliance. Before the Orc Alliance, orcs lost more often than they won against humans. Even after the Orc Alliance was formed, they still lost more than they won, though at least they won a few more times. But as time went on, the human race grew stronger, and it became increasingly difficult for the Orc Alliance to achieve a victory. Humans are now powerful in the world of Nora, and other races need to join forces to fight against them. The elves, living in a remote corner of the world, had no desire to see the orcs wiped out by the humans. The orcs are extinct. What race will be next to perish? Sooner or later, it will be the elves' turn. So the elven race sent envoys to contact the dwarf kingdom, the winged kingdom, and the goblin kingdom, hoping they would join them in supporting the orcs. Ultimately, both the dwarves and the winged people agreed to support the orcs. The greedy goblins were unwilling to provide free support to the orcs. To gain support, they had to buy it with money or exchange it for treasures. The dwarves brought out their forged weapons and armor, the winged people brought out their fine bows and arrows, and the elves even dispatched a powerful army of mages. Margaret Blackleaf personally led a legion of elven mages, along with weapons and armor from the dwarves and exquisite bows and arrows from the winged people, to the werewolf royal court. She must help the werewolves and centaurs resist the invasion of the Violet Kingdom, and even defeat the Violet Kingdom's army before launching a counterattack. The three powerful figures, Idel, Buha, and Margaret, have gathered together to discuss this matter. To become the king of a race, one must not only be strong, but also have a clever mind. The three powerful figures quickly made a decision to make full use of their advantages, lure the enemy deep into their territory, concentrate their superior forces, encircle and annihilate one of the Violet Kingdom's armies, and then defeat the remaining two armies of the Violet Kingdom. This battle will not involve the legendary powerhouses who stand at the pinnacle of the Nora world for the time being. On the surface, the Violet Kingdom, the Werewolf Clan, and the Centaur Clan each have a legendary powerhouse in charge. However, the combined number of legendary powerhouses from both races and one nation does not equal that of the elf race. The legendary powerhouses of the elven race rarely make a move. Unless there is a crisis of national or ethnic annihilation, neither the two races nor the nation would send out legendary experts. Once a legendary powerhouse falls, not only will their status decline, but they will also be devoured. In addition to having legendary experts in charge, the Violet Kingdom also has other means to deal with legendary experts. One nation could easily defeat two legendary powerhouses from two different races. In the cold winter, on the wasteland, both werewolves and centaurs were gathering their forces. The core strength of the two races is naturally the werewolf army and the centaur army. Under its core strength, the werewolf race has vassals such as the jackal race, the fox race, and the dog-headed race. The centaur tribe also had vassals such as the deer people, sheep people, and pig people. Some vassal races are weak and suitable to be cannon fodder. Some races are quite strong and can be used as regular troops. Both orc races must gather as many armies as possible to resist the expansion of the Violet Kingdom. The elves sensed the danger, and so did they. They were repeatedly defeated by the human race, and their territory continued to shrink. Once the wasteland is completely occupied by humans, they will have no choice but to flee to the far north, where it is covered in ice and snow all year round. Many ancient races still live there, and escaping there would only lead to another battle for survival. The elves, however, are already trying to contact these ancient races, urging them to return to the world and join forces against the humans. We cannot afford to lose again this time. With the strong support of elves, dwarves, and winged people, the werewolves and centaurs are determined to defeat the Violet Kingdom this time. The Violet Kingdom has not yet obtained much intelligence about the enemy's preparations, but the three armies of the Violet Kingdom were all actively preparing during the cold winter. For example, the Western Route Army, where Reg was stationed, had already completed its first reorganization under the command of the Marquis of Leighton. The Western Route Army consisted of 6 core-level units. The Trut Province Allied Forces, 40,000 men. The combined forces of Lugdon Province numbered 50,000. The Aquitaine Province Coalition, numbering 50,000. The Belgica Province Coalition, numbering 60,000. The combined forces of Tarraco Province numbered 60,000. A mercenary legion of 30,000 men. The statistics only include combat-ready personnel, which totals over 300,000, plus a considerable number of civilian laborers accompanying the troops. Excluding mercenary legions, the Trut Province Alliance deployed the fewest troops among the 5 provincial alliances. There was nothing that could be done about it. Trut Province had the largest area but the smallest population, so it could only deploy the fewest troops. The further south you go in the Violet Kingdom, the denser the population becomes, and the nobles are willing to send more troops, though most of them are farmers who have just taken up arms. The other 5 provincial coalitions all included a portion of the king's troops. Chapter 63 Vanguard. Throughout December, all units of the Western Route Army were engaged in intensive training. Before the end of December, adjustments should be made to the units that performed outstandingly during the training phase. January is often the coldest time of winter, so there is less time available for training. As February arrived and the weather warmed up, war was about to break out. The army training had little to do with the army commanded by Baron Catalan, who was in charge of logistics. Aside from attending banquets at the invitation of other nobles, Reg spent most of his time diligently cultivating in his own tent. On December 22nd, Reg's Battlemaster realm had reached the initial 3rd stage. He's close to reaching the level of a mage. Finally, the year 818 of the Violet calendar came to an end, and the year 819 arrived. Reg was 17 years old. On New Year's Day, January 1st, Reg was in the military camp. Marquis Herbert personally hosted a banquet for all the nobles in the Trut Province coalition. Reg took a day off the next day to return to Cheryl. After the Western Route Army was formed, nobles, as members of the army, could no longer leave the military camp at will. To leave the military, one must request permission from their superiors. Only a few nobles, like Reg, were granted leave to go home, and these were all nobles whose territories were close to the military camp. If a noble's territory is in the southern border of the kingdom, forget about going home. Because he needed to ask for leave to go home, Reg has significantly reduced the number of times he goes home and the amount of time he spends at home. If I can take half a day off, I won't take a full day off. In January in the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, the cold wind howled and heavy snow fell. The snow didn't completely melt throughout January. At this time, the Western Route Army didn't even need to worry about orc attacks. In this cold weather, even orcs would be too cold to move. Most of the Western Route Army troops stopped training. Only the extraordinary individuals continued to train and cultivate. As time passed and war drew near, a tense atmosphere gradually enveloped the military camp. Even young people know that in the upcoming war, their chances of survival are less than 1/2. Morale is very important, and nobles will also conduct propaganda to boost morale. For example, increase salaries and pensions, and tell soldiers that as long as they can defeat the orcs and expand the kingdom's territory, the kingdom will be able to support more people and their families will not starve. This is a just war to eliminate the evil orcs who occupy vast lands, giving our human race a wider living space. In reality, many low-ranking soldiers don't understand the concept of righteousness. As long as they know that they will receive compensation if they die in battle, and that they will receive wages and rewards if they survive, and that their families will be able to live a better life once the war ends, that is enough. Reg was still diligently training. On January 10th, the mage's cultivation level reached the intermediate level, stage 3. On January 28th, he entered the 4th stage of the beginner level in the Battlemaster realm. For Reg, who has lived 2 lives, time always seemed to fly by during exams in his previous life when he was a student. Now is the time for cultivation, and time flies by. As January ends, the coldest time of the year in the kingdom's north also comes to an end. As the weather gradually warmed up, training for the various units of the Western Route Army began to increase. At the same time, the Western Route Army intensified its reconnaissance efforts in the wilderness. All 3 major armies are intensifying their reconnaissance efforts against the orcs, searching for the location of the orc main force and looking for opportunities to attack. At this point, Reg was no longer able to ask for leave to leave the military camp. The army could be dispatched at any time. The orcs have dealt with the Violet Kingdom many times and will not easily give it a chance. Unable to find an opportunity, after half a month of training, on February 16th, the Violet Kingdom launched a 3-pronged attack. Over the next 2 days, the armies of the other 6 human kingdoms will also march north to attack the orcs. We must not allow the orcs to gather their strength to attack a kingdom. It was difficult to gather the armies of the 7 kingdoms together, and the orc forces had to be dispersed. The Western Army set out from Bodenbug, with the Marquis of Leiden ordering the allied forces of the Trut province to be the vanguard. Many of the nobles in the province of Trut were worried upon receiving the order. The vanguard turned into a suicide squad, and before they could gain much merit, they were killed by the orcs. But the Marquis of Leighton's orders must be obeyed, and the Marquis of Leighton's orders are justified. The vanguard needs a relatively strong army. The strongest forces on average in the Western Route Army were the Mercenary Legions and the Trut Province Coalition. Mercenary legions are not well suited for large-scale battles, so the Trut Province allied forces have to be the vanguard. Marquis Herbert accepted the task. Reg was somewhat pleasantly surprised. It's a good thing that the vanguard can fight the orcs sooner, and that we can deal with the orc corpses sooner. As for the unexpected incident, the vanguard was severely damaged by the orcs. With the small world around, Reg is very difficult to kill. After the battle ends, find time to leave the small world and rejoin the team. As a spatial mage, there's basically no need to explain why he survived. All the people who went to war with Reg died. Reg could only apologize in his heart and give their families enough compensation. On the morning of the 16th, the Trut Province allied forces, as the vanguard, were the first to leave Bodenbug. Baron Catalan's army, responsible for logistics and handling the corpses, was positioned almost at the very back of the main force. In reality, the rear of an army is not necessarily the safest place, especially when facing werewolves and centaurs with large numbers of cavalry, who can easily launch attacks on the rear of the army. The vanguard marched north for 3 days without finding any trace of large groups of orcs, partly due to the slow pace of the main army's march. I only encountered a few Ratman tribes, Kobold tribes, and Goblin tribes. Any baron could easily wipe them out with his troops, and the officials who recorded the battle achievements would not record these small-scale battles, nor would they count them as battle achievements. Reg led his team to the battlefield quickly, ordering his men to put the enemy corpses into his personal space. The personal space is full. Close it. Dispel the spell. The personal space and everything inside it were completely annihilated. Some nobles noticed that Baron Catalan quickly disposed of the enemy's corpses and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Marquis Herbert, who was aware of the overall military movements, was quite satisfied with this. After the war, Baron Catalan will definitely be remembered. After dealing with the enemy's corpses, Reg rode his warhorse, feeling the life energy contained within the World Tree clone's body, and was in a very pleasant mood. The more life energy, the better. It can make the World Tree grow, it can find and resurrect those who died in battle, it can improve people's physical talents, and it can increase their affinity with natural elements. Let the battle rage on. Reg was right. Starting from the 4th day, orcs began to launch attacks on the vanguard, harassing them day and night. It inflicted minor losses on the vanguard, but also allowed Reg to gain more life energy. Chapter 64 Resurrecting the Twin Rabbit Girls. The vanguard not only encountered harassment from orcs, but also encountered even more orc tribes. There are few orc tribes within 3 days' journey from Bodenbug, but the orcs cannot move any further. The orcs have already divided up their territories in the wasteland, and any attempt to change this will lead to conflict. The weak orc race was simply unable to move to a more distant place. They can only move slightly, or even stay in the same place, hoping not to be discovered by the human army. However, the Violet Kingdom's army treated all discovered orc tribes equally, slaughtering them all. They left behind a pile of corpses, waiting for a professional team to handle them. Reg didn't care that his reputation would be ruined. Whenever a battle broke out and corpses appeared, he would rush over to deal with them. To others, Reg was a dutiful and responsible person. For Reg, it was a windfall. A naked corpse is a great treasure, but others simply cannot utilize it. The vanguard army did not suffer many casualties. Those who died were mainly ordinary soldiers, and very few superhumans perished. Reg didn't find a suitable target for resurrection among the dead, but he did find one among the orc tribes that had been slaughtered by the vanguard. It was a tribe of rabbit people, or you could say a tribe of rabbit-headed people. The rabbit-headed man has a human body but a rabbit's head. The rabbit people, being weak and not conforming to human aesthetic standards, are almost never harassed by mercenaries. Rabbits cannot fetch a good price in the human slave market. But there is one exception among rabbit people. Orcs are not hybrids of humans and animals. They belong to a separate race. Rabbit people are also a separate race. However, in the world of Nora, there is surprisingly little reproductive isolation between different races. Dragons can reproduce with humans. When a rabbit human and a human mate, there is a relatively small chance of creating a half-rabbit human hybrid. This half-rabbit human has most of the appearance of a human, but has 2 pairs of ears. A pair of human ears are on the left and right sides of the head, and a pair of rabbit ears are on top of the head. There's also a rabbit's tail curled up in a ball. just like Reg's bunny girl outfit in his previous life. Especially the beautiful half-rabbit people, regardless of gender, are very popular among the nobility and can fetch high prices. However, obtaining one of these half-rabbit people is highly dependent on luck. Reg did not find any half-rabbit people in the exterminated rabbit tribe, but instead found 2 rabbit souls with relatively high soul talent. People with strong soul power can detect the departed soul of a living being after it dies. Reg's soul power wasn't strong enough to reach that level, but he could use the appraisal technique to see the souls of dead creatures with relatively little effort. Nora has no underworld or netherworld. When a creature dies, its soul remains in place and gradually dissipates. Then Reg discovered 2 special rabbit souls in this rabbit tribe. Name, Doya. Gender, female/female. Age, 8 years old. Status, dead. Talent, 9th grade physique/3rd grade soul/top tier natural element affinity/advanced earth element affinity. Name, Duaway. Gender, female/female. Age, 8 years old. Status, dead. Talent, 9th grade physique/3rd grade soul/top tier natural element affinity/advanced earth element affinity. A pair of dead rabbit people twins, both possessing 3rd class soul talent. Most importantly, they also possess top tier affinity for natural elements. She's a woman. If it's a male orc, no matter how talented, Reg won't take him. After thinking for a moment, Reg decided to resurrect them and keep them in the small world to farm for him. However, Reg didn't like the rabbit-headed man's appearance. It was too ugly. The bodies and souls of the 2 rabbit people were collected into a small world, preserving their original genes. 2 small fruits grew on the world tree, each containing one of their souls. Reg then added Emily's genes into the 2 fruits. Under the control of the world tree's avatar, more life energy is infused into the fruit. The fruit began to grow, giving birth to the bodies of 2 rabbit men. Under the control of the world tree clone, the heads of the 2 rabbit men were no longer rabbit heads, but rather resembled Emily's appearance. It has white hair, an extra pair of long ears, and blood-red eyes. Due to the influence of Emily's genes, the rabbit man's physical talent was upgraded from level 9 to level 6. Reg did not expend any more energy to enhance the physical talents of the 2 rabbit men. After consuming most of the life energy accumulated within the world tree, the 2 fruits finally ripened and fell to the ground from the world tree. The fruit's outer shell cracked open slightly, revealing a naked rabbit woman inside. The 2 rabbit girls seemed to have taken a nap, and after a while they opened their bloodshot eyes. Perhaps because the memories of their deaths were too vivid, the first thing they did upon waking up was to clutch their necks or chests in pain. When they saw each other, they immediately became alert. Who are you? Where's this place? The original language of the world of Nora came from the elves, and it was also the common language of the continent, the language used by humans. Dovi, the older sister, thought the other person was a human, but why did this human have rabbit ears, and even seem somewhat familiar? The younger sister, Doya, wondered where she was, since she had been killed by humans. When the 2 rabbit girls were resurrected, Reg's true form was not suitable to enter the small world, but Reg's voice rang out in the small world. You were originally the rabbit-human twins, Dovi and Doya, who were killed. I have resurrected you and changed your appearance. From this day forward, you are my slaves, and your life and death are in my hands. Upon hearing Reg's words, the 2 rabbit men were slightly flustered. Death, resurrection, slavery, the control of life and death, changing appearances, and sisters. The timid rabbit man was momentarily stunned and wanted to run away. Reg didn't say anything more, letting the 2 timid rabbit girls familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Reg's voice didn't come out for a while, which made the 2 rabbit girls a little braver. Doya, Dovi. The 2 rabbit girls, whose appearances had changed, recognized each other first and embraced, crying together. Sister, mom and dad are dead. All the people in the tribe are dead. Wea. Doya cried loudly. Dovi was also crying. They had originally died, but a mysterious master had resurrected them and given them human appearances. The 2 rabbit girls cried for a long time before they finally calmed down. Sister, what should we do next? I don't know either. In any case, for the sake of our deceased loved ones, we must live on. Yes, survive. Once the 2 rabbit girls calmed down, Reg's voice returned to the small world, assigning them tasks and providing them with food and water. They now have 2 jobs, to collect mature magical plants for preservation and to plant new magical plants in open spaces. This is an easy job for them, and they get to eat as much as they want. When he has time in the future, Reg will also teach them to read and do arithmetic and teach them cultivation. A warrior can cultivate without being literate, but a mage must first be literate. Arithmetic or mathematics are also very important. If you understand spatial geometry, constructing spell models becomes much easier. Chapter 65 Longbowmen. The resurrection of the twin rabbit girls was just a small episode in Reg's march. Reg didn't care how Marquis Herbert commanded the army. He only cared about how many orcs the army killed, how many orc corpses he could collect, and how much life energy he could add to the world tree. In order to revive the twin rabbit girls, the world tree consumed most of its stored life energy, and this was only because the twin rabbit girls were very weak. Even if all life energy is exhausted, it is not guaranteed that a single apprentice-level transcendent will be able to be resurrected. The world tree needs to accumulate more life energy. Fortunately, the war of expansion has only just begun, and there will be more and more battles to come, including large-scale battles. This will also generate a large number of corpses, which Reg will have to deal with. This was also because the nobles could not hold banquets while the army was on the march. If another banquet is held, the chances of other nobles inviting Reg to attend will be greatly reduced. Reg, who frequently dealt with corpses, began to be ostracized by some nobles. Reg didn't care about this. The vanguard has already penetrated deep into the wasteland, leaving only one division of over 10,000 men in Bodenbug. The majority of the Western Route Army, led by the Marquis of Leiden, has entered the wasteland. Not only the Western Route Army, but also the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army entered the wilderness at almost the same time. In fact, the vanguard of the three armies, if positioned in a straight line, could form the new border of the Violet Kingdom. The results of this expansion war were already sufficient. However, none of the three armies will stop. The nobles did not gain enough military merits. The three armies also need to eliminate a portion of the orcs and severely damage them. This allowed the newly conquered territories to enjoy several years of peace. The Violet Kingdom's three armies are advancing, while the discovered orc army is constantly retreating. As the Violet Kingdom's army ventured deeper into the wasteland, they encountered more and more orc attacks. The orcs' relentless attacks on the three armies, day and night, resulted in relatively small casualties but increased the soldiers' physical exhaustion and significantly reduced the daily march distance. Just half a month after the three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on their expedition, and as March began, the main force of the orcs finally appeared. In an open area, the allied forces of Trut Province stopped and regrouped. Ahead of them were tens of thousands of medium and weak orcs, including deermen, foreigners, and pigmen, led by a small number of centaurs. According to his subordinate's reconnaissance report, Marquis Herbert quickly confirmed that this was an ordinary orc army, slightly smaller in number than the combined forces of Bitrut Province, and far inferior in strength. Then let's turn the orcs in front of us into our own battle merits. The Marquis of Leighton is about to become a duke, and the Marquis of Herbert also wants to become a duke. Becoming a duke means a larger fiefdom, more wealth and resources, which can help one improve their cultivation level and accelerate the development of their family. Marquis Herbert looked at the orc army ahead with envy, as did the nobles of the Trut Province, including Reg. In the eyes of other nobles, the orcs ahead were walking symbols of war merit. In Reg's eyes, those orcs would all become nourishment for the world tree. No nobleman felt fear. Only the farmers participating in the battle for the first time were filled with tension, fear, and worry. Military regulations were strict. Not only would deserters be executed, but even being slow to act would result in punishment by officers. At the officer's command, the soldiers gripped their rifles, swords, shields, and other weapons, and marched forward step by step. Compared to the farmers who were fighting for the first time, some of the orcs in the orc army were more afraid. Compared to the various human nations, the orc race living on the wasteland exemplifies the survival of the fittest. Their families are all under the control of the centaurs. If they dare to escape, their families will be implicated. Under the centaurs' command, the orcs, armed with a motley collection of weapons and mostly without even a piece of leather armor, could only keep moving forward. The two armies drew ever closer. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. At 250 meters, the Trut Province coalition launched the first attack. A portion of the elite archer unit equipped with longbows had already been gathered together by Marquis Herbert. The tall archer, wielding a longbow that was at least 2 meters long, fired arrows at least 90 centimeters long at the orcs. Thousands of arrows traveled 250 or even 300 meters and struck the orc army. Orcs hit by arrows either die or are maimed. The arrows not only pierced the crude shields held by the orcs, but even killed some orcs at the level of apprentice warrior. This demonstrates the power of the longbow. Most baronies in the entire province of Trut were unable to train longbowmen. The cost of training a longbowman is almost the same as that of training an ordinary cavalryman. Most importantly, longbows are even harder to obtain than warhorses. A skilled longbowman can easily shoot 12 arrows to a distance of 300 meters in 1 minute. Within a range of 100 meters, it can even penetrate heavy armor. The longbowmen of the Trut Province coalition inflicted heavy losses on the orc army. Reg was shocked. Brent Catalan was never able to assemble a longbowman unit during his lifetime. The battle continued. The centaur, who commanded the orc army, could no longer sit still and immediately ordered the entire army to charge. Orc infantry charged forward despite the arrows fired by human longbowmen, while orc cavalry charged out from both flanks, heading towards the flanks of the Trut Province coalition. Marquis Herbert's command talent was average, and his command of battles was rather rigid. When the orc cavalry attacked, Marquis Herbert also sent out cavalry to counterattack. The orc infantry charged forward, and Marquis Herbert also ordered his infantry to charge. Soon, the human army and the orc army clashed. Some orc races are taller than humans, while others are shorter. On average, they are at roughly the same level. The human army has many advantages, such as the fact that the soldiers are able to eat their fill in the months leading up to the campaign. Regular soldiers usually have a leather armor. The farmer, who had only been in the army for a few months, had no armor, but his weapons were better than those of the orcs. Among the orc army, many orcs even used stone axes, stone spears, and wooden clubs as weapons. They were only able to have a full meal a few days before the war started. The ordinary orc army was quickly routed by the Trut Province coalition, which was one of the stronger armies on average in the western route. The centaurs leading the orc army fled first, and the routed orc army scattered and fled. The allied forces of Trut Province pursued them. The cavalry, in particular, galloped on their horses, doing their utmost to block the fleeing orcs. In the heat of battle, the human soldiers didn't have time to cut off the orcs' heads to tally their achievements. They hastily cut off the orcs' left ears and recorded the results after the battle. Chapter 66, making a huge profit. The army of nearly 37,000 orcs was thus annihilated by the allied forces of the Trut Province. In the end, fewer than 3,000 orcs escaped. The total number of casualties among the allied forces in Trut Province was approximately 5,000, of which fewer than 2,000 were killed in action, and these were mainly farmers who had only been in the army for a few months. Only a handful of knights at the apprentice level of battlemaster died in battle. The battle was over. The human officers and soldiers on the battlefield did a quick cleanup and found not much loot. Most of the officers and soldiers who participated in the battle left the battlefield to rest. Some units that participated less in the fighting remained on the battlefield, working alongside logistical units like those of Baron Catalan's army, those that were at the rear of the main army and had not engaged in combat, to process the corpses of both friendly and enemy forces. Reg opened his personal space and had the soldiers of Baron Catalan's territory, as well as soldiers from other units, throw the corpses into his personal space. After storing hundreds of corpses in one place, Reg shut down his personal space and then pretended to open a new one. Because of his exceptional affinity for spatial elements, Reg is able to create a larger personal space compared to other spatial mages of the same level. When one reaches the 5th Dan level of apprenticeship, one can create a personal space with a volume exceeding 10 cubic meters. At the initial stage of perfection, one can create a personal space with a volume exceeding 100 cubic meters. Reg is now a mid-level 3rd stage space mage, easily creating a personal space with a volume of several hundred cubic meters. Reg had also demonstrated it to other nobles, making those who lacked spatial equipment or whose spatial equipment had very small capacities extremely envious. Now, Reg can open his portable space and put hundreds of corpses in at once without anyone noticing. A steady stream of corpses were thrown into the small world, becoming nourishment for the world tree. The twin rabbit girls, who were in the small world, were terrified when they saw this scene. I'm terrified of becoming like that. Reg looked at the orc corpses that had entered the small world with some boredom, and found that among the orc corpses were not only the old and the young, but also a large number of women. Very few orcs have reached the extraordinary level. On average, you can hardly find the body of an extraordinary person among 100 corpses. The highest level is only the initial transcendent being, and their numbers are extremely rare. How could such an orc army defeat the combined forces of the Trut province? They were likely intended to be used as cannon fodder to weaken the combined forces of the Trut province. The Trut province allied forces suffered 5,000 casualties, mainly due to the large number of orcs, but fewer than 2,000 died in battle, which had a relatively small impact on the strength of the Trut province allied forces. Even if some people die or are injured and 6 or 7 times the number of orcs are wiped out, it is worth it for the Violet Kingdom, even if they are cannon fodder. The Violet Kingdom's army also has cannon fodder. On the battlefield, cannon fodder serves a specific purpose. The orcs can use cannon fodder to weaken the Violet Kingdom's army, and the Violet Kingdom can do the same. The Trut province allied forces, with relatively few casualties, managed to eliminate so many orc cannon fodder. That's a win for them. The nobles of Trut province gained more or less military merits. Of course, Reg made a fortune. Nearly 37,000 corpses were found on the battlefield, and about 1/3 of them eventually became nutrients for the world tree. Reg did not send all the corpses from the battlefield into the small world. The main purpose is to provide a reasonable demonstration of the use of portable space magic. The portable spell is only an apprentice-level spell. The larger the volume of the portable space it creates, the more mental and magical energy it consumes. If the personal space opened by Reg is small, it can be released and deactivated hundreds of times when Reg is at full strength. Reg has now created a personal space with a volume of several hundred cubic meters, which can only be released and deactivated a few dozen times. Doing it any more often would seem exaggerated and attract the attention of other nobles. Life energy is good, but Reg's current strength is insufficient, so he needs to be more careful. Even if only 1/3 of the corpses on the battlefield are turned into nutrients for the world tree, the life energy harvested is enough to make the world tree grow more than 30 centimeters taller. Reg instructed the world tree clone to store half of the life energy it had harvested and use the other half for its own growth. When the world tree finished growing, it had reached a height of 141.58 centimeters. The land area of the small world reaches 3,616.27 square meters. The life energy stored in the world tree is enough for it to grow at least 23 centimeters taller. Each time the world tree harvests life energy, it stores half of it and uses the other half for its own growth. Reg disposed of 1/3 of the corpses on the battlefield, while the remaining 2/3 were buried on the spot by other units. Even the bodies of their own people cannot be taken away. At most, it would be someone you knew who would take some of your belongings as a keepsake, like a hair. No one knows whether these relics will be returned to their families, or perhaps the person who kept them died in the wilderness. The allied forces of Trut province achieved a great victory, and if it weren't for the wilderness, the nobles would have wanted to celebrate wildly. After a brief rest, the army left behind some of the seriously wounded who could not keep up with the main force and continued its advance. Ordinary soldiers who are injured are not eligible to use healing potions, nor are they eligible to be treated by light mages or nature mages. At most, a doctor will provide treatment. Not only did the Western Army encounter large forces of orcs, but the Central and Eastern armies also encountered large forces of orcs one after another. They wiped out the orc army by relying solely on their vanguard. Furthermore, all 3 orc armies were similar in that they were weak and consisted mostly of young and old orcs and female orcs. The 3 armies continued their advance, while the orcs relentlessly harassed them day and night. At the same time, new orc forces approached the 3 armies. These orc armies were still a mix of various races, but they looked more elite. The Violet Kingdom's army gave chase, but the orc army didn't engage them at all, seemingly just playing them for a ride. The 3 commanders, the eldest prince, Duke Walsh, and Marquis Layton, were all able to determine that the orcs intended to create distance between the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom. Once the main force of the orcs attacks one route, the other 2 routes will be unable to provide timely support. Therefore, no matter how much the orcs tried to lure them, the distance between the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom did not increase. On the contrary, it slightly decreased. The 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom advanced steadily, giving the 3 powerful figures, Wolf King Idel, Horse King Buha, and Elf Margaret Blackleaf, some headaches. They weren't worried that the Violet Kingdom's army would penetrate deeper into the wasteland and occupy the territories of the werewolves and centaurs. The Violet Kingdom's million-strong army has ventured deep into the wasteland, requiring a massive amount of food supplies to meet its needs. The deeper they ventured into the wilderness, the longer their supply lines became, which posed a danger to the army. Both Idel and Buha sent small groups to attack the Violet Kingdom's supply convoys. Most of the attacks failed, but a small number were successful. Idel and Buha were not worried about the Violet Kingdom's army penetrating deep into the wasteland, but they were also worried that the Violet Kingdom's army would not continue to penetrate the wasteland and instead build fortresses and defenses on the spot. It seems we need to proactively create opportunities for combat. Chapter 67 The Big One is coming. Another half-month passed, and the Violet Kingdom's army engaged in several medium-sized battles with the Orc army. Each time, the Violet Kingdom's army emerged victorious, while the Orc army suffered heavy losses. As the vanguard of the Western Route army, the Trut Province Allied army fought several major battles with the Orc army, eliminating more than 80,000 Orcs. The losses of the Trut Province coalition forces continued to increase, with the total number of dead approaching 7,000. With the addition of those wounded and unable to continue fighting, the Trut Province coalition has lost nearly a third of its personnel. Although Marquis Herbert wanted to continue leading the Trut Province coalition as the vanguard for military merit. However, the Marquis of Leighton, commander of the Western Army, replaced the Trut Province coalition with the Lugdon Province coalition as the vanguard. Reg felt sorry. Currently, only the vanguard units are able to engage in major battles, resulting in a large number of corpses. After the Trut Province coalition forces were withdrawn, they were at most harassed by small groups of Orcs. Reg will receive significantly less life energy. If possible, Reg would like to lead Baron Catalan's army to join the Lugerden Provincial Coalition and continue to handle the corpses on the battlefield. It's somewhat possible to do that, but it's too conspicuous. Reg chose to take a break and spend as much time as possible on cultivation. The mage's cultivation level is almost at the intermediate 4th stage. He has already entered the 5th stage of the initial level of the Battlemaster realm. Reg even considered using the life energy of the World Tree to improve his Battlemaster level. The 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom won consecutive victories and continued their advance. Even if they didn't encounter the Orc army, they would have encountered even more Orc tribes and wiped them all out. The 3 powerful figures, Idel, Buha, and Margaret, believed that the Violet Kingdom's army, due to a series of victories, would be somewhat complacent, and it was time to strike. This time, the werewolves and centaurs will send out most of their own troops and mobilize most of the troops of their vassal races to severely damage the Violet Kingdom's army. The first step of the plan. The werewolves and centaurs each sent a quarter of their elite troops. The werewolf clan, in particular, deployed elite troops equipped entirely with dire wolves. The Orc races, which were vassals of the 2 major races, also mobilized their elite cavalry units. These elite cavalry units were divided into 3 groups, each tasked with harassing and containing the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom. Soon, the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom encountered the elite cavalry of the Orcs. This elite Orc cavalry force was even capable of defeating the vanguard of the 3 armies, forcing the vanguard to halt, defend the area, and rejoin the main force. The Violet Kingdom dispatched cavalry units from 3 armies to engage them, while the Orc cavalry quickly withdrew. The 3 armies continued their advance, and the Orc cavalry came to harass them again. The commanders of the 3 armies all had the same idea. The big one is coming. The second step of the plan. The werewolves and centaurs each sent a small number of elite troops, the majority of ordinary troops, plus the main force of vassal races, excluding cannon fodder troops. The Orc army immediately marched towards the location of the Violet Kingdom's eastern army to attack it. The massive Orc army appeared and was quickly detected by the Violet Kingdom. Without hesitation, the eldest prince immediately changed the marching route of the Central Army to support the Eastern Army. He then sent an order to the Marquis of Leighton, commanding the Western Army to advance eastward. Lord Leighton sensed something was amiss, but he obeyed the eldest prince's orders to change the Western Army's route and go to support the Eastern Army. It would be best to have the decisive battle with the Orcs at the Eastern Route Army's location. However, the elite Orc cavalry that had been harassing the Central and Western armies intensified their attacks, attempting to tie down the 2 large forces. This further convinced the eldest prince that his judgment was correct. The Orcs' target was the Eastern Army. But Lord Leighton grew increasingly uneasy, especially after seeing the elite Orc cavalry harassing the Western Army, who were willing to pay any price, even their own deaths, to hold them back. Nora's world does not have instant communication. Information is mainly transmitted quickly by the flying magical beasts they keep. The Central Army was the first to change its marching direction in order to support the Eastern Army. At first, The orcs harassing the central army seemed to be increasing their efforts, but in reality, the intensity of the harassment was gradually decreasing, allowing the central army to go to support the eastern army more quickly. The only real target for intensified harassment was the Western Rout army. The distance between the central and western armies is widening. Sensing something was amiss, the Marquis of Leighton sent a message directly to the eldest prince, requesting that the prince's central army slow down its march and not fall too far behind the western army. Some of the headstrong princes completely ignored the Marquis of Leighton's words and instead ordered him once again to speed up the march of the western army. If the march cannot be accelerated, the elite troops of the Western Rout army can be dispatched to join forces with the Central Rout army as soon as possible. Upon receiving the order, the Marquis of Leighton was speechless. This Leonard Violet wasn't a novice on the battlefield. Why did he seem to have lost his mind this time? The Marquis of Leighton was unaware that the eldest prince had always been stubborn and self-willed, though he rarely showed it. Until one of the eldest prince's brothers suddenly emerged as a very threatening competitor who also won the favor of their father. After much difficulty, the eldest prince petitioned his father to become the commander-in-chief for the first time, leading an army of millions. Before he was the commander-in-chief, the eldest prince was able to listen to what others said. Now that he is the head coach, and eager to make a name for himself, his arrogant and self-willed personality is on full display. Instead of sending his elite troops to join the Central Army, the Marquis of Leighton urged the Western Army to speed up its march and sent more cavalry to fight the attacking Orc cavalry. Maintain as much distance as possible between the Western Rout Army and the Central Rout Army. However, the Central Army was faster and even abandoned some of its supplies, so the distance between the two armies continued to widen. On March 21st, Wolf King Idel led a large force of orcs in a fierce attack on the Eastern Army led by Duke Walsh. The Eastern Rout Army suffered heavy casualties, but the orcs suffered even more. Duke Walsh was a renowned general of the Violet Kingdom, having served as deputy commander on more than one occasion, leading large armies to attack the orcs. While his command abilities were not as good as Marquis Leighton's, they were not far off. However, the overwhelming offensive launched by the orcs this time misled Duke Walsh, who thought that the orcs were determined to take down the Eastern Rout Army. Duke Walsh did not urge the eldest prince, but reported what he believed to be the battlefield situation to him. It's definitely the main force of the orcs. Abandon the slow-moving troops, and have the Central Army march at full speed to support the Eastern Army. The eldest prince had not forgotten to send a message to the Marquis of Leighton, ordering the Western Army to speed up its march. When the Marquis of Leighton received the new message from the eldest prince, the distance between the Central and Western armies had grown even greater. Left with no other option, Marquis Leighton could only send out more cavalry, and even his few air cavalry, to scout around and guard against a surprise attack by the orcs on the Western Army. Chapter 68 Feint to the east, attack in the west. Retreat is the best strategy. Air cavalry are cavalry that ride medium to large-sized magical beasts. The Griffin Legion of the Griffin Empire, a world-renowned empire, is an air cavalry unit. Among the 7 kingdoms of the human race, the Violet Kingdom is known for its warlike nature and love of learning. The Violet Kingdom also wants to build an air cavalry force, but it will require a lot of time and a huge amount of resources. Although an air cavalry unit was not formally established, some air cavalrymen were trained to a certain extent. On the battlefield, air cavalry are the best scouts. Under normal circumstances, only those who reach the legendary level can fly. Aside from races like the winged people and eagle people who are born with wings and can fly, the air cavalry are invincible. Among the orcs that the Violet Kingdom faces, there are no flying races. Orcs also try to train air cavalry, but their numbers are even fewer than those of the Violet Kingdom. The air cavalry stood tall in the sky, able to see a large area on the ground at a glance. Lord Leighton sent out his air cavalry as scouts to prevent the Western Army, which was in a hurry to get there, from being attacked by orcs. To the north of the main force of the Western Rout Army, an air cavalryman riding a giant owl flew across the sky, completely unaware of the densely packed elite troops of werewolves and centaurs on the ground. The 2 orc armies, with a total strength of over 100,000, were personally commanded by King Buah. These elite troops were all re-equipped with weapons and equipment provided by the dwarves and winged people. Even the Elven Mage Corps supporting the werewolf and centaur tribes joined forces with this orc army. The air cavalry of the Western Army flew overhead without spotting the orc army on the ground. This was the work of the Elven Mage Corps. The Elven Mages cast a spell together, unleashing a massive illusion that covered the entire Orc army. Under the cover of a massive illusion, the Orc army moved slowly, steadily approaching the Western army. As night fell, the Western Rout army had already set up camp and rested. As night deepened, the Marquis of Leighton's growing unease made it difficult for him to fall asleep. It was an intuition, or perhaps a gift, that allowed the Marquis of Leighton to sense danger. When the Western Rout army set up camp, the Marquis of Leighton ordered all units of the army to prepare for nighttime vigilance. He also ordered his elite guard, the Golden Lion Legion, to keep themselves fully armed and protected. If an enemy attacks, they can join the battle as quickly as possible. Not enough. That's not enough. Based on his intuition, the Marquis of Leighton guessed that the enemy might be approaching the Western army camp and about to launch a night attack. Awaken the entire army and fight a great battle against the invading enemy? The Western Rout army had been marching for days, and the ordinary soldiers were exhausted and had fallen asleep. Only the elite units and key troops of the Western Rout army still had enough physical strength remaining. If an enemy attacks, it will undoubtedly be a powerful enemy capable of defeating the Western Rout army. The Violet Kingdom has plenty of people. Even if the regular troops and cannon fodder units in the Western Rout army are lost, they can be quickly replenished. Only the elite and best troops are of utmost importance. We cannot afford to lose them here. The Marquis of Leighton immediately dispatched his men to order nobles with elite or valiant troops to prepare for a retreat. The nobles who received the order all obeyed the Marquis of Leighton's command. The Marquis of Leighton's record is documented. They are far inferior to him. Only after the elite troops of the Western Rout army had prepared to retreat did the Marquis of Leighton order his men to sound the horns, awakening everyone in the camp to prepare for battle. Outside the Western army camp, in the Orc army preparing to launch an attack, Buha was startled when he heard the human horns and the commotion in the camp. We've been discovered. It has come to this point. The arrow is on the bowstring, and there is no choice but to release it. All troops, heed my command. Charge. Slaughter all humans. Kill. 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 The Orc army split into 3 routes and charged towards the Western army camp from the north, attempting to cut the Western army into 4 sections. Led by Buha, the Orcs charged towards the central camp of the Western army. The Wolf Riders, skilled in melee combat, led the way, followed by the Centaurs wielding bows and arrows. The Centaur ran on all 4s while continuously firing arrows into the Western army camp ahead. Arrows rained down, and countless human soldiers were killed by them. The Wolf Riders charged forward, the werewolves brandishing their scimitars at the humans, while the dire wolves beneath them swung their claws to grab at them. The Western Rout army, which had just been awakened by the sound of horns, was immediately stunned by the Orc army. The ordinary and cannon fodder troops were stunned, but the elite and valiant troops were not stunned and did not engage the Orcs in battle immediately. The nobles who commanded them immediately ordered their troops to flee south. If any of your own people are blocking your way, just kill them. This is the Marquis of Leighton's order. Having experienced countless battles and witnessed countless deaths, Lord Leighton understood that the most important thing for the Western Rout army was to preserve its best members. Not only were the elite troops and elite units of other nobles fleeing south, but the Marquis of Leighton also personally led his own Golden Lion Legion south. Upon witnessing the strength of the approaching Orc army, Marquis Leighton understood that the Western army could not withstand it. Unless it is daytime, when the entire army has not expended much energy, and they have to discover the Orc army in advance, prepare for battle, and pay a heavy price, they will be able to temporarily hold off the Orc army. Only after receiving reinforcements from the Central Army could they repel the Orc army. The reality was that the Western Rout army was in a hurry to get there, but the distance between them and the Central Rout army was getting farther and farther. The Orc army arrived at the camp without a sound. These 2 factors directly led to the disastrous defeat of the Western Rout army. On the retreat south, the Marquis of Leighton felt a surge of anger toward the eldest prince. Even if he later rallies a large army to defeat the Orcs, he will not be able to obtain the title of Duke. Lord Leighton used the largest number of cannon fodder and ordinary troops in the Western army to delay the Orcs' advance, while the elite and elite troops, the best of the best, accelerated their retreat southward. The other nobles who witnessed this also chose to flee. When they fled, they did not take their main force with them, only their cavalry. The attacking Orcs were all cavalry. If they brought infantry along, they wouldn't be able to escape. Meanwhile, at the very rear of the Western army camp, or rather, at the westernmost point, in the territory of Baron Catland, Reg was completely numb. A large army of orcs had already stormed into the allied camp of Trut province, but had not yet reached the territory of Baron Kartran. The powerful orc army's night raid had already taken Reg very far. Even more surprisingly, the elite troops and elite units of the Trut province coalition, including the Flame Cavalry Regiment led by Marquis Herbert, completely ignored the attacking orc army and turned to run south. They had no intention of fighting the invading orc army. Many nobles have already fled with their cavalry. What should I do? Speechless. While writing, I realized I couldn't distinguish things clearly. There might be errors in the earlier text. I apologize to everyone. Chapter 69, 500 Cavalry. Reg's mind raced, and he realized that he had three options in front of him. The first option was to follow the same path as other nobles, leading knights and cavalry on horseback southwards. This road will lead to pursuit by orcs, and nobles who fall behind will suffer a terrible fate. The second option is to hide in your own little world and let the soldiers and officers of your territory's army escape on their own. Once the orcs are gone, or the expansion war is over, they will emerge from the small world and return to their territory. The third option is to lead the territory's army in a collective action, attempting to escape with as many people as possible. Ultimately unable to escape the orcs' pursuit, Reg could choose to continue hiding in the small world. After a quick thought, Reg decided to choose the third path. I'm just giving it a try. The chances of me dying are extremely low anyway. If they manage to escape successfully, they will not only lead Baron Cataland and his army to safety, but also gather even more troops to escape together. Perhaps Reg could recreate the glorious achievements of the Marquis of Leighton in the First Expeditionary War. Before the orcs could attack, 5 knights, including Gerald Knight and Mansfield Knight, all clad in full armor, gathered around Reg. I've made up my mind. We can't run with those nobles. They'll become targets for the orcs. There are no enemies to the west. We'll run west. Anyone with a mount can run with me. Reg briefly explained to the 5 knights why they were heading west. The knights, who were tense and even fearful, felt that the Baron's decision was the better choice. The 3 knights, who served as company commanders, immediately issued orders to the infantry of the 3 companies. Everyone went to find a mount. Whoever could ride a mount could travel with the Baron. Those who have no mount, or who find a mount but don't know how to ride it, have no choice but to fend for themselves. Upon hearing the knight's order, the officers and soldiers of the 3 squadrons, regardless of whether they could ride horses or not, all went to find horses to ride. Baron Cataland's army was under the command of the logistics department, which had many horses for pulling carriages. Most of the horses used for pulling carts were unsuitable for use as war horses, but they were fine for riding. The nobles who fled with their cavalry paid no attention to this, and the officers and soldiers of Baron Cataland's army seized the opportunity to find horses and ride them. The first company, composed of officers and soldiers of the standing army, had the most riders. Almost all the officers could ride horses, and many soldiers could also ride. They were hoping to join the cavalry, which offered better benefits. Farmers who had served for a few months were assigned to the second and third companies of soldiers, and some soldiers could also ride horses. The livestock used for plowing in the Baron Kartran estate were mainly draft horses, and some farmers had access to the horses. The horses used by the logistics department to pull carts were mainly draft horses. Although the scene was chaotic, officers and soldiers from other units belonging to the logistics department saw the men from Baron Cataland's territory come to lead their horses and ride them. They quickly realized what was happening and began looking for horses to ride. Baron Cataland led over 300 men to participate in the war to expand the Violet Kingdom, but only about 200 of them ultimately mounted their horses and followed Reg. However, officers and soldiers from other units nearby mounted their horses and followed Reg. Their noble lord fled with his cavalry, and they themselves did not know where to go. Seeing a nobleman leading a large cavalry unit, they followed. 5 knights led the way, and if anyone blocked their path, they would simply ram through them, not caring whether they killed anyone. Survival is the most important thing. Before the orcs could attack, Reg led his cavalry out of the Western Army camp and continued their westward march. As he ran forward, Reg briefly counted the number of cavalrymen. There were actually more than 500 riders. Even if most of their mounts were draft horses, it was still a cavalry force that Baron Cataland was currently struggling to assemble. Moreover, even if Reg could bring the cavalry back intact, most of the people who did not belong to the Baron Cataland territory would leave directly. They were not knights. They did not pledge allegiance to the nobles, but were merely professional soldiers hired by the nobles. But they all have homes, and their homes are not in the territory of Baron Catland, so they naturally cannot stay under Reg's command. Put this aside for now. The most important thing now is to escape. There were very few war horses in the group. Most were draft horses, which looked tall but couldn't run fast. Moreover, a horse carrying a person cannot run indefinitely. After running for about an hour, nearly 10 kilometers away from the Western Route Army camp, the cavalry unit, temporarily named the Catalan Cavalry Regiment, was about to stop and rest. Everyone dismounted and let the horses rest for a while. After about 20 minutes, they could continue their journey. While the Catalan cavalry were resting, the Orc army successfully cut the Western Route Army into 4 sections. More than 30,000 centaurs, led by Buck, continued to pursue the elite troops and units of the Western Route Army that were fleeing south. The last to fall were not nobles leading small numbers of cavalry and knights, but elite troops without mounts. For example, longbowmen are considered elite troops, but not all longbowmen are equipped with warhorses. Longbowmen units equipped with warhorses were actually few in number. However, the elite troops, who were trained at great expense, were all equipped with mounts. Seeing that the Orcs were catching up with them and knowing that death awaited them, a group of elite troops chose to fight back in battle against the charging Centaur army. The Centaurs used bows and arrows from the winged people, and their range and power were in no way inferior to those of the longbowmen. The longbowmen, who had slaughtered the Orcs in previous battles, were ultimately annihilated by the Centaur army. It took about 2 longbowmen to kill 1 Centaur. The Centaur army continued its southward pursuit, while the Orc army remaining at the Western Army camp, mainly composed of wolf riders, launched a massacre against the largely commandless Western army. Lacking command, the junior officers and soldiers ran around aimlessly like headless flies. An army of nobles, with nobles and knights being the most important components. Without nobles and knights, the army lacked commanders. Without orders from superiors, without command from superiors, and lacking in military knowledge, some junior officers and soldiers were illiterate and had no idea what to do. They also had no way to launch a resistance against the Orcs. That's why so many officers and soldiers who acquired mounts followed Reg. When the Marquis of Leighton voluntarily abandoned the main force of the Western Route Army, he had already anticipated this scenario. A massacre. The Orcs' massacre of the human army. The difficulty was almost the same as when human armies slaughtered Orc tribes. Orcs, filled with hatred for humans, even engage in killing contests with their companions to see who can kill the most people. The werewolf dug out the human's heart and liver and fed them to his dire wolf. The Western Route Army camp has been stained red with human blood. The scattered remnants of the army were also pursued by the Orcs. Chapter 70 Rescuing People. While the Catalan Cavalry Regiment rested, small numbers of cavalrymen gradually fled westward. These cavalrymen were originally infantrymen who knew how to ride horses. They found a horse to ride in the chaos of battle, rode it out of the camp, and galloped in one direction. They met the Catalan cavalry, which included a baron and 5 knights, and gladly joined the ranks. Reg ordered his men to distribute some water and dry rations to the new recruits. This made the new recruits of the Catalan cavalry extremely happy. They fled the camp on horseback, carrying neither food nor water. Many even threw away their weapons, just to run faster. Joining the Catalan cavalry was also a way to better survive in the wasteland. It's not easy for a single cavalryman, or even just a few cavalrymen to survive in the wilderness. Encountering even a weak Orc tribe could mean certain death, not to mention the food problem. Reg placed a large amount of water and food in the small world, and this is where it comes in handy. Having rested enough, the Catalan Cavalry Regiment prepared to continue their advance. In the darkness, Reg used his appraisal spell to see infantry running towards him in the distance, with wolf riders chasing after them. Reg had no intention of going to rescue them, and led the Catalan Cavalry Regiment to continue their westward escape. Basically, after running for an hour and covering about 10 kilometers, you need to stop and rest for 20 to 30 minutes. Just as people need rest, horses also need rest, and we should feed them some oats to replenish their energy. As dawn approached, Reg found a grove of trees, and the entire Catalan Cavalry Regiment hid there to rest. Daytime is dangerous. In the vast wilderness, targets can be spotted from afar. Moreover, Orcs also have air cavalry. Hiding in the woods was finally a bit safer, and Reg had time to think things through. During the march, Reg used his appraisal skill to scout around, wary of encountering Orcs. Although Reg was only a minor baron, news of the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies' movements would soon spread among the nobles. Reg knew that the Eastern Route Army was being attacked by the Orc army, and the Central Route Army and the Western Route Army rushed to support the Eastern Route Army in order to fight a decisive battle against the Orc army. It now appears to be a feint by the Orcs. Their true target is the Western Army. Reg planned to include the details of this war in the feint to the east, attack in the west strategy in his own Nora World version of the 36 stratagems after returning to his territory. However, how the Orc army approached the Western Route Army and launched a surprise attack was something Reg didn't yet understand. In a world with extraordinary powers, there are various methods of reconnaissance. The Orcs' ambush of the Western Army must have also involved the use of powerful stealth techniques. Reg believed that his 36 stratagems was quite useful, but the most important thing was still strength. If we are strong enough, we can simply crush them head-on. The ability to remain invisible is also a form of strength. The current situation of expanding the war is really giving Reg a headache. How could the Western Route Army suffer such a crushing defeat when it was a war of expansion with a high probability of victory for the Violet Kingdom? Even the Central and Eastern armies are in danger. Once the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies were defeated, the Orcs launched a counterattack against the Violet Kingdom. At that time, the Violet Kingdom will use border fortresses such as Bodenburg and other defensive lines to resist the Orc army. Baron Catherine is located on the border and will likely be destroyed by the Orc army. Reg personally led the expedition to participate in the pioneering war in order to collect corpses on the battlefield as nourishment for the World Tree. However, he witnessed firsthand a major defeat for the Violet Kingdom. Of the 300,000 soldiers of the Western Route Army, how many could survive? Reg didn't know. All he could do was try his best to keep those around him alive. After a half-day rest, the Catalan Cavalry Regiment remained in the woods. Reg planned to rest during the day and travel at night. Werewolves and centaurs have better night vision than humans, but their vision is still limited at night. Being active at night and hiding during the day is the best choice. Reg took out food and water from the small world, and everyone had lunch together. Many in the group were relieved that the Baron was a powerful spatial mage who carried plenty of food and water with him, so they wouldn't go hungry on their escape. But their joy did not last long. Just past noon, a remnant force of several hundred men could be seen running towards the woods where the Catalan Cavalry Regiment was hiding. Behind the remnants of the army, a force of over 100 wolf riders was in pursuit. The remaining troops would be overtaken by the wolf riders before they could even enter the woods. If the people are far from the woods, Reg won't expose the Catalan cavalry to save them. The wolf cavalry force numbered just over 100, with the strongest wolf only at the initial stage of the Battlemaster realm. There were also 9 Battlemaster apprentices in the group, and the other werewolves had all trained and were not ordinary werewolves. If the Catalan cavalry appears, this wolf rider force is unlikely to charge, but will turn around and leave, sending werewolves to keep an eye on the Catalan cavalry, and then calling for reinforcements to eliminate the Catalan cavalry. The wolf riders wanted to leave, but the Catalan Cavalry Regiment had difficulty catching up with them, since most of the Catalan Cavalry Regiment's mounts were relatively slow draft horses. If they don't rescue this remaining force, they will be caught up by the wolf riders and killed before they even enter the woods. After the battle, the wolf riders will also find some traces of the Catalan Cavalry Regiment. For example, werewolves and dire wolves have an extremely strong sense of smell, enabling them to detect the Catalonia cavalry hidden in the woods. Since that's the case, let's save this remaining force. Reg planned to have the Catalan Cavalry Regiment charge out of the woods and wipe out all the wolf riders when they were about to catch up with the remaining troops. Reg summoned the 5 knights, explained the battle plan, and said that if they didn't eliminate this wolf rider force, they might be discovered by the wolf riders themselves. Like Reg, the knights were initially unwilling to rescue the wounded soldiers being chased by the wolf riders, lest they be discovered by the wolf riders. After hearing what the Baron said, since the wolf riders would discover us whether we rescued the wounded soldiers or not, we might as well fight the wolf riders and wipe them out. They are not afraid to fight orcs. The 5 knights immediately gathered the cavalry, who could participate in the battle. Not all cavalrymen in the Catalan Cavalry Regiment were able to participate in combat. At least those who carried weapons were allowed to fight. Upon closer inspection, there were only slightly over 300 cavalrymen capable of participating in the battle, nearly 2/3 of whom were Reg subjects. Reg plans to adjust his mount after the battle is over. Those who can participate in the battle should equip themselves with the best mounts. Those who cannot participate in combat should use inferior mounts. It's possible that you won't need to adjust your mount. You'll be able to acquire enough weapons after this battle. Reg quickly organized the cavalry into units, with 5 knights each leading a squad, and the officers were all Reg's men. This was the first battle for the Catalan cavalry, and many of the cavalrymen were filled with fear of the orcs. Reg will be the main force, killing all the werewolves who have entered the extraordinary realm, and then 5 knights will lead the team to eliminate all the remaining werewolves. Chapter 71, the Catalan chapter. The remnants of the army, without a single superhuman, continued to approach the woods where the Catalan cavalry regiment was hiding. Behind them, the wolf riders were getting closer and closer to them. The remaining soldiers fled frantically, throwing away their weapons and armor in an effort to run faster and avoid being caught by the wolf riders. Perhaps if I run a little faster than my companions, I can get into the woods and have a greater chance of survival. It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. We're almost at the woods. Those running behind felt despair. They were about to be overtaken by the wolf riders. Some people fell to the ground and continued to crawl forward, only to have their heads chopped off by the wolf riders who caught up with them. Just as the wolf riders were about to catch up with the remnant force, Reg teleported away, disappearing from the edge of the forest and reappearing in front of the remnant force. With another teleport, Reg appeared behind the remnant army. Lesser magic missile. One after another, secondary magic missiles were rapidly released by Reg, attacking the werewolf who had stepped into the extraordinary realm. Before the remaining soldiers could react, 5 knights led their cavalry out of the woods. They bypassed the remaining troops and charged towards the wolf riders. The werewolf captain, who was charging at the front, was not even surprised when Reg suddenly appeared. A minor magic missile came flying straight at him. The secondary magic missile was too fast. It was so fast that the werewolf captain, who was at the beginner level of a warrior, didn't have time to dodge and had his head pierced. The werewolf captain had no time to dodge, and the werewolves at the apprentice level of the battle master were even less able to dodge, and were killed by the secondary magic missile. Several werewolves rushed over and swung their knives at Reg. The next moment, Reg disappeared from his spot, teleporting outside the werewolf's charging path, and continued to attack the werewolf with secondary magic missiles. Even after killing all the werewolves at the apprentice fighting master level, Reg's attacks did not stop. When Reg had killed more than 20 werewolves, the 5 knights and their cavalry finally charged over and attacked the wolf riders. Reg then turned his attack on the wolf riders at the rear. 5 knights, riding fine warhorses and clad in heavy armor, charged directly into the wolf rider ranks, brandishing their long swords, each strike capable of taking the life of a werewolf. All the werewolves who had reached the transcendent level were dead, and these werewolves who had not reached the transcendent level were no match for the 5 knights' offensive. The ordinary cavalrymen behind the knights were generally no match for a single wolf rider. Fortunately, Reg and 5 knights dealt a heavy blow to the wolf riders, and the number of ordinary cavalry was also greater. The werewolf blocked one cavalryman's longsword, but was then killed by another cavalryman's longsword. However, some cavalrymen were killed by fierce werewolves or dire wolves. While the fighting raged ahead, the exhausted soldiers at the rear collapsed to the ground, weeping with joy. They never expected that one of their own cavalry units was hiding in the woods. We're saved. The happiest of the dozen or so remaining soldiers were none other than Reg's subjects, who could not ride horses and could not follow the Baron in his escape to fend for themselves. They were fortunate enough to encounter the Baron again. Upon encountering a large human cavalry force, all werewolves who had reached the transcendent level, including the captain, perished, and soon some werewolves chose to flee. But Reg wouldn't give them a chance to escape. One lesser magic missile after another reaped the lives of the fleeing werewolves. The werewolves who did not flee were killed by 5 knights and their cavalry. After a fierce battle, the Catalan cavalry regiment, at the cost of 16 dead, annihilated all the wolf riders. All werewolves and dire wolves were killed. Unfortunately, the werewolves' mounts were only dire wolves, and dire wolves were difficult to use quickly by the Catalan cavalry, so they had to be killed. Moreover, the Catalan cavalry needed to hide and couldn't cook, so with the rations provided by Reg, there was no need to leave the dire wolf carcasses behind. All that's needed is to collect the werewolf's weapons, armor, food, and water, cut off its left ear to tally the kill, and then throw the werewolf and dire wolf carcasses into Reg's personal storage space to dispose of them. Half of the life energy harvested by the World Tree is used for its own growth, resulting in an increase in height of approximately 0.7 centimeters. Those who captured the werewolf weapons and armor were pleasantly surprised, as they discovered that the werewolves' equipment was actually better than their own. Under normal circumstances, Even the weapons and equipment of the elite werewolf troops are about the same as those of the ordinary troops of the Violet Kingdom. Reg used his appraisal skill on the werewolf's weapons and equipment and discovered that they were actually made by dwarves. The weapons and equipment crafted by the dwarves are the most famous in the world of Nora. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Catalan cavalry regiment led several hundred remaining soldiers into the woods. Reg assigned 5 knights to deal with the hundreds of remaining soldiers, intending to take them with him that night. The speed of the draft horses was still too slow. Even war horses cannot carry people for long periods of time. So Reg changed his approach. The cavalrymen led their horses, which carried weapons, equipment, and other supplies. This way, they can travel all night, and the marching distance is not much shorter than that of riding a horse. It's considered good if you can ride a horse for a total of 6 hours in one night. Using his appraisal skill, Reg can lead his team far away from the orcs. Finding a place to sit down, Reg took a werewolf scimitar and continued to use his appraisal skill, trying to identify more information. Reg determined that the scimitar was forged by a dwarf at a certain time and place. Because the elves sent messengers to invite the dwarves to support the orcs, the scimitar was given to the werewolves. The information obtained from the analysis made Reg frown. The expansionist wars of the 7 human kingdoms have become more than just wars against orcs. Dwarves and elves have also joined the fray. The equipment of dwarves alone can greatly enhance the strength of orcs. Is the Violet Kingdom's expansionist war going to fail? It doesn't matter if we fail in our expansionist wars, but we must not allow the orcs to seize our land. Otherwise, Baron Catalan would not be able to escape. It didn't matter to Reg himself becoming a landless, destitute nobleman. What was unacceptable to Reg was that the city named after his mother in this life had been occupied by orcs. The outcome of this war was something that a mere baron like Reg could not decide. All Reg could do was help more people escape and, incidentally, gather more nutrients for the World Tree. The Catalan Cavalry Regiment can now be renamed the Catalan Battle Regiment, which includes both cavalry and infantry. There were 528 cavalrymen and 306 infantrymen. Including Reg and the 5 knights, the Catalan chapter has a total of 840 members. Weapons and equipment captured in the battle against the wolf cavalry, as well as some weapons and equipment in the hands of the infantry, were given priority for use by the cavalry. When fighting the orcs, the cavalry were the first to engage in battle. Even if Reg hadn't explicitly stated this rule, the infantry would have obeyed the Baron's decision. The Baron is a nobleman and a powerful superhuman. They are accustomed to obeying the orders of the strong. Rather than being at a loss themselves, they preferred to have a nobleman as their commander. The army then had a backbone. Chapter 72 Good News. No further incidents occurred in the afternoon. Everyone in the Catalan chapter took advantage of the afternoon to rest, especially the cavalry who fought the werewolves and the infantry who were being chased by them. In the evening, Reg took out some water and food from the small world, along with the water and food he had taken from the werewolves, and managed to feed everyone. As night fell, the cavalry, leading their horses, left the woods with the infantry and continued westward. Reg has stored a lot of water and food in the small world, which is a lot for Reg himself, but for the current Catalan chapter, it is only enough for a few meals. If they travel another day west, the Catalan Legion must head south and return to the Violet Kingdom as soon as their food runs out. There might be opportunities to replenish food along the way. As for disposing of all the dire wolf carcasses, there was no other way. If you leave the dire wolf carcass behind, the smell of blood will gradually spread. If they don't eat the wolf meat raw, but instead roast it over a fire, they'll easily be discovered by the orcs. Under the cover of darkness, the Catalan Legion pressed forward. No one spoke during the march unless something important happened. Only Reg, riding his warhorse, would periodically arrive at various locations within the group, using his appraisal skill to scout out all directions. About 3 hours later, the first enemy appeared. To the southeast of the Catalan chapter, more than 50 deer men riding moose and warhorses were chasing after a dozen or so human cavalrymen. Judging from the cavalrymen's horsemanship, they must be real cavalrymen, not infantrymen on horseback. Reg was puzzled as to why it was deer people chasing humans, rather than werewolves or centaurs. The orcs that attacked the Western Route Army's camp last night were only werewolves and centaurs. Reg examined it a few more times, but did not obtain any important information. To obtain important information, more mental energy is needed to use the appraisal spell, which will reduce Reg's combat endurance. After all, Reg is the most important fighting force of the Catalan chapter. If it weren't for Reg, the Wolf Riders would have wiped out the entire Catalan Legion during the day. Reg thought for a moment, then surveyed the area to the south. Apart from the Deer People and the humans being chased by the Deer People, there were no other traces of humans or orcs within a certain range. 1st and 2nd Cavalry Squadrons, mount up. We've spotted a small group of orcs chasing our comrades. Let's go rescue them. The cavalry of the Catalan Legion were divided into 5 companies, each led by a knight as company commander. Cavalrymen whose mounts are warhorses are all in the 1st Squadron. The 1st and 2nd Squadrons were the fastest and strongest among the 5 cavalry squadrons. The discovered Deerman cavalry was weak, with only 2 Battlemaster apprentices and the rest of the Deerman not yet reaching the transcendent level. Moreover, after a long journey, both human cavalry and Deerman cavalry were now moving at a very slow speed. Reg and Gerald's cavalry led the 1st Squadron to intercept the Deerman cavalry, while the Knights of Mansfield led the 2nd Squadron to flank them. 2 cavalry units broke away from the main force of the Catalan chapter and charged toward the Deerman cavalry. The Deerman's night vision is very strong, not as good as the werewolves, but far superior to that of humans. Before the sound of galloping warhorses had even spread, the Deermen spotted the 1st company. At first, the Deermen thought they were other orc cavalrymen, but when they got closer, they found that they were actually human cavalrymen, and there were quite a lot of them. Without hesitation, the captain of this Deerman cavalry abandoned the pursuit of the human cavalry ahead and turned to run. The fleeing human cavalrymen didn't understand what had happened until a while later they realized that their allies had rescued them. The fleeing Deerman cavalry did not get very far before the 1st Squadron caught up with them. Reg was the first to make a move, riding his warhorse and casting spells as he moved, quickly conjuring up a series of minor magical missiles that blasted towards the Deerman. The magic missiles that flew towards the Deerman at the Dosher apprentice level did not attack the Deerman directly, but instead targeted the moose beneath him. Reg intends to capture the 2 Deermen alive and interrogate them. The other Deermen weren't so lucky. A minor magic missile attack killed them instantly. When attacking Deermen riding warhorses, Reg will try his best to avoid harming the warhorses. The cavalrymen who participated in this battle also received orders from Reg. Soon, the battle ended easily, with only 1 person killed and several wounded on their side. The strength of this Deerman cavalry is far inferior to that of the wolf cavalry from noon today. Sir Gerald, go and interrogate those 2 Deermen. Why did they appear? Where are the werewolf and the centaur? Yes, ma'am. 2 screams echoed across the desolate wilderness. Under the torture of Knight Gerard, the 2 captured apprentices, the Deerman, only asked for a quick death and to tell Reg what he wanted to know. It turns out that during the day today, the werewolves and the centaurs' vassal races joined in the pursuit of the remnants of the Western Army. The werewolves and centaurs who launched the night raid on the Western Army had already withdrawn by evening. The task of hunting down the remnants of the Western Rout Army was then handed over to the vassal races. Upon hearing this, Reg immediately understood that after the night raid on the Western Army's elite orc troops, the next targets would be the Central and Eastern armies. This was bad news for the Central and Eastern armies, but good news for Reg. Not to mention the elite forces of werewolves and centaurs who will participate in the next Great War. The elite forces of their vassal races will also participate in the next Great War. The vassal race forces that pursued and killed the remnants of the Western Rout Army could at most be considered ordinary troops. Furthermore, the orc troops were very dispersed, often in groups of dozens or hundreds, who would disperse to hunt down the remnants of the Western Rout Army. Orc armies of over 1,000 men are extremely rare. After extracting the information Reg wanted, Knight Gerald killed the 2 Deermen, cut off their left ears, and threw their bodies into Reg's little world. The Deerman mounts killed this time were kept as food for the Catalan chapter. They also acquired 17 intact warhorses, all ordinary warhorses, but still better than draft horses. The 2 cavalry squadrons, carrying their spoils, were about to return when 14 human cavalrymen, pursued by the Deermen, caught up with them. Upon learning that Reg was a baron, they all dismounted, bowed to Reg, and requested to temporarily join his ranks. Reg asked them a few questions and learned that they were cavalrymen of Viscount Cinnar, whom he did not recognize. When Viscount Cinnar saw that the elite troops of the Western Rout Army were retreating south, he hurriedly led his knights and cavalry to flee as well. On their escape, they were pursued by centaurs. Viscount Cinnar's mount is a Tier 1 magical beast, while the knights generally ride high-quality warhorses and the cavalry ride ordinary warhorses. Faced with the approaching centaurs, Viscount Sinnar ordered his men to scatter and flee, hoping to save as many as possible. Their unit, composed of ordinary cavalry, originally numbered over 30, but under the pursuit of the orcs, only 14 remained. It is unknown whether Viscount Sinnar is still alive. Chapter 73, I'm Not Going Back. With the cavalry returning, the Catalan chapter had grown even stronger. The information gleaned from the Deer Man gave Reg a new idea. The werewolves and centaurs rejoined the ranks and were about to attack the central and eastern armies. Only the vassal forces of the two major races are still pursuing the remnants of the Western Rout army. Given the strength of the Catalan Legion, there is no need to fear the vassal race forces that are scattered and pursuing the remnants of the Western Rout army. Returning to the Violet Kingdom alive will not be a problem. But Reg doesn't want to go back like this. Reg wasn't worried that the annihilation of the Western Rout army would implicate him. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. He, a mere baron, is of no importance. If anything happens, it's the Marquis of Leighton's business as the commander of the Western Army. Upon returning to the Violet Kingdom, Reg will remain a baron of the Violet Kingdom, and his fiefdom will not be taken away. Reg didn't want to go back so soon and planned to stay in the wasteland a little longer. The goal is to save more of our compatriots, kill more orcs, and gain more battle merits. If he could become a viscount, Reg would naturally not be content to remain a baron. A larger fiefdom and more subjects would allow Reg to accumulate more power. The promotion from baron to viscount also signifies an improvement in status. For example, the viscount's background allows him to expand the magical plant business at the Catalan Potions shop to a larger scale. The baron dared not interfere with Reg's business, and the other viscounts, unless they had business conflicts, would not interfere with Reg's business either. If Reg encounters his fellow countrymen being chased by orcs, he will do his best to rescue them if he has the ability. Of course, the most important thing is to obtain nutrients for the World Tree. The massive number of corpses produced in a great battle provides the World Tree with a large amount of life energy. Unfortunately, the Western Rout army was annihilated. It's unclear whether the next step will be the reconstruction of the Western Rout army or some other plan. Reg led his team back to the Violet Kingdom, sensing that there wouldn't be many battles in the near future. It's better to stay in the wilderness. There are many advantages to it. At this moment, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Legion should all be thinking about returning to the Violet Kingdom. So Reg summoned everyone in the Catalan chapter for a group meeting. I have good news for everyone. The elite werewolf and centaur troops that attacked the Western Army camp have returned to their posts. I guess their next targets will be the Central and Eastern armies. Now only some werewolf and centaur vassal races are hunting down our Western Army, and the orc troops are very scattered, making it difficult for them to encounter orcs of our size. With our team's strength, we should be able to return to the kingdom smoothly in a few days. But I don't plan to go back so soon. There are still a lot of Western Rout army soldiers being hunted down by orcs in the wasteland. We must save these compatriots and kill more orcs to turn them into our war merits. I want to be promoted to Viscount based on my military achievements, and you can also receive rewards such as money and land based on your military achievements. Now is the best opportunity. Perhaps we have become the strongest force in this region, and no orc can stop our advance. Those who are willing to fight alongside me in the wasteland, stay. Those who are not, I will give you some food and water, and you can head south together. There is a good chance you will return to the kingdom alive. Reg let the officers and soldiers of the Catalan chapter make their own choice. Reg's people were the first to make their choice. They would always follow the Baron and obey his commands. After careful consideration, most of the soldiers in the Catalan Legion felt that this was indeed a good opportunity to make a name for themselves. Moreover, without the Baron's leadership and with not a single superhuman in the group, the chances of returning to the kingdom seemed slim. A small number of people were eager to return to the kingdom, and seeing that no one else was willing to leave, they did not step forward either. The soldiers were mostly illiterate, but that didn't mean they were stupid. If no one goes back, or very few choose to return, then it's better not to go back at all. The chances of surviving with the Baron are much greater. My life is lowly, while yours is noble. If even the Baron isn't afraid of death, what do they have to be afraid of? Not a single member of the Catalan chapter left. They continued forward, but no longer headed west. This time, the Catalan chapter's objective is to find traces of their own people and orcs. For the remainder of the night, the Catalan Legion rescued 2 more groups of remnants of the Western Rout army and eliminated 3 groups of orcs. After daybreak, we rested by a small lake. They lit a fire to roast meat, completely disregarding the fact that the smoke would attract the attention of the orcs. Reg had considered changing the plan to march at night and rest during the day. This plan was originally designed for werewolves and centaurs. When facing vassal race forces, there is no need to march at night and rest during the day. The problem is that marching during the day reduces the likelihood of engaging in combat with orc forces. During the day, both humans and orcs can see much farther. The orcs saw a large human cavalry force in their direction and realized they were outmatched, so they ran away. The Catalan Legion would have a hard time catching up. At night, some orcs have better night vision, but it is still not comparable to daytime vision. Night marches give the Catalan chapter more opportunities to engage the orcs. The Catalan Legion was having breakfast, as was the elite werewolf centaur force led by King Buck. From the night raid on the Western Army camp of the Violet Kingdom to its conclusion yesterday evening, the Western Army has been annihilated. At most, 50,000 survivors have been identified so far. Among them, the elite troops numbering over 10,000 fled south. This was the remaining force after Buha personally led an army of 30,000 in pursuit. All elite troops without mounts were wiped out by the Centaur army. Some of the nobles who were running behind were also caught up with and killed by the Centaur army. The deceased nobles were mainly barons, who often rode only one fine warhorse. If you are riding a magical beast, the chances of being caught by a centaur are relatively small. After eliminating a portion of the elite troops and nobles of the Western Rout army, Buha did not continue the pursuit, fearing that even if they fled back to the border of the Violet Kingdom, it would be difficult to catch them. Now that the Western Rout army has been annihilated, the Eastern Rout army and the Central Rout army remain as the two major targets awaiting Buha. Buha did not let the scattered remnants of the Western Rout army go unpunished either. More and more troops from vassal races were mobilized to hunt down the remnants of the Western Rout army. After breakfast, Buha led his elite werewolf centaur troops on a journey to join forces with the orc army, led by Wolf King Idel, to attack the eastern and central armies of the Violet Kingdom. On the other side, the elite troops and some nobles of the Western Rout army, who were fleeing south, gradually gathered around the Marquis of Leiden's Golden Lion Legion after discovering that the centaurs were no longer pursuing them. Everyone could see the Marquis of Leighton's anger. At this moment, the Marquis of Leighton was like an angry lion, and no one dared to provoke him. We'll go back to Bodenbug, rebuild the Western Rout army, and then fight our way back. Yes, ma'am. Lord Leighton had no intention of supporting the Central and Eastern armies. The remaining elite of the Western army might even be wiped out by the orcs because of that foolish eldest prince. However, the Marquis of Leighton had already sent air cavalry to inform the Central and Eastern armies of the annihilation of the Western army. Chapter 74, Using War to Sustain War. What? The Western Rout army was ambushed by a large orc army at night and almost completely wiped out? What is Watts Leighton good for? How could he be ambushed by an orc army at night? Upon seeing the intelligence urgently delivered by the air cavalry, Crown Prince Leonard Violet angrily launched into a tirade of curses. The expansion war of the Violet Kingdom was going so smoothly that the three armies were about to converge and fight the orc army together. How did the Western Rout army suddenly become annihilated? Orcs conspiracy? That's one reason. Another reason is definitely that Watts Leighton is unworthy of his reputation, as he was actually attacked at night by an army of orcs. If the Marquis of Leighton knew what the eldest prince was thinking, he wouldn't give the eldest prince any face when he stood in front of him, and would instead give him a good scolding. The Western Rout army has been annihilated, but the war continues. The battle between the Eastern Rout army and the Orc army continued and intensified, becoming inseparable. If it were the Marquis of Leighton, he would probably have chosen to send the Western army directly south back to his country, while the Eastern army would cut its losses and retreat as many troops as possible. The main objective was to withdraw elite and key troops as much as possible. The Violet Kingdom has a large population, and the nobles have not sent out all of their standing armies. Only elite and elite troops are difficult to train quickly. If the elite troops and elite units are withdrawn, a new large army can be quickly formed. However, the eldest prince was reluctant to abandon so many troops, so he ordered the Central Army to continue eastward to join forces with the Central Army and together block the orcs' offensive. On the northern wasteland of the Violet Kingdom, Duke Walsh led the Eastern Rout army in a difficult defense against the orc army's attack, while the Central Rout army marched at full speed to support the Eastern Rout army, and the elite of the Western Rout army, led by Marquis Leighton, continued south back to the country. Meanwhile, the largest of the remnants of the Western Rout army, the Catalan Warband, under the leadership of Reg, continued to absorb other remnants and eliminate Orc forces that were pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. The remnants of the Western Route Army felt that daytime was not a good time to travel, so they chose to hide during the day and travel at night. After the Orc troops that were chasing the Western Route Army discovered this, they also rested during the day and searched for the remnants of the Western Route Army at night. This situation caused the Catalan Legion's total number of members to exceed 1,000 in the following day, and they killed more than 400 Orcs. The Orc troops that pursued the remnants of the Western Route Army were mostly cavalry units. For example, the Deer people have their own moose mounts, but they also ride warhorses. The Sheep people also have ibex mounts and ride warhorses. The mounts, exclusive to the Orc race, are difficult for the Catalan war band to master quickly, but captured warhorses can be put to use immediately. After eliminating one Orc cavalry unit after another, the Catalan Legion amassed an ever-growing number of warhorses. Some cavalrymen replaced their draft horses with warhorses. The extra draft horses were led by infantrymen. Reg ordered all infantrymen who did not know how to ride horses to learn how to do so as soon as possible. Infantrymen are not required to be able to fight on horseback, but they must be able to become mounted infantrymen who can march quickly alongside cavalry units. Reg already sensed that, given the fighting situation of the Catalan Legion, everyone would soon have a mount and be able to march on horseback. This is very important in the wilderness. This Jackal cavalry unit actually has 1 Jackal at the beginner level of the Battlemaster realm, and only 6 Jackals at the Battlemaster apprentice realm. In total, there are less than 150 cavalrymen, so their strength is very weak. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th cavalry companies, follow me and charge. A team of nearly 100 people was chased down by less than 40 Sheepmen cavalry. The Sheepmen cavalry are so weak, don't you dare to fight back? Fine, I'll come and save you. We've spotted a large target, over 500 Deerman cavalry. The strongest among them is only a beginner-level 5th stage Battlemaster. We can't let them get away. A massive battle for the Catalan chapter has come to an end. All the Deerman cavalry were wiped out, and the Catalan chapter suffered over 100 casualties. After this battle, the Catalan chapter's combat strength decreased from 1,600 to 1,500. But as the officers and soldiers gained more combat experience through battle after battle, they gradually switched to warhorses as their mounts. The weapons weren't replaced with better ones, but the worn-out weapons were all replaced with new ones. The Orc troops that pursued the remnants of the Western Route Army generally exchanged their weapons and equipment from the Western Route Army camp, which was littered with corpses. These weapons and equipment have now returned to the hands of the Western Route Army. The cavalry of the Catalan warband has rapidly grown from an unqualified cavalry force into a competent one through battles with the Orcs. As a result, Reg gained more battle merits, and the World Tree also gained more nutrients. Just as Reg continued to lead the Catalan Legion in fighting across the wasteland, the Central Army led by the First Prince successfully joined forces with the Eastern Army led by Duke Walsh. The Eastern Route Army fought a bloody battle with the Orc army for many days, suffering numerous casualties. In order to speed up the march, the Central Army abandoned many slow-moving units. Now that the two armies have joined forces, their total strength has exceeded 550,000. Immediately, the Orc army led by Wolf King Idel was driven into a deep retreat. However, Ider was in no hurry to send his elite troops into battle. He was waiting for King Buha to arrive. The elite cavalry force marched much faster than the Crown Prince's Central Army. Before long, two armies of Orcs will clash with two armies from the Violet Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Leiden led the elite of the Western Army back to Bodenburg. The Bodenburg garrison was not surprised by the return of elite troops and key units of the Western Route Army. The air cavalry had already relayed the news of the annihilation of the Western Army, and the intelligence had even been sent to the capital. The Marquis of Leiden's letter detailed the entire course of events. After reading the Marquis of Leiden's letter, the king did not outwardly show anger, nor did he punish the Marquis of Leiden and the eldest prince. Instead, he ordered the Marquis of Leiden to rebuild the Western Army in Bodenburg. At the same time, the king ordered the nobles who were not on campaign to gather a battalion to an army, according to their rank from baron to duke, and send them to the border. The plan was not only to rebuild the Western Route Army, but also to replenish the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army. There is no need to increase military supplies for the time being. When the three armies were conquering the wilderness, military supplies were being continuously transported from the border to the front lines. Now, The Western Army no longer needs to transport military supplies to the front lines. The nobles who did not participate in the expedition were not too surprised by the annihilation of the Western Army when they received the king's order. It was probably just an accident. The Violet Kingdom has launched so many expansionist wars that a single army has been wiped out many times, and there have also been instances where all three armies have been annihilated. Ultimately, the Violet Kingdom's profound resources allowed them to withstand the orcs' counterattack. Even though a large part of the army was wiped out, a portion of elite troops and elite units were still preserved, and the Western Route Army was able to be reorganized quickly. The nobles mobilized their standing army, conscripted farmers, distributed weapons, and formed armies of sufficient size, dispatching their subordinates to lead these troops to the northern border of the kingdom. Chapter 75: The Shadowless Rider. The nobles who did not participate in the expedition did not care about the annihilation of the Western Route Army. The nobles who went to war, especially those in the Western Route Army, were filled with fear and anxiety when their families learned of the army's annihilation. They feared that nobles would die in the wilderness. This includes the Lord's domain of Catalan. It wasn't until the Marquis of Leiden led the elite of the Western Route Army back to Bodenburg that news of the Western Route Army's annihilation spread throughout the Bodenburg area. Baron Catalan, which is separated from Bodenburg only by the Fielding Baronate, soon received news of the annihilation of the Western Route Army. Everyone who knew that Lord Catalan was in the Western Army was greatly surprised. The knights who remained behind personally led a group to Bodenburg to inquire. It was soon learned that many nobles had returned with the Marquis of Leiden, but quite a few others had not. Most of the nobles who did not return were barons, a few were viscounts, and one count did not return. A kind-hearted baron told the Knight of Angli that there was no need to wait any longer, as it was highly likely that Baron Catalan would not be returning. The Knight of Angli returned sadly to Baron Cartran, and told everyone the information he had obtained. Upon hearing that their master, the Baron, had died in the wilderness, the servants and slaves in the Lord's manor wept bitterly. Mia, who had only recently become a battlemaster apprentice, became distraught. In the end, it was Emily who stepped forward to comfort everyone. Master is a mid-level mage, and a powerful space mage at that. Not to mention other barons. Even viscounts are not as good at escaping as Master. Our master won't die. He's probably hiding somewhere or on his way back. Everyone must believe in him. He will definitely come back alive. Bologna was the first to agree with Emily. Bologna had fought alongside Reg on several occasions, so she naturally knew a part of Reg's strength and believed that Reg would not die so easily in the wasteland. Only after Bologna said that did the servants of the Lord's manor calm down a bit. Even the Knights of Angli believed these words. When she was alone, Emily couldn't stop crying. Reg is Emily's master and also her man, and he gives Emily the opportunity to cultivate. Emily hopes that Reg will return fully recovered. If there are gods in this world, please bless my master so he can come back safely. Emily prayed silently. Many people thought Baron Catalan was dead, while others believed he was on his way back. But no one would have imagined that Baron Catalan was leading a group of remnants of the Western Army in a battle against the Orc forces on the wasteland. In just a few days, the Catalan warband has grown into the Catalan Brigade, with a strength exceeding 2,000. Everyone rode horses, and there were even quite a few extra horses. The Catalan Brigade was divided into two regiments, a cavalry regiment and an infantry regiment, a mounted infantry regiment. In addition, 3 knights joined Reg's ranks. Reg is very young. Neither in his past life nor in this life has any experience in commanding troops in combat. In this life, he mainly studies military knowledge at the Buddhist Academy. Despite this, Reg was able to lead a remnant of the Western Route Army and eliminate more than 5,000 orcs. As commander, Reg was well aware of the capabilities of the troops he led. In every battle, Reg would choose orc troops that were much weaker than himself, so that he could crush them. If they encounter a strong orc army, they will temporarily avoid it. As Reg led his troops in numerous battles against the orcs, his command abilities gradually improved. He is at least very competent when commanding a regiment of troops. Reg is developing into a qualified brigade commander. Even before he had become a qualified brigade commander, Reg was able to lead the Catalan Brigade to victory after victory by relying on his appraisal skills. In the beginning, every battle resulted in the complete annihilation of the enemy. As the number of orcs increased in later battles, it became impossible to annihilate them all each time, allowing a few orcs to escape. Information about the Catalan Brigade gradually spread among the orcs. The orcs gathered several orc cavalry units of several thousand and searched everywhere for and hunted down the Catalan Brigade. Relying on his appraisal skills, Reg led the Catalan Brigade past large Orc forces on several occasions. The Catalan Brigade gradually gained fame in this region, even earning the nickname the Shadowless Riders. They believed that the Catalan travelers came and went without a trace. The main Orc force could not find the Catalan Brigade. Not long after, a small to medium-sized Orc force was wiped out by the Catalan Brigade. Many times, the Orc troops that were wiped out didn't even have a single Orc escape. They were wiped out without even realizing it. The numerous small groups of Orcs pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army gradually developed a fear of the Catalan Brigade, worrying that they might encounter it. When Buha's elite Orc cavalry arrived on the battlefield, the Catalan Brigade had truly reached the size of a brigade, with more than 3,000 men. The elite Orc cavalry that arrived on the battlefield were unable to repeat their previous tactics this time. Previously, the Elven Mage group used a massive illusion to conceal this elite Orc cavalry force. In the end, most of the elves were weakened and have not yet recovered. This time, the elite Orc cavalry, without the cover of the Elven Mage Corps, was quickly discovered by the Violet Kingdom's army and unable to launch a surprise attack. If a surprise attack is impossible, then we won't resort to sneak attacks. We'll launch a frontal assault. King Buha the Horse and King Yidel the Wolf led their respective armies of Orcs in an attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. In this battle, the Violet Kingdom's army suffered far more losses than the Orcs. The eldest prince and Duke Walsh quickly discovered the problem. This time, the Orcs may be going all out. If the Western Route army were still intact, the three armies working together should have been able to withstand the Orcs' all-out attack. However, the Western army had been annihilated, and the Central and Eastern armies joined forces without reinforcements. Continuing like this will only result in a crushing defeat. The problem is that there are no reinforcements available in the short term. The Western Route army is being rebuilt, and the nobles' armies are already on their way to the north. The eldest prince couldn't help but berate the Marquis of Leighton in front of Duke Walsh and the other nobles, believing that it was all the Marquis of Leighton's fault that the Western army was wiped out in one fell swoop. Although the nobles present did not speak and their expressions did not change, most of them believed that the problem mainly lay with the eldest prince. If the eldest prince hadn't been so eager to support the Eastern army, the Western army wouldn't have needed to rush, thus creating an opportunity for the Orcish army, which was already eyeing the Western army. We must retreat. The Orcs are stronger, and if the fighting continues, even if the Central and Eastern armies are not defeated, their military supplies will be exhausted. Military supplies could no longer be delivered to the front lines, as all supply routes had been cut off by the Orcs. We could only fight and retreat at the same time. Most nobles were not as ruthless as the Marquis of Leighton, willing to abandon most of the Western Route army to cover the retreat of elite troops. Fighting and retreating simultaneously actually requires elite troops to push forward. If ordinary troops were sent in, they would collapse immediately. Chapter 76, Heading North. Baron Rodrigo Horace, from the province of Belgica, a junior 4th-level fighter, with 2 knights and 37 cavalry. The information revealed by the identification technique made Reg hesitate. To my surprise, I encountered a nobleman. If it weren't for Baron Horace, Reg would definitely have gone to recruit the knights and cavalry to strengthen the Catalan Brigade. What Catalan lacks most right now is superhumans. However, the addition of Baron Horace, even though he was a junior 4th-level fighter, could hardly affect his control over the Catalan Brigade. However, this will affect Reg's ability to obtain World Tree nutrients. After each battle, Reg would use the excuse of cleaning up the battlefield to collect the enemy corpses and the corpses of mounts that were not considered food into his small world. The subordinates won't think too much about it. Baron Horace will surely have many thoughts after seeing this. For example, time is of the essence on the battlefield. There's no time to deal with enemy corpses. Baron Horace may also investigate Reg's secrets. It's better to cut the problem at its source. In any case, no Orcs are chasing Baron Horace now, and Baron Horace is not running towards the Catalan Brigade. In the darkness, the two sides would not meet, and it would be almost impossible for Baron Horace to discover the Catalan Brigade. It's a pity about those 2 knights. To date, 6 knights have joined the Catalan Brigade. One of them, Knight Macri from Viscount Child's Domain, had reached the 2nd stage of the beginner level in the Battle Master realm. He is the only junior transcendent in the Catalan Brigade. The size of the Catalan Brigade swelled to 4,200 men. All the slow draft horses had been abandoned, and everyone rode war horses. However, There were fewer than 2,000 cavalrymen capable of fighting on horseback. The rest were infantrymen on horseback. Their skills were poor, some had only just learned, and they could easily fall off their war horses, let alone fight on horseback. In their spare time, these mounted infantrymen made the most of their time to practice their riding skills. Everyone knows that cavalry has a higher status than infantry. Especially in this wasteland teeming with orcs, if you can't ride a horse well, you might just die there. With fewer than 2,000 cavalry and a scarcity of superhumans, Reg's-Katlan Brigade was unable to engage the large contingent of orc cavalry. The largest battle they fought was only the annihilation of a 1,100-strong orc cavalry unit, while the Catalan Brigade itself suffered considerable losses. As the Catalan Brigade continued to expand, Reg had abandoned his nocturnal lifestyle. Because during the day there are not many places where the entire Catalan Brigade can hide. On the contrary, at night, they are less likely to be discovered by orcs and have plenty of time to rest. Thanks to the fact that everyone was on horseback, even if they were spotted by the orcs, it would be difficult for them to catch up with the Catalan Brigade. The orcs' hard-won air cavalry are all on another battlefield. They won't use them to search for the remnants of the Western Army. Most of the time, Reg would spot the orcs before, or even several times before the orcs discovered the Catalan Brigades. The name, Shadowless Rider, is becoming increasingly renowned among the orcs of this region. More orc troops joined the hunt for the Catalan Brigade. If outsiders saw them, they would think that the Catalonia Brigade was dancing on the edge of a knife, and that they could be smashed to pieces in one fell swoop. However, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Brigade felt that their journey across the wasteland was too easy. They understood that it was all because of Lord Katlan. The powerful Baron Katlan was able to easily lead them through the orc encirclement. Lord Katlan is so young, he is a born leader. As members of the Western Rout Army, they found it difficult to grasp the ability of the kingdom's renowned Marquis Leighton to command a large army in battle. It seems that Lord Catalan is a younger version of the Marquis of Leighton. The officers and soldiers' trust in Reg grew, and some even dreamed of staying under Baron Catalan's command indefinitely. Under the leadership of Baron Katlan, they won every battle and gained the military merits they desired. Reg led the Catalan Brigade across the wasteland, even returning to the Western Rout Army camp for a quick look. The blood of the soldiers of the Western Rout Army stained the earth red, leaving behind a trail of white bones. Many of the bones were covered with teeth marks, the marks of wolves or other animal monsters gnawing at them. This fueled the hatred of everyone in the Catalan Brigade towards the orcs. Over time, the size of the Catalonia Brigade has stopped growing. At its peak, it had more than 5,000 people. With each battle against the orcs, some died or were wounded, and the size of the Catalan Brigade steadily declined. The remnants of the Western Rout Army were almost wiped out by the orcs' pursuit. The remaining Western Rout Army soldiers still alive on the wasteland were either highly skilled at hiding or, like the Catalan Brigade, had formed a formidable force capable of turning the tide against the pursuing orc troops. It is now extremely difficult for Reg to find even a remnant of the Western Rout Army. In addition, the number of orc troops chasing after the Catalan Brigade continued to increase. After the Western Rout Army was annihilated, Reg rallied the remnants of the Western Rout Army and fought in various places for more than half a month. Now he felt it was time to go back. However, how to bring the Catalonia Brigade back is a problem. Information was extracted from the captured orcs. The orc leader believed that the Shadow Riders would definitely return to the Violet Kingdom, so he deployed a large number of orc troops in the south, waiting for the Shadow Riders to walk into his trap. Reg was confident that he could use his appraisal skill to find the orcs' weaknesses and lead the Catalan Brigade to break through the orcs' obstruction and return to the Violet Kingdom. It's uncertain how many people will ultimately make it back alive. There may be 2,000 people, or there may be less than 1,000. Let's think in reverse. Head north, wipe out some orc tribes, and lure the orc forces away from the south. Perhaps more people will return alive to the Violet Kingdom. Reg summoned all the extraordinary beings in the Catalan Brigade and announced his decision. Because Reg led the Catalan Brigade to victory after victory, and because the knights trusted Reg. Now, faced with Reg's decision, the knights obeyed Reg's orders without hesitation. Head north, wreak havoc, and avenge our fallen comrades and friends. As the Catalan Brigade headed north, the number of orc troops that Reg found suddenly decreased. This means that the number of orc troops positioned in the south, waiting for the Catalan Brigade to walk right into their trap, will be far greater than one might imagine. The Catalan Brigade, which inflicted heavy losses on the orcs, has become the primary target of the Orc forces pursuing the remnants of the Western Route Army. We must annihilate the Catalan Brigade in the wasteland and prevent them from returning to the Violet Kingdom. To keep their movements secret for the time being, the Catalan Brigade, heading north, tried to avoid the Orc forces as much as possible. Reg had several opportunities to wipe out small groups of Orcs, but he gave them up. They also unexpectedly discovered 2 groups of remnants of the Western Route Army along the way. That night, the Marquis of Leighton led the elite of the Western Route Army south, while Reg led his men west, and naturally, some ran east and some ran north. The enemy attacked from the north, and the most dangerous place became the safest place, causing many people to flee north. However, the vassal tribes that followed came from the north, and most of the remnants of the Western Route Army who fled north died. It was already quite remarkable that Reg was able to find the 2 groups of remnants of the Western Route Army. Chapter 77 Wolf Girl Mavis. The Deer People tribe has a total of 823 members. The strongest was an old deer man at the 5th level of the Battlemaster apprentice stage, whose actual strength was not even as good as that of a 3rd level apprentice. The entire tribe of deer men should number over 1,200, with 1/3 of them obeying the Centaur's orders to go on campaign. The remaining 823 deer people were mostly old, weak, sick, or disabled. There were very few superhumans among them. This Deerman tribe can be considered, to some extent, as a weak baronial territory within the Violet Kingdom, and one where the Baron has already led his territory's army on an expedition. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Yes, sir. The Catalan Brigade even included mounted infantry in the battle, completely surrounding the Deerman tribe. The battle ended easily, with all the deer men killed. The Catalan Brigade suffered only 3 dead and a dozen wounded. This time, Reg doesn't plan to provide the World Tree with nutrients. He doesn't have that much time. After the officers and soldiers cut off the deer man's left ear, they hurriedly searched for spoils of war. It mainly consists of dry rations, gold and silver jewelry, magic plants, and war horses. At this moment, the Catalan Brigade has nearly 5,000 men, each with a war horse, and nearly 1,000 cavalrymen with a second war horse. If each member of the Catalan Brigade had 2 or 3 war horses, under Reg's leadership, they could move swiftly across the wasteland. Reg made an agreement with the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Brigade. Upon returning to the Violet Kingdom, each person can leave behind a war horse, a set of weapons and equipment, and their spoils of war. The extra war horses belong to Baron Catalan. Each person contributes 1 ordinary war horse to Reg, which is worth 50,000 gold coins. Each person contributes 2 ordinary war horses, which amounts to 100,000 gold coins. When Elroy was in charge of Cheryl, the annual tax revenue was only about 1,600 gold coins, which was equivalent to 60 years of Cheryl's tax revenue. This is a huge fortune. Reg will acquire a huge fortune, and the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Brigade will also gain a considerable amount of wealth. They searched for small but valuable items from the Deerman tribe and took them with them. Of course, military achievements are also very important. The severed left ears of the Deermen were marked and placed in Baron Catalan's personal storage space for longer preservation. Many people may not believe the battle achievements recorded in the official documents. When we return to the Violet Kingdom and take out the left ears of these orcs from our personal space, that will be the best proof. Knight McCree, a beginner-level 2nd stage battle master, even has the opportunity to become a Baron of the Violet Kingdom. It was up to Sir McCree to choose whether to remain loyal to Viscount Child or to switch allegiance to the king. Perhaps Viscount Child died on the run. After annihilating the Deerman tribe and collecting their spoils, the Catalan Brigade immediately moved on to find their next target. In a single day, the Catalan Brigade wiped out 3 orc tribes and killed more than 2,000 orcs. A small number of orcs escaped and spread the news of the Catalan Brigade. Information transmission takes time. Most of the orc army was attacking the Violet Kingdom's central and eastern armies. The remaining orc army was mainly responsible for hunting down the remnants of the western army, and now they were searching for the Catalan Brigade in the south. The number of orc troops left behind in the tribe was very small. No orc could have imagined that a human army would venture so deep into enemy territory alone. To eliminate or drive out the Catalan Brigade, the only option is to summon troops from outside. After confirming that the human army was the Shadow Riders, a large number of orc troops that had been pursuing the Catalan Brigade began to head north. Its troop strength is more than 10 times that of the Catalan Brigade, but it would take them time to move north, and the Catalan caravan slaughter behind the orcs' lines continued. Rest at night, fight during the day. A single day is enough to wipe out several orc tribes, all of which are vassal races of werewolves and centaurs. For example, deer people, sheep people, pig people, jackal people, fox people, etc. Werewolves and centaurs originally had their own territories, and their vassal races did not mix together. Due to the expansionist wars of the Violet Kingdom, all the orc tribes temporarily migrated north, and thus became mixed together. This was also because the werewolves and centaurs had devoted almost all their strength to defeating the three armies of the Violet Kingdom, leaving very few troops to guard the rear. Each orc tribe was basically left with only the old, weak, sick, and disabled, and there were hardly any superhumans left. They were easily wiped out by the Cateran Brigade, while the Cateran Brigade itself suffered very little loss. The number of warhorses in the Catalan Brigade was constantly increasing, as were the battle achievements and spoils of war for the officers and soldiers. During their rest, many people dreamed of returning to the Violet Kingdom and living a happy life with their families. They believed that, under the leadership of Baron Catlan, they would surely return safely to the Violet Kingdom. The fighting continues in the Catalan Brigade. After killing many werewolves and centaurs, they finally encountered a centaur tribe. This centaur tribe is very small, with only about 300 elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people remaining behind. However, faced with the attack of the Catalan Brigade, all centaurs capable of wielding weapons joined the battle. Especially the centaur's arrows. If it weren't for Reg's intervention, they would have caused considerable losses to the Catalan Brigade. However, the centaur tribe was not completely wiped out. Several centaurs fled after seeing the Catalan army attack. The destruction of a centaur tribe enraged the high-ranking officials of the centaur court, who ordered the armies of their vassal races to annihilate the Catalan Brigade as soon as possible. The centaur royal court has a force remaining behind, but it cannot be mobilized for fear of an attack on the royal court. Knowing the enormous consequences of destroying a centaur tribe, Reg quickly led the Catalan Brigade to relocate. After annihilating several more orc tribes along the way, Reg finally spotted the orc army. They are the vanguard of the orcs from the south, and more orc troops are on their way. We must wipe out the Catalan Brigade as soon as possible. However, the Shadowless Rider remains the same Shadowless Rider. They come and go without a trace, and the orc forces simply cannot keep up with the pace of the Catalan Brigade. One tribe was destroyed, and the orc army arrived, and then another tribe was destroyed. The Catalan Brigade was constantly on the move, leaving the orc forces exhausted. Feeling that he had mobilized the orc forces sufficiently, Reg decided to make one last trip before heading south back to the Violet Kingdom. As for the target, since we've already wiped out one centaur tribe, let's wipe out another werewolf tribe. A small werewolf tribe appeared in Reg's sight, with 659 werewolves, including 7 who had entered the extraordinary realm, all of whom were apprentices of the Battle Master, etc. Reg discovered a very valuable beast-eared girl. Name, Mavis. Gender, female/female. Lifespan, 1289 years. Identity, a wolf girl who lost both parents and was ostracized by her tribe. Talent, second-class physique/fourth-class soul/top-tier light element affinity/advanced wind element affinity. Realm, apprentice level 4 battle master. If the animal-eared girl has a family, even if Reg kills her family and takes her away, it will be difficult to subdue her. A beast-eared girl who has lost both parents and is ostracized by her tribe should be relatively easy to subdue. Chapter 78, The Road Home. When the Catalan army attacked, several werewolves fled on their dire wolves with tears in their eyes, while the remaining werewolves who could wield weapons bravely resisted the Catalan army. 6 secondary magic missiles successively killed 6 werewolves at the Do-Shur apprentice level. The remaining werewolves were left to the knights to lead the hunt, while Reg found Mavis hiding on the edge of the area by himself. Adding wolf ears and a wolf tail to a human makes him almost look like a werewolf. The wild wolf girl was popular with many nobles. Mavis is about 1.55 meters tall, with silver hair, silver tail fur, silver gray eyes, and a beautiful little face with a wild look. It perfectly matches Reg's aesthetic. However, in this gray werewolf tribe, Mavis's mutated appearance and the fact that she had no parents caused her to be ostracized by the entire tribe. However, things hadn't reached the point of open conflict yet, which allowed Mavis to continue living in her parents' house and fend for herself. Because of his high talent and some luck, he became a 4th Dan apprentice fighter at the age of 12. Reg rode his horse to where Mavis was hiding and looked at her. Mavis opened her small mouth and bared her teeth at Reg. as if trying to scare him away. Mavis, acknowledge me as your master, and I will give you a chance to live. Mavis ignored him and continued to bar her teeth at Reg, trying to bite him to death. Reg didn't want to waste any more time on Mavis and jumped off his horse. Mavis lunged at Reg with bared teeth and claws, but Reg knocked her unconscious with a single chop and threw her into the small world. The twin bunny girls, busy farming in the small world, were so frightened by Mavis's sudden appearance on the ground not far away that they huddled together and trembled. Those are werewolves from the upper clan. The twin bunny girls tremble with fear at the mere smell of a werewolf, let alone a werewolf appearing here, even if that werewolf is unconscious. Not long after Reg took Mavis away, the werewolf tribe was destroyed. The officers and soldiers hurriedly harvested the werewolf's left ear and searched for spoils. After everything was over, Reg said to everyone in the Catalan Brigade, "Come on, I'll take you home." The Catalan Brigade, consisting of 4,861 men and 15,573 warhorses, marched south in a grand procession. Even if 100,000 orc troops were scattered across the vast wilderness, it would be difficult to find the Catalan Brigade. The Catalan Brigade was occasionally discovered, but only by more dispersed groups of orc cavalry. However, they discovered that the Catalan Brigade was useless. The entire Catalan Brigade was on horseback, and the orcs simply couldn't catch up. We couldn't catch up before, and we can't catch up now. Each member of the Catalan Brigade had at least 3 horses to ride, a configuration far exceeding that of ordinary orc cavalry units. To intercept or even annihilate the Catalan Brigade, at least the elite cavalry units of the vassal races or ordinary cavalry units of werewolves and centaurs would be required. The Catalan Brigade was merely well-equipped. In reality, its combat strength was inferior to that of a regular cavalry unit of the Violet Kingdom with the same number of soldiers. The Catalan Brigade still contained a large number of mounted infantrymen who could not be transformed into true cavalrymen in a short period of time. On their journey south, Reg used his appraisal skill to evade the orc forces, but the cavalry was too large to avoid being discovered by the orcs. One orc cavalry unit after another learned of the Catalan Brigade's whereabouts and joined the pursuit of it. However, they found that they were getting further and further away from the Catalan Brigade. A half-orc cavalry force was attempting to intercept the Catalan Brigade ahead, but Reg spotted them early and led the Catalan Brigade to evade them. Damn it! Who can catch that damned Shadowless Rider? 1 man and 3 horses, we've spotted the Shadowless Rider, but we can't catch up with him at all. Damn the Shadow Riders. My tribe has been wiped out by the Shadow Riders. We cannot give up. We must kill all of them. If only our elite cavalry hadn't all left. The Shadowless Riders only bully the weak and have never fought us head-on. Exhausted from their pursuit, the orcs dismounted and began pounding the ground with their fists to vent their rage. A half-orc, riding a mount of 0 or even 1 level magical beast, was chasing the Shadow Rider alone when he was killed by a minor magical missile fired by Reg. Reg has captured many magical beast mounts, and as long as they are not dead, they have been imprisoned in Reg's small world. In the small world, Mavis has awakened from her coma. Upon realizing she was alive and in an unfamiliar place, Mavis immediately became alert, only to see 2 half-rabbit humans and some magical beasts. Mavis looked at the rabbit girl, and Dovey and Doya were so frightened that they knelt down. Mavis had no intention of killing the rabbit girl, but instead asked, "Who are you? Where's this place?" "I am Duowei, and she is my sister Duoya. This is the master's territory. Please don't eat us," Duowei replied, trembling. "Owner?" Mavis recalled what happened before she was knocked unconscious. A human wanted her to acknowledge him as his master. She disagreed, and he knocked her unconscious. Now she should be locked up somewhere by him. Mavis's eyes dimmed. As a werewolf, falling into the hands of humans meant certain doom. Should I commit suicide? Mavis abandoned the idea. Orphaned and ostracized by his clan, he struggled to survive. How could someone commit suicide because of a minor setback? "I don't want to die. I want to live and find a chance to escape." Mavis asked the 2 rabbits more questions about their master. Outside, as the orc cavalry pursued them futilely, the Catalan Brigade drew ever closer to the border of the Violet Kingdom. The orc troops originally stationed in the south, waiting for the Catalan Brigade to walk into their trap, were mostly transferred to encircle and annihilate the Catalan Brigade because of the Catalan Brigade's rampage in the rear. The orc forces remaining in the south are dwindling in number, and their attempts to intercept the Catalan Brigade have been thwarted. Even when they encountered small groups of orcs that the Catalan Brigade could easily wipe out, Reg led the Catalan Brigade to avoid them. We're about to go home, and there's no need for any more casualties. Even one death in battle would ruin the final journey. Compared to the Catalan Brigade, the journey home for the Violet Kingdom's Central and Eastern armies was fraught with bloodshed. With elite troops and a large number of ordinary soldiers as the main force, they struggled to resist the frenzied attack of the Orc army. Every day that passed, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of people fell on the way of the retreat. The nobles watched as their elite troops, which they had invested heavily in training, suffered continuous losses in battle, and their hearts bled. The thought popped into their minds that Marquis Leighton's choice was correct. Use the main force to hold back the Orc army while the nobles led their elite troops, cavalry, and other units in a swift retreat. We've already covered a third of the journey. It's too late to make new choices now. Forget it. The loss of territory and troops is the most important thing. My safe return to the Violet Kingdom is the most important thing. If the territory's army is gone, just recruit new ones. The problem is that training elite troops takes too much money and time, and cannot be recovered in a short period of time. Chapter 79 Cattleman Cavalry Division. From west to east, they are Baron Romson, Baron Bodenbug, Baron Fielding, Baron Catalan, and Baron Simon. Finally, the Catalan Brigade approached the border of the Violet Kingdom, and the Orc cavalry behind them no longer dared to pursue. After the Western Route army was destroyed, Orc cavalry units raided the borders of the Violet Kingdom. They were soundly defeated by the troops left to guard the border, as well as the elite troops brought back by the Marquis of Leighton. Therefore, they dared not approach the border of the Violet Kingdom any further. The Catalan Brigade returned, and was quickly discovered by the scouts who had gone ahead to investigate. The scouts were shocked to discover such a large cavalry force, wondering where it came from. I wasn't afraid. We're all human, and even if you're a foreigner, they won't just stab you when they meet you. Reg summoned the scouts who had discovered the location and asked them where the border of the Violet Kingdom was. The scouts told us that it was the Baron Romson territory, and that Bodenburg was about 40 kilometers to the east. Reg ordered the entire army to dismount and rest, and then returned to Bodenburg with renewed vigor. The Western Route army was annihilated. They were originally a defeated and remnant force, but under the leadership of Baron Catalan, they will return to Bodenburg as a heroic army. All of this is due to the Catalan Brigade's record. Over the past 20 days, the Catalan Brigade has been fighting in all directions, eliminating a large number of orcs and gathering more than 6,000 officers and soldiers of the Western Route army. At this moment, the Catalan Brigade still has 4,825 people, with dozens falling behind or dying along the way. Reg's personal space contains the left ears of over 30,000 orcs, representing the total number of orcs killed by the Catalan Brigade. The main reason for the high number of orcs killed was the destruction of orc tribes in the rear, while the number of orcs killed in the early battles with orc cavalry was relatively small. During the break, an air cavalryman riding a winged horse flew over. Knight Thorpe, an air cavalryman, flew down and asked who the commander of this force was. Soon, Reg met Thorpe. Your Excellency, I am from the Western Route Army's air cavalry unit, and I am here on the orders of Lord Leighton to inquire with you. When the Catalan Brigade was still some distance from the border of the Violet Kingdom, it was discovered by the air cavalry of the Western Route Army. Reg knew this too. Reg was worried about the Orc air cavalry, so he would also keep an eye on targets in the air. The air cavalry brought the intelligence about the discovery of the Catalan Brigade back to Bodenburg, and the Marquis of Leighton ordered the air cavalry to come and inquire about the situation of the Catalan Brigade. Lord Leighton suspected that the Catalan Brigade was a unit of the Western Army. The Central and Eastern armies were engaged in a bloody battle with the Orc army, so it was unlikely that a cavalry unit of this size would return first. Reg had never met the Marquis of Leighton in person, but he had seen him from afar several times and had used his appraisal skill to appraise the Marquis of Leighton. The Marquis of Leighton also had some of the shortcomings of the nobility, but he was much better than the Marquis of Herbert, the commander of the Allied forces in the province of Trut. At least Reg felt that the Marquis of Leighton wouldn't covet the Catalan Brigade's achievements. On the contrary, he would publicize the Catalan Brigade extensively to boost morale. Reg told Thorpe Knights almost everything about the Catalan Brigade, including its history and achievements. As Sir Thorpe recorded Reg's words, he was filled with surprise. It's hard to believe that after the Western Route Army was wiped out, Lord Cateran actually managed to gather the remnants of the Western Route Army and, surrounded by orcs, eliminate so many orcs. If it weren't for the Catalan Brigade's presence, the Orc army might have already amassed and launched a new round of raids on the kingdom's borders. Your Excellency, congratulations on your glorious victory. After recording the events, Sir Thorpe congratulated Reg and then rode his Pegasus back to Bodenburg to report the glorious achievements of the Catalan Brigade to Marquis Leyden. Soon, the Marquis of Leyden saw the information recorded by Sir Thorpe and was quite surprised. The Marquis of Leyden thought of himself when he was young. Both were participating in the pioneering war for the first time, and their armies suffered heavy losses. They led their territorial troops to gather the defeated soldiers and fight their way out of the orcs' encirclement. Even the Marquis of Leyden believed that Baron Catelan had done a better job than he had in his youth. So many orcs had besieged Catelan's brigade, yet they had never been able to capture them. Instead, so many orcs had been killed by Catelan's brigade. Another rising star has emerged in the kingdom. Lord Leyden felt that the return of the Catalan brigade was a good opportunity. The Western Route army was annihilated by the orc army, and its morale was low during the reconstruction process. The Catalan brigade's achievements can be used to boost morale. Lord Leyden quickly decided to hold a grand celebration for the return of the Catalan brigade. In addition, the Marquis of Leyden renamed the Catalan brigade as the Catalan Cavalry Division. An infantry division has about 10,000 men. 5,000 cavalrymen can form a cavalry division. 5,000 men plus 5,000 horses, and the horses were even more valuable than the men. The Catalan Cavalry Division had not just 5,000 horses, but 15,000. Such luxurious configurations are rarely seen in the armies of the Violet Kingdom. Sir Thorpe came and went in haste, carrying orders to find the Catalan Brigade, which was already heading towards Bodenburg. The Catalan Brigade was transformed into the Catalan Cavalry Division, and Bodenburg was to hold a grand celebration to welcome the victorious return of the Catalan Cavalry Division. All the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division were excited. Who wouldn't want to go home as a hero? They transformed from remnants of the Western Route Army into heroes. This feels amazing. The morale of the entire Catalan Cavalry Division soared once again. Although in terms of strength, the Catalan Cavalry Division could not compare with those elite cavalry units. However, in terms of morale, even the invincible elite troops were not as high as the Catalan Cavalry Division. Under Baron Catalan's leadership, they fought countless battles across the wastelands, achieving victory after victory, as if they had fought their entire life's worth of battles. In Bodenburg, under the orders of the Marquis of Leyden, preparations for a grand celebration immediately began. A grand celebration doesn't need to be extravagant. The key is size. All troops gathered in Bodenburg were required to participate in and watch the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division. The news that Baron Catalan led the Catalan Cavalry Division to victory, annihilating 100,000 orcs, quickly spread throughout the Bodenburg region. Whether they knew Baron Catalan or not, no one could believe it was true. The Western Army was annihilated, but Emir Baron managed to gather his defeated soldiers and form a cavalry division amidst the encirclement of orcs, killing so many orcs and ultimately returning victorious. Even the Marquis of Leyden couldn't have achieved this level of skill when he was young. However, this matter was personally ordered by Lord Leyden and verified by him personally, so it couldn't be fake. At most, the Catalan Cavalry Division wasn't that strong, and its battle record wasn't that exaggerated. It is certain that a baron did indeed lead the routed soldiers of the Western Army back after breaking through the orcs' encirclement. Chapter 80 Returning in Triumph. Among the Western Route Army undergoing reconstruction, those most familiar with Baron Catalan were some nobles in the border region of Trupp province. They regularly held banquets with Baron Catalan and were very familiar with each other. Some of the nobles remained in the wasteland and never returned. They were probably dead. The nobles who returned alive felt fortunate, yet also saddened for those who did not return. They would occasionally discuss why the young Baron Catalan had not returned. Although the contact time with Baron Catalan was relatively short, mainly because Baron Catalan had not been a nobleman for long. It's a pity that such a young and talented Baron Catalan perished in the wasteland. Some of these nobles had originally intended to hand over their daughters or granddaughters to Baron Catalan. Seeing that Baron Catalan had not returned, they felt both relieved and regretful. Baron Catalan clearly didn't need to lead the expedition himself this time, but when he did, the Western Route Army was annihilated. It can only be said that this genius was just too unlucky. However, only a few days later, they heard news from Baron Catalan again. Baron Catalan is not dead. Not only did they not die, but they also rallied the defeated soldiers of the Western Route Army and formed a Catalan Cavalry Division. Surrounded by the Orc Army, they killed 100,000 orcs and are now about to return victorious. That's incredible. No one could have imagined that a mere baron could achieve such a feat after the annihilation of the Western Route Army. They formed a cavalry division and annihilated 100,000 orcs. Even the previous Trut province allied forces would have suffered heavy losses if they wanted to eliminate 100,000 orcs. They sensed that Baron Catelan was indeed not dead, and that he had indeed gathered a sizable number of defeated soldiers and killed some orcs. As for the claim of forming a cavalry division and killing 100,000 orcs, that was likely an exaggeration by the Marquis of Leighton. Regardless, Baron Catelan is alive and has successfully led his men out of the orc encirclement. Baron Catalan's future is limitless. Marquis Herbert, who considered the province of Trut as his sphere of influence, saw the same point. As long as Baron Catelan doesn't fall, he should grow into a new Marquis of the Violet Kingdom, just like Marquis Leighton. But Marquis Herbert did not want to see two marquises in the province of Trut. Marquis Herbert pondered how to resolve this matter. Outside, under the orders of the Marquis of Leiden, the troops that had gathered in the Bodenburg region were converging on Bodenburg to participate in the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division. There was no red carpet and no flowers. Only a small group of demoralized Western Route Army reconstruction troops remained. Officers and soldiers were also discussing the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division in private. They, too, did not believe that any of this was true. It was nearly 4 p.m. One of the air cavalrymen flew back first and excitedly shouted to everyone, "They're here." A powerful superhuman looked westward and saw a black dot appear in his field of vision. The black dot grew larger and larger, and there were more and more of them. It was a huge cavalry force. The Catalan Cavalry Division may not be the strongest, but it has the size and the morale. Moreover, the demonstration of strength needs to take place in battle. Scale and morale are what can be seen on the surface. Most people who saw it would assume that the Catalan Cavalry Division was a powerful cavalry force. The Catalan Cavalry Division was getting closer and closer to Bodenburg, and even ordinary soldiers could see it from afar. This size is more than a cavalry division. It's probably a cavalry corps, a minor noble exclaimed. A cavalry division has 5,000 cavalrymen, and a cavalry corps has 15,000 cavalrymen. The Catalan Cavalry Division has enough mounts, but it's short of men. Of course, the nobles, who are all superhumans, have already seen that the Catalan Cavalry Division has few men but many mounts, with each man equipped with at least 3 warhorses. Even the Violet Kingdom rarely has such a luxurious cavalry force. Where did the Catalan Cavalry Division, which was formed from the remnants of the Western Route Army, get so many warhorses? It was obviously stolen from the orcs. Some nobles even began to believe that the Catalan Cavalry Division had indeed killed a large number of orcs while surrounded by the orc army. Without killing a large number of orcs, it would be impossible to seize so many warhorses. Some nobles also began to admire the commander of the Catalan Cavalry Division. However, some nobles envied and were jealous of Baron Catelan, wondering why it couldn't be them. Even if they lose this war of expansion, they can still be promoted in rank. The earth was shaking. The officers and soldiers participating in the victory parade of the Catalan Cavalry Division shook off their previous dejection and gradually became excited. The nobles wanted to replace Reg. These officers and soldiers dreamed of becoming members of the Catalan Cavalry Division, returning victorious and glorious under the spotlight. The Catalan Cavalry Division came from west to east. As they approached the welcoming crowd, the cavalrymen slowed their pace, mounted their horses, and accepted the cheers with their heads held high. The Catalan Cavalry Division is invincible. Long live the Catalan Cavalry Division. The nobles did not cheer like the officers and soldiers below, but instead focused their attention on Baron Catelan, who was at the forefront of the Catalan Cavalry Division. This young baron, participating in the pioneering war for the first time, received an honor that many of the earls present had never experienced. The Catalan Cavalry Division was indeed a cavalry division. As for the Catalan Cavalry Division's record, it probably wasn't as exaggerated as killing 100,000 enemies, but it wouldn't be small either. The Marquis of Leiden was not a king, and he did not stand on the walls of Bodenburg to wait. Instead, he rode a golden lion beast outside the north gate of Bodenburg, smiling as he welcomed the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division. When Reg arrived before Marquis Leighton with the Catalan Cavalry, Marquis Leighton manipulated his aura to amplify his voice throughout the entire area. "Welcome back in glory, soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division. You are brave and fearless. Invincible. Even orcs tremble at the mere mention of your name." Lord Leighton, using the Catalan Cavalry Division as a pretext, delivered a vivid and impassioned speech, greatly stirring the emotions of the Western Route Army soldiers present. With such a morale restored and cohesive army, Lord Leighton was able to lead them to support the Central and Eastern armies. When the Marquis of Leighton finished his speech, Reg shouted, "A gift!" As soon as Reg finished speaking, the knights, officers, and soldiers behind him pulled out the orc's left ear from one of the sacks on their warhorses and threw it into the air. Those were countless orc left ears, representing the glorious achievements of the Catalan Cavalry Division. No one would bother to count exactly how many orc left ears the Catalan Cavalry Division threw out. There was no need. With the Marquis of Leighton's endorsement, the Catalan Cavalry Division was seen by ordinary officers and soldiers as having killed 100,000 enemies. As for the actual number of enemies killed, only the nobles would know, but that didn't stop some of the lower and middle nobles from feeling envious and jealous of Baron Catalan. "You've worked hard. Please come into the city. A feast has been prepared for you." Upon hearing the Marquis of Leighton's words, Reg led the Catalan Cavalry Division into Bodenbug. Chapter 81 Discussion of Marriage. A grand banquet is being held in Bodenbug because the Catalan Cavalry Division has returned in triumph. For the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division, there was plenty of food and drink. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they would go to the newly designated camp to rest. The nobles were also holding banquets, where the food was much more exquisite, and beautiful women danced gracefully to the accompaniment of pleasant music. The barons and viscounts below were talking about the triumphant return of the Catalan Cavalry Division and Baron Catalan. Reg was with the marquises and earls, but what they were talking about was the aftermath of the pioneering war. Reg, a minor baron, listened but did not speak, and did not participate in the conversation of the important figures. The deeds of Baron Catalan and the Catalan Cavalry Division spread rapidly, centered in Bodenbug. It quickly spread to Cheryl. Upon learning that Baron Catalan had returned alive, many of Reg's men and servants wept with joy. "I believe that my master wouldn't die so easily," Emily murmured. Reg's men and servants were not only pleasantly surprised, but many were also speechless with shock when they learned that the Baron had returned with a cavalry division after slaying 100,000 orcs. Even Bellona felt she needed to re-evaluate Reg, who not only possessed great strength, but also an exaggerated talent for leadership. This time, Butler Otis took the initiative to spend money to host a banquet to celebrate the Baron's triumphant return. The residents of Cheryl spontaneously celebrated upon learning of the Baron's triumphant return. The War Maniac Mercenary Group was also celebrating. At the banquet, Bellona shared her thoughts with her brothers and sisters in the Berserker Mercenary Group. "I want to bring everyone to join the Baron's ranks." Most of the War Maniac Mercenary Group agreed, and the rest did not object. The whole town of Cheryl felt as if it had celebrated another new year. After the noble banquet in Bodenbug ended, Reg spent the night resting in Bodenbug. As the new day dawned, after breakfast, Reg, led by the Marquis of Leighton's servants, went to meet the Marquis of Leighton. "Please sit, Your Excellency the future Duke," Marquis Leighton said to Reg with a smile. "Your Excellency is too kind. The Duke is still too far away from me. I was just lucky to break through the encirclement of the orc army this time," Reg replied modestly. The Marquis of Leighton replied to Reg with a "You'll see if I believe you look. You are much stronger than I was when I was young. We were both participating in the pioneering war for the first time, and both of our armies were severely damaged by the orcs. We both gathered our defeated troops and returned home, but your record is much better than mine. From the day I stepped onto the battlefield, I achieved countless victories, all because I have an innate ability to sense approaching danger, which has allowed me to avoid many perils when leading my troops into battle. And you?" Reg had previously assessed Marquis Leighton's abilities, so he was naturally aware of the Marquis's talents. He never expected that the Marquis would reveal this now. At least within aristocratic circles, news of the Marquis of Leighton's talent and abilities did not spread. In response to the Marquis of Leighton's question, Reg replied without hesitation. "I see. I also have a natural ability. I can spot enemies from a greater distance and have a slight sense of their strength. With this ability, I lead my troops to attack weaker enemies and avoid stronger ones." Reg fabricated his abilities, and the Marquis of Leighton exclaimed in amazement upon hearing it. "Reg, your abilities surpass mine. Now I am certain that as long as you do not perish, you will surely become the Duke of the Kingdom." Reg smiled shyly. Marquis Leighton continued, "However, the Catalan family is too weak. Your two older brothers cannot offer you much help. Your path to becoming a duke will be quite long. If you want to become a duke sooner, You will need a family that can provide you with sufficient support. Reg immediately understood that the Marquis of Leighton was referring to his Leighton family. In fact, the Leighton family was a newly emerging noble family. The Marquis of Leighton started as a baron and rose through the ranks to become a marquis. If it weren't for the problems that arose during this expansionist war, the Marquis of Leighton might have even been promoted to duke. It can be said that the Leighton family is in no way inferior to other established marquises. Your Excellency, I need a wife who is about my age, beautiful, gentle, and considerate, Reg said seriously. Reg doesn't mind a marriage alliance. When he's weak, he does need the support of a powerful force. The Catalan family does not have that capability. The Leighton family fits this standard perfectly, and Reg has also used his appraisal skills to appraise the Marquis of Leighton, so he knows the Marquis of Leighton quite well. Moreover, the Marquis of Leighton had extended an olive branch. Hearing Reg's reply, the Marquis of Leighton became even more amiable and satisfied with Reg. Talent alone is not enough for the path to becoming a duke. One must also be intelligent and adept at navigating social situations. After a moment's thought, the Marquis of Leighton quickly remembered one of his granddaughters. Reg, you studied at the Royal Capital Mage Academy. I also have a granddaughter studying at the Royal Capital Mage Academy. She is a year older than you and meets your requirements. If you have time, the two of you should meet. Reg readily agreed. Little did she know that the Marquis of Leighton harbored some inner turmoil. Her granddaughter was indeed very beautiful and had a good personality, but she had a flaw that could hardly be considered a fault. She loved alchemy and was fascinated by it. Once someone becomes obsessed with alchemy, they won't even eat. Let's meet first and see how it goes. If that doesn't work out, then we can choose someone else. The Marquis of Leighton has more than one granddaughter, but this one is the most outstanding. Marrying a granddaughter with only beauty to Reg would only make her a pretty face. She'd just become a decorative object. Marquis Leighton wanted to support Reg first, so that the two of them could become dukes of the kingdom in the future. After discussing the marriage alliance, the Marquis of Leighton brought up the matter of the Catalan Cavalry Division. Your Excellency, the Catalan Cavalry Division may seem large, but its actual combat strength is rather poor. It contains a large number of mounted infantry, whose strength is not as good as that of ordinary cavalry units of the same size. Therefore, I intend to disband the Catalan Cavalry Division, and those who belong to the nobles shall return to their respective ranks. Some nobles may have already fallen. They can be sent home to rest and fight alongside me. They have fought enough battles, and there is no need for them to participate in the war anymore. Those who remain and wish to stay, I can accept them. The Marquis of Leighton nodded, quite satisfied with how Reg had handled the situation. The Catalan Cavalry Division is currently so famous that if it were to be defeated by the orcs on the battlefield, it would be a huge blow to the morale of the Western Route Army. It would be better to just disband the division and let the personnel of the Catalan Cavalry Division go home. That's the best excuse. Furthermore, other nobles would not be satisfied with having their subordinates in the Catalan Cavalry Division led by Baron Catalan. If Reg leaves the Catalan Cavalry Division behind, the Marquis of Leighton's opinion of Reg will actually decrease. Chapter 82 Disbandment, Going Home. After the arrangements for the Catalan Cavalry Division were completed, the remaining task was to arrange things for Reg. The war is not over yet. What do you plan to do next? Marquis Leighton asked. I'm already quite prominent, so I plan to keep a low profile. Now that I've joined this war, I won't back out now. I'm going to continue my previous work, handling the army's logistics. If Your Excellency has any needs, I can help. All right then, you'll serve as a staff officer in the general staff, learn from them, and incidentally use your abilities to provide some assistance to the Western Route Army, Marquis Leighton decided. I understand. Reg accepted the Marquis of Leighton's arrangement. After leaving Lord Leighton, Reg went to the garrison of the Catalan Cavalry Division. Reg summoned all the knights and gave the following orders. After discussions with the Marquis of Leighton, we have decided that the Catalan Cavalry Division will be officially disbanded, and its personnel will return to their respective lords. Those whose lords have already fallen in battle can take their spoils home without having to continue fighting. Of course, you can also choose to stay, become one of my subjects, and join my army. The 5 knights from Baron Catalan did not need to make a selection. They were already Reg's men and would simply obey his orders. The other knights need to make a choice. In reality, there aren't many good options. If the Lord hasn't been killed in action, then let's go back. Even if the Lord is killed in battle, I still want to go back and check on him. There may be a new Lord to succeed, then continue to be loyal. They might also be stripped of their noble titles. in which case joining Baron Catalan's ranks would be the best option. Below the knights, the officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division chose to have more freedom. They are all free citizens, all employees, and of course they can voluntarily terminate their employment, especially when they were abandoned by their lords on the battlefield. If you voluntarily terminate your employment, no one will cause trouble. After Reg gave the order, the knights summoned the officers of the Catalan Cavalry Division and relayed Baron Catalan's orders. Finally, the officers relayed the orders to all the soldiers. Faced with Baron Catalan's orders, most officers and soldiers shared the same thoughts. Go home. They've had enough of this war. Especially under the leadership of Baron Catalan, they have gained enough merit and acquired a large amount of spoils. They can go home and live a happy life with their families. Leaving the army before the war was over was a privilege granted by the Marquis of Leiden, commander of the Western Army. Therefore, the officers and soldiers decided to return to their own lord's command first, and then resign from their posts. The lord has already fallen in battle, so let's go straight home. After having their last meal together in the military camp, Reg personally stood at the camp gate to see everyone off. Goodbye, Your Excellency. Long live the Baron. The Baron is invincible. Many officers and soldiers couldn't stop their tears from flowing when they left the barracks. They knew that if they hadn't met Baron Catalan, they would most likely have died in the wasteland instead of returning as heroes. The various units of the Catalan Cavalry Division scattered and left, leaving behind only Reg's 154 subjects. The camp still belongs to Reg for the time being, and perhaps officers and soldiers of the Catalan Cavalry Division will leave and then return. In addition, there are more than 10,000 warhorses in the military camp, including nearly 500 high-quality warhorses. Reg plans to sell most of his warhorses. The population of Baron Catalan is less than the number of these warhorses, so it's troublesome to keep them for the time being. Exchanging warhorses for money is the best option. Reg will also keep some high-quality warhorses and ordinary warhorses, and even plans to breed these warhorses. As for the sale of warhorses, the news will soon spread among the nobility. Currently, a high-quality warhorse costs over 25 gold coins, while an ordinary warhorse costs around 13 gold coins. Reg intends to make friends with the nobles of the Western Route Army. A high-quality warhorse costs 23 gold coins, while an ordinary warhorse costs 12 gold coins. If the nobles of the Western Route Army are still struggling with the issue of pensions for their subordinates, Reg can be sold to those nobles who did not participate in the expansion war. Warhorses are a hot commodity in the Violet Kingdom. As long as you tell the outside world that you are selling nearly 10,000 warhorses, caravans will come to buy them soon. The warhorses left in the camp need to be managed, and Reg also wants to go home to visit. So Reg divided the 154 subjects into two groups, and he led one group back to Baron Catalan. Outside the military camp, the nobles of the Western Route Army were quite surprised to find that the Catalan Cavalry Division had been disbanded. This cavalry unit, which was already renowned in the Western Route Army and whose fame would later spread throughout the country, was disbanded. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be willing to give it up. Even though the Catalan Cavalry Division had many nobles under its command, the problem was that the nobles had already abandoned their men and had no face to ask them back. The reality was that the Catalan Cavalry Division was disbanded. This left many nobles who envied and were jealous of Baron Catalan deeply moved. Of the various units that left the Catalan Cavalry Division, some successfully found their lords, while most resigned their posts. Some teams learned that their lord had not returned from the wasteland, and was more likely to have perished. Most people chose to leave directly and embark on their journey home. With a warhorse by their side, their journey home will be very smooth. They went home together with their companions, not afraid of being robbed. Some returned to the cavalry division's barracks because they had no family, were simply looking for work, or had other reasons. Reg led a troop of cavalry and rode swiftly back to Cheryl. Cheryl came into view, but Reg didn't feel much, because he knew he would definitely survive. However, the people who followed Reg were all very agitated. They're finally back, alive and well. When the Western Route Army was attacked by orcs at night, the scene was so chaotic that they all thought they were going to die at the hands of the orcs and would never see their families again. Led by the Baron, they returned alive, as heroes, laden with victories and spoils of war. I wonder if those who didn't fight alongside the Baron should regret it or be glad. After all, Baron Catalan led over 300 men into battle, and only half of them returned alive. The officers and soldiers on the town walls of Cheryl quickly spotted the cavalry. They felt that the Baron had returned. Sound the horns to welcome the Baron back. The residents of Cheryl heard the horn and, judging from the tone, concluded that it wasn't an enemy attack, but rather the return of the Baron. So many residents came out of their homes, and even walked toward the city gates, to greet the Baron. Bellona, Knight Ongli, and others rode their war horses swiftly to the city gate. The servants of the Lord's manor did not come out to greet him. Instead, the welcoming ceremony was held at the Lord's manor. They had been making preparations ever since they heard about the Baron's return. Chapter 83 Huge Gains. Your Excellency, welcome home. Long live the Baron. Welcome back victorious, Your Excellency. They're all on the same side. There's nothing to say. Reg just waved his hand, and that was it. Upon entering Cheryl, Reg rode back to the Lord's manor. Bellona, Knight Ongli, and others followed Reg and briefly recounted some events that had occurred in the territory during Reg's absence. Nothing serious happened. There weren't even any kingdom officials recruiting soldiers. In noble territories where the Lord personally leads the territorial army into battle, no royal officials are sent to conscript soldiers. Normally, these lords would bring the main force of their territory's army with them. Baron Cartran was a rare exception. Reg only brought a company of regular soldiers and 2 companies of farmers, along with a mere 5 knights. As he approached the gates of the Lord's manor, the servants and slaves of the manor came out to greet him, and many of them looked at Reg and shed tears of joy. Emily longed to pounce on her master. I'm back. Don't worry, everyone. Orcs can't kill me. On February 16th, the allied forces of Trut Province, where Reg was stationed, were the first to set off as the vanguard of the western route. Yesterday, April 19th, Rhaegar led the Catalan Cavalry Division back to Bodenbug. 2 months have passed without us even realizing it. Reg has made tremendous progress over the past 2 months. Even if Reg doesn't participate in the war afterward, or even if the Violet Kingdom loses this expansion war, the merits he gains on the battlefield will still lead to his promotion to Viscount. There are still nearly 10,000 warhorses waiting to be sold in the Cavalry Division's barracks, with a total value of over 120,000 gold coins. The most important takeaway. In the miniature world, the World Tree has reached a height of 245.39 centimeters. The land area of the small world reaches 4,562.83 square meters. The life energy stored in the World Tree is enough for it to grow another 126.42 centimeters within the first stage. Even if the World Tree used all of this life energy for its own growth, it could not grow another 126.42 centimeters. Because the World Tree reaches a height of 333.33 centimeters, it enters the second stage. After entering the second stage, the World Tree needs to consume more life energy to grow 1 centimeter taller. Unfortunately, on the battlefield, Reg couldn't find an opportunity to revive talented individuals. The kind of talent Reg wants isn't someone with high cultivation ability. With the World Tree around, Reg himself can create people with high physical talent. Reg wants to resurrect a superhuman who possesses all kinds of knowledge. Among ordinary soldiers, there might even be those with first-class talent who don't even know how to read. This kind of person is of no use to Reg for the time being. The 2 people who were finally resurrected were still rabbit people. Let's see if we can find an opportunity in the upcoming war. In addition to the World Tree growing taller and the small world expanding in size, the small world also houses mounts of 0-tier and 1st-tier magical beast level that Reg has captured. The twin rabbit girls followed Reg's orders and busied themselves farming and harvesting magical plants in the small world. The werewolf girl, who was bored, also went to help. Regardless of other gains, the growth of the World Tree and the life energy it stored alone filled Reg with immense joy. Therefore, they will continue to participate in and expand the war, seeking opportunities to obtain nutrients for the World Tree. Reg's return has brought a lively atmosphere to the Lord's Manor. Mia stepped forward and said that she had already cultivated battle chi and entered the extraordinary realm. Reg presented Mia with 2 options, a domestic maid and a combat maid. I choose the battle maid. I want to fight alongside my master. Mia made her choice without hesitation. That night, Emily fell to Reg's sword several times. The next day, after breakfast, Reg led his cavalry back to Bodenbug. The 2 teams switched shifts, and the other team went home to visit. 138 more men joined the army camp to serve under Reg. In the Catalan Cavalry Division, only 1 in every 30-odd men remained. The percentage was low, but as Reg was not surprised, most people were tired and wanted to go home. In fact, the new recruits under Reg, along with his own people, were also exhausted from fighting. It just so happens that Reg is going to the general staff to serve as a staff officer. Reg doesn't plan to take them with him in the upcoming war. He can just stay in Baron Catelyn and rest. Reg returned to Bodenburg and visited some familiar nobles. The nobles that Reg was most familiar with were his neighbors, Baron Simon and Baron Fielding. Reg only found Baron Fielding in Bodenburg. Baron Fielding said that Baron Simon had not returned from the wasteland and was unlikely to be alive. Not only Baron Simon, but also Viscount Coffey, the neighbor to the south of Baron Catelyn, did not return. Many of Reg's acquaintances are now forever lost in the wasteland. The nobles who returned alive had no reason to resent the Marquis of Leighton, the commander of the Western Army. The main reason for the annihilation of the Western Rout Army was the eldest prince. If the Marquis of Leighton hadn't sensed the danger in advance, perhaps even fewer nobles would have returned. Reg visited the nobles he knew and then spread the word about selling his war horses. Soon, nobles of all ranks, from minor to major, came to Reg to buy his war horses. The nobles of the Western Rout Army alone bought up all the war horses that Reg was going to sell. Both the Marquis of Leighton and the Marquis of Herbert sent their men to buy a batch of war horses. The nobles who failed to purchase war horses felt regretful. The nobles lost a considerable number of ordinary cavalrymen when they fled back to Bodenburg from the wasteland. Elite troops without mounts would find it difficult to escape the centaur's pursuit, and ordinary cavalry would also find it hard to escape the centaur's pursuit. Keep in mind that this was the elite centaur force personally led by King Buha. For minor nobles, cavalry was part of their status, and they always had a cavalry unit accompanying them when they went out. War horses are becoming increasingly scarce and expensive in the northern markets of the Violet Kingdom. Suddenly, a batch of war horses appeared on sale at a discount, and they would buy dozens or even hundreds of them. All the war horses that were supposed to be sold have been sold, and Reg finally has some money. With over 120,000 gold coins in hand, this money will be the development fund for the territory after the War of Expansion ends. At that time, the Baron Catherine will become the Viscount Catherine. As for what the expanded territory will look like, that will depend on the allocation by the kingdom's important figures and the efforts of the Marquis of Leighton. Reg wanted to take over Viscount Coffey directly, but felt it was unlikely. Even if the Marquis of Leighton helped Reg to do so, it would be difficult to achieve. Viscount Coffey did not commit any wrongdoing in the war, so the possibility of him being stripped of his title is relatively small, and his son will inherit the title of Viscount. It is more likely that the baronial territory of Simon will be annexed. Furthermore, Sherriltown occupies a large area of land to the north, which requires the Violet Kingdom to defeat the Orcs in the Expansion War and occupy a large area of land. With the Western Rout Army annihilated and the Central and Eastern Rout Armies suffering heavy losses, it is not impossible for the Violet Kingdom to turn the tide and win. Reg's appointment as a staff officer in the Western Rout Army's general staff would be a great help to the Western Rout Army. For example, when the two armies are engaged in battle, Reg can easily help the Western Army find the weak points of the Orc army and break through them. The Violet Kingdom has a very deep foundation and is capable of rebuilding 3 armies of the same scale as before, once again or twice. Chapter 84 Crossbow Cavalry. 2 months of experience in the wilderness helped Reg grow into a qualified division commander. It's rare for a nobleman to have such extensive combat experience on their first battlefield experience, nor could they achieve such a brilliant record as Reg. They were no longer in the dangerous wasteland, and most of their war horses had been sold. The remaining war horses were returned to their territory by the people. Reg moved into Bodenburg by himself. Now Reg also has time for cultivation and contemplation. In terms of cultivation, Reg has already reached the 5th level of the initial stage of the Battle Master realm, and it won't be long before he is promoted to the intermediate stage of the Battle Master realm. The Mage's realm has reached the 4th stage of the intermediate level, which is still quite far from the 5th stage of the intermediate level. There are many things to consider, such as the gains and losses of this battle, the future development of the territory, and what kind of territory army should be built in the future. There's really not much to think about regarding the gains and losses of this battle. The Violet Kingdom's million-strong army conquers the wasteland, while Reg is merely a minor baron, drifting along with the tide. If it weren't for King Buha leading his elite Orc cavalry to attack the Central and Eastern armies, Reg would not have been able to gather the remnants of the Western Army to form the Catalan Cavalry Division. If you're unlucky, you might be the only one who gets home alive. A cavalry division must be commanded by at least a count. Reg commanded the Catalan Cavalry Division, tying down more than 100,000 Orc troops. Even though these 100,000 orc troops were ordinary troops, or even cannon fodder, of the werewolf centaur vassal races. Without the harassment of the Catalan cavalry, the orcs' raids on the Violet Kingdom's borders would increase. They rallied the remnants of the Western Rout army, killed over 30,000 orcs, and tied down over 100,000 orc troops. No one can ignore the contributions Reg made. So even if the Violet Kingdom loses this war, Reg will still be promoted to Viscount. Reg hasn't thought too much about the future development of his territory yet, since he doesn't know what his territory will look like in the future. With 120,000 gold coins in hand, this is the development fund for the territory, which is quite sufficient for a viscountry. Agriculture definitely needs to be developed. In addition, Reg plans to use appraisal skills to appraise the land in order to develop the mining industry, and even the smelting industry. Of course, the population of the territory is the most important. Without a population, no industry can develop. Therefore, Reg wanted to directly take over the Viscount Coffey's domain, which had been in operation for many years. This is difficult to do. To attract people to his territory who had memories of their past lives, Reg quickly came up with a good idea. Pay to win, or spend real money. The Violet Kingdom has a large population but limited land, and even if hundreds of thousands or even millions of people die in the War of Expansion, it cannot change this situation. The north is relatively cold and may be attacked by orcs. In addition, the journey is long, so only a minority of civilians are willing to move to the north. Reg plans to use resettlement allowances to attract civilians to settle in his territory. You don't need to pay too much money. An adult receives 10 silver coins, while a minor or elderly person receives 5 silver coins. There was also land allocated free of charge. If Reg were to publicize this extensively, the influx of civilians might fill his territory. We'll discuss the specifics later. Reg has already noted down the idea. Finally, a new territory army was formed. Reg had considered this matter before embarking on the war. Reg wants to build a disciplined, brave, hard-working, and steadfast army for his territory. They recruited young farmers as soldiers and used male slaves they had purchased as officers to train a new army for their territory. Of course, these are just ordinary troops within the territory. Reg also wants to form elite units and forces similar to the Flame Cavalry Regiment and the Golden Lion Legion. The male slaves in the Lord's Manor were to become officers in the regular army, leaving only the female slaves. A maid squad could be formed. Given enough time, the maid's warband will be even stronger than the Blood Rose Cavalry. These were all Reg's previous ideas, but after experiencing more on the battlefield, Reg had new ideas. The Violet Kingdom has no shortage of cavalry or archer units, but it lacks units with exceptional horse archery skills like the centaurs. Longbowmen's arrows have a long range and great power, comparable to the archery skills of centaurs, but they are less mobile. When the Western Rout army was annihilated, it lost a large number of longbowmen. Wolf riders also have their own advantages. In battles between werewolves and cavalry, the werewolves' mounts, the wolves, can also attack the cavalry's mounts. Warhorses are no match for dire wolves. In one-on-one close combat, human cavalry are no match for wolf riders. To deal with wolf riders, you need archer units, but wolf riders are supported by centaurs. Reg wants to build a force that can counter centaurs and wolf riders. This unit must also be cavalry, capable of maintaining mobility on the wasteland. Cavalrymen need time to learn horsemanship, and even more time to learn mounted archery. Building such a cavalry force would not only require a huge amount of money, but also a long period of time. Reg thought for a moment and came up with a new idea. Reduce the time spent learning mounted archery. They transformed from horse archers to crossbowmen. Archery requires extensive training to master accuracy, especially for cavalrymen shooting arrows while traveling on bumpy roads. The crossbow's aiming and trigger pulling process is simpler, and ordinary soldiers can use it after a short period of training, making it easy to deploy on a large scale. The crossbow can have a longer range than the bow. Of course, crossbows also have disadvantages. They are heavier than bows, have a slower draw time, and a slower rate of fire. Reg thought of the Juga repeating crossbow. If a repeating crossbow capable of firing 10 arrows in succession could be created, the drawback of the crossbow's slow firing rate would be overcome. It's just a regular repeating crossbow, sacrificing performance to increase its rapid fire capability. This means that the repeating crossbow can fire in rapid succession, but its range is shorter and its power is less than that of other crossbows. In the world of Nora, where superhuman powers exist, there is a way to overcome the weaknesses of the repeating crossbow. Using alchemy, They created magical repeating crossbows or magic-powered repeating crossbows. It has a longer range and greater power than a longbow, and can even be used by ordinary people. Even an ordinary cavalry unit fully equipped with repeating crossbows would be virtually invincible on the wasteland. But there are two major problems here. As a magical weapon, the repeating crossbow's cost increased significantly, making it difficult to mass-produce. Let's put those two problems aside for now and focus on how to manufacture the repeating crossbow. Such skilled professionals are unlikely to go to the battlefield to fight. Perhaps we can hire them for money in the future. Reg even took on a part-time job, learning alchemy. Forget about equipping cavalry units with repeating crossbows in the short term. Let's focus on building up the new army and the maid squad first. The repeating crossbow is equipment that needs to be used by people. Once the new army and maid squads are formed, and the repeating crossbows are manufactured, they can be deployed directly. The core of the new army and maid warbands is the young and talented slaves that Reg has purchased. After the War of Expansion ends, Reg will continue doing this. Chapter 85 Princess Katarina. Reg has officially become a staff officer in the Western Army General Staff. The General Staff was mostly composed of sons of nobles, with few true nobles. After entering the General Staff, Reg's understanding of the current situation of the Western Route Army increased dramatically. For example, how many troops has the Western Route Army currently assembled? For example, the most important task for the Western Route Army at present is to go and support the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, which are retreating. Reg is using this opportunity to acquire more military knowledge. Occasionally, the Marquis of Leighton would give Reg a few pointers, which made everyone in the staff very envious of Reg. Few people are jealous of Reg, since everyone knows about his achievements. If it were them, they might not even be able to come back alive. After finishing his evening cultivation, Reg was in his bedroom when he suddenly entered the small world. The twin rabbit girls used some materials that Reg had placed in the small world to build themselves a small house. After the arrival of the werewolf girl Mavis, another small house appeared. Reg appeared in front of Mavis once again. Mavis was slightly taken aback, but immediately bared her teeth at Reg fiercely. Mavis can't forget that it was this human who knocked her unconscious, and now it seems she's been imprisoned. Seeing that Mavis's wild nature remained unchanged, Reg frowned. If you bare your teeth again, I'll hit you. Mavis wouldn't listen. Reg couldn't hold back any longer and found a rope to tie Mavis up. Mavis struggled desperately to resist, but she was no match for Reg. Despite being bound hand and foot, Mavis still looked defiant, twisting her head and opening her mouth as if trying to bite Reg. Snap! Reg's hand landed heavily on Mavis's buttocks, leaving a red mark. Mavis gritted her teeth and remained silent. Smack! 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 Reg kept hitting her with his palm, and Mavis's bottom was red from being slapped. Mavis didn't cry out in pain. Her eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Duo Idea, who had been watching from the sidelines, now dared not look anymore. She turned around and tried to cover her ears with her hands. It's just that they have a lot of ears, so it's hard to cover them. Little dog, don't bare your teeth at your owner, or I'll hit you. I am not a dog. I am a wolf, Mavis said for the first time. Whether you're a wolf or a dog, let's see if you behave. If you bare your teeth at me again, I'll hit you. Mavis seemed to give in somewhat, because Reg had hurt her, but it was only a feigned submission. Mavis desperately didn't want to submit to Reg, a human. Reg also knew that he couldn't successfully train the wild werewolf girl in one go. There was still a long way to go, and he could take it slowly in the future. Compared to Mavis, the twin bunny girls were much more well-behaved. This also explains why the rabbit girl was resurrected by Reg. Reg played with their ears and tails for a while, feeling happy, before leaving the small world. After seeing Reg leave, Mavis, still bound, finally burst into tears. Dovedoya hesitated, wondering whether she should untie Mavis's ropes. After thinking it over carefully, they felt that untying the ropes was a minor matter and that their master would not punish them, so they helped Mavis untie the ropes. Mavis, whose buttocks were throbbing with pain, dared not move and silently shed tears. On April 24th, the entire Bodenburg region was abuzz with excitement. It was even more exciting than the return of the Catalan Cavalry Division, because the Blood Rose Cavalry has arrived. The Blood Rose Cavalry officially joined the war. Reg quickly obtained information about the Blood Rose Cavalry. The current commander of the Blood Rose Cavalry is Princess Katarina Violet, the sister of the current king and the sixth daughter of the former king. Katarina is a powerful expert at the Sun Realm, said to be the strongest among the 3 generations of the Violet family, and has the potential to reach the legendary realm. The Blood Rose Cavalry, though called a regiment, actually has more than 4,000 members, all of whom are female superhumans. There are over 1,000 official members, and only those who become junior extraordinary individuals can become official members. Each person is also equipped with a mount of at least Tier 0 magical beast level. The apprentice-level extraordinary individuals are reserve members, numbering as many as 3,000. If the Blood Rose Cavalry had been present on the night of the Western Route Army's annihilation, they could have easily held off tens of thousands of elite Orc cavalry. This is the power of the Blood Rose Cavalry. Under normal circumstances, the Violet Kingdom would not send the Blood Rose Cavalry to participate in the campaign. Humans are a patriarchal society, dominated by men. Women should not be put to do things that men can do, especially in war. In this war of expansion, the Violet Kingdom suffered heavy losses, and even the eldest prince was unable to return. In addition, Katarina kept volunteering to fight. Only then did the king agree to send the Blood Rose Cavalry into battle. With the arrival of the Blood Rose Cavalry, Marquis Leighton was more confident in completing the support for the Central and Eastern armies. The Catalan Cavalry Division gradually gained fame by showcasing its combat achievements. The Blood Rose Cavalry has always been very famous in the Violet Kingdom and is known to other human nations. The sudden arrival of the Blood Rose Cavalry in Bodenburg caused quite a stir. People in the Bodenburg region all wanted to see the Blood Rose Cavalry in action. As someone valued by the Marquis of Leighton, Reg had the honor of accompanying the Marquis to meet Princess Katarina. As the king's sister, Princess Katarina is not young, but as a powerful cultivator at the Sun Realm, she appears very young. She has the Violet family's signature purple hair and eyes, stands at 1.82 meters tall, and has a lithe figure, just like Bellona, yet possesses the noble air of a princess. Many people present were drawn to Princess Katarina, their minds filled with impossible fantasies. All the commanders of the Blood Rose Cavalry have been princesses, and they remained single during their tenure. Princess Katarina exchanged a few words with Marquis Leighton, and then her gaze fell on Reg. "You must be Baron Catlon, young man. Well done. I hope you can become the next Marquis of Leighton," Princess Katrina encouraged. "I will try my best," Reg said modestly. Those around him felt a renewed sense of envy and jealousy towards Reg, who had caught the princess's eye. Little did they know, Reg was utterly speechless. "Little guy, you're the little guy, your whole family are little guys." Well, it's because Reg is too young, only 17 years old. It is indeed a little one for Princess Katarina. However, Reg is not short. He has already grown to 1.78 meters and will continue to grow, probably reaching 1.85 meters. The barracks of the Catalan Cavalry Division had been emptied, and after being thoroughly cleaned by the Marquis of Leighton, they were made available for the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment to use. Lord Leighton and Princess Katarina discussed the matter and decided to set off 3 days later to meet up with the Central and Eastern armies. It can't be any later. Every day that it gets later, the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army will suffer tens of thousands of casualties. Idel and Buha led their Orc army in a fierce attack on the Violet Kingdom's army, but they also suffered considerable losses themselves. Overall, the Violet Kingdom suffered greater losses, and the Orcs, as well as the vassal races, also suffered even greater losses. Chapter 86, First Half ends. On the morning of April 27th, the Western Route Army, consisting of 100,000 troops including the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment, set off from Bodenburg and headed northeast to meet the retreating Central and Eastern Route armies. The army gathered in the Bodenburg region actually numbered over 250,000, but the Marquis of Leighton did not bring all of his troops. Instead, they left the cannon fodder troops behind to continue training, mainly bringing along the standing armies of various noble territories, as well as the elite of the Western Route Army. This will also speed up the march of the Western Route Army. Moreover, with the addition of the Blood Rose Cavalry, the Western Route Army is now quite strong. In addition, the troops left behind can also guard against attacks from Orcs. The main force was the Orc troops that the Catalan Cavalry Division had previously held back. They had more troops, but were not very strong. They could barely hold them off with cannon fodder troops made up of farmers. The Western Army set out from Bodenburg and was quickly discovered by the Orcs. Under the leadership of Idel and Buha, the Orc army intensified its attacks on the Central and Eastern armies. Even if we cannot annihilate the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, we must at least inflict more casualties on them. The Orc army and the Violet Kingdom army have been fighting for so long that both sides have suffered heavy casualties, and the survivors are exhausted, but both sides are persevering. The arrival of the Western Route Army to provide support, even though it is far from the Central and Eastern Route armies, will greatly boost the morale of the officers and soldiers of the Central and Eastern Route armies upon learning of this. The Orc army could not stop the Violet Kingdom's army from joining forces. Therefore, Ider and Buha decided to inflict even greater losses on the Central and Eastern armies before the Western army arrived. When the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army joined forces, their total strength was at least 550,000. Fighting and retreating with the Orc army, the combined forces of both sides have dwindled to less than 300,000. More importantly, in order to cover the retreat of the main army, elite troops were sent out as the main force to resist the attack of the Orc army, which also caused these troops to suffer heavy casualties. The nobles to whom the army belonged were heartbroken. How much money would it cost to rebuild or restore the military organization? How long would it take? News of the Western Route Army's departure was also relayed to both armies. The eldest prince and Duke Walsh realized this was an opportunity and quickly relayed orders to the entire army, instructing the Western army to set off to provide support. The morale of both armies was greatly boosted, but the number of casualties increased every day when fighting the Orc army, because the Orc army launched an even fiercer attack. Of course, the number of Orc casualties is also increasing. A week later, the three armies of the Violet Kingdom will converge, and the Orc army will retreat. The Western army encountered no resistance from any Orc forces along the way. The eldest prince and the Marquis of Leighton met again, both with calm expressions. But everyone present could tell that the two were not at peace. The defeat of the Western Route Army deprived the Marquis of Leighton of the opportunity to be promoted to Duke. To be promoted to Duke, the Marquis of Leighton would need to put in even more effort and gain more military merits. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, the eldest prince made a wrong decision that brought great losses to the Violet Kingdom, including the deaths of many nobles in the war. Many nobles no longer wish for the eldest prince to become the next king. The eldest prince already understood this, and even knew the mistakes he had made in this war. But given the eldest prince's proud nature, he would not bow down to the Marquis of Leighton. He would only bow down to his sixth aunt, Katerina. Princess Katerina glanced at the eldest prince indifferently. She had originally thought he would become the next king, but she had misjudged him. Having had this experience, it will be very difficult for the eldest prince to become the king of the Violet Kingdom. Once the three armies returned to their respective encampments, the eldest prince relinquished his position as commander-in-chief and returned to the capital. Princess Katerina will assume command of the three armies and continue this pioneering war. The first half of the Violet Kingdom's expansionist war has now ended, with the Violet Kingdom suffering a crushing defeat. The million-strong army split into three routes, but less than a third of them returned alive. More than 700,000 soldiers died in the battle, equivalent to 1/50th of the total population of the Violet Kingdom. The cost was heavy, but the Violet Kingdom could still bear it. The nobles didn't care about the lives of the common people. The entire noble class of the Violet Kingdom will not be satisfied with a lost war of expansion. If the war of expansion ends like this, besides Baron Catelyn being promoted to Viscount, which other nobles will be promoted? Very, very few. The war of expansion must continue, with a counterattack against the Orcs. Moreover, the expansionist wars of other kingdoms have not yet ended, and the wars of the Violet Kingdom cannot end first. Otherwise, werewolves and centaurs might lead Orc armies to attack other kingdoms. The 7 human kingdoms joined forces to wage a war of expansion in the wasteland, with the Violet Kingdom's main opponents being the werewolves and centaurs. Unless the Violet Kingdom is truly devastated, this war will continue. Troops and military supplies from various noble territories were continuously sent to the front lines. All three armies of the Violet Kingdom are under reconstruction. Many nobles, including those already in the army, sent messages to their own territories, requesting that a portion of their troops be dispatched to the front lines. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom are rebuilding and resting, and the Orc army is also resting. The annihilation of the Violet Kingdom's army of over 700,000 was a major victory for the werewolves and centaurs. Significant contributions were made by the Elven Mage Corps and the weaponry and equipment support from the Dwarven Winged people. Of course, the werewolf, centaur, and vassal races also suffered heavy casualties. It was a great victory after all, and a grand celebration was in order. After the celebration, the Orc army went to rest. Idel, Buha, and Margaret could all see that the Violet Kingdom had no intention of ending the war, the war was going to continue. Idel and Book were also dissatisfied with the war ending so abruptly. The previous great battles inflicted enormous losses on the Violet Kingdom, but it was still not enough. Both Idel and Buha want to reclaim the land occupied by the Violet Kingdom. Their ultimate goal is to destroy the Violet Kingdom. This goal is difficult. The Violet Kingdom has a legendary expert in charge, and if the Violet Kingdom faces a crisis of destruction, the legendary expert will definitely take action. The realm of Radiant Sun is second only to legendary, but the importance of a legendary expert who can fly far surpasses that of the Radiant Sun realm. While those at the Radiant Sun realm can be surrounded and killed on the battlefield, legendary powerhouses can leave whenever they want. If a legendary powerhouse who does not belong to any faction were to harass another faction, it would obviously cause significant damage to that faction. Legendary powerhouses with affiliations tend to be more stable. The Violet Kingdom's unwillingness to end the war suited Idel and Buha's wishes perfectly. If the Orc army launches a direct attack on the Violet Kingdom's fortified defenses, the Orcs will suffer heavy losses. The Violet Kingdom's army once again marched into the wasteland, the home ground of the Orcs. Chapter 87 Long-Term Employment. Princess Katarina, Duke Walsh, and Marquis of Leighton, the three commanders, made a decision after deliberation. The Central and Eastern armies were rebuilt within a month, and the troops were trained. A month later, the three armies set out on another expedition. This time, the three armies' objective was no longer to cripple the Orcs, but to occupy a portion of the wasteland to the north, and then establish fortified defenses. The three commanders understood that the wasteland was the Orcs' home ground, and the Orcs were certainly waiting for the Violet Kingdom's army to once again venture deep into the wasteland. We cannot afford to repeat the crushing defeat of the first half. Once a portion of the wasteland is occupied and a fortified defense line is established, the Orcs will surely be anxious and launch an attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. With the fortified defenses in place, we must make sure the Orcs suffer a crushing defeat. On the first night after returning to Bodenburg with the Western Route army, Reg practiced his body tempering technique in the small world, successfully advancing to the intermediate level of the Battle Master realm. In fact, Reg could have become an intermediate level Battle Master much earlier. Unfortunately, in the outside world, Reg only revealed himself as a mage and did not undergo the training of a Battle Master. Therefore, when Reg went into battle as a strategist with the army, he did not train as a Battle Master, nor did he enter the small world, for fear of being discovered. It wasn't until he returned to Bodenburg that Reg made his breakthrough. As a staff officer of the Western Route Army, which is currently undergoing troop training, Reg's tasks are neither too many nor too few, and he will eventually be able to find time to return to his territory. During the 2 weeks that Reg accompanied the Western Route Army on its journey, another extraordinary individual emerged from the 36 slaves he purchased. It was Safuin, one of the 2 fourth-tier talents. Safuin is the same age as Reg, possesses a 4th-class physical talent and a high-level lightning element affinity talent, and it took him more than half a year to cultivate his battle chi and enter the extraordinary realm. The main reason is that Reg led the army on an expedition. If he had stayed in the territory and provided Safuin with normal cultivation resources, Safuin would have been able to complete the breakthrough in as little as 6 months. Seeing Saffron break through, Spike and Roger became extremely anxious and worked even harder to cultivate, hoping to reach the extraordinary level. However, Spike and Roger both possessed 6th-grade physical talents, which was quite different from Safuin's 4th-grade physical talents. According to Reg's assessment, the two will need another year before they can reach the extraordinary level. This illustrates the importance of cultivating talent. Compared to the cultivation of a battle master, the cultivation of a mage is slower. However, Reg is not in a hurry and lets the slaves cultivate in peace. Reg has returned, and the cultivation resources provided to the slaves have been restored and even improved somewhat. The small world's land area has exceeded 5,000 square meters, which can provide more low-level magical plants as cultivation resources. There are not many mercenaries left in Cheryl Town, and no foreign caravans come to purchase magical plants. The revenue of the Catalan Potion Shop is not as good as it was at this time last year. Keep in mind that at this time last year, the Catalan Potion Shop had only been open for a month, and the number of low-level magical plants it could sell was very limited. Fortunately, with the large sum of money from the sale of warhorses, Reg will not be short of money for a while, and whether the Catalan Potion Shop makes money or not is no longer important. If the low-level magical plants produced in the small world can't be sold, then they can be used to train slaves, who will be the core of their future territory's army. Reg restored the slave's supply of low-level magical plants and high-concentration magical elements, which greatly improved their cultivation efficiency. When Reg returned to his territory for the second time, Bellona requested an audience with him. When Bellona saw Reg, she immediately knelt down on one knee. "Your Excellency, I wish to lead my brothers and sisters from the War Frenzy mercenary group to join your ranks." Reg wasn't too surprised by Bellona's words. "Will the superhumans of your war maniac mercenary group pledge allegiance to me, or will you continue as mercenaries?" Reg asked rhetorically. Those who have not reached the extraordinary level are not qualified to pledge allegiance to the nobility. Another issue is that female superhumans pledge allegiance to the nobility. "Your Excellency, we choose to accept your long-term employment. The War Maniac Mercenary Group will be temporarily disbanded until the day you no longer employ us." Reg nodded and said, "Sure, as long as you don't make any mistakes, I will continue to employ you. When the War of Expansion ends, the Baron Cardoland will become the Viscount Cardoland. I need more trustworthy subordinates. You have already earned my trust, and I will pay you according to your abilities and positions." Reg didn't care whether the superhumans who formed his mercenary group were loyal to him, as long as they could be used by him. Reg would even prefer to employ superhumans long-term rather than have them pledge allegiance to him and bestow knighthoods upon them. A knight is granted a village, but Reg doesn't believe that a knight can manage a village well. Even some nobles were unable to manage their own territories. Regardless of whether they possessed extraordinary power, the feudal system was an outdated system. Reg preferred a centralized system. If the Violet Kingdom were a centralized power, it wouldn't need to consider what kind of territorial armies the nobles would send out. At the king's command, he can mobilize the troops he needs to the front lines. Managing villages and towns is best left to professionals. Those with extraordinary abilities should focus on cultivation. Those with exceptional management talent could also take up the position. Since the superhumans in the War Maniac Mercenary Group do not pledge allegiance to him, there is no need to hold a special allegiance ceremony. On the surface, the War Maniac Mercenary Group was disbanded, and its members officially became Reg's subjects, accepting his employment and becoming members of the territory's army. Their relationship is much closer than with the previous mercenary group. Most members of the Reg Mercenary Berserker group experienced only minor changes in their pay, while Bellona's pay saw the biggest change. Bellona's Battlemaster level is about to enter the intermediate third stage. Relying on her own talent, she is almost invincible among intermediate superhumans. It can even fight against weaker high-level superhumans on its own. With such a powerful Bellona, especially when Reg is away, Bellona's presence in the territory and her ability to suppress everything are extremely important to Reg. Reg gave Bellona a slight increase in her monetary salary, and also included some low-level and mid-level magical plants that could be directly used as cultivation resources as part of her salary. Converting the magical plants into money, Bellona's annual salary already exceeds 1,000 gold coins. Hiring an invincible intermediate-level superhuman for 1,000 gold coins is not an exaggeration. However, most barons could not afford to hire them, and some viscounts were also reluctant to do so. When Elroy ran Cheryl, his annual income was only SOSO. Of course, Reg didn't just want to hire Bellona. He also liked Bellona as a person. When Reg told the Marquis of Leighton that he wanted a beautiful, gentle, and considerate wife, it was because he didn't want the Marquis of Leighton to find him a domineering wife. This is a problem for Reg, whose wife is backed by the Leighton family, and Reg has not yet grown to the point where he can stand up to the Leighton family. Relatively speaking, Reg has a wide range of hobbies, and he also keeps 3 beast-eared girls in his small world. Chapter 88 Freya Leighton. There are 3 noble families with the surname Catelyn in the Violet Kingdom. They are Viscount Felix Catelyn, Baron Edmund Catelyn, and Baron Reg Catelyn. Felix and Edmund's territories are joined together, located on the eastern border of the kingdom. When news of Reg leading the remnants of the Western Route Army to form the Catalan Cavalry Division and defeating 100,000 enemies spread rapidly throughout the Violet Kingdom, Edmund was utterly incredulous upon hearing the news. Felix and Edmund had a SOSO relationship with Reg, and when they heard the news of the Western Army's annihilation and Reg's possible death in the wasteland, neither of them paid much attention. Upon learning of Reg's triumphant return, Edmund was speechless with astonishment, unable to believe it was true and that it must be propaganda from the kingdom. Edmund hurried to Viscount Catelyn and asked his elder brother Felix about the matter. Felix was also surprised by this. But Felix believed the story was only partially true. It's true that their brother returned in triumph, But the claim of forming a powerful cavalry division and killing 100,000 enemies is likely fabricated. They didn't achieve that level of success. However, given the kingdom's willingness to publicize the matter in this way, no matter how exaggerated it may be, Reg is certain to receive a Viscount title. Reg might even be valued by important figures in the kingdom, and his future will be more than just that of a Viscount. Felix and Edmund were both envious, and Edmund even became jealous. We're all barons of Catalan, so how come you're going to become Viscount of Catalan so soon, just like my older brother? Felix also aspired to make a name for himself. While he inherited his Viscount title from his father, Reg earned it through his own hard work. They all became nobles at the same time, but Reg had the courage to participate in this pioneering war, which shows the difference between the three. Edmund, keep in touch with Reg more often. We're brothers after all, we can't be estranged. I understand, brother. News of Baron Reg Catalan and the Catalan cavalry spread. Because of his brotherhood with Reg, the nobles of the East became curious about Reg and increased invitations to Felix and Edmund's banquets. The main topic of conversation at these banquets was the kingdom's rising star, Baron Reg Catalan. Felix and Edmund didn't know much about Reg either, especially after Reg went to the north. Using their previous understanding of Reg, along with some boastful words, the two brothers created a cultivation genius and a leadership genius. Given Reg's illustrious record, most of the nobles actually believed it. This left the two brothers with many feelings. The Reg they knew was so ordinary. At most, it was his becoming a space mage that surprised them. But no one expected Reg to do something so big. Thanks to Reg, they became the main characters at some aristocratic banquets. In the small world, Reg sat by a campfire, rubbing Mavis's head with great interest. Behind him, the twin bunny girls clenched their fists and patted Reg's shoulders. Mavis looked unwilling, but dared not resist. On the surface, she had already submitted to Reg. There was no way around it. Reg's spanking hurt too much. After Reg left, Mavis would keep clenching her teeth, as if she wanted to bite Reg to death. Reg would naturally notice this, but he didn't pay it any mind. Taming the wild wolf girl brought Reg a lot of fun. Reg chose a two-pronged approach to training Mavis, using both firm and gentle methods. The hard way is to hit them. If they don't listen, hit them. If they dare to show their teeth, hit them. Hit them until Mavis has at least outwardly submitted. In the current situation, Reg can freely rub Mavis's head and grab her tail, and Mavis dares not resist. If the approach is soft, it means providing Mavis with a better living environment and more cultivation resources. Placed in a werewolf tribe, orphaned and ostracized by her people, Mavis's life was unimaginable. Simply surviving was no easy feat. In the small world, although the space is not large, there is plenty of food, a high concentration of magical elements in the environment, and magical plants to eat. Depending on the situation, Reg will likely take Mavis out into the outside world again in the future. Petting beast-eared girls was just a diversion for Reg from his cultivation life. Apart from his work as an advisor, Reg devoted most of his time to cultivation. And so time passed quickly, until the Marquis of Leiden's granddaughter arrived in Bodenbug. Name, Freya Leighton. Gender, female. Lifespan, 18/147 years. Identity, granddaughter of Marquis Leighton of the Violet Kingdom. Talent, 4th class physique / 3rd class soul / top tier water elemental affinity / advanced fire elemental affinity. Realm level, beginner level 3 mage. Freya is 1.66 meters tall, with a slightly slender figure, but with a slender yet large body. She inherited her blonde hair and blue eyes from the Marquis of Leighton, and had a delicate and beautiful face, but it was obscured by a pair of black-rimmed glasses on her nose. She's a very pretty and quiet girl, with a bit of a bookish and researcher vibe. We met a few times when we were studying at the Royal Capital Law Academy. Freya is popular among the boys at the Mage Academy because of her looks and status, but Freya doesn't care about these things. Through his appraisal skills, Reg felt that Freya was fairly suitable for his requirements, but the specifics would depend on Freya herself. Marquis Leighton introduced Freya to Reg, then turned and left, handing the place over to the two of them. After seeing her grandfather walk away, Freya spoke calmly to Reg. Baron Catalan, the kingdom's rising star, I learned some things about you on my way here. Overall, I am quite satisfied with you. I am willing to accept my grandfather's arrangement to marry you, and I don't care if you marry other women, but I have one request. What are your requirements? Reg asked, amused. I love alchemy, and I hope you will provide the funds for me to study it. The information Reg obtained from Freya's assessment contained relevant details, and Freya's alchemical talent was quite high, with a significant chance of becoming a high-level alchemist, and even a slight possibility of becoming an alchemy master. Whether it's alchemy, medicine making, or array formation, these secondary professions for mages are all extremely expensive. However, Reg currently has a large sum of money in hand, and there will be other opportunities to make money in the future. Moreover, Freya's current level of alchemy is still relatively low, so Reg can easily support Freya's expenses. Well, that's not impossible, but I have one request. Freya's eyes lit up. Although she was the granddaughter of the Marquis of Leighton, and one of his most outstanding granddaughters, granddaughters always have to get married and take their husband's surname. Freya is fond of alchemy, and Marquis Leighton grants her funds, but he won't continue to support her indefinitely. Reg is handsome, a year younger than me, but he is a mid-level space mage with great strength, and has become a rising star in the kingdom. Reg was able to satisfy her interest in alchemy, and Freya was willing to marry Reg. I will try my best to meet your needs. It's nothing serious. I'm also interested in alchemy. You can teach me sometime. Freya nodded repeatedly in agreement. Reg didn't expect Freya to research the magic crossbow, since Freya's alchemy skills were still very low and she needed time to improve them. Chapter 89, second half begins. Reg agreed, Freya agreed, and a political marriage was thus arranged. We've only met once, so there's no question of liking or disliking each other yet. Political marriages are all too common in every country. Even Reg's father was one of them. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion and the fact that the Violet Kingdom had suffered another major defeat, the Marquis of Leighton would have wanted to hold his engagement party in Bodenbug. The engagement party couldn't be held, but the news had already spread. The Marquis of Leighton will marry his granddaughter to Baron Catelyn, making the Marquis of Leighton Baron Catelyn's patron. The marriage will likely take place after the end of the Expeditionary War. This news spread quickly among the Bodenbug aristocratic circles. The barons and some viscounts were once again filled with envy and jealousy towards Baron Catelyn. Why can't I be valued by the Marquis of Leighton? Of course, they understand the reason. Baron Catelyn was valued by the Marquis of Leighton because of his brilliant military achievements. He first achieved brilliant victories, and only then did he gain the favor of the Marquis of Leighton. Furthermore, Baron Catelyn was not only valued by the Marquis of Leighton, but perhaps the dukes and marquises of the kingdom also had the idea of winning over Baron Catelyn. However, the Marquis of Leighton beat him to it, which gave the Marquis of Herbert a headache. Freya temporarily stays in Bodenbug to develop feelings for Reg. Freya will only return to the Royal Capital Mage Academy to study once the kingdom's army sets out on another expedition. The next time Freya leaves the Mage Academy, it will be by dropping out and marrying Reg. Lord Leighton was not worried about Reg dying in the war. Even during the extremely dangerous annihilation of the Western Route Army, Reg was able to return with honors. This time, Reg is an advisor, acting alongside the Marquis of Leighton, so the danger is minimal. Moreover, the Marquis of Leighton was also anxious. Knowing that Reg had special abilities, the Marquis of Leighton did not want to let Reg go, but he was worried about competition from other dukes and marquises. So they called their granddaughter to the front lines as soon as possible to meet Reg. Both parties agreed, mainly to get Reg to take a liking to her, and the marriage was arranged. So much so that the Marquis of Leighton, who usually maintains a serious expression, has been smiling more often these past few days. However, the Marquis of Leighton also had something on his mind. Reg spends a lot of time cultivating every day, while Freya spends a lot of time researching alchemy. As a result, the young couple, who were engaged, spent very little time together each day. How can you cultivate feelings like this? Marquis Leighton could only urge Freya to go find Reg, lest such a good man be snatched away by other women. Freya dawdled, but under her grandfather's urging, she had no choice but to put down her alchemy and go find Reg. Reg found Freya's appearance quite amusing. Since I happened to want to learn alchemy, I went into Freya's room with her so that she could teach me about alchemy. When alchemy was mentioned, Freya suddenly became much more talkative. Reg also told Freya about his plan to forge a magic repeating crossbow. Reg wanted to forge a repeating crossbow with a long range and high power, while keeping the cost as low as possible so that it could be mass-produced. Freya believed that the possibility of achieving this level was extremely low. There are magic crossbows with long range and high power, magic repeating crossbows, and even magic repeating crossbows with long range and high power. The latter is very expensive, while the former two are relatively cheaper, but neither can be mass-produced. There was a lack of raw materials and a shortage of alchemists. We'll talk about mass production later. First, let's produce the long-range, powerful magic crossbows, and then figure out how to reduce costs. You're going back to the capital, so I'll give you some money. See if you can buy a magic crossbow. Let's do a reverse engineering. Freya readily agreed. The capital city has the most alchemists and the most magical equipment, so you should be able to buy magic crossbows and magic repeating crossbows there. Freya's feelings for Reg grew stronger as she spent more time with him, and the two found they had a lot in common. Most importantly, Reg was willing to provide financial support for Freya's research in alchemy. For Reg, Freya was primarily a beautiful marriage prospect, but it seems her usefulness has increased considerably recently. In the context of aristocratic marriages, this was already a very good outcome. It's so difficult to find mutual affection. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed since the Western Route Army returned. Compared to the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, which have been undergoing reconstruction over the past month, the Western Route Army has been training for a longer period of time. To a certain extent, the Western Route Army will bear a heavy responsibility in this expedition. The Marquis of Leighton also wanted to wash away the shame of the previous defeat of the Western Route Army. On June 11th, Freya stood on the walls of Bodenburg, watching her grandfather and fiancé depart for war. Once the entire Western Route Army had left Bodenburg, Freya embarked on her journey to the capital. Upon learning that Freya was engaged, countless boys in the Mage Academy were bound to be disappointed. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on another expedition, but this time their advance was much slower than before. All three armies carried large quantities of building materials, preparing to construct fortified defenses. Actually, we brought some building materials last time, but most of them were left behind on the way. Last time, the Violet Kingdom's army aimed to severely damage the orcs. This time, the objective is simpler. The border of the Violet Kingdom will be pushed northward by 150 to 200 kilometers, expanding the kingdom's territory by at least 150,000 square kilometers. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom set out on their expedition, but were quickly discovered by the orcs. Upon learning that the three armies of the Violet Kingdom would again act separately as before, Idel and Buha burst into laughter. Humans never learn. It was the same last time, and it will be the same this time. This time, we will leave even more humans on the wasteland and use their flesh and blood to fertilize the land, Buha said disdainfully. No, some of the human flesh and blood must be shared with the dire wolves. They haven't had enough yet. Sure, the dire wolves can eat as much as they want. Margaret Knights listened to the conversation between the two orcs, her brow furrowing. Although she loathed humans and wished they were all dead, Margaret did not want to see human corpses eaten by dire wolves. But now we're allies. Well, nominal allies. Margaret would not say anything that could damage the friendship between allies. After discussion, the three powerful warriors at the Radiant Sun realm decided to follow the previous plan and lure the enemy deeper into their territory. Then, the Elven Mage Corps would use magic to conceal the elite orc cavalry and launch a surprise attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. Margaret sensed something was wrong. No matter how stupid a human is, they can't fall into the same trap twice. This time, the plan might not go so smoothly. But Margaret believed that even if the plan changed, it would not prevent the orcs from defeating the Violet Kingdom's army once again. After all, the werewolves and centaurs have support from the elves, dwarves, and winged people. On the wasteland, the army of the Violet Kingdom would be no match for the orc army. Chapter 90 Fire. The three armies of the Violet Kingdom halted their advance after a week deep into the wasteland. Using the building materials they brought with them, the three armies immediately built fortresses and constructed defensive lines. The Western Route Army built Fort Warts, the Central Route Army built Fort Katrina, and the Eastern Route Army built Fort Ulysses. The distance between the two forts, east and west, and Katarina Fort is about 100 kilometers. If there are enough building materials, other fortresses will be built along this defensive line. Under the command of their officers, the soldiers dug trenches and horse traps, set up chevaux de frise, and scattered caltrops to limit the orc cavalry's advantage. Especially during the construction of the fortress, elite troops composed of warrior apprentices were deployed. Compared to ordinary people, superhumans have greater strength and work faster. Thanks to the efforts of the extraordinary individuals, the fortress is under rapid construction. On the orc side, Idel and Buha were somewhat bewildered by the actions of the three armies of the Violet Kingdom. They were waiting for the Violet Kingdom's army to advance further before launching a surprise attack. So why did the humans stop and start building fortresses and defenses? Once humans have built their fortresses and defenses, How much would it cost the orcs to breach the defenses and take the fortresses? Without hesitation, Buha immediately led the centaurs, wolf riders, and cavalry of his vassal races to set off first, intending to destroy the fortresses and defenses that the humans were building. Idel led more infantry to keep up with the cavalry as much as possible. Margaret's elven mage corps, following Buha's army, might launch another surprise attack on the Violet Kingdom's army. According to reconnaissance, Buha has learned that humans are mainly building 3 fortresses. Cavalry are not good at siege warfare. By the time the orc cavalry charged over, the construction of the 3 fortresses would likely be more than halfway complete, providing considerable resistance to the cavalry. Then we can only choose one target first, instead of splitting our forces into 3 groups. The central route is guarded by the Blood Rose cavalry, which has wreaked havoc across the wasteland, while the eastern and western routes are relatively weaker. Buha realized that the western route army had been almost completely wiped out, with only a few escaping. It was essentially equivalent to rebuilding a new western route army, so its morale should be low. He planned to use the western route army as a breakthrough point again. An elite orc cavalry force composed of wolf riders and centaurs led the way, accompanied by an elven mage regiment. Buha was about to launch another surprise attack on the western army. The cavalry units that followed were mainly composed of vassal races, but some ordinary wolf riders and centaur troops were also left behind. Their target was the eastern army of the Violet Kingdom. The elven mage corps once again cast a massive illusion to conceal the whereabouts of the elite orc cavalry. The Violet Kingdom's air cavalry only spotted an orc cavalry force heading east. The orcs were about to attack the eastern army, but all 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom were ready for battle. The reason why the western route army was suddenly attacked by orcs last time has not yet been found. As Buck's elite orc cavalry drew ever closer to Wattsburg, Marquis Leighton's innate ability was triggered once again. Danger! Danger is imminent. Lord Leighton understood that the orc cavalry's attack on the eastern route army was just a pretext. The real target was the western route army. Damn it! Do you think I'm a pushover? This time, I'll make you suffer. While the construction of Wattsburg could not be completed quickly, the defensive line consisting of trenches, horse traps, chevaux de frise, and barbed wire was rapidly constructed. The walls of Wattsburg were fortified with defensive lines on all 4 sides and on both flanks. Even if the orc cavalry managed to break through the lines, they would suffer heavy casualties. The Marquis of Leighton immediately notified all units of the western route army to prepare for battle, especially at night. They feared another night raid by the orcs. Marquis Leighton's talent ability is a passively triggered ability, while Reg's talent ability is an actively used ability. Lord Leighton ordered Reg to investigate the situation outside. Even if the orcs launch another night attack, we must discover their presence even earlier. Reg accepted the Marquis of Leighton's mission and practically lived on the walls of Wattsburg, observing the distant horizon. The fact that the Marquis of Leighton has sensed danger means that the orcs are less than a day's journey from Wattsburg. As the Marquis of Leighton perceived the danger to be increasing, it meant that the orcs were getting closer and closer to Wattsburg. How do orcs manage to avoid being detected by air cavalry? Even the Marquis of Leighton couldn't figure it out for the time being. Reg did have an idea. It might have been done by an elf. The Violet Kingdom has discovered that werewolves and centaurs are using weapons and equipment from dwarves and winged people. Ignoring weaponry, the Violet Kingdom's forces, originally of equal strength, should have had better weaponry and equipment, but now it's the werewolves and centaurs who have better equipment. Works by dwarven masters often fetch high prices in human territory. So far, no elves have been found among the orcs in the Violet Kingdom. Another night fell, and the Marquis of Leighton arrived at the still unfinished walls of Wattsburg. Lord Leighton already sensed that the orcs would be attacked by the Western Army that night. Compared to the last time, the Western Route Army is now well prepared. The Western Route Army will not be defeated again. Now we'll see when the orcs launch their attack. Every now and then, Reg would use the appraisal skill to appraise objects in the distance. Soon, it was past midnight. Half of the soldiers in the Western Route Army were sleeping, while the other half were preparing for battle. Ordinary soldiers cannot go for long periods without sleep. Another appraisal spell was cast by Reg, the centaur under the illusion. Reg teleported to Marquis Leighton's side. Before Reg could speak, Marquis Leighton understood from Reg's serious expression. The orcs are here. Reg nodded. Sound the horns. Prepare for battle. The orcs are coming. Fire the flares. The Marquis of Leighton loudly gave the order, and his men immediately carried it out. The bugle call for an enemy attack sounded. The soldiers on guard gripped their weapons tightly. The sleeping soldiers woke up one by one, picked up their weapons, and ran to their positions on the defensive line. Flares were launched into the sky as if they were free, illuminating the earth. Following the light, nobles, knights, officers, and soldiers searched everywhere for traces of the orcs, but they could not find them. Could it be that Lord Marquis Leighton made a mistake? The nobles wouldn't have such thoughts. Even the annihilation of the Western Rout Army last time proved that the Marquis of Leighton's judgment was correct. On the north wall of Wattsburg, a magic cannon, extremely rare in the Violet Kingdom, has been set up. It was created by an alchemist from the Violet Kingdom himself. Compared to magic cannons of equal power crafted from earth refineries, the magic cannons of the Violet Kingdom are larger, heavier, consume more energy, have poorer durability, and are exorbitantly expensive. But at least we can produce it ourselves, and we're just waiting for the alchemist's technology to advance and for the products to be iterated. Marquis Leighton commanded the gunners to aim the cannons at the orc army that was approaching from the northeast, which was shrouded in illusion. Fire. Chapter 91 Chaotic Battle. Elite orc cavalry forces continued to approach Wattsburg. The next moment, the sky and the earth ahead were illuminated by flares. We've been discovered, Buha exclaimed in surprise. Just like last time, the Western Rout Army detected it in advance, but Buha still led his army to launch an attack. This time it will be the same. Under the cover of illusion, the elite orc cavalry continued their advance. They hadn't gone far when a burst of energy blast slammed into the orc army, killing and wounding a number of centaurs. They've really been discovered. Has the elves' illusion failed? Buha's thoughts raced, and he immediately issued the battle order. All troops, charge. Kill all humans. Kill, kill, kill. Whoa. Upon seeing the orcs' condition, the already overloaded elves dispelled their illusions, revealing a force of 80,000 elite orc cavalry. The magic cannons on the city wall fired a few more shots, inflicting some casualties on the orcs, but it was of no use to the orc army. We still need the Western Rout Army to fight the orcs. The entire army is ready for battle. The centaurs charged ahead, entering within 200 meters of the defensive line, and launched their arrows. At such a distance, the Western Army only had a very small number of longbowmen who could launch a counterattack. In the first half of the Expansionist War, most of the longbowmen in the Western Army were lost, and even when troops were transferred from noble territories, there were not many longbowmen left. The officers and soldiers of the Western Rout Army in the defensive line tried various methods to dodge and block the arrows shot by the centaurs, but the losses were still considerable. Seeing that the humans had few means of retaliation, Buck ordered the centaurs to stop and continue firing arrows at the defensive line. The wolf riders behind gradually charged to the front. Under the cover of a hail of arrows, the wolf riders charged forward. Before the wolf riders could even reach the trenches, they faced the challenge of caltrops and horse traps. The dire wolf was pricked, or it fell into a horse trap. Not only were the dire wolves injured, but the werewolves riding them were also injured. The archers in the defensive line could not fire arrows, and only the archers on the city wall could provide support, which caused some losses to the wolf riders. Upon witnessing this scene, Buck didn't know whether to be happy or angry. The dead and injured were werewolves, not centaurs. But this battle was lost, and not only werewolves were weakened, but centaurs were also weakened. The wolf riders continued their charge, leaping over barbed wire and horse traps, breaking through the chevaux de frise, and rushing directly into the trenches to fight the Western Rout Army soldiers hidden there. In the trenches, wolf riders were unable to utilize the advantages of cavalry. However, the inherent characteristics of the wolf riders allowed the werewolves to dismount from their war wolves and engage in battle with the soldiers of the Western Rout Army. The dire wolves also joined the werewolves in the battle. The centaurs' arrows temporarily ceased before the wolf riders clashed with the Western Army soldiers. The centaur advanced a distance and fired another arrow, aiming it at the city wall. The fighting within the defensive lines grew increasingly fierce, with the elite and best troops of the Western Rout Army being deployed, yet they still suffered repeated defeats. Buha's 80,000-strong elite orc cavalry force was the most elite force of the werewolf and centaur races. The combined strength of all the elite troops and elite units of the Western Rout Army was less than a quarter of the total. Even the combined elite, top-tier, and ace troops of the Violet Kingdom's 3 armies couldn't reach that number. Of course, the number of elite troops in the entire Violet Kingdom still exceeds 80,000, but it is impossible for them all to be mobilized. For the Western Rout Army, the loss of the defensive line was not a big deal, as long as they could hold Wattsburg. On the city wall, the magic cannon unleashed its power once again, this time targeting Buha's location. An energy projectile hurtled toward Buha, but Buha leaped up on all fours and pierced the energy projectile with his spear. The energy cannonball exploded immediately after being punctured, but it was completely blocked by the fighting spirit released by Buha, and he was not injured at all. These energy projectiles can at most harm those at the Star Realm level, but Buha is a Sun Realm expert and could not possibly be injured by them. In the ensuing battle, the magic cannon was not fired again. The fighting within the defensive line continues. The fearless werewolves and dire wolves, after paying a heavy price, gradually occupied the right flank and front line of Wattsburg. Some units of the Western Route Army, which were defending the right flank and the front line, showed signs of collapse. The Marquis of Leiden ordered the garrison on the left and right flanks of the frontal defenses to retreat, as there was more than one defensive line outside Wattsburg. These retreating troops cannot retreat directly into Wattsburg, as this could allow the orcs to also rush into Wattsburg. The werewolves ignored the retreating humans and charged toward Wattsburg. Buha also led some centaur warriors to charge forward. The cavalry did not carry siege equipment, so to breach the city, they would have to rely on the strong to smash the city gates, or even the city walls. The battle has entered the stage where the strongest fighters clash. Marquis Leiden of the Radiant Sun Realm led a group of powerful warriors from the Western Route Army to fight against centaur and werewolf warriors in order to protect Wattsburg. The battles between the strong are incredibly exaggerated. A single punch can create a deep crater in the ground, and a single sword strike can easily carve a trench in the ground. The powerful orc warriors are pushing the battlefield towards the city walls. The strongmen of the Western Route Army, on the other hand, were thinking of extending the battle to the orcs. It eventually turned into a chaotic battle. Fortunately, although the Western Route Army did not have many elite troops, its number of experts at the Star, Silver Moon, and Radiant Sun realms was not much less than that of the orcs. The battle caused some damage to the walls of Wattsburg, but it did not allow the orcs to breach the city. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the battle also caused significant losses to the orcs. The strong are fighting, and the two armies continue to clash. It has turned into a chaotic battle, with no order whatsoever. The chaos was so great that even orc soldiers dared to attack human star-level powerhouses. Even if it hits, it's just like scratching an itch. In such a chaotic battle, Reg had little opportunity to make a difference, merely using minor magic missiles to kill some weaker orc superhumans. Reg didn't dare kill too many intermediate and advanced superhumans, fearing that he would be targeted by the powerful orcs. After more than an hour of chaotic fighting, seeing that he was still unable to make a breakthrough, Buck had no choice but to order a retreat. They came with 80,000 orcs, but only a little over 70,000 remained when they retreated. The werewolves and dire wolves suffered the most losses. Dire wolves are also a fighting force, and they work well together with werewolves. In total, more than 15,000 werewolves, dire wolves, and centaurs died in the battle. The Western Route Army suffered greater losses than the orcs. The Western Route Army had a total strength of less than 290,000, with 43,000 killed in action and a large number of wounded. Some elite and elite units suffered heavy losses. This was still the Western Route Army using fortresses and defensive lines to resist the orcs, who were cavalry units. Regardless, the Western Route Army held on, unlike the last time when it was almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, the Western Route Army had Marquis Leiden and Reg. If it had been the Eastern Route Army, they might have been ambushed by the orcs once again. Chapter 92, Still the Western Route Army. In this battle, both the orcs and the Western Army had star-level powerhouses who perished. Unfortunately, Reg couldn't collect their bodies. When the orcs retreated, they took as many of the fallen powerful beings' corpses as possible with them. The corpses of the strong men of the Western Route Army could not be handed over to Reg. Even now, Reg can't go to the battlefield to clean up the corpses. The Marquis of Leiden fought a great battle with Buck, leaving many marks on his magnificent armor. There were no external injuries, but there were some internal injuries. Given the Marquis of Leiden's status, he would not lack the use of healing potions. After the Marquis of Leiden finished issuing some orders, Reg came to the Marquis of Leiden's side. Your Excellency, I have made a discovery. What discovery? I discovered that there are hundreds of elves on the outermost edge of the battlefield. They are very strong, but they are not in good condition. If they join this battle, we will be in danger. Reg shared part of the information he had identified. Upon hearing Reg's words, Marquis Leiden looked enlightened and quickly understood everything. The orcs have weapons and equipment from the dwarves and winged people, so the appearance of the elves is not too surprising. It should be an elven mage corps. It was this elven mage corps that cast the spell to hide the orc army. The elven mage corps should be in a weakened state now and unable to make a move for a while, which is a good thing for us. Marquis Layton briefly spoke with Reg, then immediately summoned the air cavalry to inform Princess Katarina and Duke Walsh of the appearance of the elven mage corps. It was still night. The corpses on the battlefield were left for the time being. The officers and soldiers who had participated in the battle were looking for places to rest, while those who had not participated were carrying the wounded. On the other side, among the retreating orc army, Buha completely lost his pre-battle confidence and began to worry. The raid failed because the humans discovered it in advance and were well prepared, resulting in heavy casualties among the wolf riders and centaurs. For Buha's elite orc cavalry, losing less than 10,000 men was still manageable. If Buck were willing to pay a greater price, such as losing more than 40,000 troops, it would not be impossible for him to break through Wattsburg. However, annihilating the Western Route Army would be very difficult. The bigger problem is that this loss is unacceptable to the centaurs and werewolves. Even Buha cannot afford to lose too many wolf riders, otherwise the alliance with the werewolf clan will be in jeopardy. Under these circumstances, Buck had no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately, the elves were overloaded. Otherwise, if the elves had also joined the fight, they would have gained a greater advantage in the Battle of the Strong and would have been able to break through Wattsburg and defeat the Western Route Army at a lower cost. Orc cavalry are not suited to attack human-held fortresses. We should wait for Idel's main force. They would rather let their vassal races serve as cannon fodder than lose as many centaurs and werewolves as possible. Daylight broke. The Central Army dispatched a force of 30,000 men to the west to support the Western Army. The Eastern Route Army dispatched a force of 10,000 men to supplement the Central Route Army. In reality, this was equivalent to the Central Army providing support with 20,000 men and the Eastern Army providing support with 10,000 men. After breakfast, the officers and soldiers of the Western Route Army began to clean up the battlefield. After the battlefield was cleared, the defenses needed to be repaired and the construction of Wattsburg continued. Reg ran outside to help, citing the need to save time in clearing the battlefield. The personal space was opened, allowing the soldiers cleaning up the corpses to send the orc and human bodies into the personal space. In reality, they were sent to a smaller world to serve as nourishment for the world tree. Some nobles frowned slightly when they saw Reg dealing with the corpse, but didn't pay much attention. It was common knowledge in the aristocratic circles that during the first half of the war, Reg took the initiative to handle the corpses on the battlefield of the Trut Province Allied Army. Compared to digging a pit to bury the body, it's much easier to just throw the body into Baron Catlin's personal space. The surrounding soldiers were also willing to throw the bodies into Reg's personal storage space. After much effort, approximately 15,000 corpses became nourishment for the world tree. Since at least 4 hours had passed since the end of the battle, the life energy in the corpses had been severely depleted. Ultimately, the life energy brought to the world tree could only allow it to grow approximately 24 centimeters taller in the first-tier realm. As is customary, half of the life energy is used for the growth of the world tree, and the other half is stored away. This time, Reg finally found a suitable target for resurrection. During the battle, some star-level experts died, as did many nobles and a large number of apprentice-level extraordinary individuals. Reg prefers to select extraordinary individuals from impoverished noble families, taking their souls while retaining a portion of their genes, which then bear small fruits on the world tree. The soul temporarily slumbered within the small fruit. Reg will resurrect them after the War of Expansion ends. Now that they've been resurrected in the small world, dealing with them is also troublesome. Moreover, there may be more suitable targets for resurrection in the future, and the life energy stored in the world tree is limited, so those who are resurrected will naturally be the best of the best. Reg did not want to resurrect the nobles who died in battle. They all had their own families, and even if they were resurrected, they would still think about their families and would not be able to serve him wholeheartedly. If they can be resurrected, then their lives can be taken away. The world tree can control their bodies, but it has not yet grown to the point of controlling their souls. The knights were the same, and the knights didn't know much. Superhumans from impoverished noble families are different. Impoverished nobles may lack land and wealth, but their knowledge and skills will continue to be passed down. Reg resurrected them, and they naturally understood that loyalty to Reg would lead to a bright future. Reg disposed of some of the corpses on the battlefield, and the rest were buried in pits. After dealing with the bodies, the officers and soldiers continued their work. A few days later, 30,000 troops from the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army arrived in Wattsburg. With the addition of this new force, the strength of the Western Route Army was restored to some extent. In the past few days, the York Army has not attacked the Western Army, nor the Central or Eastern Army. The York cavalry unit that was originally advancing towards the Eastern Route Army stopped in its tracks. The Violet Kingdom's air cavalry reconnaissance revealed that the Orc cavalry and infantry had joined forces, forming a massive Orc army. In the military camp, Ider and Buha discussed their plan and came up with a new one. Idel led most of his infantry to attack the Western Army. In the battle a few days ago, the cavalry suffered considerable losses, and the Western Army suffered even greater losses. Among the three armies of the Violet Kingdom, the Western Army should be weaker and easier to break through here. Buha led most of his elite cavalry and half of his vassal race cavalry to tie down the Violet Kingdom's Central Army. The remaining Orc troops were used to tie down the Eastern Army of the Violet Kingdom. First, defeat the Western Route Army and capture Wattsburg, then defeat the Eastern Route Army and the Central Route Army in turn, driving humanity out of the wasteland. Chapter 93 Stalemate. Why is it the Western Route Army again? The nobles in the Western Army were speechless upon learning that a large Orc army, mainly composed of infantry, was heading towards Wattsburg. In the first half of the war, the Western Army was annihilated due to a surprise attack by elite Orc cavalry. Now that the war has entered its second phase, the Western Army was once again ambushed by elite Orc cavalry. After barely managing to hold them off, they are about to be attacked by the Orc army again. The nobles could generally see that the Orc army, mainly composed of infantry, was the main force attacking the fortress. The Orc army, mainly composed of cavalry, was not suitable for attacking fortresses. Its primary purpose was to contain the Central and Eastern armies. The minor nobles in the Western Route Army were going crazy. In every major battle, the minor nobles suffered the most casualties. The minor nobles who stayed with the Western Route Army were truly miserable. The earls and marquises also did not want to continue fighting the Orcs, because their elite troops, which they had invested heavily in training, would suffer heavy losses. They also faced the risk of dying in battle. Lord Leighton was unconcerned that the Western Army was being attacked by the Orc army again. Resisting a surprise attack by an elite Orc cavalry force cannot completely erase the shame. Lord Leighton wants to kill more Orcs. The Marquis of Leighton didn't care about the deaths of his officers, soldiers, or even minor nobles. The happiest person was naturally Reg. Only when there are major battles will more corpses be generated, allowing the world tree to harvest more life energy. Sensing the immense pressure the Western Route Army would face, the Central Route Army hastily dispatched 20,000 troops to support it, while the Eastern Route Army received an additional 10,000 troops from the Central Route Army. Once the Orc cavalry engages in battle with the Central and Eastern armies, it will be much more difficult to support the Western Army. We can send reinforcements from the rear later. On June 28th, Wolf King Idel led more than 500,000 Orcs to the north of Wattsburg, eventually setting up camp 5 kilometers from Wattsburg. The Western Route Army, which received 2 rounds of support from the Central Route Army and the Eastern Route Army, had a total strength of less than 300,000, including tens of thousands of wounded soldiers from the previous battle. Lord Leighton had enough confidence to withstand the Orc army. The Orcs appeared to have a large army, including many elite troops, but also a large number of cannon fodder mixed in. For example, the weaker Ratmen, Dogmen, and Rabbitmen. In a one-on-one situation, a farmer with farm tools can kill an adult ordinary Ratman, Dog-headed man, or Rabbitman. Moreover, Marquis Leighton can passively sense danger, while Reg can actively locate areas where Orcs are strong or weak. Meanwhile, 2 Orc cavalry units have arrived in the area of Katrina Castle and Ulysses Castle. Some Orc cavalry even bypassed the defenses, attempting to attack the Violet Kingdom's grain transport convoy. The Central and Eastern armies also dispatched cavalry units to engage these Orc cavalrymen, and both sides suffered losses. However, the Orc cavalry would not bypass the defenses on a large scale. Orcs could indeed bypass the defenses to attack supply convoys, or even the borders of the Violet Kingdom. The problem is that the Violet Kingdom has not yet mobilized its full strength, less than half of its war potential. While launching the war, spring planting is proceeding normally. If the Violet Kingdom were to expand its military at an alarming rate, it could assemble a massive army with a total strength of several million. The werewolves, centaurs, and their vassal races have already mobilized at least 2/3 of their forces. The remaining third of the force also included a large number of old and young female orcs. If a large number of female orcs are needed on the battlefield, it means that the orcs are truly in a critical moment, and the legendary orc warriors may intervene at any time. However, despite the Violet Kingdom's great war potential, it is not able to directly assemble an army of millions to venture deep into the wasteland. Organizing and directing millions of people is extremely difficult, as is ensuring the logistics for millions of people. Given the Violet Kingdom's situation, it can only sustain an army of up to 1 million to conquer the wasteland. If the orc cavalry launches a large-scale attack on the Violet Kingdom's borders, the Violet Kingdom can continue to mobilize troops from its various noble territories to defend the borders, while the Violet Kingdom's army at the front can also attack the orcs' rear. This situation is generally the same in the other 6 human kingdoms. Humans have become too powerful in the world of Nora, and it will take the united efforts of other races to stop their offensive. The elves, dwarves, and winged peoples are not providing enough support to the orcs at present. It will probably require all 3 races to send a large-scale military operation. On June 29th, Idel led his orc army close to the first line of defense of the Western Army. A great war has broken out. On the first day, Idel sent out a cannon fodder force composed of a large number of weak orcs such as ratmen, dogmen, and rabbitmen to launch probing attacks on the various defense lines of the Western Rout Army, which were easily defeated by the Western Rout Army. The next day, Idel still sent out a large number of cannon fodder troops, but added stronger orc troops such as jackals, fox people, deer people, and sheep people. They still launched probing attacks on various directions of the Western Army, but were easily defeated by the Western Army. On the third day, elite infantry units of orc races such as jackals, foxmen, deermen, and goatmen, as well as werewolves and centaurs, joined the attack. This time it was no longer a probing attack, but a focused offensive, with the goal of breaking through the outer defenses of Wattsburg one by one. The orcs thought they were hiding well, but Reg's appraisal skill easily revealed which orc unit was strong and which was weak. Based on the information reported by Reg, the Marquis of Leighton made corresponding arrangements, defeated the weaker orc forces, and held off the stronger ones. The orcs suffered tens of thousands of casualties every day, while the Western Rout Army's losses were only 1/3 of the orcs. Previously, the elite orc cavalry defeated the Western Army by a ratio of 1-3. Now, the orc infantry has defeated the Western Army by a ratio of 3-1. The same thing happened for the next 2 days. The orc army failed to breach a single line of defense of the Western Army. Idel finally realized the problem and stopped trying to break through the defenses one by one. Instead, the orc army launched a full-scale attack. Although there were still several main directions of attack, which Reg had found, the Western Rout Army began to suffer increasing losses in the face of the all-out offensive of the orc army. The casualties between the orcs and the Western Army have increased to 2-1. The orc warriors led by Idel also made their move. This time, there are not only powerful members of the werewolf and centaur races, but also powerful members of vassal races. The number of strong individuals among the vassal races was far less than that of the werewolves and centaurs, but the sheer number of vassal races combined meant that the orc army had almost twice as many strong individuals as the Western Army. The weapons and equipment support provided by the winged people and dwarves to the orcs were mainly for soldiers and officers. There was no magical equipment for the powerful. The weapons and equipment of the werewolf and centaur warriors were relatively good, but the weapons and equipment used by the warriors of the vassal races were exceptionally poor. In terms of weaponry and equipment, the Western Rout Army had an advantage. One side has a numerical advantage, while the other has a weaponry advantage. The individual strengths of the two sides are uneven. Under these circumstances, the strongmen of the Western Rout Army barely managed to hold off the offensive of the orc warriors. The battlefield has reached a stalemate. Chapter 94 Second Order World Tree. On the last night of June, Mage Reg reached the 5th stage of the intermediate level. The battle between the orcs and the Western Army reached a stalemate, but for Reg, it was a moment of harvest. The orcs attacked the Western Army's defenses, leaving behind piles of corpses both inside and outside the lines. Burying the bodies takes time and also drains the soldiers' energy. Not burying the bodies would affect the subsequent battles, and the stench from the corpses in the heat would also affect the officers and soldiers of the Western Rout Army who were resting in the defensive line. Helping to quickly dispose of the corpses became Reg's best excuse, allowing him to deal with the bodies on the battlefield sooner. unlike last time, when it took several hours after the battle to deal with the bodies. Smaller orcs generally provide less life energy, but their personal space can seemingly hold more corpses at once. Reg made no attempt to hide his own improvement in strength, which meant that he was able to create a larger personal space. On his busiest day, Reg disposed of over 20,000 corpses, and the World Tree was also gradually producing more and more fruit. Most importantly, it is the life energy that the World Tree absorbs. On July 3rd, the World Tree finally reached a height of 333.33 centimeters. The World Tree has entered a new realm, becoming a second-order World Tree. The most noticeable change brought about by the World Tree advancing to the second tier is that the magical plants planted in the small world are growing at a faster rate. The drawback is that, for the same quality of life energy, the growth effect on a second-order World Tree is significantly weaker than that on a first-order World Tree. After all, the World Tree not only needs to grow taller, but also thicker and more lush. An elevation in one's realm also signifies an elevation in one's quality. The life energy stored in the World Tree is enough for a first-order World Tree to grow 214.47 centimeters, and can allow a second-order World Tree to grow approximately 70 centimeters. For the World Tree to advance from the second to the third tier, it needs to grow to a height of 10 meters. Reg felt that it would be difficult to advance the World Tree to the third tier in this expansion war. However, Reg is already very satisfied with the current state of the World Tree, not to mention that the expansion war will not end anytime soon. Thanks to the efforts of Reg's main body and the World Tree's clone, the small world's land area has reached 6,431.83 square meters, almost 10 acres in size. With the future goal of crafting magic repeating crossbows in mind, Reg also had the 3 beast-eared girls plant magic trees in the small world. The wood felled from the magic tree can be used as the main raw material for staffs and crossbows. The battle between the orcs and the Western army continues. The two sides fought for 10 days, with nearly 200,000 orcs killed, but not many wounded. Most of the wounded orcs died on the battlefield and were unable to retreat. The Western Rout armies suffered 70,000 deaths and 40,000 wounded, not counting those with minor injuries. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The orcs could not sustain such fierce fighting, while the Western army was barely holding on. The orcs voluntarily reduced the intensity of the battle, and the daily casualties on both sides dropped from more than 30,000 to less than 10,000. The battle continues. The orcs were unwilling to accept that after achieving a great victory in the first half of the war, a large area of their land had been occupied by the Violet Kingdom. At the very least, we must drive the humans back. The Violet Kingdom has already suffered huge losses in this war, and is unwilling to have died in vain without conquering any land, especially since the nobles have not only lacked military achievements, but also lost so many territories and troops. So now if the orcs want to fight, the Violet Kingdom will oblige. The 3 fortresses standing tall in the wilderness must be firmly defended. Idel is asking for help, and so is the Marquis of Leighton. Idel appealed to Buha for help and ordered more vassal orcs to be sent to the front lines. Lord Leighton appealed to the Central and Eastern armies for reinforcements and also requested more troops from the rear. In the first half of the war, the Violet Kingdom suffered losses of over 700,000 people. Only a few 100,000 people died in the second half, so they were able to hold on. However, due to the constraints imposed by the Orc cavalry, the Central and Eastern armies faced difficulties in sending reinforcements to the Western army, and could only mobilize troops from the rear. Even reinforcements consisting mainly of farmers were an effective supplement to the Western Rout army. In addition, the Western Rout army also needs the support of some strong individuals. The Western Rout army managed to acquire reinforcements relatively easily, but it will be much more difficult for Eider to do so. The main forces deployed are the werewolves, centaurs, and their vassal races, who have already mobilized 2/3 of their strength. Neither Idel nor Buha were willing to give up so easily. Victory should have belonged to the werewolves and centaurs, not the Violet Kingdom occupying such a large area of land. Both Idel and Buck supported continuing the war, with the main attack still directed at Wattsburg. The main problem is that the sunk costs are too high. Idel's Orc army has already suffered heavy losses in the Wardsburg region, and the Violet Kingdom's Western army has also suffered heavy losses. If we persevere a little longer, we might be able to defeat the Western Rout army. Buha transferred some Orc cavalry from the Orc cavalry units that were holding back the Central and Eastern armies to support Idel. The werewolves and centaurs in the rear were urging their vassal races to send more people. Regardless of gender, age, or gender, anyone who can wield a weapon should go to the battlefield. If you don't die, it doesn't die, so why should the werewolves and centaurs of the upper race die? Both the werewolves and centaurs left a portion of their forces in the rear, enough to suppress the vassal races. Very few vassal races dared to resist. At most, some orcs chose to flee. Large numbers of vassal races, young and old, were continuously sent to the front lines under the escort of werewolves or centaurs. The low-intensity fighting between Eider's army and the Western Rout army lasted less than half a month before the intensity of the fighting began to rise as reinforcements arrived. The Battle of Watsburg was like a meat grinder, constantly devouring the lives of orcs and humans. The werewolves and centaurs did not care about the life or death of their vassal races. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom don't care about the lives of their lower-ranking soldiers. In the world of Nora, which possesses extraordinary power, the lower classes on both sides dare not resist, for they have no power to do so. Even knowing that death lies ahead, one must continue forward. The increasing number of corpses on the battlefield gave Reg a sense of bountiful joy. However, Reg had concerns, as did the Marquis of Leighton. It has been about a month since the last raid by elite orc cavalry. By now, the elves should have recovered in a month. If the spirits were to join the battle again, what tremendous impact would they have? Should we send our elite orc cavalry to launch a surprise attack on either the Central or Eastern Army? It's unlikely, as Katarina Castle and Ulysses Castle are already built, and orc cavalry forces would find it difficult to breach them. Lord Leighton felt it was more likely that the attack would be directed at the Western Rout army. It won't be about hiding orc troops anymore. They might directly unleash a spell to attack Watsburg. Lord Leighton was not worried that the elves would use magic to attack Watsburg directly, causing heavy losses to the Western army. The Marquis of Leighton's innate abilities should allow him to detect danger in advance, at which point he can simply evacuate Watsburg. But without Watsburg, how could the Western Rout army withstand the orc army? Chapter 95: Encirclement and Suppression of the Elves. The Marquis of Leighton sends messages to Princess Katrina and Duke Walsh, seeking a way to deal with the elves. Princess Katarina has a way to deal with the elves. Simply send the Blood Rose cavalry into battle and kill them. The problem is that Princess Katarina needs to stay in Katarina Castle and cannot leave Katarina Castle for long periods of time. After a moment's thought, the Marquis of Leighton had an idea. If an elf appears in the orc army and is about to attack, Marquis Leighton will sense the danger beforehand. Send the fastest flying magical beast to deliver a message to Princess Katarina and lead the Blood Rose cavalry away from Katarina Castle. They may arrive before the elves make their move. It is impossible for the orc cavalry led by Buha to capture Katarina Castle in a short time. The matter was settled, and now it was just a matter of when the elf would show up. The orc army fought fiercely with the Western army for another week, and it was already August. As evening approached on the 2nd, the Marquis of Leighton finally sensed the approaching danger. A small eagle-like magical beast, carrying a letter from Marquis Leighton, flew at supersonic speed to Katarina Castle, 100 kilometers away. The letter was delivered to Princess Katarina in less than 10 minutes. Blood Rose Cavalry, assemble. The Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment, which was already on standby, immediately assembled all its members, including both regular and reserve members. In order to eliminate the elves, Princess Katarina decided to reveal a trump card. A magic scroll containing a massive group invisibility spell, powerful enough to render all 4,000 members of the Blood Rose Cavalry invisible. The south gate of Katarina Castle was wide open, and some ordinary cavalry units left the city. The Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment, which was in stealth mode, was mixed in with them and left Katarina Castle, immediately galloping westward. Not only did they grant the entire group invisibility, but in order to get the Blood Rose Cavalry to Watsburg as quickly as possible, the Blood Rose Cavalry's mages also buffed their mounts with various status effects, increasing their stamina and speed. Reserve members generally ride high-quality warhorses, and with the buffs of mages, their speed is comparable to that of the regular members who have magical beast mounts. The magic scroll's invisibility effect couldn't last forever, but fortunately, in the darkness and far from Katarina Castle, the orcs had little chance of detecting the Blood Rose Cavalry. On the Western Route, the Marquis of Leighton ordered most of his troops to rest well during the first half of the night, and then prepare for battle during the second half. This time, the Western Route army will take the initiative to lure the orcs' attention, giving the Blood Rose Cavalry the opportunity to eliminate the elves. Through contact with flying magical beasts, Marquis Leighton learned the location of the Blood Rose Cavalry. At 1 a.m., the main force of the Western Route Army left Wardsburg and the defensive line and headed north. The Western Army's movements were quite significant and were quickly noticed by the orcs. Humans actually left the fortress defenses on their own initiative and launched an attack on us at night. Idel laughed when he received the intelligence. Whether it's night battles or open field battles, the orcs have the advantage. By not defending their fortified lines, are humans courting death? Margaret Knights sensed something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint the problem. She had no idea that Marquis Layton had already noticed the elves' presence among the orc army. Idel believed that the orc army could defeat the Western army that had left the fortress defenses, but he still asked the elves to join the battle for better safety. The Western army marched north, while the orc army marched south. Reg, who should have spent most of his time with Marquis Layton, was escorted by a squad from the Golden Lion Legion and rode a Tier 1 Golden Lion to join the Blood Rose Cavalry. Baron Catlon, can you help me find the elves? Princess Katrina asked Reg seriously. Reg answered affirmatively, yes. If it's the ability Reg told Marquis Layton, it's uncertain whether he can find the elven mage group among the orc army. Using his appraisal skills, Reg was very confident that he could find the elven mage group. The vanguard of the Western army and the vanguard of the orcs were getting closer and closer, and the two sides were about to make contact. Reg joined the Blood Rose Cavalry, which approached the orc army from the flank under the cover of night. Dozens of flares were launched into the sky, illuminating the heavens and the earth, and the Western army clashed with the orc army. The orc army's attention was focused on the Western army, while Margaret led the Elven Mage Corps to follow the central army of the orcs. The central camp was the safest place in the orc army, where Idel and a group of powerful orcs were stationed. However, after the orcs clashed with the Western army, Idel led the orc warriors to the front and fought fiercely with the Western army's warriors. The Elven Mage group remained in the center, waiting for their chance to strike. However, Margaret, a powerful expert at the Radiant Sun realm, had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Your Highness, the elves should be in that direction. Reg pointed towards the center of the orc army, in the direction of the Elven Mage group. I'll trust you this once. If you succeed, I'll reward you. If you fail, you're as good as dead, Princess Katarina said to Reg, then turned to the Blood Rose Cavalry behind her and gave the order. All troops, charge with me. The Blood Rose Cavalry charged toward the center of the orc army in a mighty procession. Reg and a team of Golden Lion's warriors protecting him followed closely behind. You all go fight, don't worry about me. I'm a space mage, and if I want to run, the orcs can't kill me. After several attempts by Reg to persuade them, he finally convinced them to give up protecting themselves and join the Blood Rose Cavalry in the battle. Led by Princess Katarina, the Blood Rose Cavalry charged into the orc army like a crimson torrent. When the Blood Rose Cavalry approached the orc army, they were discovered by the orcs, who sent their elite troops to stop them, but they were no match for the Blood Rose Cavalry. After breaking through several temporary defenses of the orcs, the Elven Mage group, which was already on the move, came into Princess Katarina's view. Katarina, how did the Blood Rose Cavalry end up here? Margaret had no choice but to lead her Elven Mage Corps to fight the Blood Rose Cavalry. Why am I here, and why are you elves here? Since you dare to participate in our battle against the orcs, you may stay here forever. Katarina laughed as she charged toward Margaret. The two powerful beings at the Sun Realm clashed, while everyone else, elves, orcs, kept their distance. The official members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, led by their vice-captain and captain, launched a siege against the Elven Mage Corps. The reserve members of the Blood Rose Cavalry were holding off the orcs' attack from the outside. The Elven Mage group was small but elite, led by Margaret, a powerful expert at the Sun Realm, along with 4 Silver Moon Realm experts and more than 10 Star Realm experts. The lowest level among them was an intermediate mage. Compared to the Elf Mage Corps, the Blood Rose Cavalry is slightly weaker in terms of the number of strong members, but the Blood Rose Cavalry has more members. One elf after another was annihilated by the Blood Rose Cavalry. The Blood Rose Cavalry also suffered heavy losses. Chapter 96, A Princess as a Reward? At the rear of the column, Reg continuously collected the corpses and souls of the Blood Rose Cavalry members. The body was placed in the personal space, and the soul was stored in the small world. The corpses were taken away to facilitate the collection of some genes, but they could not be used as nutrients for the world tree and had to be returned to the Blood Rose Cavalry in the end. Compared to the superhuman souls that Reg collected from the Western Route Army, the Blood Rose Cavalry's fallen soldiers were of higher quality. Some people have high physical gifts, while others have high spiritual gifts. Many of them were of noble birth, but joining the Blood Rose Cavalry meant severing ties with their families. Reg wants to form a made battle group, and having the Blood Rose Cavalry to guide them is the perfect solution. Unfortunately, Reg couldn't take away too many of the Blood Rose Cavalry's fallen soldiers. The battlefield was still too dangerous. The Elven Mage Corps suffered heavy losses under the Blood Rose Cavalry's attack, with even a Silver Moon Realm Elf perishing. Seeing that the orcs were unable to break through the blockade of the Blood Rose Cavalry's reserve members, Margaret had no choice but to shout to the elves, "Everyone, scatter and run." Princess Katarina is indeed very strong. She injured Margaret, but she couldn't seriously injure her. A small number of elves escaped, but most were killed. This elven mage group was essentially wiped out and could no longer pose much of a threat to the Violet Kingdom's army. As more and more orcs surrounded them, Princess Katarina gave the order to retreat. Reg sought an opportunity to collect the corpses and souls of several elves, and then retreated with the Blood Rose Cavalry. The orcs that surrounded them were no match for the Blood Rose Cavalry's charge. The Blood Rose Cavalry charged out of the orc army, marched east for a distance, then headed south to join the Western Army. The Western Route Army is locked in fierce combat with the Orc Army, and the current situation is somewhat unfavorable for them. They still need the help of the Blood Rose Cavalry. A crimson torrent surged toward the forefront of the battle between the Western Army and the Orc Army, charging forward relentlessly, fighting its way through, like a sharp sword that directly separated the two armies that had merged together. Princess Katarina, in particular, pierced the body of a Silver Moon Realm Jackal with a single spear thrust, directly intimidating the group of powerful half-orc warriors. Even though Margaret brought the surviving elven warriors to help Idel, it couldn't dispel the fear that some of the orc warriors had of Princess Katarina. The great battle ended just like that. Under the intimidation of Princess Katarina and the Blood Rose Cavalry, the Western Route Army slowly retreated. Idel considered paying a heavy price to hold off the Blood Rose Cavalry so that Buha could break through Katrina Castle, but he felt that the chances of success were very low. It is extremely difficult for cavalry to breach a heavily fortified fortress. Idel wanted to send a message to question Buha about why he hadn't noticed the Blood Rose Cavalry's departure. Considering that the cavalry could launch a surprise attack on the Western Army under the cover of the Elven Mage Legion, and that the Elven Mage Legion could do it, the Violet Kingdom was not entirely incapable of doing it either. Compared to humans and elves, orcs are far inferior. If only the orcs could establish a nation and use the power of the nation to fight against humans. The Western Route Army and the Blood Rose Cavalry returned to the Wattsburg defense line, with the Blood Rose Cavalry not staying long before leaving. Before leaving, Princess Katarina exchanged a few words with the Marquis of Leighton and Reg. "Little one, we succeeded. I want to give you a reward. What should I reward you with? How about a royal princess?" Princess Katarina said to Reg with a smile. Reg, of course, would not stare at Princess Katarina offensively, but replied, "Your Highness, I am engaged to the granddaughter of the Marquis of Leighton." Sigh, what a pity. Such a talented person was snatched up by the Leighton family. I'll think about what reward to give you when I get back. Princess Katarina waved to Reg and led the Blood Rose Cavalry away. The corpses of Blood Rose Cavalry members that Reg collected on the battlefield have all been handed over to Princess Katarina. In addition, some of the Blood Rose Cavalry's strongest members remained in Wattsburg to help the Western Route Army fight against the powerful orcs and elves. The Elven Mage Corps suffered heavy losses, and the sense of crisis that had been felt by Marquis Leighton disappeared. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Marquis of Leiden is more confident in leading the Western Army to hold the Würzburg line. After the orcs discovered that the Blood Rose Cavalry had left Wattsburg, Idel continued to lead his army to attack Wattsburg. The Elven Mage Force, their trump card, suffered heavy losses, and Idel could find no other opportunity to breach Wattsburg. On the other side, after receiving the news, Buha led his cavalry to intercept the returning Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment. The cavalry of the Central Army arrived to support the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment. After a fierce battle, the Central Army lost some cavalry, and the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment successfully returned to Katarina Castle. Buck felt that they were going to lose this war. The Violet Kingdom suffered such heavy losses before, so how did it turn out that the Violet Kingdom won? It's not that the orcs aren't strong enough. They also have the support of elves, dwarves, and winged people. It was Buck and Idel who underestimated humanity. How could a human fall in the same place twice? The Violet Kingdom's army established itself in the wasteland with just 3 fortresses and a defensive line. The Orc army suffered heavy losses and was unable to breach the 3 fortresses. Buha also felt that he and Eider cared too much about their people. Werewolves and centaurs are the strongest races in this land that resists the orcs. Besides forming elite cavalry units, in infantry attacks, vassal races' troops were used as cannon fodder, with werewolves and centaurs coming last. The werewolves and centaurs were unwilling to suffer losses, preventing the orc army from unleashing its full power. Since things have come to this is the only way. The war between the orcs and the Violet Kingdom continues. Idel continued to bring in vassal orcs from the rear to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Idel continued to try, and perhaps if he persisted a little longer, the Western army would give up and be defeated by the orc army. If the Western Route army cannot be defeated, more vassal races can be consumed. With such a large area of land occupied by the Violet Kingdom, and the area near the Violet Kingdom's new border, no orcs would come to live there. The spheres of influence of the werewolves and centaurs will shrink significantly. Without reducing the number of their vassal races, the development of the werewolves and centaurs themselves will be affected. In addition, food on the wasteland is limited, so reducing the number of vassal tribes also reduces food consumption. Humans, as a single race, are capable of fighting against other races working together. The alliance of werewolves and centaurs, despite injuring so many vassal races, was no match for the Violet Kingdom. Developing ourselves is the most important thing. Perhaps one day, the werewolf and centaur races will be able to establish a nation comparable to the Violet Kingdom. Furthermore, we need to obtain more assistance from elves, dwarves, and winged people. Chapter 97: The War That Is About to End. As long as the Violet Kingdom doesn't make any mistakes, the werewolves and centaurs have virtually no chance of breaching Wattsburg, Katrinaburg, and Ulyssesburg. Idel and Butt wanted to get more help from Margaret. Margaret said there was nothing she could do for the time being. If you want assistance, you have to apply, and it's unclear how long it will take to get approved. Even if the application is approved, the aid may not arrive even after the war ends. Idel and Buha were not disappointed, as long as there was aid. Who wouldn't want more of something that's free? The war continues. Neither the orcs nor the Violet Kingdom will withdraw their troops. However, the Marquis of Leighton has already turned some of his attention to the Kingdom of Ted, the western neighbor of the Kingdom of Violet. The Kingdom of Tide is arguably the weakest of the 7 human kingdoms. It has no special features and a lot of shortcomings. For example, the nobles of the Kingdom of Ted lived a more extravagant life, were particular about appearances, liked to compete with each other, and severely exploited their subjects. Free citizens from the Kingdom of Ted often traveled to the Kingdom of Violet to make a living. The Kingdom of Ted was the weakest, so much so that when the 7 kingdoms joined forces to launch a war of expansion, the Kingdom of Ted was the only one that was pushed back by the orcs. Among the 7 kingdoms, there are also nations like the Violet Kingdom, which were severely damaged by the orcs in the first half, but turned the tide and won in the second half. The Kingdom of Ted suffered the fastest defeat in the first half of the expansion war, with the orcs advancing to the borders of the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Ted mobilized troops from all over the country to the border to resist the orcs, but suffered another crushing defeat. After 2 consecutive major defeats, the Kingdom of Ted managed to hold off the orcs with great difficulty. However, nearly 1/10 of the Kingdom of Ted has been conquered by orcs, and the humans who did not have time to escape have been killed by the orcs. If the Kingdom of Ted cannot drive out the orcs, the surrounding countries will likely have to send troops to support the Kingdom of Ted. Marquis Leighton, however, was worried that the orcs from the Kingdom of Ted might suddenly attack the Kingdom of Violet. Fortunately, the Marquis of Leighton's fears did not come to pass. On the one hand, the Kingdom of Ted ultimately withstood the orcs' attack, and the orcs were no longer able to conquer more of the Kingdom of Ted's land. On the other hand, the orcs attacking the Kingdom of Ted also saw that the Kingdom of Ted's left and right neighbors were winning victories against the orcs. If they did not retreat, the human kingdoms on the left and right might send troops to attack them. In this situation, the orcs chose to withdraw from the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. The war between the Violet Kingdom and the orcs continued until September. The orcs finally stopped sending reinforcements from the rear and gradually withdrew their troops from the front lines. The intensity of the battle with the Western Army gradually declined. The orcs are withdrawing their troops in batches, and the Violet Kingdom has also begun withdrawing its troops in batches. This is a tacit understanding between the two parties. If neither side leaves, the two armies remain locked in a stalemate on the front lines, consuming massive amounts of military supplies. The The Violet Kingdom is much larger and more powerful than the werewolf and centaur tribes, but it is still somewhat unable to withstand such a drain. The werewolf and centaur tribes could not afford it. Nobles from the Central and Eastern armies, eager for military merit, brought their territorial armies to support the Western army. The fighting for the Western Route army will continue for several more months and is expected to end completely this winter. The nobles in the Western army, having fought enough, returned to the Violet Kingdom with their remaining troops from their territories. No, it's no longer appropriate to describe it as returning to the Violet Kingdom. Wattsburg is now the northernmost point of the Violet Kingdom's territory. Therefore, the nobles retreated with their territorial armies and returned to their territories. Many nobles of the Western Route army left, but Reg remained in Wattsburg. On the surface, he was accompanying the Marquis of Leighton, but in reality, he continued to harvest a batch of corpses every day. However, with the intensity of the battles decreasing, Reg was able to spend more time on training. It will take several more months for the mage to advance to the advanced level, but the Battle Master has already entered the second stage of the intermediate level. The title of Earl is generally associated with high-ranking extraordinary individuals. Those who do not reach the advanced level of extraordinary beings will not be granted the title of Earl. When the war ends, Reg's mage level may advance to a higher level, but he still will not be granted the title of Earl. In the history of the Violet Kingdom, there have been instances of noble titles being promoted 2 ranks at once. This is an extremely rare situation, and the nobles must make a huge contribution. For example, turning the tide of a war. Reg's contribution in this pioneering war was not enough to turn the tide. If Reg were a Viscount, he could be promoted to Earl based on his military achievements. Reg is only a Baron, but cannot be promoted to Earl based on his military achievements. Lord Leighton told Reg that as long as he made some contributions in the next war of expansion, he would almost certainly be promoted to Earl. It was impossible to jump to the rank of Earl, but the Marquis of Leighton told Reg that he could make his fief larger than the ordinary Viscountdoms of the North. A fiefdom the size of half a northern earldom is not a problem, provided that the fiefdom can only be chosen on newly acquired lands in the Violet Kingdom. In this war of expansion, many nobles of the Violet Kingdom died, some of whom were stripped of their titles, and their territories were redistributed. Such territories, cultivated over a long period, are the most sought after. The Marquis of Leighton could also try to secure 1 or 2 baronial fiefs for Reg, but no more. Reg wants his territory to be connected into one large area, but he doesn't want an enclave because he doesn't have enough manpower to manage it. After careful consideration, Reg decided to take over the Simon Baron's territory and extend it northward, as close to the border as possible, or even to the border itself. Reg didn't seem to mind that his territory had become long and narrow. They will continue to be harassed by orcs, but they will not care. The territory will face the danger of orcs, and the direct access to the wasteland will also provide greater freedom. The orcs' small-scale attacks can be blocked by ourselves. What were the kingdom's army doing, guarding the border, when the orcs launched a massive raid? Incidentally, this can also attract mercenaries, continuing the low trade tax model that Baron Catalan used to attract mercenaries and caravans. Nobles with powerful backgrounds would try to choose land they had previously managed. Nobles without a background are not even eligible to choose their fiefdom. The authorities simply divide up areas arbitrarily on newly acquired land. Of course, fertile areas and areas with special resources that are easy to find in newly developed land will be selected first. With the help of the Marquis of Leighton, Reg could choose a larger fiefdom and select his own in the newly expanded territories of the Violet Kingdom. Areas with fertile soil and areas where special resources are easily found were selected first, but they struggled to discover the resources hidden beneath the land. When he has time, Reg will walk around this land and use his appraisal skill to search for hidden treasures beneath the earth. Cultivating into a legendary powerhouse, or even reaching the realm of a saint, requires a very long time. Reg cannot spend his entire life in training. Developing his territory is also one of Reg's ways of having fun. Chapter 98 Reflections on the Way Home. Reg stayed in Wardsburg for another month. As October began, the intensity of the battle between the Western Army and the orcs continued to decline, and Reg left Wattsburg to return to Cheryl. Over the past 2 months, Reg has gained a large amount of life energy. The World Tree has reached a height of 612.41 centimeters. If all the stored life energy is used for the growth of the World Tree, it is estimated that it will be only 40 centimeters away from the third order 10-meter height. Staying in Wattsburg might offer a chance to harvest the life energy that caused the world tree to grow 40 centimeters taller. Too much of a good thing is bad. Reg also plans to use the life energy stored in the world tree to resurrect some people for his own use, and even intends to resurrect an elf to see what happens. He always helped the soldiers dispose of corpses, which many nobles thought was a hobby or quirk of his. Even though Reg is a rising star in the kingdom, some nobles with obsessive-compulsive disorder are no longer willing to associate with him. As a member of the nobility, after all, it would be best for Reg not to go too far. Even the Marquis of Leighton has his limits. Therefore, before the War of Expansion was completely over, Reg chose to run away. As the world tree grows, the land area of the small world is also increasing rapidly, now exceeding 10,000 square meters, reaching 10,726.59 square meters. The magical plants cultivated in the small world are very important for Reg's own use and for training his subordinates. After taking one last look at Wattsburg and being seen off by the Marquis of Leighton and some of his close noble friends, Reg left Wattsburg under the protection of a squad from the Golden Lion chapter. Perhaps next time, I will be the protagonist of the war. Reg's mind flashed back to what had happened during this pioneering war. Reg was just a minor baron and did not do anything particularly significant to turn the tide of the war. In the first half of the war, Reg's main achievement was gathering the remnants of the Western Route Army, forming the Catalan Cavalry Division, tying down more than 100,000 orc cavalry, and killing tens of thousands of orcs. In the second half of the war, Reg's main achievements were helping Marquis Leighton discover the whereabouts of the elite orc cavalry, finding the areas of strength and weakness of the orc army, and helping the Bloodrose cavalry find the whereabouts of the elven mage group. Reggie displayed his prowess in the first half, and his performance became widely known. The second half was relatively low-key, and only a few people knew the role that Reggie played. The main reason is that Reg himself is too weak, and he does not have a strong army to command, so he cannot make a greater contribution on the battlefield. Next time will be different. 5 years later, in the next expansion war, Reg, now a viscount, will lead a relatively powerful army from his territory to participate in the war. It's not just about the army in their own territory. 5 years is enough time for Reg to continuously improve his mage level. With his strength and battle record, Reg will not only be able to command the army of his own territory, but will also have the opportunity to command the armies of other nobles. This will give Reg more opportunities to perform on the battlefield, instead of being a minor baron who follows the crowd. On his way home, Reg took a detour to reassess the newly acquired lands of the Violet Kingdom, searching for a suitable place to become his new territory. Iron ore, copper ore, silver ore, coal ore, gold ore, magic stone or magical metal ore. The newly developed lands of the Violet Kingdom are rich in resources. However, the human race's detection and mining technologies are inadequate, making it difficult to discover deeply buried mineral veins, and even if they are discovered, it is difficult to mine them. Reg had no interest in magic stone or magical metal ores, nor did he want any gold or silver mines. These mineral veins are all under the control of the kingdom. They cannot be mined at will. Even nobles did not have the right to mint coins. Some nobles discovered rare mineral veins in their own territories and secretly began mining them. If they are not discovered, it will be fine, but once they are discovered, they will be punished by the kingdom, and in serious cases, they may even be stripped of their titles. Currently, Reg has a limited number of loyal subordinates, making it difficult for him to secretly mine rare mineral veins. It's better for him to stay away from these things altogether. Compared to rare metal veins, iron ore, copper ore, and coal ore are more important to reach. Nora's world is also capable of developing technology. There are areas where supernatural powers and technology conflict to some extent, but there are also areas where they can help technological development. For example, steam engines, gunpowder, firearms, and cannons can all be manufactured in the world of Nora. Alchemy can make them more convenient and faster. Weak superhumans cannot withstand firearms and cannons. But Reg has no intention of manufacturing them right now. Once they can create something themselves, and it is discovered by the outside world, alchemists can quickly replicate it. Perhaps the goblins and dwarves will be able to forge firearms and cannons. If the orcs use these firearms and cannons, then Reg will have a real headache. Therefore, Reg plans to manufacture the magic repeating crossbow first, rather than the guns and cannons. The power of technology will not appear in the world of Nora for a considerable period of time. Reg also lacks manpower for scientific research. Reg would be exhausted if he were to research those things on his own. On the contrary, the system of extraordinary power has risen, with the ability to appraise the world tree and small worlds. Reg has developed even faster, and it is even more difficult for outsiders to imitate. Steel remains something Reg needs. It's essential for crafting farm tools, ordinary weapons, and even low-level magical equipment. Steam engines will not be manufactured for the time being. If steel production is sufficient, Reg plans to lay railway tracks in his territory. The trains running on the tracks were not trains, but specially made horse-drawn carriages. Or perhaps they'll discover an alchemical train. When steam locomotives are built in the future, they can run directly on railway tracks. Reg even conceived the idea of showing the nobles of the Violet Kingdom the speed and efficiency of transporting goods and people by rail. In particular, it facilitates the mobilization of troops from all over the country to the front lines. By then, railway tracks will be laid throughout the Violet Kingdom. Laying railway tracks requires a massive amount of steel, but alchemists have a way to smelt steel in large quantities. However, the cost of producing steel is high, and ordinary people cannot consume much of it. With less demand for steel, production will naturally be less. Reg wanted his territory to extend straight north, leading directly to the new border. Furthermore, due to the iron ore, copper ore, and coal ore that Reg needed, the territory became somewhat irregular. These are all minor matters. The important thing is that the new territory that Reg has designated is quite large, and it is unknown whether the Marquis of Leighton can help him take over these lands. Hopefully, Princess Katarina will lend a hand then. Consider it my reward. As they drew closer to Cheryl, Reg's mind grew increasingly filled with plans for the future development of his territory. The territory needs more people, Reg needs more loyal subordinates to help him manage the territory, and he also needs to build a larger territory army. The subordinates of superhumans mainly purchase and train slaves, as well as resurrect those who died in battle. Those who are not superhumans need to be literate and able to do arithmetic. Reg felt he needed to establish some schools in his territory, allowing ordinary people to attend and learn at a relatively low price, or even for free. In human society, the extraordinary are one class, and the non-extraordinary are another. Basically, ordinary people serve the extraordinary. Reg won't change the rules, but he wants to enable ordinary people to do more. For example, replacing knights in managing villages. Loyal subordinates still need to be trained in large numbers by Reg himself. Chapter 99, The Beginning of Farming. Looking at Cheryl, Reg was filled with emotion. Before we knew it, almost a year had passed. On November 1st last year, Reg led his territory's army to Bodenbug. It is already early October, and the expansion war is expected to be completely over by November. A year passed, a long and bloody period. The Violet Kingdom lost nearly 1 million soldiers in its wars. The cost was high, but the upper echelons of the Violet Kingdom considered it worthwhile. With limited land and a large population, the Violet Kingdom was able to support even more people by expending 1 million people to create a vast new territory. It is conducive to the stability of the grassroots level. The lower classes need stability, while the aristocratic class needs change. Some nobles died on the battlefield, some were stripped of their titles for making mistakes, and some were promoted to higher ranks for their military achievements. Only a vibrant aristocratic class can ensure the healthy development of the Violet Kingdom. Otherwise, if it were the Kingdom of Ted, its territory wouldn't have increased, and it would have lost so many people to the orcs. Reg has some things he wants to change, but he doesn't have the power to do so yet, so he can only take it slowly. Under the protection of a team from the Golden Lions, Reg returned to Cheryl. There was no grand celebration this time, just a small celebration at the Lord's Manor. Reg invited his superhumans and some important officers to attend. As a new day dawned, Reg carefully pushed Emily's arm away and took a deep breath. Having finally escaped nearly a year of military life, he now has to start getting busy as a lord. The territory of Baron Catalan did not change much while Reg was away. Without the harassment of orcs, spring planting and autumn harvest proceeded normally. The biggest change was in the Lord's Manor, where several slaves with 5th-grade physical talents stepped into the extraordinary realm. However, slaves with 4th-class soul talents have not yet stepped into the extraordinary realm. Compared to the cultivation of a warrior, the initial stage of a mage's cultivation is much slower, and they need to learn more knowledge. As a result, slaves who were training as mages wondered why they didn't have the talent of a battle mage, so that they could enter the extraordinary realm sooner. For Reg, all the extraordinary individuals he trained were important, but mages were still a level above battle masters. Fighters only know how to fight and kill, but mages can represent the progress of social productivity. In the future, when researching science and technology, mages can lead a group of ordinary people to conduct the research. Emily, who was trained by the butler, worked very hard to learn from Butler Otis. Butler Otis imparted all his butler knowledge to Emily without reservation. As the number of extraordinary individuals in the Lord's Manor increased, Otis, the butler who was just an ordinary person, felt increasingly powerless. Even though he was the Baron behind him, and he was the butler while the other was just an ordinary servant, and the two were in a superior subordinate relationship. I am an ordinary person, while the other party is an extraordinary being. We belong to two different social classes. Butler Otis couldn't help but feel fear. So much so that Butler Otis wanted to pass on all his knowledge to Emily as soon as possible, so that Emily could manage those extraordinary individuals and he could just take a job and retire comfortably. On the morning of the second day after returning to Cheryl, Reg convened a meeting with the key figures from the territory who had attended the banquet the previous day. We will be very busy from now on. Before long, I will become a viscount and will receive a large fiefdom in the new lands that the kingdom is expanding. No one present was surprised to hear that the Baron was to become a viscount. They had known about this for half a year. The Baron who has performed great service will surely become a viscount. Let's start with the first thing to do, population. With the territory expanding, a large population is needed to develop it, and a large number of young and strong men are also needed to participate in the construction of Cheryl City. It is difficult to attract people to settle in the northern borderlands, especially in the newly developed lands of the kingdom. I've come up with a plan. For the first round, I'll contribute 10,000 gold coins. As long as people come to settle in my territory, after 1 month, each able-bodied man and woman can receive 10 silver coins, and each non-able-bodied man and woman can receive 5 silver coins as a resettlement allowance for them. You can send money directly, or you can exchange it for an equivalent amount of grain. I will find caravans to purchase grain from outside and send it to the territory. Upon hearing the Baron's ambitious plan of 10,000 gold coins, everyone present was finally astonished. 10,000 gold coins? That's too many. Which nobleman would directly give money to attract people to settle in his territory? At most, they would distribute a little grain, less than 1 silver coin per person on average. The Baron is very generous. 10,000 gold coins can increase the population of the territory by at least 100,000 and at most 150,000. Your Excellency, is your new territory capable of supporting more than 100,000 people? Deputy Mayor Zimmerman couldn't help but ask. Reg answered affirmatively. I am more than qualified to be promoted to Viscount, given the many military achievements I have made in the War of Expansion. My new territory will be located on newly acquired lands of the kingdom, and its area will be larger than you can imagine. It has a minimum area of 5,000 square kilometers and a maximum of 10,000 square kilometers, enough to support hundreds of thousands of people. Hiss. Many people are shocked by the size of the future Viscountry. It's important to know that the area of the Baron Catherine is only 600 square kilometers, and the area of the barons in the core area of the kingdom is generally only 300 square kilometers. The Viscountry in the north covers an area of approximately 3,000 square kilometers. The Viscount's territory in the core area of the kingdom is only about 1,500 square kilometers, and the Earl's territory is only about 7,000 to 8,000 square kilometers. In the future, the area of Viscount Catlan will far exceed that of other Viscountries in the north, and may even exceed the area of Earls in the core region of the kingdom. It was truly breathtaking. Everyone present was surprised by the size of Viscount Catlan's territory, but Reg didn't seem to notice much. The land of the Violet Kingdom becomes more fertile, and the climate warmer the further south you go. The further north you go, the more barren the land becomes, and the colder the climate. As a result, the southernmost baronies are the smallest, while the baronies become larger the further north you go. The baronies in the north are much larger than those in the south, yet their populations are the opposite. This made the nobles want the land in the south more, and not the newly developed land in the north. How much money is needed to develop a new piece of land? In other words, Reg sold the horse and obtained a large sum of money for developing his territory. In addition, the Catalan potion shop will also expand in the future, serving as the main source of funds for the territory in the short term. During the meeting, Reg assigned tasks one by one. The two most important tasks at present are to attract people to the territory and to build Cheryl City. Even though the new territory has not yet been determined, efforts to attract people can begin immediately. Those people who were attracted by the resettlement allowance must have been poor or unwilling to spend money on carriages, so they could only walk step by step to the barren Catalan territory. They need to prepare enough dry food in advance and make a simple moving plan. This cannot be implemented immediately. Their daily progress on the road was less than that of a bloated army marching. Therefore, it's best to start attracting people as early as possible. Chapter 100: The Taboo of Resurrection. How to widely publicize the immigration plan of the Lord Catalan. Reg has a good idea. This war of expansion is not yet over, but the Violet Kingdom's ultimate victory is inevitable, and the end of the war is not far off. As a result, the number of caravans coming to Cheryl gradually increased. More caravans traveled to the Bodenburg region. Many of the officers and soldiers returning from the front lines carried spoils of war. The caravan purchased the spoils of war from officers and soldiers at relatively low prices. Reg's target was these caravans. Spend a little money to have caravans promote the immigration plan of Baron Catland along the way, posting immigration advertisements. Immigration advertisements are best divided into two types. One method uses textual descriptions, while the other uses simple illustrations for explanation. After all, it is very difficult for people at the bottom of society to read. If the caravan promotes itself well, it can attract a large number of people from outside to Baron Catland's territory. Officials in the Baron Catalan will ask which caravan advertised the immigrants, and will then award varying amounts of money based on the caravan's performance. There might be situations where caravans take the money but don't do the work. This is unavoidable, and Reg can afford the losses. If Reg is willing to spend more money, he can cooperate directly with nobles in overcrowded areas. They encouraged local nobles to promote the idea and attract residents from their own territories to settle in the Baron Cartran territory. Reg gave money to the immigrants and another sum to the nobles. The expenses of cooperating with nobles will definitely be higher than those of cooperating with caravans. It all depends on how well the caravan promotes itself. If the promotion is poor, Reg will have no choice but to seek cooperation with nobles. The construction plan for Cheryl City, or rather the expansion plan for Cheryl Town, is about to begin formal preparations. Last year, Reg hired designers to design Cheryl City and the new Lord's Mansion. It took a full 3 months to complete the design. There are two versions of the expansion from Cheryl Town to Cheryl City. First, towns that could accommodate thousands of people were expanded to small cities that could house tens of thousands of people, and then small cities were expanded into medium-sized cities that housed tens of thousands of people. Reg's original plan was to first expand Cheryl into a small city, then relocate the residents of Cheryl to the newly built surrounding areas, and finally redevelop the Cheryl area. After several years of development, the small-town-level city of Cheryl will undergo further expansion. It seems that we won't have to wait for the next few years. After expanding to a small city, we will need to expand to a medium-sized city. Fortunately, the design was already done and no changes were needed. However, funding for construction is a problem. The 120,000 plus gold coins from selling the horse cannot all be used for the expansion of Cheryl Town. Other towns need to be built within the territory. Towns, especially those in iron and coal mining areas, are key projects for territory development. Perhaps we need to see how the territory's economy develops in the future and create enough attractive local products to attract merchants and mercenaries to live in the territory. Then we can sell a batch of off-plan properties. After assigning all the tasks and dealing with some territory affairs, Reg finally had some free time. On the surface, he returned to the Lord's Manor to cultivate, but in reality, Reg's body disappeared from the cultivation room and entered the small world. Owner, Master is here. The twin rabbit girls quickly noticed Reg's arrival and ran over excitedly, their rabbit ears twitching. Reg couldn't resist touching it a couple of times. Upon being touched, Duoya quickly blushed. The rabbit ears were a sensitive spot for them. They did not flinch, allowing Reg to touch them. Following behind the twin rabbit girls, the werewolf girl Mavis lingered as she approached. He called out Master, very reluctantly. Reg didn't mind and reached out to pat Mavis's head. The 3 beast-eared girls were also Reg's slaves. The female slaves in the Lord's Manor would eventually become maids. 3 animal-eared girls, they're probably more like pets. Pets are meant to be petted. Currently, there are only bunny girls and wolf girls, but cat girls, fox girls, and other female characters can be added later. Reg entered the small world this time, not to pet beast-eared girls. Standing before the world tree, which was already 6 meters tall, Reg looked at the fruit growing on its branches. A soul sleeps within each fruit. It mainly consisted of members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, impoverished noblemen, and a few elves. Reg did not intend to resurrect people directly, but rather to awaken their souls and communicate with them. Reg will only resurrect the other party if they wish to be resurrected and pledge allegiance to him. In their soul form, the World Tree Avatar can directly discern whether they are telling the truth or lying. Choose the first target, a member of the Blood Rose Cavalry. They should be older and stronger, and able to manage the other resurrected Blood Rose Cavalry members. Reg searched around, and his eyes landed on a fruit. Name, Paula Lucius. Gender, female. Age, 34. Status, in gestation. Talent, level 5 physique, / level 7 soul, / top tier fire elemental affinity, / intermediate earth elemental affinity. The Lucius family is a ducal family in the Violet Kingdom, and Paula is the daughter of Duke Lucius. Paula was a high-level battle master in her lifetime, serving as a squad leader in the Blood Rose Cavalry, with about 30 junior and intermediate battle masters under her command. The squadron leader is a Star Realm expert, the battalion commander is a Silver Moon Realm expert, and the regimental commander, Princess Katarina, is a Radiant Sun Realm expert. In the battle against the Orc army, not a single Star Realm or Silver Moon Realm expert of the Blood Rose Cavalry died. Through his World Tree clone, Reg will awaken Paula's soul, which is slumbering within the fruit. A young female soul, like a phantom, departed from the fruit. The soul's appearance is the same as it was before it died, still wearing armor. A very heroic woman. Because of her noble birth and systematic training methods, Paula's physique before her death was not as robust and muscular as the two female battlemaster apprentices of the War Maniac mercenary group, who were more masculine than men. Instead, she's like Chun-Li. Bellona, Katarina, and most of the warriors in the Blood Rose Cavalry are basically like this, possessing a unique kind of beauty. Soon, Paula opened her dazed eyes, and a few seconds later she remembered that she had been killed by the elf. Am I dead? Where am I? And who are you? Paula looked at Reg one last time. I am Reg Catalan, the master of this place. Reg introduced himself. Reg Catalan, the master of this place. Baron Catalan? Paula's eyes widened. When the Blood Rose Cavalry arrived in Bodenbug, Reg was at the height of his fame, and all the members of the Blood Rose Cavalry knew Baron Catalan. It's me. Are you dead too? Paula ignored the phrase the master of this place. I am not dead. I am alive and well. You are dead, but I can give you a chance to be resurrected. Offer your loyalty and obey my orders from now on, and I will resurrect you. But you must sever all ties with your former life. Resurrection is a taboo and must not be known to outsiders. Chapter 101 Passionate Paula. Resurrection. Paula was able to accept her own death easily. Paula, 34, who refused to accept her family's arrangement to join the Blood Rose Cavalry, had participated in many wars and witnessed her comrades die in battle more than once. Paula was mentally prepared that she too would one day die in battle. Death finally arrived. Although there was resentment in his heart, it no longer mattered to a dead person. But now, Baron Catalan, the rising star of the kingdom, claims he can resurrect himself. In the world of Nora, where supernatural powers exist, resurrecting the dead is indeed possible, though it is extremely difficult. For example, the legendary Light Mage's resurrection spell can bring the dead back to life, but the cost is very high and the targets for resurrection are quite demanding. Can Baron Catalan resurrect himself? Paula had a doubt, but it was a small one. She had already realized that she was in a soul state. Baron Catalan communicates with his deceased self, which clearly indicates that Baron Catalan is no ordinary person. Perhaps he truly has a way to resurrect himself. But, can I really be resurrected from my dead self? The resentment he felt before his death resurfaced. Given the choice to live, almost no one would choose death. Paula wanted to live. She was only 34 years old, and her short life was filled with training, practice, and battles. Resurrection does not come without a price. Paula didn't know what price Baron Catalan would have to pay, but Baron Catalan demanded that she pledge her loyalty and sever all ties with the past. These conditions are insignificant compared to resurrection. To his surviving companions and loved ones, he was already a dead man. If I could be resurrected, starting a new life wouldn't be bad. Baron Catalan, my master, why did you choose to resurrect me? Paula asked. Reg laughed and replied, that must be your luck. You're lucky to be one of the people whose bodies and souls I took on the battlefield. Luck? Paula never expected to have such good luck, the kind that allows one to be resurrected after death. Master, I accept your conditions. Even if you make me warm your bed, I will not resist. Paula showed a submissive attitude. In the Blood Rose Cavalry, a regiment entirely composed of female superhumans, Paula, not being a shy young girl, easily found herself chatting about suggestive topics when the older women got together. Through the World Tree clone, Reg could sense that Paula was telling the truth. You were a high-level battle master in your previous life. To restore you to your former level would be too taxing, so your new body will revert to the level of an ordinary person. You will need to start cultivating again. Also, do you want to change your appearance? Paula shook her head. She didn't want a stranger's face. Reg waved his hand, and Paula's soul returned to the fruit. The World Tree began to infuse the fruit with life energy, and the fruit grew rapidly, nurturing Paula's body within it. It was roughly Paula's body at age 16 before she trained, and her appearance also changed from mature to young. After thinking for a moment, Reg felt that Paula's 5th grade physical talent was too poor, so he injected some life energy to improve Paula's physical talent. He was directly promoted from a 5th grade physical talent to a 1st grade physical talent. Paula may become the leader of the Maids Battle Band. Both talent and strength are important. Once Paula's battle master level is higher, further improving her physical talent will consume too much life energy. Finally, the fruit ripened and fell from the World Tree to the ground. The fruit's outer shell cracked open slightly, revealing the naked body of a human girl with brown hair and black eyes. Paula took a short nap, and when she opened her eyes again, she saw Reg and was still in disbelief that she had been resurrected and had a body again, instead of being a soul. The girl's delicate body was completely exposed to Reg without any concealment. Reg wasn't a virgin, and looking at the scene before him, he showed almost no emotional fluctuation. Reg did not prepare women's clothes in advance, but instead put several pieces of cloth in his personal space. Take out a piece of cloth, cut it off, and cover Paula with it. Paula then realized that she had been resurrected, had regained her body, and was still naked in front of her master. Perhaps because of her age and experience, Paula didn't scream. Instead, she wrapped herself in cloth with a hint of shyness. Master, have I become younger? Paula noticed the changes in her body and knew that her physical abilities had regressed to those of an ordinary person. Yes, that's roughly how you were when you were 16. By the way, I've also improved your physical talent from average to super grade. According to my classification, that's from grade 5 to grade 1. You'll be a genius from now on. Paula was pleasantly surprised to hear Reg's words. The resurrection is a pleasant surprise. Having a youthful body is a pleasant surprise. The improvement in cultivation talent is a pleasant surprise. With 3 surprises piled up, Paula forgot their master-servant relationship and excitedly gave Reg a hug. Thank you, Master. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. No matter what you do to me, I will never resist. Reg enjoyed Paula's enthusiasm for a while before pushing her away. Reg briefly explained his plan to Paula. My goal is to become a saint, who is above the legendary level. With my talent, it will take a long time to become a saint. So, in the process of cultivating to become a saint, I plan to develop my territory for fun. Developing territory requires a group of loyal subordinates. I will resurrect you, some members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, and some impoverished noble sons who died in the Expansion War, and put them to use for me. You will now be in charge of the Blood Rose Cavalry. I understand, Master. Paula was amazed. In the world of Nora, the legendary realm transcendents were already the strongest. The last saint had long since fallen, and no new saints had been born. The Master, however, wanted to become the new saint. Thinking of her master's gifts and the magical power he possessed, Paula felt that her master could truly become a saint. When the master becomes a saint, the human race will rule the entire world of Nora, just like the elves once did, and the master will become the supreme ruler of the human race. Paula's admiration and loyalty to Reg grew stronger. As people become younger, their mindset seems to change rapidly as well. After Paula accepted these things, Reg began to revive the members of the Blood Rose Cavalry. Of course, before resurrection, the soul is awakened to inquire whether the other party is willing to be resurrected. Paula was tasked with explaining the newly resurrected members of the Blood Rose Cavalry. Reg collected the corpses and souls of 45 members of the Blood Rose Cavalry on the battlefield. Perhaps because their companions had already been resurrected, the people who followed easily accepted Reg's conditions and were resurrected by him. Of course, the most important thing is to live, not to die. Chapter 102, A Lively Little World. The Blood Rose Cavalry, resurrected by Reg, consisted of 45 members, 1 first-class talent, Paula, 1 second-class talent, 2 third-class talent, 6 fourth-class talent, 11 fifth-class talent, and 24 6th class talent. A 7th rank talent is considered a low-rank talent, and there are very few people with it in the Blood Rose Cavalry. The resurrected women were no longer members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, but rather members of Reg's maid warband. The little world has been filled with a group of beautiful young women, all of whom have returned to their 16-year-old appearance. They chattered excitedly about their resurrection. There was also curiosity about his master, Baron Catalan. Paula stopped the enthusiastic little girls from giving their owners hugs or even kisses. For the time being, they will live in the small world. First, they must cultivate and become an apprentice-level or beginner-level extraordinary being before a few people will be sent out. In the future, the number of slaves undergoing training within the Lord's Manor will increase, and more people will be needed to teach them, especially the teachings of the Dharma Masters. There is no shortage of people to teach combat masters. There are quite a few mages in the Blood Rose Cavalry. Among the Blood Rose Cavalry members resurrected by Reg, there are 11 mages. After being resurrected, both warriors and mages start from 0 in terms of cultivation level. However, mages can improve their cultivation level faster, or rather, their cultivation level recovers faster. After all, a mage's power originates from the essence of the soul. After their deaths, their souls were taken by Reg, and their bodies were taken away by Princess Katarina. Their souls remained unchanged. Even starting from ordinary human bodies, their mage level would rapidly recover as they began to cultivate. A fighter can only start from scratch. Fortunately, he had previous cultivation experience, and he was able to regenerate the same body using his own genes. Even if their physical constitution and innate talent remain unchanged, their cultivation progress will be greatly accelerated. Moreover, there are abundant cultivation resources within the small world. Paula led her men away from the World Tree area, while Reg prepared to continue resurrecting people. This time, they resurrected the fallen noblemen who died in battle. One point to note is that the impoverished noblemen that Reg chose were all unmarried. They may have parents or grandparents still alive, but they did not marry or have children. Often, the sons of fallen noble families would not marry and have children so early, unless they gave up on restoring their ancestors' glory and chose to marry, have children, and live a life of ease, or they placed their hopes on the next generation. Just like when reviving members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, when reviving impoverished noblemen, Reg also first summoned their souls and asked if they were willing to be resurrected. Unlike the members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, a small number of impoverished noble scions did indeed give up on resurrection. They were tired. I'm so tired. They made far too much effort to restore their ancestors' glory. Death would end everything, and I would never have to think about those things again. But most people still chose to be resurrected. By merely reviving a little, they understood the power of their master. The master is currently only a baron, but he will soon become a viscount, and becoming a king or even an emperor in the future is not a problem. As their master's subordinates, as long as they work hard for their master, they will surely be granted the title of noble. They call Reg master, which is more accurately interpreted as lord. This includes the resurrected members of the Blood Rose Cavalry. They are not Reg slaves, they are loyal to Reg. However, because they were resurrected by Reg, their relationship with Reg is much closer than that between a vassal and a lord. It's not only slaves who can call someone master. The resurrected people call Reg master, signifying a closer relationship between them. Compared to the members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, who started their training from scratch at the age of 16. The impoverished noble children, with bodies around 20 years old, start as apprentices or junior dosher at the level of extraordinary beings. Because Reg needs these people to manage the territory. Even without management skills, one can sit in charge of a region and let subordinates manage it. The prerequisite is having sufficient strength. One must be an extraordinary being. A dosher apprentice is stationed in a village, while a novice dosher can be stationed in a town. In the future, the Viscountry of Catland will only have one city, Cheryl. The other cities will be towns, and a junior warrior will be assigned to each one. There is no need for maid battle groups at the moment, and it is also difficult to involve women in territory affairs on a large scale. Therefore, they are suited to start their training from scratch. Apart from Paula, Reg did not improve the cultivation talents of others. He mainly saved his life energy to use on the impoverished noble children to restore their battle master level. For the time being, they will live in the small world. Later, as time goes by, one or two of them will come to Cheryl Town or later Cheryl City to seek refuge with Reg. In the small world, women and men live separately, one in the north and one in the south. Three animal-eared girls live on the east side. The small world has become lively with nearly 100 more people. Those who refused to be resurrected, and those who wanted to be resurrected but lied, had their souls and the energy of their fruits absorbed by the world tree. Now only 4 fruits containing the souls of spirits remain on the world tree, 2 male and 2 female. They were all mages, 1 at the star realm, 1 at the advanced realm, and 2 at the intermediate realm. Elves are characterized by pointed ears, fair skin, and a tall, slender figure. Even male elves are very popular in the slave market, let alone female elves. The elves certainly fit Reg's aesthetic perfectly. I already have 3 animal-eared girls. It would be nice to raise a few more female elves. They're all pets. Reg awakens the soul of Ivan Blackleaf, the most powerful elf. She and Margaret Blackleaf, the leader of the Elven Mage Corps and a powerful expert at the Sun Realm, belong to the same clan. It can also be described as a family, except that this family is extremely large. Another female elf, Sophia Huiwe, is at the intermediate level. Both Huiwe and Hai are from major clans in the Elf Kingdom. The current Elf Queen is from the Radiant Moon clan. Sophia was an ordinary member of the Shining Moon clan. Soon, Ivani's soul awoke from its slumber. "Wow, where am I? You wretched humans, I'll kill you." Evangeline tried to kill Reg with a spell, but found herself now only a soul. Souls can also launch mental attacks, but Ivan's soul was in a weakened state and unable to launch such attacks. Then Yvonne realized that she was already dead, and that her soul must have been imprisoned after death. Evil people. Ivani stopped speaking and, in her spirit form, looked at the world tree. This is. Suddenly, Ivani became very agitated. Even in her soul form, she felt a connection to the world tree. Reg's world tree clone, along with world tree Nora, should be considered mother and son. The original spirits were all children of Nora, the world tree. To use a vivid analogy, Nora, the world tree, is the queen bee, the world tree's clone is the next queen bee, and the fairies are all worker bees. The elves born from the world tree have long since died. The current elves are all descended from natural reproduction. However, the origins of the elves mean that they still maintain a connection with the world tree. Chapter 103, Making Money is Hard. This is impossible. This can't be real. No, you're not the world tree. Are you Nora's child, the newborn world tree? Feeling uneasy, excited, and thrilled, Ivani's emotions became very complex. I am already dead, but I am the luckiest elf in the world to be able to return to the world tree after death. Muttering to herself, Ivani wanted to get closer to the world tree. However, under the power of the world tree's clone, Ivani's soul was fixed in place. As Yvonne calmed down, she looked at Reg again. "Evil human, why is there a world tree here? Who are you?" Ivani questioned. "Who am I? I am the world tree. You can call me father." As she spoke, the world tree revealed the aura emanating from Reg's soul, allowing Ivani to discern that Reg and the world tree shared the same soul origin. "You're the world tree? Haha, impossible, that's impossible." Ivani was devastated and on the verge of a breakdown. It was only through the power of the world tree that Ivani's soul stabilized. Yvonne couldn't accept it. The elves were the children of the world tree, so how could the newborn world tree be an evil human? Sensing that Ivani needed time to calm down and that he couldn't subdue her for the time being, Reg sent Ivani's soul back to the fruit. The other 3 fruits on the world tree, 2 of which contained the souls of male elves, were directly absorbed by the world tree. The remaining fruit contained the soul of Sophia Radiant Moon, and Reg summoned Sophia's soul. When Sophia woke up, Reg took the initiative to say, "Little fairy, can you sense the connection between us? I am the newly born world tree, the nominal father of all fairies." Young Sophia was somewhat bewildered. "World tree. Father. Why does the world tree have a human-shaped body?" However, Sophia was able to confirm that connection with the world tree. The world tree shares the same spiritual aura as humans, which Sophia can also sense. Compared to the experienced Ivan, the young Sophia quickly accepted everything. He affectionately calls Reg father. Reg thought about it and felt that he didn't like the title father or father god, so he decided to call him master. Sophia obediently changed how she addressed him. Reg resurrected the obedient and sensible Sophia and arranged for her to live with 3 beast-eared girls, Dovi, Doya, and Mavis. Most elven mages are nature mages, and Sophia is also a nature mage, so she can teach Dovitoya and grow various magical plants together in the small world. Nature mages are the best gardeners. Sophia may not be as knowledgeable about magical plants as Ivani, but she is more than capable of teaching Dovdoya. Reg would also find time to win over Ivany. Thinking of Evangeline, Reg remembered something else. Reg collected the corpses of the 4 elves as nourishment for the world tree, but preserved their magical equipment. It includes a staff, a robe, and a spatial ring. The space is not large, less than 8 cubic meters. Spatial equipment is a relatively rare type of magical equipment. Among the 4 elves, only Ivany, who is at the Star Realm, possesses one. In the Violet Kingdom, the vast majority of barons and viscounts do not possess spatial equipment. Even if it exists, the storage space is very small, less than 1 cubic meter. Space equipment is neither important nor important to superhumans. Space equipment is relatively rare, but that doesn't mean it's very expensive. For example, space equipment with a volume of less than 1 cubic meter is something that established viscount families can afford, but there is no need for it. After all, equipment with such a small volume can only hold a limited amount of things. Unless you're an extremely wealthy nobleman, you wouldn't buy a spatial device just as a decoration. Large-capacity space equipment, such as storage space of hundreds or even thousands of cubic meters, becomes much more important. For example, a 1,000 cubic meter storage space. 1 cubic meter of military-grade black bread weighs about 600 kilograms, and a 10,000-strong pure infantry unit consumes 10 tons of black bread per day. That 1,000 cubic meter space, filled entirely with black bread, would be enough to feed an army of 600,000 for a day. By deploying air cavalry, equipped with large-capacity equipment, to shuttle between the front lines and the rear, military supplies can be quickly replenished for the army. Large-capacity space equipment has great strategic value. During the War of Expansion, Reg demonstrated that his talent allowed him to create a personal space with an enormous capacity, which aroused the envy of other nobles. Once Reg becomes a high-level mage, and another war breaks out, he might receive an urgent mission to transport a large amount of military supplies to a designated area. Normally, an esteemed high-level spatial mage would not be assigned to a transport mission. Ivany's spatial ring has a decent capacity. If Reg is short of money, he can sell it. In addition, some of Ivany's personal items in the spatial ring can also be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. However, Reg wants to develop a sustainable and profitable industry as soon as possible. The magical plants produced in the small world are the first industry. However, as the business of the Catalan Potions shop expands, even if other forces dare not provoke Reg, who has Marquis Layton as his backer, they will still conduct investigations in secret. The lack of a clear source of magical plants remains a problem. They can barely make ends meet with the plant business in the short term, but they still need to develop other industries. Reg wants to smelt steel on a large scale to make farm tools, weapons, and armor, and later build railway tracks. Given the smelting technology of the Violet Kingdom, the cost of smelting steel in Reg's own territory is likely to be higher than that in the outside world. Reg also needs to find a way to acquire other people's hidden precious smelting techniques, which is not difficult for Reg, who has the ability to appraise. We need to find ways to improve and continue to reduce costs. After that, it was all about using technology to make steel. They produce steel in their own territory to manufacture farm tools, weapons, and armor, and they also need to continue the previous low trade tax policy to attract mercenaries and caravans back to trade. Weapons and armor can be sold to mercenaries. Compared to the business of cultivating magical plants, the business of smelting steel and forging weapons and armor is more difficult, with more competitors and less profit. Reg was extremely frustrated. Other time travelers can make a fortune through businesses such as soap, bar soap, paper making, glass, mirrors, and stockings. In the world of Nora, alchemists all create these things, leaving Reg no chance to make money. Moreover, even if they didn't exist before, once Reg created these things, alchemists would quickly be able to replicate them. Unless Reg is a king or emperor with enough power to deter others from pirating within his own country, no one would dare to do so. Regardless, steel smelting will continue as normal. Building cities, cultivating farmland, and forming larger armies all require steel. After meeting my own needs, I'll earn whatever I can. Chapter 104. The plan begins. The expansion of Cheryl and the immigration plan for Baron Catalan have officially begun. The design of Cheryl City and the new Lord's Mansion has been completed, and Reg has a fairly sufficient amount of funds. The next step is to find a professional construction team to be responsible for expanding Cheryl and building the new manor. This is a huge project. The designers and construction team oversee the overall project, while the construction team members are responsible for individual subprojects, along with key technical personnel. As for the workers who don't require any skills, just recruit able-bodied young men. Reg intends to attract a large number of immigrants to his territory through the Baron Catland immigration plan. The new immigrants were not in a hurry to be allocated land, but instead became workers building Cheryl. The land needs to be cultivated, and the crops planted will take several months to mature. You can become a worker building Cheryl and even earn daily wages. A family of 5 can survive as long as one person works on a construction site. The 2 of them went to work on the construction site, and the whole family was able to eat their fill and even save some money. Earn money to buy household items. Even if I continue to make a living by farming, I will still need money to build a house, buy furniture, and buy farm tools. This point is also mentioned in the immigration program's promotional materials. Settlement allowances and jobs are very attractive to immigrants. In addition, the current Baron Catherine is no longer located at the northernmost point of the kingdom, thus reducing its danger. The designer Reg found had several familiar construction teams, so he could just hire them directly. It will take time for the construction team to arrive in Cheryl, and some preparatory work before the project begins will also take time. During this period, enough new immigrants arrived in the territory of Baron Catland. The expansion project in Cheryl is not expected to begin until March of next year at the earliest. Construction is impossible during winter, and migrants will not migrate north during the winter. The project was in its early stages during winter, and the immigrants were also preparing for their long-distance trips. Deputy Mayor Zimmerman convened the managers of foreign merchant caravans in Cheryl. The Baron is giving you a chance to earn some extra money. His territory will need a large number of immigrants in the future. We'll pay you an upfront fee for your services. You'll carry out advertising campaigns and promote the Baron Cardolan territory wherever you go. The Baron will also offer additional rewards to whoever can attract more immigrants to the Baronate of Catland. The Baron provides many benefits to immigrants. For example, each person would receive a resettlement allowance of 5 to 10 silver coins, and the town of Cheryl, which would soon be expanded, would also need a large number of workers. Furthermore, the Baron has rendered great service in the War of Expansion and will soon be promoted to Viscount. If you promote these things well, you can easily attract people to settle in Baron Catland. Faced with Deputy Mayor Zimmerman's words, most of the caravan managers accepted the task. Caravans that come to Cheryl Town are rarely large. They are mostly small or medium-sized. A round trip to Cheryl doesn't earn much money. Lord Catland's task was easy for them. It's just a matter of convenience. All I have to do is shout a few words wherever I go. The reward for the task is the extra income from this trip. If they can attract more people to settle in the Baron Catland territory, they can earn more extra money. They'd be willing to take on more of these easy money-making tasks. It's rare for a caravan from Cheryl Town to accept a mission and then not carry it out. They're just ordinary people, and there might not even be a single superhuman in the caravan. How dare you offend the kingdom's rising star, the future Viscount Catlan? Deputy Mayor Zimmerman holds a high position in Reg's territory, but unfortunately, he is not a superhuman. Reg sent knights to the Bodenburg region. Given Reg's status and his relationship with the Marquis of Leiden, he should find several prominent locations in Bodenburg, set up signs, and look for caravans willing to take on the mission. There are large caravans in Bodenburg. They make a lot of money and wouldn't care about Reg's small tasks. However, there are also small and medium-sized caravans in the Bodenburg area who don't mind earning some extra money. However, caravans in the Bodenburg region are more likely to take the money without doing any work. There were only a few hundred gold coins in total, which Reg could afford to lose. If it weren't for the heavy losses suffered by the Violet Kingdom's mercenaries during the Expansion War, Reg would have wanted to post a mission at the Mercenary Guild. Time always flies when you're busy. Reg was busy handling territory affairs and cultivating, and didn't have much time for leisure and entertainment. At most, I enter the small world every day to pet the beast-eared girls and practice swordsmanship with Emily at night. However, even though Reg's Battlemaster level was almost at the intermediate 3rd stage, Emily, who was still a Battlemaster apprentice, could not satisfy Reg. There are other maids in the Lord's Manor who have reached the extraordinary level, but their appearances are not as good. Since they have just reached the extraordinary level, the improvement in their looks is not significant. Let's wait a little longer. There are still dozens of maids cultivating in the small world. A little over a week later, Reg released 1 or 2 impoverished noble youths at the Dosher apprentice level from the small world. When he resurrected them, Reg slightly altered their appearance and gave them false names. Unless it's a close family member, they wouldn't recognize you at all. They came to Cheryl and sought refuge with Reg. Reg pretended to test them for a while before bestowing upon them the title of knight. Amidst his busy schedule, Reg was also keeping an eye on the war in the north. The battle between the Orc army and the Western army never stopped, but the intensity of the fighting continued to decline. Troops from both sides continued to leave the front lines and withdraw to the rear. After the Orc forces retreat, the Violet Kingdom will conduct thorough reconnaissance to guard against another Orc counterattack. Only after learning that the Orc troops who had retreated to the rear had disbanded were the Violet Kingdom's troops able to withdraw with peace of mind. It would take a lot of time for disbanded armies, whether they were Orc armies or Violet Kingdom armies, to regroup. If the Orcs regroup their army, Violet will have a fairly ample time to do so as well. Moreover, the Violet Kingdom will not withdraw all its troops from the front lines. At least 3 important fortresses, Wattsburg, Katrina, and Ulysses, would be garrisoned by an army of 30,000 men. The quality of the army is at least that of a regular army, and it will also be stationed with some elite troops. Not only fortresses like Fort Watts, Fort Katrina, and Fort Ulysses, new fortresses are already being built along the border. However, the newly built fortresses are slightly smaller and less sturdy, reducing construction costs and speeding up the construction process. Such a fortress can only hold an army of up to 10,000 men. Fortresses line the border, forming a sturdy defensive line that guards the borders of the Violet Kingdom. The troops stationed in the fortress are rotated regularly. There were armies directly under the king, as well as territorial armies of the kingdom's nobles. Nobles whose territories extend directly to the border do not need to station troops within their territories. After the war ends, old frontier fortresses like Bodenburg will lose their importance and become semi-fortresses and semi-cities, allowing more civilians to live there. A portion of the troops will remain stationed there. Once the enemy breaches the border fortifications, those old fortifications will become the new ones. The Kingdom of Ted used its old border fortresses as a new line of defense, and only after paying a huge price did it manage to stop the Orcs. Chapter 105 The War Ends, Gathering in the Capital. As October drew to a close, Reg's Battlemaster level finally reached the intermediate 3rd stage. He is at the same level as Verona in terms of Battlemaster realm. In June of this year, Bellona reached the intermediate 3rd Dan level, and now she is not far from the intermediate 4th Dan level. Emily can't satisfy Reg, but Bellona certainly can. Not only was he having a great time, Reg was also worried that his sword might break while he was practicing with Bellona. Both are intermediate level 3 Dan fighters, but Reg has just entered intermediate level 3 Dan, while Bellona is about to enter intermediate level 4 Dan. More importantly, Bellona also possesses the talent of divine power. With Bellona's strength, she is already capable of fighting against advanced level 1 or even advanced level 2 battle masters without being defeated. Reg's fighting prowess is insufficient for fighting opponents of higher ranks. At most, his affinity for natural elements gives him strong recovery and endurance, but he is truly no match for Bellona. It was one thing to fail to defeat Bellona, but to be defeated by her instead was something Reg couldn't accept. I'd better continue with my cultivation. Bellona has a second-class physical talent, while Reg has a first-class physical talent. Reg paid Bellona a salary and maximized his own training resources. Even though Reg is skilled in both combat and magic, he is still much faster than Bellona in his cultivation as a battle master. I'll just use my superior strength to crush Bellona later. I shouldn't humiliate myself now. Just before winter arrived, the war between the Violet Kingdom and the Orcs finally came to an end. Of the 7 human kingdoms, the Violet Kingdom was the penultimate one to end. The last Blackrock Kingdom also ended its war 2 days later. The war of expansion waged by the 7 human kingdoms against the Orcs has officially ended. With support from the elves, dwarves, and winged peoples, the Orcs achieved several great victories in the first half of the expansion war. But in the end, victory belonged to the 7 human kingdoms. The area of wasteland occupied by Orcs has shrunk by at least 1 million square kilometers. Orcs occupy approximately 1/25 of the total area of the wasteland. Defeat after defeat. If this continues, in less than 100 years the Orcs will be driven out of the wasteland and flee to the far north where ice and snow cover the land year-round. There was a lack of food, and the remaining races were competitors. The Orcs alone cannot withstand the 7 human kingdoms. Thinking of the aid received from the elves, dwarves, and winged people in this war, the Orcs took the initiative to request more assistance from the elves, dwarves, and winged people. The matter of the Orcs will not be discussed for now. The war in the Violet Kingdom has ended. In Wattsburg, Marquis Leiden, leading the Golden Lion Legion, embarks on his journey home with the last remaining troops evacuating Wattsburg. Of course, a force of 30,000 men remained in Wattsburg. After the Marquis of Leyden led his troops back to Bodenburg, the troops were disbanded and everyone returned home. However, some nobles remained. A small number of nobles and noble heirs from the Trut province, including Reg, also came to Bodenburg. The Marquis of Leyden led his noble entourage to the capital. Other nobles joined the group along the way. The nobles who went to the capital were basically those who had made meritorious contributions in the War of Expansion and would receive rewards from the king. The most precious reward is a promotion in rank, along with a fiefdom commensurate with that rank. The second highest reward does not involve a promotion in rank, but rather a fiefdom located in the newly developed territory. Afterwards, there are rewards such as cultivation resources and magical equipment, but basically no direct monetary rewards. The noble heirs who go to the capital are usually nobles who died in the War of Expansion, but whose titles and fiefs were not revoked, and someone needs to inherit the title. Many barons who died in battle without achieving any merit were stripped of their titles and fiefs by the king, including Baron Simon, Reg's neighbor. Baron Simon never returned from the wasteland. He died there, and his son was unable to inherit the title and lands. Marquis Leyden is already a high-ranking official in the Violet Kingdom and knows more information than Reg. From the Marquis of Leyden, Reg learned that this time, the king's bestowal of titles upon nobles would at most result in the promotion of viscounts to earls. No earl was promoted to marquis, and no marquis was promoted to duke. The main reason was the major defeat in the first half of the Expansion War. Throughout the entire War of Expansion, the Violet Kingdom lost more than 1 million soldiers. The nobles did not care about the deaths of ordinary soldiers and officers, but such a great loss made punishment of the nobles inevitable. If it weren't for the second half of the campaign, and the Western Route Army, led by Lord Leighton, holding off the Orcs' offensive, Lord Leighton would have inevitably been punished. The punishment is no longer in effect, but the impact on the Marquis of Leighton's promotion to Duke will continue. Even if the Marquis of Leyden makes great contributions in the next War of Expansion, it will be difficult for him to be promoted to Duke. On the way to the capital, Reg once again discussed his new territory with Marquis Leyden. On the map, Reg drew the neighboring Baron Simon's territory, and then continued north to the kingdom's new border, marking at least 10,000 square kilometers of land. Reg told Marquis Leyden about the important areas in the new territory he planned to occupy, such as those leading directly to the border and those containing iron and coal mines. As a high-ranking official in the kingdom, Marquis Leyden would also participate in the meetings to award fiefs to meritorious nobles, and could help Reg secure the scope of the new territory. When the Marquis of Leyden saw that Reg had drawn up such a large area, he felt that Reg was somewhat greedy. "You've drawn a bit too much, kid. I'll try my best to make up for it." "Thank you, Grandpa." Reg has changed his address and now directly calls the Marquis of Leyden Grandpa. The Marquis of Leyden is very optimistic about Reg's future. Reg has no powerful backing, and now the Marquis of Leyden has become Reg's backer, so the two have a very close relationship. Reg and the Marquis of Leyden were not only discussing fiefdoms. Reg also wanted to do business with the Marquis of Leyden. For example, selling the magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop to the Marquis of Leyden's territory, especially for the purchase by the Marquis of Leyden's family. Some minor nobles who were affiliated with the Leyden family were also able to obey the Marquis of Leyden's orders and purchase magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop. The land area of the small world is now 19 acres. 1/3 of the area is planted with low-level magical plants with short growth cycles. 1/3 of the area is planted with intermediate, advanced, and top-tier magical plants with relatively long growth cycles. The remaining third of the area consists of residential areas, training areas, warehouse areas, and monster breeding areas. Each day that passes, the land area of the small world increases by at least 60 square meters, and it takes 11 days to increase by 1 acre. In addition, the rapid growth bonus brought by the second-tier world tree allows for the production of low-level magical plants worth approximately 6,000 gold coins, 90% of the market price, within a month. This is basically pure profit. People only spend money to buy seeds of magical plants they've never seen before. The planted magical plants will produce seeds on their own, which can then be used to continue planting. If the planting area of low-level magical plants remains unchanged, the annual income will exceed 70,000 gold coins. Chapter 106 Goodbye Freya. The income of 6,000 gold coins per month alone is more than the annual tax revenue of some viscounts. With an annual income exceeding 70,000 gold coins, few earls can achieve this level of tax revenue. Half of the low-level magical plants produced in the small world are used by ourselves, and the other half are sold. Ideally, most of the low-level magical plants sold should be consumed by the Layton family, with a small portion sold through the Catalan Potions shop. This will minimize the impact on the plant business. The idea was good, but Marquis Layton couldn't simply switch his low-level magical plant suppliers to the Catalan Potions shop. The Marquis of Layton rose to the rank of Marquis by working his way up from inheriting his father's baronial title, and the Layton family also rose to prominence as a result. The Layton family was a newly emerging noble family, as was the Catalan family. This situation resulted in the Layton family producing relatively few magical plants, which could not meet their own needs, so they had to purchase them from outside sources. Marquis Layton engages in a trade of interests with other noble families. You purchase my magical plants, and I purchase your specialty products. In this situation, even if Reg has a better relationship with Marquis Layton cannot directly change the supply channels for the magical plants. We can only proceed step by step, starting by purchasing some low-level magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop. After discussing the magic plant business, Reg mentioned that his future territory lacked residents, and he hoped to attract a group of people from Marquis Layton's fiefdom to migrate there. The Marquis of Layton readily agreed. The Marquis of Layton's fiefdom is mainly located in the western part of the kingdom, with about two-thirds of it being contiguous, formed through land exchanges with other nobles. The remaining third of the fiefdom is located in the south, north, and east of the kingdom. The Marquis of Layton had a large population, and before this war of expansion, people starved to death every year, and many left the Marquis of Layton to make a living. Promoting the Marquisate of Layton to attract some people to migrate to the Baronate of Catalan is relatively easy for the Marquisate of Layton. He can simply delegate the task to his subordinates. As they drew closer to the capital, Reg saw an increasing amount of propaganda about immigrating to the Baron Cartran territory. The resettlement allowance of 5 to 10 silver coins per person and the large number of workers needed for the upcoming expansion of Cheryl were both very attractive to the people. Another point that made the people trust Emir Baron was also something else. It's Baron Catalan's reputation. Because of his achievements in the first half of the War of Expansion, Baron Catalan's prestige among nobles soared, making him a rising star in the kingdom. This news quickly spread within aristocratic circles. Especially after the Catalan Cavalry Division was disbanded, most of its members chose to return home, boasting about the story of Baron Catalan and the Catalan Cavalry Division along the way. More and more common people are learning about Baron Catalan. They knew that Baron Catalan had made a fortune from selling horses that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. They knew that Baron Catalan would soon become a viscount. I know that Baron Catalan's future is limitless. It wasn't just impoverished families struggling to make ends meet who were drawn by the caravan's advertisements and wanted to settle in the Baron Catalan. Even some small businessmen sensed that the future Viscountry of Catalan was full of business opportunities. They heard that Baron Catalan was going to marry the Marquis of Layton's granddaughter, and that Baron Catalan might be the next Marquis of Layton. Settle down in the Baron Catherine territory as soon as possible and grow and prosper together with the Baron Catherine territory. Now that it is winter, families who have decided to settle in the Baron Catalan are making preparations during this winter. When the weather warms up next year, we can set off for Baron Catalan. By the time we reach the relatively cold north, winter should have ended and temperatures should be warming up. Finally, the noble procession arrived at Leodor, the capital city located in the southern part of the Violet Kingdom. Unlike the north, which has already entered winter and even begun to snow, the city of Leodor, which is close to the south, is still lush and green with a mild climate. Leodora was the name of Violet Eye's father. Humans like to name places after people's first names and surnames. This method makes naming easier and also has commemorative significance. Leodor City is the largest city in the Violet Kingdom, with a permanent population of over 1 million. Cities with such large populations are mainly the capitals of various human kingdoms. To meet the needs of a city with a population of over 1 million, the entire nation's resources must be mobilized to support it. The most important factor for creating more megacities with a population of over 1 million is convenient transportation. It is needed both inside and outside the city. This wasn't Reg's first time in the capital. Having studied at the Capital Mage Academy for many years, Reg was already very familiar with the capital. Previously, when I came to the capital, I either stayed in the dormitory of the Mage Academy or in an inn. This time, he stayed with the Marquis of Layton in his luxurious mansion in the capital. This was a gift from the king to the Marquis of Layton. Not long after entering the mansion, Freya, holding onto the sides of her skirt with both hands, jogged over. Just as she was about to turn the corner, she switched from running to walking and became ladylike. Turning the corner and seeing Marquis Layton and Reg, Freya exclaimed happily, "Grandpa, Reg, you're getting married soon. Don't be so impulsive," Marquis Layton scolded Freya. Freya simply said, "Oh," completely ignoring Marquis Layton's reprimand. Reg was not a rigid and conservative nobleman. On the contrary, he liked Freya, who showed her true nature. And so, Reg settled in at the Marquis of Layton's mansion. The Marquis of Layton is very busy every day. Reg, a mere baron, simply waits to receive the king's reward in the end. While Freya was in school, Reg was cultivating in the mansion's training room, and he was not far from reaching the advanced level of a mage. Occasionally, I would go out to hunt for treasures in the superhuman market. Now that Reg is rich, he can afford even more expensive things. Moreover, the expensive items purchased on Taobao are obviously of higher actual value. He collected incomplete and flawed body tempering techniques, meditation techniques, and extraordinary potion recipes, as well as unfamiliar magical plant seeds and various other items. Reg also visited the pharmacy, buying some inexpensive potions and having some of the more expensive ones appraised. Easily obtained pharmacists strictly confidential drug formulas. When Freya wasn't in school, she would teach Reg some alchemical knowledge and research on the magic crossbow. Freya used Reg's money to buy several magic crossbows and repeating magic crossbows in the capital. Using his appraisal skill, Reg easily obtained the manufacturing methods for these magical crossbows. However, further research is needed to create a magic repeating crossbow with long range, high power, and relatively low cost. Freya alone cannot do it. Regdo needs to learn alchemy to become a qualified alchemist, and then use the identification skill to have any hope of creating the magical repeating crossbow he needs. As for inviting other alchemists to conduct research, the cost and time involved are uncertain. Most alchemists would not be willing to go to Baron Catelyn's territory. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Chapter 107 Princess Katarina's Help. In the royal palace, the dukes and marquises of the Violet Kingdom were discussing rewards for those who had distinguished themselves in the War of Expansion. This meeting has been going on for several days and is being personally presided over by King Violet 7. Princess Katarina, the eldest daughter of the three armies, also participated in the argument, but most of the time she remained silent, watching the nobles quarrel. The nobles argued about whether someone's military achievements met the criteria for becoming a baron or for being promoted to a higher rank, as well as how much land should be granted and where that land should be located. Nobles tend to favor those they have connections with, seeking to gain more benefits from their assistance. Of course, the final decision rests with the king. The recipient of the reward soon became Baron Reg Catelyn. The dukes and marquises looked at Marquis Layton. They all knew about the relationship between Marquis Layton and Baron Catelyn. From now on, Baron Catelyn would belong to Marquis Layton's faction in the Violet Kingdom. Given Baron Catelyn's military achievements, he is eligible for promotion to Viscount, said Marquis Layton. The nobles and the king present all nodded in approval. If Reg were a Viscount, he could even be promoted to Earl for the merits he has achieved in battle. The difference between a baron being promoted to Viscount and a Viscount being promoted to Earl is enormous. As for Viscount Catelyn's new fiefdom, the Marquis of Layton took out a pen and circled the territory of Baron Simon on the map. The nobles paid no attention to this small barony located in the northern part of the kingdom. However, the Marquis of Layton's next move left many people wide-eyed. The Marquis of Layton, starting from the baronies of Simon and Catelyn, headed north, bordering the new frontier of the Violet Kingdom. What a long and narrow Viscount's domain of Catelyn. The length and narrowness are not important. What matters is the area enclosed. No, this is just a Viscount's territory, but it's larger than an Earl's territory. Yes, the area is too large. It adds up to more than 10,000 square kilometers. Marquis Layton retorted, what you're talking about are earls in other places. This is the desolate and barren north. An earldom in the north is much larger than this. The other dukes and marquises also understood the Marquis of Layton's words. The noble territories in the north were generally quite large. Otherwise, the established nobles would not want fiefdoms in the north, and would instead infect the new nobles there. However, among the nobles were those who were rivals of the Marquis of Layton, or those with whom he had a bad relationship, and they did not want to see the Marquis of Layton secure such a large fief for Baron Catelyn. As for Baron Catelyn being the rising star of the kingdom, which Marquis or Duke wasn't the rising star of the kingdom at the beginning? Their strength and status mean they have no need to fear a mere baron or viscount. Several nobles stood up and disagreed with granting Viscount Catlan such a large fiefdom, and the Marquis of Leighton also had his supporters. Marquis Herbert, also from the province of Trut, spoke out on several occasions in support of the opposition. Ultimately, due to the sheer size of the Viscountate of Catalan, the opposing side gradually gained the upper hand. The Marquis of Leighton was somewhat helpless. Just then, Princess Katerina, who had been watching the commotion, stepped forward. Baron Catalan played a crucial role in the battle where my Blood Rose cavalry besieged the Elf Mage Corps, and I believe that the territory of Viscount Catalan can be divided in this way. As she spoke, Princess Katerina added another stroke to the map, making the Viscount Catherine, which Marquis Leighton had drawn, appear even wider and less elongated. In this way, the total area of the Viscountate of Catlan would reach 12,000 square kilometers. Even in the north, it is a viscountry beyond the usual standards. However, since Princess Katerina had spoken, the other nobles no longer objected. Princess Katerina is the king's sister, the commander of the Blood Rose cavalry, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies in the Expansion War, and a powerful expert in the Radiant Sun realm. Princess Katerina's status, position, and power caused these dukes and marquises to abandon their attacks on Marquis Leighton and Baron Catalan. Of course, Baron Catalan's target was too small, not involving the interests of these nobles, so there was no need to oppose him further, and Princess Katrina was given some face. Seeing that even his sister had spoken up, and that it was only a minor viscount's fiefdom, the king nodded in agreement. Thus, Greg Catalan's title and fief were decided. After today's meeting, Princess Katerina approached the Marquis of Leighton. "Thank you for your help, Your Highness," Marquis Leighton said first. Princess Katerina replied, "Tell the little guy this is my reward for him." When the Marquis of Leighton returned home, he told Reg about it, which surprised Reg. Reg himself told his men that the territory of Viscount Catlan was at least 5,000 square kilometers and at most 10,000 square kilometers. Reg would be satisfied if it were 7 or 8,000 square kilometers in size. Unexpectedly, not only did they achieve the expected goal of 10,000 square kilometers, but Princess Katerina also helped them exceed expectations. With a land area of over 12,000 square kilometers, and each square kilometer accommodating 10 people, the total population that can be accommodated exceeds 120,000. This only represents the land and population ratio of the Lord Catlan and Lord Simon's territories. Reg initially spent 10,000 gold coins, allowing the Viscount of Catalan to have a population of over 100,000. The population will continue to increase, reaching at least 300,000 to 400,000 people. Freya stayed by Reg's side and was very curious about Princess Katerina's reward. Reg briefly explained the matter. He had helped the Blood Rose cavalry locate the Elven Mage Corps within the Orc army, which was considered a merit, and Princess Katerina wanted to reward him. Princess Katerina said she would reward me with a royal princess, but I said I was engaged to her and refused Princess Katerina's reward. Hearing this, and with her grandfather present, Freya lowered her head shyly, unable to see her toes, and could only stare at the stone bricks in front of her. The Marquis of Leighton chuckled, turned, and left, leaving the young couple behind. Reg was indeed very surprised by the size of the Viscount de Catherine. A larger territory can accommodate more people, and with more people, Reg will have more room to maneuver. With a large population, the Viscountate of Catalan can develop rapidly. Mining iron, ore, and coal, and smelting steel, all require a large workforce. The expansion of Cheryl, the construction of other towns, and the repair of roads all require a large workforce. With over 100,000 gold coins in hand, and after spending several days searching for treasures in the capital, you can sell 1 or 2 valuable items. If you don't want to attract attention, you can sell some of the treasures to the Marquis of Leighton. With a larger population, it is also possible to form a larger territorial army. With a conscription ratio of 10-1, a large army of 30,000 men was formed. Normally, a duchy would only send out an army of 30,000 men during a war of expansion. Reg, a viscount, also had the idea of forming an army of 30,000 men. Of course, the idea flashed through Reg's mind, but building an army of 30,000 was simply too expensive. Chapter 108, a 17-year-old high-level mage. Reg's reward has been decided, but the rewards for some others have not yet been decided, and the Marquis of Leighton continues his meeting. When Freya wasn't in school, Reg continued to learn alchemy from her. The alchemists and array masters who are employed by mages actually belong to the same system, and both need to learn the same basic knowledge: runes. Runes are a language about the rules of the world. Different combinations of runes can exhibit different powers. Infusing them with battle aura, mana, or even directly with magical elements can unleash this power. For example, adding the power of sharpness and sturdiness to a long sword. For example, you could build a magic gathering circle to bring together the surrounding magical elements. Alchemists inscribe runes onto small objects, thus creating magical equipment and alchemical tools. A formation master inscribes runes on large objects, thus creating a formation. The capital of the Violet Kingdom is more than just a large city. Runes were engraved on the city walls, making them even stronger. There is also a massive defensive magic array that can cover the entire city. Of course, the Violet Kingdom did not have the resources to build such a large defensive array, so it spent a lot of money to hire an array master from the Mage Kingdom to do it. Runes themselves are a profound subject of study. Alchemy and array formation are extremely expensive technologies. Alchemy, formation, medicine making, puppetry, and other secondary professions for mages are all expensive and difficult to learn. For the time being, Reg is not short of money. The learning process is difficult, but with the appraisal skill, Reg can learn runes very easily. Freya was sometimes impressed by Reg's learning speed, believing that Reg would definitely become an alchemy master in the future. Freya was only taken aback by Reg's learning speed, but she was happy that Reg could achieve great success on the path of alchemy, so that the two would have a lot in common and discuss alchemy together. I'm currently studying and practicing diligently, and November will be the last month. On the third to last day of November, in the training room of Marquis Layton's mansion, Reg's mage realm officially advanced to the advanced level. A 17-year-old advanced superhuman is definitely considered a genius among humans. He's just an ordinary genius. Reg's cultivation progress was too slow in the early stages. It wasn't until he awakened his past life memories and fully unlocked his soul talent that his cultivation progress improved significantly. A genius among geniuses, even able to reach the star realm at the age of Reg. Of course, it would be good if one such prodigy appeared out of 100 million people. The entire human race only numbers in the 500 million range. However, geniuses who reach the advanced transcendent realm at the age of 16 or 17 exist not only in the Violet Kingdom, but also in other human nations. In a month, Reg will turn 18. He is still a newly promoted advanced superhuman and can only be considered an ordinary genius. His cultivation level is still a bit lacking, but Reg's strength is definitely not bad. Once you've mastered the three main spatial spells that advanced spatial mages learn, spatial slash, spatial protection, and spatial compression, even if you can't achieve the invincibility of an advanced superhuman, you'll still be able to remain undefeated. Other advanced superhumans dared not take Reg's attacks head-on, unable to break through Reg's defenses, or even catch up with Reg. He has already become a high-level mage, but Reg is even more eager to advance to a star mage. Starry Sky Space mages can learn teleportation spells, enabling them to teleport long distances and even take others with them. This made it very convenient for Reg to travel to various parts of the Violet Kingdom to buy talented slaves and treasures, and even to conduct trade. However, even with Reg's first-class soul talent, it would still take him about 3 years to advance from the advanced level to the star level in the mage realm. In other words, Reg doesn't have much need for strength for the time being. Otherwise, one can use the life energy of the world tree to directly improve physical fitness, allowing the Battle Master realm to advance rapidly and reach the star realm earlier than the mage realm. Life energy is too precious. It can make the world tree grow, and it can also revive people. The opportunity to gain a large amount of life energy in pioneering wars only comes once every 5 years. Having no immediate need for strength and no rush to defeat Bologna, coupled with his already fast cultivation speed, Reg did not expend his life energy to improve his Battle Master level. The only level that can be improved is the Battle Master realm. The Mage realm requires Reg to cultivate diligently on his own. Upon Reg's promotion to Senior Mage, Marquis Layton held a small celebration for him at his mansion. The meeting of the kingdom's top leadership to reward those who had made contributions was nearing its end. The schedule was gradually finalized afterward. For example, the time when the king receives those who have made meritorious contributions and bestows rewards, and the time when a victory banquet is held to celebrate the success of a war. Even if a kingdom cannot celebrate nationwide, the capital city should celebrate as well. These things will take time, and we hope to finish them in the first half of December if possible. In the second half of the month, The nobles in the capital will set off to return home before the new year to celebrate with their families. The new year should always be spent with family. After discussing with Reg, the Marquis of Leighton officially set the wedding date for Reg and Freya. There will be 2 wedding banquets, one large and one small. The grand wedding banquet will be held in Leyden City, the center of the Marquis of Leyden, on March 1st. The Marquis of Leighton would invite some nobles who were on good terms with him to attend. Reg would also invite relatives and some nobles with whom the Catalan family had good relations to attend. The invitations for this grand wedding banquet have been made in the last few days and will be sent out in the capital. The small wedding reception will be held in Cheryl, with only neighbors invited, and will take place on March 10th. This time, when Marquis Leighton left the capital, Freya was also leaving, officially withdrawing from the Mage Academy. The news of Freya's engagement to Reg had saddened and disappointed many noblemen. Reg thought that after arriving in the capital, someone would come to challenge him to a duel. The fact that nothing unexpected happened shows that these noble children are well-mannered and not impulsive fools. The Marquis of Leighton had finished his work and could finally rest. He then took Reg to various banquets frequently. These were all banquets hosted by dukes or marquises. With the Marquis of Leighton as his guide, Reg got to know more nobles. The Marquis of Leighton also hosted a banquet, inviting nobles in the capital who were on good terms with the Leighton family. His own banquet was the highlight, and Reg got to know all the nobles. Especially nobles belonging to the Marquis of Leighton's faction, or those directly affiliated with the Marquis of Leighton, are easy targets for Reg to do business with, since they are all on his side. Reg wanted to cultivate good relations with these nobles, and these nobles were also willing to cultivate good relations with Reg. Even disregarding the fact that Reg is the Marquis of Leighton's grandson-in-law, Reg's own achievements alone are enough to make him a worthy friend of the nobles. The Marquis of Leighton was once a rising star in the kingdom, and in the eyes of many nobles, Reg had become the next Marquis of Leighton. If Marquis Leighton hadn't acted first, the Violet Kingdom would have had no shortage of nobles who would marry into the Reg family. Chapter 109 Simon Town. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. He was received by the king along with other meritorious individuals and received the king's rewards. The king also spoke a few extra words to Reg, telling him to learn more from the Marquis of Leighton. After receiving the king's reward, Baron Cataland officially became Viscount Cataland. Finally, there is the grand celebration in the capital for 3 days. During this period, Reg attended no fewer banquets with the Marquis of Leighton. This reduced the time Reg could spend training, learning alchemy, and interacting with Freya. Fortunately, this busy period only lasted for half a month. After the 3-day celebration ended, the nobles left the capital one after another. Reg traveled with Marquis Leighton and Freya, but they parted ways halfway through the journey. Reg also took the time to buy food to fill his personal space, which had been cleared out to a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. 1,000 cubic meters of black bread is enough to feed an army of 600,000 for a day. 1,000 cubic meters of grain is enough to feed 10,000 people for 2 or 3 months. Compared to the slow pace of caravans transporting grain to Viscount Cataland's territory, it was much more convenient for Reg to personally purchase and transport grain while riding his magical beast mount. The grain merchants were astonished by Viscount Cataland's seemingly bottomless personal space. Lord Leighton also praised Reg's amazing spatial talent. At least none of the spatial mages that Marquis Leighton had ever seen could compare to Reg's spatial talent. As they were about to part ways, Reg didn't care about Marquis Leighton beside him and kissed Freya on the forehead. "See you in 2 months, and you will be my wife then." Freya gave a chime. "Grandpa, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road." Just before the new year arrived, Reg, along with several resurrected henchmen released from the small world, finally returned to Cheryl Town. Cheryl has not yet been officially expanded, but a large amount of building materials have already piled up outside. Lord Viscount. The residents of Cheryl and Reg's men all used a new form of address when they met Reg. Reg became Viscount Cataland, and his territory became the Cataland Viscountdom, covering an area of over 12,000 square kilometers. The widest part of Viscount Cataland is nearly 70 kilometers, and the narrowest part is just over 60 kilometers. The longest section, from north to south, exceeds 180 kilometers. In other parts of the Violet Kingdom, this would be the size of a county or an earldom. A prefecture can be divided into anywhere from a dozen to more than 20 towns. For the time being, the Viscountry of Cataland has only 2 towns, Cheryl and Simon. In memory of his neighbor who died in battle, Reg does not plan to change the name of Simon Town for the time being. After the new year, Reg will personally take over Simon Town. Most of Baron Simon's knights went to war with him, and none of them returned. A few knights remain in Simon Town, still waiting to see if they can pledge allegiance to the new lord. They might also be driven away by the new lord, making room for the new lord's knights. Reg will assess them. If there are no problems, they will stay, and the fiefdom of a village will not be changed for the time being. The Viscountate of Catalan is so large that its population will be very large in the future. In the absence of civilian administrators, it is still necessary to have apprentice knights stationed in each village. Knights at the initial level are stationed in various towns. Let's put these things aside for now and talk about them after the new year. To celebrate the new year and to celebrate the Lord's promotion to Viscount, the entire town of Cheryl was in a grand celebration. Reg immediately took out a batch of grain and distributed a portion to all the people in his territory. They'll be getting married in 2 months, and another batch of grain will be distributed. If I marry again in the future, I won't need to give any gifts. Emily was a little unhappy when Reg and Freya's wedding date was set, but she dared not show it at all. Only when she practiced swordsmanship with Reg at night did Emily grit her teeth and try to persevere a little longer. Once the mistress moved in, Emily knew that the number of times she would be able to warm her master's bed would be greatly reduced. Emily even worried that the mistress would hate her. Reg noticed a slight change in Emily's mood and guessed the reason, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Freya was just a novice mage, and her physical abilities were no stronger than Emily's, a 5th-level apprentice battle master. When Reg defeats Freya, Emily will have to take over. Reg is on New Year's holiday, but he has sent someone to Simon Town to inform them that he will be there on the 4th to take over Simon Town. When the men of Viscount Catalan arrived in Simon Town and found Sir George Donak, who was stationed there, they informed him that Viscount Catalan No. 4 would be coming to take over Simon Town. Sir Donak had mixed feelings. Viscount Catalan had been a nobleman for less than 2 years when he distinguished himself on the battlefield and was promoted to the rank of Viscount. His lord, Baron Simon, whom he served, had been a nobleman for over 10 years, but died on the battlefield. Knight Donak longed for his lord to achieve great merit on the battlefield and be promoted to Viscount. The reality was that Baron Simon died on the battlefield, and his territory was to be taken over by Viscount Catalan. However, there is some good news as well. Viscount Catalan's time as a nobleman was too short, and the Catalan family was a newly emerging noble family with little family foundation and few members. This means that Viscount Catalan lacks subordinates, especially those who are superhuman. Perhaps he could join Viscount Catalan's ranks, or even have the opportunity to pledge allegiance to Viscount Catalan and become his knight. Knight Donak sent word to the other 3 knights in Baron Simon's territory, Rodden Lucius, Joshua Wilcox, and Thomas Eleanor. Only 4 knights remained in the entire Baron Simon territory, all of them at the apprentice fighting master level. As for Baron Simon's wife and children, after Baron Simon had not returned for a long time, it could be basically concluded that Baron Simon had died in battle. They returned to Simon Town and left with the remaining wealth of Baron Simon. Upon receiving the notification from Sir Donak, the other 3 knights rushed to Simon Town to discuss with Sir Donak the matter of Simon Town being taken over by Viscount Catalan. We are all knights of Baron Simon. Regardless of our past relationship, we are now all in the same boat. Whatever your choice, I want to stay, and ideally become a knight of Viscount Catalan. My home is here, and I don't want to go anywhere else. I also want to stay, but I don't know how Viscount Catalan will treat us. Lord Catalan has been a nobleman for less than 2 years, so he shouldn't refuse our request to join him. If only Lord Simon were back. Like Reg's men, Baron Simon's men had hoped that their lord would return alive from the wasteland after the Western Army's defeat. Reg's men were delighted to see their lord return in triumph. Baron Simon's men did not see their lord return. Instead, they waited and waited until Viscount Catalan came to take over the territory. Seeking 5-star reviews, currently working hard on writing. Chapter 110, The Resurrected. On the morning of January 4th, a cold wind was howling. Riding a Tier 1 magical beast, the Wind Chaser, escorted by a troop of cavalry, Reg headed towards Simon Town. Also traveling with Reg were Knights Derek Virginia and Jolens Gerard. Sir Gerald was an elder in the Viscountry of Catalan, but Sir Virginia was a newcomer to the Viscountry of Catalan. The Virginia Knight, a beginner-level 2nd stage battle master, is actually a fallen nobleman's son who was resurrected by Reg. Reg gave these people a new name, the Resurrected. On the surface, the Virginia Knight was the first junior superhuman to join Reg. Now, Reg intends to give the Virginia Knight a more important role, appointing him as the mayor of Simon. Reg also wanted to appoint the elders of the Viscountate of Catland, such as the Knights of Ongley and Gerald, as mayors of the towns. The problem is that they are all still at the level of apprentice-level, master-level fighters. They lack the strength to govern a town. The youngest of the knights from the former Baron Catlan territory are now middle-aged. After all, they were originally Reg's father's knights. Unless Reg is willing to invest more resources in training them, their chances of becoming junior battle masters are very low. Witnessing the Baron become a Viscount, their status rises accordingly. Some relatively young riders are indeed thinking of giving it their all again. Even though Reg didn't invest more resources in training them, their normal welfare benefits were still improved. But many knights turned to training their sons, hoping they would become apprentice warriors. They could even go a step further, become a junior warrior, inherit their knighthood, and continue to serve Viscount Catlan. Lacking sufficient understanding and strength, the Virginia Knight became the mayor of Simon Town. Sir Gerald served as deputy mayor, assisting the Virginia Knight. Despite the disparity in strength, Sir Gerald, though unwilling to accept defeat, would obey the orders of the Virginia Knight. As he cycled toward Simon's Town, Reg felt the road needed some repairs. Not only this road, but also the road from Viscount Coffey's territory to Sherrill Town needs to be repaired. Previously, there was neither enough time nor sufficient manpower. When spring arrives, waves of immigrants will come to settle in the Viscount of Catland. As long as Reg spends money or provides food, he can hire a large number of able-bodied men to repair roads and expand Sherrill. The road needs to be extended northward to connect all the towns that Viscount Catland intends to establish, thus facilitating the transport of people and supplies. To undertake large-scale construction, roads must be built first. Reg can send supplies through his personal space, but he can't directly transport people into the small world. People still have to walk. In my past life, I believe that if you wanted to get rich, you should build roads first. In this life, for Reg, the priority is to build roads before developing his territory. After cycling for a while, Simon Town soon came into view. On the western wall of Simon Town, for knights were waiting early in the morning. When they saw what appeared to be Viscount Catland's party coming into view, regardless of whether it was him or not, they hurriedly ran towards the north gate to prepare to welcome Viscount Catland's arrival. When Reg rode his horse to the north gate, for knights, along with the guards and officers, knelt down on one knee to pay their respects. "Welcome, Viscount, to Simon Town. Please rise, everyone." Reg didn't dismount, but raised his hand to signal everyone to stand up. The officers and soldiers continued to guard the city gates, while 4 knights mounted their horses and led Reg to the Lord's Manor. This wasn't Reg's first time in Simon Town, so he was quite familiar with the town. Simon Town is just an ordinary small town with extremely poor commercial development. Simon Town is much larger in area than the fortified Sherrill Town, but has a smaller permanent population. Baron Simon's manor is much better than Reg's current manor. Once the weather warms up, the expansion of Sherrill Town and the construction of the new Lord's Mansion will begin together. The expansion of Sherrill Town will be slower, but the construction of the new Lord's Mansion should be completed in a maximum of 6 months. A Lord's Manor befitting a Viscount, but not a King's Palace, was easy to build. Reg knew some things about Simon Town, but not the specifics, so Knight Donak explained them to Reg. Simon Town originally had 11 villages, but one village was wiped out by the Wolf Riders, and the knight who was stationed in the village also died in battle. After annihilating a village and losing hundreds of people, Baron Simon led a large army of over 300 men on the expedition, but so far no survivors have been found. Now, the town of Simon, along with its 10 villages, has a total population of just over 5,600. Baron Simon's annual tax revenue barely exceeded 1,000 gold coins, making it impossible for him to save any money. Inside the Lord's Manor, after learning about the situation in Simon Town, Reg looked at Simon's knights. "What are your plans for the 4 of you going forward?" Reg asked. "Your Excellency, the 4 of us are willing to pledge our allegiance to you." Donak replied respectfully on behalf of the 4. Reg has already assessed the 4 individuals, and there are no major issues. They can all be accepted. "Yes, I accept your allegiance." George Donak, Rodden Lucas, Joshua Wilcox, and Thomas Eleanor immediately knelt down on one knee once again. Reg took out a long sword from his personal space and performed a simple knighthood ceremony for the 4 of them. After the investiture ceremony, the 4 of them remained knights, but now they were knights of Viscount Catlan. They are of the same level of strength, But one is a Viscount's knight, and the other is a Baron's knight, so the former is obviously of a higher status. Each of the 4 knights had a fiefdom, and their fiefdoms remained unchanged. Reg immediately issued a new order. From today onwards, the Knight of Virginia will serve as the mayor of Simon Town, and the Knight of Gerald will serve as the deputy mayor. The 4 of you will assist the Knight of Virginia in managing Simon Town. Yes, Your Excellency. Reg wasn't in a hurry to leave Simon Town. He led his men around the town a few times to get a more detailed understanding of its situation. If you have any thoughts, just tell the Virginia Knight. After wandering around Simon's Town for a while, I went to visit the villages below. There were no knights stationed in the 6 villages, but no trouble broke out. The knight did not return, but his wife and children remained, and the villagers were willing to obey the orders of the knight's wife or son. The knight's wife and children had been waiting for his return, but by now they had essentially given up hope. Some people planned to stay in the village, while others planned to go back to their parents' home. Reg let them choose as they pleased, without interfering in any way. Derek, Simon Town is in your hands now. I will certainly live up to the Viscount's trust and manage Simon Town well. Reg nodded, mounted his wind chaser, and returned to Sherrill Town under the escort of the cavalry. Both the Virginia Knight and the Gerald Knight remained in Simon's Town, but neither of them moved into the Lord's Manor. Even the Viscount's manor wasn't as nice as the manor in Simon Town, so they dared not overstep their bounds and move in. The Lord's Mansion in Simon Town will not be converted into the mayor's residence until the new Lord's Mansion is built. The first thing they did as mayor and deputy mayor was to distribute the grain left behind by the Lord to the residents of Simon Town. Both Sherrill and Simon belonged to the Viscount of Catland. The residents of Sherrill received food, and the residents of Simon were treated the same way. This also serves to inform all residents of Simon Town that they have now become Viscount Catland subjects. Chapter 111 Sparring with Bologna. People living in the northern part of the kingdom mostly stay at home during the cold winter and rarely go out. This situation even reduced the amount of territory affairs Reg needed to handle, allowing him to devote more time to cultivation. A week after taking over Simon Town, Reg's Battlemaster level reached the intermediate 4th stage, catching up with Bologna's Battlemaster level. Reg primarily fights using mage techniques and rarely uses warrior techniques. Because he now has more free time, Reg plans to practice his skills. Even if one's magical power is exhausted on the battlefield, one can continue fighting thanks to their strong physical abilities. Reg needs an opponent. Of all the Viscountessate of Cataland, only Bologna is suitable. The others are at most beginner-level fighters. Only Bologna is an intermediate-level fighter. Of course, if Bologna goes all out, Reg wouldn't be a match for her with just his fighting spirit and physical abilities. The two were just sparring. There was no need for Bologna to go all out. Reg sent someone to invite Bologna to the Lord's Manor. The former members of the War Maniac mercenary group had always lived in military camps. After joining Reg, they bought or rented new homes in Sherrill Town. If they have duty assignments, they still live in the military camp. More than half of the people have already considered getting married and having children. Bologna rushed to the Lord's Manor and met Reg in the arena. At this moment, Reg had changed into a black training outfit. Barona, go change your clothes. Let's have a spar. Bologna assumed that Reg was using the power of a spatial mage to spar with her, and quickly shook her head. I will not use the power of a mage. I will use the power of a warrior to spar with you. Bologna looked puzzled. The power of a battlemaster? Bologna is strong and has had many interactions with Reg, so she can sense that Reg has high physical abilities. Not only Bologna, but also some of the nobles and powerful individuals that Reg came into contact with discovered that Reg had high physical qualities. Having high physical fitness does not mean that Reg is training as a battlemaster. There are many ways to improve one's health, such as using extraordinary potions and rare and precious herbs. Mages are relatively weak physically, so if a mage could have a strong physique, it would effectively enhance their strength. No one would doubt that Reg is skilled in both combat and magic. A mid-level fighter combined with a mid-level mage is likely not as strong as a high-level fighter or mage, although the time required for both is roughly the same. Even geniuses who can cultivate both combat and magic will first train as a combat master or a magic master, and only after reaching the end of their training will they switch to another path. No doubt about it. I cultivate both combat and magic, and my battlemaster realm has reached the intermediate 4th stage, which is about the same as yours. Reg's explanation surprised Bologna. She knew that the Viscount was already a high-level mage, but she did not expect that the Viscount would be skilled in both combat and magic, and that his combat master level had caught up with hers. I'll go change my clothes right now. Bellona frequently visited the Lord's manor to guide the slaves training as warriors. There was a room in the manor where Bellona's belongings were kept. Bellona returned quickly after changing her clothes. Bellona, let's slow down. Don't use too much force. I rarely use my battle master power in battle. I see. On the fighting field, the two fought barehanded. Reg launches an offensive, Bellona defends. Bellona steadily blocked all of Reg's punches and kicks. This battle shocked Bellona. The Viscount's strength had indeed reached the level of a mid-level 4th stage battle master. On the surface, the Viscount was just a physically strong mage. No one could have imagined that his battle master level had reached such a height. Bellona understood that the Viscount currently lacked combat experience as a battle master and was using natural attribute battle chi. If the Viscount gains more combat experience and uses spatial attribute battle chi, Bellona feels that the Viscount's strength as a battle master is not much different from hers. The battle between Reg and Bellona quickly attracted the attention of some slaves in the Lord's manor, who rushed over to watch. They were astonished to see their master exchanging blows with the powerful Lady Bellona. The arena floor, which was very solid for them, was surprisingly covered with several footprints of varying depths. It turns out that the master is not only a powerful mage, but also a powerful warrior. Emily was even more surprised when she saw this. Emily, who accompanied Reg in his sword practice, knew best about her master's strong physique. She never expected that her master had already restrained himself during the practice. Reg gained some combat experience through his sparring with Bellona. After the sparring session ended, Reg took deep breaths of air. If you are in an environment with a high concentration of magical elements, sparring with Bellona can be considered a very effective form of training for a battle master. Although he knew that it was unlikely that the people present would tell anyone, Reg still reminded them not to say anything about it. Reg isn't afraid of outsiders knowing that he's skilled in both combat and magic, but he'll hide his true power when necessary. Others accidentally discovered Reg's secret of dual cultivation of fighting and magic, but in reality, Reg's secrets are even more numerous and unfathomable. On her way back to her residence, Bellona kept thinking about her battle with Reg, and many emotions welled up inside her. This is such a short time. When he first came to Cheryl Town, the Viscount's mage level was only the 5th level of the beginner stage, while he himself was a 5th level of the beginner stage battle master. The two became intermediate level superhumans one after another, and joined forces to fight against the powerful orcs during their invasion of their territory. They even joined forces to repel a half-orc at the advanced battle master level. Now the Viscount has become a high-level mage, and he is also skilled in both combat and magic, and his combat master level has caught up with mine. The stronger the Viscount becomes, the happier Bellona is, leading her brothers and sisters from the War Maniac mercenary group to join Reg's forces, signifying the Viscount's limitless future. However, being surpassed in strength by the Viscount made Bellona feel resentful. Bellona didn't want to fall too far behind the Viscount. Bellona wanted to keep up with the Viscount's pace. Soon, the members of the War Maniac mercenary group noticed that their leader was almost nowhere to be seen. Apart from necessary tasks, Bellona devoted as much time as possible to cultivation, hoping to become a high-level battle master as soon as possible. On the contrary, the other members of the War Maniac mercenary group became somewhat lax in their training after joining Reg. It's normal to become complacent once you've already started thinking about getting married and having children. Every few days, Reg would spar with Bellona to accumulate combat experience as a fighter. The training room in the Lord's Manor can be used for meditation and body strengthening techniques, but it is not suitable for sparring between two people, as they might accidentally destroy the training room. If Reg wants to improve the effectiveness of his training during sparring, he needs to gather a high concentration of magical elements in the arena. In an open-air environment, the high concentration of magical elements released by Reg from the small world will quickly be diluted by the air. There are two solutions to this. The first method is to build a larger and taller building as an indoor arena. The second method is to use a magic array to cover the arena. The Magic Gathering Array is a relatively simple array, which can be set up by array masters and apprentices. The main cost is the materials. Reg thought for a moment and realized that no matter how big the house was built, there was still a limit. It would be best to build a Magic Gathering Array for the arena. The slaves could also achieve decent training results by sparring in the arena on ordinary days. Chapter 112: The Immigration Army. As February arrived, the northern border of the kingdom was still quite cold, but the southern border was beginning to warm up. Many families and young men from the south, drawn by the caravan's advertisements, packed their bags, and embarked on a journey to Viscount Catalan. I remember a few months ago when a caravan came to promote their cause, many commoners were attracted to the Baron Catherine territory. When they learned about the situation in Baron Catland, they initially hesitated. After all, the Baron Catherine is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom, where the climate is cold and the land is relatively barren. There is even the threat of orcs. Fortunately, the kingdom won the War of Expansion, and the Baron Catherine no longer bordered the frontier, greatly reducing the possibility of being harassed by orcs. However, such a Baron Catalan territory did not hold much appeal for the people of the south. It's not just Baron Catalan that's short-staffed. The entire north is sparsely populated. People who want to survive in the north don't need to travel as far as Baron Catalan. In this context, the settlement allowance offered by the Baron Cardeland and the expansion project in Cheryl greatly increased their attractiveness to immigrants. Each able-bodied man and woman receives 10 silver coins, while each non-able-bodied man and woman receives 5 silver coins. They used the resettlement allowance to buy food, or even just black bread, which would last them about 6 months. This is very important. The straight-line distance from the southernmost to the northernmost point of the Violet Kingdom is over 1,500 kilometers. Immigrants walk an average of 25 kilometers per day, which takes 2 to 3 months. If unforeseen circumstances arise on the way, it might take more than 4 months to reach Baron Catalan. Having walked for so long without any livelihood, they'd surely starve to death once they reached Baron Catalan. The settlement allowance of 5 to 10 silver coins per person provided by the Baron de Catalan was the greatest guarantee, giving immigrants at least a 6-month buffer period in the Baron de Catalan. Whether you farm or work as a laborer building Cheryl, there's a way to make a living. Other lords in the north provided at most 1 silver coin worth of food per person, which was hardly enough to attract many immigrants. Of course, Baron Catalan's reputation is also very important. So there is basically no need to worry about immigrants not receiving resettlement allowances from Baron Catalan. By the way, he is now Viscount Catalan. The transformation from a baronial to a viscountshal title significantly increased its attractiveness to immigrants. So the people drawn to the Viscount of Catalan began preparations for a long journey during the winter. The most important thing is food. Prepare plenty of dark bread that can be stored for a long time to eat on the road. Wooden wheelbarrows were the most important means of transportation. Put your personal belongings in the stroller as much as possible, and children who cannot walk can also sit in the stroller. As for the older people, they usually stay behind. Such a long journey would basically kill them, so they'd rather stay in their hometown and live one day at a time. Immigrants should sell off any belongings they can't take with them to get some money. If you run out of food during the journey, you can buy more in the villages you pass by. Try to avoid going into cities, as you'll be charged a toll. Immigrants typically don't travel alone or with their families. Instead, several families from the same village discussed traveling together so they could look out for each other along the way. They might even form a larger group if they encounter another group heading to Viscount Catalan along the way. So, as the weather warmed up in the south, groups of immigrants left their homes and resolutely headed north. The local lords did not stop these immigrants. The Southern Territory is inherently densely populated with limited land, resulting in a significant outflow of people every year. Even so, many people in the area still starve to death. Most nobles wouldn't stand idly by while their subjects starved to death. If simply handing out food wasn't enough, they would force their subjects to leave their territories and fend for themselves. At least they won't die in their own territory. In the past, most of the people were serfs of the lord, his wealth, and would not have been able to leave so easily. The fact that human nations transformed most of their citizens from serfs into free citizens was partly due to the large population and limited land. More importantly, the human race has become stronger and has the power to protect itself. Humans were not massacred by other races, and they did not need to recruit soldiers indiscriminately to defend their homeland. If the fertility rate remains unchanged, the total population of the human race will continue to increase. Since lords generally could not support all their subjects, turning serfs into free people and allowing them to go out and find a way to survive became inevitable. The procession of immigrants to Viscount Catalan continues to grow, starting from the southern border. From thousands to thousands, from thousands to tens of thousands, from tens of thousands to tens of thousands. Some lords were very curious about the groups of immigrants, numbering in the dozens or even hundreds, and asked them where they were going. Faced with the inquiries of the noblemen, the immigrants naturally answered all questions respectfully. They were to move to Viscount Catalan in the north. Given Reg's achievements in the pioneering wars, the nobles generally knew Viscount Catalan. I know the Viscountate of Catalan, which is in the far north of the kingdom. It's very cold there. Why did you travel so far? The immigrant's next answer surprised the nobleman. Lord Cartran will give us a settlement allowance. 10 silver coins for adults and 5 silver coins for children. The nobleman couldn't help but marvel at Viscount Catalan's wealth and generosity, as he was able to afford such a high settlement fee. If tens of thousands of immigrants were to settle in Viscount Catalan would have to pay more than 10,000 gold coins as a resettlement fee. Barons generally cannot afford such a large sum of money. Only established viscounts could afford it, yet they would not offer such high resettlement allowances to immigrants. The nobleman quickly realized something. In Viscount Catalan's story, the Catalan cavalry broke through the encirclement of the Orc army and returned triumphantly from the wasteland. Each member of the Catalan cavalry had at least 3 warhorses. Viscount Catalan generously provided each member of the Catalan cavalry division with a warhorse, and the remaining more than 10,000 warhorses belonged to Viscount Catalan. Then Viscount Catalan sold most of his warhorses, earning over 100,000 gold coins. This was a fortune that even counts coveted. With such a large sum of money at his disposal, Viscount Catalan was naturally able to afford to pay the immigrants a resettlement allowance. In fact, most immigrants had heard this story and believed that the Viscount de El Cathedral was capable of providing them with a resettlement allowance. As time passed, hundreds of thousands of immigrants from the south, east, and west marched in a mighty procession toward the north. If it weren't for their attire as commoners and the fact that they rarely carried weapons, people might have thought that the Violet Kingdom was about to start another war. While a small number of immigrants, undeterred by the cold, arrived in the territory of Viscount Cartaland, Reg had already set off with his men to the territory of Marquis Leighton. Seeking 5-star reviews, currently working hard on writing. Chapter 1, 13 Wedding. Nora's world is not Earth, the same world as Reg's previous life, so the wedding ceremony is naturally different. The race with the most elaborate rituals and traditions is undoubtedly the elf race. Those elaborate rituals seem to remind the elves of the glory of the elven race in the First Age. Among the 7 human kingdoms, the weakest, the Ted Kingdom, also places great importance on etiquette. The situation is much better in the Violet Kingdom. Many strong people dislike being bound by etiquette. The wedding of Reg and Freya did not require the involvement of Reg's elders. Reg and Marquis Leighton discussed and set the date directly. Reg doesn't need to offer a betrothal gift. On the contrary, the Marquis of Leighton will provide a generous dowry. Reg could afford a dowry that would make the Marquis of Leighton proud, having already acquired quite a few fine items while treasure hunting in the capital. Since no betrothal gifts were required, Reg also tried to keep his wealth out of sight as much as possible. He was merely a minor viscount. The Marquis of Leighton was the truly wealthy and powerful. On the way, Reg thought about how generous a dowry the Marquis of Leighton would give him. No betrothal gifts are needed, but the proper pomp and circumstance should still be observed. Riding his wind chaser, Reg led 100 cavalrymen, including 2 novice warriors and 10 warrior apprentices. Showcase your strength. It was weak in the eyes of the great nobles, but for a viscount, it was already a good start. After all, the nobles all knew that the Catalan family was a newly established family with few members and a weak foundation. Reg did not inherit the title of Viscount of Catalan. Instead, he relied on the system of succession by sons to obtain a fief in a border region of the kingdom and became Baron of Catalan. He made his way in the world through his own efforts. Bologna remains in Cheryl. With Verona, possessing the strength of a high-level superhuman, stationed in Cheryl town, Reg felt very at ease. In the War of Expansion, when Reg went to the capital, and now when he went to the Marquisate of Leiden, it is essential to have a strong person in charge of the territory. The Western Route army was annihilated, and Reg did not return. It was Bologna who stabilized the territory. Bologna has made many contributions to the Viscountry of Catalan, and Reg plans to reward her handsomely in the future. On February 25th, Reg arrived in Leiden, a large city with a population of over 100,000. 5 days until Reg and Freya's wedding, Leiden City is already being decorated. It was common for marquises to marry off their daughters and granddaughters, and the higher the scale of the wedding, the more importance they placed on the son-in-law and grandson-in-law. At least in Leiden City before, the Marquis of Leiden's weddings for his daughter and granddaughter were never as grand as this one. Among the sons-in-law and grandsons-in-law of the Marquis of Leighton were many marquises and dukes, while Reg was only a viscount. This further highlights the Marquis of Leighton's high regard for Reg. This also made the Marquis of Leighton's sons-in-law and grandsons-in-law jealous. There was nothing that could be done. Reg had already achieved a brilliant record before being valued by the Marquis of Leighton. They will not only not reject Reg, but will also take the initiative to befriend him, and may even seek his help one day. With the Marquis of Leighton as his backer, and knowing Reg's abilities, the Marquis of Leighton would often praise Reg's genius to other nobles when they were out, believing that Reg would one day become a marquis, or even a duke in the kingdom, just like himself. Because of the Marquis of Leighton's high regard for Reg, nobles who were on good terms with the Marquis of Leighton, as well as minor nobles who were affiliated with the Leighton family, all came to attend Reg and Freya's wedding in person. There's no such thing as a bad relationship before a wedding. After Reg arrived in Leiden, Freya received him, and the soon-to-be married couple traveled to many places in and around Leiden. These places left Freya with many memories, and Freya told Reg about those wonderful memories. Freya felt a slight sadness in her heart. After marrying Reg, Freya Leighton will become Freya Catelyn. From now on, Freya's home will be in Viscount Catelyn, and she will return to Leiden very rarely. Sensing Freya's feelings, Reg stroked Freya's golden hair a few times and said softly, "I am already a high-level space mage. Wait a few years for me to become a star space mage and learn teleportation. Whenever you miss home, I can quickly bring you back." Freya hummed in agreement, resting her head on Reg's broad chest, breathing in Reg's scent. As the wedding day approached, the nobles who would be attending the wedding began to arrive one after another. Reg's two older brothers, Felix and Edmund, also came. Their mother, Martha, didn't come. After all, she wasn't Reg's biological mother. She made an excuse that she wasn't feeling well and didn't attend the wedding in person. Neither Reg nor the Marquis of Leighton would care about this. The arrival of Reg's two older brothers is just a matter of maintaining appearances. Meeting their brother Reg again filled Felix and Edmund with a multitude of indescribable emotions. The Violet Kingdom originally had only one Viscount Catelyn, but now there are two. Everyone favored Viscount Reg Catelyn, but paid no attention to Viscount Felix Catelyn. Felix asked himself if he would immediately join the pioneering wars after becoming a nobleman, nor did he think he could do something as extravagant as Reg. Reg was ultimately a member of the Catelyn family, and Reg's rise strengthened the entire Catelyn family. Reg was also favored by the Marquis of Leighton and married the Marquis of Leighton's granddaughter, thus having the Marquis of Leighton as his patron. Everyone knows that Reg won't stop at the Viscount. So when Felix and Edmund saw Reg again, they both had smiles on their faces and tried to strengthen their brotherly bond. Reg used his appraisal skill to examine his two older brothers and knew their character. Their relationship was originally just ordinary, but they had no intention of harming each other. After all, they were brothers. So Reg returned the smile, at least making it look better on the surface. More nobles came to Leighton, and Reg got to know them all through the Marquis of Leighton. "I met a group of nobles in the capital, and then another group here. I've basically gotten to know all the nobles related to the Marquis of Leighton." Finally, March 1st arrived, and witnessed by a host of nobles and members of the Leighton family, Reg Catelyn and Freya Leighton were married. The whole of Leiden celebrated. The wedding lasted only one day. On the second day, the nobles who attended the wedding began to leave. On the third day, Reg, accompanied by Freya and escorted by a small squad of cavalry, left first. A week later, a small wedding, or more accurately, a wedding banquet, will be held in Cheryl. Most of the cavalry were left behind by Reg to escort Freya's dowry to Cheryl town. The Marquis of Leighton received a considerable amount of supplies and people as part of her dowry. The supplies included food, metal, weapons, armor, and more, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. People include blacksmiths, carpenters, leatherworkers, etc. Reg immediately put the supplies into his personal storage space. These people were then escorted by the cavalry and slowly returned to Cheryl. In Cheryl, thanks to the arrangements made by Steward Otis, the wedding banquet is almost ready, awaiting only the return of the Viscount and Viscountess and the arrival of guests. Chapter 114 Marrying You is my good fortune. Reg, please let me go. Emily, come in quickly. In the bedroom, Reg easily defeated the two women with his sword. While in Leiden, Reg couldn't bully Freya, but when they arrived in Cheryl, Reg killed Freya with a single sword strike, leaving her completely annihilated. Unable to withstand Reg's attacks, Freya had no choice but to seek help from Emily. On her first day at the Lord's Manor in Cheryl, Freya sensed that Emily's relationship with her husband was unusual. Freya didn't care about this. Such things were normal in the Violet Kingdom, as long as they didn't happen in front of her. However, Reg's immense power made Freya quickly forget her decision, and she had no choice but to seek help from Emily. Eventually, the mistress and the slave girl ended up sleeping in the same bed. Freya was already afraid of Reg's swordsmanship, so she hid in the temporary alchemy room that Reg had prepared for her in the Lord's mansion and refused to come out. This left Reg speechless. When Reg first met Freya, he assessed her and learned about her character. Reg would never have married Freya if he didn't know her. Now that they are husband and wife, there are some things he can tell Freya. Even if Freya isn't told now, she'll soon find out what's going on, since Reg goes in and out of the small world every day. Keeping it a secret from Freya could easily affect the couple's relationship, not to mention the resurrected ones who came from the smaller worlds and joined Reg's ranks. So Reg decided to tell Freya the secret of the small world, and also improve Freya's physical talents. It's unknown how long it will take for the world tree to grow to the point where it can enhance soul talents. With a teleportation, Reg entered the locked alchemy room. Freya, engrossed in alchemy, didn't notice Reg until he got close. "Why are you here? Get out of here and don't bother me." Freya gestured to shoo Reg away. Reg grabbed Freya's outstretched hand and said, "Close your eyes. I have a surprise for you." Freya glanced at Reg with suspicion, but ultimately obeyed and closed her eyes to see what surprise Reg had in store for her. Reg opened a portal to the small world, pulled Freya into it, and they appeared beside the world tree. Upon entering the small world and noticing the changes in the ground and air, Freya opened her eyes on her own. Upon seeing her surroundings, Freya exclaimed in surprise, "Where am I?" Beside him stood a tall, lush tree, and all around him were flourishing magical plants. Freya also saw figures of humans, monsters, orcs, and even elves in the distance. "This is the surprise I'm giving you, and also my biggest secret, a small world that's constantly growing," Reg explained. "A small world," Freya muttered. "Do you know the world mother tree that the elves speak of?" Reg asked. "The legendary world tree? The elves say they were born from the world tree. I don't believe it. How could elves be born from a tree? I don't believe there could be such a magical world tree. Because the first era of the Nora world is too far removed from the current fifth era, the world tree has become a legend, making it impossible to determine its authenticity or find any evidence of its existence. Only the elves claim to have evidence, such as treasures crafted from branches of the world tree. What the elves said is true. Nora is the name of the world and also the name of the world tree. In fact, the world tree came first, and then the world of Nora. The first elves were indeed born from the world tree. Nora, the world tree, has died, leaving only a seed. I activated this seed, and it began to grow anew. A piece of land appeared at the base of the world tree to support it, and the land will gradually grow into a world. He is the newly born world tree. Rigra held Freya's hand and touched the world tree's thick trunk, letting Freya feel the world tree's greatness. Upon hearing Reg's words, Freya's emotions quickly became agitated. This is all incredible. Freya could not imagine that her husband would have such an amazing secret. Grandpa believed that Reg would become a marquis or even a duke in the future, which some people thought was an exaggeration. A living genius is a true genius, while far too many geniuses have fallen from grace. Now Freya has witnessed her husband's secret, a newly born world tree and the ever-growing smaller world. Forget kings and emperors. Reg has become the ruler of the world. Reg is the noblest man in Nora's world. Freya excitedly hugged Reg. Freya previously thought Reg was a good match for her, not because of Reg's glorious achievements, but because Reg was interested in alchemy. The two had common ground, and Reg could support her research in alchemy. Freya never dreamed of becoming the most honored woman in a country or the world. When this moment arrived, how could Freya remain calm? Even though the small world is still small, Reg's future is infinitely vast. When Freya was emotionally agitated, the people living in the small world noticed that their master and a woman had entered. That must be their mistress. Without their master's command, they did not go over and continued with their own tasks. It took Freya a long time to calm down. "Reg, marrying you is truly my good fortune. Meeting you is my good fortune." Reg learned to say sweet nothings without being taught. After exchanging sweet nothings for a while, Reg brought up the world tree again. "The first spirits were born from the world tree. My world tree is newly born and cannot yet give birth to spirits, but it can do some magical things, such as resurrecting the dead." Resurrection? What are the conditions and restrictions? Freya thought of the legendary light mage's resurrection spell. As long as the soul has not dissipated, it can be resurrected. Ideally, the body should still exist, as I can extract the body's genes and resurrect the person exactly as they were. You see many people in the small world, even elves. They all died on the battlefield. I took their souls and resurrected them. The resurrection process was quite costly. Otherwise, the world tree could have grown even more. This secret is too amazing to be revealed. Otherwise, Reg, you will soon become the richest person in Nora world. Resurrection is a safeguard for us. The world tree has other uses as well, such as accelerating the growth of plants in the small world and filling the small world with magical elements. This will also benefit you. I can have the world tree enhance your physical attributes and even grant you an affinity for natural elements. Freya was interested in improving her physical talent and gaining the talent of affinity with natural elements, but hesitated. Won't this put too much strain on the world tree? No, you're only a beginner mage. The world tree won't consume too much of your energy. Come on, sit on the ground and touch the trunk with your palms. Chapter 1:15 Immigrants gather in Cheryl. Freya obeyed Reg's command, and the world tree infused Freya's body with life energy, enhancing her physical talents and granting her an affinity for natural elements. When Freya's physical talent was upgraded to first class, and she also acquired the top-level natural element affinity talent, the life energy consumed was less than that of Reg. The higher one's physical talent, the less life energy is required to upgrade to first-class physical talent. Also, when Freya improves her physical talent, her mage level is not as high as Reg's, so the life energy consumption will be reduced. Freya's talents are now first-class physical talent, third-class soul talent, top-level water element affinity talent, top-level natural element affinity talent, and advanced fire element affinity talent. Now that you possess first-class physical talent, you will train with me as a battle master every night from now on. Freya looked terrified upon hearing Reg's words. From that day on, Freya, like Reg, began to engage in both magical combat and cultivation. However, Freya mainly trains as a battle master at night, with Reg. During the day, Freya would engage in mage training and alchemy research. Alchemy is Freya's hobby, and if she wants to study it in depth, her mage training cannot stop. Even though Freya's physical talent is now higher than her soul talent, Freya still mainly focuses on mage cultivation. After Reg's marriage, more immigrants poured into Viscount Catland, keeping Reg busy. In order to manage immigration effectively, Reg stationed people in the border areas of the territory to register those who wanted to settle in the Viscount of Catland. The resettlement allowance was given to immigrants 1 month after they settled in the Viscount of Catland. However, if it is discovered that immigrants have no money for food, some money or food will be distributed in advance. We can't let immigrants starve to death after entering Viscount Catland. Guided by the clerk, the immigrants first gathered in the Cheryl town area. Currently, Viscount Catland has 3 projects that require manpower: road construction, expansion of Cheryl town, and construction of the Lord's Manor. The 3 projects need to be carried out simultaneously, with the construction team in charge of directing them. Reg's men only need to maintain order and distribute money. By gathering immigrants in the Cheryl area, it would be possible to quickly select able-bodied young men to participate in the project. Because there are many projects, we need to recruit workers, both young and middle-aged men and women. Young and middle-aged men receive 30 copper coins per day. Young and middle-aged women receive 20 copper coins per day. A young adult male can earn 108 silver coins if he works 360 days a year. A young adult woman can receive 72 silver coins. This income made farming families in Cheryl and Simons towns envious. Farmers in Cheryl earn an average of about 200 silver coins a year from farming, but after paying half of that in taxes, their income is reduced to about 100 silver coins. Of course, young and middle-aged men and women who work as laborers do not work every day of the year. Work cannot begin during rainy weather or cold winter weather. If both husband and wife work as laborers, their income is no worse than that of a farming family. Most importantly, when immigrants arrived in the Viscountry of Catland, there were no already cultivated fields for them to cultivate directly. To acquire their own land, they need to cultivate it themselves, which takes time, making it difficult to farm this year. With a resettlement allowance and the opportunity to work as a laborer, life in the Viscountate of Cataland was considered stable. All 3 projects in Viscount Cataland have commenced and workers are being recruited. For the immigrants gathered in the Cheryl town area, there is another important matter to be addressed. Build your own home. For those who migrated to the far north, there was simply no money to build a new home. With so many people gathered here, they couldn't even build a wooden house using local materials. Thus, A home with northern characteristics was quickly unearthed by the immigrants. Yes, digging. They dug a pit about 2 meters deep and ranging in size from 8 to 20 square meters from the flat ground. The top is made of willow branches as purlins and thin tree trunks as rafters. Tree branches or reed bundles are laid on top. A layer of wheat straw is sprinkled on top. A layer of broken soil is covered on top, and then a thick layer of straw mud is applied. A dugout was thus completed. This is their temporary home. They work as laborers to earn money to support their families first, and then save money to prepare for reclaiming land and building houses in the future. Reg went to inspect the area outside Cheryl and saw rows of dugouts appearing, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Reg couldn't change the immigrants' living conditions for the time being, nor could he give them more money. Reg's treatment of immigrants was already the best in the North, which is why he was able to attract so many immigrants to his territory. The adults had all gone to work as laborers, leaving only a few children playing inside and outside the dugout. Some adults with health problems stayed behind, not only to take care of their own children, but also to take care of other people's children. There was no monetary transaction. We should help each other out, and if we have anything good, we can send some over. Seeing the children playing, Reg remembered something. It was time to build a school. We do not plan to directly establish a complete education system consisting of primary school, middle school, and university. Instead, they first established a school to teach literacy. Students should not be too young. Boys aged 13 to 15 are preferred. The 16-year-old boy, who was already an adult, was not at home at all, but worked as a laborer on the construction site. Many young men who have just come of age are already married and have children. The school currently only offers 3 courses: Chinese, mathematics, and physical education. Learn Chinese characters and some simple common sense about life. Mathematics mainly involves arithmetic. Physical education consisted of simple exercises and military training, with teachers being regular army soldiers. The learning process typically lasts 3 years, after which one becomes a minor official in the Viscount of Catland. Reg hopes they can grow into qualified village chiefs, and outstanding individuals can grow into qualified town mayors. It gets harder to go any further. You need to learn more. Some people with military talent can also join the territory's army. Before enrollment, students must sign a contract to work for Viscount Catland for 20 years, which is the cost of their education. Education is free, and breakfast is also provided. This is to attract students to study at the school. The Viscount of Cataland is not currently able to provide universal basic education. Considering the distance factor, the school is not located in Cheryl, but near the immigrant residential area, making it convenient for students to go to and from school. While it was impossible to build houses for immigrants on a large scale, it was easy to mobilize building materials to build a few schools. The school is under construction, and the teachers' issues need to be addressed. Reg was reluctant to let superhumans teach language and math, so he hired ordinary people to do it instead. Since the Viscount of Catland did not have enough people, they recruited from outside the territory, and if that failed, they purchased literate and arithmetic slaves. Reg doesn't need to do it himself. He can just delegate it to his subordinates. The territory has entered a phase of rapid development, and there are far too many things that Reg needs to consider. If Reg does everything himself, then there's no time for him to cultivate. Chapter 116, Expanding the Army. The school is under construction and teachers are being recruited, so there's no rush to recruit students. At the same time, Reg ordered the expansion of the territory's army. The army of a nobleman's territory generally accounts for 1 to 2% of the total population of the territory. In the border regions of noble territories that border Orcish lands, the proportion of the military in the total population of the territory is higher. For example, in the former Baron Catland, the army accounted for 5% of the total population of the territory. The army here refers to the territory's standing army. When necessary, a large number of young men can be conscripted into the army. Conscripted soldiers can make up 10% to 20% of the total population of a territory. Reg's initial goal for the territory's population is to exceed 100,000. As the territory developed, the number of its inhabitants continued to increase. Based on a population of 100,000, it would be impossible to form a standing army that accounts for 5% of the total population of the territory at this point. The standing army consisted of 5,000 men, and each soldier received a gold coin as a salary for a year. Officers also need to receive more pay. A standing army of this size would require 6 or 7,000 gold coins in salary per year. Food expenses, uniforms, weapon wear and tear, and other various costs amount to more than 10,000 gold coins a year. This was a huge expense for the rapidly developing Viscountate of Catland. Moreover, it will also compete for the human resources needed for various projects. Considering that the war between the Violet Kingdom and the Orcs had only recently ended, and that no new war was likely to break out in the near future, the territory did not need to maintain such a large standing army. Therefore, Reg plans to establish a standing army that comprises 1% of the total population of the territory. In the first phase of the expansion of the territory's army, Reg planned to increase the army to 1,000 men. Currently, Cheryl has a standing army of over 460 men, and Simon has a standing army of over 100 men. Before the War of Expansion, Baron Catalan commanded a standing army of over 350 men. Reg drew a company of regular soldiers and 2 companies of conscripts, plus 10 cavalrymen, to form the expeditionary force. In the end, only half of them returned, 154 people, and less than half were conscripts. In addition, 138 men from the Catalan Cavalry Division joined Reg's forces. They are now all part of the territory's army. The standing armies of the 2 towns together number about 570, and the territory's army needs to recruit about 450 more. With a territory army of over 1,000 men, Reg decided to form a cavalry battalion and 2 infantry battalions. Then, based on the growth of the territory's population, the territory's army can be further expanded. There was another important reason why the territory's army was only expanded to 1,000 men. This is the new army that Reg planned to form. The new army will employ male slaves who are still in the training stage in the Lord's Manor as mid to high-ranking officers. Perhaps some of the students who graduate from the school can become junior officers. The army will be trained using the new training methods developed by Reg, creating the army that Reg desires. There's no rush to form a new army. Let's first expand the territory's troops to 1,000 men. After the conscription notice was sent out, the conscription point was quickly crowded with young people. Even the common people at the bottom of the kingdom know that a large number of soldiers die in the expansion wars that take place every 5 years. However, there are still young people willing to join the army. These young people are willing to join the army for 2 main reasons: to earn more money or to aspire to something extraordinary. Joining the army earns you more money. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins. A young adult male can only earn 108 silver coins by working 360 days a year. In reality, it's impossible to work a full year. Being able to work for 270 days would be good enough to earn 81 silver coins. Serving in the military for a year and receiving a salary of 1 gold coin is basically pure profit. In the military, food and lodging are provided, and military uniforms are worn daily. There are hardly any expenses. The only thing that makes people hesitate is the terrible casualty rate in the pioneering war. Aspiring to the extraordinary means having the opportunity to meet extraordinary individuals in the military and hear them talk about their extraordinary abilities. Soldiers in the army have enough to eat. If a soldier has a high physique and talent, he may be able to cultivate battle chi and enter the extraordinary realm through daily training. Regardless of their reasons for joining the army, they basically have 2 things in common. They are not married and are not only children. For married men, or only children, their wives or parents certainly wouldn't want them to join the army. Only those who are unmarried and not only children are able to venture out and work hard to build a future. Some people immigrated to the Viscount de Catherine as families, while others immigrated alone. This single person is often a young person who is not an only child and is unmarried, who wants to go out and make a living. Many people gritted their teeth and ran to the recruitment point to sign up for the army. There were also enough immigrants to the Viscount of Catland, and the territory's army recruited fewer people this time, so the quota was filled quickly. 1 squadron of new recruits was sent to Simontown for training, while the rest of the recruits were trained in the Cheryltown area. This is mainly because the Cheryl area has a large number of immigrants, and there is a need for sufficient manpower to maintain order. In Reg's view, using the army to maintain order is only a temporary task. In the future, a police force should be formed to maintain order. For now, we can only keep things simple. Reg was thinking about the new army, which would be the main force of the Viscount Carteran's territory from now on. He even wanted to disband the old army and make the territory's army entirely composed of the new army. The demobilized soldiers can be used to form a police force. To build a large new army, the core of which consisted of male slaves with good cultivation talent that Reg had purchased. The problem is that, so far, Reg has purchased relatively few male slaves. With his territory under construction, Reg didn't have time to run around buying slaves with good cultivation talents. Reg thought for a moment and realized that since he couldn't buy slaves from slave markets elsewhere, he could buy them directly within his territory. There are quite a few parents willing to sell their children if the money is high enough, especially parents who are willing to sell their daughters. Soon after, Reg issued 2 more announcements within his territory. First announcement. His Excellency Viscount Catalan established 4 schools and enrolled 1,600 students. No tuition fees are required, and breakfast is provided free of charge. The program is 3 years long, and graduates must work for Viscount Catalan for 20 years before they can voluntarily resign. During their employment, they will be paid according to their position. Student requirements. Male, aged 13 to 15, with no medical conditions. Second announcement. Your Excellency Viscount Catalan requires a number of slaves. For males aged 13 to 20, the fee for selling themselves is 4 gold coins each. Girls aged 12 to 16 are sold for 2 gold coins each. There is currently no limit on the number of slots available. Every evening, they lined up at a designated location to wait for the Viscount to make his selection. At the same time, Reg instructed that the news about slaves in the Lord's Manor being given the opportunity to train be spread rapidly among the immigrants. Chapter 117, the second batch of slaves. Compared to previous conscription announcements, which received a lukewarm response among immigrants, the 2 announcements issued this time have had a significant impact on immigration. The fact that ordinary people at the bottom of society have limited knowledge does not mean they are stupid. Even ordinary people at the bottom of society know the importance of reading and writing. People who can read and do arithmetic earn more money than those who farm. The problem is that low-income families don't have the money to send their children to school. Now, the Lord is offering free schooling opportunities and a free breakfast. They even offer jobs to graduates, who can work for the Lord for life as long as they don't resign. In addition, underage boys are not allowed to work on construction sites and can only play at home. Parents were eager to send their sons of school age to the school established by the Lord to learn to read and write. I heard there are still a lot of people on the road who want to settle in Viscount Catalan. If you register late, there won't be any places left for enrollment. As a result, the recruitment locations were packed with people on the very first day the announcement was released. The staff registered all the children who wanted to enroll. As instructed by the Lord, if more than 1,600 children apply, older children will be given priority. After all, Reg is going to build more than 4 schools. He will build even more schools in the territory in the future. Moreover, every school enrolls students every year. The first announcement spurred parents to enthusiastically register their eligible children, but the second announcement caused many parents to hesitate. Because the second announcement stated that the Lord needed slaves, the parents hesitated about whether to sell their children. Parents who can make the ruthless decision to sell their children are ultimately a minority. They want to raise their own children, watch them get married, and have grandchildren. In families where life is comfortable, parents are unlikely to sell their children. Reg provided resettlement allowances for the immigrants, and 3 projects required a large workforce. The vast majority of immigrant families are able to survive. Only a very small number of immigrant families, due to illness or other reasons, are able to make the decision to sell their children earlier. Selling a child to someone else is the same as selling them to a lord. The key is that the lord offers a lot of money for indenture. Moreover, the slaves of nobles were somewhat different from those of non-nobles. In lower-class families, if someone in the family was a slave to a nobleman, others would not easily provoke them, for fear of trouble. So these parents, whose families were experiencing problems, were the first to decide to sell their eligible children to the Lord. When it comes to selling their daughter, the parents make the decision much faster. Parents would hesitate at least a little if they were to sell their son. Aside from these families that have experienced misfortune, other families with normal lives would not easily sell their children. However, the price offered by the Lord is too high, and it would mean becoming the Lord's slave. In the slave market, a healthy adult male is worth 4 gold coins, and a female is worth 2 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, it cannot be sold at this price. Malnutrition is very common among people at the bottom of society. Families migrated from afar to the Viscount of Catalan in the northern border of the kingdom. The journey was relatively smooth, but upon arriving in the Viscount of Catalan, they began to worry about the future, as they did not have much savings. Immigration is inherently a dangerous thing. People only risk immigrating to unfamiliar places when they can no longer make a living in their hometown. It's common to die on the road or fall ill and die after arriving at your destination due to acclimatization issues. Having sufficient savings allows a family to better withstand risks. Sons are meant to carry on the family line and cannot be sold. Daughters, once grown up, belong to another family and can be sold. Some clever parents will proactively tell their daughters about the family situation and the benefits of becoming a lord's slave, making their daughters willing to sell themselves into slavery. If the daughter is lucky enough to be chosen and bought by the lord, the relationship between the parents and the daughter will continue. There are also a few parents who don't care about their daughter's thoughts at all and are only thinking about selling their daughters for money. It wasn't until news of slaves in the lord's manor gaining the right to cultivate spread among the immigrants that the young men, who had fantasized about knights, nobles, and extraordinary beings since childhood, actually took the initiative to sell themselves into slavery. Mom and Dad, I want to be the Lord's slave. I want to become a superhuman. I've made up my mind. I'm going to sell myself to the Lord. My parents will also get the money from my sale so that our family can settle down here. If the only son in the family decides to sell himself into slavery, the parents will strongly disagree. If he is not an only child, his parents will discuss the matter carefully with him. And if he is determined, his parents will generally agree. The announcement stated that there were different age requirements for male and female slaves, with a wider age range for male slaves. This situation even led some adult men who had signed up for military service or worked on construction sites to want to try their luck in becoming the Lord's slave. That's an opportunity to cultivate and become an extraordinary being. Given the opportunity at hand, they would be willing to go from being free citizens to slaves, let alone become slaves of nobles. However, becoming Reg's slave is not an easy thing. By evening, all 4 designated locations outside Cheryl were packed with people. The staff stipulated that only those who registered to sell themselves into slavery could queue up, while everyone else had to wait outside. Reg rode his wind chaser to the first location. Having become a high-level mage, Reg's soul essence has grown stronger, enabling him to use the appraisal spell more often and to appraise a group of people at once. Reg cast an appraisal spell on the group of people, only appraising their physical and spiritual talents. Appraising a single person consumed very little mental energy. In Reg's view, the cultivation talent level appeared above the head of the person being assessed. Most people have level 9 or level 8 talent. About 1/10 of them have level 7 talent, and about 1% have level 6 talent. People with 5th grade talent are few and far between. There were 700 or 800 people at one location, but Reg only pointed out less than 10 people and asked the rest to leave. This was only the first round of screening. Reg used his appraisal technique to conduct a second screening to see what kind of character these people with good cultivation talent had. Children from farming families are generally more honest and simple, and most of those selected in the first round passed the second round of screening. At 4 locations, more than 3,000 eligible people gathered, but only 28 were ultimately bought by Reg. Among them, there is only 1 4th level talent, 2 5th level talent, and the remaining 25 are 6th level talent. Their predecessors, the first batch of 36 slaves, were mostly men, mostly warriors, and mostly mages. The second batch of 28 slaves consisted of 2 more women than men, and there were more fighting masters than magic masters. Reg gave the order that anyone who came today need not come again. Chapter 118 The School in the New Lord's Mansion. More than 3,000 people gathered at 4 designated locations, wanting to sell themselves into slavery, but in the end only 28 were chosen by the Lord. On average, only 1 in every 100 people will appear, which is a very small probability. Those who were willing to sell themselves into slavery, and those parents who wanted to sell their children, were extremely disappointed, having missed a good opportunity. It's fair to say that being a slave to a nobleman was no easy task. There are many people outside who voluntarily become slaves of nobles without paying for their servitude, but nobles do not accept just any slave. At the very least, the female slaves had to be beautiful, and the male slaves had to be strong. Reg returned to the Lord's manor with the second batch of slaves, who were settled by their predecessors. Slaves who have just entered the Lord's manor must work diligently for a month before they can be given the opportunity to read, write, and train. The arrival of new slaves put pressure on the first batch of slaves. Their biggest worry is that newcomers will reach the extraordinary level faster than they will. Freya, seeing this, was curious and casually asked, "Are they all very talented in cultivation?" Reg shook his head and said, "I can only say that their talents are average. Most of them are 6th grade talents, 2 are 5th grade talents, and 1 is 4th grade talents. It is very difficult for ordinary people to have high talents." Freya already knew about Reg's reclassification of cultivation talents and understood the hierarchy of 6th, 5th, and 4th grade talents. Every day, immigrants enter the territory of Viscount Catland. Every day, people come to a designated location outside Cheryl Town, wanting to become the Lord's slave. Reg bought the most slaves on the first day, mainly because he had accumulated a large number of immigrants in the early stages. After that, only a few slaves were harvested each day, mostly 6th level and 5th level talents, with 4th level talents being extremely rare. Cultivation talent can be inherited. Those with high talent are more likely to emerge from among noble children, while commoners generally have lower talent. For ordinary people to possess high cultivation talent, they either need to rely on mutation or luck to be struck by rare and precious treasures. Cheryl is a small town, covering an area of 1 square kilometer, and can accommodate 10,000 to 20,000 people. Because after expanding to a small town, there will be further expansions, so this expansion of Cheryl Town will not involve building city walls. Instead, city walls will be built during the next expansion. The new Lord's Mansion currently under construction covers an area of 100,000 square meters, or 150 acres. The new Lord's Manor has 2 important areas, the Maid School and the Superhuman School. After a slave works in the Lord's Manor for a month and performs well, he will be qualified to enter the Maid School and the Superhuman School for training. Female slaves enter maid schools to learn and be trained to become domestic maids and combat maids. Male slaves are sent to schools for the superhumans to be trained into superhumans, and at the same time, they are trained in different directions. For example, combat direction, command direction, alchemy direction, pharmaceutical direction, etc. The reason it's a school for extraordinary individuals, not a school for male servants, is that Reg never intended to train male slaves to become male servants. From now on, there will only be female servants in the Lord's Manor, no male servants. Once the male slaves become superhumans, they may be able to take up jobs, such as joining the military. At this time, they were still Reg's slaves. If they perform enough merits, Reg will release them from their indenture. Reg will tell all the male slaves about this once the new Lord's Mansion is completed and put into use, and the school for extraordinary individuals opens. This is to gain more loyalty from the male slaves and to motivate them to train harder. After investing a great deal of manpower and resources, the construction of the new Lord's Mansion took as long as 6 months and was not expected to be completed until August. While developing his territory, Reg did not forget to run the Catalan Potions shop. The large sum of money obtained from selling horses can support the development of the territory, but we cannot just sit around and do nothing. Treasures obtained from treasure hunting in the capital cannot be sold casually. Even if he sells his identity in secrecy, when Reg spends large sums of money, some people will wonder where Reg's money comes from. In comparison, developing the Catalan Potions shop would be a better option. The Catalan Potions shop is an open business. At most, people will investigate where the Catalan Potions shop's magical plants come from. The War of Expansion resulted in the deaths of many mercenaries in the Violet Kingdom. In addition, the wasteland is still quite dangerous, so there are relatively few mercenaries coming to Viscount Carteran's territory, and they cannot digest many magical plants. The first big business deal for the Catalan Potions shop came from the Leighton family. Even if it's just a small portion of the magical plants the Leighton family buys each year, it's still a big business for the Catalan Potions shop. Later, other minor nobles who were affiliated with the Leighton family would also purchase a batch of magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop. Reg does not intend to expand the scale of the Catalan Potions shop to the current limit of magical plants that the small world can provide. Or, to put it another way, half the scale of the limit, with the remaining half of the magical plants to be supplied to our own people. It would be better for the potion shop in Catalana to gradually expand its magical plant business. Expanding it all at once to a scale of several thousand gold coins a month would easily attract attention. After completing the transaction with the Leighton family, the Catalan Potions shop released a small amount of magical plants, enough to meet the needs of the residents of the Catalan Viscountate, with a little left over. Then, the Catalan Potions shop attracts caravans to purchase magical plants, which are then sold to the outside world. There are fewer mercenaries in Viscount Catalan, but more caravans are coming to Viscount Catalan. The main reason was the large influx of immigrants to the Viscountate of Catland. With a larger population in the Viscountate of Catland, the need for resources has increased. A Viscount's territory obviously cannot produce everything itself and needs to rely on external caravans to transport goods for sale. Transporting goods from outside to Viscount Catland for sale can generate a profit. When leaving, it's best to buy some local specialties from Viscount Catland and sell them elsewhere to make a little money. Currently, the Viscountate of Catalan doesn't really have any special products. Previously, there were also items that mercenaries had brought back from the wasteland, such as orc slaves, magical plants, and magical beasts. Without mercenaries, these things are gone too. Therefore, the magical plants from the Catalan Potions shop can be considered a specialty of the Catalan Viscountry. The magical plants sold daily at the Catalan Potions shop are 10% of the market price in the Northern Kingdom. The caravan should be able to make some money by buying magical plants directly from the Catalan Potions shop and transporting them to the outside world for sale. Making just a little money isn't enough. Businessmen always want to make more. The merchant negotiated with Peter, the manager of the Catalan Potions shop, hoping to purchase magical plants from the shop at a lower price. Peter was still the manager of the Catalan Potions shop, but Reg usually arranged for 1 or 2 Battlemaster apprentices to be stationed at the Catalan Potions shop. Peter negotiated with the foreign merchant, lowered the price slightly, and sold the magical plant to the merchant. The merchant didn't dare to buy too many magical plants the first time. He bought a small amount first to see if he could sell them. If they can make money, more caravans will buy magical plants and transport them to the outside world for sale when they leave. Chapter 119: Emily's Transformation. By teaming up to fight Reg every day, Freya and Emily, master and servant, forged a deep friendship. During the daytime, it's not easy to tell much about the situation. At night, when the battle is raging, they might become Sister Freya and Sister Emily. There are no masters and servants on the martial arts arena. Freya will play pranks on Emily, who is fighting Reg. As their feelings for each other deepened, Emily grew bolder and began to tease Freya, who was fighting Reg. The two women even discussed how to defeat Reg, or at least achieve a draw. Each time, the two women were defeated. However, once the two leave the arena, they resume their master-servant relationship, and Emily dares not overstep it in the slightest. After her physical talent was raised to the first tier, Freya began training as a battle master, but her progress was very slow, mainly training with Reg at night. This resulted in Freya always being beaten up and quickly losing every time she fought Reg. Even with Emily's help, it was still unbearable. With a few days left in March, Reg suddenly told Freya some good news. His Battlemaster level had advanced to the 5th stage of the intermediate level, and he was expected to become a high-level Battlemaster in another 4 or 5 months. Upon hearing this good news, Freya felt her head spin. This isn't a surprise, it's a shock. Reg, why don't you find a few more maids to warm your bed? Freya offered as a concession. Reg shook his head and replied, No, there aren't many pretty maids among them. After thinking for a moment, Freya said, Why don't you also improve Emily's physique and talent, so that Emily can cultivate faster? She is the housekeeper you have decided to hire, so she should be better than the others. Freya had one more thing she didn't say. The stronger Emily became, the more she could help her share the burden. Reg understood this as well. Reg listened to Freya's words and felt that it made sense. The head steward of the Lord's manor should indeed have the strongest strength among the servants and could not be surpassed by the other maids. Moreover, given Emily's status, she would eventually learn about the small world, and sooner or later Reg would improve her cultivation talent. Improving one's cultivation talent sooner will consume less life energy. Emily's current Battlemaster level is only Apprentice level 5, and her physical talent is level 3. If she advances to level 1 and gains a top-tier natural element affinity talent, the life energy she consumes will be less than Freya's. Freya strongly urged Reg to grant Emily a top-tier natural elemental affinity talent. Freya herself also acquired top-tier natural elemental affinity talent and began training as a natural-type Battlemaster. Natural-type fighters are known for their rapid recovery and long combat endurance, which played a very important role in the battle against Reg. Find a time when Reg and Freya will pull Emily into the small world together. Emily was equally surprised by the small world, but Reg didn't explain much to her. There are many explanations for Freya, because Freya is Reg's wife. As Emily is, she doesn't need to know too much. Reg only told Emily that this was his little world, and that he had a way to improve Emily's physical talents. Emily understood her place and didn't ask her master any questions. She obediently followed her master's orders and sat by the world tree. When Emily's transformation ended, her Battlemaster realm directly advanced from Apprentice level 5 to Beginner level 1. This was several months earlier than Emily was originally scheduled to break through her cultivation level. Emily's talents also became First Class Physical Talent, 8th Class Soul Talent, Top-Level Natural Element Affinity Talent, Advanced Ice Element Affinity Talent, and Low-Level Water Element Affinity Talent. Emily's physical talent was upgraded to the first tier, and she gained the top-tier natural element affinity talent. Her Battlemaster realm was directly advanced to the first stage of the initial level. Emily was so excited that she wanted to throw herself into his arms. With the lady still nearby, Emily tried her best to control her emotions. These emotions didn't fully erupt until the night when he fought Reg. "Master, I will be your butler and your little maid for the rest of my life." After saying this, Emily fell into a blissful sleep next to Reg. Emily also had an enemy, a knight from Viscount Coffee's domain. Emily's brother offended the knight and disappeared without a trace, while her father was also arrested and executed. Viscount Coffee died in the wasteland, and the knights who went to war with him never returned. The hatred ended just like that. Emily had no intention of taking revenge on the knight's family. Now she only wanted to repay her master. On the other side of Reg, Freya had already fallen asleep. Freya had nothing to be jealous of regarding Emily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Reg to improve Emily's physical talent. On the one hand, Freya was influenced by her environment. Her grandfather and father both had more than one wife, and there were also maids to warm their beds. On the other hand, status and position determine everything. Freya was Reg's first wife. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, if Reg becomes king, Freya will be queen. Reg became emperor, and Freya became empress. Kings and emperors have many wives, and if they are jealous of their other wives, not of a steward or maid. Freya was hoping that Emily's strength would improve quickly so that she could help her share more of the burden. Freya really wished that Reg would be so busy with his training that he would forget about her. Freya was quite helpless, as Reg would drag her along to practice her Battlemaster skills every night. Hiding won't work. Reg is a spatial mage who can teleport, and even the locked door to the alchemy room can't stop him. Freya would occasionally wonder if Reg had feelings for Bellona. At the Lord's Manor, Freya witnessed Reg and Bellona sparring. In terms of physical attributes alone, Bellona surpasses Reg. According to Freya's understanding, most nobles do not like women with a muscle Barbie figure like Bellona. Therefore, Freya did not mention Rigetti's matter. Freya now wishes Reg had more women so they wouldn't bother her and would let her study alchemy in peace in the alchemy room. Reg certainly had feelings for Bellona. Having lived 2 lives, Reg has a rather broad aesthetic sense. He likes all kinds of body types, including animal-eared girls, elves, and muscular Barbies, but the face must be beautiful. Previously, Bellona had reached the intermediate 4th stage of the Battlemaster realm a little earlier than Reg. Reg will become a mid-level 5th Dan Battlemaster sooner than Bellona, and will also become a high-level Battlemaster sooner. Reg, a mid-level 5th stage Battlemaster, could sense that his physical abilities were not as strong as those of Bellona, a mid-level 4th stage Battlemaster. Bellona's divine power talent, when applied to her body, makes her physical attributes stronger than other fighters of the same level. Reg felt that he needed to reach the advanced level of Battlemaster and widen the gap between himself and Bellona before he could possess physical attributes comparable to or even surpass Bellona's. Reg, whose physical abilities are no better than Bellona's, has no desire to engage in a full-scale battle with her. Losing is too damaging to a man's self-esteem. Chapter 120 Province of Bithynia. A small number of immigrants arrived in the Viscount of Cataland in late February. By March, more and more immigrants were entering the Viscountry of Cataland. According to what Reg has learned, the number of immigrants attracted to the Viscountate of Cataland this year is more than expected, possibly as many as 500,000, or even more. The latest batch of immigrants will not arrive until May. Reg originally planned to allocate 10,000 gold coins this year as a settlement allowance for immigrants, attracting 100,000 to 150,000 immigrants to settle in the Viscount of Cataland. If there are more than 500,000 immigrants, the land area of Viscount Cataland can accommodate them. If all of the more than 12,000 square kilometers of land were developed, it could support at least 1 million people. However, with more immigrants entering the Viscountry of Cataland, Reg needs to provide more resettlement funds and make arrangements for the extra immigrants. All territory development plans must be brought forward. More immigrants are not necessarily better. There is a limit to the number of immigrants that can be resettled in a short period of time. It's better to bring immigrants in batches, year by year, rather than letting the territory be filled with immigrants in just 1 year. Reg will assess the situation and, when his territory is temporarily unable to accommodate more immigrants, intercept them at the border and direct them to settle in other noble territories in the north. The northern territories need immigrants not only in Reg's domain, but also in the newly established province of Bithynia. In this war of expansion, the Violet Kingdom newly occupied some of its lands, which were then incorporated into the former border provinces of Cappadocia and Trut. Most of the land was given to the newly established province of Bithynia. Many barons who distinguished themselves in the war but had no powerful connections were granted fiefdoms in the province of Bithynia. Some of the viscounts and earls who made meritorious contributions were also granted new fiefs located in the province of Bithynia. The largest noble territory in terms of land area is the Viscount of Cataland. The Viscountate of Cataland needs immigrants, as do the newly added lands in the provinces of Cappadocia and Trut and the newly established province of Bithynia. However, Reg attracted the attention of almost all immigrants with his high resettlement fee of 5 to 10 silver coins per person. Immigrants flocked to the Viscount of Cataland, while few immigrated to other newly developed noble territories. It mainly involved nobles, knights, and their subordinates, along with their families, friends, and neighbors, who immigrated there first. Nobles with some savings could also spend money to buy slaves, especially skilled slaves such as blacksmiths and carpenters, and send them to live in their territories. The nobles also wanted to promote their territories to the outside world and attract immigrants to settle there. The problem is that the propaganda of the Viscount of Cataland is too exaggerated and the welfare benefits for immigrants are too high. They don't have the money to provide immigrants with such high welfare benefits. Not wanting immigrants to be drawn away by the Viscount of Cataland, some nobles from the newly developed lands even came to visit Reg and discuss immigration matters with him. They wouldn't dare question Reg. Reg is a rising star in the kingdom, the grandson-in-law of the Marquis of Leighton, and has a bright future ahead of him. So I had no choice but to consult with Reg. Reg understood his problem and gave the visiting nobles a friendly reception, offering what seemed like a decent reply. My territory has a limited capacity to accommodate immigrants. This year it can only accommodate 100,000 to 200,000 immigrants. Once the area is full of immigrants, I will arrange for my men to guide them to your territory. Moreover, my advocacy will encourage even more people to immigrate to the north. Indeed, the resettlement allowance and the projects in the Viscount de Cataland tempted many people who originally had no intention of immigrating. After each victorious war of expansion that led to the conquest of the Violet Kingdom, a wave of immigration would occur. Every year, people who can no longer survive in the area move from the east, west, middle, and south to the north in search of a way to make a living. However, after the war, the nobles in the newly conquered lands needed a large number of immigrants to develop their territories. They carried out large-scale propaganda throughout the kingdom to attract people to immigrate there, and in return, they would provide some benefits to the immigrants. For example, providing a small amount of resettlement allowance or food, and keeping agricultural taxes low in the early years, etc. This time, the immigration campaign of Viscount Cartran was even more attractive to the people of the Violet Kingdom, resulting in a larger wave of immigration than ever before. The Viscountry of Cataland was able to quickly attract a large number of immigrants. Once the Viscountate of Cataland meets its population needs, other noble territories in the north will also benefit, gaining a wave of immigrants. The only difference was that the immigrants arrived at the noble territories a little later. After Reg's brief explanation, the nobles who came to visit Cheryl Town understood and became increasingly friendly with Reg. Currently, most of the territory of the Viscount Cataland is located in the province of Bithynia, and a small portion is located in the province of Trut. Under this division, Reg is a nobleman of the province of Bithynia. However, Cheryl, the center of Viscount Cataland, is located within the province of Trut, and Reg appears to belong to the nobility of Trut province. This division was particularly important when war broke out, as the armies of noble territories would assemble in units of provinces. The nobles of the province of Bithynia wished that Reg should be a member of the province of Bithynia. It would be best if Reg led the noble army to win a few more battles. Reg gained the most military merits, and the nobles who fought alongside Reg also gained more or less military merits. If it weren't for the fact that the nobles in the newly conquered lands were also busy developing their territories, the number of nobles visiting Reg or inviting him to banquets would increase significantly. When that time comes, Reg will use the excuse of being busy with affairs of the territory to decline banquet invitations from other nobles as much as possible. By the end of March, the total population of Viscount Cataland had exceeded 80,000. A small number of immigrants gathered in Simon's Town, while the majority gathered in Cheryl's Town. The influx of immigrants caused a rapid deterioration in security in Viscount Cataland, forcing Reg to expand the territory's army for the second time. This expansion recruited over 1,000 able-bodied men and formed 3 new infantry battalions. Reg felt that this expansion of the territory's army would not be the end before the new army was formed, and that further expansion would be necessary. The influx of immigrants to Viscount Cardoland, with young men and women making up nearly half of the population, provided ample manpower for projects such as the expansion of Cheryl, the construction of the new Lord's Mansion, and road repairs. The expansion project of Cheryl Town and the construction of the new Lord's Mansion were the first to be fully staffed due to the limited construction area and the limited number of workers that could be accommodated. The road construction project could continuously absorb manpower, but Reg didn't want to put all the remaining young and middle-aged men and women into the road construction. Food is the most important thing for people, and agricultural production is very important for a territory. It is impossible to always purchase food from outside. In reality, not all young and middle-aged immigrants who migrated to the Viscount of Catalan became laborers. A small number of immigrant families also engaged in agricultural production. In the area between Cheryl and Simon, and in the area some north of both towns, Reg arranged for immigrants to move there and establish new villages. The immigrants, centered around their villages, began to cultivate land outwards, aiming to harvest their own share of the grain in their first year in the Viscount Cartran. Chapter 121 Rock, Ironstone, Blackstone. Agricultural production is one aspect, but Reg also wants to make leaps and bounds in developing the lands to the north of his territory. The so-called leapfrog development refers to arranging for immigrants to move directly to a place before the roads are built. The missing supplies were loaded into Reg's personal space and quickly transported there. Currently, the territory of Viscount Catland is divided into only 2 towns, Cheryl and Simon. In the Violet Kingdom, a typical viscountry is divided into 4 to 6 towns. The domain of Cataland is an oversized viscountry, with a territory larger than many earls. Cheryl covers an area of over 600 square kilometers, and Simon covers an area of over 500 square kilometers. Assuming each town is 600 square kilometers, the Viscount of Catalan's territory of 12,000 square kilometers could be divided into 20 towns. Having surveyed the entire territory several times, Reg divided it into 19 towns, primarily based on 2 factors, terrain and natural resources. Most of the towns are unnamed. The area of Cheryl Town increased. The original town of Cheryl or the Baron Caterland territory, with Cheryl Town located at the northernmost part of the Baron Caterland territory. It was built as a fortified town, with Cheryl Town serving as a barrier against orc attacks. There's no need for that now. Cheryl Town will be expanded, and its area will be increased so that the future Cheryl City will be located closer to the center of Cheryl Town. Of the 19 towns that were divided up, only Cheryl and Simon had names. Reg first named the other 3. These are Rocktown, located at the northernmost part of the territory, which plays the same role as Cheryl Town before it. Ironstone, located in the heart of the territory, and Blackstone, located in the eastern part of the territory. Pancher Town will also be a fortified town. Like many of the fortresses along the northern border of the Violet Kingdom, each one is garrisoned by an army. For the time being, the army of Viscount Catalan is still small, and Reg cannot station many troops in Rocktown, not to mention that Rocktown has not even started construction. In Reg's plan, Rocktown would be about the same size as Cheryl Town, with a maximum daily garrison of 3,000 people and a maximum garrison of over 10,000 people under extreme congestion conditions. The garrison in Pancher Town will be different in size, depending on the changing situation. During peacetime, a garrison of over 300 men is stationed there, preventing any orc invasions. During periods of heightened vigilance, a regiment of over 1,000 men is stationed there, as they may be subject to orc attacks. During dangerous times, a brigade of over 3,000 people is stationed there, when war is imminent or has already broken out. If mercenaries want to venture into the wasteland from Viscount Catland's territory, they can set up their base in Rocktown. Blackrock Town is similar to the Blackrock Kingdom, one of the 7 major human kingdoms. The Blackrock Kingdom is famous for its abundant blackrock mines, some of which are directly exposed on the surface and very easy to mine. Blackstone is the coal from Reg's previous life. It can be used for residential heating and also for steel smelting. The Viscountate of Cataland is very large, and it only has 1 blackrock mine. It's a piece that's deliberately highlighted on the map just to have a blackrock mine. However, Princess Katarina added a stroke to the map, and Blackrock Town's protrusion almost disappeared. As for iron mines, there are several in the Viscount of Catland, including one medium-sized mine, and the rest are small or micro-sized mines. Taisher Town is located near a medium-sized iron mine. This medium-sized iron ore mine has iron ore reserves of over 70 million tons, with higher grades, making it a rich mine that can be smelted directly without almost any beneficiation. If this medium-sized iron ore mine were completely hollowed out, it could produce 30 to 40 million tons of steel. In Reg's previous life, smelting 1 billion tons of steel a year would seem like a very small scale of 30 to 40 million tons of steel. However, the productivity and consumption capacity of the Nora world are very backward, with the human race only producing about 1 million tons of steel a year. War is an eternal theme in the world of Nora, and a large amount of steel is used in war. For example, a set of heavy armor weighs 25 to 40 kilograms. An infantryman using a spear uses a maximum of 1 kilogram of steel, and a longsword requires 2 to 3 kilograms of steel. How many weapons can be made from 1 ton of steel? How many weapons can be made from 10,000 tons of steel? If Reg could fully develop the iron mines in Ironstone Town, it could even meet the steel needs of the entire human race. Of course, fully developing an iron ore mine would require a large amount of manpower and resources, which are currently unavailable. The subsequent mining of iron and coal ore and the smelting of steel also relied mainly on the support of the Leighton family. Freya's dowry included technical personnel who could guide the mining of iron and coal ore and the smelting of steel. If Reg were to rely on himself, he would have to spend a lot of money to buy slaves from all over the place. Therefore, having a powerful backer is still very important for Reg now. Rock Town, Black Rock Town, and Iron Rock Town will be the first 3 towns built in the Viscount of Catalan. Among them, the construction of Panshir Town is given priority. It doesn't matter if the construction of Blackstone Town and Ironstone Town is a little slow, since the most important thing for these 2 towns is to mine blackstone and iron ore. The construction of the 3 towns, the mining of blackstone and iron ore, and the construction of a steel plant all required a large amount of manpower and resources. There is also a road to be built connecting Cheryl Town to Rock Town, which is the main road of Viscount Catalan. Blackstone Town and Ironstone Town each built their own roads to connect to this main road. In addition, Reg also needs to plan out the locations where the railway will be built in the future. There are no roads yet, but fortunately it is a wasteland with relatively flat terrain and not much difficult terrain, so the immigrants can forge their own path. Reg doesn't need to carry much supplies with him. He can simply use his personal space to send them over, making the construction of the 3 towns, coal mine, iron mine, and steel plant easier. A powerful spatial mage is truly invaluable. The Viscountate of Catalan attracts so many immigrants that it also consumes a lot of food. The grain produced in Cheryl and Simon was far from enough to meet the needs of the immigrants, so large quantities of grain had to be purchased from outside. Whether it was the Viscount of Catalan purchasing grain from outside and transporting it back by wagon, or caravans actively transporting grain to the Viscount of Catalan for sale, it was impossible to quickly meet the needs of the rapidly increasing number of immigrants. Only if Reg personally uses his personal space to purchase large quantities of food from the outside world and bring it back can the immigrants have enough food to consume. Without roads, the delivery of various supplies to Panshir Town, Haishi Town, and Taisher Town would be extremely slow, delaying the construction of various projects. Reg, however, could ride the Wind Chaser and use his personal storage space to quickly deliver supplies to various locations. The Wind Chaser, being a land-based magical beast, is still a bit slow, so Reg wants a flying mount. It would be best to become a Starry Sky Mage, so that one teleportation spell can directly transport you to a designated area. As April arrived, immigrants poured into the Viscountry of Catalan, only to be quickly absorbed by the Viscountry of Catalan. The nobles in the newly acquired lands were envious of Viscount Catalan's wealth. They were also wondering when the Viscountate of Catalan would stop accepting immigrants, so that some immigrants could also come to their territory. Chapter 122, 200,000 immigrants. On April 1st, recruitment notices were posted at various immigration registration locations along the southern border of Viscount Catalan. Construction workers in Panshir Town are needed, only able-bodied men, and the daily wage is 40 copper coins. Construction workers at the Ironstone Town, Blackstone Town, and Ironstone Town steel plant. Able-bodied men earn 30 copper coins per day, and able-bodied women earn 20 copper coins per day. Miners in Ironstone Town and Blackstone Town earn 35 copper coins per day for able-bodied men and 25 copper coins per day for able-bodied women. Smelting workers at the Ironstone Town steel plant. young men only, paid 30 to 60 copper coins per day. Road construction workers, 30 copper coins per day for able-bodied men, and 20 copper coins per day for able-bodied women. The job posting lists 4 positions: construction worker, miner, smelter, and road worker. The needs of employers vary, and so do the salaries. Upon entering the Viscountry of Catalan, the immigrants were immediately given information by literate clerks explaining the various job openings available in the Viscountry of Catalan. Immigrants must make a choice as soon as possible, and they should also write down their job positions when registering for immigration. Then, immigrants can be distributed to different areas instead of being concentrated in the town of Cheryl. The town of Cheryl is now overcrowded and cannot accommodate any more people. Some new immigrants settled in the Simontown area, while many more moved there with their families based on their work locations. In addition to the 4 job positions, there is a 5th job position, farming. It is also possible to arrange for immigrants who do not participate in any work but only want to farm. The immigrants understood that the land they were given was all uncultivated, and that it would delay spring planting if the land was cultivated and planted. It would be better to do other work this year, earn more money, and build a new home while meeting food needs, and then farm again next year. Only a small number of immigrant families insist on farming. Most young and middle-aged men and women in immigrant families have to work as laborers. The 4 job positions have different staffing needs and different wages. They are all construction workers, so why do construction workers in Panchir Town earn higher wages and are only available to men? Even minor officials would explain without any concealment. Rocktown is located at the northernmost part of Viscount Catalan's territory, which is also the border of the kingdom. Further north lies the territory of the Orcs. The war of expansion has just ended, and the border is still very safe. Considering the long distance and the relatively cold climate there, the wages are higher. You don't need to settle down in Rocktown. Once Rocktown is completed, you can leave. After hearing the official's explanation, many young and middle-aged men immediately chose to work as construction workers in Panchir Town. However, some young men saw the potential for higher wages as smelters at the Ironstone steel plant. However, this job requires a certain assessment of the applicants. Ordinary smelting workers mainly earned 30 copper coins a day by doing manual labor. Those who are relatively intelligent will be trained to become skilled workers and will earn more per day. The Viscountry of Catalan will not lack laborers, but it will lack skilled workers. If steel mills want to expand their scale, they need to train a large number of skilled workers. In the future, Reg will also open technical schools in the territory to train various types of skilled workers on a large scale. After registering at the border, the immigrants were guided and kept in order by a detachment or squad of the territory's army as the immigrant caravan continued northward. As April arrived, the number of immigrants entering the Viscountry of Catalan increased daily. On April 2nd, more than 10,000 immigrants entered the Viscount of Catalan. On April 10th, the southern border of Viscount Catalan was completely blocked from allowing immigrants to enter. The minor officials guided the immigrants to other noble territories in the newly developed lands of the kingdom. Before the immigrants turned to leave, the Viscount of Catalan kindly presented them with a small bag of grain, which somewhat alleviated their resentment. They came all the way to Viscount Catalan, only to find that Viscount Catalan no longer wanted immigrants. It's impossible for them not to harbor resentment, but they dare not show it on the surface. For a commoner to dare to complain and curse a nobleman is tantamount to courting death. Unable to enter the Viscount of Catalan, and unable to return to their hometown, they could only go to other noble territories. I apologize, everyone. We have already received 200,000 immigrants to the Viscount of Catalan. We are unable to accept any more. To express our apologies, His Excellency will give each immigrant who arrives in the Viscount of Catalan a bag of food, and will also arrange for someone to guide you to other noble territories. Most of the illiterate immigrants who couldn't do arithmetic couldn't understand how huge a number, 200,000, was, but they could sense that too many immigrants were entering the Viscount of Catalan, making it impossible for the Viscount of Catalan to accommodate more immigrants. If it were any other noble family, they would have simply driven the immigrants away. Unexpectedly, the Viscount of Catalan sent each of them a bag of grain. This small bag of grain contained only 5 geen of rye, worth about 15 copper coins, but it was enough to effectively reduce the resentment of the immigrants. If each person is given 5 geen of rye, even if there are 300,000 people, it would only amount to 450 gold coins worth of rye. Reg could easily afford the expense and also gain a good reputation. Nobles were more concerned about their reputation within aristocratic circles. Reg cares about his reputation among the nobility, as well as among the common people of the kingdom. A great reputation and a good name are beneficial for attracting immigrants to the Viscountate of Catalan. Even if it's only a few hundred gold coins, Reg can afford it. Some of the new nobles in the newly conquered lands didn't understand this, but Reg wouldn't explain anything to them. Regardless, the nobles who had been eagerly awaiting immigration finally saw a large influx of immigrants arrive. If people hurry to cultivate the land for spring planting, they will be able to harvest a crop this year. In the newly developed lands, a baronial domain received hundreds or thousands of immigrants, while a viscountshal domain received thousands. No more than that. The Viscountate of Catalan, once fully developed, could support a population of over 1 million, but this year Reg only accepted 200,000 immigrants. The Viscountate of Catalan could not attract too many people at once, as could other noble territories. The immigrants finally arrived. They can't just starve to death on their own land. The newly ennobled men who had distinguished themselves in the wars of expansion were generally limited in their wealth and unable to support a large population in their territories. Absorbing hundreds or thousands of people a year, it can have at least 5,000 people in 10 years, enough to support an ordinary baronial territory in the northern border of the kingdom. However, without Reg's extensive publicity to attract a large number of immigrants to the north, such a simple immigration task would be extremely difficult for the new nobles. Many nobles in the newly conquered lands also owe a debt of gratitude to Viscount Catalan for his help. Chapter 123 Busy but fulfilling. The combined population of Cheryl and Simon was originally just over 10,000. The Viscount of Catalan has now received 200,000 more immigrants, bringing its total population to 220,000. For this reason, Reg has expanded the territory's army to 3,000 men. The initial plan was to accommodate no more than 150,000 immigrants, but now that number has exceeded the plan by 50,000, it can still handle the demand. The main issue is that the financial resources are barely enough to cover it. More immigrants could also accelerate the development of the Viscountate of Catalan. Managing such a large number of immigrants was a troublesome task, with a lack of capable officials and literate clerks. All of Reg's male resurrected beings in the small world have come to the outside world and joined Reg's ranks. Even because of Viscount Catalan's reputation, some impoverished noble sons and mercenaries who had reached the extraordinary level were attracted from the outside world, wanting to join Reg. Reg used his appraisal skill to assess the applicants. Those who passed were accepted, and those who failed were politely sent out of the country. This allowed Reg to have a reasonably sufficient number of officials to manage the additional 200,000 immigrants. The towns of Panshir, Taishir, and Haishi, which are currently under construction, all require a junior extraordinary being to be stationed there. In every newly established village, there must be a martial arts apprentice stationed there. Tens of thousands of people lived in the city, while the remaining hundreds of thousands lived in villages. Even if an average village has 600 residents, it would still need 200 to 300 apprentice fighters. A typical viscounty only needs 40 or 50 apprentice warriors. Reg's territory jumped from the level of a baron's territory to the level of a super-ranked viscount's territory. Even with the addition of resurrected beings and extraordinary individuals from the outside world, it could only meet less than half of the demand. Managing villages still requires training ordinary people. If it weren't for the large-scale expansion of the army in the territory, Reg would have preferred to appoint some officers as village chiefs to manage the villages. Fortunately, a large number of immigrants have become workers, and there are relatively few newly established villages, so the manpower is barely enough. Since we can actively promote ourselves to attract immigrants, we can also actively promote ourselves to attract apprentices and extraordinary individuals to join us. Both minor barons and ordinary viscounts find it difficult to attract many extraordinary individuals to their ranks, especially since their territories are located in the far north of the kingdom. Reg is no ordinary viscount. He is a viscount with unlimited potential. Reg's brilliant achievements in the pioneering wars led him to become the grandson-in-law of the Marquis of Leighton, who also personally promoted Reg, believing that Reg would one day become a marquis or even a duke in the kingdom. Such a reputation is enough to attract more extraordinary individuals to join them. Once an apprentice-level extraordinary individual arrives, as long as they pass Reg's examination, they can be knighted and granted a village as a fief. Reg is very busy right now. Managing a baronym with a few thousand people is different from managing a viscounty with over 200,000 people. With 200,000 immigrants pouring in within 2 months and various projects under construction, The number of territorial affairs that Reg needs to handle has increased several times over. This is under the premise of delegating as many small and medium-sized tasks as possible to subordinates and only handling major matters oneself. Not only does he handle territorial affairs, but Reg also rides his wind chaser to various areas inside and outside the territory. He procured a large amount of supplies from outside, packed them into his personal space, and delivered them to various parts of the territory. Cycling on the road wastes a lot of time. But there are two advantages as well. The first advantage is that there is no need to worry about materials at each construction site, and the project progresses smoothly. The second advantage is that Reg can visit the slave market in the city where supplies are purchased and buy slaves with good talents. Reg couldn't carry the purchased slaves with him at all times, as it would delay his journey. You can hire mercenaries or entrust a caravan along the way to transport slaves to Cheryl Town. The number of slaves in the Lord's Manor was increasing, making the manor crowded. The new Lord's Mansion is still under construction, while the schools within the two Lord's Mansions are being built the fastest. Before the school was even built, Reg had already arranged for male slaves who were training as battle masters to come to the new Lord's Mansion. They would work as laborers in the construction of the new Lord's Mansion while also carrying out their training. Some male slaves who had not yet completed their 1-month work period were allowed to begin their training ahead of schedule. Initially, the underage male slaves were not as strong as the young and strong workers. As the male slaves began to cultivate, they ate their fill of food, meat, and magical plants, and their strength gradually caught up with and even surpassed that of the young and strong workers. In the future, the work efficiency of these male slaves will actually surpass that of ordinary workers. Making cultivators work as laborers is something that would never happen anywhere else. Busy yet fulfilling. Although the busy affairs of his territory somewhat delayed his cultivation, Reg was not annoyed at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it. With Reg's talent for cultivation and the existence of his own small world, he was already at the forefront. By producing and selling magical plants in the small world, one can also study medicine research and eventually become a master pharmacist, earning a huge amount of money and exchanging precious medicines for valuable cultivation resources. Through this path, one can cultivate oneself to become a legendary powerhouse, or even a saint. But what is the point of life if one spends decades, or even centuries in such arduous cultivation to achieve sainthood? Life is not just about self-cultivation, but also about women, money, status, and so on. That's how you find joy in life. Reg enjoyed training with Freya every night, and even though Freya looked very unwilling, Reg still dragged Freya along. Reg enjoys developing his own territory. Increase the territory's population, develop various industries, expand the army, and continuously strengthen the territory's power. Earl, Marquis, Duke, King, Emperor. These are Reg's goals. On the surface, the nobles of the Violet Kingdom appear to be loyal to the king. That's because the nobles weren't powerful enough. If a nobleman becomes powerful enough to become a legendary figure, he will certainly want to become a king or even an emperor. The strong will not submit to the weak. These are the rules of Nora's world, which possesses extraordinary powers. Reg's ambitions extend beyond the Duke level, something even the Marquis of Leighton couldn't have imagined. To rise above the Duke, one must become a legendary powerhouse. However, becoming a legendary powerhouse is no easy feat in the Violet Kingdom. There is only one legendary powerhouse in the royal Violet family. The Violet Kingdom has been established for over 800 years, with old noble families passing down their traditions since the founding of the kingdom, yet it still cannot produce a legendary powerhouse. Marquis Leighton himself was a powerful expert at the Sunshining Realm, but he lacked the confidence to advance to the legendary realm and was content with becoming a duke. The Marquis of Leighton's target for Reg is also the duke. Many of the Marquis of Leighton's sons-in-law and grandsons-in-law were descendants of marquises and dukes. These were marriages between nobles, and they generally did not need the Marquis of Leighton's support. The Catalan family was weak, and Reg was ostensibly supported by the Marquis of Leighton. Compared to his other sons-in-law and grandsons-in-law, Reg had a closer relationship with the Marquis of Leighton. When Marquis Leighton became a duke, and when Reg also became a duke, the two dukes together formed almost the most powerful force under the king of the Violet Kingdom. Reg understood Marquis Leighton's thoughts. Until he had sufficient power, Reg was a nobleman loyal to the king. Until the day Reg has the power to become king. Chapter 124 The Lucky Child's Childhood Sweetheart. In the heart of the kingdom, there is a small village under the jurisdiction of Pamanwai City. Luca, a handsome 16-year-old boy dressed as a hunter, With a bow and arrows on his back, a long knife in his hand, and a fawn he had hunted on his shoulder, rushed out of the woods excitedly. Luca jogged home, shouting as he passed his neighbor's house. "Jasmine, Jasmine, I've shot down a fawn. Come quick and help me." Luca waited a few seconds, but still didn't hear a reply. Luca called out several more times, but Jasmine still didn't come out. Fearing that something might have happened to Jasmine, Luca was about to climb over the wall into Jasmine's house. At that moment, a passing villager told Luca some terrible news. Tom took Jasmine into town this morning and sold her to a slave trader. He bought wine and went home. He should be drunk by now. Upon hearing this devastating news, Luca felt his vision go black for several seconds before he recovered. Luca hurriedly ran home, tossed the fawn aside, and dug out all his wealth from a hidden place. 1 gold coin, dozens of silver coins, and a few cheap little gemstones. With all his wealth, Luca hurriedly left the village and ran towards Pamanwai City, hoping to redeem his childhood sweetheart. Judging from Luca's running speed, he's not far from cultivating battle chi and entering the extraordinary realm. At this moment, in the slave market of Pamanwai, Reg, dressed in a black robe, strolled through. Upon discovering a slave who appears to meet the criteria, Reg would assess the slave's cultivation talent. Because he had already bought a lot of slaves in his own territory, now only slaves with the lowest talent rank of 5 would be bought by Reg. As he walked, Reg's gaze fell on a pretty girl in a cage, dressed in civilian clothes, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Name, Jasmine. Gender, female. Lifespan, 14–18 years. Identity, slave for sale in Pamanwai City, Violet Kingdom / Luca's childhood friend, the Lucky One. Talent, 9th grade physique / 1st grade soul / top tier earth element affinity / top tier water element affinity / advanced fire element affinity / advanced wind element affinity, intermediate spatial element affinity / full-time mage. Reg was completely taken aback by Jasmine's talent. Aside from himself, Reg had never encountered anyone with a natural second-class soul talent, yet he had directly encountered a genius with a first-class soul talent. Not only does he possess a first-class soul talent, but he also has the talent of affinity with all elements except time, as well as a unique full-time mage talent ability. People with high spiritual talent are even rarer than those with high physical talent. If no relevant information had been identified, Reg would have suspected that Jasmine was also a time traveler and possessed an affinity for spatial elements. However, Reg found Jasmine's identity very interesting. Jasmine became a slave because she was sold by her gambling father. The latter is Luca's childhood friend, the Lucky One. Just how lucky is Luca? Will you be hit by falling treasures while walking? Reg wouldn't let Jasmine off the hook just because she has a lucky childhood friend. Luca had a lucky streak, and Reg also had a streak, but I don't think Luca's streak is as strong as his own. Even if a conflict arises between the two sides, Reg will not be afraid. Reg bought Jasmine by paying the slave trader 2 gold coins and 60 silver coins. Jasmine quickly kneeled down and kowed out to the mage, the slave trader said to Jasmine as she emerged from the cage. Somewhat bewildered, Jasmine obeyed the slave trader's orders and was about to kneel down before Reg when Reg stopped her. Having acquired a female slave with extraordinary talent, Reg's trip was now complete. The purchased supplies are all packed in my personal storage space, so I can go straight home. Fearing something might happen, Reg didn't send Jasmine to the territory with mercenaries or caravans, but instead took her with him himself. Reg rode the wind chaser, with Jasmine sitting behind him. Although she still looked bewildered, Jasmine obediently gripped her master's robes tightly, worried about falling off the wind chaser. Among the female slaves, Jasmine was the first to receive such treatment, riding a horse with Reg. Jasmine. The moment Jasmine left through the north gate of Pamanwai, she seemed to be hallucinating, looking back as if a few tears were streaming down her face and falling to the ground. After leaving the city gate, the chasing wind horse sped northward. After a while, Luca ran out of the north gate of Pamanwai City and looked north, but he could no longer see Jasmine. Luca knelt helplessly on the ground where there was hardly a trace of tears. Jasmine, wait for me. I will definitely find you. On the way back to Viscount Catland, Jasmine had already resigned herself to her fate. From a free man to a slave. His expression was no longer blank, but rather dim. One's life is in the hands of the master. Whether one lives or dies depends entirely on the master. In just a short time at the slave market, Jasmine witnessed the miserable state of the slaves. A slave who made a mistake was beaten so badly that both of his legs were broken. Jasmine didn't know what her future held, But she knew she had to try her best to please her master so that her life as a slave would be better. After Reg and Jasmine dismount to rest, Jasmine will take the initiative to serve Reg. This time, Reg did not stop him. Memories from his past life made Reg dislike people kneeling and kowtowing, especially kissing shoes, something Reg found repulsive. But Reg had long since gotten used to being served by slaves. Over the next few days, Jasmine gradually learned more about her owner. It turns out that the master is not only a mage, but also a nobleman with the title of Viscount, and has a vast territory in the north. Jasmine thought that becoming a nobleman's slave would be much better. Moreover, when the master was riding a horse, he allowed one of his slaves to hold onto the master's clothes. This made Jasmine realize that her master was different. In Jasmine's mind, how could a noble lord allow a lowly slave to have such contact with him? Jasmine's mood gradually improved, and she even fantasized occasionally about whether her master had fallen in love with her at first sight. Commoners often fantasize about becoming knights or even noble women. The sadness only resurfaces when I think of Luca. I may never see my brother Luca again in this lifetime. When she was little, Jasmine always followed her brother Luca around. She was Luca's little follower and even said that she would marry Luca in the future. She never imagined that her father would sell her, leaving her hometown and never seeing her brother Luca again. I hope Luca can find a gentle and considerate wife to take good care of him. Perhaps it was a good thing that she didn't marry Luca's brother, so that her father wouldn't be a burden to Luca's brother. On his way home, Reg would still wonder if Luca, that lucky guy, would suddenly pop up and steal Jasmine away. Luca was nowhere to be found when they returned to their territory, and nothing else happened. It seems that Luca, who seems to have been blessed with good luck, is no match for him, and the gap between the two will only widen in the future. As for finding Luca, kill Luca. Did Reg have any grudge against Luca? Why did he kill Luca? Back at the Lord's manor, Jasmine became one of the Lord's female slaves. It wouldn't be long before Jasmine stood out among the female slaves. Chapter 125, April and May. The peak of immigration to the Viscount of Cataland was in mid-April. On the busiest day, more than 20,000 migrants arrived at the border of Viscount Cataland. However, the Viscountate of Cataland is no longer accepting immigrants this year. Each immigrant was given 5 caddies of grain before being sent to the noble territories in the newly developed lands. After the peak period ended, the number of immigrants arriving at the border of Viscount Cataland steadily declined each day. As May progressed, immigrants continued to arrive in Viscount Cataland, but the daily number had dropped to several thousand. By mid-May, the number of immigrants per day will drop to several hundred. In April, the first 2 male slaves Reg bought, Spike and Roger, who possessed 6th-level physical talents, successively cultivated their battle chi and entered the extraordinary realm. With Reg providing relatively ample cultivation resources, Mia, with her 5th-grade physical talent, took 1 year to reach the extraordinary level, while her 6th-grade physical talent would require 2 years. Among the slaves in the Lord's manor, Spike and Roger were the most senior, but they were no longer the strongest. Many newcomers with talent surpassing theirs have taken the lead in reaching the extraordinary. Regardless, finally reaching the extraordinary level made Spike and Roger incredibly excited. If they hadn't been bought by their owners, they would never have had the chance to become superhumans. They either lived the life of ordinary slaves or the life of miserable slaves. Now, they all know that their future will not be confined to the Lord's manor. Strive to improve yourself and learn, and work hard for your future. May 3rd is an auspicious day. On this day, Reg's Mage Realm advanced to the 2nd stage of the advanced level, and Bellona's Battle Master Realm advanced to the 5th stage of the intermediate level. Reg has taken another step toward the much-anticipated Star Realm. Bellona is only 1 step away from becoming a high-level Battle Master. Of course, Reg will become a high-level Battle Master several months, or even half a year, earlier than Bellona. In May, Reg was still very busy, but it was a bit easier than in April. Since the cessation of accepting new immigrants on April 10th, the 200,000 immigrants who have entered the Viscount of Cataland, especially those heading to Rock Town, Iron Rock Town, and Black Rock Town, have arrived at their destinations in the past 2 weeks. All projects have commenced. Apart from the road construction teams, population movement within the territory has decreased significantly. Only Reg continuously procured supplies from outside and delivered them to Cheryl, Simon, Rock, Iron Rock, and Black Rock. While we're at it, let's buy back a few slaves with good talent. Encountering the exceptionally talented Jasmine was definitely a pleasant surprise for Reg. For the time being, the World Tree cannot enhance a person's soul talent. Jasmine, who possesses first-class soul talent, should be considered the first person by Reg's side who can closely follow him on the path of the extraordinary. Reg will later upgrade Jasmine's physical talent to the first tier, giving her the opportunity to become a saint. As for Freya's poor soul talent, that doesn't matter. Legendary powerhouses have a lifespan of 300 years, while saints have a lifespan of 1,000 years. When a living being dies, its soul cannot remain in the world. However, Reg can use the world tree to create a new body for Freya. Even if the lifespan of a soul comes to an end, Freya's soul can temporarily rest in peace on the world tree. The world tree will allow Reg to have no regrets. Let's return to the construction of the territory. There are no longer large-scale population movements within the territory, and various projects within the territory are proceeding in an orderly manner. Currently, the project that Reg is most concerned about is the mining of the Blackstone mine. A large population is a good thing for territory development, but it also brings various troubles. The first priority is to ensure the food and heating needs of the people. The towns of Cheryl and Simon are unable to produce enough food to meet the needs of their 220,000 inhabitants and have to purchase it in large quantities from outside. For heating, noble territories with small populations can use local materials, such as felling trees for fuel. However, the population of Viscount Catland is too large and will continue to grow in the future. Logging for fuel is not a sustainable long-term solution. Burning blackstones for warmth became a very important thing. Reg could also buy blackstone from outside sources. Since he has blackstone mines in his own territory, why buy from outside sources? This would save Reg money. Smelting steel and providing warmth for the people during the cold winter both require large quantities of blackstone. Therefore, the mining of blackstone is much faster than that of iron ore. Iron ore was mined but piled up on the side because the steel mill had not yet been built. Reg is not currently involved in the construction of the steel plant. The plan is to first establish a Phase 1, building a small steel plant, with Phase 2 and 3 expansions planned later. The land has already been prepared. The domain of Cataland has no shortage of land. The first phase of the small steel plant mainly relied on technicians from the Marquisate of Leighton, and these technicians also mastered the steel-making technology themselves. Reg planned to first smelt the steel, and at the same time train more skilled workers. It wasn't until the second phase of the steel plant's expansion that Reg took action, improving the steel plant's smelting technology and significantly increasing steel production. Reg would not forget that the coal mine could not be used directly for iron smelting, a fact known to all the technicians. With the temporary halt to immigration, Viscount Catland is back on track, which will make things a little easier for Reg. Despite appearing busy on weekdays, Reg actually makes the most of his time to cultivate every day. The only time he could relax each day was before going to bed to practice swordsmanship with Freya and Emily. Unfortunately, even with Freya and Emily working together, their strength was still too weak to help Reg improve his swordsmanship. Several times, Reg wanted to use the life energy stored in the world tree to improve his physical fitness and surpass Bellona in terms of battlemaster strength as soon as possible. In the end, Reg held back. The life energy accumulated during the war has already resurrected so many people and improved Freya and Emily's physical talents, and there is still a considerable amount of life energy left. The most important function of the life energy stored in the world tree is to revive people, followed by enhancing physical talents and granting talents of affinity with natural elements, and finally improving physical fitness. Since they already possess first-class physical talent, there's no need to waste their life energy on things they can cultivate themselves. If it weren't for the fact that male resurrected individuals needed to be directly recruited into Reg's ranks, Reg wouldn't want to expend more life energy to restore their former battle master level. Regarding the remaining life energy, Reg had an idea, to see if there was any chance to resurrect the deceased alchemists, pharmacists, array masters, and so on. In the small world, all the female resurrected beings, except for the twin rabbit girls, are members of the Blood Rose Cavalry. The Blood Rose Cavalry needs strength to fight on the battlefield. Therefore, there are many mages in the Blood Rose Cavalry, who mainly practice meditation and spells, and few people study alchemy or medicine. To resurrect the dead alchemists and pharmacists, Reg needs to find their souls and bodies first. This is a very troublesome matter. There will probably only be some opportunities in the capital. Chapter 1:26 The Promise. The construction of the new Lord's Mansion took as long as 6 months. Just into mid-June, the Maid School and the Superhuman School in the new Lord's Manor were the first to be completed. The new Lord's Mansion covers an area of 100,000 square meters, which is almost half the size of Cheryl Town. The maid school and the school for extraordinary individuals occupy more than half of the new Lord's Mansion. It can accommodate thousands of people to study and practice in the two schools. Not satisfied with just a few thousand people, Reg hopes that the two schools will have thousands or even tens of thousands of students studying there in the future. However, the new Lord's Mansion occupies a limited area. This involves a transgression issue. Noble titles are a system of social hierarchy. A baron's manor cannot exceed that of a viscount, and a viscount's manor cannot exceed that of an earl. A duke's manor cannot exceed that of the royal palace. The main factors were the size of the land occupied, the level of luxury in the decoration, and the wealth of the nobleman himself. Reg did not move into the new Lord's Mansion, and the Virginia Knights stationed in Simontown dared not move into the Lord's Mansion. A Lord's Mansion was also a symbol of a nobleman's status. Even nobles without money would build a mansion that matched their social standing, at least to make it look good on the surface. The rank of a lord's manor was not explicitly defined in the noble code. It was an unwritten rule. If a nobleman dares to overstep his bounds in the Lord's Mansion or other places, he is likely to be ostracized by the other nobles. Your baron's manor is better than my viscount's manor. What will the viscount think? Reg already had a plan in mind. In the future, there will only be a maid school in the Lord's Mansion, and the superhuman school will be moved out of the Lord's Mansion. The school for extraordinary individuals is not a school for male servants. After the school for extraordinary individuals moves outside, Reg will also recruit students from outside. There are no tuition fees, and Reg will also provide training resources. The students recruited will not sign a contract of servitude, but they will need to sign a labor contract, such as working for Reg for 20 years. The Lord's Manor was already overcrowded. After the maid school and the superhuman school were built in the new Lord's Manor, Reg immediately ordered most of the female and male slaves in the Lord's Manor to move to the schools in the new Lord's Manor. To date, Reg has purchased a total of 249 slaves with decent cultivation talent. Among them are two first-class talents: Emily, who was promoted to first-class physical talent by the World Tree, and Jasmine, who has first-class soul talent. There are 3 people with third-class talent, 12 people with fourth-class talent, 49 people with fifth-class talent, and 183 people with sixth-class talent. There are 173 battle masters and 76 mage masters. There were 111 female slaves and 138 male slaves. Most slaves would live in maid schools and superhuman schools. Reg even released 45 female resurrected beings from the small world to serve as teachers at the maid school and the superhuman school. When these female superhumans, who originally belonged to the Blood Rose Cavalry, were resurrected, Reg did not improve their physical abilities. They needed to start training from scratch. Relying on the abundant cultivation resources in the small world, even female resurrected individuals with 6th grade physical talent successfully stepped into the extraordinary realm. In particular, the 11 mage cultivators recovered to the mage level in less than half a year, with the 2 strongest becoming intermediate mages directly. Like the male resurrected beings who were released earlier, Reg had their souls examined before being taken into the small world. They are both the type of people who are loyal and able to keep secrets. Furthermore, the questions asked before their resurrection were used to determine whether they were telling the truth or lying through the World Tree's clone. Reg didn't have any loyalty cheat codes, but he could still basically guarantee the loyalty of the resurrected, so he could safely send them to the outside world. Furthermore, those who are resurrected and come to the outside world will temporarily change their names, and their appearance will also change to some extent. For example, these female survivors generally want to make themselves more beautiful. Reg didn't give them a new face, but he was able to make some adjustments to their original features to make them prettier. As a result, a number of beautiful female teachers were added to the slaves studying at the maid school and the superhuman school. Although they all call Reg master, their statuses are different. The resurrected are all Reg's servants, but not slaves. At the school for the extraordinary, Reg would also arrange for some male resurrected individuals to come and serve as teachers. When most of the slaves moved into the 2 schools, Reg summoned all the male slaves for an important speech. Below the platform, the male slaves stared with burning desire. Ahead lies their master, the one who bestowed upon them the opportunity to learn and cultivate, the one who enabled them to become extraordinary beings. I have a discerning eye. I can see your talents. Among the crowd, you are all people with good or even excellent talent. I will buy you, and you will become my slaves, but your future will be more than just slavery. I spent so much money and invested so many cultivation resources, all for the purpose of cultivating you all into extraordinary beings to serve me. Those with leadership talent enter the army as officers. A person with management talent should be put in charge of managing a town. Those with alchemical talent should study alchemy and create what I want. You will be assigned to positions that match your talents, allowing you to fully utilize them. You are part of the strength of Viscount Catland, and I want you to contribute more to me. Once you've rendered enough service, I'll tear up your contracts of servitude and give you everything you desire. Reg's last words immediately excited the male slaves. Even after becoming extraordinary beings, they remain slaves to their masters. To change a slave's status, the master must remove them. Anyone who has been to the slave market will know one thing. Some people who buy slaves will immediately brand them with a branding iron in a conspicuous place on their bodies. Once a slave, always a slave. There will never be a day when you are free again. But their masters did not brand them with the mark of slavery. Now they are being given the opportunity to break their slave contracts. How could any other nobleman easily let go of a superhuman slave? Their master, Viscount Catland, was different. The master intends to train them to become extraordinary individuals and gives them the opportunity to break their slave contracts. This is the greatness of the master. Many male slaves were so moved that they shed tears. More male slaves became fanatical. Almost all the male slaves present showed a significant increase in their loyalty to Reg. They want to become extraordinary. They are meant to contribute to their master. They wanted to achieve great things and break the slave contract. Most people want to serve their master for life, and even if their slave contracts are broken, they will remain loyal to Viscount Catland. However, there were also some ambitious people who were not satisfied with gaining freedom through merit. They also wanted to become nobles of the kingdom. Reg understood this perfectly well, but didn't care. As long as they were loyal to him for now, that was enough. The slaves that Reg purchased were all identified as loyal individuals. Moreover, they wanted to become nobles, and perhaps later become nobles of the country they would establish. Chapter 127, Ancient Remnants. The School for Extraordinary Individuals currently offers only 6 courses. Chinese language class, math class, martial arts master training class, mage training class, military class, management class. Courses such as alchemy, medicine making, and formation are not currently taught by any teachers, and the male slaves who are training as mages are not yet at the level to learn these kinds of knowledge. On the other hand, the maid school also has the same 6 courses as the superhuman school, plus an additional maid course. The School for Extraordinary Individuals is dedicated to cultivating extraordinary individuals, and there will be female students in the future. Maid schools are truly meant to train maids. Currently, neither the School for Extraordinary Individuals nor the maid school has a clearly defined duration of study. The educational system established by Reg was based on the student's level of transcendence. Both the fully fledged maid school and the superhuman school require students to reach the initial superhuman level in order to graduate. Currently, once you become an apprentice-level extraordinary being, you can leave the school. Reg needs to gather a group of male combat apprentices before they can all graduate from the school together. They should be used to form a new army. In fact, while the maid school and the superhuman school were in operation, other schools in Viscount Catland's territory had been in operation even earlier. The plan was to establish a literacy school in each of the 4 cardinal directions outside Cheryl Town. Temporary name, Suitsai School. Rapid talent development. The school's curriculum is only 3 years long, which is neither long nor short. Students at the special education school take 3 courses: Chinese, mathematics, and physical education. The elementary school language and math classes planned by Reg are not as good as those in the original plan, but the physical education classes are better. In Chinese class, students only need to learn to write and read common vocabulary and understand some common sense about daily life. In math class, students should learn addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, as well as how math is needed in daily life. In the early stages of physical education class, the activities mainly involved standing in formation, walking, and running. Later on, simple methods for using long spears can be added. Students graduating from the School of Quick Talent can become minor officials in the government. Those entering the army first need to serve as recruits for a period of time before they can be quickly promoted to junior officers, such as platoon leaders. The first batch of 1,600 students enrolled on the opening day of the 4 accelerated talent schools. However, today, there are no longer 1,600 students. Dozens of students have been expelled from the school. There are many reasons for expelling students. Some students got into fights at school, some were frequently late, and some simply couldn't concentrate on their studies. The school Reg ran wasn't a compulsory education school. If students didn't do well, they were simply expelled. Reg would appraise the slaves he purchased, but he didn't have time to appraise the students at the Speed Academy. Teachers also grade students' daily performance while teaching them. When the students graduate, Reg will assign them jobs based on their graduation grades and daily performance. The School for Prodigies and the School for Extraordinary Individuals are merely the initial steps in the education system of Viscount Catalan. Over time, Viscount Catalan established a complete education system. On the one hand, we carry out education for ordinary people, and on the other hand, we cultivate extraordinary individuals. The world of Nora is capable of developing technology, but supernatural powers are even more important. Perhaps the two can complement each other. We'll have to wait for further research to find out. The Viscountate of Catalan is in a phase of rapid development. In the newly expanded lands of the Violet Kingdom, with the influx of immigrants, all the noble territories have entered a stage of development. Of the 7 human kingdoms, all except the Kingdom of Tide are actively developing newly conquered territories, trying to assimilate them as quickly as possible, and strengthening their own power. The 7 kingdoms waged wars of expansion against the orcs of the wasteland, while the 3 great empires also waged wars against the Orc Empire and the Troll Empire. Overall, in wars against other races, the human race has won more wars than it has lost, and its territory is constantly expanding. The various orc races, whose territories have shrunk, are busy licking their wounds. During the War of Expansion, the elves led the support for the orcs. The orcs suffered another crushing defeat and heavy losses, forcing the various orc races to continue seeking aid from the elves. Sometime after the war ended, new support from the elves arrived. The weapons and equipment mainly came from the dwarves and winged peoples. As the human race grows stronger and its territory expands, the living space for other races shrinks. If the world of Nora were to be ruled by humans, the elves would have no place to live. The elves were either killed or enslaved by humans. The Elven High Command did not want to see such a tragic future, which is why they provided support to the orcs. The orcs lost the war once again, and the elves decided to increase their support for them. If it weren't for the orcs holding off the 7 human kingdoms, the elves would be in danger. The elves once again sent envoys to the dwarf and winged kingdoms, urging them to support the orcs, and trolls. All races must unite and fight against the humans. The elven envoy was almost about to recount the history of the elven rule over all races in the First Era and the history of the race's resistance against elven rule in the Second Era. In fact, even without the elves saying so, the dwarves and winged people knew the importance of uniting against the humans. Unfortunately, the dwarves and winged peoples are not very united. They can offer some assistance to other races, but not much, and they don't want to provide assistance to other races for nothing. Left with no other choice, the well-established elven race offered some of their treasures in exchange for increased support from the dwarves and winged people for the orcs, and trolls. Elves sent messengers to and from the Dwarf Kingdom, Winged Kingdom, Goblin Kingdom, Orcs, Orc Empire, and Troll Empire. Elven envoys also ventured into the far north and far south to contact the defeated races there, urging them to return to the mountains and fight against the humans together. The human race refers to the intelligent races living in the far north and far south as the ancient remnants. Both the far north and far south are covered by ice and snow all year round, with cold climates and scarce food. Even though the far north and far south are very vast, there are relatively few life forms that can survive there. The ancient tribes struggled to survive in the far north and far south because of the harsh environment. Although their numbers were small, they were able to maintain a relatively strong fighting force. The elven race promised that if all races came out of the mountains and joined forces to defeat the humans, they would be given a piece of land in a place with a mild climate and fertile soil. Soon, the ancient remnants of the race were tempted. However, because the far north and far south are so vast, the elves do not know exactly how many ancient races live in these two places. Elven envoys are diligently searching for traces of the ancient races in various regions, striving to bring as many of them as possible into the alliance against the human race. Adding another race means adding more power to fight against humans. The elderly elves love to recount the glory of the elven race in the First Age, when the Noravans were servants of the elves, and the humans were among the weaker servants. The elves least want to see humans become the dominant race in the world of Nora. Chapter 128 Blast Furnace Ironmaking. The elves are searching for allies everywhere, not only on land, but some elven envoys have even gone to sea. In Nora, the ocean area far exceeds the land area. The intelligent races that live in the ocean are mainly various fishmen, such as shark people, whale people, swordfish people, and mermaids. The fishmen established 4 great empires: the North Sea Empire, the South Sea Empire, the East Sea Empire, and the West Sea Empire, ruling the entire ocean. The only waters near Dragon Island are off-limits to the merfolk, and they generally don't approach waters near the land. Furthermore, fishmen cannot survive on land for extended periods. Even so, the elves still sent envoys to the merfolk, hoping that the merfolk would attack the coastal areas of the humans. It's impossible for any human nation to be completely unaware of the movements of the alien races. However, for the time being, no country has taken any action, seemingly allowing the elves to spread their influence everywhere. This is actually a reflection of the confidence that humanity has gained from its victories in wars against other races. Compared to humans actively attacking other races, it is more advantageous for humans to defend when other races attack. New wars are unlikely to break out anytime soon. After a war ends, all races need time to recuperate and recover their strength. Back in Viscount Cartran, the New Lord's Manors Maid School and Superhuman School had just opened when Reg headed off to the Ironstone Steelworks. The first phase of the steel plant project will take at least half a year to complete, but a blast furnace has already been built and can be used for iron making. The smelting technology of the various human nations has advanced to the point of blast furnace iron making, specifically coke iron making. Upon arriving at the Ironstone Steelworks, Mayor Payne Huntingmore, a 3rd-level initial stage battlemaster, and Steelworks manager Maxwell Jerome, a 5th-level battlemaster apprentice, stood with Reg in front of a 6-meter-high stone blast furnace. The old craftsman Derwin from the Marquis of Leighton directed the other workers to load the iron, ore, coke, and flux into the blast furnace in layers. Ignition is performed by blowing air into the bottom of the blast furnace using a bellows to raise the furnace temperature. When the temperature reaches above 1,300 degrees, the iron begins to melt, and the molten iron flows out from the bottom of the furnace. Seeing the molten iron flow out, Truwin smiled and stroked his beard, which immediately excited the other workers. Reg and the 2 knights beside him appeared very calm. The iron produced by blast furnace is high-carbon pig iron, which has relatively few uses and needs further refining. Wrought iron and steel have more uses. Based on his own experience, Truwin explained to Reg the situation of the steel plant's first blast furnace. This blast furnace is 6 meters high and has a volume of nearly 50 cubic meters. Initially, 1 to 2 furnaces of iron were smelted per day, with each furnace producing at least 600 kilograms of iron. Once the number of workers increases and their skills improve, 1 furnace can produce 1,000 kilograms of iron, and 3 to 4 furnaces of iron can be smelted per day. It can produce 3 to 4 tons of iron per day, without stopping all year round. This blast furnace can produce 1,080 to 1,440 tons of iron per year. This is clearly an extreme case. A capacity of 1,000 tons of iron per year is considered excessive. Under normal circumstances, 800 to 900 tons of iron can be produced annually. Listening to Durowin's explanation, Reg nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. The first blast furnace of the Ironstone Town steel plant would be considered second-rate by any standard among human nations. Reg is not in a hurry to improve the blast furnace. The most important thing at present is to train skilled workers. The steel produced in the early stages was not of high quality and was mainly used to make agricultural tools. This newly developed land represents a new market, and the agricultural tools manufactured in the Viscount of Catalan should be able to capture a certain share of this market. Once more skilled workers are trained and their skills are proficient, Reg will then improve the blast furnace and steelmaking technology. This would rapidly increase the steel production in Ironstone Town, producing steel with better performance that could be used to forge weapons and armor. These things can't be rushed. We can only take it one step at a time. After inspecting the steel plant, Reg went to inspect the iron mine and instructed officials to pay attention to the safety of the miners. Afterwards, Reg traveled to Blackrock Town to inspect the coke plant and Blackrock mine. That concluded our day's itinerary, and we returned to Cheryl. Iron ore is mined from iron mines and transported to steel mills that are not far away. Blackstones are mined from the Blackstone mine, transported to a nearby coking plant to be made into coke, and then transported to the iron and steel plant in Tysher Town. The steel produced can be directly forged into farm tools, weapons, and armor in Ironstone Town, and then transported to other places. Transportation is one of the problems here. The train cannot be developed yet, but the railway tracks must be laid as soon as possible. The pig iron produced by the steel mill is currently not refined into steel, but can be used to cast railway rails. The disadvantages are obvious. Cast iron rails are brittle, have poor toughness, are prone to breakage, and have a short lifespan, ranging from a few years to a dozen years. But it is extremely suitable for the current situation in the Viscountate of Catalan. In the mine shafts of iron ore and blackstone mines, the routes from iron ore to steel mills, from blackstone mines to coking plants, and from coking plants to steel mills can all be laid with cast iron rails. Incidentally, it also trained a group of railway workers. As for the other parts of Viscount Catalan's territory, Reg can make his own trip if he needs a large quantity of supplies. Rails were laid on those short, busy routes, and the horse-drawn carriages were modified to some extent. There's no need to change horses. The horse-drawn carriages travel on the railway tracks, allowing for the transport of more goods at once. The carriage's speed is increased and stable, unaffected by mud or water accumulation, and can operate normally even in rainy or snowy weather. Reg plans to promote railways in the Violet Kingdom and other human countries in the future. It's somewhat difficult to promote. The main reason is that steel prices are relatively high. Even if the Ironstone Town steel plant could produce steel on a large scale and drive down steel prices, the cost of laying railway tracks would still be very high. Ordinary nobles could not afford to lay railway tracks on their own territories. The nobles would not spend their own money to lay railway tracks for the sake of the people's livelihood. Commercial development had not yet reached that level, and laying railway tracks would only result in losses. People's livelihood is not important, but military affairs are. Reg will seek opportunities to make the king and nobles see the military importance of the railway. By laying railway tracks along the kingdom's key transportation routes, it would be possible to expedite the transport of personnel and supplies to the front lines. If all human nations were to establish railways, it would be beneficial in wars against other races. Of course, it also benefits internal wars within the human race. However, there are other races outside, and the human race is relatively united at present. Even if there are conflicts, war will not break out. Reg felt that large-scale promotion of railroads would have to wait until after the next pioneering war. Reg was already satisfied that Viscount Cardoland was able to lay a railway line from Cheryl to Rock before the next expansion war. It was a perfect opportunity to let other nobles see the convenience of the railway in Viscount Catalan during the War of Expansion. Chapter 129 Type 1 Infantry Crossbow. Thinking about the next expansion war, Reg became more concerned about the territory's army. A war of expansion is launched every 5 years, and there are only 4 years and a few months left to prepare for the next war of expansion. Currently, Reg's territory has an army of over 3,300 men. Under normal circumstances, a baron's standing army consists of only a battalion of about 300 men, a viscount's standing army consists of only a regiment of about 1,000 men, and an earl's standing army consists of only a brigade of about 3,000 men. This is related to the fact that nobles mobilized their territorial troops according to their rank during the expansionist wars. A baron needed to send a battalion of troops, a viscount needed to send a regiment of troops, and an earl needed to send a brigade of troops. If nobles are wealthy, they can also expand the size of their standing army. Apart from the northern border of the kingdom, in other noble territories, the standing army accounts for 1% to 2% of the total population of the territory. The standing army in the northern noble territories can make up to 5% of the total population of the territory. One reason is the possibility of orc attacks, and the other is the small population of the territory itself. Regardless of the size of the territory's population, a baronial domain must have at least one large standing army. The standing army of Viscount Catalan has reached the level of that of an earldom. However, Reg was not satisfied. Currently, the territory's military accounts for approximately 1.5% of the territory's total population. This ratio is neither high nor low. The territory will accept new immigrants next year, increasing the total population and requiring the expansion of the territory's military. For the expansion of the territory's army next year, Reg plans to graduate a batch of students from the Superhuman Academy. They were appointed as middle and senior ranking officers to form a new army that was disciplined, brave, hardworking, and steadfast in its beliefs. 3 years later, the first batch of graduates from the Accelerated Talent School can select some to join the new army. After a period of basic training, they can become junior officers. During their 3 years at the gifted school, physical education classes were also a form of training. However, Since they lack the atmosphere of the military, they need to undergo a short period of training after joining the military to help them integrate. Reg's ultimate goal is to completely disband the old army and make the territory's standing army entirely composed of new troops. Officers and soldiers discharged from the old army can become physical education teachers in schools or become police officers. Considering the territory's location, the territory's standing army is maintained at 2% of the territory's total population. It's not as high as when it was Viscount Catland, where it accounted for 5% of the total population of the territory. The main problem is that with a larger population, the standing army becomes too large, requiring Reg to invest too much money in it, which hinders the development of the territory. The standing army will temporarily maintain a level of 2% of the territory's total population, but Reg will also build a large reserve army. The reserve army is based on all the healthy young and middle-aged farmers in the territory, as well as healthy retired soldiers. Young and middle-aged farmers are the focus. Farm families are busy from spring to autumn throughout the year. If it weren't for the cold winter weather that forces farmers to stay indoors, they would still try to earn money, even if it's just a little bit, because it's better than doing nothing. Winter is the time for reserve forces to train. When the weather is relatively warm, all the healthy young and middle-aged farmers in the village are gathered together and trained under the command of the knights or officers stationed in the village. No money is needed. Simply providing meals to the farmers participating in the training is enough to encourage their participation. If farmers save a little food for themselves, their families can have a little more to eat. Providing meals to the farmers is also to ensure that the farmers participating in the training are well fed and have the energy to train. During the 3 or 4 months of winter, a total of 1 month of training time is sufficient. In the other 3 seasons, farmers can also take some time for restorative training so that they don't forget what they learned in the winter. In this way, Reg could build a reserve army of more than 40,000 men in the current Viscountry of Catland alone. In just 1 year, this reserve army, though not as strong as the nobles' standing army, will be far superior to a cannon fodder force temporarily conscripted from farmers. The reserve army mainly expands the size of the territory's army, while the standing army is the main force of the territory's army. Reg needs to find a way to improve the strength of the standing army. Reg spends most of his time managing his territory and training. Occasionally, he goes to Freya's alchemy room to learn alchemy from her, and the two of them also study the magic crossbow together. Reg hasn't yet developed the magic repeating crossbow he wanted, but he has managed to manufacture a regular repeating crossbow. However, ordinary repeating crossbows have a very short effective range, less than 100 meters, and their power is relatively weak, making them unsuitable for military deployment. Since the regular repeating crossbows wouldn't work, Reg set his sights on the single-shot crossbow. Reg's territory army will definitely need archer units. Archers are a technical unit, and longbowmen are an elite force. Even a regular archer unit would need a considerable amount of time to train. Crossbowmen are easier to train than archers. The crossbow is also simpler to operate than the bow. You can simply aim at the enemy and fire directly. Some crossbows are just as powerful and have a range as longbows. The only problem is that crossbows are more expensive than bows, and even more expensive than longbows. In July, after research, Reg and Freya developed a single-shot crossbow that was relatively inexpensive to manufacture, simple to produce, and whose power and range were comparable to a longbow. Reg named it the Type 1 Infantry Crossbow. The Type 1 Infantry Crossbow has a barrel length of 100 centimeters and a string length of 80 centimeters. The barrel is made of sandalwood, and the string is made of hemp. Its maximum range exceeds 360 meters, and its effective range can reach 180 meters. At close to medium range, it can penetrate armor. The material cost of an ordinary bow is about 30 silver. The material cost of the Type 1 infantry crossbow was only about 60 silver, which was lower than the material cost of the longbow. The material cost of the longbow is approximately 70 silver. Although the Type 1 infantry crossbow had low material costs, it was more complex to manufacture than a bow. The materials for manufacturing the Type 1 infantry crossbow can be purchased, but the craftsmen who can manufacture it need to be trained. It's true that in most cases, the artisans in the world of Nora are still single-handedly completing all parts of a piece of equipment. The crossbow, however, is an exception. Its manufacturing process is relatively complex, with many parts, which makes it suitable for craftsmen to work together. Each craftsman is responsible for one part, and they mass-produce parts according to the part's dimensions. Then, using parts crafted by different artisans, the crossbow was assembled. As long as the dimensions of the parts are within the tolerance range, the assembled crossbow is basically a qualified product. In this way, even without a large number of experienced craftsmen, the Viscount of Catalan was able to mass-produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Training artisans from scratch takes a considerable amount of time, so Reg plans to purchase and recruit apprentice artisans from outside sources. Purchasing and recruiting experienced craftsmen requires more money. It only takes a craftsman apprentice some time to complete the manufacture of a part. The territory's army first formed an archer battalion, and then gradually expanded it into a regiment and a brigade. The archer unit will become the Viscount Catalan's trump card. Chapter 130 Verona, I Want to Marry You. Reg entrusted the task of purchasing and recruiting apprentice artisans to the caravans trading in Viscount Catalan. Among the 200,000 immigrants in Viscount Catalan's territory, there were also some apprentice artisans. Reg posted a notice in his territory to recruit apprentice artisans, with a starting annual salary of 150 silver coins. The annual salary is 150 silver coins, which is less than 42 copper coins per day on average. This wage is roughly equivalent to the 40 copper coins a day earned by construction workers in Panjshir town. The key point is that the annual salary starts at 150 silver coins. The other option is a daily wage, meaning you don't work every day. So as soon as Reg's announcement was made, apprentice craftsmen quickly came to apply. The manufacture of the Type 1 infantry crossbow needed to be kept secret, so Reg assessed the apprentice craftsmen who came to apply for the job, selecting those who were loyal and could keep the secret. Their workplace, the crossbow workshop, was placed by Reg in a completed area of Cheryl's town expansion, relatively close to the new Lord's mansion and the new recruit camp. That place was designated by Reg as a place that needed to be guarded and kept secret, and outsiders could not easily get close. With the apprentice craftsmen in place, Reg arranged for experienced old craftsmen from the Marquisate of Leiden to mentor them. Following the blueprints and procedures for the Type 1 infantry crossbow, each apprentice crafted a component. Just half a month later, on August 8th, the first qualified Type 1 infantry crossbow was assembled. Almost every 2 days, a Type 1 infantry crossbow can be assembled. As the craftsmen become more skilled and more craftsmen join the production of the Type 1 infantry crossbow will increase rapidly. Reg ordered his troops to select soldiers with good eyesight and strong arms to form a marksman unit. August 8th is an auspicious day. Not only did the crossbow workshop assemble the first qualified Type 1 infantry crossbow, but that same night, while training with Freya, Reg's Battlemaster realm broke through an almost non-existent bottleneck, advancing to the advanced stage. Reg is now a high-level first stage Battlemaster, a high-level second stage mage, and a dual high-level transcendent. It was a good thing that Reg became a high-level Battlemaster, but Freya had a bitter face. As long as Reg doesn't go out, he drags Freya to train every night. Freya is now a Battlemaster apprentice. However, the gap between him and Reg, a high-level first-stage Battlemaster, is too great. Darling, please let me go, Freya pleaded pitifully with Reg. Reg shook his head and said, No, I am training with you. Mages also need a strong body. Moreover, your soul talent is limited. If you cannot improve your soul talent, your physical talent will allow you to reach a higher level. Then, could you find a few more women? It's not about finding more women. I'm cultivating with you. Freya gave up struggling. Reg wasn't too concerned about Freya's suggestion to find more women. There are relatively few beautiful female slaves, but the female resurrected ones are generally very beautiful, and their appearance is even enhanced by Reg when they are resurrected. However, Reg is now more interested in Bellona. Previously, Bellona was responsible for teaching the slaves in the Lord's Manor how to become warriors. However, as most of the slaves moved into the school in the new Lord's Manor, where resurrected individuals served as teachers, Bellona was relieved of this task. Bellona's official position in Viscount Catalan is commander of the 1st Regiment of the Territory Army and garrison commander of Cheryl. Bellona's mission was to lead the 1st Regiment to guard Cheryl and maintain its security. As for whether anyone will object to a woman like Bellona holding such a position, there are definitely people who oppose it, but they only think about it in their minds and don't dare to say it out loud. 2 reasons. One is the appointment by the Lord. The other is that Bellona is strong enough. On the surface, Bellona is the 2nd strongest person in the Viscountry of Catalan, second only to the Lord. Bellona, who has already reached the intermediate 5th level Battlemaster realm, possesses the strength of a high-level superhuman. As long as Bellona is strong enough, no one will dare to openly oppose her. On ordinary days, Bellona would still frequently visit the Lord's Manor. Reg allowed Bellona to cultivate in the Lord's Manor training room, enjoying the high concentration of magical elements. Reg would occasionally spar with Bellona to improve his own combat experience as a fighter. Now that he has become a high-level fighter, Reg suddenly wants to fight Bellona with all his might. The following afternoon, after Reg finished dealing with the affairs of the territory, Bellona received Reg's order and came to the Lord's Manor. The two arrived at the arena, and Reg smiled and said to Bellona, "I have become a high-level fighter. Bellona, let's fight with all our might." Upon hearing that Reg had become a high-level battle master, Bellona was taken aback. She had long known that the Viscount's battle master realm would advance to the advanced level sooner, but she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. "All right, Your Excellency, I'm going to go all out now, so please be careful." In the arena, Reg and Bellona engaged in a fierce battle. Fists and feet clashed, each blow landing with a thud, so intense that even the master and apprentice couldn't see the movements clearly. The reinforced arena floor was covered with deep footprints left by countless feet. Reg's muscles were taut like a fully drawn bowstring, and his fists pounded out like heavy hammers, each strike accompanied by a deep thud, but they were steadily blocked by Bellona. Reg was able to catch every punch and kick from Bellona, but he felt a slight pain. Reg, a high-level Dosher, level 1, was actually slightly inferior to Bellona, a mid-level Dosher, level 5, in terms of physical attributes. It truly lives up to its name as divine power. The two were not fighting to the death, but sparring. Even if they were sparring with all their might, they could not use all their skills. It all comes down to who has the greater strength and who can fight longer. The match lasted for an hour, ending in a draw. The two stood on the destroyed arena, breathing heavily. If they continue fighting like this, it might take half a day to determine a winner. Reg could sense that his battle master strength was slightly inferior to Bellona's. If it's a life or death battle, then there's a big difference. Of course, Reg did not use his full strength in terms of battle master power. When fighting Bellona, Reg used natural elemental aura. If it were spatial attribute battle chi, Bellona wouldn't be able to break through Reg's battle chi protection before Reg's battle chi was exhausted. Faced with Reg's punches and kicks covered in fighting spirit, Bellona dared not take them head-on. With the combat experience he gained from sparring with Bellona over the past few days, Reg's strength should surpass Bellona's. Only after Bellona becomes a high-level battle master will the two be evenly matched in terms of battle master strength. Reg was not disappointed that he did not defeat Bellona. After his breathing calmed down, Reg looked at Bellona and said seriously, "Bellona, I want to marry you." An hour ago, Bellona was only slightly taken aback when she learned that Reg had become a high-level battle master. Now, hearing Reg say that he wanted to marry her, Bellona was completely stunned, and a blush quickly crept up her cheeks. I. Bellona never imagined that the esteemed Viscount Catlan would ever consider marrying a commoner like herself. Reg didn't ask Bellona if she wanted to, and directly grabbed Bellona's slightly rough hand. Bellona did not resist, but lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Reg. If the members of the Battle Situation mercenary group saw this scene, they would be so surprised that their leader could actually be shy. Chapter 131 Freya's full support. Bellona knew one thing. The Viscount is stronger than me. A mage alone is stronger than me, and now a duelist alone is stronger than me too. The Viscount has already become a high-level battle master. If he uses spatial attribute battle chi, I simply cannot defeat him. Common women often fantasize about marrying nobles, and Bellona had this fantasy when she was young. When Bellona became a superhuman with considerable strength, she no longer harbored any fantasies of marrying a nobleman. Bellona has come to terms with reality. It was almost impossible for a nobleman to marry a commoner woman, or even a woman who was more powerful than himself. Bellona herself did not want to marry a man weaker than herself. Therefore, from the moment Bellona accepted Reg's long-term employment to the moment she officially pledged allegiance to Reg, facing the Viscount, who was stronger than herself, Bellona never once had the idea of marrying the Viscount. Moreover, Bellona is 9 years older than Reg. What was something that Verona thought was impossible has actually happened. When the Viscount said he wanted to marry her, Bellona's head was about to explode and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Bellona didn't know whether to agree or refuse. Reg is a nobleman, and a man stronger than himself, whose strength as a battle master is no less than his own. If Reg only pursues mage training, Bellona might hesitate for a while longer. The only downside is that she's a bit younger than me. This is a minor matter for superhumans who live longer than ordinary people. Bellona didn't mind that Reg had a wife. It was normal for nobles or powerful superhumans to have several wives. When Reg grabbed Bellona's hand, Bellona did not resist and silently accepted it. At 28 years old, Bellona became shy like a young girl. Seeing that Bellona had agreed, Reg abandoned his prepared methods. If Bellona disagrees, Reg will transform into a domineering nobleman and force Bellona to marry him. When Reg first saw Bellona, he was attracted by her figure and had the idea of conquering her. If one wants to forcefully marry Bellona, then one must conquer her with strength. As time passed, Reg no longer needed to conquer Bellona. Bellona willingly submitted to Reg. Reg took Bellona to Freya's alchemy room, leaving Bellona to wait outside while he went in first. Although he hadn't told Freya about marrying Bellona beforehand, Reg understood Freya's personality and knew she would agree to his marriage to Bellona. Reg interrupted Freya, who was studying alchemy. "Freya, I want to marry Bellona," Reg said to Freya in a consultative tone. Upon hearing that Reg was going to marry Bellona, Freya stood up excitedly. "What? You want to marry Bellona? That's wonderful. When should we get married?" "I think the day we move into the new Lord's manor would be perfect. The new Lord's mansion is almost complete, and residents can move in about a week." Freya wished Reg would marry Bellona as soon as possible. Freya knew of Bellona's strength and had also witnessed Bellona sparring with Reg. Then, when it's time to train at night, Bellona can hold off Reg all by herself, which makes things easier for her. Reg was somewhat speechless at Freya's excited state. "It's just practicing cultivation at night. Why are you so afraid? You wish you could marry more wives and find more women." Seeing that Freya agreed, Reg let Bellona in. Freya and Verona rarely met or spoke to each other. Bellona, whose strength far surpasses Freya's, bowed her head in respect to Freya, the first wife. Freya affectionately took Bellona's hand, asked her to sit down, and they talked about Bellona herself and Reg. Reg became a superfluous person. Shaking his head helplessly, Reg went to the training room to cultivate. Soon, the date for Reg's marriage to Bellona was set for August 16th. On this day, Reg, Freya, and Bellona will officially move into the new Lord's mansion. Considering that Reg and Freya got married on March 1st, which is less than 6 months before August 16th, it is not appropriate for Reg and Verona to have a grand wedding. Only important officials and officers of the Viscount of Catalan were summoned to the new Lord's mansion for the celebration, without inviting outsiders or celebrating with the people of the territory. Bellona is about to become Reg's wife, so it would be inappropriate for her to continue serving as the garrison commander of Sherrill Town and the commander of the 1st Regiment of the territory's army. Reg appointed Ingerim Bruno, a resurrected knight at the initial 4th stage of the Battlemaster realm, to take over as the garrison commander of Sherrill Town and the commander of the 1st Regiment of the territory's army. The news that the Lord was going to marry Bellona, the 2nd strongest woman in the territory, spread quickly. The most excited group was the former members of the War Maniac mercenary group. Some of them had fantasized that the Lord was interested in the boss, and the 2 female Battlemaster apprentices had even joked with Bellona. Fantasy is just fantasy, and they couldn't believe it would come true. It's perfectly normal to be stunned when you suddenly learn that the Lord is going to marry their leader. Many people immediately thought it was fake and that someone was spreading rumors. After confirming it was true, they were both excited and overjoyed. The eldest son becoming the Lord's wife meant they had the greatest support in the Viscount of Catalan. Now that their leader had become the Lord's wife, the 4 male apprentice warriors, Anthony, Gino, Stuart, and Lorraine, discussed it and decided to formally pledge allegiance to the Lord. They had previously joined Reg under Bellona's leadership and were long-term employees. Bellona is going to become the Lord's wife and won't be leaving here anymore. It's more appropriate for her to change from a long-term employee to someone who pledges allegiance to the Lord. They would be granted the rank of knight by the Lord and given a village as a fief. As for the remaining 2 female fighter apprentices, O'Reilly and Jennifer, they are about to form families with 2 of the male fighter apprentices. It is extremely rare for female superhumans to pledge allegiance to nobles. When the other officials and officers of Viscount Cartran learned that their lord was going to marry Bellona, most of them had no objections and supported all of their lord's decisions. A small minority felt that it was very appropriate for the lord to marry Bellona. On the surface, Bellona is the 2nd strongest person in the territory after the lord. When the lord is not in the territory, Bellona is in charge of the territory and keeps people's hearts at ease. Now that Bellona is about to become the Lord's wife and part of the family, this is a good thing. With a week to go until the 16th, Butler Otis and Emily were preparing for the wedding, especially the new Lord's manor, which needed to be decorated. Once the new Lord's mansion is put into use, Otis will step down as butler and Emily will become the new butler. Not only Otis will step down as steward, but all the other servants in the Lord's manor who do not cultivate will gradually leave the manor. Reg will house them in his own properties. Chapter 132 Verona Catalan. Bologna is 1.8 meters tall, and Reg is almost 1.81 meters tall. If someone is shorter than Bologna, Reg will need to wear shoes with higher heels. As a man, Reg cannot allow himself to be shorter than his woman. High heels also exist in the world of Nora, and they were originally worn by short male nobles. Even today, these shoes are still exclusively for people who feel they are too short, regardless of gender. However, ordinary people at the bottom of society would not wear high heels just because they are short, as high heels would make it inconvenient for them to work. Reg planned to have the maids in the Lord's manor change into high heels, and very thin, high heels at that. High heels are not necessary during combat or training. Maid outfits, stockings, and high heels are the perfect match. However, the production of stockings in various human countries is relatively low, and the price is relatively high. Fortunately, the quality is very good, and they are clothes that can be washed. A week passed quickly, and the day of Reg and Bologna's wedding finally arrived. With the blessings of Freya, Reg's subordinates, and the former members of the Berserker mercenary group, Bologna became Reg's wife. From this day forward, Bologna finally has a surname. Catalan. Bologna Catalan. Amidst the crowd, Emily harbored a hint of disappointment. It's not because her master married Bologna that she couldn't become his wife. Rather, after Bologna becomes the master's wife, Freya and Bologna may fight together against the master at night, and she will not be able to join in. The number of times I can cultivate with my master will be greatly reduced in the future. Fortunately, after becoming a butler, I will still have more time to see my master. On the first day that Bologna became Reg's wife, Freya, as the first wife, voluntarily gave all of Reg's time to Bologna. After the wedding banquet, Freya retreated to her training room to study alchemy, while Reg carried Bologna into the bedroom filled with highly concentrated magical elements. The night's training began. Considering that Reg and Bologna completely destroyed the arena while they were fighting with all their might. In the bedroom, a battlefield, Reg specially crafted a sturdy bed using trees known for their hardness and being of intermediate-level magical plant quality, which grew in the small world. They were evenly matched in the arena before, but tonight Reg will give Bologna a good beating. Perhaps because it was her first time sparring with Reg at night, Bologna was a little shy. It took Reg quite a while to defeat Bologna. It has to be said that sparring with Bologna was really effective for training. With Bologna in hand, Reg doesn't intend to let Freya off the hook either. Without nighttime training, Freya wouldn't engage in any battle master training during the day. She might have stayed up all night researching alchemy. Reg and Freya have been married for almost half a year, and Reg knows Freya very well. Even if Freya wanted to study alchemy, she needed to be in good health. Her training as a battle master had to continue. Before breakfast, Reg pulled Freya out of the alchemy room and had breakfast with Bologna. After breakfast, the three of them entered the miniature world together. Reg gave Bologna a brief introduction to the small world and the world tree, then had Bologna sit next to the world tree and use its life energy to enhance her physical talents. Bologna's list of talents is quite long, including second-class physical talent, fourth-class soul talent, top-level natural element affinity talent, top-level earth element affinity talent, advanced wind element affinity talent, divine power, and combat intuition. Bologna already possesses top-tier natural elemental affinity, so she doesn't need the world tree to expend life energy to grant her that. All you need to do is upgrade your second-tier physique talent to a first-tier physique talent. However, Bologna possesses divine power, which manifests in her as having stronger physical attributes than other fighters of the same level, enabling her to fight beyond her level. This resulted in the fact that simply raising Bologna's physical talent from level 2 to level 1 required slightly more life energy than Freya's time. The life energy stored in the world tree continues to shrink. While enhancing Bologna's physical talents, Freya went to observe various magical plants, with the twin rabbit girls accompanying her. Reg called over the werewolf girl Mavis and angrily rubbed her head. Mavis dared not speak her anger, and could only console herself that this was the reward humans gave her for providing food, shelter, and resources for cultivation. As long as Reg doesn't come, Mavis is quite happy living in the small world. Without the prejudiced gazes of their own kind, life in the small world was carefree, with an endless supply of food and magical plants, and an environment rich in magical elements. Mavis has now become a junior fighter. Mavis's biggest goal is to surpass Reg's strength, then turn Reg into her pet and rub him for fun every day. Before she had the strength to confront Reg, Mavis could only think about these things in her heart and endure Reg's torment. Only 5 residents remain in the small world: the twin rabbit girls Dovey and Doya, the werewolf girl Mavis, and the elf Ivani and Sophia. They belong to Reg's alien maids. The older Yvonne has already been won over by Reg, and among the 5 guests, her loyalty to Reg is second only to Sophia. Besides these 5 guests, the rest are magical beasts living in the small world. These magical beasts can all be used as mounts, with horse-type magical beasts being the most common. Reg is interested in expanding the monster population to provide powerful monster mounts for future elite troops. However, equine-type magical beasts have a longer growth cycle than ordinary horses. The newly promoted nobles of the Violet Kingdom can establish a horse farm in a single generation. For established noble families to cultivate a monster race, it would require the efforts of several generations or an investment of vast sums of money. There are ways to shorten the growth cycle of Warcraft. The medicines developed by pharmacists to have this effect generally have significant side effects, such as shortening the lifespan of monsters and reducing their intelligence. Monsters generally live longer than wild beasts, so a shorter lifespan is acceptable, and a decline in intelligence is not a big deal. Reg also obtained many formulas for this type of potion when he was in the capital. In fact, Reg has another perfect way to accelerate the growth of magical beasts. Use the life energy of the world tree to catalyze the growth of magical beasts, thereby increasing their growth speed without any side effects. However, Reg was reluctant to part with the life energy it consumed. Therefore, if we want to expand the monster population, we still need to rely on brewing potions. Reg needs to train a group of pharmacists or resurrect some pharmacists who have just died. After I advance to Star Mage, perhaps I can take a trip to the Mage Kingdom. The Kingdom of Mages has many mages, as well as a great many alchemists, medicine makers, and formation masters. There's no need to wait until the mage dies before trying to obtain their soul and genes. You can go to the monks when their lifespan is almost over, and in exchange for regaining your youth, make them work for you for decades, or even centuries. If you can make a few old mages young again in the early stages, they should all know each other, making it easy to gain the trust of the other old mages and allowing Reg to gain a large number of workers. The prerequisite is that Reg must have enough strength. Chapter 133: The New Lord's Mansion. Since Reg left the battlefield and returned to his territory last year, 10.5 months have passed, and the world tree's height has increased from 612.41 centimeters to 612.42 centimeters. It takes 100 years for a plant to grow 1 centimeter naturally, and only 0.01 centimeters in a year, which is almost negligible. The world tree grows very slowly naturally, but the land area of the smaller worlds grows very quickly. The area now exceeds 30,000 square meters, approximately 45 acres. The original living area of the resurrected has been demolished and replaced with new magical plants by 5 maids. Even the areas where monsters live are periodically relocated. The closer you are to the world tree, the faster the plants grow. The world tree cannot allow monsters to grow quickly, so there is no need for monsters to live near the world tree. After Bellona's physical talent enhancement ended, the 3 of them left the small world after Bellona had time to adjust to her new body. After carefully examining her body, Bellona happily told Reg and Freya, "I feel that I will be able to become a high-level battle master in no more than a month. Your official positions have been revoked. Now you can focus on your cultivation in the Lord's Manor. With your first-class physique talent, we all have the opportunity to become legendary powerhouses. In the future, we can even be emperors for fun, and you will be my empresses and imperial concubines." Bellona nodded repeatedly, thinking about how she would cultivate diligently, become a legendary powerhouse as soon as possible, and help her husband become emperor. Seeing how strong Bellona was, and how hard she still had to train, Freya suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Should I also strive to cultivate into a battle master? Freya hesitated, not wanting to abandon alchemy. After thinking it over, Freya had an idea. If Reg becomes a legendary powerhouse, perhaps the world tree will no longer lack life energy. Then I can ask Reg for his life energy to improve my physical attributes, and that way I can quickly become a legendary powerhouse. Even if one cannot become a legendary powerhouse, as long as the lifespan of one's soul has not ended, one can continue to live. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Bellona went to the training room to cultivate. Freya wanted to go to the alchemy room, but Reg sent her back to her bedroom to sleep. Reg went to the study to handle territory affairs. Before doing so, Reg first injected a high concentration of magical elements into the study. Breathing in high concentrations of magical elements daily can provide a slight boost to one's abilities, and over time, this boost accumulates significantly. Compared to the old manor, the new Lord's Manor is not only larger in area, but also more luxuriously decorated. Most importantly, the rooms that Reg would use, Freya's alchemy room and training room, were designed with airtightness in mind during construction. The room is sealed, and once infused with a high concentration of magical elements, it will not be easily diluted by the outside air. The Maid School and the Superhuman School have even more training rooms. When these training rooms were built, they were connected by pipes. As long as Reg injects a high concentration of magical elements into the main pipeline, they will flow into each training room through the pipe. Therefore, there is no need for Reg to inject high concentrations of magical elements into each training room individually. When building the Lord's Manor, Reg even set aside space for a magic array to be built, intending to create a large magic array that would cover the entire Lord's Manor. However, Reg is not capable of building such a large-scale magic array for the time being. It requires an intermediate or advanced array master to accomplish this. As long as the Lord's Manor is covered by a magic array, Reg can inject a high concentration of magic elements directly into the manor from anywhere within it, and the magic elements will not leak to the outside world. August and September are harvest season in the north. This year, the area of cultivated land in Viscount Catland is larger, but it is still far from enough to meet the food needs of the entire territory's 220,000 inhabitants. Reg has planned to travel to the middle and southern territories after September to purchase a large amount of grain. The autumn harvest is the time when grain is cheapest. Reg bought a lot of food, which saved him a lot of money. Reg wouldn't use the grain purchase price in the central and southern borders as the grain selling price in his own territory. As long as they sell at the usual market price, they can recoup most of the wages paid to the citizens and make a large profit themselves. It allows for the development of territory to the greatest extent possible with limited funds. A territory of 12,000 square kilometers can support more than 1 million people, but that requires the territory to be fully developed. This year, 200,000 people immigrated. Reg never imagined that 200,000 people would immigrate every year. The territory's population will exceed 1 million before the next expansion war arrives. That's an exaggeration. The minimum number of immigrants next year is 100,000. With 100,000 immigrants a year, the territory will have a population of 500,000 to 600,000 before the next expansion war arrives. In extreme circumstances, it is possible to assemble an army of 100,000. Under normal circumstances, it has a standing army of at least 10,000 men. This is basically the strength of a Marquette, lacking mainly an elite army. Once the archer unit equipped with the Type 1 infantry crossbow was formed, it could only be considered an elite force. An elite force is one that uses apprentice-level extraordinary individuals as soldiers. Graduates of the School for the Extraordinary can either join the military as mid to high-ranking officers or become town mayors or deputy mayors. It will be difficult to build an elite force by relying on graduates of the School of Extraordinary Individuals for a long time. Reg wants to build an elite force, and he still needs to rely on the Maid School. Maid schools train both domestic maids and combat maids. They are all extraordinary individuals. When needed, even a housekeeper can go to the battlefield. With the addition of female resurrected warriors from the Bloodrose Cavalry, it won't be long before Reg is able to assemble a maid squad of over 100 women. The number of people is still too small. Reg needs to buy more slaves. The Maid School and the Superhuman School can accommodate more than 1,000 students. It's unclear when this pool of 1,000 people will be filled. The first batch of students will graduate next year. Reg primarily purchased slaves within his territory in Cheryl Town. Also, Simon Town, Ironstone Town, and Blackstone Town could be promoted. As for Panshire Town, only young and middle-aged men are building the town. No immigrant families have moved there to live. The young and middle-aged men who built Rocktown mainly sent their families to settle in Iron Rock Town and Black Rock Town. The construction of the territory began in late February this year, and it has been 6 months since then. The new Lord's Mansion was completed in just 6 months. This was because the new Lord's Mansion occupied a relatively small area and required a large amount of manpower, which enabled it to be completed quickly. Even without building city walls, the expansion project of Cheryl Town would require at least a year to complete. Construction is hampered by the cold winter and rain and is not expected to be completed until the second half of next year. Further expansion may be carried out depending on the situation. The towns of Panjshir, Taishir, and Haishi all need to have city walls built. Panjshir town has the smallest area, but because it is a fortified town, its construction period is longer than the other two towns. The construction of Viscount Catland will not end until the next expansion war breaks out. Chapter 134 Relaunching Immigration Campaign. On the afternoon of September 5th, Bologna successfully entered the Advanced Battlemaster realm in the training room. Viscount Catland now has a second high-level superhuman in charge. Considering that it had only been a little over 2 weeks since his wedding to Bologna, Reg decided not to celebrate. However, Reg spread the news that Bologna had become a high-level battle master. Lord Reg Catalan is a high-ranking mage. The First Lady, Freya Catalan, was the granddaughter of the Marquis of Leighton. Although the second wife, Bologna Catalan, was of commoner origin, she had already become a high-level battle master. The fact that Reg, a nobleman, married a commoner woman caused many established nobles to frown. But the newly emerging nobles didn't feel much about it, since Bologna was Reg's second wife, and a wife with such great power at that. Only counts generally possess the strength of advanced superhumans, and a count's territory usually has only one advanced superhuman in charge. A viscount must be a high-level superhuman and have made enough military achievements before he can be promoted to earl. The newly established Viscountate of Catalan now boasts 2 high-ranking superhumans in charge, with the support of the Marquis of Leighton. By all accounts, the Catalan family is poised for rapid rise to power. Reg didn't care what the nobles outside thought, focusing instead on his territory affairs and cultivation. It's already September, so it's time to start the campaign to attract new immigrants next year. The county of Catalonia will need at least 100,000 new immigrants next year. Using the same method as last year, we will promote our cause throughout the kingdom through caravans to attract immigrants to settle in Viscount Catland. This method worked quite well. Based on the information provided by immigrants after they arrived in Viscount Cartran, which caravans' advertisements attracted them, Reg gave extra rewards to the caravans that attracted the most immigrants. This year, Reg added another method to attract immigrants, continuing to use this approach. This year, 200,000 immigrants have flocked to the Viscount de Catalan. Settlement allowances and ample job opportunities have made the vast majority of immigrants quite satisfied with life in the Viscount de Catalan. Reg provided money and manpower to write letters to some immigrants, which were then carried back to their hometowns by caravans to promote the Viscount of Catalan. We are not afraid of having too many immigrants, but we are afraid of having too few. The extra immigrants can be sent to other noble territories in the newly developed lands. Reg could also earn a favor. The year in which the pioneering war ended, or the following year, was the year with the most immigrants. Over time, the number of immigrants to the north will gradually decrease. Without vigorous promotion, even if immigrants come to the north, they are more likely not to Viscount Catland. Publicity is still very important. We need at least 100,000 immigrants next year, and how to settle them is also a problem. Reg quickly came up with a plan. This year's immigrants are relatively few who directly reclaim wasteland for cultivation. The main reason is that we arrived in Viscount Catland's territory relatively late, when it was no longer suitable for pioneering. Most immigrants prefer to find a job this year, earn some money to support their families, and then start cultivating the wasteland and returning to an agricultural lifestyle next year. After all, the immigrants knew that the Viscountate of Catland could not sustain large-scale construction indefinitely. It may take 1 or 2 years, or even 3 or 4 years, for most of the projects to be completed, resulting in a significant reduction in job opportunities. Working for someone else is not a long-term solution, but farming is a long-term solution. It is expected that many of the road construction workers and building workers this year will give up their jobs next year and focus on farming. Only miners, steel mill workers, and coke plant workers have stable jobs that they can keep working indefinitely. This was exactly what Reg wanted. Of this year's road construction workers and building workers, at most only 1/3 will remain next year. These people have work experience, so they can be team leaders or squad leaders to manage newcomers, and their wages will be slightly increased. Next year's new immigrants will repeat the immigration process of this year. Next year's new immigrants will not have time to clear the land. In order to support their families, young and middle-aged men and women will apply for jobs as workers to build roads and cities to earn money. By the year after next, they can start clearing land and planting crops much earlier. This process can be repeated for future immigrants. If the workers don't leave this year and continue working next year, it will actually be a problem for Reg. On the one hand, with such a vast territory, there is too little land for cultivation, so large quantities of grain need to be purchased from outside. On the other hand, new immigrants are not able to get many jobs, and those who arrive late miss the spring planting season and can only live on resettlement allowances. Judging from the immigrants' situation, even if they are illiterate, they understand some general principles, so they shouldn't encounter such trouble. If things unfold as Reg envisions, an unavoidable problem will arise. The arrival time of new immigrants varies, ranging from late February to early May, with April being the peak month for immigration. By late February, as the weather warmed up, construction sites were able to resume operations, but the new immigrants were unable to immediately fill the gaps. The construction period will be extended to some extent. Reg could accept this result. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. If only there were enough extraordinary individuals involved in the construction. Fighters possess greater strength than ordinary people, making them the best laborers. Earth-type mages can also play a significant role in road construction and city building. A legendary earth mage was even able to build a city entirely of earth by himself, and the dense earth was just as sturdy as stone. If we want to involve extraordinary individuals in construction, we'll probably have to start an era of universal cultivation. This is something that the Nora world cannot currently withstand. Unless Nora, the world tree, is still alive and can provide sufficient magical elements, an era of universal cultivation cannot be ushered in. Magical elements limit the development of the extraordinary side of the Nora world. Reg's plan has officially begun. A literate clerk carried paper and pen and searched for immigrants willing to write letters back to their hometowns. The immigrant, who was illiterate, spoke in colloquial language. The clerk, following instructions from above, added a few more sentences to the letter. For example, I live a good life in the Viscountry of Cataland. I have a sufficient settlement allowance and a large number of well-paid jobs. Next spring, I will start cultivating my own land. If you want to move, hurry up and come to the Viscountry of Cataland. If you are too slow, we will stop accepting immigrants. Letters, each with its exact address, converged in Cheryl. Most of the caravans entering Viscount Cartel stayed in Cheryl, a small portion in Simon, and there were none further north. The officials inquired about the caravan's return route, handed them letters along the way, and provided a small fee for their assistance. Many caravans also took on the task of promoting the Viscount of Cataland. Especially this year, because they attracted a large number of immigrant caravans to the territory of Viscount Cataland and received a reward from Viscount Cataland. They certainly wouldn't let this task pass them by. They'd make as much money as they could. Businessmen will not easily let go of any opportunity to make money. Chapter 135 Annual Summary. 2 months passed quickly amidst the busyness, and winter arrived. The bustling Viscount Delardinian has finally quieted down. Road workers and construction workers from various locations returned to their hometowns. Most immigrants' homes were just simple dugouts. The simple dugouts, along with the very cheap Blackstone in the Viscount of Cataland, were enough for the immigrants to survive their first winter in the Viscount of Cataland. Next year, they will be able to cultivate the land and build their own houses. Road construction and city building projects have been halted, but iron ore mines, Blackstone mines, coke plants, and steel mills have not stopped operations for the time being. The temperature inside the mine is higher than outside, so thick clothes are provided for the miners to keep warm. Steel mills and coke plants are particularly bustling. Work will only temporarily stop during the coldest month of winter. There is only one place where work never stops, even in the coldest part of winter, the crossbow-making workshop. Reg will place a large number of furnaces in the crossbow workshop to provide the craftsmen with a warm environment and prevent the cold from affecting their production of parts for the Type 1 infantry crossbow. In August, it took only 2 days to assemble one crossbow. As the first batch of craftsmen became skilled and new craftsmen joined, by late September, 2 crossbows could be assembled in a single day. In October, on the busiest day, 5 crossbows were assembled. The production of Type 1 infantry crossbows in the crossbow workshop will continue to increase this winter. By the end of winter, Reg will be able to assemble 2 large battalions of marksmen. For now, we'll form a large squadron of marksmen. When the new army is established next year, a battalion of archers will also be formed within it. If the standing army reaches 10,000 men, Reg will form a brigade-sized marksman unit of 3,000 men. The large amount of Blackstone mined from the Blackstone mine supported the steel mill to smelt steel, and railways were built connecting various parts of Blackstone Town and Ironstone Town. More Blackstones were personally delivered by Reg to Cheryl and Simon, where they were sold to the townspeople at low prices. When selling Blackstones, they also reminded the people to ensure proper ventilation when burning them for warmth. Reg also sent a small amount of Blackstone to Rocktown, which was not yet completed. The workers who built Rocktown have all gone home, but Rocktown can't be left all alone here. So Reg arranged for a battalion of infantry to be stationed here. With the arrival of winter, Reg has fewer territorial affairs to attend to, and is even able to take some time to summarize the year's territorial development in advance. In terms of territory development, the most important aspect is the income and expenditure of money. Without sufficient funds, the Viscountate of Catland could not attract a large number of immigrants, nor could it hire a large number of immigrants to carry out various projects in the territory. In terms of financial expenditures, the first expense is the 200,000 immigrant settlement allowance. There were approximately 90,000 young and middle-aged men and women, and each person received a resettlement allowance of 10 taels of silver, which amounted to 9,000 gold coins. The remaining 110,000 people each received a resettlement allowance of 5 silver coins, equivalent to approximately 5,500 gold coins. Including the cost of giving each of the hundreds of thousands of immigrants a small bag of 5 kilograms of rye as a gift, and the cost of hiring merchants to promote the program across the country. These projects will require at least 16,000 gold coins. Even larger than these project expenses are the costs paid to employing young and middle-aged men and women. Regardless of gender, the average daily wage was 30 copper coins per person. The earliest workers started work in late February and continued until the end of October. Including rainy days when work was not possible, each worker worked for an average of 6 months, or 180 days. Some families choose to farm, while in others only the husband works. Based on hiring 70,000 people, Reg would need to spend 37,800 gold coins, but the actual expenditure was close to 40,000 gold coins. Maintaining a territory army of over 3,300 people, as well as paying salaries to the subordinates of the extraordinary individuals and the officials and clerks of the non-extraordinary individuals, already costs more than 10,000 gold coins a year. In projects such as road construction, city building, mining, and factory construction, most building materials are sourced locally, while some important materials are purchased from outside sources, costing over 7,000 gold coins. All in all, Reg has spent more than 78,000 gold coins this year. On the surface, it seems that without the huge sum of money from selling the horses, it would be impossible to afford the large-scale development of the territory. There are expenses and income. The biggest source of income is naturally the magical plant business at the Catland Potions shop. When the small world's land area was only 19 acres, planting only 1/3 of the area with low-level magical plants with short growth cycles could generate about 6,000 gold coins per month. This is even at 10% of the market price. Every month, the area of the small world increases by almost 3 acres. By winter, the land area of the small world had exceeded 50 acres. The area where low-level magical plants are planted in the small world has even decreased to less than 1/3, but the planting area is constantly increasing, and the monthly output value is also increasing rapidly. Of the low-level magical plants produced each month, Reg keeps half for his own use and sells the other half. The Leighton family and its dependent families accounted for the majority of sales. The remaining low-level magical plants are sold at the Catland Potions shop in Cheryl Town. This includes both individual sales and bulk purchases by caravans for resale outside the region. From earning 3,000 gold coins a month to earning over 7,000 gold coins in October last year. The income from low-level magical plants alone, from January to October this year, exceeded 50,000 gold coins. The Viscount of Cataland's own agricultural and commercial taxes combined amount to less than 4,000 gold coins. On the contrary, Reg's errand fee is higher, exceeding 10,000 gold coins. For example, regarding grain, after last autumn's harvest, they purchased large quantities of grain from the place where grain prices were cheapest, loaded it into their personal space, and sent it back to their territory for sale. If grain is transported long distances from its production area to the Viscount of Cataland for sale, the cost of the journey could be several times the price of the grain at the production area. No businessman would do this kind of business. The further north you go, the higher the price of grain becomes. In the province of Trut, there are caravans that transport grain from the southern part of the province to newly developed lands for sale, and they can make some money from it. With 200,000 immigrants flooding into the Viscountry of Catland, The supply of grain transported by caravans alone could not meet their demand, leading to a surge in grain prices. Reg brought back cheap food from the central and southern borders of the kingdom and sold it at the prices of previous years, making the immigrants able to afford the food while Reg earned a large sum of money for his services. It wasn't just food, but also other daily necessities needed by the people. Reg can earn a hefty delivery fee by buying large quantities of goods from the production areas, transporting them back to his territory, and selling them. If it weren't for the time spent managing the territory and cultivating oneself, it would be easy to earn more than 50,000 gold coins in delivery fees within a year. These earnings alone amount to 64,000 gold coins, compared to the expenditure of 78,000 gold coins, meaning an additional 14,000 gold coins are required. The actual income is even higher. For example, the treasures that Reg sold to the Marquis of Leighton were worth thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold coins each. Reg's control over money did not decrease. In fact, it increased. Chapter 136 City of Trade. The outside world was unaware that Reg had sold the treasure to the Marquis of Leighton. It's not widely believed that all the profits from the magical plant business at the Catalan Potions shop go to Reg. The total value of the magical plants sold has exceeded the annual income of most earls. The Catalan family is a newly emerging small family, and it is impossible for them to produce a large number of magical plants on their own. If even the Leighton family couldn't do it, no one else believed the Catalan family could. It is widely believed that Reg found a way to obtain magical plants in large quantities and sell them to others. Reg's profit is roughly 10% to 20% of the price of the magical plant, earning him 5,000 to 10,000 gold coins a year. The nobles didn't care about that number. They were more interested in knowing where Reg's magical plants came from. With the Marquis of Leighton as their backer, the nobles would at most conduct a covert investigation. Reg no longer plans to expand his magical plant business. Maintaining an income of around 7,000 gold coins per month will suffice. At the same time, Reg also needs to develop his business on the surface. The idea was to purchase goods in bulk from outside and sell them at market price in one's own territory, earning a delivery fee. Reg had a plan. The newly acquired lands of the Violet Kingdom represent a vast and untapped market, which various factions will vie for. However, the market is both large and small. It has the area, but the population is still relatively small. Various forces will not immediately invest too much manpower and resources to compete for this market. The main reason is that it is too far from the core area of the kingdom. No matter what you transport there to sell, the travel expenses will be a huge expense. Now Reg wants to capture a share of this market. Reg intends to develop Cheryl into a trading city, or rather, a large wholesale market. Using his personal space, Reg went directly to the production area, purchased various items at low prices, brought them back to his territory, and sold the remaining items in Cheryl City after satisfying his own needs. Reg can earn a commission for running errands. This will also attract nobles from newly developed territories to Cheryl City to purchase various supplies, develop Cheryl City's commerce and service industries, and bring more revenue to Reg. If all goes well, once the first phase of expansion of Cheryl City is completed, the second phase of expansion can begin immediately, transforming it from a small city capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people into a medium-sized city capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Becoming a star mage sooner and using teleportation to travel between the two places more quickly will allow the plan to proceed more smoothly, and Reg himself will also be able to save a lot of travel time. According to the plan, at least 100,000 immigrants will settle in the Viscount of Catalan next year, but next year's expenditures will not exceed those of this year. This year's main expenditure is hiring a large number of young and middle-aged men and women for various projects. Next year, many families will switch to clearing land for farming, and young and middle-aged men and women among the new immigrants will become workers. The number of workers hired this year will not differ significantly from that of next year, so the expenses in this area will increase accordingly. As more families started farming, the agricultural tax increased, which basically offset Reg's errand fees. Reg would prefer higher agricultural taxes in his territory so that he could become self-sufficient in food as soon as possible. While Reg was conducting his annual review, the able-bodied men in the villages and towns of his territory were already undergoing military training under the guidance of local knights and officers. The fact that meals were provided on the day of military training alone attracted local young men to participate. Even sick people wanted to participate, just to save their families a few bites of food. The military training was relatively simple, consisting of first forming ranks, then marching, running, and practicing simple rifle techniques. Military training is conducted in relatively warm weather. In the cold winter, people stay at home not only because it is too cold outside, but more importantly because they don't have any warm clothes. Whenever military training is conducted in warm weather, the militia members start with a run to warm up their bodies before proceeding with other training exercises. If the training reached a certain level, the commander would even take the militia out hunting. Within the vast Viscount's territory of Cataland lie large forests inhabited by many wild beasts, and there is even a chance of encountering weak magical creatures. Hunting and killing wild animals would provide extra food for the militia. There is one very important point in military training, which Reg specifically emphasized. These are military regulations from the territory's standing army. Militia members must also abide by these military regulations when conducting military training. Violations of military regulations will be punished according to military law. Farmers may be cunning in ordinary times, but during military training, they are all honest and obedient, strictly following the orders of their commanders. The initial training was quite difficult. The illiterate militiamen couldn't tell left from right when their commander shouted. The commander would use a whip or a wooden board to strike the militiamen's hands, so that they would remember which hand was their left and which was their right. It takes a month of training for the militia during the winter to make the territory's reserve forces somewhat presentable. Winter is over, and even during the busy farming season, we still need to train every 10 days or so to reinforce the content of military training. The militia are training, and so are the regular army. Even in the coldest weather, with strong winds and heavy snow, the standing army sometimes conducts training. The war will not stop because of bad weather. The enemy might even charge in despite the bad weather. Compared to the militia, the soldiers in the standing army all had warm clothing issued by their superiors, enabling them to withstand training in harsh weather. When he has time, Reg will also go out for a walk to inspect the training of the standing army and militia. There's nothing to be satisfied with or dissatisfied with. The militia had short training periods, and the standing army itself was labeled by Reg as an old-fashioned army. Reg was satisfied as long as the standing army and militia completed the assigned training tasks according to Reg's orders. All we need is a large enough army that obeys Reg's command. The standing army numbers over 3,300, and the reserve force exceeds 40,000. In the northern border region of the Violet Kingdom, noble territories closer to the border often train their able-bodied men due to orc raids. In noble territories where there are no orc attacks, young men are generally not trained. There is only one standing army in the territory and no reserve forces. When the War of Expansion entered the preparation stage, a portion of the standing army was used to temporarily conscript farmers to form the expeditionary force. Such an army was incomparable to the expeditionary forces sent by the border nobles. At least the peasants of the border nobles received some military training. So much so that after the noble army arrived at the assembly area, they continued to train the troops, making the farmers as qualified soldiers as possible. But in the border regions, no noble territories have ever trained farmers on such a large scale as the Viscount of Cataland. During a noble banquet in winter, a nobleman curiously asked Reg about this matter. Reg replied, "Since I'm idle anyway, I might as well train more. It's better to be prepared than not. I also want to make more contributions in the next war." Chapter 137. 3 years later, an unprecedented racial war. Reg had planned to farm peacefully for 5 years and develop his territory properly. But things didn't go as planned. With more than a year to go before the next expansion war, in the Violet Kingdom's 823rd year, just as the autumn harvest season began, a great disturbance occurred in the northern wasteland. It wasn't just the werewolves and centaurs, the Violet Kingdom's old rivals, who were mobilizing their troops. According to the reconnaissance of the Violet Kingdom's powerful warriors and air cavalry, a strange ancient race from the far north has migrated south into the wasteland. For example, the Cyclops race, the Spider race, the Stone race, the Four-armed Azuro race, and so on. These races even produced saints in the second and third eras, but now it is difficult for them to produce a legendary powerhouse. With a small population, the chances of producing a genius are low. The environment in the far north is harsh, with scarce food and cultivation resources. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for a legendary powerhouse to emerge. However, things are not absolute. Even the powerful figures in the Violet Kingdom who were in charge of the investigation could not determine whether there were any hidden legendary experts among the enemies. Regardless, The movements of both the orcs and the ancient races almost certainly indicate that they intend to march south and attack the Violet Kingdom. Other human kingdoms and the three great empires are all making moves against their respective enemies. This is an attack by alien races on the human race. The humans called it the Alien Alliance. The various races within the Alien Alliance called themselves the 100 Races Alliance. In the Second Age, all races rebelled against the tyranny of the elves. Now in the Fifth Era, all races are plotting to join forces to annihilate humanity. The human race had long been aware of the Alien Alliance. However, the war had just ended, and the human race needed to recuperate and rebuild. It was not appropriate for them to launch another offensive against the territory of other races. Even if they launch an attack, it would be difficult to wipe out the alien race in one go, let alone severely damage it, and they would also pay a huge price. Ultimately, the Human Council, composed of 3 emperors and 7 kings, decided to adopt a defensive strategy. When humans defend their own territory and other races attack, this situation is more advantageous to humans. If even holding a defensive position is not an option, then launching an offensive would result in even greater losses. Therefore, after noticing the subtle actions of the alien race, the human nations increased the construction of border fortifications. Border fortifications are one line of defense, but there is a second line of defense behind them, and some countries are even preparing a third line of defense. The fortified defenses behind them were all products of past territorial expansion. No longer used as a border fortress, it will be open to the public, allowing citizens to settle there, turning into a semi-fortress, semi-city, with a significant reduction in the number of troops stationed there. Now a large number of troops have been stationed there again, and it is being used as a fortress. A series of heavily fortified defensive lines were established to defend against attacks from foreign tribes. The large-scale mobilization of alien races could not be concealed at all. As soon as the alien races made a move, the various human nations immediately sprang into action. Even during the autumn harvest season, nobles, upon receiving orders from the emperor and king, would dispatch troops from their territories to garrison the fortress defenses. Reg also received the king's orders, which contained 4 points. The first clause requires Viscount Catelyn to assemble a regiment of at least 1,000 soldiers and proceed to the border region of Wattsburg to be under the command of the Marquis of Leiden, commander of the Western Army. Article 2. Collect military supplies worth 20% of the territory's tax revenue and transport them to Fort Worth. Thirdly, at least 2 more regiments, totaling 2,000 troops, should be prepared, which may be deployed to the war later. The fourth point is to raise more military supplies, which may be subsequently used in the war. The first 2 points are actually not much different from the War of Expansion. The Viscount mobilized a regiment of troops, as well as military supplies worth 20% of the territory's tax revenue. On the contrary, the latter 2 points will make the nobles of the Violet Kingdom realize how brutal this war will be, and that the Violet Kingdom actually needs to make more preparations than for a war of expansion. The first thing the nobles did after receiving orders in the newly conquered lands was not to summon troops and gather military supplies, but to send their wives, children, and elderly parents south. They feared that the first line of defense might fall, and the newly developed lands between the second line of defenses from the previous expansion war would fall. The rumors about the alien race's underhanded tactics had already begun circulating among the noble circles of the Violet Kingdom 2 years ago. Reg also had some concerns about this. When developing the territory, the original Cheryl Town and Simon Town, covering more than 1,100 square kilometers, were key development areas. Today, this land, which is less than 1/10 of the Viscount de Catherine, is home to more than 1/5 of the total population of the territory, numbering over 100,000. It's probably because the first border fortress of the Violet Kingdom was once garrisoned by Princess Katarina Violet, Duke Ulysses Walsh, and Marquis Waltz Leighton, who held off the Orc army's attack. Therefore, in this potential war, there will still be 3 commanders, each guarding one of the 3 important fortresses, Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts. War may not necessarily break out. It could just be a feint by a foreign race, though the chances are relatively small. If it were to happen to any of the human nations, which is a very small chance, everyone would accept it and treat it as a large-scale military exercise. Upon receiving the king's order, Reg immediately made arrangements, drawing troops from his territory and gathering military supplies. He would personally lead the army, carrying the supplies to Wattsburg. In addition, Reg will also deploy troops from his territory to the already constructed Rock Town, and depending on the situation, arrange for Bologna to go to Rock Town to take charge. Last month, Bellona was promoted to Star Warrior. Her exceptional talent meant that even after entering the Star Realm, Bellona was already considered to be at a mid-level among Star Realm transcendents. The attacking enemies are not too strong, and Bellona can hold the fort in Rocktown. The attacking enemy is too strong. The territory of Viscount Catalan may fall to most, or even all of it. Bellona can stay in Cheryl City and, depending on the situation, can lead her people to continue south. After nearly 4 years of development, the population of Viscount Catalan has reached an astonishing 570,000. With such a large population, the territory has a standing army of 12,000. Furthermore, it has transformed from an old-style army to a new-style army, with most of its mid- to senior-level officers being graduates of the Superhuman Academy. The first batch of graduates from the Suitsai School also joined the army. After several months of training, they were basically appointed as junior officers. This 12,000-strong standing army includes. The cavalry unit consisted of a regiment of over 500 riders, each equipped with a warhorse. The infantry unit consists of 3 brigades and 1 regiment, totaling approximately 11,500 men. The archer unit consists of a brigade of over 3,300 men, each equipped with a Type 1 infantry crossbow. In addition to its standing army, the Viscountate of Catalan also has a large reserve force, with a total strength of 110,000. The reserve force of 110,000 men is organized into 18 towns, each with a force ranging from a brigade to a division. Only the northernmost town of Panshur has no reserve troops, and there are no settled people there, only the town of Panshur. One point to note is that both regular and reserve soldiers have some basic horseback riding experience. Chapter 138, I want to defend my territory. From the southernmost tip of the territory to Cheryl, and finally to Rocktown, 2 railway lines consisting of 4 rails run through the entire Viscount Catalan. Some towns also have railway tracks built to connect to the main roads. Without Reg's personal involvement, people and goods from Viscount Catalan's territory could quickly reach various parts of the land via the railway. Horses pulled the modified carriages along the railway tracks, carrying relatively heavy goods. They could travel 15 to 20 kilometers per hour, resting and feeding the horses along the way, and could travel for 4 to 6 hours a day. If you change horses along the way, you can start from the southernmost part of the territory in the morning and arrive at Rocktown, 180 kilometers away, by evening. When transporting small amounts of cargo or people, the speed can be increased to 25 to 30 kilometers per hour. However, with increased speed comes reduced durability, lasting only 1 to 2 hours. By changing horses frequently along the way, the fastest route can cover 180 kilometers in 6 hours. With the railway line now in operation, Reg's free time has increased considerably. For this expedition, Reg planned to start from Cheryl, transport the troops by rail to Rocktown, take the border route, and head to Wattsburg. This was the most time-efficient option. Reg was not yet ready, and Marquis Leighton, accompanied only by the Golden Lion Legion, arrived in Cheryl. Reg and Freya received Marquis Leighton together. When Reg saw the Marquis of Leighton, he could tell that the Marquis was in a bad mood, as if he was worried about him. The ensuing conversation proved this to be true. Reg, I'm not confident that I can hold the border fortress line in the upcoming war. I may have to retreat to the second fortress line. At that time, most of the land you expanded in the last war, including most of your territory, will fall. If you had known this, you should have chosen other territories. Reg comforted him, saying, Grandpa, I'm prepared. The center of the territory is in Cheryl and Simon. If the border can't be held, I'll evacuate the people to the south as soon as possible. As for the cities and villages that have already been built, they'll belong to me again after we drive out the alien races. At worst, it'll just take a few more years to rebuild them. Since Reg was already prepared, Marquis Leighton said no more. The large-scale construction of the Viscount de Catherine surprised many nobles, including the Marquis of Leighton. In just 4 years, the Viscountry of Catalan has developed rapidly. How much money is invested in a year? How much money is invested in total over 4 years? And then there's that exorbitant resettlement allowance. The nobles estimated that Viscount Catalan had spent more than 200,000 gold coins, a sum that even dukes could not easily afford. A viscount was able to come up with so much money. After deducting the 120,000 plus gold coins from selling the horse, there's still a shortfall of 80,000 gold coins. The nobles probably earned tens of thousands of gold coins from the magical plant business at the Catalan Potions shop. There's also Viscount Catalan, a esteemed spatial mage who uses his personal space to earn errand fees. especially after Viscount Catalan became a star mage last September and learned the teleportation spell of the star space mage. It became even easier for Viscount Catalan to earn errand fees. The nobles could all see that if Viscount Catalan was willing, he could form a merchant guild specializing in bulk goods, and even if he couldn't monopolize the national market, he could still reap the greatest profits. The Marquis of Leighton then spoke with Reg about the war. Marquis Leighton first spoke about the current arrangements of the Violet Kingdom, mainly the deployment of border fortifications. Troops were stationed in all the fortresses, large and small, along the border to defend against enemy invasions as much as possible. Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts were three important fortresses that housed the largest armies, with each fortress holding at least 100,000 troops. Behind the border fortifications, the Eastern, Western, and Central armies each formed a rapid response force. If danger arises in a certain area, rapid deployment forces will quickly provide support. The rapid deployment force consisted mainly of cavalry and infantry units transported by horse-drawn carriages, all of whom were elite troops. The troops stationed at the border fortresses do not seek to defeat the attacking enemy, but only hope to deplete the enemy's forces. The orcs cannot afford to suffer losses, and the ancient races cannot afford to suffer losses either. When they have lost too many troops, they will retreat on their own initiative. The Marquis of Leighton then asked Reg for his opinion. Reg's ideas are simple, mainly consisting of 2 points. Grandpa, I want to make a name for myself in this war, and after the war, I want to be promoted from Viscount to Earl. In addition, I also want to try to defend the territory. The funds invested in the territory were actually more than the nobles had imagined, exceeding 300,000 gold coins. Reg was also reluctant to see his territory invaded by the alien races, for years of hard work had been reduced to ashes, a loss he felt was too great. In reality, Reg can afford to lose money. More than 300,000 gold coins have already been invested, but Reg's money has not decreased, but increased instead. But 4 years were wasted like this, and it would take another 4 years to rebuild a new Viscount of Catland. Upon hearing Reg's next thought, Marquis Leighton frowned. Defend the territory? How do we defend the territory? Given Reg's relationship with the Marquis of Leighton, Reg reveals a secret to the Marquis that is not exactly a secret. Grandpa, my territory has a standing army of 12,000 men and a reserve force of over 110,000 men. The reserve force trains for a month every winter and also trains for a day every 10 to 15 days during the other 3 seasons to strengthen its reserves. My territory's reserve force is not as strong as the standing army of other noble territories, but it is not much weaker. This is the source of my confidence in defending my territory. The nobles all knew that Viscount Catland was training farmers, and Reg made no attempt to hide it. But the nobles had no idea just how strong the reserve forces of Viscount Catland were. When Reg told the Marquis of Leighton about it, the Marquis was quite surprised. With the strength of your territory, it is possible to hold out if the enemy's main force does not come. However, if the border fortress defense line is breached and the newly developed land falls, your territory will not be able to be defended, and the enemy's main force will definitely come. Reg nodded and said, "We'll act according to our capabilities. If we can't win, I'll definitely retreat." After discussing it with the Marquis of Leighton, a decision was quickly made. Lord Leighton did not require Reg to lead his troops to Wattsburg, but instead ordered the troops of Viscount Catland to garrison Rockshire with the task of holding the town. The military supplies surrendered by Viscount Catalan were also transported directly to Rocktown for use. If that's not enough, you can apply to higher authorities. Because Reg is a space mage who can teleport anywhere, Reg's base of operations has become 2. One is Rocktown, and the other is Wordsburg. The Marquis of Leighton also needs Reg's help. Even if the border fortresses are breached by the enemy, it cannot be Wattsburg that is breached first. Reg also has an important task, to use his enormous personal space to quickly transport military supplies for the kingdom. Therefore, the Marquis of Leighton granted Reg 2 flying mounts for temporary use. Chapter 139 Spreading Gold Coins on the Ground. Reg loves war. Wars generate a large number of corpses, which are then sent into the smaller world to become nourishment for the world tree. It has been almost 4 years since the end of the last war, and the world tree has only grown 0.01 centimeters in height naturally each year. However, the small world is getting bigger and bigger, almost reaching 100,000 square meters in size, reaching the level of a lord's mansion. War will cause deaths. There's nothing that can be done about it. In the last war, the Violet Kingdom lost 1 million soldiers. Even the Marquis of Leighton was not confident in holding the border fortresses during this war, and the Violet Kingdom might suffer heavy civilian losses. Reg wasn't as indifferent to the lives of commoners as some other nobles, but he wasn't overly concerned about them either. These are the prices that humanity must pay to ascend to the throne of dominance in the world of Nora. Reg is merely a star mage and cannot yet determine the course of the racial war. In the last war of expansion, no legendary powerhouses made a move, or rather, legendary powerhouses were locked in a standoff, but those below were unaware of it. This war might be different. We might even witness a legendary powerhouse take action. Reg only wants to do two things now: defend his territory and gain more benefits in this war. As for the human race being defeated and even wiped out by the alien alliance, from nobles to kings and emperors, most were confident that the human race would ultimately triumph. The strength of the human race is widely acknowledged. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an alliance of alien races attacking them. Lord Leighton only stayed in Cheryl for half a day before leading the Golden Lion Legion on their way back. From Cheryl, take the regular road north to the border, then follow the border to Wattsburg, where you can also inspect other forts along the border. On the way to Rocktown, the ordinary road is close to the railway track, and the Marquis of Leighton can see the specially made carriages running on the railway track. The railway tracks are one of the symbols of the Viscount de Catherine. Initially, the laying of cast iron rails between Blackrock and Ironrock did not generate much buzz, and few people knew about it. With the second phase of construction of the steel plant, steel production increased significantly, and steel capable of being used to build ordinary weapons was used to lay railway tracks across the vast land. 1 meter of rail weighs 13.9 kilograms. A 180-kilometer railway line with 4 rails used a total of over 10,000 tons of steel. That's really exaggerated. It's equivalent to 1/20th of the steel used by the Violet Kingdom in a year, which was then used to build railway tracks and lay them on the ground. This is equivalent to spreading more than 100,000 gold coins on the ground. Some of the newly emerging minor nobles did not understand why Viscount Catalan did not sell all that steel, but instead manufactured it into rails to lay across the land. Most nobles understood that the Violet Kingdom's steel market was saturated and could not absorb any more steel. In every market, the steel business is backed by a large aristocracy. Even with the Marquis of Leighton as his backer, Viscount Catland could not easily penetrate the already divided steel market. The price of steel in the market is no longer important. What matters is whose business it is. Just like the magical plant business of the Catalan potion shop, it couldn't expand in the Violet Kingdom. Only in these newly developed lands, which are untapped markets, can the agricultural tools, weapons, and other steel products of the Viscount of Catalan be sold. Local nobles also came to Cheryl to make bulk purchases directly. However, the newly developed land has too few people to absorb too much steel. Some nobles then believed that the Viscount of Catland was producing too much steel and couldn't sell it, so they were dumping it on the ground. After conducting on-site investigations, some people found that the railway tracks were indeed quite useful. When transporting goods by horse-drawn carriage, the carriage runs faster and more steadily on the railway tracks than on ordinary roads. It can run on the railway tracks at night and in rainy weather. Ordinary roads are not suitable. The danger increases significantly. The nobles saw the benefits of the railway, but no noble would easily throw so much money away. Only the Viscount of Catalan was so wealthy that he couldn't sell the steel he produced, so he just threw it into the ground. As the Marquis of Leighton looked at the railway tracks, an idea suddenly popped into his head. If all the noble territories of the Violet Kingdom were connected by railroads, the troops and military supplies of each noble territory could be delivered to the front lines much faster. Even rapid deployment units can use railroads to quickly reach the locations they need to support. This war is not going to work. After the war ends, the Marquis of Leighton will make this suggestion at the Kingdom Council. In reality, for Reg, a 1-meter rail weighing 13.9 kilograms was still too light. It could only support horse-drawn carriages. When trains are manufactured, the railway tracks that run on them will weigh 40 to 50 kilograms per meter. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom would probably be terrified if such heavy railway tracks were laid out now. Even a 1-meter-long rail weighing 13.9 kilograms had a significant impact, with some people even coming to Viscount Catland's territory to steal the rails. Reg ordered the reserve troops to patrol, and anyone caught stealing rails was to be executed. If a section of track is missing and goes unnoticed, it could lead to a train crash and loss of life. Such a serious theft must be punished severely. Initially, some people came to steal the rails, but that stopped later. Theft has become significantly more difficult, and those caught will be executed. A small number of stolen rails are worthless, while a large number are too heavy to transport. Selling stolen goods is also a problem, as it would be easy for others to tell that these are rails from the Viscount of Catland. After weighing the pros and cons, the number of people stealing railway tracks decreased significantly. Steel was worthless in the Viscountry of Catland, so Reg established stations along the railway line to store rails. If there is a missing rail, the railway workers at the station will immediately bring rails to replace it. The construction of the railway facilitated the flow of people and goods within the Viscount of Cataland. Merchants who only trade within their territory have started using railroads to quickly transport goods, especially fragile items. Even considering the cost of using the railway, it was worthwhile for the merchants. However, foreign merchants, whose carriages were specially made for traveling on the railway tracks, could not use their own carriages and had to continue on the ordinary roads if they wanted to leave. The ordinary roads in Viscount Catland are well maintained, but they cannot compare to paved roads. They are merely flattened dirt roads. When it rains, it becomes muddy and difficult to walk on. So much so that many merchants who came to Viscount Catland to do business wished that the Kingdom of Violet had railway tracks laid everywhere. The army of Viscount Catland began to move towards Rocktown via the railway. Currently, a mixed regiment of over 1,100 people has been stationed in Panshire Town. It included a cavalry squadron, an archer battalion, and 2 infantry battalions. Reg planned to expand a regiment into a brigade, all of which would be regular troops. When war is about to break out, Panshire Town may be able to garrison a division of more than 10,000 people at its maximum capacity. Half of the troops are standing army, and the other half are reserves. The reserve force should not make up too much of the total force, as this would affect the defensive strength of Panshire Town. Before and after the war, the town of Panshire was temporarily called Panshire Fort, just like other fortresses on the border. Chapter 140: The New Role of World Power. The entire Violet Kingdom is busy because of the impending war. While carrying out the autumn harvest, troops were mobilized and supplies were transported to the front lines. The Violet Kingdom's war potential is extraordinary. The standing army strength can reach about 1 million. By conscripting soldiers at a rate of 1/10 of the total population, a large army of nearly 4 million could be formed. As soon as the king's decree was issued, more than 350,000 regular troops set off for the border fortifications. At the same time, the nobles conscripted at least 500,000 new soldiers to reinforce the border fortresses. A total of over 1 million will be deployed along the border fortifications. The border fortresses were originally guarded by troops, who were on rotation by the king's direct army and the noble army. Troops transferred to the front lines will have their corresponding troop strength deducted. While the war potential may be exaggerated, it will take time to fully realize it. The Violet Kingdom has a relatively large supply of ordinary weapons and equipment. However, it takes anywhere from 1 to 3 months to train the recruited young men into qualified soldiers. Judging from the movements of the alien races, the Violet Kingdom doesn't have much time to train new soldiers. Therefore, it is necessary to keep the border fortresses and defenses in place to block the foreign army, giving the rear time to recruit young men for training. The training ground for the newly formed troops was located at the second line of defense. Once recruit training is complete and the border fortress defenses have not been breached, the recruits can be deployed to the border fortress defenses. The Violet Kingdom would then have a greater chance of holding off the alien army with its border fortifications. If the border fortress defense line fails, it will still consume a large amount of the alien army's strength, and then the alien army will be stopped at the second fortress defense line. Even the second line of defense failed to stop the alien army, and there was a third line of defense behind them. If all the noble territories in the Violet Kingdom could have a large reserve force like the Viscount Carteran's territory, then there's no need to train new recruits. We can directly mobilize a massive army and wage a war of attrition against the alien race using border fortifications. It all comes down to who can't afford the losses in the end. The noble armies on the newly conquered lands were the first to arrive at the border fortress defenses. Other northern noble armies will soon arrive at the border fortress defenses. The cavalry unit received orders from their commander and set off first. Many cavalry units have arrived at the border fortifications to form rapid deployment forces. In Reg's territory, via the railway, the garrison at Rock Keep has rapidly increased from a regiment to a brigade. Reg personally delivered the military supplies to Rock Keep using his personal storage space. Besides fulfilling the mission of transporting military supplies assigned by the Marquis of Leighton, Reg spent the rest of his time stationed in Rock Keep and Cheryl City. The Starry Sky Space Mage's teleportation spell allows him to travel between Rock Keep and Cheryl City with just one teleportation spell. In reality, for an ordinary Starry Sky Space Mage, the maximum teleportation distance when fully unleashing a teleportation spell is 10 kilometers. Reg is different from other Star Space Mages. The highest level of spatial elemental affinity talent allows Reg to teleport more than 50 kilometers away with a single teleportation spell. Reg then borrowed the power of the world from the World Tree's clone to enhance the teleportation spell's effect. This allows Reg to teleport from Cheryl Town to Rock Keep with just one teleportation spell. In addition, to teleport to a location, an anchor point must be set up at that location. By harnessing the power of the world, the anchor point's existence time can be extended several times over. With Reg's current level of strength, an anchor point can exist for more than a year and is more concealed than the anchor points set by other space mages. The world power generated by the World Tree's avatars is mainly used to stabilize the space where the World Tree and the smaller worlds reside. Reg can borrow a little, more or less, but not too much. The power of the world can enhance not only teleportation spells, but also other spells, greatly increasing their attack, defense, speed, and other effects. Reg is currently only a first-stage Starry Sky Space Mage, but he should be able to advance to the second stage next month. With the special nature of the space system, he will be able to harm legendary powerhouses. However, the reaction speed and detection range of legendary experts far exceed those of the Star Realm, making it extremely difficult for Reg to harm them. The main strength lies in the power of spatial attack spells, which can damage legendary powerhouses. Missing is another matter entirely. If the power of the world is used to enhance spatial attack spells, both attack power and speed will increase, and the chance of harming legendary powerhouses will increase several times or even 10 times. With the growth of one's own strength and the small world as a last resort, when encountering an insurmountable powerful enemy, one can take important subordinates and hide in the small world. Only then did Reg have the confidence to gain more benefits for himself in this war. While stationed at Rockhold, Reg didn't stay there all the time. He would also walk along the border and leave anchor points in areas with important fortresses to facilitate teleportation. The Marquis of Leiden's castle, Wattsburg, was a key location, with several anchor points set up inside and outside the fortress by Reg. Reg planned to leave anchor points in several border fortified areas before the large-scale outbreak of war, especially Fort Katrina and Fort Ulysses. It will still be some time before a large-scale war breaks out. Both the alien races and the Violet Kingdom need time to mobilize their troops to the front lines. However, a portion of the alien cavalry forces were the first to approach the border of the Violet Kingdom and harass the border region. The cavalry raiding the border were all familiar faces to Reg, cavalry units of werewolves, centaurs, and vassal races. The three commanders stationed at the border fortresses dispatched cavalry units to intercept the Orc cavalry. Only a small number of Orc cavalry broke through the barrier and passed through the area between the two fortresses, attempting to create some chaos within the Violet Kingdom. However, the number of Orc cavalry that broke in was too small, and the noble armies from the Violet Kingdom continued to march north. Orc cavalry units that encounter unexpected attacks are more likely to suffer heavy casualties or even be completely wiped out. The intercepted Orc cavalry force was able to retreat successfully after suffering some casualties. Faced with the harassment of the Orc cavalry, Reg returned to Rock Keep and also transferred a squadron of fighters from Cheryl's Maid Warband. Currently, the Maid Squadron has only 3 companies with less than 300 members, 2 full-strength fighter squadrons, and 1 understrength mage squadron. Compared to the Orc raids 4 years ago during the preparation phase of the war, the strength of Reg's territory is now vastly different. At that time, the Baron Catherine had only a standing army of about 350 men. Reg and Bellona are only intermediate-level superhumans. Their strength is too weak. Besides having the small world as a trump card, Reg is very worried about the arrival of powerful orcs. Things are different now. Although they are not yet fully developed, the strength of Reg and his territory has increased significantly. Residing in Rock Keep, Reg anticipated the arrival of Orc cavalry to harass them. The corpses of orcs were transformed into nourishment for the World Tree. Chapter 141 Type 2 Magic Crossbow. After learning how to teleport, Reg went to the Mage Kingdom. Anchor points were set up along the way to make it easy for Reg to travel to the Mage Kingdom at any time. By consuming life energy, Some of the strongest old mages who have reached the star realm can be given young bodies for their own use. This has resulted in the world tree having very little life energy remaining. A research and production base has been established in this small world of nearly 100,000 square meters. Reviving a dead mage is too troublesome during peacetime. Reg always selects elderly mages who are nearing the end of their lives, and then conducts further screening. The first criterion for selection is loyalty. They must not easily betray Reg. The second option is to select research-oriented mages such as alchemists, pharmacists, and array masters. Once they acquire a young body in the small world, they will remain there indefinitely. He conducts his own research in the small world while also completing some tasks assigned by Reg. For example, research tasks and production tasks. Reg had these old mages research firearms, cannons, and steam engines, refine some alchemical tools, and concoct some extraordinary potions. The current priority is to refine the magic repeating crossbow. After nearly 2 years of research by Reg and Freya, the magic repeating crossbow was finally finalized, and Reg named it the Type 2 Magic Repeating Crossbow. The repeating crossbow is 30 centimeters long and 18 centimeters wide, and is made entirely of magical materials. Its maximum range exceeds 500 meters, and its effective range can reach 300 meters. The receiver can hold 20 arrows at a time. With a firing rate of 2 arrows per second, it can empty the arrows in the receiver in 10 seconds. When using ordinary arrows, its power is no less than that of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The material cost to forge a repeating crossbow is about 30 gold coins, which is 50 times that of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The smaller Type 2 magic repeating crossbow has significantly better performance than the Type 1 infantry crossbow, and most importantly, it can fire continuously. The disadvantages are also obvious. The material cost is high, the labor cost is even higher, and it is even difficult to find an alchemist to refine it. Another drawback is that ordinary people cannot use the magic crossbow. Only those who are extraordinary and possess either battle aura or magical power can use the magic crossbow. Even if Reg were rich, he couldn't equip ordinary soldiers with magic crossbows. Therefore, the magic crossbow is currently only being equipped to the Maid Warband. Mass production of the magic crossbow will only begin when a new batch of older mages with youthful bodies emerges in the smaller world. They are actually among the resurrected. After the genes were extracted from the aged body, the world tree absorbed its life energy, and together with the life energy stored in the world tree, a young body was formed. However, the number of resurrected old mages is still not large, and alchemists only make up a portion of them, and they cannot devote all their time to crafting magical crossbows. To this day, only one squadron of the Maid's Warband is fully equipped with magic repeating crossbows, and the second squadron is only about half full. Reg is preparing to equip the mage squadron with magic crossbows as well. Compared to warriors, mages have a shorter lifespan. The magic crossbow is small in size, making it perfect for use while riding a horse. With the addition of the magic crossbow, Reg's maid squad is gradually taking shape. The leader of the maid battle group is Paula, who has recovered to the intermediate level battle master realm. Aside from a smaller number of members, the maid squad currently has only one weakness: monster mounts. The maid battle group is only truly complete when each member is equipped with a magical beast mount. The fighter squadron transferred to Rock Fortress was equipped with a magic repeating crossbow, and their mounts were all high-quality warhorses. The apothecaries in the small world of Reg concoct potions that accelerate the growth of magical beasts. All the magical plants used to make potions are grown in the small world, so the cost of making potions is almost negligible. The magical beasts in the small world are rapidly expanding into a race. However, the initial population is too small, and it will take a considerable amount of time for it to develop into a distinct ethnic group. Reg hopes to acquire more monster mounts in this war. The main type of magical beast mounts are horses, which are the most popular magical beast mounts among humans. At that time, the monster population in the small world will be able to expand rapidly. Thinking back to last winter, when he met with the old mages who were nearing the end of their lives and learned that he could regain his youth, Reg found it very interesting and felt that this was human nature. Even extraordinary individuals are still human, only they live longer than ordinary people. When their lives are nearing their end, they desperately want to live longer, but they are powerless to do so. The research-oriented old mages that Reg selected might have reached a higher level of mastery if they hadn't spent so many years conducting research. For example, a high-level mage who becomes a star mage can gain almost 50 years more in lifespan. They regretted that their lifespans were too short to continue researching what they loved. When they learned that they could regain their youth and have more time for research, they would agree to almost any condition Reg proposed. They were willing to stay in the small world to conduct their research and, incidentally, complete the tasks assigned to them by Reg. The old monk, who had a family, left only a small portion of his wealth to them, wrote a will, and then disappeared. Most of their wealth was used as research material, which they brought into the small world to continue their research. When their research materials run out, Reg will provide more research materials as needed. The pharmacists who entered the small world were the most excited, as the small world was full of magical plants, especially the world tree, the ancestor of magical plants. Even without Reg conducting extensive screening of elderly mages nearing the end of their lives, the elderly mages in the small world would proactively recommend their old friends to Reg, wanting their old friends to enter the small world together for research. After more than 6 months of hard work, Reg has built a research team of more than 50 people. They are generally high-level mages or star mages, belonging to the category of advanced researchers. Suddenly, Reg felt that the impending war might not be a good thing for him. There are more than just 50-odd old mages nearing the end of their lives in the Mage Kingdom. Their lifespans are nearing their end, and their strength has declined significantly, yet they may still contribute their last bit of power in the war. In every war, many elderly superhumans contribute their last strength. Some did it for humanity, others for their clan. Compared to the previous war of expansion, this racial war will be much more intense. More old mages nearing the end of their lives will go to the battlefield, and most of them will remain there forever. Those were all Reg's prospective researchers. Unfortunately, Reg had too little time. Even with the recommendations of the old mages in the small world to help him quickly select the old mages who met the requirements, Reg still needed to run around to different areas. In addition, Reg himself needed to manage his territory and cultivate, so it took him more than half a year to take in more than 50 old mages. The other resurrected individuals were sent outside by Reg to join his ranks. Most of them were already known to the public, but the various factions did not know their specific identities. The old mage in the small world possesses hidden power. Their soul essence has not changed. Given 6 months to a year, they will be able to quickly recover to the level of a high-level mage, a star mage. A powerful mage group. Aside from lacking Silver Moon Mage and Sun Mage, their quality was even higher than the Elven Mage groups that Reg had faced before. Chapter 142: The Allure of the Viscountate of Cataland. In a grove of trees north of Rock Fortress, a troop of over 100 wolf riders had gathered. The territory of Viscount Catalan is densely populated. Viscount Catalan is a rising star in the Violet Kingdom. He made great contributions in the last war, tying down more than 100,000 of our troops and killing tens of thousands of our soldiers. Let's go and teach this human nobleman a lesson. Yes. Under the cover of night, the wolf riders bypassed Rock Keep and entered the territory of Viscount Catalan. However, apart from Rock Town, there isn't a single village. To attack the villages in Viscount Catalan's territory, we need to continue south. But this wolf rider unit no longer had that opportunity. Within the territory of Rock Town, a cavalry patrol, led by superhumans, quickly discovered this wolf rider unit. Reg personally led a small squad of made warriors to pursue the wolf rider force. This less-than-elite wolf rider force was quickly overtaken by Reg. More than 30 magical crossbows continuously fired bolts. Even the wolf cavalry leader, who was at the initial stage of the Battlemaster realm, was riddled with crossbow bolts. The magic crossbow, which uses only ordinary arrows, can kill even a novice fighter. If alchemical arrows are used, their power will be the deciding factor. They possess powerful alchemical arrows capable of killing even those at the star realm level. However, the cost of making such alchemical arrows is extremely high. The Maid Battle Group is also equipped with alchemical arrows, which are crafted by alchemists in the small world. The most powerful alchemical arrow, a single shot can kill a mid-level superhuman. If multiple alchemical arrows of this kind hit at the same time, there is a chance to kill a high-level superhuman. Alchemists in the smaller world can create even more powerful alchemical arrows. However, due to the high cost of materials and the difficulty in purchasing them, they could only produce second-grade alchemical arrows, and the quantity produced was also limited. Rather than crafting alchemical arrows, Reg would much rather create more magical repeating crossbows. As for the powerful superhumans, Reg and Bologna will deal with them. Another squad of orc cavalry was wiped out, and the armored battle maids skillfully used their long swords to cut off the orcs' heads. The orc's head was sent into Reg's personal space, and Reg would later take it to Watsburg to tally up the war achievements. The orc and dire wolf corpses were sent into the small world to become nourishment for the world tree. As usual, half of the life energy is used for the growth of the world tree, and the other half is stored away. These talents will be used to resurrect the dead in the future. With everything over, Reg returned to Rock Keep with his battle maids, awaiting the next attack. Orcs are able to obtain some information about the Violet Kingdom. For example, if a border fortress is heavily guarded, orc cavalry units will not easily approach it. Rock Keep is also heavily guarded, and orc cavalry will not approach it. However, the orcs also knew that in the last war, the Viscount of Catlan had the largest population in the wasteland occupied by the Violet Kingdom. The Viscount of Cataland is located in the newly reclaimed lands, occupying about 1/20th of the area of the newly reclaimed lands. However, the population of this area accounts for 1/3 of the total population of the newly developed land. By successfully raiding the relatively densely populated Viscount of Catlan, the orc cavalry can gain more merits. The Violet Kingdom values military achievements, and so do the orcs. The territory of Viscount Catlan is extremely attractive to orc cavalry units, and even werewolf cavalry and centaur units are drawn to it. They bypassed Rock Castle, even taking passages from the neighboring areas on both sides of Viscount Catlan, before entering Viscount Catlan. Reg arranged for cavalry units to patrol Rock Town. He still had the flying mount that Marquis Layton had temporarily given to Reg, and Reg arranged for superhumans to ride the flying mount to carry out reconnaissance missions. Bologna, who was stationed in Cheryl, was also summoned to Rock Town by Reg. Teleportation magic is not only something that spatial mages can use to teleport themselves, but also something that can be used to teleport others. Reg teleported back and forth with Bologna, which was very convenient. However, when teleporting with two people, the teleportation distance is shortened. Reg cannot teleport from Cheryl City to Rock Keep in one go. He needs to teleport to the relay point first, and then teleport to Rock Keep. Reg and Bologna each led a small squad of combat maids, intercepting and killing orc cavalry units that invaded Viscount Catlan's territory. Another regiment of regular troops, including a sniper battalion, was transferred to the area adjacent to Panshire Town for defense. The two towns adjacent to Panshire Town also mobilized reserve forces to work with the regular army to prevent any escapees. The territory of Viscount Catlan held immense appeal for orcs, and orc troops poured into it in droves. Most of the orc cavalry died in Rock Town, while a small number were wiped out by the territorial forces in the border region of Rock Town. The Maids Band's magical repeating crossbows and the Standing Army's archers' infantry crossbows can kill orc cavalry from a distance. Even centaur troops skilled in mounted archery, unless they are elite troops, can be killed from a distance by magical crossbows and infantry crossbows. The elite centaur forces, however, are too precious for the centaur leadership to use to harass the borders of the Violet Kingdom. The orc troops that harassed Viscount Catlan's territory suffered very little damage. Very few orcs left Viscount Catlan alive. The Viscountate of Catalan was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the lives of orcs. The world tree gained a lot of life energy, Reg acquired a lot of spoils, and even the number of magical beast mounts in the small world was increasing. Reg sent the heads of the slain orcs to Watsburg to tally the battle results, much to the astonishment of the kingdom officials who were recording the victories. More than 1/5 of the orcs killed in the border region were Viscount Catlan's doing. Even a half-orc at the advanced level of superhuman was killed by Viscount Catlan. If this continued, before the outbreak of the Great War, Viscount Catlan's accumulated military achievements would have been enough for a baron to be promoted to Viscount. But that's the end of the story. The fact that so many orc cavalry units broke into Viscount Cateran's territory and did not return made the other orcs realize the danger of Viscount Cateran's territory, and they dared not harass it again. For the time being, Reg wanted to keep the strength of his territory hidden, and the maid squad and archer unit did not want to reveal themselves to the nobles too early. Since the orcs didn't come, Reg didn't actively seek them out, nor did he go to support other noble territories. He simply focused on guarding his own, transporting military supplies to the border army and handling territorial affairs. The rest of the time was spent cultivating. In mid-August, Reg successfully advanced to the Star Realm in the Battle Master realm. Reg wanted his mage level to improve quickly, as mages were Reg's main source of strength. As time passed, the army of the Violet Kingdom continued to gather at the border fortress defense line, while the northern orcs also assembled a large army. A war even more intense than the last expansionist war is about to break out. Chapter 143, Soul-Devouring Clan. The camp of the 100 Clans Alliance opposite the Violet Kingdom. In the main camp, 8 powerful experts at the Radiant Sun Realm gathered. They are Werewolf King Idel, Centaur King Buha, Elf Margaret, Cyclops King, Spider Queen, Stone King, Azura King, and Soul Eater King. This allied army of 100 races, with werewolves, centaurs, and their vassal races as its main soldiers, accounted for more than 90% of the total force. The allied forces included not only the Cyclops, Spider-Men, Stone Men, Four-Armed Azuras, and Soul Eaters, these 5 ancient races. Other ancient races did not have any experts at the Radiant Sun Realm, so they were not qualified to participate in this meeting. However, the average strength of the ancient race individuals was generally higher than that of the werewolf and centaur races. The meeting was led by Idel, Buha, Margaret, and the Stone King, with legendary powerhouses from all 4 races in attendance. The 8 powerful experts at the Radiant Sun Realm discussed how to defeat and even destroy the Violet Kingdom. According to intelligence, when the allied forces of all races have assembled and launch an attack on the border of the Violet Kingdom, the border fortress defense line may be swarmed with around 1 million human troops. This number even exceeds the strength of their allied army of 100 tribes. Furthermore, the Violet Kingdom is continuously recruiting young men to form new troops, either transferring them to the border fortress defense lines or placing them on the second line of defense. Fortunately, the experts at the Radiant Sun Realm could see that the strength of the 100 Races Alliance exceeded that of the Violet Kingdom's troops stationed at the border fortress defense line. Aside from having fewer troops than the Violet Kingdom, the Violet Kingdom surpasses it in the number of legendary experts and in the number of experts at the Starry Sky, Silver Moon Sun Realm. Some ancient races also possess strange and unusual abilities. Even if werewolves and centaurs knew the abilities, they would still be unable to defend against them. The allied forces of the 100 races are stronger, but they will have to pay a heavy price to break through the border fortress defenses of the Violet Kingdom. This is something that neither the orcs nor the ancient races can withstand. In particular, many ancient races were small in number. Some races had powerful individuals, such as the Cyclops race, but their numbers were only a few hundred. The Cyclops tribe mobilized 2/3 of its people to join the war in order to acquire land in a region with a mild climate and fertile soil, so that the tribe could grow and thrive. If most of the Cyclopes die in this war, then the Cyclope race will not be far from extinction. Breaking through the Violet Kingdom's border fortress defenses is easy. The border fortifications are centered around Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts. While it may be impossible to quickly capture these 3 important fortresses, the fortress defenses can be breached from other locations. However, the 3 important fortresses of Katrina, Ulysses, and Wordsburg must be captured. If they don't capture it, the allied forces of the 100 clans will invade the Violet Kingdom, and the Violet Kingdom's army in the 3 fortresses will launch an attack from the rear. Unless enough troops are deployed to besiege the 3 fortresses. The 8 powerful experts at the Radiant Sun Realm grew impatient with their discussion, and the soul-devouring king stepped forward. Leave the task of breaching the 3 important human strongholds to our Soul Eater clan. I want the greatest credit in this war. I want the richest land, and I want a large number of human souls. Idel, Buha, Margaret, and the Stone King all agreed. With the abilities of the Soul Eater clan, the allied forces of the 100 clans were indeed able to capture the 3 important fortresses of the Violet Kingdom relatively easily. The Soul Devourer clan's abilities are truly disgusting. After their appearance, all factions of the 100 Clans Alliance were on guard against them. The Soul Eater race has no physical body, resembling a soul or ghost, and possesses a certain degree of invisibility. The Soul Eater clan can devour the souls of any race that possesses a soul, thereby gaining access to the individual's memories. Then, manipulate the other person's body, impersonate them in daily life, and finally deliver a fatal blow. Such a disgusting ability was feared by all races, and in the end, several powerful races joined forces to destroy it. The oldest Elven race, believing the Soul Eater race to have been wiped out, unexpectedly discovered traces of the Soul Eater race in the far north. The Soul Eaters once devoured the souls of elves, but that's all in the past. The Soul-Devouring clan is now also a force besieging the human race. The Soul Eater race has fewer members than the Cyclops race, but is far more dangerous. Fortunately, this power is now being used to attack humans. After accepting the mission, the Soul-Devouring king immediately summoned his people, and after a brief discussion, they set to work. The Soul Eater clan's main objective is to infiltrate 3 important fortresses on the border of the Violet Kingdom and use their own abilities to replace the Violet Kingdom's nobles. In particular, the Soul-Devouring King, at the Radiant Sun Realm, was preparing to attempt to devour the soul of a commander from the Violet Kingdom. If successful, the Soul Eater King, disguised as the commander of the Violet Kingdom, could easily allow the Orc army to breach an important fortress. The 3 important fortresses were heavily guarded, making it extremely difficult for the Soul Eaters to infiltrate them even if they possessed the ability to become invisible. The Soul-Devouring King quickly came up with an idea. You can first bypass the fortress and enter the territory of the Violet Kingdom to find the Violet Kingdom army marching towards the 3 important fortresses. These armies vary in strength, and even among the stronger ones, when they are camped in the wild, the Soul Eaters can easily find an opportunity to replace one of their members. If you don't mind the trouble, you can start by replacing the weaker ones, gradually moving on to higher-ranking ones, and finally replacing the commander of the army. The ultimate goal is to replace the nobles one by one. The nobility are the core of the Violet Kingdom. Even if they cannot replace the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, replacing many nobles, both large and small, can still have a huge impact on the 3 important fortresses. With the plan set, the entire Soul-Devouring clan was mobilized. Even the allied forces of the 100 clans were unaware of the Soul-Devouring clan's movements. Without a sound, the Violet army, heading to the 3 fortresses of Katrina Castle, Ulysses Castle, and Watts Castle, infiltrated the Soul Eaters. Baron Nida, from the eastern border of the Violet Kingdom, led a large contingent of his territorial army into the province of Bithynia. 2 days' journey from Ulyssesburg, Baron Nida led his troops to camp in the wilderness as night fell. A Soul Devourer, a mid-level transcendent being, silently approached the camp. The strongest person in the camp was Baron Nida, who was at the beginner level of Battlemaster. The Soul Eater clan members stealthily entered Baron Nida's tent. Baron Nida, fast asleep, had his soul seized by a member of the Soul Eater clan. Baron Nida awoke with a start, but his body was powerless to resist as the Soul Eaters devoured his soul piece by piece. Judging from the appearance of the Soul Devourer clan members, they seemed to be enjoying a delicious meal. After consuming Baron Nida's soul, the Soul Eater's strength increased slightly. The Soul Eater, having acquired Baron Nida's memories, enters Baron Nida's body and begins to act as Baron Nida. The loyal subordinates of Baron Nida were completely unaware that the soul within Baron Nida's body had been replaced by a Soul Eater. Finally, Baron Nida arrived at Ulysses' fortress with his territory's army. Thanks to their noble status, the Soul Eaters easily entered Ulysses' fortress. Chapter 144 Critical Situation. A disease is currently spreading in the newly developed land. He could be a low-ranking soldier or a nobleman. Their bodies were intact and showed no signs of poisoning, yet they suddenly died. Investigators have been unable to find the cause and can only currently classify it as a special disease. The nobles were all in a state of panic. Some nobles had already died suddenly, and they were also afraid of dying suddenly themselves, so they wanted to flee the border. The 3 commanders on the border fortress also sensed that something was wrong. In particular, the Marquis of Leighton, who possesses special abilities, senses danger nearby but cannot find it. This is an enemy plot. We must find a way to thwart the enemy's plot. Lord Leighton thought of Reg, who also had special abilities, and wondered if Reg could help him find the danger. The Marquis of Leighton dispatched air cavalry to Rockstone Castle. Upon receiving the Marquis of Leighton's request for help, Reg immediately set off, using several teleportation spells to arrive at Wattsburg. The air cavalry could only watch enviously as they slowly made their way from behind. Reg, the enemy's plot has begun. They don't know how they managed to make someone suddenly die, yet their body remained intact and unharmed, without any signs of poisoning. I have a feeling that danger lurks in Wattsburg. Let's find it together. If no danger is found, Wattsburg may be quickly captured by the enemy. Listening to Marquis Leighton's words, Reg felt a sense of unease. Not knowing the enemy's methods, Reg was also worried about dying suddenly. However, now that we've arrived in Wattsburg, there's no going back. With his appraisal skills, Reg believed he could find the danger the Marquis of Leighton had mentioned. Marquis Leighton personally led Reg to see a corpse that had only been dead for half a day, the corpse of a low-level second-stage Battlemaster Knight. Reg first used his appraisal skill to observe the situation and immediately discovered that the knight's soul was gone. A powerful mage has already discovered this. It is believed to be an attack or disease targeting the soul, causing the soul to die first, thus preserving the intact body. Reg continued to use his appraisal skills to conduct an in-depth examination of the knight's corpse. It was soon discovered that the corpse was actually a discarded body of the Soul Eater clan. The discovery of information about the Soul Eater clan further alarmed Reg. The only saving grace was that, because the transmigrator's soul essence was extremely high, even a soul devourer at the Radiant Sun realm would find it difficult to harm Reg's soul in a short period of time. Having determined that the enemy's plot originated from the Soul Eaters, Reg calmly assessed those around him. Among Marquis Layton's guards, there was a high-level battle master who had become the body of a Soul Eater. This soul devourer has already reached the Star Realm. Without hesitation, Reg instantly cast Space Tear on the advanced Do Shur. The soul devourer had no time to react before being torn apart along with his body by the dense spatial rifts. Upon seeing Viscount Catalan suddenly kill one of their own men, even the Marquis of Layton's grandson-in-law and other guards drew their swords and pointed them at Viscount Catalan. Only Marquis Layton frowned as he looked at Reg, wondering what Reg had discovered that made him want to kill his guard. After the guard's death, the Marquis of Layton sensed that the danger had lessened somewhat. This indicates that there is indeed a problem with this guard. When did the problem occur with the guards who were at the advanced third-stage Battle Master level? After killing a member of the Soul Eater clan, Reg finally spoke. Grandpa, have you ever heard of an ancient clan, the Soul Eater clan? The Soul Devouring clan. The Marquis of Layton had no recollection of it. In the first age, both humans and Soul Eaters were part of the Noravan race and were servants of the elves. The Soul Eater race consists of higher-ranking servants, while the human race consists of lower to mid-ranking servants. Humanity began to rise in the Third Age and grew powerful in the Fourth Age. The human race certainly has records of the Soul Eater clan. However, since the Soul Devouring clan has been wiped out on the surface, very few humans still know about it. Seeing that Marquis Layton was unaware of the Soul Eaters, Reg gave him a brief explanation of the origins and abilities of the Soul Eaters. As Reg explained, the Marquis of Layton's expression grew increasingly grim. Marquis Layton was almost certain that the enemy's plot originated from the Soul Eaters. The Soul Eaters replaced key figures in Wattsburg, as well as Katrinaburg and Ulyssesburg, and secretly sabotaged their operations from within. When the alien army arrives, the Soul Devouring clan will launch their final attack. It's likely that the alien army won't need to pay a heavy price to breach the border fortress defenses. Reg, you can find the Soul Eaters. I don't know how many people in this fortress have been replaced by the Soul Eaters. I hope you can find as many of them as possible. The Marquis of Layton's words even carried a hint of pleading. The first conspiracy of the Alien Alliance, if left undiscovered in the Violet Kingdom, will cause the Violet Kingdom heavy losses. With the Soul Devourer clan appearing, what other undetectable methods will the Alien Alliance employ in the future? As a member of the noble class of the Violet Kingdom, Marquis Layton hopes that the Violet Kingdom will win this war. However, Reg couldn't check everyone in Wattsburg. It would be too taxing for him. Grandpa, let me try? I can check all the nobles in Wattsburg first, and then check the superhumans outside the nobles. There are too many non-superhumans for me to check. Reg's answer, however, put Lord Layton at ease. The most important people in Wattsburg were the nobles, who were the middle and high-ranking officers of the Wattsburg garrison. Secondly, there are those who are extraordinary individuals outside of the nobility. As for the non-superhumans, the Soul Eaters could only play a negligible role in replacing them, having almost no impact on Wattsburg. Then let's check the nobles first. I will gather the nobles together under the pretext of a meeting, and you can check them. After the meeting, we'll kill them one by one. I see. Half an hour later, the Marquis of Layton convened an emergency meeting of nobles in Wattsburg, and all nobles inside and outside Wattsburg were required to attend. Reg followed Marquis Layton into the conference room first. A nobleman entered the conference room, and Reg used his appraisal skill to assess him. This time, the identification is targeted, requiring only the identification of the Soul Eater's body. Casting an identification spell consumes very little energy. The identification of thousands of extraordinary individuals can still be handled. Identifying over 100,000 non-superhumans is truly a difficult task for Reg. The Wardsburg district has more than 100 nobles, ranging from barons to marquises. According to Reg's investigation, nearly a quarter of the nobles had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. The strongest Soul Eater has reached the Silver Moon realm and has actually replaced Reg's former superior, Marquis Norman Herbert of the Trupp province. Marquis Herbert was a Silver Moon battle master, but he never expected to fall into the trap of the Soul Devourer clan. Another Earl who had reached the Star Realm was replaced by a Soul Devourer who had reached the Silver Moon Realm. The Soul Devourers at the Silver Moon Realm are probably the only ones in Wattsburg besides Marquis Layton and another Sun-level expert who can withstand them. The situation in Wattsburg has become so critical. Chapter 145: Luring and Killing the Soul-Devouring Clan. During a break in the meeting, Reg told Marquis Layton the list of nobles who would be replaced by the Soul Eaters. The Marquis of Layton's face immediately turned ashen. 2 marquises, 5 earls, 14 viscounts, and several barons. So many nobles have been replaced by the Soul Eater clan. Once they launch their attack, Wattsburg will be breached by the alien army in less than a day. The Marquis of Layton trusted Reg, not only because Reg was his grandson-in-law. Most importantly, when Reg killed his own guard, the Marquis of Layton felt the danger lessen a little. Killing those replaced by the Soul Eaters makes it difficult to prove that the Soul Eaters ever existed. It mainly involves the soul, unless there is a powerful mage who can sense the soul. There really is a powerful mage in Wattsburg. Wattsburg is guarded by 2 powerful experts at the Sun Realm, Marquis Layton and a Sun Realm mage. The Sunlight mage named Mars Witt is a royal retainer who came to Wattsburg to oversee the royal court on the king's orders. Normally, Master Witt cultivates in his room and only comes out when invited by Marquis Layton or when war breaks out. It was the sorcerer Witt who discovered that people who died suddenly had no souls. However, the mage Witt could not detect those who had been replaced by the Soul Eaters, which was a unique characteristic of the Soul Eaters. The mage Witt can only detect the Soul Eater when it exists alone or when it dies. Since these nobles have been replaced by the Soul Eaters, then kill them all. Other people wouldn't be able to make a decision so quickly. Marquis Layton sent his men to invite Mage Witt, so that when they killed these Soul Eaters, Mage Witt could be a witness. They might also need to join forces with Mage Witt to kill the Soul Eaters. The Marquis of Layton and Reg returned to the meeting room, and the meeting continued. When the meeting ended, the Marquis of Layton did not let the nobles leave, but instead wanted to talk to them one by one, starting with the barons. The first baron you face cannot choose someone who has been replaced by the Soul Eaters. It was a room prepared before the meeting, not far from the conference room. The room was reinforced, and an array was used to shield it from external perception. After receiving the invitation from the Marquis of Layton, the Mage Witt had already arrived in this room. Upon entering the room, Marquis Layton exchanged a few quick words with Mage Witt. Mage Witt, some people in Wattsburg have been replaced by the Soul Eaters. I have identified the nobles who have been replaced by the Soul Eaters. When I kill them later, I hope you can do a check to prevent killing the wrong people. Upon hearing Marquis Layton's words, Mage Witt was greatly alarmed. The Soul Devourer clan? Your Excellency, are you sure it's the Soul Devourer clan? Master Witt had seen the Soul Eaters in the Royal Library and knew of their terrifying abilities. Seeing that Mage Witt knew about the Soul Eater clan, Marquis Layton nodded affirmatively. So it's the Soul Devouring clan. If it is the Soul Devouring clan, then all of this makes sense. I never thought I would have the chance to see the legendary Soul Devouring clan, which is said to have been wiped out. The first Baron entered the room. Baron Lower Linsaw, please remain calm. There are enemies among the nobles. After you leave the room, do not return to the conference room. Go to another room to wait. The Marquis of Layton's words only made Baron Lower Linsaw tense up. By the time Baron Lower Linsaw left the room, his complexion had barely returned to normal, but his heart was beating very fast. He was led by one of the Marquis of Layton's guards to another room to wait. Then one of the Marquis of Layton's guards led a Baron in the conference room to the room where the Marquis of Layton was. The second Baron was also not replaced by the Soul Eaters. It wasn't until the third Baron that the Soul Eater was replaced. The Marquis of Layton beheaded him with a single sword stroke. Because they did not use their battle aura, the Soul Eaters were almost immune to physical attacks. The Soul Eater who replaced the Baron did not die and floated out of the corpse in terror. They really are members of the Soul Devouring clan. Master Witt was pleasantly surprised to use his mental power to capture this Soul Devourer who was only at the intermediate level. After tidying up the room and waiting a short while, the fourth Baron arrived. One nobleman after another entered the room where the 2 Radiant Sun Realm experts were. Normally, nobles would wait in another room after the conversation ended. The nobles who were replaced by the Soul Eaters all died in this room. The Mage Witt captured a few Soul Eaters for research, while killing the rest. When Reg entered the room, Marquis Layton introduced Reg to Mage Witt with a touch of pride. Mage Witt, this is my grandson-in-law, Viscount Reg Catalan, a Starry Sky mage, and he was the first to discover the Soul Eaters. Upon hearing Marquis Layton's introduction, Mage Witt scrutinized Reg. Despite his young age, Reg is already a star mage and is even able to detect the Soul Eater clan. You're very kind. If you have any questions about mage cultivation, you can come to me. Thank you, sir. Reg also went to another room to stay with the other nobles. The barons and viscounts waiting in the room were generally nervous. They talked to each other, but had little understanding of what was going on. The nobles behind could see that the nobles in front of them had not entered the room. The nobles, knowing that Reg was the grandson-in-law of the Marquis of Leighton, consulted him. You'll find out about this soon enough, Reg said, without giving a direct answer. The Soul Eaters in the conference room had no suspicions until they were all killed by Marquis Leighton and Mage Wit. 2 Soul Eaters at the Silver Moon realm caused a little trouble for Marquis Leighton and Mage Wit. Fortunately, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and the news of killing the first Silver Moon realm Soul Devourer did not spread to the outside world. The last Silver Moon realm Soul Eater died, and all the hidden Soul Eaters among the nobles were killed. Lord Leighton reconvened the nobles to a meeting, with the Mage Wit sitting next to him as his witness. 2 marquises who had been replaced by the Soul Eaters have already been killed, leaving only 1 Marquis besides Marquis Leighton. Marquis Wilder was terrified at that moment. There are only 4 marquises in total, and 2 of them have already died. What does the Marquis of Leighton want to do? The Marquis of the Kingdom can kill without warning? Is the Marquis of Leighton going to rebel? Would the Marquis of Leighton also want to kill him? Ladies and gentlemen, Mage Wit can testify for me that every nobleman I killed was not innocent. They were all replaced by an ancient race called the Soul Eater clan. Their souls were devoured by the Soul Eater clan, who then gained their memories and controlled their bodies. If I had acted too late, some of you would have been replaced by the Soul Eater clan. It's not just that some nobles have been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Perhaps some of your subordinates have also been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Viscount Catalan made the greatest contribution to the discovery of the Soul Eaters. However, Viscount Catalan's abilities are limited. He cannot inspect everyone inside and outside the fortress. At most, he can screen your superhuman subordinates. After I order you to return to your own bases, gather all your superhuman subordinates and await Viscount Catalan's inspection. You must keep this secret strictly confidential. Anyone who dares to leak it will be executed. Chapter 146, A Ruthless Kill. After Marquis Leighton finished speaking, Mage Wit followed up by saying, I can testify for Marquis Leighton that every nobleman he killed has been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Marquis Leighton and Mage Wit were the 2 most powerful men in Wattsburg, and their words caused an uproar among the nobles in the conference room. They were astonished that such a disgusting ancient race had killed so many nobles. Most nobles were thankful that they had not been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Both marquises were replaced by the Soul Eaters. Apart from Marquis Leighton and Mage Wit, no one inside or outside Wattsburg who was targeted by the Soul Eaters could escape their clutches. Many people are now too afraid to even leave the conference room, fearing they might encounter the Soul Eaters, or even worse, that some of their subordinates might be among them. After the Marquis of Leighton made a concerted effort to appease them, he allowed the nobles to return to their respective territories and the garrison of their troops. The first thing the nobles did upon returning to their residence was to summon all their superhuman subordinates, citing the upcoming visit of the Marquis of Leighton and others to the market. The nobles tried their best to maintain their composure and avoid thinking that there might be Soul Eaters among their subordinates. After the nobles took action, the Marquis of Leighton, the Mage Wit, Reg, and a group of guards led by the Marquis of Leighton began to inspect the area inside and outside of Wattsburg. The first target of the inspection was the extraordinary individuals under the command of the Marquis of Leighton. All members of the Golden Lion Legion and the extraordinary individuals from the ordinary army gathered together. Reg examined them and quickly found 2 superhumans who had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. The 2 extraordinary individuals were at the Star Realm and Advanced Realm respectively in their lifetimes, plus the Advanced Battlemaster who was killed by Reg. They were originally confidants of the Marquis of Leighton. If the 3 of them joined forces and Marquis Leighton was caught off guard, they could very well be killed or severely injured by the Soul Eaters. Marquis Leighton also felt fortunate to have established a relationship with Reg, and fortunate to have sought Reg's help in finding danger. As expected, Reg lived up to his expectations. If no one discovers the Soul Eaters, Marquis Leighton may die. The border fortress defenses will be easily breached by the Alien Alliance, and the Violet Kingdom will suffer heavy losses. However, given the Violet Kingdom's war potential and resources, it will not be easily destroyed. It was past midnight when Reg finally finished checking all the superhumans in the Wattsburg area. The number of Soul Eaters killed exceeded the number of Soul Eaters who replaced the nobles. However, the Soul Eater clan, who replaced the nobles, is stronger on average. During the search for the Soul Devourers, some members sensed something was amiss and tried to escape, but all failed. It is possible that a small number of weak Soul Devourers are hidden among the non-superhumans. The Marquis of Leiden has ordered that everyone in the Wattsburg area can only enter, not leave. The remaining Soul Eaters pose little threat to Wattsburg. The Marquis of Leiden was able to clearly perceive that the danger in Wattsburg had been greatly reduced, and it could be said that the danger had been eliminated. The danger to Fort Wattsburg has passed, but the dangers to Fort Katrina and Fort Ulysses have not. The Marquis of Leighton did not send any air cavalry to Princess Katerina and Duke Walsh. Instead, he planned to let Reg rest well tonight and recover by tomorrow morning, then use teleportation to take Mage Wit to Katerina Castle. The Mage Wit is a royal retainer who can detect Soul Eaters and has several Soul Eaters imprisoned in his possession. The best option for Mage Wit is to follow Reg to Katerina Castle. Marquis Leighton sensed that Reg was becoming increasingly important to the Violet Kingdom. It wasn't just Reg who was able to discover the Soul Eaters. There's also Reg's identity as a space mage. There is another space mage in the Violet Kingdom who is above the Star Realm, but he is only at the Silver Moon Realm. This Silver Moon space mage doesn't seem to be as useful as Reg. Reg's longest teleportation distance is no less than that of this Silver Moon space mage. Even the volume of its personal storage space exceeds that. The Silver Moon space mage is stationed in the capital and rarely leaves. Reg, however, was able to remain active on the battlefield. As a new day dawned, Reg recovered. The Marquis of Leighton gave Reg a letter addressed to Princess Katerina. Mage Wit walked to Reg's side, and Reg spoke with Mage Wit for a moment. Reg was somewhat worried about the situation at Katerina Castle. There was a possibility that a powerful Soul Eater might emerge, and even Princess Katerina might be replaced. Reg and the Mage Wit came up with two solutions. The first option is to put aside the matter of the Soul Eaters, report on other matters in Wattsburg, and then quickly return to Wattsburg. The second option is to launch a surprise attack on Princess Katerina. Both the Marquis of Leighton and the Mage Wit supported Reg's decision. Princess Katerina being replaced by the Soul Eaters signifies that Princess Katerina is dead. After the discussion, Reg used a teleportation spell to send the two of them out of Wattsburg. The distance between Wattsburg and Katrina is only 100 kilometers, and the distance between Katrina and Ulyssesburg is also 100 kilometers. If it were just him, Reg could teleport directly from Wattsburg to Katrinaburg. With Mage Wit by my side, we needed to relay the teleportation spells twice before we arrived at Katerina Castle. Upon arriving at Katerina Castle, the Mage Wit immediately brought Reg to request an audience with Princess Katerina. In less than 5 minutes, the two met Princess Katerina. Reg conducted an immediate assessment and confirmed that Princess Katerina had not been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Mage Wit, Viscount Catlon, what brings you here in such a hurry? Princess Katrina asked. Mage Wit looked at Reg and said, "Let Reg speak." Your Highness, there have been recent cases of sudden deaths, which have been investigated and dealt with in Wattsburg. What caused this? It was an enemy's conspiracy, caused by an ancient race called the Soul Eater clan. Princess Katerina is of royal lineage, but because she is a warrior, she doesn't enjoy accumulating knowledge like mages, so Princess Katerina doesn't know about the Soul Eater clan. Reg gave Princess Katerina a brief explanation of the Soul Eaters, which immediately made her realize the seriousness of the situation. With the presence of Mage Wit, the Marquis of Leighton's letter, and Princess Katerina's own experience of Reg's abilities, there was a strong connection to the situation. Princess Katerina believed Reg's words and was about to set about resolving the matter. The Marquis of Leighton's approach in Wattsburg is a good example for Princess Katerina to follow. Following the example of Marquis Leighton, Princess Katerina convened a meeting of the nobles of the Katerina Castle region and also prepared a room in advance for killing the Soul Eaters. Reg, who was accompanying Princess Katerina, assessed the nobles in the Katerina Castle area and discovered that there were more nobles replaced by the Soul Eaters than in the Wattsburg area. There was even a duke at the Silver Moon Battlemaster level who was replaced by a Soul Devourer at the Silver Moon level. There was also a Soul Devourer in the Silver Moon realm, who replaced a Marquis in the Starry Sky Battlemaster realm, but did not touch another duke in the Silver Moon Mage realm. At the same level, it is not an easy task for the Soul Devouring clan to devour a Silver Moon Mage. Silver Moon realm warriors, whose souls are relatively weak, are more easily preyed upon by Silver Moon realm Soul Devourers. Even the Duke was quietly replaced by the Soul Eater clan. The disgusting Soul Eater clan is truly impossible to guard against. Even though the dukes and marquises of the Violet Kingdom had many means of self-defense, they were still defeated by the Soul Eaters. The deed was done, and Princess Katarina gritted her teeth and ruthlessly killed the nobles who had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Chapter 147 Duke Walsh, the Soul Devourer. Katrina Castle repeated the process of Wattsburg. First, they killed the Soul Eater clan hidden among the nobles. Then killed the Soul Eaters hidden among the other superhumans. Finally, the area around Katarina Castle was also restricted to entry only, making it difficult for the Soul Eaters, who were hidden among the non-superhumans, to leave Katarina Castle for the time being. Furthermore, it is forbidden for a person to be alone in one place. At least 2 people must be together, and preferably more than 3 people. This will give Reg and Mage Wit ample time to head to Ulysses' fortress tomorrow to eliminate the Soul Eaters. As long as the 3 important fortresses remain standing, the Alien Alliance must first breach them before it can launch a full-scale invasion of the Violet Kingdom. Ultimately, the 3 fortresses could not be defended, and the Alien Alliance had to pay a heavy price. When he had time, Reg returned to Wattsburg and informed the Marquis of Leiden of the situation at Katrina Castle. He even returned to Rock Fortress to check on his superhuman subordinates and make sure that the Soul Devourer clan had not infiltrated Rock Fortress. After doing all this, Reg returned to Katarina Castle and rested there for the night. Tomorrow, he would travel to Ulysses' castle with Mage Wit. Princess Katarina wrote a letter to Duke Ulysses Walsh. With the addition of Mage Wit, Duke Walsh would have enough trust. As another new day dawned, Reg, accompanied by the Mage Wit, used 2 teleportation spells to arrive at Ulyssesburg and request an audience with Duke Walsh. Along the way, they encountered 2 nobles, one of whom had been replaced by the Soul Eaters, which worried Reg. It seems that the situation in Ulyssesburg is more serious than in Katrinaburg and Wattsburg. When Mage Wit brought Reg to see Duke Walsh, Reg became even more certain of the seriousness of the situation at Ulyssesburg. The commander of the Eastern Route Army, Duke Walsh, a powerful expert at the Sun Realm station in Ulyssesburg, was actually replaced by a Soul Eater. This Soul Devourer is also at the Radiant Sun Realm, and is the clan leader of the Soul Devourer clan, also known as the Soul Devourer King. Reg suspected that if the Soul Eater went to Katarina Castle and Watts Castle, Princess Katarina and Marquis Leighton might fall victim to it. Fortunately, it was Duke Walsh, who had no connection with Reg, who ultimately fell victim to the attack. Reg didn't want his wife's grandfather, who was also his current backer, the Marquis of Leighton, to fall into the trap. Princess Katarina also helped Reg secure a larger fiefdom. When meeting Princess Katarina at Katarina Castle, because Reg knew Princess Katarina, the Mage Wit asked Reg to talk about the Soul Eaters. Reg had no connection with Duke Walsh. On the surface, Reg was just a coachman who brought Mage Wit to Ulyssesburg. After confirming that Duke Walsh had been replaced by the Soul Eaters, Reg quietly gave Mage Wit a prearranged action. Upon seeing Reg's actions, Mage Wit was greatly alarmed, but his expression remained unchanged. Instead of telling Duke Walsh about the Soul Eaters, Mage Wit spoke of another matter of great importance to the Violet Kingdom. Princess Katarina has devised a new plan to inflict heavy casualties on the Alien Alliance. Marquis Leighton has agreed to the plan and is now informing Duke Walsh of it, wanting to hear his thoughts. If there are any inappropriate aspects, the plan can be improved. On the surface, Duke Walsh readily agreed to the plan. The Soul Eater King inside Duke Walsh's body chuckled inwardly. This plan wasn't bad, but with him around, not only would the plan not be implemented, but the Violet Kingdom's border fortress defenses would soon be completely breached. After exchanging a few more words with Duke Walsh, the Mage Wit indicated that he had other important matters to attend to and took his leave. Reg used a teleportation spell to bring the Mage Wit back to Katarina Castle. Upon learning that Reg and Mage Wit had returned, Princess Katarina sensed something was amiss even before seeing them. If Fort Katrina and Fort Watts are having big problems, how could Fort Ulysses not be? The fact that the 2 returned so quickly indicates that there are serious problems in Ulyssesburg. It's likely that an important figure in Ulyssesburg has been replaced by the Soul Eaters, perhaps even Duke Walsh. Your Highness, Duke Walsh has been replaced by the Soul Eaters. The first words Reg said to Princess Katarina put an end to her anxiety. Duke Walsh is the commander of the Eastern Route Army, and one of only 2 Sun Realm experts stationed at Ulyssesburg. Princess Katarina is now beginning to worry about the situation of the other Sun Realm expert in Ulyssesburg. That expert at the Radiant Sun Realm was a Radiant Sun Realm battle master from another ducal family. Duke Walsh, who has been replaced by the Soul Eater clan, is absolutely capable of killing this sun-shining realm battle master. However, it's also possible that they're worried about unforeseen circumstances and won't kill him yet, but will wait until the alien army arrives before taking action, or he might be replaced by the Soul Eater clan. The Ulyssesburg problem must be resolved as soon as possible. Duke Walsh, who has been replaced by the Soul Eaters, must be killed. Duke Walsh is very powerful. It is questionable whether even a single expert at the Sun Realm can defeat him. It takes 2 powerful experts at the Sun Realm to defeat Duke Walsh steadily. Killing Duke Walsh quickly would be quite difficult. It would take the intervention of 3 experts at the Radiant Sun Realm to quickly kill Duke Walsh. There are a total of 4 Sun-level experts stationed in Katarina Castle and Wattsburg, which can gather 3 Sun-level experts. However, the appearance of 3 powerful beings at the Sun Radiant Realm in Ulyssesburg will surely alert the Soul-Devouring clan, causing them to flee immediately and leading to chaos in Ulyssesburg. Fortunately, the assembled alien coalition had just set off and was still far from the border fortress defense line. Princess Katarina quickly devised her first plan, mobilizing 4 powerful experts at the Sun Realm to occupy one side of Ulyssesburg, preventing Duke Walsh from escaping and killing him. However, this plan has one flaw. If the other Sun Radiant Realm expert who was stationed in Ulyssesburg was not only dead, but also replaced by the Soul-Devouring clan, that means that our 4 Sun Radiance Realm experts need to kill the other 2 Sun Radiance Realm experts. We can defeat them, but we may not be able to kill them. It would be best to bring out a treasure that allows invisibility, and have 3 or 4 experts at the Sun Radiant Realm stealthily approach and assassinate Duke Walsh. Princess Katarina pondered for a moment. It seemed that the Violet family's treasury contained a top-tier treasure capable of invisibility, undetectable even to experts at the Sun Radiant Realm, and only potentially discoverable by legendary experts. Reg, are you able to teleport all the way to the capital? Princess Katarina asked. Princess Katarina changed her address for Reg from Viscount Katarina to Reg, indicating a significant improvement in their relationship. Of course, there are anchor points set up by Reg in the capital, and you can go there to shop in your spare time. Reg, I hope you can quickly teleport to the capital, meet the king, and obtain the hidden jewel from him. If we can successfully kill the Soul Eater who replaced Duke Walsh and resolve the problem of Ulyssesburg, I will guarantee you a marquise as long as the Violet Kingdom achieves final victory. Alas, it's a pity. I wanted to reward you with a princess, but you refused. Princess Katarina made a light joke at the end, but Reg didn't take it seriously. Chapter 148. The king also rewards the princess. The Violet family's concealment orb is a treasure that grants invisibility within a limited area. It is best used to conceal one person, and at most, no more than 6 people. Reg actually has a way to hide it. He can simply put the person into the small world. It's just that even Marquis Layton didn't know about the small world, so Reg couldn't possibly let anyone else know about its existence. Princess Katarina wrote a letter to the king and presented him with a token that would earn the king's trust in Reg and allow Reg to see the king quickly. With the letter and token in hand, Reg set off immediately. First, teleport back to Wattsburg and inform Lord Leiden of the situation so that he can prepare accordingly. Then teleport back to Rock Keep, and from your own territory, teleport all the way to the capital. Reg couldn't set up anchor points everywhere in the Violet Kingdom. He would only set up anchor points on important routes. When he was teleported to Cheryl City, Reg went home to make sure that no one in his family had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. After thinking for a moment, Reg sent Freya, who was obsessed with alchemy, into the small world. In the smaller world, Freya could also learn alchemy from those old mages. Bologna, who is stationed at Rock Fortress, shouldn't be a problem. The Soul Eater clan primarily targets 3 important fortresses on the border. The Viscountate of Katerin is attractive to orcs, but not to Soul Eaters. Even if a Soul Eater came to Rock Fortress, it would be difficult for a Soul Eater of Star Realm or higher to appear and kill Bologna, who had already advanced to the Star Realm. We need to come up with measures to defend against the Soul Devourer clan as soon as possible. Through his appraisal skills, Reg did find several ways to defend against the Soul Eaters, but none of them could be used quickly. After leaving Cheryl City, Reg teleported all the way to the location in the capital closest to the royal palace. They ran quickly to the palace gates, but were stopped by the guards. Reg produced Princess Katrina's keepsake and demanded an immediate audience with the king. The officials at the gate hurriedly carried Princess Katarina's tokens into the palace. 8 minutes later, The official rushed back and led Reg to the palace where the king was. This wasn't Reg's first time visiting the palace, but it was his first time coming alone. The royal palace is predominantly decorated in gold and purple. The gold color is the gold of gold. The purple color is the purple of a violet. Many violets were planted in the royal palace. One interesting thing is that Brent, the founder of the Catalan family, was of commoner origin and originally had no surname. Influenced by Violet, he adopted the surname Catalan. Cattleya is also a type of flower, and there are many of them in Brent's hometown. With war imminent, even the pleasure-loving King Violet VII became busy. Reg met the king in the study. Reg had previously appraised the king. The king is older than Katerina, and his talent for cultivation is no less than hers. But the king has only just entered the Silver Moon realm. When the king was still a prince, he must have worked very hard to cultivate himself. After becoming king, he quickly began to enjoy the pleasures of being king. He married a bunch of beautiful women and had a bunch of children. I've eaten all kinds of delicious food and played with all sorts of novel and unusual things. Fortunately, Violet VII was not a foolish ruler. While enjoying himself, the country continued to move forward rapidly under his rule. So much so that when a great war was imminent, Violet VII would temporarily set aside her pleasures and busy herself with handling state affairs. Greetings, Your Majesty. The king has the same purple hair and purple eyes as Princess Katerina, and is a handsome and dignified middle-aged man. For a Silver Moon realm transcendent, Violet VII is still very young. After finishing a document, the king looked up at Reg. Viscount Catalan, what message does Katerina want me to convey? Reg took out the letter Princess Katerina wrote to the king from his personal space and handed it to the officials next to him. After several officials checked it and confirmed that there were no problems, it was delivered to the king. The king looked at the letter, and his brows quickly furrowed. Princess Katerina's letter stated that the Soul Eaters had replaced many nobles and extraordinary individuals in the three fortresses, including dukes and marquises, and even Duke Walsh, a powerful figure at the Sun Realm, had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Princess Katerina desires the family's hidden treasure and gathers powerful experts at the Sun Realm to assassinate Duke Walsh. Katerina hoped that the king could send 2 more Sun-level experts to the front lines to oversee the situation. In the letter, Princess Katerina also pointed out that it was Reg who first discovered the Soul Eaters. The Soul Eater clan, the king murmured. Soon, a powerful mage who was protecting the king arrived at his side and explained the Soul Eater race to him. Upon learning of the trouble caused by the Soul Eater clan, the king's brow furrowed even deeper. Fortunately, the Soul Eaters were located before the great battle broke out, and most of them were killed in the 2 fortresses. If a major war breaks out and the Soul Eater clan is not discovered, it will directly lead to the complete loss of the border fortress defense line. The king couldn't help but have the same thought as the Marquis of Leighton and Princess Katerina. The king immediately ordered his men to retrieve the hidden jewel, then looked at Reg and said, Viscount Catalan, you have done well. The kingdom needs young nobles like you. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. This is my duty as a nobleman of the kingdom. The kingdom is my home, and I will swear to protect it with my life. The king nodded, very satisfied with Reg's answer. The young Viscount, who had made great contributions, was also a space mage. Princess Katerina wanted to secure Reg a marquisate, and the king also believed that Reg could become a marquis of the kingdom after the war ended. For a nobleman to be promoted directly from Viscount to Marquis, skipping Earl, he had to make a huge contribution. This time, Reg made a great contribution to the Violet Kingdom. They were the first to discover the Soul Eaters, helping 3 important fortresses to locate them and preventing the border defenses from being quickly breached by the Alien Alliance. He has already made such a great contribution before the war has even fully broken out. There should be more opportunities for Reg to shine in the war to come. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, after the war ends, Reg will become a Marquis of the kingdom. Such a young Marquis, especially a first-generation Marquis, is extremely rare in the history of the Violet Kingdom. In the future, Reg will become the Duke of the Violet Kingdom and a powerful expert in the Radiant Sun realm. Upon seeing such a talented individual, Violet VII suddenly had the idea of marrying one of her daughters to Reg. The Violet family is actually the largest noble family in the Violet Kingdom, and intermarriage between noble families is very normal. Many nobles in the Violet Kingdom married princesses of the royal family. Even among the Marquis of Leighton's wives, one came from the Violet family, though she wasn't his first wife. Viscount Catalan, after the war is over, you will meet with my unmarried daughters and see if there is one you like. I will then marry her to you. Princess Katerina wanted to reward Reg with a princess, and the king also wanted to reward Reg with a princess, which left Reg speechless. Your Majesty, I already have a wife. Whether you have a wife or not is none of my business. It depends on my daughter's opinions. As long as they don't mind, that's fine. In the eyes of commoners, and even minor nobles, princesses were very noble. However, in the eyes of nobles and powerful people, the status of princesses is relatively ordinary, especially princesses with poor talent and weak maternal families. Since the king didn't mind, Reg could only happily accept it. The princess with purple hair and purple eyes had a unique charm. Chapter 149, Ganging Up on the Soul-Devouring King. For nobles, marriage alliances were a very important matter. No nobleman dared to guarantee that his family would never decline. Even royalty and imperial families cannot guarantee that their lineage will never decline. It doesn't matter if the family declines, but it cannot be destroyed. Perhaps one day it will rise again. Arranged marriages became a very important matter. When a family is in trouble, other families that have married into it, even if they don't offer help, can at least avoid taking advantage of the situation. The Violet family has secured its royal status thanks to the presence of a legendary powerhouse. Although the chances of other families producing legendary powerhouses are relatively small, it is still a possibility. Perhaps one day the legendary powerhouse of the Violet family will die out, and they will lose their royal throne. If a family that produces a legendary powerhouse were to form a marriage alliance with the Violet family, it would be very difficult for the Violet family to make the decision to destroy the Violet family. Marriage alliances brought nobles together, sharing common interests. In the Violet Kingdom, the Violet family is undoubtedly the family with the widest range of intermarriages. They not only married into the nobility within the country, but also into the royal families and nobles of other countries. Such a Violet family may decline, but it will never perish. In the study, Reg was resting in a chair while the king wrote a letter to Princess Katerina. Just as his men retrieved the hidden gem, the king was also nearing the completion of his letter. Reg left the palace with the letter and the hidden jewel, returning to Katerina Castle by the same route. It was just past noon when we returned to Katrina Castle. The concealment orb was given to Mage Wit for use. Reg had a simple lunch and then rested at Katerina Castle. Reg used teleportation spells multiple times to travel to and from the capital. If it weren't for consuming some of the world's power, Reg wouldn't have been able to do it even if he had exhausted his mental energy. The Ulyssesburg issue needs to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise, things may change. Reg rested for an afternoon and set off for Ulyssesburg in the evening. We can wait this long. If we can't even wait this long, Princess Katerina will take out a precious extraordinary potion to help Reg recover his mental strength quickly. Extraordinary potions that restore mana are relatively inexpensive and not particularly rare. Reg himself possesses some. As night fell, after having lunch at Katrina Castle, Reg teleported back to Wattsburg and left with Marquis Leiden. With the departure of Marquis Leiden, Wattsburg no longer has a single expert at the Sun Radiant Realm. 2 mages, 2 warriors, and 4 powerful beings at the Radiant Sun Realm gathered together. Because the anchor point set by Reg was too far away, it was impossible to teleport 4 people at once. Reg chose to take 1 person at a time, making 4 round trips to deliver the 4 Sun Radiant Realm experts to a secluded location outside Ulysses' fortress. The Mage Wit used the concealment orb to completely cover the 5 people and quietly sneak into Ulysses' fortress. Humans have treasures that allow them to become invisible, and so do other races. While alien races can also use invisibility artifacts to infiltrate the 3 fortresses, it doesn't mean that powerful alien warriors would dare to do so. Legendary warriors can fly, and if they can't win a fight, they can run away. Those below the legendary level cannot fly and are easily surrounded and killed by human superhumans. Reg and his group, along with most of Ulysses's people, were on their own and would not be attacked. The group infiltrated Ulyssesburg in search of Duke Walsh. Before Duke Walsh could be found, the whereabouts of another powerful expert at the Sun Realm were discovered, who had also been replaced by the Soul Devourer clan. After careful examination, Reg discovered that this Soul Eater was a newly promoted Sun Realm expert. With the help of the Soul Devouring King, it devoured the soul of a powerful expert in the Radiant Sun Realm before entering the Radiant Sun Realm itself. Killing the Soul Devouring King is the most important thing. Then we can turn around and kill this Soul Devouring clan member in the Radiant Sun Realm. After some time, Reg and his group finally found the Soul Eater King eating. The Soul Eaters don't eat human food. They eat human souls. The Soul Eater King's first target was the superhumans under Duke Walsh's command, using the pretext of sending them out on missions to continuously reduce the number of superhumans under his command. The other superhumans, however, did not suspect anything. They were still wondering why the Duke did not send them on the mission. Was it because they were not loyal enough to the Duke? The soulless corpses were all placed into the spatial ring on Duke Walsh's finger by the Soul Devourer King. The concealment pearl has an extremely powerful ability to hide, so much so that even a Radiant Sun Realm expert cannot detect it, but that is only when there is a certain distance between them. As Reg and his group approached the Soul Eater King, the Soul Eater King sensed a disturbance. Before the Soul Devouring King could prepare, four experts at the Radiant Sun Realm rushed forward together. The moment the four Sun Radiance Realm experts appeared, the Soul Devouring King froze for a moment, then ran backwards without a second thought, but it was too late. The Soul Devouring King is a powerful expert at the Sun Realm and also possesses the body of a Sun Realm Battle Master. Within this body, the Soul Devouring King can unleash the strength of a Radiant Sun Realm Battle Master, but he cannot unleash his full power. More importantly, the Soul Devouring King was caught off guard and was quickly caught up by four Sun Radiant Realm experts, who then ganged up on him and beat him up. The Soul Devourer King only lasted a few seconds before his body died completely, and he himself was also seriously injured. If a Radiant Sun Realm Battle Master were present, the Soul Devouring King would have shown him the terror of the Soul Devouring clan. However, now that two Radiant Sun Realm Battle Masters and two Radiant Sun Realm Mages are ganging up on him, the Soul Devouring King is powerless to resist. Soon, the Soul Devouring King's ghost-like body was completely torn apart by Battle Chi magic. The Soul Devouring King was still alive. A smaller version of the Soul Devouring King lunged at Reg. Reg wasn't afraid of the severely injured Soul Devouring King, but he also didn't want to come into contact with it and arouse suspicion from the four Radiant Sun Realm experts. So he teleported directly behind the four Radiant Sun Realm experts. The powerful cultivators of the Radiant Sun Realm caught up with him and killed the Soul Devouring King completely. The battle to kill the Soul Devouring King was very short, but it caused quite a stir, even demolishing this house. Without hesitation, the four Sun Radiance Realm experts charged directly at the remaining Sun Radiance Realm Soul Devouring clan member. Upon seeing four human Sun Radiant Realm experts charging towards them, the Sun Radiant Realm Soul Devouring clan members did not hesitate to flee. The two sides were some distance apart, making it impossible for them to catch up quickly. Reg stopped Marquis Layton and teleported him directly to the outside of Ulysses' fortress, in the direction the Soul Eaters were fleeing. With Marquis Layton intercepting them, the four powerful experts at the Sun Realm once again ganged up on the Soul Devourer clan at the Sun Realm. This Soul Devourer of the Radiant Sun Realm, controlling his body and using the techniques of a battle master, struggled to resist, and surprisingly, he lasted longer than the Soul Devourer King. When their bodies could no longer hold on, the Soul Devourers of the Radiant Sun Realm deliberately discarded their bodies and pounced on Marquis Layton. It didn't intend to kill the Marquis of Layton or perish with him, but rather to frighten him and then carve out a way to survive. Marquis Layton had enough confidence in his companions to not flinch, and instead clashed head-on with the Soul Eaters. Enraged, the Soul Eaters were determined to perish together with Marquis Layton and immediately launched an attack on his soul. The next moment, the Soul Devourer clan was blasted to death by the attacks of the other three Sun-Shining Realm experts. The Marquis of Layton suffered a minor injury to his soul. Princess Katarina took out a bottle of extraordinary potion from her spatial ring and handed it to Marquis Layton, which would allow him to quickly recover from his soul injuries. Chapter 150. Whoever makes a move is the enemy. I am Katarina Violet, Commander-in-Chief of a million-strong army on the border. Everyone in Ulysses' fortress, heed my command. Stand still and do not move. Anyone who dares to move is a traitor, and those around him shall join forces to kill him. I am Marquis Waltz Leiden, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Frontier Army. All people of Ulysses' fortress must obey the princess's orders, or face death. Princess Katarina and the Marquis of Layton's voices echoed throughout Ulyssesburg. Fighters have a technique that allows them to amplify their voice using their fighting spirit. Both were experts at the Radiant Sun Realm, their voices loud enough to cover the entire Ulyssesburg. When the humans in Ulysses' fortress heard Princess Katarina and Marquis Layton's voices, they all stopped in their tracks. The only exception is those who are replaced by the Soul Eater clan. They are imposters, they are aliens, they killed Duke Walsh, and we must avenge Duke Walsh. Her Highness is in Katrina Castle, and Marquis Leiden is even further away in Wattsburg. How could they suddenly appear in Ulyssesburg? They must be powerful alien beings in disguise. Brothers, charge. Avenge Duke Walsh. They're not legendary warriors. We can definitely kill them. Incited by some members of the Soul Eater clan, many people actually believed it and rushed towards Reg and his group of 5. But many more people can't distinguish between truth and falsehood and stand still. Some nobles even sensed something was amiss and were inclined to believe that Princess Katarina and Marquis Leiden were real people. It would take a heavy price to kill a Sun Radiance realm expert by using ordinary people and low-level superhumans. In order to quickly resolve the Ulysses Fortress issue, it is acceptable to kill some people by mistake. The 4 powerful cultivators at the Radiant Sun realm had already spotted the soul-devouring clan stirring up trouble in the crowd and charged straight at them. The soul-devourers tried to escape, but they couldn't escape at all. Even the Silver Moon Realm soul-devouring clan members hidden among the crowd could not escape the pursuit of the Radiant Sun realm experts. As a result, most of the Soul Eaters chose to obey Princess Katarina's orders and stand still, believing that the humans could not detect them inside the bodies and would wait for an opportunity to escape. The 4 powerful cultivators at the Radiant Sun realm killed all the exposed soul-devouring clan members, as well as some of the officers and soldiers who had been incited to come forward. The remaining people were too frightened to charge forward anymore. Most importantly, they no longer had nobles directing them. More than half of the soul devourers killed by the 4 Sun Radiant realm experts were using noble bodies. The troops that attacked Reg and his party were mainly subordinates of these nobles. Princess Katarina and the Marquis of Leiden quickly made a decision. Each of the 4 regions of Ulysses Fortress, East, West, South, and North, would be assigned to oversee one region. Then Reg selected an area and began examining the superhumans. Without first summoning the nobles, even those who had not been replaced by the soul-devouring clan were afraid of the Sun Radiant realm experts who could not determine friend from foe, and worried that the nobles would be wiped out in one fell swoop. Everyone stand still. Anyone who moves is a traitor, and those around can join forces to kill them. It will be considered a meritorious service. Princess Katarina repeated loudly. The requirement of meritorious service in battle made the people in Ulysses Fortin even more afraid to move. Of course, this movement refers to walking. Standing still and engaging in some physical activity does not count. Reg first arrived at the area where Princess Katarina was, and Princess Katarina stood next to Reg. All superhumans, come toward me. Stand still or run away, kill. All superhumans, prepare for battle. There are enemies hidden among you. Beware of being ambushed. Summoning all the extraordinary individuals would reassure the nobles somewhat more than summoning only the nobles. As soon as Princess Katarina finished speaking, the vast majority of the extraordinary beings in the eastern district of Ulysses Fortress, where she was located, immediately gathered at Princess Katarina's location and prepared for battle. 2 superhumans stood still, while one turned and ran. The surrounding officers and soldiers hesitated for a moment, then immediately launched an attack on the fleeing superhuman. Get out of my way. The superhuman, replaced by the Soul Eater clan, killed a row of people with a single swing of his longsword. Several superhumans who were nearby turned around and gave chase. Her Highness the Princess has said that those who flee are enemies, and killing them will be considered a meritorious service in battle. The 2 extraordinary beings who remained in place were also replaced by the Soul Eaters. After a moment's hesitation, they chose to walk towards Princess Katarina. Soon, the fleeing Soul Eaters were killed. When the superhumans gathered in the open space where Reg and Princess Katarina were, Reg had already quickly assessed all of them. 1 Silver Moon Realm Soul Devourer, 4 Star Realm Soul Devourers, and 17 Intermediate and Advanced Soul Devourers. Reg directly pointed to the Silver Moon Realm Soul Devourer clan, and Princess Katarina swung her sword and attacked. Reg himself instantly cast a spatial tearing spell to attack a Star Realm Soul Devourer. Princess Katarina easily killed the Marquis who had been replaced by the Silver Moon Soul Eater clan. Even the Count, who was replaced by the Star Realm Soul Devourer clan, could not block Reg's spell. The other Soul Eaters present, seeing their 2 companions dead, immediately realized that the humans had discovered them and chose to flee without hesitation. Some members of the Soul Devourer clan ran and shouted, trying to cause trouble. Everyone run. She's definitely not a princess. How could a princess kill people indiscriminately? The princess has gone mad. She must have sided with the foreign tribe and wants to kill us all. Run. If you don't run, the princess will kill you. A small number of the superhumans present immediately had the idea of running away, and several of them even ran away. Just then, Princess Katarina said again, "The enemy has appeared. I order you to kill all the fleeing enemies." Princess Katarina gave orders while personally pursuing and killing the fleeing Soul Eaters. More than a third of the superhumans present obeyed Princess Katarina's orders to surround and kill those who were trying to escape. The remaining people stood still, neither running away nor making a move. At least they wouldn't make a mistake. After suffering some casualties, all the fleeing Soul Eaters were killed, but there was still one intermediate Soul Eater and one advanced Soul Eater hiding in the crowd. There are only 2 enemies left. Once we kill these 2, the rest will be our own people. This is what Reg is saying. The extraordinary individuals present breathed a sigh of relief, especially the nobles, who were terrified. Because nearly half of the nobles gathered here have died, including a marquis and 2 earls. The last 2 Soul Eaters, hidden among the crowd, were terrified upon hearing Reg's words. They were now certain that humans truly had a way to find them. What to do? There's no escaping it, no hiding from it. Surrender? Before the 2 Soul Eaters could make a decision, Reg and Princess Katarina had already charged forward, killing the Soul Eaters without even considering their surrender. Finally, Princess Katarina explained to the extraordinary individuals present. The enemy is the Soul-Devouring Clan, an ancient race that can devour souls to obtain memories and also control corpses. Some of the people I killed were replaced by the remnants of the ancient race. There are no Soul Eaters among you anymore, but there may still be Soul Eaters hiding in your army. The Soul Eaters hiding among ordinary people are probably relatively weak, so you don't need to worry too much. Now you can go back and reassure your men. Chapter 151. The 2 elder brothers are gone. The surviving superhumans were both happy and afraid. They were glad they had survived, but they were also afraid of encountering the Soul Eaters. Princess Katarina comforted the superhumans while Reg set off for the next area. The other 3 areas have already gathered extraordinary individuals. Chaos ensued, resulting in the deaths of some Soul Eaters and the accidental killing of some human superhumans. Even in Ulyssesburg, Reg's 2 older brothers died. In the last war of expansion, neither Felix nor Edmund personally led the army into battle. This time, the war is even more dangerous, and Felix and Edmund must personally lead the charge. Much because of their relationship with Reg, Felix and Edmund's troops were stationed at Ulysses Fortress. There is no absolutely safe place along the border fortifications. Relatively speaking, the more solid the fortress and the more troops stationed there are, the safer it is, and it is not easily breached by foreign armies. Edmund was the first to die. He didn't die today. His soul was devoured by the Soul Eater clan 5 days ago. 3 days ago, the Soul Eaters, who had devoured Edmund's soul, sought an opportunity to devour Felix's soul as well. Then the Soul Eater remained inside Felix's body. Just now, because he chose to run away, he was killed by the Mage Wit. After killing Felix, the Mage Wit determined that Felix had been replaced by the Soul Eaters. Reg was saddened to learn that his 2 older brothers had died, for they were family in this life. The newly formed Catalan family only had 3 core members, and now only Reg remains. Fortunately, both of his elder brothers left behind offspring. They were too young to inherit the title. However, since they are all members of the Catalan family, Reg will arrange for someone to take good care of his nephews and nieces. Felix and Edmund were both killed by the Soul Eaters, which shows that the problem at Fort Ulysses is much more serious than that at Fort Katrina and Fort Watts. Before the incident, a considerable number of minor nobles and non-noble superhumans had died suddenly, but these deaths were all suppressed by Duke Walsh, who was replaced by the Soul Eater King. Another powerful expert at the Radiant Sun Realm, who had been replaced by the Soul Devourer clan, also sided with Duke Walsh. When Reg wiped out the Soul Eaters in Ulysses Fortress, he killed nearly half of the nobles. Including the minor nobles who had already died suddenly, the Soul Eaters actually killed more than half of the nobles in Ulyssesburg. With both Sun-level experts stationed at Ulyssesburg dead and more than half of the nobles perishing, the command structure of the Violet Kingdom's army stationed at Ulyssesburg was severely damaged. In order to eliminate the Soul Eaters hidden among the superhumans, they also killed many of their own people who were unaware of the truth. The situation in Ulyssesburg is extremely critical. Princess Katarina decided to personally oversee Ulysses Fortress, and the Blood Rose Cavalry was transferred from Katarina Fortress. Reg teleported the other 3 Sun-level experts back to Katarina Castle and Watts Castle, and then returned to Ulysses Castle to be under Princess Katarina's command. With Reg around, Princess Katerina was able to communicate quickly with the capital. The Blood Rose cavalry will soon be heading to Ulysses' fortress, and Princess Katerina is already busy preparing. In Ulysses' fortress, Princess Katerina's first task was to rebuild the command structure of the various armies stationed there. Princess Katerina needs to select a powerful and high-ranking superhuman from among the fallen nobles to serve as the temporary commander of the army. Princess Katerina also promised these temporary commanders a chance to become nobles of the kingdom after the war. From a noble knight to a nobleman of the kingdom, this was a tremendous leap in social class. The temporary commanders were so eager to secure their positions that they were determined to lead the army and earn enough merit for themselves. Reg also temporarily took command of a brigade-level unit in Fort Ulysses. The original commander of this brigade was Felix. Felix's regiment of territory troops and Edmund's battalion of territory troops were both in this brigade-sized force. With 2 core members of the Catalan family dead, only Reg remains as a core member. Among the knights loyal to Felix and Edmund, some were willing to pledge their allegiance to Reg, while the rest were willing to follow Reg's orders. Among these knights, Reg did not find Elroy Nico. Knight Nico remained in Felix's territory and served as a town mayor. The achievements of the Nico Knights in managing Cheryl Town. Brent knew this very well, and so did Felix, who was by Brent's side. After Knight Nico returned to Felix's territory, he was given an important position by Felix. Before the war between the Violet Kingdom and the Alien Alliance even broke out, the Violet Kingdom had already paid a heavy price. Without Reg finding the Soul Eaters, the border fortress defenses will soon fall completely. This made the Violet Kingdom's leadership quickly realize the strength of the Alien Alliance and prompt them to gather more forces to deal with it. Reg felt that victory in the war would still belong to the Violet Kingdom, but he couldn't judge how much the Violet Kingdom would have to pay. After the war ended, Reg wanted to take over the territories of his 2 older brothers. Reg wanted people loyal to the Catalan family in these 2 territories so that he would have more loyal subordinates to use. As for the people in Ulysses' fortress, Reg didn't know how many would survive until the end of the war. The allied forces of the alien races continued their advance towards the Violet Kingdom. According to reconnaissance, the Alien Alliance has split into 3 groups, with the strongest group targeting Ulyssesburg. The Alien Alliance should already know that the Soul Eater clan has severely damaged the command system of Ulyssesburg and wants to use Ulyssesburg as a breakthrough point. The other 2 armies will be used to contain Fort Worth and Fort Katrina. If the allied forces of the alien races do not divide their troops and attack Ulyssesburg with their entire army, the Violet Kingdom can also concentrate most of its troops on the border fortresses at Ulysses' fortress. Alternatively, they could harass or attack the allied forces from the flanks. The main strongholds were Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts, which were relatively close to each other and were heavily fortified. Unless problems arise inside the fortress, the Alien Alliance will have to pay a huge price to capture it. If one fortress is captured, the remaining 2 fortresses will not be able to hold out for long. At the headquarters of the Alien Alliance, Idel, Buha, Margaret, and other powerful figures at the Sun Realm were overjoyed. They were overjoyed, for the fearsome soul-devouring clan was nearing extinction. Almost all soul-devouring clan members above the Star Realm were wiped out. The few Soul Eaters who remained in the Alien Alliance to make communications were wiped out. They were also pleased, as the Soul Eater clan had inflicted heavy losses on the Violet Kingdom at the cost of near annihilation. This would allow the Allied forces to breach the Violet Kingdom's fortified defenses at a lower cost. Chapter 152, Cyclopes Brand Catapult. Time flies. Violet 7 dispatched 2 powerful experts at the Sun Radiance realm to oversee the border defenses. One of the Sunburst Mage, the old Duke of Domington, arrived at Ulyssesburg. The Domington family can be considered the foremost ducal family in the Violet Kingdom. Several members of the Domington family, who were at the peak of the Sun Realm, challenged the legendary realm, but all of them failed. The old Duke of Domington, the previous Duke of Domington, has voluntarily abdicated in favor of his son. The Marquis of Leighton is a renowned general of the current generation in the Violet Kingdom, while the old Duke of Domingen was a renowned general of the previous generation. According to Reg's assessment, the old Duke of Domington has already entered the 5th stage of the Radiant Sun realm and should be focusing on cultivation to challenge the legendary realm. Unfortunately, the Violet Kingdom is facing a huge crisis this time, and even the risk of being destroyed. Therefore, upon receiving orders from Violet 7, the old Duke of Domington left the pass and rushed to the front lines. If Princess Katerina returns to Katerina Castle, Then the old Duke of Domington will become the commander of the Eastern Army. The Violet Kingdom's border fortress defenses are undergoing final preparations, and the Alien Alliance is getting closer and closer to the Violet Kingdom's border. When the time came to September 7th, the vanguard of the 100 Clans Alliance army, led by the werewolf King Idel, had arrived outside Ulyssesburg. The vanguard did not approach Ulysses' fortress, but waited to join the main force. This army of the 100 Races Alliance included 3 powerful warriors at the Radiant Sun realm: the werewolf King Idel, the elf Margaret Blackleaf, and the Cyclops King. The tall and strong Cyclops stood out most among the army of the 100 Races Alliance. An adult Cyclops can reach a height of about 6 meters and weigh up to 3,000 kilograms. The strongest among them can be over 8 meters tall. The Cyclops King of the Radiant Sun realm is over 9 meters tall. If the Cyclops were to reach the legendary level, its height would exceed 10 meters. The Cyclopes wore armor specially made by the dwarves and wielded huge maces, axes, hammers, and other weapons. Behind each Cyclopes were orcs driving wagons, ox carts, and deer-drawn carts, each carrying a huge stone. That was the Cyclops' throwing weapon. Meanwhile, the Centaur King Buha and the Azura King led an army of all races to march on Wattsburg, while the Stone King and the Spider Queen led an army of all races to march on Katarina Castle. Ulyssesburg, severely damaged by the Soul Eater clan, became the main target of the 100 Races Alliance army. On the morning of September 8th, the war between the 100 Races Alliance and the Violet Kingdom officially began. Soon, the alien race launched its first attack on Ulyssesburg. Werewolves and centaurs, along with their vassal races including foxmen, dog-headed men, ratmen, rabbitmen, deermen, goatmen, and pigmen, launched a probing attack on Ulysses' fortress. The main forces of the werewolf, centaur, and cyclops tribes were all watching from the sidelines. On the city wall, Princess Katarina and the old Duke of Domington stood together, with Reg standing next to Princess Katarina. Reg did not continue to serve as commander of that brigade-level unit, as it would be a waste for him to be a brigade-level commander. After stabilizing the troops, Reg stepped down from his command position. Without Reg's prompting, both commanders easily recognized that this was a probing attack by the alien race. The Violet Kingdom's army stationed at Ulyssesburg easily retaliated and routed these cannon fodder. Reg felt a surge of excitement as he looked at the thousands of orc corpses lying on the battlefield. The harvest season is almost here again. Reg had already reaped considerable rewards from eliminating the orc cavalry forces that frequently invaded his territory. The World Tree has reached a height of 629.28 centimeters, and the newly stored life energy will allow it to grow another 16.83 centimeters. In other words, by eliminating the orc cavalry force, Reg harvested a total of 33.66 centimeters of life energy that allowed the second-tier World Tree to grow taller. Now that a major war has broken out, hundreds of thousands or even millions of soldiers will die on both sides. If Reg can harvest even a portion of it, it will allow the World Tree to grow significantly taller and store up a large amount of life energy, waiting for Reg to revive some of the deceased talents. The Bloodrose Cavalry is a key target for Reg. Death is a common occurrence on the battlefield. The fact that members of the Bloodrose Cavalry were killed in battle and resurrected by Reg is actually a stroke of luck for them. Reg could also use this to expand the size of his maid squad. As for the reason for collecting the corpses on the battlefield, it remains the same: to help the army quickly dispose of the bodies. Neither burning nor burying the body is as convenient as using a personal space. The inability to quickly dispose of the corpses on the battlefield was actually a problem for Ulysses' fortress. The stench from rotting corpses was a minor issue. The real problem was the spread of bacteria and viruses among the Ulysses garrison. Although the walls of Ulysses' fortress were tall, the large number of corpses piled up at the foot of the walls made it easier for the enemy to climb the walls by stepping on the bodies. Moreover, Reg is already a star realm transcendent, and in the eyes of many transcendents, he is already a strong man. Even if most people are curious, they won't ask too many questions. With the first wave of probing attacks by the Alien Alliance over, the real offensive began. Leading the charge were none other than the Centaur army. The Centaurs, clad in heavy armor crafted by the dwarves and wielding longbows made by the winged people, fired arrows at the city walls from a distance of about 300 meters. Behind the Centaur army, dozens of Cyclopes picked up large stones weighing between 300 and 500 kilograms from the wagons behind them. They hurled large stones toward Ulysses' fortress as if they were human throwing a shot put. Cyclops Catapult. The large stone traveled more than 300 meters, landing steadily on the walls and towers, and even flying over the walls and into the fortress. The sturdy walls of Ulysses' fortress caused the stones hitting them to crumble, but this had an even worse effect, as the shattered stones killed and injured even more people. The Violet Kingdom army on Ulysses' fortress retaliated, with their longbowmen, whose range was no less than that of the centaurs, rapidly firing arrows at them. The giant crossbows and magic cannons mounted on the city walls also launched an attack on the Cyclops. However, the defenders of Ulyssesburg achieved very few victories. Due to the great distance and the fact that the centaurs were all wearing armor, the longbowmen could not kill many centaurs. The bolts fired from the giant crossbow were more powerful, but they could barely pierce the armor worn by the Cyclops, and could not cause much damage to the Cyclops. Only the powerful magic cannon killed and severely wounded several Cyclopes. Seeing this, the Cyclops King roared in anguish. The Cyclops King ran towards the front of the battlefield, took out a large rock weighing at least 1,000 kilograms from the rough space bracelet on his wrist, and threw it forcefully towards Ulysses' fortress, 500 meters away. Princess Katerina and the Duke of Domington both felt the power of the large rock, which they believed could even break the city walls. As the large rock rapidly approached, Princess Katerina drew her long sword and leaped off the city wall, the sword growing enormous with the aid of her battle aura. The great sword cleaved the incoming boulder in two with a single strike, causing no damage to Ulysses' fortress. Chapter 153 Harvest Time. The longbowmen in Ulysses' fortress generally wore leather armor. Centaurs, however, are able to wear heavy armor. At a distance of 300 meters, the longbowmen could not penetrate the centaurs' heavy armor. Princess Katerina had no choice but to order the longbowmen to retreat temporarily. Under the cover of centaur arrows, few dared to show their faces on the city wall. The superhumans on the city walls would try their best to destroy the stones hurled by the Cyclops. As the allied forces of the alien races continued to approach Ulysses' fortress, when they were less than 100 meters away, the longbowmen behind the city walls launched their arrows at a wide angle. The arrows flew over the city walls and landed among the infantry, which consisted mainly of werewolves, jackals, deermen, and sheepmen, mixed with some ancient tribes. Hidden behind the city walls, free from the suppression of centaur archers, the longbowmen obeyed their commander's orders and unleashed a barrage of arrows at multiple areas outside the walls. When some units of the alien coalition showed signs of collapse under the rain of arrows, a supervisory team composed of superhumans immediately went to whip and even kill deserters. Under the threat of death, they could only continue to move forward. After suffering heavy casualties, the allied forces of the alien races finally arrived at the city walls, only to be met with a barrage of rolling logs and boulders falling from the sky, as well as some spells from mages. However, while the soldiers on the city walls were attacking the alien race below, the attacks by the centaur archers on the battlefield did not stop. The arrows fired by the centaurs might accidentally injure some of their own men, but most of them still landed on the city walls, causing heavy casualties to the human soldiers and officers who were exposed. The soldiers and officers on the city wall had to try their best to hide their bodies, showing only their hands as much as possible, to throw logs and stones off the wall. The alien tribes below the city walls placed long ladders they had made on the walls, attempting to climb them. Soon the ladders were pushed down or smashed by the human superhumans on the city wall. If it weren't for the spells and weapons imbued with battle aura flashing across the battlefield, it would have looked like an ordinary siege battle without any extraordinary power. The main reason for this situation is that the experts above the Star Realm have not yet engaged in a major battle. How to breach the city using long ladders. It's practically impossible for someone to possess superhuman powers. The best way to breach a city is for the strong to take action and smash the city gates or walls. However, now is not the time for the strong to make their move. Legendary warriors can fly, but those below the legendary level cannot, and are easily surrounded on the battlefield. For example, a powerful expert at the Radiant Sun Realm might have some of their strength depleted by ordinary enemy soldiers and a group of Battlemaster apprentices, and might be defeated in the subsequent battle against the enemy's Radiant Sun Realm expert. The powerful figures on both sides will not easily make a move, conserving their strength and seeking a favorable opportunity to strike. By the time they finished waiting, the first day's battles were over, and the powerful figures on both sides hadn't engaged in any major clashes. The alien coalition left tens of thousands of corpses on the battlefield, mainly cannon fodder and ordinary troops. The defenders of Ulyssesburg, protected by city walls, suffered over 6,000 casualties. Overall, the first day was a probing attack, with the alien alliance trying to find weaknesses in the defenders of Ulyssesburg, who resolutely counterattacked. It is foreseeable that the battles to come will become increasingly fierce. For Reg, the harvest time has arrived. Your Highness, I'll go help the men quickly dispose of the corpses on the battlefield. Princess Katerina nodded with a hint of doubt and let Reg leave. Standing on the city wall, Reg opened a new personal space and shouted to the soldiers around him who were dealing with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Bring over the bodies of the fallen soldiers, and I'll dispose of them quickly for you. Viscount Catalan was already quite famous in Ulysses' fortress, and upon hearing his order, the soldiers on the city wall carried the body over. The bodies that were carried over were all treated beforehand. For example, they might remove their armor and search for personal belongings in their clothes. If they find nothing, they might cut off a lock of hair to see if there's a chance to return it to their loved ones. Compared to burning or burying corpses, putting them into personal storage space is the least strenuous option for soldiers. They were happy to throw the corpses into Viscount Catalan's personal storage space. Because a powerful expert at the Sun Radiance realm was present, Reg did not directly open the space where the small world was located. Instead, they first threw the corpse into their personal space, and then merged this space with the space where the small world was located. The corpses in the personal space can enter the space where the small world is located and become nourishment for the world tree. Reg is now a star space mage, more than 10 times stronger than himself in the last expansion war. His soul essence is much stronger, and he is also able to create a larger personal space. Of the fewer than 20,000 corpses on the battlefield, almost all were collected by Reg. When the alien alliance retreated, they took very few corpses with them. It was mainly the ancient races, werewolves, centaurs, and others who took the bodies of their comrades. The alien race didn't care about the corpses of those cannon fodder at all. Ultimately, the world tree devoured the life energy of approximately 18,000 corpses, primarily non-superhumans, with the strongest alien race being only advanced superhumans. Half of the life energy harvested was used to help the world tree grow, causing it to grow another 17.08 centimeters taller. The remaining half of the life energy is stored. Several more fruits have grown on the world tree, and the souls that lie dormant inside are all impoverished nobles who died in today's battle, and they are the ones who meet Reg's requirements. Take some time to teleport to Katerina Castle, Watts Castle, and Rock Castle for a look. Both Katrina Fort and Wattsburg were the site of major battles, but the combined scale of the fighting was less than that of Ulysses Fort. When Reg arrived at Fort Katrina and Fort Waltz, the bodies on the battlefield had not yet been disposed of. Reg did not collect the body. Too much of a good thing is bad. No enemies were encountered at Rock Fortress. The fact that we haven't encountered enemies now doesn't mean we won't encounter them in the future. When the allied forces of the alien races failed to capture the 3 important fortresses after a prolonged siege, they would divide their forces to attack other fortresses and break through the defenses to enter the province of Bithynia. At that time, Rock Keep and Legion were in danger because they were located in the newly developed lands. The Soul Eater clan incident made Reg realize that the border fortress defenses could not hold off the alien alliance forever and would eventually fall. At that point, Rock Fortress will be impossible to defend. So Reg made a new decision. In the newly developed lands, all the people should harvest the autumn crop as soon as possible, and then the whole family should move to Cheryl and Simon. They could even move further south. Grain that is difficult to take away can be sold directly to the merchant guild under Reg's control, which will purchase it at the normal purchase price. The purchased grain was stockpiled together, and Reg would take time to come and take it away. Important equipment in steel mills, iron mines, coke plants, and blackstone mines that can be taken away can be collected by Reg when he arrives. It cannot be left to be destroyed by the alien race or even used by them. During the final retreat, the railway tracks were dismantled whenever possible, so as not to be left to the foreign tribes. It pained Reg to see his territory, built over 4 years, abandoned like this, but there was nothing he could do. Reg's appraisal skill can identify past events, but it cannot see the future. Chapter 154: The Way of the Assassin. As the war entered its second day, the fighting on the Ulysses Fortress battlefield intensified. The powerful figures above the Star Realm began to make their moves. Among those at the Radiant Sun Realm, there are 3 from the alien race, and only 2 from the Violet Kingdom. The 2 Silver Moon Realm experts from Ulyssesburg, along with the treasures they possessed, barely managed to hold off the Cyclops King. As a star mage, Reg also participates in the battles of the powerful. Reg is a very rare spatial mage on the battlefield of Ulyssesburg, and also the strongest spatial mage on the battlefield. When Reg made his move, he used a 3-hit combo of teleportation, spatial slash, and teleportation again, teleporting from the city wall to the battlefield. He then unleashed a spatial slash on a gigantic Star Realm Cyclops, and teleported back to the city wall. The next moment, the Cyclops, unable to dodge in time, was cleaved in two by the spatial slash. The powerful spatial slash also severely injured another high-level Cyclops, and killed some weaker alien races along the way. Reg achieved a dazzling result in his first appearance. Other human powerhouses were mostly fighting against alien powerhouses of the same level. A powerful human warrior can defeat an opponent, but it is difficult to kill them. It is extremely rare on the battlefield for someone like Reg to kill a powerful alien race of the same level so quickly. After the battle, Princess Katrina and the old Duke of Domington both praised Reg, commending his strength. At the same time, the Alien Alliance also began to take Reg, this human space mage, seriously. Idel, Margaret, and the Cyclops King decided to find an opportunity to personally kill Reg. It wasn't just because Reg quickly killed the Cyclops at the Star Realm, but also because of Reg's identity as a star space mage. If one of our own sun-level experts is separated from the others, and two human sun-level experts are teleported there by a space mage to severely injure or even kill them, then it will be too late for regrets. Space mages can even quickly teleport other powerful human warriors from the opposing side to join the Ulysses Fortress battlefield. Because of teleportation, space mages become strategically valuable once they reach the Star Realm. Princess Katarina and Duke Domington could think of the same things that the alien powerhouses could think of, and they reminded Reg to be careful on the battlefield, as he might be ambushed by the alien powerhouses. Without needing reminders from the two, Reg remained vigilant. As a space mage, Reg chooses to fight like an assassin. They rarely enter the area where the strong are fighting. Once a decision is made, it will be like the battle the next day. They quickly enter the battlefield, launch an attack, and then quickly leave the battlefield regardless of whether they hit the target. The way of the assassin is to flee 1,000 miles away if the first strike fails. On the third day of the battle, Idel, Margaret, and the Cyclops King were all looking for an opportunity to kill Reg. They also arranged for Shadow Dance, a Silver Moon Realm expert from the Shadow Clan who was proficient in assassination, to assassinate Reg. However, they did not find an opportunity to kill Reg. Instead, Reg struck again, killing another Star Realm Cyclops and successfully returning to the city wall. The Cyclops King was furious. Why was this damned human space mage targeting Cyclops? The reason is simple. The Cyclops' enormous size meant it was a large target. Reg's offensive spatial spells are powerful enough to threaten even legendary experts, but the problem is that they are difficult to hit. Without using the power of the world to enhance oneself, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to kill a Star Realm expert on the battlefield. The Cyclops is a large target, making him easier for Reg to hit with spatial magic. Whether it's a Cyclops, a werewolf, or a centaur, they are all extraordinary beings at the Star Realm, and it's all thanks to Reg's achievements. Unfortunately, the body could not be taken away. Reg sensed that the enormous Cyclops could provide the world tree with more life energy. However, on the fourth day, Reg did not kill the Cyclops. Once or twice is acceptable, but not a third or fourth time. The Cyclops will be on guard. There might be a trap set for Reg. Therefore, Reg shifted his attack target, even avoiding the battlefields of the strong, and instead attacked the Centaur forces that posed the greatest threat to the defenders of Ulysses Fortress. When Reg teleported to the area where the Centaur troops were located, he did not use spatial attack spells, but directly used spatial attribute mana to release the secondary magic missile with the shortest casting time. Like a heavy machine gun, Reg fired a series of secondary magic missiles in rapid succession. The heavy armor on the Centaur was like paper to the lesser magic missiles, which easily pierced through it. Even a minor magical missile, after piercing through one Centaur, also pierced through the body of the Centaur behind it. From the moment Reg teleported into the battlefield, to using his minor magic missiles to attack the Centaurs, and then returning to the city walls, more than 100 Centaurs had fallen on the battlefield. These Centaurs were not ordinary Centaurs, but rather the elite among them. Even King Buha, the Centaur, would feel sorry for him if he knew. In 3 days, Reg made 3 moves, killing 2 Star Realm Cyclops and more than 100 Centaur elites. The three alien powerhouses at the Sun Realm valued Reg as much as Princess Katarina and Duke Domington did. This human space mage must be killed as soon as possible. After the battle ended, Shadow Dancer, who was wandering outside the battlefield, discovered an opportunity to kill Reg. After the battle ended, it saw that Reg actually came to the battlefield, opened his personal space, and let the soldiers carry the corpses inside. This was a good opportunity to kill Reg, but Shadow Dancer did not make a move. Instead, she returned to the 100 Clans Alliance camp, wanting to gain more benefits for herself and the Shadow Clan. Shadow Dance told the three Sun Radiant Realm experts that human space mages are very difficult to kill, and if they could pay a sufficient price, he was willing to risk infiltrating Ulysses' fortress to assassinate a human space mage. The Cyclops King was the first to agree, and Idel and Margaret nodded in agreement one after the other. If you want the Shadow Clan to fight for you, you have to pay a fair price. On the 5th day of the Great Battle, Reg teleported into the battlefield of the Strong and killed a Star Realm Elven mage who was casting a spell from behind. Count Steinbeck, who was fighting the elves opposite him, smiled and gave Reg a thumbs up before continuing to attack the next enemy. Reg then teleported back to the city wall. The battle was over. Reg first collected the corpses from the city wall, then went outside the city to open his personal space and wait for the soldiers to bring the corpses over. Reg didn't just stand there randomly. The losses inflicted on the alien races were considerable, and even Princess Katarina and Duke Domington reminded him of his own identity as a spatial mage. Reg, who was already very cautious, became even more cautious. The body must be collected, and Reg must be fully protected. With his personal space open in front of him, and Reg using spatial defense magic to protect himself from behind, he was protected from all sides. The spatial protection spell released by Reg could even slightly block the attacks of legendary powerhouses, and could even block one full force attack from a Radiant Sun Realm powerhouse. It's impossible for a legendary expert to ambush him right now. While waiting for the soldiers to send the bodies into his personal space, Reg would also look around, using his appraisal skill to assess some targets and find suitable talents to use for himself. Chapter 155 Counterattack against Shadow Dancer. Shadow Clan, Shadow Dancer, Silver Moon Stage 4, Shadow Stealth Mode. While examining the body of a superhuman being carried by soldiers, Reg made a startling discovery. Hidden within the shadow of this extraordinary corpse was a powerful Silver Moon Realm expert from another race. It's obvious without even guessing that they've come to assassinate me. Reg quickly considered that with the enemy's Silver Moon 4th stage cultivation level, they should be unable to break through the spatial defenses protecting him. What I need to do is figure out how to kill the powerful alien warriors who are attacking. Teleport now to find Princess Katarina and Duke Dominion, and you can also kill Shadow Dancer. But Reg himself was quite confident that he could kill Shadow Dancer. Spatial defensive spells can withstand attacks from Silver Moon Realm experts, while spatial offensive spells can also kill Silver Moon Realm experts. The main difference lies in the level of skill required. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to hit the enemy. Now that the enemy is about to launch an attack, the moment that is blocked by the spatial protection will definitely catch the enemy off guard, which is a good opportunity for Reg to make his move. Reg personally killed a Silver Moon Realm expert, and all the credit for that victory belonged to Reg. As for being valued more by the alien races, they have already been assassinated by Silver Moon Realm experts, and the Radiant Sun Realm commanders of the alien army value them highly. The next step should be to gain the attention of legendary powerhouses from other races, but that level is probably not yet achievable. In the eyes of those at the Radiant Sun Realm, legendary powerhouses are all high above, and are still very far from being as powerful as Reg, who is only at the Star Realm. Reg prepares for battle. Without discovering Shadow Dancer, it would be truly difficult to kill her. A single blow couldn't kill Reg. Shadow Dancer would hesitate for a moment, and then quickly escape, giving Reg almost no chance to attack her. Shadow Dance, hidden among the shadows of the corpses, is getting closer and closer to the entrance and exit of the personal space. Just as the corpse was about to be sent into the personal space, a dark shadow immediately detached from the corpse's shadow, regained its physical form, and stabbed a dark dagger at Reg, who was standing close by. Bang! A silent impact. The dagger was blocked by the spatial protective barrier that was protecting Reg. Shadow Dance was slightly taken aback, suddenly realizing how difficult it was to kill a space mage. She decided not to continue attacking and turned to leave. At the same time, Reg cast a spatial tearing spell at the location of Shadow Dancer. The dense spatial rifts enveloped Shadow Dance's body, and many spatial rifts even appeared inside Shadow Dance's body. As Shadow Dancer moved, her entire body was torn apart by the spatial rift. Shadow Dance, a Silver Moon Realm expert and the patriarch of the ancient Shadow clan, has passed away. Reg's spell only killed Shadow Dancer, without harming the surrounding soldiers. They were all stunned to see that Viscount Catalan had been suddenly assassinated. A quick-thinking soldier, eager to make a name for himself, was about to rush over to protect the Emperor when the body of the assassinated alien was smashed to pieces. Reg ordered the soldiers who came over to throw Shadow Dancer's body into his personal space, leaving only part of her head, including her left ear, as proof of Reg's achievements. The Shadow Dancer, at the 4th stage of the Silver Moon Realm, had most of her body absorbed by the World Tree. The life energy she obtained was enough to make the World Tree grow nearly 3 centimeters taller. This is equivalent to the life energy provided by more than 1,000 elite soldiers. Killing a Silver Moon Realm expert, especially if the kill is quickly sent into the small world, results in minimal loss of life energy, allowing Reg to instantly gain a large amount of life energy. However, the chances of killing a Silver Moon Realm expert are very rare. It is already difficult for Reg to kill a Star Realm expert on the battlefield, let alone collect the corpse. In comparison, the life energy provided by a single ordinary soldier on both sides is very small, but the number of them is large. In a day of fighting, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people die. Even though the life energy in the corpse has been severely depleted due to time, it can still provide Reg with a considerable amount of life energy. After collecting most of the corpses from the battlefield, Reg took the remaining fragments of Shadow Dancer's body to report to Princess Katarina. For such meritorious service, it would be most convenient to approach Princess Katarina directly. Your Highness, while I was disposing of the corpse, a member of the Silver Moon Realm came to assassinate me, but I killed him in return. As he spoke, Reg opened his personal space and took out the fragments of Shadow Dancer's corpse. Princess Katarina, who was processing documents, glanced at the shards and asked Reg with concern, "Reg, are you injured? Even a small wound could lead to poisoning. I have some healing and antidotes for you to use." Reg is now a promising young nobleman whom Princess Katarina greatly admires. Given Reg's role in this war, it's no wonder Princess Katarina cares about him so much. Your Highness, I'm fine. The enemy couldn't even break through the defensive spells I set up. I discovered the enemy in advance, which is why I was able to kill them successfully. Hearing Reg's words, Princess Katarina felt relieved and said with a smile, "That's good. Killing a Silver Moon Realm expert from the Alien Alliance is a great achievement for you. At this rate of meritorious service, by the end of the war you will have accumulated enough merit to become a Duke of the Kingdom. But your cultivation level is still a bit lacking. Work harder in your cultivation and reach the Silver Moon Realm as soon as possible." Princess Katarina was joking with Reg. Whether in the Violet Kingdom or other human nations, nobles who perform meritorious service will only be promoted 1 rank at a time. A promotion of 2 ranks in one go is already an exception, and it is very rare in various countries. A 3-tier advancement in one go is unprecedented. Reg understood that Princess Katarina was joking with him and also wanted him to work harder in his training, so he respectfully replied, "I will cultivate diligently, enter the Silver Moon Realm as soon as possible, and become a Duke of the Kingdom." Reg's mage level is about to reach the 2nd stage of the Star Realm. However, with the life energy stored in the World Tree, Reg was able to enable a Battle Master to advance to the Silver Moon Realm first. If the World Tree obtains enough life energy during this war, Reg might even be able to help a Battle Master reach the Legendary Realm. The life energy obtained during the last expansion war was insufficient for Reg to become a legendary fighter. Becoming only a Radiant Sun Realm Battle Master wouldn't be of much use to Reg, as his Battle Master level couldn't be revealed yet. Even if one directly becomes a legendary fighter and a top powerhouse in the world of Nora, danger may still arise. At such a young age, he suddenly became a legendary battle master. Legendary powerhouses from both the human and alien races must all want to know the secret behind Reg's rapid rise to legendary status. Becoming a legendary powerhouse does not guarantee integration into the legendary circle of the human race. It's not that becoming a legendary powerhouse means you can easily establish a kingdom or become the king of a kingdom. Even if the World Tree accumulates enough life energy to empower Reg, a legendary warrior, Reg will try his best not to reveal his true strength and will only keep it as a trump card. Only by becoming the foremost saint in the world can Reg have the confidence to face anything. Becoming a legendary powerhouse is not enough. Chapter 156 Changes among different races. 3 days passed, and Shadow Dancer disappeared without a trace, while Reg remained active on the battlefield. The 3 powerful warriors of the Alien Alliance sensed that Shadow Dancer's assassination attempt had failed, and that they themselves had died in Ulyssesburg. They never imagined that the Shadow Dancers would be killed by their own assassination target. The defenders of Ulyssesburg, who should have been severely damaged by the Soul Eater clan, actually withstood the Allied forces' strong attack for a week, and even suffered considerable losses themselves. This left the 3 experts at the Radiant Sun realm somewhat helpless. The Alien Alliance commander, Stone King, who was holding back the Katarina fortress, was getting impatient. Seeing that Idel's army was unable to break through, the Stone King and the Spider Queen led their armies to intensify their attacks on Katarina Castle, hoping to break through there. Buck and Shura King, who were leading a large army to attack Wattsburg, maintained a stalemate, launching limited attacks each day. The Alien Alliance army that the Violet Kingdom faced was indeed stronger overall than the troops stationed at the border fortresses. However, it did not reach the level of crushing. It will take the allied forces of the alien races some time and a considerable price to breach the border fortifications. The assault on Ulyssesburg and Katrinaburg continued for another week, but they still could not breach the 2 fortresses. The Alien Alliance army had to make some changes. The 3 alien armies each dispatched troops to attack other fortresses on the borders of the Violet Kingdom, and to bypass the fortress, enter the province of Bithynia, and intercept the Violet Kingdom's reinforcements and transport convoys. The 3 armies of foreign tribes failed to surround the 3 important fortresses. In a world with extraordinary power, it's not appropriate to surround a fortress without overwhelming strength. Even if they eventually breach the fortress and annihilate the defending forces, the alien coalition will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, surrounding a fortress would disperse the strength of the alien army to all sides of the fortress. If the defenders in the fortress spare no expense, they can inflict heavy losses on the alien army surrounding the fortress. While it is not possible to directly surround the 3 important fortresses, another method can be used. Destroy other fortresses of varying sizes along the border, intercept reinforcements and supply convoys, and turn the 3 important fortresses into isolated strongholds. The attack on the fortress defended by the human army inflicted heavy losses on the alien forces. They preferred open field skirmishes, which resulted in far fewer losses than attacking fortified positions. Soon, all 3 armies of the Alien Alliance mobilized, and even the territory of Viscount Catlon was once again attacked by alien forces. Rock Keep is a medium-sized fortress located on the border of the Violet Kingdom, garrisoned by a brigade of 3,000 men during wartime. Currently, Panchabeo is under extreme troop deployment, garrisoned by an army of 10,000 men. It consisted of 5,000 regular troops and 5,000 reserve troops, under the command of Bellona. Bellona is a star warrior and also the Lady of the Lord, and all of Reg's subordinates obey Bellona's commands. The alien race was unaware of the situation at Rock Fortress and treated it as a medium-sized fortress. A werewolf at the Star Realm led an alien army of over 6,000 men to attack Rock Fortress. The Maid regiment stationed at Rock Fortress didn't even need to lift a finger. A regiment plus a battalion of archers was enough to rout the alien army. Bellona was tempted to spar with the werewolves of the Star Realm, but in the end she listened to Reg and stayed obediently in Rock Fortress, instead of leading her team to pursue the defeated alien army. Barone needs to lead his army to hold the Rock Fortress for 1 to 2 weeks to buy time for his people. After the last harvest, the people will quickly head south and temporarily gather in Cheryl and Simon, or even further south. The territory's 4-year construction is about to be abandoned, but as long as the people are still alive, the territory can be quickly rebuilt. Previously, it took 4 years, with a batch of immigrants each year. Now, as soon as the war ends, the people will quickly return to their homes. The alien race launched an attack on Rock Fortress, and also on other fortresses on the border. Some fortresses withstood the alien invasion, but many more were conquered by the aliens. There was a fortress, and all the defenders were killed in battle. There were also fortresses, but seeing that the attacking alien race was too strong, they led the way in abandoning the fortresses and fleeing. The Violet Kingdom's 3 armies formed a rapid response force to support other fortresses, but they were intercepted by alien armies that bypassed the fortresses and entered the province of Bithynia, leading to a major battle in the open field. Very few fortresses were ultimately rescued by the rapid deployment forces, These were mainly large fortresses, while medium and small fortresses were abandoned. For the Violet Kingdom, it's a win if a single fortress can eliminate more alien forces than its defenders. Anyone who dares to abandon their fortress and run away is a deserter and will be severely punished once discovered, including nobles. The Rock Fortress was attacked by 3 different alien armies in succession, but all of them were defeated or routed by the Rock Fortress defenders. The Third Foreign Army has a strength of over 15,000. Although not commanded by Silver Moon Realm experts, there are 3-star realm experts in charge, and the most powerful alien race has reached the 5th stage of Star Realm. Fortunately, at this time, Rock Fortress was not only guarded by Barona, a Star Realm transcendent. Reg was worried about Rock Fortress, so he sent several Star Realm Elder Mages from the small world to Rock Fortress. Ultimately, relying on the Archer unit and a squadron of maids using magical crossbows to unleash a barrage of arrows, they drove back the alien army. Not only did 3 foreign armies attack Rock Castle one after another, but another foreign army bypassed Rock Castle and invaded the territory of Viscount Catland. Paula, leading her maid squad and cavalry, wiped out the small group of alien troops that had invaded her territory. Finally, after the last autumn harvest, the people fled south to seek refuge. They also persisted until the kingdom allowed the garrison of the small border fortresses to voluntarily withdraw. Currently, only 3 important fortresses and various large fortresses are still holding out, but a large fortress garrisoned by at least 30,000 troops has already been breached by the alien coalition. Reg spent most of his time in Ulyssesburg. The 3 alien experts at the Sunshining Realm no longer regarded Reg as something to be respected, but rather as hated. Among the alien army, the werewolves, cyclops, and elves all had powerful warriors at the Star Realm or above who were killed by Reg. Shadow Dancer was only the first Silver Moon Realm expert from another race that Reg killed. The second Silver Moon Realm expert he killed came from the Cyclops race. There was no other way. The Cyclops was enormous, making it the perfect target for spatial magic. Besides assassinating powerful individuals above the Star Realm, Reg would also change things up and attack the elite units of the alien army. The number of werewolf and centaur elites killed by Reg will exceed 1,000. Faced with the slippery and unpredictable Reg, the 3 Radiant Realm experts had no choice but to bring in space-type experts from the other 2 armies to target Reg. With 1 Silver Moon Realm expert, 2 Star Realm experts, and 3 space-type alien powerhouses appearing on the Ulysses Fortress battlefield, Reg had no choice but to behave himself for the time being. If Reg uses his trump card, he also has a chance to kill the enemy. But a trump card is only a trump card when it's not used. Once it's used, it's exposed, and will soon be targeted by the enemy. If a Starry Sky Space Mage kills another Silver Moon Realm Space System expert, it would likely attract the attention of legendary experts. It's best to keep your trump cards until the most critical moment. Chapter 157, Standing Up to Protect Our Homeland. Black Rock, Tennessee Village. Bobby and his family of 4 stood reluctantly at their doorstep. They have been living in their new home for 2 years and are already familiar with everything there. They were very happy with their life, but unfortunately their new home would soon be destroyed by war. The Bobby family originally lived in a rural area in the middle of the kingdom, where their 2 acres of land were simply not enough to support the family. Bobby usually works in towns or cities, but there are too many people working there, the wages are low, and he often can't get a job. As a result, Bobby's family lived a very hard life. They didn't even have a decent piece of clothing, and they often struggled to get enough to eat. It was a miracle if they didn't starve to death. Bobby had long considered moving to another place to make a living, but had never taken any action. Moving to another place without proper planning could mean starving to death. Staying in my hometown, I can barely survive. Until Bobby heard the immigration propaganda from Baron Catalan. Anyone who immigrates to the Baron Cardaland will receive a settlement allowance of 5 to 10 silver coins. There are still major projects in the Baron Catherine territory that require a large workforce. Bobby suddenly became interested and went to the businessman who was promoting the product to inquire further. Learn about Baron Catalan in the north. Knowing that Baron Catalan had made great contributions in the pioneering wars, he was soon to become a viscount. I learned that Baron Catalan had stolen tens of thousands of warhorses from the orcs and sold them for a large sum of money. With both resettlement allowances and jobs available due to manpower shortages, even though the Baronate of Catalan is located in the remote, cold, and barren north, it's not impossible to go. If everything is really as the merchant said, the family can live a life with enough to eat and wear in the Baron Cardaland. The land in the north is relatively barren, but it has no shortage of land. Bobby went home and discussed it carefully with his wife for several days before finally making a decision to move to Barren Catalan. That winter, Bobby and his wife prepared for their spring trip. As a result, they even sold the only 2 acres of land their family owned. When the weather warmed up the following year, Bobby pushed a wheelbarrow with his important belongings on it. His teenage son helped carry the small amount of luggage, while his wife mainly carried their daughter on her back. Bobby traveled with his fellow villagers, and along the way, he joined other groups heading to the upgraded Viscount of Catalan, forming a larger immigrant caravan. Along the way, some people fell behind for various reasons, but most of them supported each other and finally arrived at Viscount Catalan. Upon arriving at their destination, everything was exactly as the merchant had described. Bobby and his wife both became workers and participated in the construction of Viscount Catalan. The following year, Bobby and his wife cleared land and farmed together, working hard to build a new home. In just 2 years, the Bobby family's life in Viscount Catalan became stable. With a large tract of land to cultivate, they built a new home that was rough and simple, but enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Although the north is cold, the whole family is able to eat their fill, stay warm, and even wear new clothes. With their son now grown up, Bobby and his wife decided to have another child, and she is now almost 5 months pregnant. But they never expected that their happy life would last only 3 or 4 years before the arrival of foreign tribes. Forced to abandon their new home, they fled to Cheryl, a town in the south of the territory. More than 3 years ago, when they first arrived in Viscount Catalan, the family could only live in a dugout, and now they have to move into a dugout again. Bobby hoped that the Viscount would lead the army to defeat the enemy quickly so that his family could return home and continue their happy life. It was another wheelbarrow, carrying most of the family's belongings. The son carried some of the luggage, while the pregnant wife carried only a little, holding her daughter's hand with her left hand. Bobby and his family, along with most of the villagers, set off for Cheryl. As for the autumn harvest, it was all sold and converted into money. With enough money, ordinary people can buy anything they need in Cheryl. Your Excellency Viscount Catalan possesses wondrous magic, enabling you to bring cheap goods from other parts of the kingdom to your own territory for sale. Groups of people, with their families, headed to Cheryl or Simon. Those who are willing to spend money can also take a horse-drawn carriage traveling on the railway tracks to quickly reach Cheryl town. Once the people have gathered in Cheryl and Simon, if a family member is conscripted into the army, the family will receive slightly better treatment. If no one in the family joins the army, the family will be settled in the southernmost part of the territory, or even leave the territory to settle in the Viscount of Kofi. Relocating south does not necessarily guarantee safety. It's pretty much certain that the Violet Kingdom's border fortifications are doomed to fail. The only question is how long they can hold out. The kingdom's leadership planned to hold out until at least November before withdrawing to the second line of defense. Although among the alien alliance, the orcs lived in the relatively cold wastelands, and the ancient races lived in the frigid far north. However, orcs usually do not go to war during the cold winter. Even if war breaks out, the intensity of the fighting will be relatively low. By using the cold winter, they can buy more time for the Violet Kingdom to completely block the alien alliance with the second line of defense. Cheryl is a large fortress within the second line of defense. However, Cheryl was not built in the style of a fortress city, but rather as a normal city. Regardless, Cheryl must be defended, and if necessary, other places must be supported. The Viscount of Catalan has 12,000 regular troops and 110,000 militia. In order to defend Cheryl, the first phase involved conscripting militia and expanding the reserve force to 50,000 men. The reserve force has become a regular army, but it will be disbanded when the war ends. Bobby is almost 30 years old this year, no longer young, but he is still quite strong and has a lot of power. My son is about to come of age and will soon become the pillar of the family. In order to protect his home, Bobby decides to accept the call-up. With tears in his eyes, Bobby's pregnant wife saw him off to the militia assembly point. The Viscount of Catalan easily assembled a reserve force of 50,000 men. The people who had lived happily in the Viscount's territory of Catalan did not want their family's happiness to be destroyed by foreign tribes, and they wanted to stand up and defend their homeland. Some families kept only one adult male, while the rest were conscripted. Some families didn't even have a single adult male left. Cheryl is being transformed into a massive fortress, housing a huge army second only to major fortresses in the upcoming war. In the battle at Panchabeo on the front line, the defending forces did not suffer many casualties and quickly replenished their ranks by selecting some soldiers from the reserve forces, restoring their strength to 12,000 men. a standing army of 12,000, a reserve force of 50,000, a maid squad, and a mage squad in a small world. When necessary, Reg will also consume the life energy in the world tree to quickly improve his physical attributes, advance his Battlemaster realm, and enhance his own strength. This is the source of Reg's confidence in defending the last vestiges of his territory. Chapter 158. For their own sake, the nobles gathered all their strength. Reg made significant contributions on the battlefield at Ulyssesburg. They killed some Star Realm experts and even Silver Moon Realm experts, as well as some elite alien races. Compared to the discovery of the Soul Eater clan, which was a significant contribution to the war, the other contributions were relatively minor. The outcome of a war depends on the collective effort, not the individual effort. Even a single legendary expert cannot determine the outcome of a war. Foreign armies are wreaking havoc in the province of Bithynia, and the Violet Kingdom has stopped sending reinforcements to the border fortresses. Reg could easily transport military supplies in a few trips in a short time. On the contrary, the contribution of transporting military supplies was greater. Including the three important fortresses of Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts, only 8 fortresses remained on the border defense line, 5 of which were large fortresses. During wartime, large fortresses typically housed an army of 30,000 men. Without reinforcements, the defending troops suffered continuous losses under the attack of the foreign army. The kingdom ordered the garrison in the large fortresses to hold out until mid-October before they could withdraw. These 3 important strongholds must be held until November. The alien army that was wreaking havoc in the province of Bithynia even attempted to attack the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom. They all failed. The current defenses of the second line of fortifications are far weaker than those of the initial border fortifications, but they are still beyond the reach of small-scale alien forces. After the troops defending the border fortresses withdrew, troops from the rear arrived at the front, and newly formed troops began training. The second line of defense would be as strong as, or even stronger than, the border fortresses, thus effectively holding off the weakened alien army. After all, the alien army had already lost a large number of soldiers on the border fortress defense line. The 8 remaining fortresses on the border are holding firm, buying time for the kingdom. A steady stream of soldiers and military supplies converged on the second line of defense. Give the Violet Kingdom more time, and it will be able to convert more of its war potential into war power. This war will last even longer than the last expansion war. For the Violet Kingdom, with its large enough population and great war potential, victory is certain as long as it perseveres. For other races, the orcs have more potential for warfare, as each ancient race has a small number of members. The ancient tribesmen could no longer accept the loss of so many members of their clan. If most of the tribe members who participated in the war were killed or wounded, it meant that the tribe had suffered a severe blow. All the tribesmen who participated in the war died, and the old, weak, sick and disabled who remained in the far north could hardly survive. It wouldn't be long before the tribe was wiped out. The Violet Kingdom's leadership hopes that each border fortress can deplete more of the alien race's troops. At this moment, the Violet Kingdom is already operating at full capacity, fully supporting this war. When news of the Soul Eater clan incident reached the kingdom, the king and nobles were terrified. In the last war of expansion, neither side lost any experts at the Radiant Sun realm. Before this war had even officially begun, 2 powerful experts at the Sun Radiant realm had already fallen in the Violet Kingdom. If Viscount Catlon hadn't discovered the Soul Eaters, they might have infiltrated the kingdom and replaced even more nobles. Even though King Violet 7 was only at the Silver Moon realm, he could still be replaced by the Soul Eater clan. Of course, the palace where Violet 7 resides is the safest place, and she also possesses the most top-tier treasures. Even if the Soul Devourer King were to go there, it would be difficult for him to make contact with Violet 7. But this doesn't mean Violet 7 wasn't afraid. She still wanted to continue enjoying her life as king. The nobles were also afraid. The nobles who died in the wars of expansion were mainly barons and viscounts. Earls were not easily killed in battle. This time, however, marquises and dukes were killed in battle, and even more earls, viscounts, and barons died. The alien alliance is far more powerful than anyone imagined, and the Violet Kingdom is in danger of destruction. In past wars, nobles had the mind to preserve their own strength. Now, in order to protect the Violet Kingdom and safeguard their own wealth, the nobles are putting all their strength into it. This is one of the key reasons why the second line of defense has the potential to surpass the border fortress defense line. While preparations for war were still underway at the rear, the front lines were still locked in a fierce battle with the alien army. Under the cover of centaur archers, werewolf troops, and some ancient tribes repeatedly charged up the walls of Ulysses' fortress, but were stubbornly pushed back by the defenders. During the battle, both Princess Katerina and the Duke of Domington were injured multiple times, with Princess Katerina suffering a serious injury once. In preparation for the upcoming battle, both of them chose to drink healing potions to quickly recover from their injuries. The Violet Kingdom has many healing potions capable of restoring the injuries of a sun-level expert. Life-restoring elixirs capable of restoring the vitality of a Radiant Sun Realm expert are extremely rare. The depletion of their life force caused both Princess Katerina and the Duke of Domington to experience a decline in their lifespans, with the Duke of Domington even developing a few more gray hairs. Gentlemen, lead your troops to hold on. As long as we hold out until the end of October, we can buy enough time for the rear to retreat. Your families and your territories are all behind us. If we cannot buy time for the second line of defense, and the alien army breaches it, then our Violet Kingdom will be close to destruction. I am the princess of the kingdom, and I will fight on the front lines. Let's work together to defend Ulysses' fortress. The nobles fully supported Princess Katerina's words. As Princess Katerina said, their family and their territory were all in the rear. The Violet Kingdom had fallen, everything was gone, and they had to hold on to Ulysses' fortress. Moreover, as long as they themselves don't die, no matter how many losses their troops suffer, they will only feel heartache, not find it unacceptable. Princess Katerina held a meeting with the nobles, who then went back to their own men, encouraging them to fight to the death with money and land. Those who return alive will receive honor and rewards, and the families of those who die in battle will also receive compensation. Desertionists face only death, and their families suffer punishment as well. In Ulyssesburg, there was no escape, not even for deserters. To return alive to the second line of defense, the defending troops must retreat en masse. During the last expansion war, Reg had become accustomed to death, and this time it was even more natural. Make some daily contributions, and then collect the corpses of both sides to become nutrients for the world tree, and the small fruits growing on the world tree will also increase. Some of these fruits still harbor the slumbering souls of members of the Blood Rose Cavalry. After each battle, Reg would help his men dispose of the corpses. Some nobles, finding amusement in their misery, discussed why Viscount Catlin was helping his men dispose of the corpses. Some believed that Viscount Catlin needed to quickly dispose of the corpses on the battlefield for the sake of Ulysses' fortress. Some believed this was a unique hobby of Viscount Catlin. A very small minority believed that Viscount Catlin might have gained some benefit from disposing of the corpse. Chapter 159, Expanding the Archer Squad. Some distance from the battlefield, two people shrouded in black robes and exuding a sinister aura gazed at the battlefield. They saw that the battle between the alien army and the defenders of Ulysses' fortress had ended, and Ulysses' fortress had once again repelled the alien army's attack. They saw a human mage open his personal space and put all the corpses from the battlefield into it. This made the two men in black robes frown. "Keith, should I kill this little guy?" a man in black robes asked in a hoarse voice. "Marcus, we'd better not make any rash moves and attract the attention of other legends. How many corpses can he handle by himself?" Another man in black robes replied in a hoarse voice. "That's true. Almost every race on land is fighting each other, resulting in countless corpses. As long as the war continues, the number of corpses will only increase. The Violet Kingdom is a bit lucky, though." Marcus nodded. "This bit of luck is nothing to worry about. At most, it will delay our destruction a little. From now on, the world of Nora will belong to us undead." Hee hee. Hee. The two men in black robes laughed loudly, plotting a grand plan to overthrow the rule of all living beings. The battle between the Violet Kingdom and the Alien Alliance continues. As October drew to a close, only 6 fortresses remained on the border defense line, and 2 more large fortresses were breached. If they held out until mid-October, the garrison in the large fortress could withdraw. They had successfully completed their mission. Even if the kingdom's higher-ups wanted them to hold the border until the last man died, they should still kill as many of the alien races as possible. But this kind of thing cannot be said out loud, nor can it be shown in a clear way, otherwise it would force them to rebel. Therefore, a precise deadline for the task was set. In the end, only the defenders in the 3 large fortresses held out until the very end. Using air cavalry as liaisons is somewhat dangerous, as the alien races also have air cavalry, and there are even races capable of flight. Reg, a mage specializing in celestial space, made a trip to help the garrison of the three large fortresses set a time for their joint retreat. On the morning of October 13th, before dawn, the garrison troops in the three large fortresses had already woken up and were having breakfast. As dawn broke, under the command of the commander, the infantry set off first, with the cavalry bringing up the rear. The wounded troops were the last to depart. The seriously wounded could no longer retreat to the second line of defense. They were going to use their lives to lure away the alien race and buy time for the main force to retreat. In their final moments, they fought desperately against the alien race, hoping to kill as many of them as possible. When the three large fortresses showed signs of movement and human troops left the fortresses and fled south, they were spotted by the alien races who were watching the large fortresses. Even when fleeing at night, it is found that the difficulty for humans to travel at night is greater than the difficulty for alien armies to pursue them at night. After all, there are many alien races with good night vision. The human defenders have retreated. We can't let them get away. They've killed so many of us. We must kill them all. Cavalry pursue. The alien army hadn't had breakfast yet. Upon receiving the order, the alien cavalry hurriedly mounted their mounts with some food, eating breakfast, and even feeding their mounts as they pursued the retreating human army. The alien cavalry was the first to spot the slowly advancing wounded troops. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the wounded were human. With a little time and minimal losses, they killed all the human wounded. These are all battle achievements. Who cares if they are wounded? After killing the wounded humans, they continued to pursue the human army. The retreating human army clashed with the pursuing alien cavalry and with the alien army that had been operating within the province of Bithynia. The garrison of a large fortress had to split into several groups to continue their retreat. Ultimately, the defenders of the three fortresses returned to the second line of defense, but suffered varying degrees of losses. The minimum loss was 1/3 of the number of people who left the frontline fortress. Those who returned alive to the second line of defense were richly rewarded by the kingdom. Now, only three important fortresses remain on the border defense line: Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts. The garrison in the three key fortresses would need to hold out for nearly half a month before they could retreat. It was precisely because of the steadfast defense of these three fortresses that the majority of the alien coalition forces were tied down, buying the kingdom a great deal of time. More and more troops are gathering on the second line of defense. By November, the garrison at the second line of defense will exceed 1 million. This only counts the garrison troops in the fortresses along the defensive line. If you add the troops in the noble territories bordering the defensive line, the number will definitely exceed 1.1 million. Many of the young men recruited had already undergone 2 or 3 months of training. He was barely a qualified soldier, but he was still better than a farmer who knew nothing. The new recruits will then gather in the third line of defense area for training. If the second line of defense remains intact, the new recruits in the third line of defense area will be trained for 2 or 3 months, or at most 1 week in a critical moment, before they can be deployed to support the second line of defense. The newly developed land has been under development for 4 years, but it has a small population and little construction. So let it go. We will take it back in the future. The land behind the second line of defense has a longer development period and a larger population, so it cannot be easily abandoned. The Viscount of Catalan was even less willing to give up. With Reg engaged in the war at Ulysses Fortress, Viscount Catalan's entire army is currently under the command of Bologna. Reg also made some arrangements for Bologna. The biggest arrangement was to select 10,000 people with relatively strong arms and good eyesight from the 50,000 reserve troops to form a new division-sized marksman unit. This archer unit was also fully equipped with the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Over the past 3 years, the crossbow workshops in Cheryl have been producing a lot of crossbows. Even if only 10 Type 1 infantry crossbows were produced per day on average, the total number of crossbows produced over 3 years would exceed 10,000. The actual peak production has exceeded 30 sheets per day. The Viscount of Catalan had a reserve of over 3,000 Type 1 infantry crossbows. After forming a division-sized archer unit, they would still have more than 3,000 left. The remaining crossbows were kept as spares. Damaged crossbows, once the intact parts are removed, can be used as spare parts for other crossbows. The crossbow workshop continued to manufacture the Type 1 infantry crossbow, and the arrow workshop continued to produce arrows in a steady stream. Support the defense of the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom, and support the defense of the last part of Viscount Catalan's territory. The only regrettable thing is that, due to secrecy, Reg did not order the militia to be trained in the use of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The militia members had only learned basic horsemanship. Those with excellent riding skills or talent could become qualified cavalrymen and engage in mounted combat after acquiring a mount. The Type 1 infantry crossbow was a classified weapon in the Viscount of Catalan and was only issued to a brigade-sized archer unit of the standing army. This is not an exception for the Viscount of Catalan. Other nobles also have their own exclusive weapons that need to be kept secret. In order to defend the Viscount of Catalan, the size of the archer force must now be expanded. The kingdom's nobles will soon take notice of the strength of the archers of Viscount Catalan's territory and the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Once they obtain a sample of the Type 1 infantry crossbow, they will be able to roughly estimate the material cost of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Longbowmen are not easy to train. It is much easier to form crossbowman units. Whether they sought to purchase the Type 1 infantry crossbow from Viscount Catalan or secretly manufactured a copy themselves is uncertain. Chapter 160: The Final Retreat. On the battlefield of Ulyssesburg, Cyclops hurled large stones at the city walls, while Centaur archers continuously fired arrows. On the battlefield of Katerina Fortress, the stone golems, clad in armor and possessing extremely high defense, led the charge at the forefront, followed closely by the spider golems as they rushed towards the city walls. On the battlefield of Watsburg, Centaur archers provided cover with arrows, while the Azuras, wielding various weapons in their four hands, charged toward the city walls under the archers' cover. The human defenders of the three fortresses fought desperately. The nobles were tasked with protecting the kingdom, the territory, their families, and their wealth. The other extraordinary individuals primarily sought to accumulate more military achievements, hoping to become nobles of the kingdom through those achievements. The ordinary soldiers and officers below had only one thought: to survive. Even deserters couldn't escape. They could only obey the nobles' orders, hold the fortress, and wait for the mission to begin before retreating home together. The lower, middle, and upper ranks of the defending troops all had their own beliefs and were fighting to the death to protect the fortress. The alien army paid a heavy price to breach the three fortresses, yet they were unable to do so. Finally, October is over. The fiercest fighting took place at Ulysses Fortress, where the wounded were counted among the defenders, leaving fewer than 40,000 men. The garrison at Fort Katrina and Fort Watts each had only about 40,000 men left. At least 150,000 people died in each fortress battle. The number of alien races who died on the battlefield of the three fortresses was not necessarily more than the number of humans. The elite forces of the werewolf and centaur tribes suffered heavy casualties. The ancient races did not have ordinary troops. They started with elite troops. The ancient race, though small in number, consists of individuals of immense strength. Even the weakest members are at the initial stage of transcendental power. The ancient remnants also suffered heavy losses on the battlefield of the three fortresses. The three fortresses will continue to hold out, but they will be breached within a week at most. Not only were the number of defenders dwindling, but those who were still alive were also exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Mission accomplished, time to retreat. Reg ran between the three fortresses several times to determine the evacuation time, the morning of November 2nd. Like the garrison that retreated from the three large fortresses, they left at dawn, with the infantry going first, the cavalry following behind, and the wounded placed at the very back to draw the attention of the foreign army. On the Ulysses Fortress side, Princess Katerina personally led the Blood Rose cavalry to cover the rear. Reg followed Princess Katerina. The Maid War Band has grown stronger and currently relies on the Blood Rose Cavalry Regiment. The maids I trained myself are still progressing too slowly. Reg admired the female superhumans of the Blood Rose Cavalry. Many of them were born into nobility and were young ladies from aristocratic families. Even in the world of Nora, apart from a few special races that revere women, most races are predominantly male warriors. The human army is also predominantly male, with few women. Not to mention the Blood Rose Cavalry, an all-female superhuman force. They could have been the wives of some nobleman or other extraordinary person. Even though they chose to join the Blood Rose Cavalry because they were unwilling to accept their family's arrangements, they are now on the battlefield fighting against alien races. Reg needed to expand the Maids War Band and admired the members of the Blood Rose Cavalry, so he gave the dead female superhumans a chance to be resurrected. With the complete withdrawal of the garrison at the three important fortresses, the border defenses of the Violet Kingdom have been declared completely lost. Faced with the Violet Kingdom's army abandoning the fortress and retreating south, the three alien armies launched a pursuit. The alien armies within the province of Bithynia were also frantically intercepting the retreating Violet Kingdom army. The defenders of the three important fortresses, though physically and mentally exhausted, had been tempered by dozens of fierce battles. Even if he was just an ordinary soldier, he has now grown into a veteran of many battles. They repelled one after another interception by foreign armies and repelled one after another pursuit by foreign cavalry units. The garrison on the second line of defense also rushed to provide support. Of the more than 120,000 troops who remained at the three important fortresses, fewer than 70,000 were left when they withdrew to the second line of defense. Like the garrison troops who withdrew from the three large fortresses, they all received a generous reward from the kingdom, but what they needed most now was rest. Those who retreated from the border fortress were generally exhausted, and the powerful warriors of the Radiant Sun realm were no exception. Despite the fact that neither side suffered any casualties in the battle at the border fortress, at most only Silver Moon realm experts were killed. However, the price paid by the experts at the Radiant Sun realm was also very high. Each of the experts at the Radiant Sun realm suffered multiple serious injuries and used healing potions to quickly recover. The cost is a significant depletion of vitality and a reduced lifespan. The loss was enormous for the old Duke of Dominton, who was making his way to the legendary realm. The possibility of advancing to the legendary realm was already small, and now it's even smaller. It has almost been declared that the old Duke of Domington is no longer able to challenge the legendary realm unless he can make up for the loss of his life force. During the Soul Eater clan incident, a large number of nobles were killed and replaced by the Soul Eater clan. Many nobles also died in the war. Few of the surviving nobles were uninjured. It's quite normal for nobles to suffer serious injuries once or twice, and they all use healing potions to recover quickly. In a world where extraordinary powers exist, nobles themselves possess extraordinary powers. When war came, the royal princesses charged to the front lines, and the nobles followed suit in a bloody battle against the foreign tribes. You can hardly see any nobles hiding in the back. If such a nobleman were to appear, the other nobles would also give him a dignified death. Reg was one of the few nobles who was uninjured. Of the three important fortresses, Ulysses' fortress suffered the fiercest fighting and the greatest losses. As a Starry Sky Mage, combat is not Reg's task. Transporting military supplies and sending messages are his most important duties. Reg's role is completely unnecessary. He doesn't need to appear on the battlefield and fight against the alien races. However, Reg still participated in the battle, assassinating alien powerhouses at the Star Realm and even Silver Moon Realm, and also killing a large number of alien elites. It wasn't until three powerful alien beings with spatial abilities arrived at Ulysses' fortress that Reg reduced the number of times he participated in battles. In the battle at the border fortress defense line, Reg was unharmed and gained a great deal of merit. Most importantly, on the battlefield of Ulyssesburg, Reg harvested a large number of corpses as nourishment for the World Tree. On the battlefield of Ulyssesburg, more than 300,000 soldiers from both sides fell, and over 90% of their bodies were collected by Reg. This has caused the World Tree to grow rapidly from 646.36 centimeters tall at the beginning of the war to its current height of 968.61 centimeters. Once the World Tree reaches a height of 10 meters, it will enter the third stage. The life energy stored in the World Tree is enough to make it grow to a height of 364.29 centimeters in the second stage. With such a large reserve of life energy, Reg intends to expend some of it to advance the World Tree to the third tier. As for the area of the small world, it has officially exceeded 100,000 square meters, reaching 103,752.26 square meters, or 155 acres. As the World Tree grows taller, the land area of the small world will only increase faster and faster. Chapter 161: The enemy arrives at Cheryl. With the last defenders of the border fortress line retreating to the second fortress line, the entire border fortress line fell, and the main force of the alien army, led by a powerful expert of the Sun Realm, continued southward. The entire province of Bithynia has been occupied by foreign armies. The provinces of Trut and Cappadocia, located in the newly developed lands, were also occupied by foreign armies. Winter had arrived, but the weather wasn't too cold yet. The alien army launched a probing attack on the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense. Compared to the newly developed areas, which are sparsely populated, the land behind the second line of defense has a much larger population. The alien commanders, including Idel, Buha, Margaret, and the Stone King, understood that it would be impossible to break through the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense in a short time, especially as the weather grew colder. Humans are unwilling to fight in winter, and most orcs are also unwilling to fight in winter. At least during the coldest month of winter, both sides should cease hostilities. At other times of winter, the intensity of combat is much lower than in autumn. The powerful warriors of the Radiant Sun Realm each led their alien armies to contain the main force of the Violet Kingdom's army stationed at an important fortress. The border fortifications consist of three important fortresses: Fort Katrina, Fort Ulysses, and Fort Watts, which can also be described as super-large fortresses. The second line of defense also included important fortresses such as Bodenburg, Hitt-Millsburg, and Quintimenburg, each garrisoned by hundreds of thousands of troops. The Marquis of Leiden was stationed at Bodenburg, Princess Katarina at Hitt-Millsburg, and the old Duke of Domingen at Quintimenburg. The three powerful warriors at the Sun Radiance realm did not make many mistakes in their battle to defend the border fortress. On the contrary, they completed the mission set by the kingdom quite well. The failure to hold the border fortress was not due to the fault of the three of them, but rather to the overwhelming strength of the alien alliance. If Viscount Catalan hadn't discovered the Soul Eaters, the border fortress defenses would have been breached by the alien army long ago. Since the three powerful experts at the Sun Radiance realm did not make any mistakes and completed their mission, having led the army in a fierce battle against the alien race for 2 months, they also had the best understanding of the alien race. Therefore, they became the commanders of the second line of defense. The alien army that arrived outside the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom launched a probing attack on important fortresses such as Bodenburg, Hitt-Millsburg, and Quintimenburg. Seeing that they could not capture these important fortresses in a short time, they then diverted their troops to attack other fortresses on the second line of defense. If a super-large fortress is difficult to breach, then attack fortresses of varying sizes. Eventually, one will be breached. If all else fails, try to bypass the fortress, continue deeper, kill the humans behind the fortress lines, and steal their food. Cheryl is relatively close to Bodenburg, separated only by the barren field. Buck led a large alien army to tie down the main force of the Violet Kingdom army in Bodenburg, while sending out several other troops to attack the fortresses on both sides of Bodenburg. One of the alien armies, numbering approximately 30,000, led by Sanner, a Centaur Silver Moon realm expert, was about to launch an attack on Cheryl City. Cheryl is a medium-sized city. Rock Fortress is a small to medium-sized fortress. During the war, a large fortress was garrisoned by an army of 30,000, and a medium-sized fortress was garrisoned by an army of 10,000. Panchabeo can hold an army of 10,000 under extreme conditions. According to other fortresses of the same specifications on the border, it should hold a maximum of 5,000 people. Given the size of Cheryl, it would be even larger than a large fortress if placed on the border. Most importantly, Cheryl is a city, not a fortress. The city of Cheryl has been renovated over the past 2 months, but it is still far from being comparable to the other large fortresses on the defensive line. Lord Leighton asked Reg whether additional troops should be sent to Cheryl to garrison the city. Reg is now only a viscount, but he can put the armies of other barons and viscounts under his command. Perhaps there will be earls willing to accept Reg's command. Reg thought about it carefully and realized that his territory did not lack troops. On the contrary, it was capable of providing external support. What's truly lacking is a Silver Moon realm expert to oversee things. Cheryl City is so close to Bodenburg that there's no need to use the power of the world. Reg can simply use a teleportation spell to get to Bodenburg and quickly bring back one or more powerful individuals. When a powerful Silver Moon realm expert from another race led an army of 30,000 to attack Cheryl City, Reg didn't even seek support, intending to rely on his own strength to defeat the attacking enemy. The newly formed division-sized marksman unit is not yet fully trained, but it is already ready for use. As long as the archer is proficient in placing the crossbow bolt, drawing the string, and pulling the trigger to fire the bolt at the target area, that is sufficient. Cheryl City has more than 1 brigade of archers in its standing army. There are also 2 squadrons of fighters in the Maid battle group, all of whom are equipped with Type 2 magic crossbows. Over the past 2 months, the old mages of the small world have also been busy forging more magical crossbows. 2 squadrons consist of more than 200 magic crossbows, capable of unleashing more than 4,000 arrows in 10 seconds. Furthermore, the arrows fired by the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow travel farther and are more powerful than those fired by the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The archer squad is Reg's trump card, while the maid squad is his ultimate weapon. Upon seeing the alien army approaching, Reg assessed the situation and felt reassured. With the strength of Cheryl's garrison, they were capable of defeating the enemy. Reg felt confident, and so did Sanner. How could an ordinary human city possibly withstand their 30,000-strong army? Full of confidence, Sanner decided to launch a direct attack on Cheryl's city and take it down in the shortest possible time. After all, Cheryl is too close to Bodenburg, and there are concerns that Bodenburg might send reinforcements. The heavily armored Centaur troops charged at the forefront, followed by ordinary infantry, mainly orcs, interspersed with some ancient races. When the Centaur forces were only 300 meters away from Cheryl, the Centaurs took out their bows and arrows and started shooting at Cheryl, trying to suppress the archers on the city walls. Reg was very familiar with the Centaurs' archery skills, so he didn't deploy many people on the north wall, or even arrange any archer units there. Those who originally guarded the north city wall are now all staying on the backside of the wall. Archer units equipped with Type 1 infantry crossbows possess arrows whose power and range are comparable to those of the Centaurs and the Longbowmen of the Violet Kingdom. However, Reg's archers wore at most a leather armor, while the enemy Centaurs wore heavy armor. When Reg's archers clashed with the Centaur archers, the Centaurs' arrows could pierce the archers' leather armor, while the archers' crossbow bolts could not penetrate the Centaurs' heavy armor. This is the racial advantage of Centaurs. The elite Centaur force is a heavy cavalry unit capable of running and shooting arrows while wearing heavy armor. Therefore, Reg personally led 2 squadrons of the Maid's warband to guard the north city wall. Chapter 162 Magic Crossbows to defeat the enemy. On the north wall of Cheryl, Reg and his battle maids hid behind the parapet. The combat maids all wore women's armor, and their young and beautiful faces were covered by steel masks. Because of the steel produced by the Ironstone Steelworks, the Viscount of Cataland is also able to forge its own weapons and armor. Weapons such as spears, longswords, and shields are easy to craft and can be produced in large quantities. The armor is relatively difficult to forge and produced in relatively small quantities, but it is sufficient to equip all members of the Maid battle group. The heavy armor was relatively easy for a combat made at the lowest level of Battle Master Apprentice to bear. They had longswords hanging at their waists, shields in their left hands, and magic crossbows in their right hands, with several quivers of bolts lying on the ground. The archer troops behind the city wall are ready for battle, waiting only for the Lord's order before they rush up the north wall and fire arrows at the enemy. Facing the approaching alien army and the arrows flying overhead, the battle maid showed no sign of nervousness. They had all participated in battles and had basically killed alien races with their own hands. They were not novices. The Maid battle group consists of 2 types of people. One type of person was trained from female slaves purchased by Reg. Another type of person is a resurrected member of the Blood Rose Cavalry who died in battle. The former were mainly soldiers, while the latter were mainly officers. The resurrected have more combat and command experience. The combination of these 2 elements, along with the addition of the magic crossbow, rapidly enhanced the strength of the Maid battle group. Regardless of their background, the combat maids gritted their teeth, determined to fight to the end for their master. Because it was their master who gave them a new life. On the battlefield, the Centaur troops advanced while firing arrows to suppress the enemy, with the infantry following closely behind. The Type 2 magic repeating crossbow has a maximum range of over 500 meters and an effective range of 300 meters. It is estimated that it can penetrate the heavy armor worn by elite Centaur troops at a distance of 200 meters. 300 meters. 250 meters. 200 meters. Prepare for battle. At Reg's command, the battle maids gripped their magic crossbows tightly. The Centaur forces continued to advance for some distance. Shoot arrows at the Centaur troops. The battle maids obeyed, rose slightly, extended their magic crossbows, and then casually unleashed a hail of arrows at the Centaur forces' location. More than 200 magical crossbows, like more than 200 semi-automatic rifles with 20-round magazines, continuously fired arrows at the area where the Centaur troops were located. The Centaurs, who were shooting arrows, paid no attention to the arrows flying from the city wall. Haha, this short arrow thinks it can pierce my body. The Type 2 magic repeating crossbow bolts, shorter than those of the Type 1 infantry crossbow, pierced through the heavy armor of the Centaur elites, embedding themselves in the Centaurs' bodies, with some even emerging from the heavy armor on their backs. The Centaurs that were hit by arrows fell to the ground. The Centaur that wasn't hit by the arrow paused for a moment, then immediately turned and ran away. Run! Our heavy armor can't stop the enemy's arrows. However, the 200 archers on the city wall, using magical repeating crossbows, unleashed a rain of arrows that would have taken at least 1,000 archers to produce. In just 10 seconds, more than 4,000 powerful arrows covered the area where the Centaur troops were located, and thousands of centaurs fell on the battlefield. Hold on, hold on. The enemy has run out of arrows. Keep firing and suppress them. Under the command of the Centaur officers, the heavily damaged Centaur troops stopped fleeing and continued to shoot arrows at Cheryl. There are fewer than 2,000 centaurs still capable of fighting. The battle maids on the city wall immediately reloaded the magic crossbows that had run out of arrows. The loading speed is very fast. You can simply press the arrows into the quiver. As the battle maids quickly filled their quivers and prepared to continue shooting, the centaurs did not approach Cheryl again, but instead shot arrows at Cheryl from a distance of 180 to 200 meters. However, the infantry troops that were originally behind the Centaur forces have already overtaken them and are charging towards Cheryl, with the closest distance being only 150 meters. Shoot an arrow. The battle mates continued to fire arrows at the Centaur. When the Centaurs, who were about to shoot arrows, saw the arrows that had killed many of their companions coming again, they turned and fled without hesitation. However, most of them died while trying to escape. In 10 seconds, nearly 1,000 more centaurs fell on the battlefield. In the end, fewer than 1,000 centaurs survived the retreat, and many of them still had arrows stuck in their bodies. Seeing his elite centaur forces suffer heavy losses, the Silver Moon Realm expert Sanner roared and led his personal guards toward Cheryl City. With the centaur archers out of the way, Reg called up his archer troops. Archer units, using Type 1 infantry crossbows, fired arrows at the alien infantry units. The firing rate of the Type 1 infantry crossbow was far lower than that of the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow, but fortunately the archer unit was large in scale. More than 3,000 archers gathered on the north city wall, taking turns firing arrows at the alien infantry on the ground. After the last row of archers fired their crossbows, they did not retreat, but waited for the archers behind them to pass them the Type 1 infantry crossbows that were already loaded and strung. All they had to do was pull the trigger and shoot arrows at the alien tribes on the ground outside the city. The battle maids loaded their arrows again and unleashed over 4,000 arrows rapidly out of the city. This scene filled many archers with envy, wishing they had such a small but powerful repeating crossbow. The alien infantry outside the city suffered greatly under the fire of the archer units and combat maids. Faced with the endless stream of arrows fired from the city walls, large numbers of the alien race fell in pools of blood. Many alien races wore only leather armor or a single layer of iron armor, which was far less protective than the heavy armor of the centaurs. His body was easily pierced by crossbow bolts. Many of the magical crossbow bolts even killed 2 alien races with a single shot. The arrow rained from the archer units, and the maid squad quickly routed the alien infantry. Just then, Sanner and his personal guard charged forward through a hail of arrows toward Cheryl. Reg made his move. Spatial slash. As if a long sword had cleaved the sky, a massive spatial rift rapidly spread toward Sanner. Space Mage. Sanner dared not withstand the immense power of the spatial slash, and quickly led his personal guard to dodge, but one low-level centaur was still killed, and another high-level centaur was seriously injured. You despicable space mage, you deserve to die. Sanner continued charging forward, only to be met by a barrage of sky-splitting blades and magic missiles unleashed by Reg. Sanner was able to dodge these attacks, but his personal guards were not so fortunate. Centaurs below the Star Realm level were continuously killed by Reg's spells. Seeing his guards fall in battle, Sanner's heart bled. He was unwilling to retreat and only wanted to kill that damned human space mage. Sanner is getting closer and closer to Cheryl City. It is about to shatter the city walls with a single strike. The next moment, Reg used the power of the world to release a massive spatial tear that covered Sanner. Spatial rifts appeared all around Sanner's body, in front, behind, left, right, and even inside his body. No! With a scream, the Silver Moon Centaur's body was torn apart by a spatial rift. Chapter 163 Post-War Reflections and Gains. Sanner and his personal guard were all wiped out. The captain of the Star Realm's personal guard tried to escape, but Reg used a teleportation spell to catch up and kill him. He then used a minor magic missile to kill another wave of enemies. Sanner led an army of 30,000 to attack Cheryl, but was routed by Reg's maids and archers. Nearly 10,000 aliens fell on the battlefield. If they could pursue and kill the alien army, they could definitely kill more than 20,000. However, the current situation in Cheryl City is not suitable for pursuing and killing the defeated alien race. On the one hand, the only suitable forces for hunting down alien races in Cheryl City are the Maid warbands and cavalry units. The Maid squad was unable to prepare for pursuing the enemy in advance within the city. They descended the city wall, mounted their warhorses, charged out of the city gate, and pursued the alien race, who had already run quite a distance. On the other hand, the area north of Cheryl City is already occupied by foreign tribes. Reg led his men to hunt down the retreating alien race, and the further they went, the more dangerous it became. It can be said that the current army of Viscount Catland is a defensive force, lacking a large cavalry force and unsuitable for pursuing enemies in the open. Reg did not regret selling 10,000 warhorses 4 years ago. At that time, Reg was indeed short of money. The Baron Cardeland, which had not yet been promoted, could not afford to raise so many warhorses, let alone a cavalry division. After being promoted to Viscount of Catlan, Reg decided to replicate the approach he had taken during the previous expansion war, acquiring a large number of mounts from the orcs, and then forming a large-scale cavalry force. Therefore, all officers and soldiers of the territory's standing and reserve forces were taught to ride horses. However, before the War of Expansion even began, the Violet Kingdom was invaded by an alliance of alien races. Since the alien army attacking Cheryl has been defeated, we will not pursue them, but we still need to clean up the enemy corpses on the battlefield. Reg summoned reserve troops out of the city and sent the enemy corpses from the battlefield into the personal space that Reg had created. Any valuables found by soldiers on enemy corpses must not be kept for themselves. They must all be turned over to the public. Ultimately, the Lord would reward the soldiers according to their contributions. This is a military rule set by Reg. The standing army must abide by this rule, and the reserve forces must abide by it as well. Reg, having taken precautions, stood behind the entrance to his personal space, pondering the battle that had just ended. In this great battle, Viscount Catlan achieved a great victory with minimal losses, mainly due to arrows shot by centaurs that accidentally killed or wounded a dozen or so people. The centaurs' arrows traveled a very long distance. From 180 meters away from the city walls, some centaurs managed to shoot arrows into the city, causing casualties in Reg. The Maid squad's magical crossbows crushed the centaur forces. The archer units defeated the alien infantry units. Reg then personally killed the Silver Moon Realm commander of the alien race and his personal guard. Since there was no pursuit of the defeated enemy, there were naturally not many casualties. If it were to turn into close combat, even if one's own side were defending the city, there would still be a large number of casualties. Reg had done a good job in this battle. The only downside was his inability to pursue and finish off the routed enemy. Reg had a new goal in mind. This new goal is divided into 3 steps. The first step was to fully equip the 1st Battalion of the Maid Combat Group with 2 squadrons of fighters and 1 squadron of mages, totaling over 300 people. The second step is to equip every member of the fully equipped 1st Battalion of the Maid Corps with a magic repeating crossbow. The third step is to equip the entire 1st Battalion with 2 magic repeating crossbows. The Type 2 magic repeating crossbow is much smaller than the Type 1 infantry crossbow, making it suitable as a ranged attack weapon for cavalry. Even though the magic crossbow is convenient to reload, it still takes some time, especially when riding a horse, where the reloading speed is even slower. Since the magic repeating crossbow cannot be reloaded like an automatic rifle or machine gun, you'll have to prepare an extra magic repeating crossbow. 300 men, 600 magical crossbows, and 12,000 arrows. Even if they encountered 5,000 or 6,000 elite enemy cavalry, they could still defeat them. This elite force of 300 men was sent to hunt down the defeated alien army, and they killed more than 12,000 enemies. With the power of the magic crossbow, arrows can easily pierce 2 enemies without heavy armor. Moreover, the Maid battle group itself also has strong melee capabilities, and the battle does not rely entirely on the magic crossbow. However, Reg set a rule that if a kill can be made from a distance, close combat should be avoided. With the efforts of tens of thousands of people, all the corpses on the battlefield were quickly sent into the small world. The enemy's left ear was placed in a second personal compartment. In this battle, Reg harvested enough life energy to make the second-order world tree grow 24.45 centimeters taller. The world tree is already 968.61 centimeters tall and will soon break through the 10-meter mark, advancing to the 3rd tier. Reg plans to go to Bodenburg to register his achievements, and then return to promote the World Tree. Traveling to and from Bodenburg is very convenient thanks to teleportation. When Reg teleported to Bodenburg, all the nobles he encountered interacted with him in a friendly manner. News of the battle at Cheryl has reached Bodenburg, mainly because Reg wasted some time dealing with the corpses. Cheryl is very close to Bodenburg. Bodenburg easily noticed that the alien army on the other side had spun off a force to attack Cheryl. This force of 30,000 troops was led by a powerful Silver Moon realm expert from another race. The nobles in Bodenburg all believed that Cheryl City could not be defended and that Bodenburg's support was needed. Unexpectedly, Viscount Catlon did not come to Bodenburg for help, nor did Marquis Leiden send reinforcements. The alien army was defeated shortly after attacking Cheryl. The defeated alien army fled to the main force of the alien army opposite Bodenburg. With Reg's arrival in Bodenburg, the nobles learned that Viscount Catlon had not only defeated the alien army, but had also killed the Silver Moon realm expert who commanded it. Many nobles were surprised, even though they already knew that Reg had killed 2 alien Silver Moon realm experts on the border fortress line. He transcended a major realm by using his star realm cultivation to kill a Silver Moon realm expert. The nobles marveled at Viscount Catlon's strength and were amazed by the power of space-type superhumans. As expected of a space-type superhuman who is invincible among his peers and can kill enemies of higher levels. In reality, there are very few space-type superhumans who can do this, but Viscount Catlon powerfully proved this point once again. Some nobles even thought it would be nice if Viscount Catlon had a daughter. He arranged a marriage between himself and Viscount Catlon, so that his son or grandson would marry Viscount Catlon's daughter. Perhaps they can keep Viscount Catlon's powerful spatial talent in their own bloodline. Unfortunately, Viscount Catlon was too young and had no children, let alone a daughter. Conversely, nobles also wanted to give their daughters or granddaughters to Viscount Catlon as wives. During the last war of expansion, Viscount Catlon was merely a rising star in the kingdom. Viscount Catlon made an even greater contribution in this war. After the war ends, as long as the Violet Kingdom still exists, Viscount Catlon will inevitably be promoted to Earl, and may even have the opportunity to become Marquis. A young nobleman rose to prominence rapidly through just 2 wars. Viscount Catlon's ability to kill a Silver Moon realm expert earned him the respect of the nobles. Chapter 164, Third Order World Tree. Reg reported the Battle of Cheryl to the Marquis of Leighton, who praised him briefly before turning to give Reg a warning. You have killed 3 Silver Moon realm transcendents of the alien race. The alien race now values you no less than they value Sun realm experts. Especially since Cheryl City is right there, you need to be careful. If things get really bad, you should abandon Cheryl City. Only by living can you have a future, and only by living can you rebuild your territory. I understand, Grandpa. As long as no experts at the Sun Radiance realm come, defending Cheryl City shouldn't be a problem. The Marquis of Leighton nodded and offered no further advice. Although Reg was young, the Marquis of Leighton could sense that Reg was not an arrogant person. The Viscount of Cataland, located in the newly developed lands, had invested so much money in its development, yet it was abandoned just like that. Leaving that aside, Marquis Leighton then told Reg about the situation in the Kingdom of Ted, which was next to the Kingdom of Violet. The last time the 7 human kingdoms joined forces to launch a war of expansion against the orcs of the wasteland, the Kingdom of Ted was the only one that was pushed back by the orcs. If the orcs hadn't voluntarily withdrawn from the territory of the Kingdom of Ted, a large amount of land in the Kingdom of Ted would still have been occupied by the orcs. In the last expansion war, the Kingdom of Ted was no match for the orcs on the other side. This time, ancient races have joined the fray, along with even more support from elves, dwarves, and winged people. The Kingdom of Ted also made some preparations, but this time the Kingdom of Ted's first line of defense held out for a shorter time. Now, even the second line of defense has only a few important fortresses left to hold, as the other fortresses have been breached. Large numbers of alien armies are wreaking havoc within the Kingdom of Ted. Many citizens of the Kingdom of Tide have already fled to the Kingdom of Violet for refuge. Of the 7 human kingdoms, the Kingdom of Tide is the first to face the risk of annihilation. Once the neighboring Kingdom of Ted is destroyed, the Kingdom of Violet may face a pincer attack from 2 alien armies. The 4 neighbors of the Kingdom of Ted, the Violet Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom, the Glory Empire, and the Griffin Empire, have all decided to provide support to the Kingdom of Ted. At other times, the Kingdom of Ted can be destroyed, But during the war with the Alien Alliance, the Kingdom of Ted cannot be destroyed. The Kingdom of Ted must hold on. When Reg was just a minor baron, his main focus was on the Violet Kingdom, and he didn't care about things outside of it. That's something only the nobles of the Violet Kingdom would care about. Reg is currently only a Viscount, but his status in the Violet Kingdom is rapidly rising. His title hasn't been elevated yet, but it's at least equivalent to that of an Earl. Marquis Layton told Reg about the Kingdom of Ted so that Reg could broaden his perspective as soon as possible and prepare himself better. This war is not just a war between the Alien Alliance and the Violet Kingdom, but a war between the Alien Alliance and the entire human race. The war waged by the Alien Alliance against the Violet Kingdom is only one part of a larger battlefield. The Violet Kingdom was able to withstand the attack of the Alien Alliance's army, but it was unknown whether other human nations could withstand the Alien Alliance's attack. The Violet Kingdom was victorious, but other nations were defeated, and the Violet Kingdom is also in danger. Therefore, under these circumstances, the Violet Kingdom also needs to allocate some resources to support the Ted Kingdom. Regarding foreign affairs, Reg mainly focused on the Mage Kingdom, having visited it many times. I know relatively little about the Kingdom of Ted, which is the closest to us. Now I know more about the Kingdom of Ted, but that's all I know. With Reg's current strength, at most he can only have some impact on the war in the Violet Kingdom. In the context of the large-scale battle between the Alien Alliance and the human race, Reg's influence would be very small. Considering the improvement of his own strength and the development of his power, Reg felt that he should pay more attention to the outside world. Even if we don't need it now, we'll probably need it in the future. After finishing his conversation with Marquis Layton, Reg returned to the Lord's mansion in Cheryl City and slipped into the small world. It's time to upgrade the World Tree to Tier 3. Reg stood beside the World Tree, controlling the World Tree clone to consume all the life energy harvested that day for the World Tree's growth. As its life energy was depleted, the World Tree rapidly grew from 968.61 centimeters to 993.06 centimeters. Reg then took about 1/50th of the life energy stored in the World Tree to support its growth. Soon, the World Tree will surpass the 10-meter mark in height. The World Tree has officially entered the third stage. Advancing from the second to the third tier represents another qualitative leap for the World Tree. The World Tree is absorbing chaotic energy at an accelerated pace, and the various magical elements it exhales are also increasing. The changes in the concentration of magical elements in the air of the small world were quickly noticed by the people temporarily residing there. Freya, 2 elves, 3 beast-eared girls, and a group of old mages all came out and looked towards the World Tree, where they saw the figure beneath it. They knew that Reg must be up to something big again. The 2 elves, Yvonne and Sophia, looked at the World Tree and Reg with intense fervor. In their eyes, Reg was equivalent to the World Tree, and Reg was the father god of all elves. In the small world, not only did the concentration of magical elements increase, but the growth rate of plants also accelerated once again. This change surprised pharmacists the most. From the first era to the current 5th era, countless magical plants have become extinct in the world of Nora. The extinction of magical plants is unstoppable. What is most difficult for pharmacists to accept is that rare, high-level, and top-tier magical plants are becoming increasingly scarce, and every plant used is one less available. Even if seeds exist, due to the long growth time of high-level and top-tier magical plants, many pharmacists will never see a magical plant mature in their lifetime. In the small world, however, magical plants can grow at a rate dozens of times faster. The pharmacists, whose lifespans have been greatly extended, are able to obtain mature, high-grade, top-tier magical plants in a relatively short period of time and concoct those legendary extraordinary potions. There's also a slight drawback. The monster mounts raised in the small world can't grow up quickly. However, since Warcraft mounts can grow rapidly, people might also need to grow rapidly, making small worlds unsuitable for human habitation. Freya walked over to Reg and asked him what had happened. The World Tree has advanced. It is now a 3rd-tier World Tree. Freya understood the importance of the World Tree to Reg and was happy for him. The 3rd-order World Tree appears to correspond to something equivalent to a high-level transcendent being. In reality, even legendary powerhouses cannot compare to a 3rd-tier World Tree. To some extent, the World Tree's contribution to Reg is even greater than that of the appraisal skill. Of course, without the identification skill, Reg would have had difficulty discovering the World Tree's seed, nor would he know how to activate it. Since the Soul Eater incident, Freya has been living in the small world, feeling no boredom at all, but instead becoming engrossed in studying alchemy. Since it was uncertain what changes might occur in Cheryl City, Reg did not allow Freya to leave. Reg called Mavis over, rubbing her head as he explained to Freya what was happening in the outside world, ensuring Freya wouldn't become disconnected from it. Chapter 165: The Enemy Returns. The death of Sanner, a Silver Moon Realm expert, had a significant impact on both the Violet Kingdom and the Alien Alliance. The place most affected was naturally the Centaur race from which Sanner originated. King Buha the Centaur was furious. Sanner was its confidant, and his easy death was almost equivalent to losing Buck's arm. The grudge of losing his arm made Reg a target for Buck's assassination. It wasn't just Buck who wanted to kill Reg. The Cyclops King, the Werewolf King Idel, the Elf Margaret, and other powerful alien races all wanted to kill Reg. Reg killed 3 Silver Moon Realm experts from the Alien Alliance, one of whom was from the Cyclops race. The last one is from the Shadow Clan, and he is also the Shadow Clan chief and the strongest member of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan is such a weak ancient race. No matter how much they hate Reg, it's useless. So many powerful alien beings wanted to kill Reg, but it was rare for a Radiant Sun Realm expert to have the opportunity to personally attack Reg. The alien race's Sun Realm experts were dealt with by the Sun Realm experts from the Violet Kingdom. Reg is also a spatial mage. As long as Reg doesn't do something stupid, it will be difficult for alien Sun Realm experts to find an opportunity to attack him. If the experts at the Radiant Sun Realm cannot take action, then arrange for several more experts at the Silver Moon Realm to do so. Fortunately, the 100 Races Alliance has already uncovered some information about Reg Catalan. Most of the territory of Viscount Catalan has been occupied by the 100 Races Alliance, but a core area remains. The heart of the core area is none other than Cheryl, located on the current border. As long as this human noble does not completely abandon Cheryl, he will definitely stay in Cheryl and defend it. In this way, we can directly send more Silver Moon Realm experts to lead a large army to attack Cheryl City. Most importantly, send other space elemental experts to participate in the battle to restrict or even directly kill this human space mage. As a result, the 2 space-type alien powerhouses, 1 Silver Moon Realm and 2 Star Realm, who had previously targeted Reg in Ulyssesburg, were mobilized again. In addition, 1 Silver Moon Realm expert each from the Werewolf, Centaur, and Elf races was mobilized, bringing the total to 4 Silver Moon Realm experts, along with more than 10 Star Realm experts. Each tribe selected troops to form an army of over 50,000 and marched toward Cheryl. During the 100 Clans Alliance's attack on the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom, the army attacking Cheryl City was almost second only to those important fortresses. The Alien Alliance's actions were quite significant, and even the Violet Kingdom was able to detect them. Marquis Layton was particularly concerned about this, as he did not want his grandson-in-law to be killed by the aliens. Reg was also busy scouting the movements of the Alien Alliance. Through his appraisal skills, Reg was able to quickly and accurately investigate the strength and power of the alien army. It was confirmed that numerous Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts were about to lead a large army to attack Cheryl City, so Reg did not take the blame himself. Of the 3 commanders on the second line of defense, Reg had the best relationship with the Marquis of Layton, a good relationship with Princess Katrina, and had also established a friendship with the old Duke of Domington. Therefore, Reg was able to easily obtain strong support for Cheryl City from the 3 commanders. Sending Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts from the Violet Kingdom to support Cheryl City is not just for Cheryl City, but more importantly for the entire Violet Kingdom. With so many powerful alien warriors leading a large army to attack Cheryl City, if Cheryl City falls to the aliens, it will be a huge loss for the Violet Kingdom. Conversely, if Cheryl City can hold back many powerful alien forces and a large army, it can alleviate the pressure on other fortresses on the second line of defense. Moreover, Reg only needs Silver Moon Realm and Star Realm experts, and does not need support from ordinary troops. The gathering of many Silver Moon Realm and Star Realm experts from the Violet Kingdom proceeded smoothly in Cheryl City. Among them were nobles from the kingdom, as well as retainers from the Violet family and other noble families. They were all very friendly towards Viscount Catalan, who was only at the Star Realm, but had killed 3 Silver Moon Realm experts from other races. They were willing to follow Viscount Catalan's orders. Besides these powerful individuals, the garrison of Cheryl City is also making the most of its time for training. To withstand the invasion of the alien army, Cheryl City relies heavily on its maid squads and archer units. The maid battle group has nothing to hide. Its members are relatively few, mainly consisting of apprentice-level transcendents. The strongest among them is only at the advanced battle master level, and there is only one such person, the team leader, Paula. The Type 2 magic repeating crossbow is the most important weapon of the Maid Warband. It is very important to Reg, but not so important to other nobles. The Type 2 magic repeating crossbow is indeed very powerful, but the key is that 1, 2, or even dozens of Type 2 magic repeating crossbows are not enough. It is best to equip more than 100. The blueprints for the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow are unavailable, and even if the blueprints were obtained, there aren't enough alchemists to craft them. The Violet family is the only family in the Violet Kingdom with the capability to mass-produce Type 2 magic crossbows. Compared to the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow, these powerful individuals would likely be more interested in the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Reg will let the alien army and the strongmen of his own side, who have come to Cheryl City, witness the power of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. On the morning of November 16th, the weather was sunny with a howling wind. The 4 Silver Moon Realm experts, Centaur Buttgok, Werewolf Yu, Elf Odory Windhunter, and Spider-Woman Florence, led an army of 50,000 to attack Cheryl City. Among them, Florence is a space-type battle master. She is accompanied by 2-star realm space-type powerhouses to restrain Reg and find an opportunity to kill him. The alien army first launched a probing attack on Cheryl City. The elite Centaur troops, clad in heavy armor, fired arrows at Cheryl from a distance of about 300 meters, covering the infantry's attack on the city. The Centaurs who escaped last time have reported to Cheryl that the city has long-range and powerful crossbows that can penetrate heavy armor at a distance of 200 meters. Buttgok didn't want his Centaur troops to suffer too many losses, so he positioned them at a relatively far distance, just enough to ensure that the arrows could reach the city walls. As for how much power the arrow would have left at such a distance, that's not important. On the city wall, 2 squadrons of over 200 female warriors from the Maid Warriors were hiding behind the parapet. Their mission was to use the magic crossbow to eliminate the Centaur archers. At a distance of 300 meters, it is indeed not easy for a magic crossbow to kill a Centaur with ordinary crossbow bolts. Fortunately, the arrows shot by the Centaur from such a distance did not have much power left. The shield bearers were the first to climb the city wall and raise their sturdy shields high. The archers then climbed the city walls, protected by shields, making them virtually immune to arrows fired by the Centaurs. A cannon fodder force composed of orc races such as kobolds, ratmen, rabbitmen, and pigmen, under the cover of Centaur arrows, rushed rapidly toward Cheryl City. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Shoot an arrow. The next moment, 1,000 arrows were fired from the north wall of Cheryl City. Chapter 166 Testing turns into a stronger attack. The alien infantry that charged towards Cheryl were all cannon fodder, but some of them were wearing iron armor or even heavy armor. Even wearing heavy armor was useless. At a distance of about 100 meters, the Type 1 infantry crossbow bolts pierced through the heavy armor and the body. If it were some alien races that were close by, and at most wearing only leather armor, they might even be hit by 2 crossbow bolts. Under the attack of the archers of Viscount Catlin's territory, the area within 100 to 200 meters of Cheryl City has become a dead zone. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of alien corpses were pinned to the ground by crossbow bolts. Blood of various colors, such as red, green, pink, and yellow, makes the earth colorful. Soon, the cannon fodder-level alien infantry force was routed by the archer force of Viscount Catlin. Although they only routed cannon fodder troops, the strength of Viscount Catlin's archer force was witnessed by the powerful figures on both sides, who could feel the immense power of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts who arrived in Cheryl City all hid themselves, not wanting to be noticed by the alien race experts outside, intending to catch them off guard. However, they also noticed the fighting strength of Viscount Catlin's archer unit. I feel that the power and range of this crossbow are no worse than the longbows equipped by my archer troops. The crossbow is much more complex in structure than the longbow, and it is also much more expensive. No, Viscount Catlin's archer force is very large and equipped with a lot of crossbows. The cost of these crossbows wouldn't be too high, and they probably wouldn't be too complicated to manufacture. Moreover, crossbowmen are much easier to train than longbowmen. After the war is over, we can ask Viscount Catlin about it. If possible, I would like to purchase a batch of crossbows to equip my archer troops. While the powerful figures in Cheryl City were discussing the Type 1 infantry crossbow, the powerful figures from other races were also discussing it. The Centaur Buttgok frowned, and said to the other 3 Silver Moon Realm experts beside him, "This is just an ordinary crossbow used by human armies. It can penetrate heavy armor at a distance of 100 meters, and human armies use a large number of them. Human armies are also equipped with another type of repeating crossbow, possibly a magical one, which is less numerous but has a longer range and greater power." Sanner's centaur forces were directly routed by these magical crossbows at a distance of 200 meters. "Therefore, my troops cannot get too close to human cities." Yu the werewolf was also feeling a bit of a headache. The werewolf army was the main force attacking Cheryl City, and he couldn't let the centaurs climb the city walls. Without the cover of centaur archers, the werewolf troops would become easy targets for human archers as they got closer to Cheryl. "We need to find a way to counter the human archer units," Yu said seriously. Just as Yu finished speaking, Spider-Woman Florence had a different opinion. "Why should we consider human archer units? Isn't our mission to kill the human space mage? Once we kill the human space mage, we can take our troops back. There's no need to conquer this human city at all." As soon as Florence said this, even the elf audibly nodded in agreement. The 4 Silver Moon Realm experts quickly made a decision to use their troops to draw the attention of the human army, and then the Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts would appear to surround and kill the human space mage. Moreover, the matter of besieging and killing the human space mages cannot wait any longer. Perhaps powerful human beings will come to the aid of Cheryl City. This led to the alien army's attack on Cheryl City, which was originally a probing attack on the first day, now turning into a large-scale offensive. Cannon fodder troops, ordinary troops, and elite troops once again entered the battlefield. Some cannon fodder who had escaped from the battlefield, already terrified of human crossbow bolts, were driven back to the battlefield with fearful eyes by the werewolf centaur overseers. Reg felt something was off when he saw the alien army about to launch another attack on Cheryl. Shouldn't the alien race have just launched a probing attack? Why, after one initial probing attack, are they launching another full-scale attack on Cheryl City today? With Reg's appraisal skills, it was easy to discover that the alien army was mobilized in its entirety, with no one left behind. Cheryl City is not afraid of the entire alien army being mobilized. 2 squadrons plus a brigade plus a division of marksmen will teach the alien race a lesson they won't forget. Upon seeing that the powerful alien warriors were also among the attacking army, Reg sent someone to inform his own warriors to prepare for battle. On the battlefield, arrows rained down, and many alien races fell on their way to the front. Even Butkak's precious elite centaur forces continued their advance. When the elite centaur troops are only 200 meters away from Cheryl, any further advance will pose a significant threat to the archers on the city walls with their arrows. The Maid Squad has made its move. More than 200 magical crossbows unleashed a hail of arrows at the elite centaur troops. During the last battle, the Maid's Legion was almost firing blindly, covering the area where the centaur troops were located, and on average it took at least 3 arrows to kill one centaur. This time, the Maid Squad used targeted shooting. At most 2 arrows were enough to kill a centaur. Once the elite centaur forces retreated, the battle maid ceased firing. This time can even be used to reload arrows into the quiver. Reg gave the Maid's War Band the mission that the sole objective of this battle was the centaur forces, especially the elite centaur troops clad in heavy armor. Butkak felt a pang of heartache seeing the significant losses suffered by his elite centaur forces. Gritting his teeth, he led his personal guards on a continued charge toward Cheryl. The powerful warriors of the 100 Races Alliance army are all charging towards Cheryl City. Neither the magic crossbow nor the ordinary crossbow could threaten the Star Realm experts and the Silver Moon Realm experts. Once they reach the walls of Cheryl, the powerful warriors can break down the gates and even the walls, slaughtering the human archer forces. The human space mage didn't want to see this happen, so he had to intervene. This will make it easier for the powerful warriors of all races to surround and kill human space mages. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. The arrows shot at them were all blocked by aura shields or magical barriers, and they were getting closer and closer to Cheryl City. Before they could launch an attack on the north wall of Cheryl City, a group of human powerhouses, including Reg and Bellona, jumped out from the north wall and attacked the attacking alien powerhouses. The powerful figures on both sides sought out enemies of similar strength to fight each other. Only Reg was an exception, fighting against the Silver Moon Realm's space-type battle master, Florence, with his Star Realm cultivation. As soon as the two clashed, Florence was immediately astonished by Reg's strength. When Reg fully displayed his strength as a second-stage Starry Sky space mage, Florence could sense Reg's realm and power. Very strong. If it were any other space-type Star Realm expert, even one at the peak of the Star Realm, they might not be a match for Reg. Chapter 167. Reg wants a protracted war. Florence guessed that Reg's spatial elemental affinity must be extremely high, much higher than her own. Despite the significant difference in their cultivation levels, Florence was unable to defeat Reg in a short period of time. Reg and Florence were locked in a fierce battle, with both sides Star Realm experts and Silver Moon Realm experts fighting each other. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that both sides had the same number of experts at the Star Realm or above. The only difference is that the 100 Races Alliance has one more Silver Moon Realm expert and one less Star Realm expert. Apart from the battle between Reg and Florence, all the other battles were against enemies of the same level. In most cases, it's impossible to determine a winner in a short period of time. Even if a winner and loser can be determined, at most the opponent can be injured, but it is difficult to kill them. What a coincidence. Clearly, this was not a coincidence, but rather something Reg did intentionally. If you want to defeat the powerful alien races, there is a group of old mages in Reg's small world. If Reg himself were to use the power of the world, he might be able to quickly find an opportunity to kill or severely injure Florence. With Florence gone, Reg can then go and help kill other powerful alien warriors. Ultimately, victory will be achieved on the battlefield of the strong, and then victory will be won in this war. But Reg did not do that. Instead, he planned to wage a protracted war against the alien race. The goal is simple, to harvest nutrients for the World Tree. The alien army did not launch any large-scale attacks on the key fortresses on the second line of defense. Only small-scale skirmishes occurred. To avoid making it too obvious, Reg can only collect corpses from one location at most. The battles that broke out in other large fortresses were on a larger scale than those at the important fortresses, but Reg couldn't go over there to collect the corpses of both sides. Reg originally planned to send troops to support the surrounding fortresses and cities, kill more alien races, and collect a large number of corpses. Unexpectedly, after failing to attack Cheryl once, the alien race sent a large army to attack Cheryl again. Reg then had a new idea, to wage a protracted war against the alien race and Cheryl. As long as the alien race does not send any experts at the Sun Radiance realm to fight, Reg is not afraid of engaging in a protracted war with the alien race in Cheryl City. With an archer force of 13,000 men and an infantry force of 40,000 to 50,000, Cheryl City was capable of withstanding the invasion of the alien army. The powerful archer force even prevented the alien army from getting close to Cheryl. Our own troops will suffer very few losses. As for the Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts in the alien army, Reg will have to find help from the outside world. Using teleportation magic, it is very convenient to send one's own powerful members to Cheryl City. Through the appraisal technique, one can quickly ascertain how many powerful individuals are in the alien army. In this way, Cheryl City will be able to withstand the attack of the alien army. It would be best to kill several alien Star Realm experts during the battle, making the aliens feel sorry for them and instilling hatred in them. It is imperative to kill Reg and conquer Cheryl City. If a protracted war breaks out in Cheryl, Reg will be able to harvest a large number of corpses in his own home, which will become nourishment for the World Tree. The strongest warriors are clashing, and the main forces of both sides are also fighting. The aliens stepped over the corpses of their comrades and continued forward, only to be struck by arrows and fall to the ground, becoming stepping stones for their comrades behind them. The battlefield was littered with corpses, layer upon layer. The blood flowing from the corpses soaked the earth. The colorful earth creates a unique aesthetic and also makes the land fertile. Even the Centaur troops were driven back several times by the Maid Squad. 6,000 people, 8,000 people, 10,000 people, 12,000 people. Including the previous wave of cannon fodder attacking the city, the alien army has lost more than 12,000 soldiers on the battlefield of Cheryl City, which is almost a quarter of its strength. This level of casualties even exceeded that of the Ulysses Fortress battlefield at many times. The morale of the cannon fodder troops and ordinary troops plummeted rapidly, and the cannon fodder troops had collapsed several times, which the supervising teams could not stop. The alien warriors were still focused on fighting the human warriors. Buckgok was momentarily distracted by the sight of the main force on the battlefield, and immediately lost the will to continue fighting. The Centaur forces suffered increased losses, and the losses of ordinary and cannon fodder units could not be ignored either. The battle between the strong was unlikely to be decided in a short time. If the fighting continues, the troops will only suffer greater casualties. Stop fighting, let's retreat. Buttgok shouted to the powerful warriors of the 100 Races. Buttgok was the commander-in-chief. Upon hearing Buttgok's order, the powerful warriors of the 100 Races did not ask why and retreated while fighting. The human warriors gave chase for a moment, then stopped. If we were to chase them into the alien army, it would be very dangerous. After the powerful warriors of the 100 Races retreated a distance, they discovered that the main force had suffered heavy casualties and understood why Buttgochi had shouted retreat. They indeed could not continue fighting. The powerful warriors of the 100 Races retreated, and the main force also ceased its charge and began to retreat. The human warriors returned to the city walls, and the archers ceased firing their arrows. Today's battle is finally over. We've won. Reg stood on the city wall and was the first to shout loudly. Victory! Victory! Invincible! Invincible! The officers and soldiers on the city wall joined in the shouting. They have killed over 13,000 alien soldiers, while Reg's forces have suffered only a few hundred casualties. Furthermore, fewer than 100 people died in battle, most of them being shot by Centaur archers. This was a resounding victory unlike anything ever seen before on the border fortresses. The human warriors who participated in the battle looked at the layers upon layers of alien corpses on the battlefield, and then at the pitifully small losses suffered by Viscount Catlin's army on the city walls, and couldn't help but marvel. The archers of Viscount Catlin are truly formidable. Although this archer unit was equipped with crossbows that fired relatively infrequently, the range and power of the crossbows, especially the size of the archer unit, allowed Cheryl to hold off the alien army thanks to this archer unit. Even if the alien army continues its attack, it will be completely wiped out by the archer units. If only I had an archer force of that size, a nobleman thought. Among the nobles present, some commanded longbowman units, while others commanded ordinary archer units. They truly understood how expensive it was to build a longbowman unit and how long it would take to train them. Viscount Catlin, however, was able to easily assemble such a large archer force. The nobles were already eager to discuss the Type 1 infantry crossbow with Viscount Catlin. They are willing to buy finished products or even technology, as long as Viscount Catlin is willing to sell and the price is not too high. Reg could think of this, but he wasn't in a hurry to deal with it. He first collected all the alien corpses on the battlefield. Over time, much of the life energy in the alien corpses will be lost. Upon seeing the alien army retreat, Reg immediately dispatched reserve troops to the battlefield to send the alien corpses into his personal space. Chapter 168 Selling Crossbow Making Technology. On the way back from the alien army, for Silver Moon Realm experts, Buttgok, Yu, Odori, and Florence discussed the war. Is there someone among us sending intelligence to humans? Why are so many of our powerful warriors being blocked by human warriors when they attack human cities? The elf Odori discovered a problem. The centaur Buttgok shook his head and replied, the possibility of an internal traitor is unlikely. If there really were an internal traitor, the humans would have ambushed many powerful individuals in this city, which would have severely damaged us. It's probably just a coincidence. The werewolf he didn't care about whether there was a traitor or not. It sensed the strength of Cheryl's city garrison. On the battlefield of the strong, it is difficult for us to quickly determine the winner. In large-scale battles, we are no match for the human defenders. What should we do next? After thinking for a few seconds, Buttgok replied, our mission is to kill that human space mage. Whether or not we breach the human city is not important. We just need to use our large forces to hold back the main human garrison, so we don't have to launch a large-scale attack on the human city. We should try to make a breakthrough on the battlefield of the strong. After hearing this, Spider-Woman Florence said, that human space mage is very strong. Although he is only at the star realm, his spatial talent is extremely high. It would be difficult for me to kill him. It would be best if you guys made a breakthrough. But Buttgok, Yu, and Odolj all stated that they were unable to quickly defeat their opponents. The 4 Silver Moon Realm experts discussed the matter back and forth, but none of them planned to ask for help immediately. Instead, they decided to try attacking Cheryl City again and kill Reg. If they immediately asked for help after a single setback, they would be embarrassed to face their superiors. Unless we fail to achieve a breakthrough in the next few battles, we will have no choice but to ask for help from above. The alien army returned to their camp, and on the battlefield of Cheryl City, Reg quickly collected all the corpses. The world tree absorbed the life energy from over 13,000 corpses, but the life energy it gained only allowed it to grow less than 10 centimeters. As the world tree advances from the 2nd to the 3rd tier, it requires increasingly more life energy for every centimeter it grows taller. As before, Half of the life energy harvested is used for the growth of the world tree, and the other half is stored to revive some talented individuals. A 10-meter-tall, third-tier world tree is sufficient for Reg's use to a certain extent. It can increase the growth rate of magical plants in the small world by dozens of times, and increase the land area of the small world by 100 square meters every day. In 3 years, the land area of the small world can be doubled. Although it is already sufficient, the taller the world tree, the more benefits it brings to Reg. The world tree should be allowed to grow. Reg strictly adhered to the rules he set for himself. After dealing with the corpses on the battlefield, Reg returned to Cheryl, where a group of nobles awaited his arrival. The nobles all wanted to discuss the Type 1 infantry crossbow, so instead of meeting them individually, Reg entered the meeting room together to discuss the matter. All the nobles were extraordinary beings, ranging in rank from Earl to Viscount. In the meeting room, the talkative Earl Morrison was the first to praise. Viscount Catalan, your archer force is definitely among the top 10 in the kingdom, both in terms of size and strength. An army of 50,000 alien troops attacked, but the main force was directly defeated by the archer troops and could no longer approach Cheryl City. With this archer unit here, Cheryl is the most impregnable fortress. Earl Morrison started the conversation, and the nobles in the conference room followed suit, praising Viscount Catalan, the archer unit, and the Type 1 infantry crossbow. After praising them, the nobles began to discuss the Type 1 infantry crossbow with Reg. Earl Morrison asked first, Viscount Catalan, we admire your archer unit. We also want to form such an archer unit to defend our territory and the kingdom. I wonder if you would be willing to sell this powerful crossbow. Earl Morrison preferred to purchase the technology to manufacture the Type 1 infantry crossbow, but if Viscount Catalan was unwilling to sell even the finished product, it was clearly even less likely that he would sell the technology. Only if Viscount Catalan is willing to sell the finished product will Earl Morrison continue to probe and seek to purchase the technology. Count Morrison was unaware of Reg's thoughts. Reg was unwilling to sell the finished product, but preferred to sell the technology. The main reason they were unwilling to sell finished products was that all the Type 1 infantry crossbows manufactured in the crossbow workshops were to be equipped by their own territory's army, and they simply could not be sold to outsiders. Reg preferred to sell the technology for manufacturing the Type 1 infantry crossbow. On one hand, Reg has 2 types of magic crossbows. Even though the production of the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow was far less than that of the Type 1 infantry crossbow, the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow was still able to suppress the elite centaur troops, as well as the longbowman troops of the Violet Kingdom and the archer troops equipped with the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The elite centaur troops are clad in heavy armor, while the Violet Kingdom's longbowmen cannot. A unit equipped with 100 Type 2 magic repeating crossbows can easily defeat a unit equipped with 3,000 Type 1 infantry crossbows. Not only the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow, but also muskets will be manufactured in the future, which will completely crush the Type 1 infantry crossbow. On the other hand, Reg was willing to sell the Type 1 infantry crossbow mainly to help the Violet Kingdom win this war. The nobles formed archer units equipped with Type 1 infantry crossbows. Their training time was much shorter than that of the longbowmen, but their strength was no less. Crossbowmen are no match for elite centaur units, but they can still restrain them to some extent. It works very well against most alien forces, effectively enhancing the strength of the Violet Kingdom. If the manufacturing technology of the Type 1 infantry crossbow were spread free of charge in the Violet Kingdom, it would even increase the contribution. But no matter how much he contributed, Reg couldn't directly become the Duke of the Violet Kingdom. Therefore, Reg is prepared to sell the manufacturing technology of the Type 1 infantry crossbow to all the nobles of the Violet Kingdom at a relatively low price. Technology prices fluctuate according to rank. The higher the price of the technology. After all, the Earl's army is larger, and he would also form a larger archer force. The Viscount's army is smaller, and the archer units he forms will also be smaller. Paying more for the same technology is a display of status and wealth. This sales method is, to some extent, equivalent to the other party manufacturing a Type 1 infantry crossbow, and Reg receiving a fee, but ultimately, based on the other party's production scale, it becomes a one-time purchase. If a uniform price were applied, Reg wouldn't sell it too cheaply, and most Viscounts probably wouldn't be able to afford it. This would hinder the promotion and large-scale production of the Type 1 infantry crossbow, thus affecting the enhancement of the Violet Kingdom's strength. A buyout fee is paid according to the rank of the noble. Nobles with higher ranks are richer, and want to build more Type 1 infantry crossbows, so they need to pay a higher buyout fee. Chapter 169: The Diffusion of Crossbow Technology. While disposing of the alien corpses outside the city, Reg set the price for the technology, or rather, the buyout fee. Baron, 300 gold coins. Viscount, 1,000 gold coins. The Earl has 3,000 gold coins. Marquis, 10,000 gold coins. The Duke has 30,000 gold coins. The King could give it away for free, taking into account that Reg might marry a royal princess after the war. It is almost as easy for a duke to pull out 30,000 gold coins as it is for a baron to pull out 300 gold coins. Reg didn't sell the technology directly, but rather offered a buyout fee for licensed production. Naturally, the more Type 1 infantry crossbows manufactured, the higher the buyout fee would be. If you are not satisfied with the buyout fee, you are free not to buy it. Reg is not short of money, and making money would be easy for him. Therefore, when nobles purchase technology, they need to offer what Reg wants, which, when converted into monetary value, is slightly higher than the market price, and Reg can accept that. Right now, the thing Reg wants most is a magical beast mount, either a horse-type magical beast or a flying magical beast, and he'll buy it at a high price. The second is magical metals and magical ores, especially magical metals used to forge the Type 2 magic crossbow. The lowest grade of things is grain. Reg felt that this war would delay the spring planting in his territory next year, and he still had hundreds of thousands of people to feed, so he prepared more food in advance. In the conference room, Reg tapped his fingers twice on the table, seemingly deep in thought. After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds, Reg finally spoke. "I have no intention of selling the Type 1 infantry crossbow." Reg's first words disappointed the nobles present, but they did not complain. Great nobles all have their most prized possessions. They would never easily sell their valuable items to outsiders. But Reg's next words immediately transformed the nobles' emotions from disappointment to excitement. "But I can authorize you to produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow. I am willing to sell the Type 1 infantry crossbow to you, but my crossbow workshop has limited production capacity and cannot sell it to others. Considering the presence of the alien army outside, in order to win this war, I am willing to release the Type 1 infantry crossbow manufacturing technology and authorize all nobles to produce it, thereby enhancing the kingdom's strength." The research on the Type 1 infantry crossbow involved many alchemists, resulting in over 100 design proposals before the current design was finalized. The material cost of a Type 1 infantry crossbow is only about 60 silver coins, which is lower than the material cost of a longbow. Even if only apprentice craftsmen are assigned, the Type 1 infantry crossbow can be manufactured quickly. The apprentice craftsmen only need to focus on manufacturing one part of the Type 1 infantry crossbow. As long as the parts are manufactured to the required standard, the Type 1 infantry crossbow can be assembled using all the qualified parts. The Type 1 infantry crossbow has a range that is no less than that of the longbow, with a maximum range of over 360 meters and an effective range of up to 180 meters. The Type 1 infantry crossbow was even more powerful than the longbow, capable of penetrating heavy armor at a range of 100 meters. Reg gave the nobles a brief introduction to the Type 1 infantry crossbow, which was cheaper to manufacture than the longbow, and whose range and power were in no way inferior to the longbow. Most importantly, the training time for crossbowmen was much shorter than that for longbowmen. The nobles were increasingly eager to form their own crossbowman unit. Earl Morrison hurriedly asked, "Viscount Catlawn, what is the licensing fee for the Type 1 infantry crossbow?" The nobles were able to understand the concept of authorized production, which also existed in the various human nations. The licensing fee is calculated based on how many Type 1 infantry crossbows you want to manufacture. The more Type 1 infantry crossbows you manufacture, the higher the licensing fee will be, and the fewer Type 1 infantry crossbows you manufacture, the lower the licensing fee will be. This method of calculating production licensing fees is a hassle for me, so I plan to have nobles interested in manufacturing the Type 1 infantry crossbow pay a buyout fee directly. Under normal circumstances, high-ranking nobles will produce more Type 1 infantry crossbows than low-ranking nobles, so the buyout fee paid by high-ranking nobles is higher. A viscount only needs to pay a buyout fee of 1,000 gold coins, while an earl needs to pay a buyout fee of 3,000 gold coins. As long as you pay this buyout fee, you won't need to pay me any more fees in the future, no matter how many Type 1 infantry crossbows you produce. When the nobles heard the prices quoted by Reg, that a viscount would only need 1,000 gold coins and an earl 3,000 gold coins, they found that the prices were indeed not high and were affordable for them. Even when Reg asked the nobles to use magical beast mounts, magical metals, and magical minerals as a discount to pay the buyout fee, they all agreed. After the communication was completed, Reg was not worried that the nobles would not pay the buyout fee. He directly copied hundreds of blueprints of the Type 1 infantry crossbow and gave 2 copies to each of the nobles who wanted to produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Sending an extra copy of the drawings is a backup in case something goes wrong. Reg's status in the Violet Kingdom has risen significantly, and the nobles' status no longer allows them to renege on this payment. Moreover, this amount of money is not much. Upon receiving the blueprints, the nobles hurriedly sent their men back to their territories, urging them to manufacture the Type 1 infantry crossbow as soon as possible and to equip their newly formed archer units with it. The blueprints are still on their way, and the battle between the human defenders of Sheryl City and the alien army continues. Every day, Silver Moon Realm experts would lead an alien army to attack Sheryl City. The alien army's attack on Sheryl was merely a feint, drawing the firepower of Sheryl's defenders. The daily troop losses suddenly dropped from over 10,000 on the first day to 3,000 or 4,000. The real battleground erupts between powerful beings at the Star Realm, yet the two sides remain evenly matched. 3 more days passed, and the 100 Clans Alliance dispatched an army of 50,000 to attack Sheryl City, but had already lost half of its troops. If this continues, the battle between the strong will remain undecided, while the lower-ranking troops will be completely exhausted. The 4 Silver Moon Realm experts, Butgok, Yu, Audley, and Florence, had no choice but to request reinforcements from above, needing to send more troops and more Star Realm or higher experts to attack Sheryl City. The fighting in Sheryl City quickly spread to the second line of defense. Sheryl, a medium-sized city that wasn't even a fortress, encountered a larger alien army than when attacking a large fortress, yet managed to inflict heavy losses on the alien army. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom were all curious about how Sheryl City had managed to pull it off. The battle between evenly matched strongmen was ignored by the nobles, whose attention was focused on the archer troops under Viscount Catlon. Any noble who knew about the archers of Viscount Catlon was amazed by their fighting prowess. Archer units equipped with Type 1 infantry crossbows were not stronger than longbowmen units. Even the longbowmen, with their extremely high rate of fire, suppressed the crossbowmen. But the nobles could all see that the Viscount of Catland had built such a powerful archer force in just a few years. Even with the expansion of the archer unit, the new recruits are quickly mastering the Type 1 infantry crossbow. In particular, the detailed data on the Type 1 infantry crossbow, obtained from the nobles who supported Sheryl City, made the nobles feel that the archer units equipped with the Type 1 infantry crossbow had the same status as the longbowmen units. They need the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Viscount Catlon was also willing to grant licenses to all nobles to produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow. More nobles sent representatives to Sheryl to pay Viscount Catlon a buyout fee in exchange for the right to manufacture Type 1 infantry crossbows on their own territories, including the Marquis of Leighton. Chapter 170, The War Temporarily Ceases. In the Violet Kingdom, Viscounts, Earls, Marquises, and Dukes will successively obtain production licenses for the Type 1 infantry crossbow from Viscount Catlon. A few barons with certain conditions also obtain production licenses for the Type 1 infantry crossbow from Viscount Cataland. Most of the barons planned to purchase the Type 1 infantry crossbow from other nobles. Reg did not restrict nobles from selling the Type 1 infantry crossbow, but barons would not be able to buy it in the short term. The Type 1 infantry crossbows produced by the nobles would certainly be prioritized for their own equipment. However, it will take time for the Violet Kingdom to mass-produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow and form crossbow units. It takes at least 3 months to start building the team and 6 months to initially achieve a certain scale. The war between the Violet Kingdom and the Alien Alliance is unlikely to end within 6 months. Reg opened up licensing rights to produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow to the nobles of the Violet Kingdom, and the licensing fees made Reg a fortune. The main purpose is to allow Reg to obtain the horse-type magical beast mounts, flying magical beast mounts, magical metals, etc. that he needs. As an elite force, how could the Maids' Warband be without monster mounts? The nobles who came to Sheryl City to provide support felt that Viscount Catlon was playing some crazy games, actually forming a maid warband and training all his maids to become superhumans. That's really ingenious. The Violet Kingdom not only has the Blood Rose Cavalry, an all-female superhuman force, but other noble families also have all-female superhuman forces, although they are smaller in scale and not even as large as the Maid Corps. The Blood Rose Cavalry is the most famous in the Violet Kingdom, while other all-female superhuman units are not well known, including the Maid Warband. However, the nobles who witnessed the strength of the Maid Corps felt that the Maid Corps might one day become renowned throughout the Violet Kingdom, becoming the second-best all-female superhuman force after the Blood Rose Cavalry. One reason is that Viscount Catelyn's status, position, and power have risen rapidly. On the other hand, it is due to the size and strength of the Maid battle group. The Type 2 magic crossbow greatly increases the strength of the Maid squad. The nobles wanted to purchase the finished product and technology for the Type 1 infantry crossbow. Most baronies are likely to be able to manufacture the Type 1 infantry crossbow, although the manufacturing speed will be relatively slow. The nobles had no intention of even considering purchasing the technology for the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow. Even if they could acquire the technology for the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow, their territory would still find it difficult to mass-produce it. The nobles were all wondering where Viscount Catelyn had found a group of alchemists to forge the Type 2 magic crossbow for him. A nobleman asked Reg to purchase a small batch of Type 2 magic crossbows, but Reg politely declined. On the other side, reinforcements from powerful figures such as Buttgok, Yu, Odery, and Florence were delivered to the top. After a brief discussion, the powerful figures of the Radiant Sun realm agreed to send more troops and experts to provide support. The main casualties were in the army commanded by Butt-Gochi, with losses primarily consisting of cannon fodder and ordinary troops. There were no losses among the experts at the Star Realm. If significant losses occur, the experts at the Radiant Sun realm will need to carefully consider whether to continue their attack on Cheryl City. Over the next few days, powerful figures led their troops to join forces with Buttgok's army. Meanwhile, Reg also teleported away from Cheryl City, but then teleported back with the powerful warriors of the Violet Kingdom to bolster Cheryl City's strength. If Cheryl can be held, the three commanders, Princess Katrina, the Duke of Domington, and the Marquis of Leighton, all hope that Cheryl can attract more alien troops and relieve the pressure on other fortresses. When Buttgok's army once again exceeded 50,000 in total strength, and with the addition of a Silver Moon Realm expert and 4-star Realm experts, Buttgok's army launched another attack on Cheryl City. The main force continued its feigned attack on Cheryl, not wanting to suffer too many losses from Cheryl's archer units. All the Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm experts in Buttgok's army rushed out, attempting to catch Cheryl City off guard with the newly joined powerhouses. When they saw that new human powerhouses had also appeared in Cheryl City, Buttgok, Yu, Odery, and other alien Silver Moon Realm powerhouses were filled with helplessness. Is this just another coincidence? Whether it's a coincidence or not, we must continue fighting. Every day that passed, the alien army left 3,000 to 4,000 corpses on the battlefield of Cheryl. The defenders of Cheryl City, relying on their archer units, suffered at least one day's losses, with the number of dead and wounded barely exceeding 100. To deal with the archer forces of Cheryl, Buttgok even brought in a stone golem army. The stone golem already has high defense, and when it wears heavy armor, its defense becomes terrifyingly high. Even ordinary arrows from the Type 2 magic crossbow cannot cause much damage to the stone golem. However, Reg has a way to deal with the stone golems, and so does the Violet Kingdom. The stone golems were one of the main forces of the ancient races, and the Violet Kingdom specifically researched methods to deal with them. Since the stone golems have high physical defense, we should use magic to deal with them. To this end, the Violet Kingdom deployed a group of mages and equipped archers with alchemical arrows, which effectively killed the stone golems. Reg then deployed the Maid Warband Mage Squadron, obtained a batch of alchemical arrows from the kingdom, and also used arrows crafted by alchemists in the small world. Using these methods, they repelled the stone golems who were attacking Cheryl City. In Cheryl City, a Star Realm expert was accidentally killed by an alien race during a battle. Soon, Reg personally took action, or found the weakness of one of the alien experts at the Star Realm, causing the aliens to lose 1 or 2 Star Realm experts as well. Both sides suffered losses. The losses among the strong were almost the same, but on the battlefield with large armies, the alien races suffered greater losses, but these losses were mainly in the form of cannon fodder and ordinary troops. In addition, there was the murderous intent of the alien sun-level experts towards Reg. This caused the fighting at Cheryl to continue from November into December, and will continue until the coldest part of winter arrives. The fighting at Cheryl City was the most intense among the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense. No battles broke out on the important fortress battlefields, or only small-scale battles occurred. A major battle broke out on the large fortress battlefield, but the alien races suffered fewer losses than on the Cheryl City battlefield. Whenever the alien army launches an attack on Cheryl, even a feint attack will result in the loss of 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers, and occasionally even more than 5,000. In just 1 month, the alien race has lost more than 60,000 soldiers on the battlefield of Cheryl City. Even though the lost troops were mainly cannon fodder and ordinary troops, they were still troops from weaker races. All these losses combined are enough to make even the experts at the Radiant Sun realm feel the pinch. As the weather grew colder, the army of the 100 Races Alliance was unable to make much progress on the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom. The powerful warriors of the Radiant Sun realm ultimately decided to withdraw their troops. They will rest and recuperate within the province of Bithynia in the Violet Kingdom, and then continue their attack on the Violet Kingdom when the weather warms up the following year. Chapter 171, 22 years old. The alien army has finally retreated completely, and the garrison on the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom can finally rest for a while. However, vigilance is still necessary. Orcs live in relatively cold wastelands, while the ancient races live in the far north, which is covered by ice and snow all year round. Compared to humans, orcs and ancient races are better able to withstand the cold. The alien race might take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack on the second line of defense. The troops defending the second line of defense needed rest, while the new recruits on the third line of defense intensified their training. In the rear, more troops were being formed. The Violet Kingdom has gone all out. Not only do they have to deal with the alien army on the front lines, but they may also have to deal with an alien army coming from the direction of the Kingdom of Ted. The cold weather caused not only the alien army that had attacked the Violet Kingdom to retreat, but also the alien armies that had attacked other human kingdoms to withdraw and regroup. The Kingdom of Ted gained a brief respite, frantically expanding its army internally and requesting support from other human nations. However, due to the war, a large number of residents within the Kingdom of Ted fled to the surrounding human kingdoms. Ordinary residents fled, and many nobles also sent their clansmen and wealth to different human nations. The nobles of the Kingdom of Ted were also worried that the Kingdom of Ted would perish, and they did not want to perish with it. The affairs of the Kingdom of Ted are temporarily irrelevant to Reg. He only learned about them briefly through Marquis Layton's channels, with his focus remaining on his own territory and the Violet Kingdom. On the battlefield of Cheryl, Reg led his army in battle against the alien forces for more than a month. The losses to the territory's troops were relatively small. The total number of casualties was less than 3,000, and the number of those killed in battle was less than 1,000, yet they killed more than 60,000 alien races. The Type 1 infantry crossbow and the Type 2 magic repeating crossbow caused the alien army a great deal of trouble. The advantages of the Type 1 infantry crossbow led many nobles in the Violet Kingdom to obtain production licenses from Reg and urgently trial-produce the Type 1 infantry crossbow in their own territories. Even though some nobles had longbowmen under their command, they still planned to form crossbowman units equipped with Type 1 infantry crossbows. The training time for longbowmen is simply too long. The Type 1 and Type 1 infantry crossbow is the serial number set by Reg. In the Violet Kingdom, nobles simply call it Caterland infantry crossbow or Caterland crossbow. May the name of Catalan continue to resound throughout the entire Violet Kingdom. Perhaps the Catalan infantry crossbow will be produced in human nations outside the Violet Kingdom, spreading the name Catalan throughout the 10 human kingdoms. The garrison at Cheryl suffered minor losses, but they still needed time to rest. At the same time, Reg was also thinking about how to increase the strength of his territory's army. After much thought, no way could be found to increase the strength of the main force in a short period of time. On the contrary, it is relatively easier for smaller made battle groups to increase their strength. For example, equip the entire mage squadron with magic crossbows, and increase the number of magic crossbows to 2 per member of the mage squad. The alchemists in this small world are busy crafting magical crossbows every day. The buyout fee paid by the nobles for the Type 1 infantry crossbow allowed Reg to acquire a considerable amount of materials for manufacturing the magic repeating crossbow. When the weather warms up next year and war breaks out again, the entire mage squad will be equipped with magic crossbows. There were even extra magic crossbows, allowing a few people to equip a second one. Looking at the old mages busily crafting magical crossbows in the small world, Reg thought of the Mage Kingdom. The Kingdom of Mages is far from the Kingdom of Violet, and Marquis Layton's channels have not obtained much information about the Kingdom of Mages. The Mage Kingdom is probably the most powerful of the 7 human kingdoms. Despite the name Mage Kingdom, it actually has a large number of fighters. In the Kingdom of Mages, mages are revered, but alchemists have concocted a large number of extraordinary potions and are capable of training a large number of warriors. Alchemists crafted various magical equipment and alchemical tools. Pharmacists concoct healing potions, magic and fighting spirit recovery potions, and even poisons. The Formation Master sets up offensive and defensive formations. Puppet Masters craft puppets and assemble a puppet army. The Mage Kingdom borders the Elf Kingdom, and it not only faces the armies of orcs and ancient races from the north, but also the Elf army. However, the Mage Kingdom stubbornly resisted the attacks from two alien armies. This is also partly because the Elf Kingdom has always been unwilling to go all out, not wanting too many elves to die. Many old mages with limited lifespans went to the battlefield, burning their last bit of strength. Among them are many talents such as alchemists, pharmacists, and array masters. Unfortunately, Reg is currently unable to travel to the Mage Kingdom. There are still too few old mages in the small world. Knowing that Reg was leading an army in battle against the alien forces, the old mages became extra diligent in crafting magical crossbows and concocting potions, temporarily setting aside their own research. Even Freya joined in the crafting of the magic crossbow. Finally, Reg took one last look at the magical beasts living in the small world. Some nobles used magical beast mounts to pay the buyout fee, and some magical beasts have already been delivered to their territories, but they have not been included in the small world. Reg plans to send the magical beast from the small world outside to be raised in the future. After all, a small world cannot accelerate the growth of monsters. Since the small world has limited space, it's best to plant magical plants everywhere. Raising magical beasts would be a waste of space. Time flies, a new year arrives, and Reg is 22 years old. It has been almost 6 years since Reg awakened his past life memories. In the past 6 years, Reg's status, position, and power have undergone tremendous changes. From a Viscount son to a Viscount, from a mage's apprentice to a pair of fighting stars. Reg was fairly satisfied with this and had no intention of achieving instant success. Reg himself is growing rapidly, and his forces are growing rapidly along with him. Even though most of the territory of Viscount Catland has fallen, the people have been evacuated. A legendary strongman who stands alone cannot establish a nation. On January 1st, the new year, heavy snow fell in the province of Trut. Reg gave a break to everyone still working in his territory, including the old mages in the small world. Reg brought Freya out, and they celebrated the new year together at the Lord's Manor with Bellona. The residents of Cheryl, Simon, and Viscount Coffee's territory to the south also tried to put on smiles to welcome the new year. They will soon receive a New Year's gift from the Lord. A bag of grain and a bag of black stones. Because of the war, most of the people lost their homes and had to live in dugouts. Fortunately, with the black stones for warmth and enough food, the people were able to survive the winter. Taking some time, Reg also teleported Freya to Bodenburg. During the new year, the Marquis of Leiden remained in Bodenburg. Lord Leighton was delighted to see Reg and his granddaughter visiting him. During their casual conversation, the two discussed the war again, and the Marquis of Leighton could no longer hide his inner worries. The concern is not about the enemy to the north, but about the enemy in the direction of the Kingdom of Ted. If there were only enemies to the north, with the full mobilization of the Violet Kingdom, it would be possible to hold them off, or even repel them and recover lost territory. However, no one can guarantee that the Kingdom of Ted can hold on to its current situation. Chapter 172: The Two Sides Plan. During the coldest month of winter, the enemies of the Violet Kingdom remained completely still within the territory of the Bithynia province. The Violet Kingdom was exhausted from fighting, and so was the alien army. Everyone needed to rest. As February arrived and the weather warmed, the alien armies began to stir, and a new battle was about to break out. The Violet Kingdom is actively preparing for war. All the newly trained recruits from the third line of defense were sent to the second line of defense. The Violet Kingdom's leadership has decided that the alien army must be stopped at the second line of defense. First, significantly deplete the alien army's strength, then look for an opportunity to defeat them and reclaim lost territory. The army stationed at the second line of defense by the Violet Kingdom has far surpassed the alien army on the opposite side. This situation was also noticed by powerful alien warriors such as Idel and Buha. A group of powerful cultivators from all races gathered to discuss how to deal with the Violet Kingdom. Gentlemen, with our current strength, we may no longer have a chance to defeat the Violet Kingdom, said the Werewolf King, Idel. Among the 7 human kingdoms, the Violet Kingdom ranks among the top 3 in strength. Defeating the Violet Kingdom will not be easy. Perhaps we can try to gather more troops, suggested the elf Margaret. Faced with Margaret's suggestion, all the powerful figures at the Radiant Sun realm refused. Each tribe sent out the majority of its troops to form a coalition army, while each tribe left behind a small number of troops that could not be moved. Once the last troops are transferred away, who will protect the clan's territory and its elderly and weak members? Despite the fact that all the races have formed an alliance to fight against the human race, there are still many internal conflicts. They have just put this matter aside for the time being. Once the human race is defeated or defeated by the human race, the alliance will quickly fall apart, and the hostile races will remain hostile. If we suffer heavy losses in this war, our entire race may be wiped out. Seeing this, the Spider Queen suggested, since none of us major races are willing to send more troops, let the smaller races send them. They're quite useful as cannon fodder. Upon hearing the Spider Queen's suggestion, the other powerful cultivators at the Sun Realm readily agreed, stating that as long as the interests of the major clans were not harmed, it wouldn't matter if the minor clans were destroyed. However, the experts at the Radiant Sun Realm also understood that even with more cannon fodder troops joining the fight, it would still be difficult to defeat the Violet Kingdom. In the end, they might end up with both sides suffering heavy losses, which would mean that all the major clans would also suffer heavy losses. King Buck of the Centaurus had an idea. We can launch a probing attack on the Violet Kingdom first. It would be best if we could defeat the Violet Kingdom. Unable to defeat the Violet Kingdom, we will hold it off while awaiting the destruction of the human race's Ted Kingdom. When the 100 Clans Alliance launches a 2-pronged attack on the Violet Kingdom, the Violet Kingdom will certainly be unable to withstand it. We can even allocate strong warriors and troops to help attack the Kingdom of Ted, thus hastening its downfall. The Violet Kingdom was aware of the situation in the Ted Kingdom, and so was the 100 Races Alliance. The Kingdom of Teed is the weakest of the 10 human kingdoms and has suffered the greatest losses in this war so far. The 100 Clans Alliance has already decided to use the Kingdom of Ted as a breakthrough point. Once the Kingdom of Ted is destroyed by the alliance of 100 races, it will mean that the alliance of 100 races has achieved its first victory in the war. Bua's idea was also approved by a group of powerful cultivators at the Radiant Sun Realm. Therefore, a decision was made at the meeting to first bring in more cannon fodder troops from the rear, and then launch a probing attack on the Violet Kingdom. Unable to defeat the Violet Kingdom, they aided the allied forces of the 100 races attacking the Ted Kingdom. Immediately, the chieftains of the smaller tribes in the 100 Tribes Alliance received orders from the Alliance commander to mobilize more members from their respective tribes to the front lines. Faced with the orders of the Radiant Sun Realm expert, the clan leaders of the smaller clans wore bitter expressions. They knew they had no right to refuse. Only races with at least a powerful expert at the Sun Radiance realm can be considered major races. Races with Star Realm experts in charge are considered minor races. A race that doesn't even have a Star Realm expert would have been wiped out long ago unless it had an extremely strong ability to survive and reproduce. For smaller tribes to survive, they must become vassals of larger tribes, obey their orders, and pay tribute to them. When a small clan dares to rebel against a large clan, it means that the clan is not far from being wiped out. The smaller clans' united resistance against the larger clans has largely failed, as they are unable to withstand the powerful Silver Moon and Radiant Sun Realm experts of the larger clans. The only successful example is the rebellion of all races against the elves. That was only after the elven race was embroiled in internal strife and suffered heavy losses, yet they persisted for many years before being dethroned as rulers. Helpless, the tribal chiefs could only send their people back to the rear, sending more of their own to the front lines as cannon fodder. First, send out all the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled members of the clan. If that's not enough, then have the ordinary members of the clan line up. The elite members of the clan should stay, because one day the clan may rise to prominence and grow from a small clan into a large one. Even if the possibility is very, very low, they will still try. The Violet Kingdom also detected the movements of the alien race, but the 3 commanders did not pay much attention to it. Even with a large number of cannon fodder added, the alien army still didn't have as many soldiers as the Violet Kingdom's garrison at the second fortress line. With Pleager in command, the 3 commanders, Princess Katrina, the Duke of Domington, and the Marquis of Leighton, gathered for a meeting to discuss the upcoming war. Princess Katarina immediately confirmed the plan. Our plan is simple, to block the alien army's attack and deplete their forces as much as possible. Once the alien forces are nearly exhausted, we can launch a counterattack. This counterattack could begin as early as June. The time in June is related to Reg, or more precisely, to the Type 1 infantry crossbow. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom obtained the blueprints for the Type 1 infantry crossbow as early as November of last year. By now, many crossbow workshops in noble territories have entered the stage of large-scale production, and crossbowman units are also being formed. By the end of May, a sizable crossbow unit will be able to be assembled. All three commanders were already aware of the strength of the archer force in Viscount Catland. Crossbowmen equipped with the Type 1 infantry crossbow can deal with the regular and cannon fodder units of the Alien Alliance relatively easily. That's enough. With the majority of the army's regular troops and cannon fodder being routed by the crossbowmen, the alien army was not far from defeat. The Violet Kingdom has more than just crossbowmen. It also has longbowmen, heavy cavalry, superhuman units, and other elite and even ace units. They might have been evenly matched with the alien army, or even had a slight advantage. With the addition of a substantial number of crossbowmen, the Violet Kingdom's army will rapidly gain an advantage. This is an opportunity to completely defeat the alien army. Princess Katarina's affection for Reg grew stronger. Reg has made far too many contributions in this war that is so crucial to the Violet Kingdom. Chapter 173, the most important battlefield. As it entered mid-February, the alien army finally appeared outside the second line of defense. This time, the alien army was once again divided into multiple routes, each corresponding to a fortress of the Violet Kingdom. Of course, the alien army could also march south without dividing its forces. The Violet Kingdom, which has been monitoring the alien army, can also quickly gather its troops scattered across various fortresses. The alien army consisted of cavalry and infantry, as well as elite cannon fodder. Overall, their marching speed was very slow, giving the Violet Kingdom ample time to assemble its forces. There are different strategies for each lane, and there are different strategies for multiple lanes. Neither is inherently superior. The alien army split into three groups, focusing on the important fortresses on the second line of defense, which were commanded by three generals. Subsequently, the three alien armies each dispatched their troops to attack other fortresses along the defensive line. To Reg's surprise, no alien army attacked Cheryl City. It was probably the elimination of over 60,000 alien races last year that made the Alien Alliance realize the strength of Cheryl City. They felt that taking Cheryl City would be more difficult than taking a large fortress and would require huge losses. In this situation, let Cheryl City go for now and attack the other fortresses first. Since no alien army attacked Cheryl, Reg did not stay in Cheryl, but instead went to Bodenbug, the most important fortress closest to Cheryl. In Bodenbug, if anything happens to Cheryl, Reg can easily return with a teleportation spell, and traveling back and forth is also very convenient. When the alien race suddenly sent an army and powerful warriors to attack Cheryl City, Reg was able to react quickly. Moreover, there is another advantage to coming to Bodenbug. Compared to last year's battles, this year, the Violet Kingdom and the alien army clashed directly in fierce combat on key fortress battlefields. If the 100 Races Alliance wants to try to defeat the Violet Kingdom, it cannot just be a probe, it must launch a real attack. It would take at least half a month, or even a month, of intense fighting before the Radiant Sun Realm experts could ascertain the strength of the Violet Kingdom and make further arrangements. Reg participated in the war in Bodenbug, skillfully using assassin tactics to kill Alien Star Realm experts or wipe out a team of alien elites. However, the alien race quickly sent over Reg's old rivals, Ferrance, a Silver Moon Realm space fighter from the Spider-Man race, and two space-type Star Realm experts. With the presence of powerful space elemental beings from other races holding him back, Reg's opportunities to act have been greatly reduced, mainly because Reg himself wanted to conceal his strength. The battle yielded fewer rewards, but after the battle, it would be Reg's time to reap the rewards. Under the guise of helping to quickly dispose of corpses, Reg harvested a large amount of nutrients from the World Tree. The alien army clashed fiercely with the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense. The important and large fortresses on the second line of defense were as solid as mountains, inflicting heavy losses on the alien race. However, the medium and small fortresses below were frequently captured by foreign armies. Even foreign armies would sometimes enter the territory and wreak havoc, killing and plundering food and property. Some alien armies retreated voluntarily after completing their missions, but many more were defeated or driven away by the arriving Violet Kingdom army. Due to the war, there are currently relatively few people living in the border areas. The only exception is the towns of Cheryl and Simon, which are protected by the powerful army of Viscount Catalan, and no foreign armies have attacked them. Overall, the alien army inflicted relatively minor losses on the Violet Kingdom. After more than half a month of such fighting, the army of the 100 Races Alliance had suffered considerable losses but had not gained much. This situation made the powerful beings of the 100 races at the Sun Realm realize that defeating the Violet Kingdom was now extremely difficult, and they had to change their plans. A breakthrough has been achieved in the Kingdom of Ted. All the human nations and the 100 Races Alliance are paying close attention to the war in the Kingdom of Ted. Before the truce last year, only a few important fortresses remained unconquered on the Kingdom of Ted's second line of defense. When the Allied forces retreated, they destroyed all the other fortresses they had occupied. During the cold winter, the Kingdom of Ted was unable to rebuild these fortresses quickly. With the war restarting this year, the Kingdom of Ted's second line of defense still consists of only these few important fortresses. The Kingdom of Ted hoped that these important fortresses would continue to tie down most of the forces of the 100 Races Alliance, and it did indeed achieve this goal. The Allied forces focused their attack on these fortresses, but instead of besieging them, they dispatched troops to intercept and kill the forces from the Kingdom of Ted that were supporting these fortresses. In the end, less than a third of the Kingdom of Ted's support forces were able to enter the fortress. These fortresses have become the drain on the Kingdom of Ted. However, if these important fortresses are not defended, the Kingdom of Ted will only suffer greater losses. The location of the Kingdom of Ted's second line of defense is almost equivalent to the location of the Kingdom of Violet's third fortress line of defense. Behind the third line of defense of the Kingdom of Ted lies the central border of the Kingdom of Ted, which is also the core area of the Kingdom of Ted. Vast tracts of fertile land and a denser population mean that if foreign races were to ravage this land, the Kingdom of Ted would be one step closer to its demise. On its own, the Kingdom of Ted is simply unable to hold the third line of defense. At most, the important strongholds on the third line of defense will not be breached by the 100 Races Alliance in the short term. However, this would allow the army of the 100 Races Alliance to wreak havoc in the central region. The Kingdom of Ted is now pinning its hopes on the support of its neighbors. Only with the arrival of reinforcements from the Violet Kingdom, Emerald Kingdom, Glory Empire, and Griffin Empire, deployed on the third line of defense, can we possibly stop the army of the 100 Races Alliance. The neighbors of the Kingdom of Ted are all urgently providing assistance to the Kingdom of Ted. Even though each faction is at war with the 100 Clans Alliance, they still have to spare some troops to support the Kingdom of Ted. Of course, the Kingdom of Ted will also have to pay a price, but that will have to wait until after the war ends. The various armies of the 100 Clans Alliance are also sending reinforcements, either openly or covertly, to the army attacking the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Ted has become the most important battlefield between the human race and the alliance of all races. Even the legendary powerhouses from both sides clashed in the skies above the Kingdom of Ted. Meanwhile, in the Violet Kingdom, the intensity of the 100 Races Alliance army's attack on the second line of defense continued to decline. Instead of trying to break through the second line of defense, the focus should be on containing the Violet Kingdom's army as much as possible, preventing the Violet Kingdom from sending too many troops to support the Ted Kingdom. At the same time, they secretly dispatched strong individuals to lead elite troops to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted to participate in the war. This is something that cannot be hidden from Reg's appraisal skills. The strength of the 100 Races Alliance army attacking the Violet Kingdom has declined, but it has not yet reached the point where the Violet Kingdom can launch a counterattack. Both sides continued to expend their forces. The main losses suffered by the 100 Clans Alliance were its cannon fodder troops. The Violet Kingdom mainly lost its new recruits, but this also served as a training exercise. The intensity of battle on the important and large fortresses was gradually decreasing, but the 100 Races Alliance army still occasionally broke through the medium and small fortresses on the second line of defense and wreaked havoc in the area between the second and third lines of defense. Both sides are waiting. The 100 Clans Alliance awaits the outcome of the battle in the Kingdom of Ted. The Violet Kingdom awaits the formation of its crossbowman unit. Chapter 174, 100,000 Crossbowmen. As we wait, the spring planting season arrives. Reg's people became anxious. They had no jobs and relied on farming to support their families, but now most of them were unable to farm. If we can't harvest any crops this year, how will we survive next year? After learning about this, Reg sent officials to spread the word and appease the people. Please rest assured, everyone. We will drive out the alien race in the second half of this year, and you will be able to return to your homeland. The alien races have caused enormous damage to the territory's development. Your lordship will hire a large number of able-bodied men to rebuild it. The lord will buy cheap grain from the southern border of the kingdom. If you don't have enough money to buy grain, you can apply for a loan to purchase it and repay the loan slowly later. The Lord will not abandon you. As long as the alien race is driven away, our lives will get better and better. The officials' propaganda, along with the residents' past life in the Viscount of Catland, calmed the residents down, and they silently awaited the end of the war. They believed in their lord. Currently, in the Violet Kingdom, areas occupied by alien races are unable to carry out spring planting, and large areas behind the second line of defense are also unable to do so. The people are fleeing south, fearing that the orcs will cross the defense line and attack. However, the main grain-producing areas of the Violet Kingdom are in the southern and central borders, followed by the eastern and western borders. The north has the largest area, but the lowest output and the smallest population. Even if large tracts of farmland cannot be planted this year, let's not forget that the Violet Kingdom suffered heavy losses on its first line of defense last year. Even if the counterattack is launched in June, the Violet Kingdom will still suffer significant losses in this year's war. Millions of people died in the war, resulting in a reduction in the area of arable land. If the Violet Kingdom could distribute food properly, no one would starve to death. It is very difficult to distribute food properly, and a small number of people will certainly starve to death this year. If we can hold out for a year, everything will recover quickly. Additionally, some citizens of the Kingdom of Ted have fled to the Kingdom of Violet. People would certainly starve to death elsewhere, but it's highly unlikely to happen in Reg's territory. Reg would personally travel to the grain-producing areas to purchase large quantities of grain and bring them back using his personal space. Most importantly, Reg is rich. With his own money, he can feed all his subjects. Giving the people a little food occasionally is fine, but to continue feeding them for free now is not the mark of a qualified lord. Therefore, Reg plans to offer a loan to his people, allowing them to borrow money from him to buy the grain he sells, and then repay the loan in installments later. As long as no unforeseen events occur after the alien race is driven away, it shouldn't be a big problem for the people to pay off their loans. On the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom, the intensity of the battle between the human defenders and the army of the 100 Races Alliance had greatly diminished. On the side of the 100 tribes, the average number of soldiers killed in battle each day is less than 3,000. Most of those who die are cannon fodder. The Violet Kingdom suffered even less damage. Both commanders focused their attention on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Ted. The reinforcements from the Violet Kingdom, Emerald Kingdom, Glory Empire, and Griffin Empire, as well as the support from the armies of other 100 Races Alliance, were all deployed to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted. The fiercest battle between the human race and the alliance of all races broke out here. As April approached, the Kingdom of Ted was finally unable to maintain several important fortresses on its second line of defense. Fortunately, a large number of reinforcements have arrived in the Kingdom of Ted and are deployed on the third line of defense. The human army, forming the third line of defense of the Kingdom of Ted, engaged in fierce battle with the army of the 100 Races Alliance. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Small and medium-sized fortresses on the third line of defense were breached from time to time, and the army of the 100 Races Alliance wreaked havoc in the central territory of the Kingdom of Ted, causing the Kingdom of Ted to suffer increasing losses. Fortunately, the third line of defense is still holding. The Kingdom of Ted has already implemented mandatory conscription, sending as many able-bodied male civilians as possible to the battlefield, and has also requested other human kingdoms to send more troops to support the Kingdom of Ted. As the fighting continued, May came to an end. The Kingdom of Ted's third line of defense is in grave danger, with only a few important fortresses remaining to hold out. The main issue is that it takes time for the reinforcements from various human nations to travel thousands of miles to the Kingdom of Ted. The new recruits forcibly conscripted by the Kingdom of Ted were sent to the battlefield with almost no training. They were becoming increasingly powerless to resist the attack of the 100 Races Alliance army. Once the key fortresses of the third line of defense fall, the Kingdom of Ted has no fourth line of defense. The Kingdom of Ted is one step closer to its destruction. The high-ranking officials of the Violet Kingdom became anxious upon seeing the battlefield situation in the Ted Kingdom. Once the Kingdom of Ted is destroyed, regardless of whether the allied forces of 100 races that attack the Kingdom of Ted will attack the Kingdom of Violet, it will be bad news for the Kingdom of Violet. The Violet Kingdom is part of the human race, and if the human race suffers heavy losses, the Violet Kingdom cannot remain unscathed. In this situation, King Violet 7 had no choice but to issue orders to the front lines to defeat the allied army of the 100 races within the Violet Kingdom as soon as possible. If the Kingdom of Ted is destroyed, and the Kingdom of Violet is able to defeat a large army of the 100 Races Alliance, it means that the strength of the human race and the 100 races is not unbalanced. With the large-scale formation of crossbow units equipped with Catalan infantry crossbows, the Violet Kingdom has gained the confidence to defeat the massive army of the 100 Races Alliance. When Violet VII's orders were delivered to the front lines, the crossbow units formed by the various noble territories within the Violet Kingdom had already begun their journeys to the front. Princess Katarina, Duke Domingen, and Marquis Leighton, the three commanders, have determined, based on information gathered from the nobles, that the total size of the crossbow units formed by the various noble families of the Violet Kingdom has exceeded 100,000. This demonstrates the Violet Kingdom's military strength. In just 6 months, they produced over 100,000 Catalan infantry crossbows. As early as the end of April, crossbow units arrived at the front lines. By the end of May, excluding the crossbowmen of Viscount Catland, more than 20,000 crossbowmen had been assembled on the second line of defense. The three commanders planned that when the crossbowman force reached 100,000, Princess Katarina's central army would be divided into 40,000 units, and the eastern and western armies would each be divided into 30,000 units. At that time, the Violet Kingdom's army would launch a counterattack. The crossbowmen who arrived at the front were all hidden by the three commanders and did not participate in the daily battles with the alien races because they did not want to be discovered by the alien races. The alien races knew that Cheryl's crossbowmen were strong, so they hadn't attacked Cheryl in the past few months. If the alien race knew that more crossbowmen were arriving, they would probably retreat on their own initiative. Now it's the final waiting for the 100,000 crossbowmen to gather and launch a major counterattack against the alien army. The commanders of the 100 Races Alliance army within the Violet Kingdom waited patiently. They were unaware that the Violet Kingdom had formed a large-scale crossbowman force, but they knew that newly formed troops from the Violet Kingdom were continuously arriving at the front lines. The disparity in troop strength between the two sides is widening. At that time, the Violet Kingdom's army will be able to fight against their allied army of hundreds of races even without defending the fortress. I don't think the Violet Kingdom's army has the strength to defeat them in open battle. Chapter 175 Crossbowman's Victory. The more critical the situation in the Kingdom of Ted, the more anxious the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Violet became. The three commanders at the front also understood the gravity of the situation. The number of crossbowmen sent from the rear to the front has not yet reached 100,000, but 10,000 crossbowmen transferred from the Viscount of Catalan will be enough to make up the 100,000. The 10,000 crossbowmen under Viscount Catalan were assigned to the Marquis of Leiden's Western Army. Reg played a trick. The crossbowmen stored their crossbows and arrows in their personal storage space, and then sent the 10,000 crossbowmen to the Bodenburg area to assemble, carrying long spears. Once they arrived at their destination, Reg took out the crossbow and arrows. Even if the aliens discovered this situation, they would have difficulty finding out that Viscount Catland's 10,000 crossbowmen had already arrived in Bodenburg. Because the alien army's attack on the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense was rather arbitrary, the various armies would not launch their attacks at the same time. Only the Violet Kingdom could set a unified time for a major counteroffensive. On the morning of June 18th, everything was ready. Reg followed the Marquis of Leighton. The 270,000-strong army of the Violet Kingdom, gathered in the Bodenburg region, under the command of Marquis Leiden, left the Bodenburg defense line and marched toward the alien army camp. The foreigners observing the movements in Bodenburg immediately reported it. Both Buha and Shura King, two powerful figures at the Sun Radiance realm, immediately mobilized their troops to prepare for battle. Although the 100 Races Alliance army only numbered about 220,000, it was not as strong as Marquis Leiden's 270,000-strong human army. However, Buha and Shura King believed that their side was stronger, and that a large number of cannon fodder troops had been consumed in the past few months. There is a good chance of victory in open battle against the human army. At worst, defeat is not an option. Yes, you can fight it. Although the battlefield was within the province of Trut, it was newly occupied territory from the last expansion war, with large tracts of flat land that could serve as a battleground for the 500,000-strong armies of both sides. The two armies continued to approach each other. Marquis Layton felt that the alien army opposite him posed very little danger. Using his appraisal skills, Reg informed Marquis Layton of the distribution of the main force of the alien army. Lord Layton positioned 30,000 crossbowmen and several thousand longbowmen at the forefront of his army. But in front of the crossbowmen were heavy armored shield men wielding sturdy shields. Use heavily armored shield infantry to block the arrows fired by the centaurs. Heavy armored shield infantry can die, but crossbowmen and longbowmen cannot. On the opposite side, the 100 Race Alliance army, led by Buha and the Shura King, with its centaur troops at the forefront. Among them were elite centaurs clad in heavy armor, as well as many ordinary centaur troops wearing only light armor. During a siege, the centaur troops can only provide cover for the attacking forces by shooting arrows. Now that it's nighttime, the centaur troops can not only shoot arrows, but also charge the enemy. This is the perfect time to gain merit in battle. Having fought the Violet Kingdom for more than half a year, the centaur troops rarely encountered this situation. In most cases, they shot arrows at the city walls. The centaurs at the forefront charged towards the human army with howls. Behind the centaur troops were cavalry units of other races. The relatively slow-moving infantry units were placed at the very back. The two armies drew ever closer, and a major battle was imminent. At 300 meters, they were already within range of the centaur archers, but the centaurs did not fire. 250 meters. At 200 meters, the centaur archers finally drew their bows and fired, but most of the arrows were blocked by the heavily armored shield men. Lord Layton ordered his longbowmen to launch a counterattack. Thousands of longbowmen quickly unleashed arrows at the centaur forces. Most of the arrows aimed at the centaur elite were blocked by their heavy armor. The arrows fired at the ordinary centaurs caused considerable losses to the centaur troops. But such losses were tolerable for the centaur forces, and the alien army continued its advance. At 150 meters, the centaurs' arrows were capable of piercing the shields of heavily armored shield bearers, but were blocked by the heavy armor on the shield bearers' bodies. When the elite centaurs were only 100 meters away from the Western army, the arrows they fired were already able to penetrate the shields and heavy armor of the shield bearers, killing them. The heavily armored shield bearers used their bodies to block the arrows fired by the centaur elite. The next moment, the first row of crossbowmen behind the heavily armored shield bearers pulled the trigger, firing a full 5,000 crossbow bolts at the centaur troops. The centaurs, charging forward while firing arrows, were met head-on by crossbow bolts. Both their heavy and light armor were pierced, and their powerless bodies collapsed to the ground. The centaurs behind were still charging when they ran into a second wave of crossbow bolts. 30,000 crossbowmen were divided into 6 ranks and took turns firing. After 30,000 crossbowmen fired their first bolts, tens of thousands of centaurs had already fallen on the battlefield. Half of them were elite centaurs, and they charged at the forefront. The surviving centaurs fled for their lives, fearing that if they were too slow, they would be caught up by the enemy's arrows. As the centaur king, Buha went mad. This is a trap. Retreat. Retreat immediately. However, it is not so easy for charging cavalry to retreat. Infantry can turn around and run away when retreating. If cavalrymen dare to turn and run during a charge, they will only collide with the cavalrymen behind them. Therefore, cavalry retreats usually involve running to the left or right. However, the centaur forces were too close to the human army. The human army has 6 rows of crossbowmen here. However, considering that the crossbowmen's proficiency in using the Catalan infantry crossbows cannot compare with the crossbowmen of the Catalan Viscount's standing army, they are not as skilled as the crossbowmen of the Catalan Viscount's army. It takes about 3 or 4 seconds to fire a volley of crossbow bolts. That's enough. Large numbers of centaurs fell on the retreat route. Bua's eyes were bloodshot, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to break into the human crossbowmen's ranks, but the strong humans would definitely stop him. Blindly rushing into the human army could lead to your own demise. Buck felt somewhat fortunate that not all the centaur troops were on his side. The centaur army he personally commanded numbered only about 40,000. The centaur army was clearly not just 40,000, but more than 100,000. However, the centaur army was unable to scale the city walls, so most of the centaur army was divided among the other 2 armies. While feeling fortunate, Buha also felt worried. If the Violet Kingdom's army has so many crossbowmen, will other armies also have a large number of crossbowmen? Buha was unaware that his only task now was to withdraw as many soldiers as possible from the 100 Races Alliance army he led. The battle seems to have only just begun, yet the outcome has already been decided. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of centaurs fell to the ground. The centaur forces, which are followed by a larger number of other races' cavalry units, have a better chance of retreating than the centaur forces. However, very few of these cavalry units were heavily armored. This means that crossbowmen could effectively kill foreign cavalry units within a range of at least 300 meters. The crossbowmen tried their best to fire their crossbow bolts. Under the Marquis of Leighton's command, the cavalry charged out from both flanks, followed by infantry, and pursued the alien army. Pursue them on all fronts. Chapter 176: The First Country to Win. In the first phase of the war between the Violet Kingdom and the Hundred Races Alliance, the Violet Kingdom's army held its border fortresses and defended against the Hundred Races Alliance's army. Ultimately, they held out for only 2 months before being forced to abandon the border fortifications and retreat to the second line of defense. In the second phase of the war, the Violet Kingdom defended itself against the attack of the Hundred Races Alliance army with a second line of defense. For a full 6 months, the Violet Kingdom's army only defended and did not attack, quietly accumulating strength. Finally, the Violet Kingdom's army had amassed a sufficiently large force. The war has now entered its third phase, with the Violet Kingdom launching a full-scale counterattack. The Western, Central, and Eastern armies clashed with the 3 armies of the Hundred Clans Alliance within the Violet Kingdom at almost the same time. 100,000 crossbowmen displayed their might, severely damaging the cavalry forces of the Hundred Tribes Alliance. The Centaur forces suffered the greatest losses. Of the hundreds of thousands of centaurs in the 3 armies of the Hundred Clans Alliance, probably only a third escaped from the crossbowmen. The centaurs were severely damaged in the first battle. As for how many centaurs will be able to escape the Violet Kingdom's territory, that's uncertain. After defeating the cavalry of the Hundred Clans Alliance, the Hundred Clans Alliance army retreated directly, and the Violet Kingdom army pursued them. Such a massive rout would be difficult to stop even if legendary experts from all races were to intervene. During their escape, the ancient remnants of the tribe who had fought were filled with regret. The alliance of all tribes should have won, and their people should have been able to obtain a land with a mild climate and fertile soil to live on. How come they've been defeated by the human army instead? Life was difficult in the far north, but at least we survived. Now, however, their clan is in danger of extermination. You shouldn't listen to what those with pointed ears say. But it's too late to regret now. I have to run for my life. If I'm too slow, I'll be killed by humans. At the very least, they need to run faster than the armies of other races, and have the armies of other races covering their rear, so that they have a greater chance of escaping. In fact, the Hundred Races Alliance army also includes powerful infantry units, such as the Stone Golems and the Four-Armed Azuras. However, in this crushing defeat, they were no longer able to exert much of their strength. Because the main force of the Hundred Races Alliance army came from orcs, with centaurs and werewolves being the main force. The entire centaur race was composed of cavalry, charging at the forefront. The werewolf tribe also had a large number of cavalry, and they suffered heavy losses as well. The Stone Golem army and the Four-Armed Azura army were too small to stop the human army. Moreover, the human army also has elite troops, elite units, and even ace units to deal with these ancient remnants. The Violet Kingdom's newly conquered territories, which were ravaged by bloodshed in the last war of expansion, have been ravaged by war. Hundreds of thousands of orcs and ancient races fell forever on this land. On the western route, Marquis Leiden had already led his army into the province of Bithynia. With the outcome decided, Reg no longer stayed by the Marquis of Leighton's side. Instead, he asked the Marquis for a position and led a newly formed group of troops to deal with the corpses on the battlefield. These newly formed units consist of recruits with short training periods. They had little combat power on the battlefield and could not withstand long-distance pursuit, so they were left behind. Now use these troops to clear the battlefield, collect the spoils, and then dispose of the corpses. Of course, the corpses were all sent into Reg's personal space as much as possible to become nourishment for the World Tree. Seeing that the life energy left in the corpse was dwindling as time passed, Reg was heartbroken. Before launching the counterattack, the World Tree had already reached a height of 1,071.38 centimeters. The World Tree also stores life energy that would allow it to grow to 190.41 centimeters taller. The land area of the small world reaches 126,520.10 square meters, which is about 190 acres in size. Reg led his new recruits to process the corpses, expecting to collect over 100,000 more. Even though there are not many cannon fodder left among the alien races, It is a pity that they cannot gain much life energy due to the passage of time. Regardless, victory in this war already belongs to the Violet Kingdom. Even if there are some setbacks, it will not affect the Violet Kingdom's ultimate victory. The alien army will inevitably be. However, this is only a victory in one war. The war between the human race and the alliance of 100 races will not end so easily. Princess Katarina, the Duke of Domingen, and the Marquis of Leighton have decided that the alien race must be driven out of the Violet Kingdom's territory. They may even venture into the wasteland to pursue them briefly, but will eventually retreat. On the border fortifications were rebuilt, and a portion of the army was stationed there to guard against foreign tribes. More troops will be deployed to the western border of the Violet Kingdom, and depending on the situation, will enter the territory of the Ted Kingdom to fight against another Alien Alliance army. In just one day, the situation in the Violet Kingdom completely changed. They were initially worried about being attacked from both sides by the Alien Alliance armies, but now that one side has been defeated, only the other side remains. Even if the Kingdom of Ted is destroyed, the Kingdom of Violet will be able to persevere. News of the great victory at the front quickly reached the capital. Violet 7 was so happy that he drank several glasses of fine wine, and the high-ranking officials of the Violet Kingdom celebrated lavishly. It doesn't matter whether the Kingdom of Ted is destroyed or not, at least the crisis of the Kingdom of Violet being destroyed has been resolved. The high-ranking officials were celebrating, and the entire capital city was celebrating. Envoys from other countries were in the capital. Upon learning of the Violet Kingdom's great victory, they all tried to find out how the Violet Kingdom had achieved its triumph over the Alien Alliance. All 10 human kingdoms are at war with the Alien Alliance. Some nations are strong enough to withstand the massive army of the Alien Alliance. Some countries, though of average strength, paid a heavy price and struggled to withstand the attacks of the Alien Alliance's army. Even the Kingdom of Ted, despite the strong support from its 4 neighboring countries, is on the verge of destruction. The Violet Kingdom is not the strongest among the 7 human kingdoms, let alone compared to the 3 great empires. Why did the Violet Kingdom achieve victory against the Alien Alliance first? Soon, the messengers discovered the root cause of the Violet Kingdom's great victory. Catalan crossbow. The various noble territories of the Violet Kingdom manufactured a large number of Catalan crossbows and formed a crossbowman force of 100,000. The crossbowmen defeated the cavalry of the Alien Alliance, and then the entire Alien Alliance army was defeated. Envoys from various countries paid a price to obtain physical examples of the Catalan crossbow, and even the original manufacturing blueprints from the Catalan Viscountry. If someone were to do a little research on the Catalan crossbow, the messengers would arrive at the same conclusion. The Catalan crossbow is undoubtedly the best single-soldier crossbow equipped by the various human races. The best does not mean that the Catalan crossbow has the longest range and the greatest power, nor does it mean that it has the lowest manufacturing cost and the simplest structure. However, the Catalana crossbow was able to achieve a range and power comparable to the longbow while having the lowest manufacturing cost and the simplest structure. This allows for the mass production of the Catalan crossbow and also helps to control the centaurs. In fact, the fact that the centaurs were caught off guard also contributed to this. If the centaurs had known that the Violet Kingdom was equipped with the Catalan crossbow on a large scale, they would not have been able to defeat the Alien Alliance army in one battle. Chapter 177, The Catalan Crossbow Goes Abroad. The main reason why the Violet Kingdom was able to defeat the Alien Alliance army was the Catalan crossbow. The envoys pondered whether the Catalan crossbow, which played such a significant role in the Violet Kingdom, could also play a significant role in their own country's war against the Alien Alliance. It will definitely be effective. The Catalan crossbow is already the best single-soldier crossbow among the equipment of the 10 human kingdoms. If other human nations also adopt the Catalan crossbow technology, mass-produce Catalan crossbows, and form crossbowman units, their national strength will increase to some extent. However, the fact that the Violet Kingdom was able to defeat the Alien Alliance's army with the Catalan crossbows, and that its crossbowmen could rout the Alien Alliance's cavalry would be difficult to achieve in other countries. The Alien Alliance includes winged races such as the winged people, eagle people, swan people, and duck people, who are capable of flight. These races generally use bows and arrows as weapons, flying in the sky to shoot arrows at their enemies from above. Crossbowmen would obviously be no match for such an enemy. The Violet Kingdom was fortunate not to encounter such an enemy. Of course, human nations have various ways to deal with flying race enemies. They cannot simply be attacked without being able to retaliate. The Catalan crossbow is undoubtedly the best single-soldier crossbow at present. As long as the technology is introduced, it will more or less enhance the strength of the human races. However, how to introduce the technology for manufacturing the Catalan crossbow is a problem. If the Catalan crossbow is a secret weapon of Viscount Catalan, then the envoys who obtain the Catalan crossbow technology don't need to care about Viscount Catalan's thoughts at all. They can simply produce it in their own country. The problem is that the Catalan crossbow is now widely produced in the Violet Kingdom, and its reputation is growing as a result of defeating the Alien Alliance army. In this situation, if another human nation suddenly starts mass-producing Catalan crossbows, it could affect diplomatic relations between the two countries. If you're going to manufacture the Catalan crossbow, you should at least inform the Violet Kingdom. The envoys may not care about the minor Viscount Catalan, but they cannot ignore the Violet Kingdom. Envoys from various countries flocked to Violet 7 for an audience. Your Majesty, our Griffin Empire wishes to obtain a license to produce the Catalan crossbow. Our Blackrock Kingdom also wants to obtain the license to produce the Catalan crossbow. Faced with the requests from envoys from various countries, Violet 7, seated on the throne, pondered for a moment. The Violet family has obtained a license to produce the Catalan crossbow, and it's free. The technology to manufacture the Catalan crossbow has become widespread in the Violet Kingdom, and other human nations can acquire it at a relatively low cost. Whether the Violet Kingdom agrees or not, any human nation can manufacture it. In order to win the war against the Alien Alliance, we can completely disregard the opinions of the Violet Kingdom and mass-produce the Catalan crossbow. Viscount Catalan was able to license the production of the Catalan crossbow to the nobles of the Violet Kingdom at a relatively low fee, thus enabling the Violet Kingdom to achieve victory in the Alien Alliance. The fact that it's not a free license, but rather a license with a low fee, does not diminish Viscount Catalan's enormous contributions to the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom's licensing of the Catalan crossbow to other human nations for manufacturing also benefits the human race's war against the Alien Alliance, enhancing the Violet Kingdom's prestige and contributions among the 10 human nations. She also wanted to secure some benefits for her good son-in-law. The Duke of the Violet Kingdom could easily produce 30,000 gold coins, and a human nation could easily produce hundreds of thousands of gold coins. In Violet VI's eyes, Reg was already his son-in-law. The ownership of the Catalan crossbow is in Reg's hands, but it is unlikely that Reg will be able to secure much benefit by negotiating with envoys from various countries. It would be better for him to personally secure some benefits for Reg. Therefore, Violet 7 addressed the envoys from various countries, saying, "The Catalan crossbow can be licensed to your countries for production, but the ownership of the Catalan crossbow is in the hands of my subject, Viscount Catalan, who has authorized the production of the Catalan crossbow to our nobles. If any of your countries want to produce the Catalan crossbow, you must pay Viscount Catalan a buyout fee. The cost is not high. A kingdom requires only 300,000 gold coins, and an empire requires 600,000 gold coins." The messengers hesitated. 300,000 gold coins are not much for a kingdom, and 600,000 gold coins are not much for an empire. But envoys are not kings or emperors. They cannot make this decision. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to see Violet 7. I would have simply sent the blueprints for the Catalan crossbow back to my own country. Whether or not to manufacture the Catalan crossbow would be up to the king or emperor. Seeing the envoys hesitate, Violet 7 understood the reason and then said, "This buyout fee is not much for a country, not to mention that other countries can do what our Violet Kingdom does." The production of the Catalan crossbow was licensed to nobles in various countries, who were also charged a buyout fee of varying amounts. Even if only half of the nobles manufacture the Catalan crossbow, the various countries should still be able to recoup the cost. For the benefit of humanity, I don't need you to pay now. I grant you permission to send the Catalan crossbow manufacturing technology back to your own country right now. If you find the Catalan crossbow useful, then pay the fee. If you use the Catalan crossbow and don't want to pay, you'll have to consider the consequences yourselves. The envoys understood the consequences Violet 7 spoke of, which would affect their nation's reputation among humans. The most obvious point is that a country's bad reputation will cause other countries to be unwilling to do business with it. Violet VII's subsequent words convinced the envoys, who then expressed their gratitude to her. First, send the technology for manufacturing the Catalan crossbow back to your own country. Whether or not to manufacture the Catalan crossbow, and whether or not to pay, is up to the king or emperor, and has nothing to do with you, an envoy. The technology for manufacturing the Catalan crossbow wasn't extensive. It was written on a blank sheet of paper, allowing small avian magical beasts to be quickly transported back to their home countries. Even if there's a lot of content, you can put it into a spatial item and then let the monster fly with the spatial item. Fearing that sending only one magical beast back might lead to unforeseen circumstances, the envoys dispatched 2 or 3 magical beasts, each carrying a copy of the Catalan crossbow manufacturing technology, to fly out of the Violet Kingdom's capital. While disposing of the corpses of both sides in the province of Bithynia, Reg was unaware that his Type 1 infantry crossbow manufacturing technology was being sent to various human nations. It wasn't until a week later, when Reg accepted Princess Katarina's mission to return to the capital and was summoned by Violet 7, that he learned of the matter. He hadn't received a single penny yet, but Reg very considerately expressed his gratitude to Violet 7. Reg also understood that he couldn't gain much benefit by coming in person. Violet VII's intervention will actually bring her more benefits. As for the contributions and reputation made by the Catalan crossbow, reputation is relatively more useful. For example, when Reg was recruiting the old mage, the other party might have known about Catalan. Contributions don't matter. No matter how many contributions Reg makes, it's impossible for him to directly become the Duke of the Violet Kingdom. Chapter 178 Violet VII's Ambition. The eyes of all human nations and the 100 Races Alliance are still focused on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted. With the last few important fortresses of the Kingdom of Ted falling one after another in the third line of defense, the Kingdom of Ted no longer had a fourth line of defense to defend. The army of the 100 Clans Alliance even broke into the southern border of the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Teed is not far from being destroyed. The neighboring kingdoms of the Kingdom of Ted, the Emerald Kingdom, the Violet Kingdom, the Glory Empire, and the Griffin Empire, are all deploying troops to the border regions that border the Kingdom of Ted. Prepare to establish a defensive line to resist the possible arrival of the 100 Tribes Alliance army. As for entering the territory of the Kingdom of Ted to support the Kingdom of Ted, the various countries have already realized that the Kingdom of Ted is utterly hopeless. Sending more troops to the Kingdom of Ted would be a waste of resources. Therefore, the 4 neighbors of the Kingdom of Ted abandoned their support for the Kingdom of Ted and instead established defensive lines in the border areas. The impending destruction of the Kingdom of Ted is a tremendous blow to all human nations. The kings and emperors were originally confident that the human race could win this war. Now that the Kingdom of Ted is about to perish, the kings and emperors have had to lower their expectations, hoping that they can simply avoid defeat in this war. Given the current strength of the human race, given time, the losses incurred can be quickly recovered, and then a counterattack can be launched against the alien races. On the side of the 100 Races Alliance, the powerful figures have already begun to celebrate. The first human nation will perish. Once there is a first, there will be a second and a third. The powerful figures of the 100 Races believe that even if this battle could not annihilate the human race, it would severely damage them, rendering them no longer qualified to oppose the 100 Races Alliance. They even weakened the human race to the point where they could only compare with the Orc Empire or the Troll Empire. Humans were disappointed and worried, while the other races rejoiced. Just then, news of the Violet Kingdom's victory over a large army of the 100 Races Alliance spread rapidly. What? Did the Violet Kingdom defeat the army of the 100 Races Alliance? The other 9 human kingdoms couldn't believe it, and neither could the powerful figures of the 100 Races Alliance. How could the Violet Kingdom, which is only at a middle level among the 10 human kingdoms, possibly defeat an army of the 100 Races Alliance? The Kingdom of Ted was the first to react and urgently requested assistance from the Kingdom of Violet. It is hoped that the Violet Kingdom will send this victorious army into the Ted Kingdom to help it defeat the 100 Races Alliance army. The envoy from the Kingdom of Ted in the capital of the Kingdom of Violet has already done this. Violet 7 also replied that she was temporarily unable to send a large army to support the Kingdom of Ted. The Violet Kingdom has won, but it still needs to hunt down the remnants of the 100 Races Alliance. It must at least drive the enemy out of the Violet Kingdom's territory before it can send troops to support the Ted Kingdom. Violet 7 claimed to be showing support for the Kingdom of Ted, but in reality, she had already planned to abandon the Kingdom of Ted. After the Violet Kingdom's army is recalled, it will not immediately enter the territory of the Ted Kingdom, but will instead be stationed at the border. The kings and emperors of the other 8 human kingdoms were no longer worried. Before the Kingdom of Ted had even fallen, the Kingdom of Violet had already defeated a large army of the 100 Races Alliance. This means the human race has the upper hand. When the Violet Kingdom defeated the Allied forces' trump card, the technology to manufacture the Catalan crossbow was sent to various countries. Without hesitation, the kings and emperors immediately ordered the mass production of the Catalan crossbow. As for the buyout fee of 300,000 or 600,000 gold coins, even the Ted Kingdom, which is in dire straits, can afford it. The kings and emperors did not expect the Catalan crossbow to help their countries defeat the army of the Hundred Races Alliance. They would consider it a bonus if it could increase the strength of their national army by even 10%. The human nations are no longer worried about the fall of the Kingdom of Ted. Even if the Kingdom of Ted falls, the Kingdom of Violet will take its place. Meanwhile, on the side of the Hundred Races Alliance, the powerful members of the Hundred Races looked with puzzlement at the army that was attacking the Violet Kingdom. How did the Violet Kingdom suddenly turn the tables on us? They had some understanding of the situation on the battlefield in the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom used its second line of defense to resist the army of the Hundred Races Alliance, and dared not leave the line to engage in open battle with the army of the Hundred Races Alliance. In this situation, how did the army of the Hundred Races Alliance get pushed back by the Violet Kingdom? Soon, information about this battle spread, allowing the powerful members of the Hundred Races Alliance to understand why their army had been defeated. It turned out that a new weapon, widely deployed by the Violet Kingdom, had defeated the cavalry and subsequently the entire army. Catalan crossbow. The powerful warriors of all races recognized this new weapon. Upon learning that all human nations were preparing to mass-produce the Catalan crossbow, the powerful warriors of the Hundred Races became increasingly concerned about it, fearing that their armies would be overrun by the human forces. The scales of war have tipped in favor of the human race once again. The powerful warriors of the Hundred Races are unwilling to accept this, and they urge the allied army of the Hundred Races on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted to intensify its attack on the Kingdom of Ted and destroy it as soon as possible. In this way, the human race and the other races can maintain a new balance. In no time, the name of the Catalan crossbow had resounded throughout the world of Nora. Most people don't know the Catran and Catalan crossbow, but they do know that Catalan crossbow comes from the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom was once again the first to defeat the army of the Hundred Races Alliance. The Violet Kingdom, which was neither particularly strong nor weak among the 10 human kingdoms, suddenly gained immense prestige, even showing signs of surpassing the Mage Kingdom and becoming the #1 kingdom. This situation greatly pleased Violet 7, who believed that his achievements had surpassed those of his father and grandfather, and were on par with those of the founding monarch. The original Violet 7 diligently cultivated herself before becoming king. After becoming king, he was a competent king in handling state affairs, but he became lax in his cultivation and spent more time on pleasure. The sudden and enormous achievement excited Violet 7, and even sparked a sense of ambition within her. Transformed the Violet Kingdom into the Violet Empire, making it the 4th empire of the human race. Now it seems that such an opportunity exists. The fact that the Violet Kingdom was the first among the 10 human kingdoms to defeat the army of the Hundred Races Alliance demonstrates its formidable strength. The Kingdom of Ted is on the verge of destruction. If the Violet Kingdom defeats the Hundred Races Alliance army that occupies the territory of the Kingdom of Ted and gains all of the land of the Kingdom of Ted, the territory of the Violet Kingdom will reach the level of an empire. The last point is the number of legendary powerhouses. A kingdom must have at least one legendary expert in charge, while an empire must have multiple legendary experts in charge. Currently, the Violet family only has one legendary expert, but the Violet Kingdom has a second legendary expert. If it weren't for the fact that Duke Ulysses Walsh, the former commander of the Eastern Route Army, was killed by the Soul Eater King, Violet 7 would not have known that Ulysses' father, the old Duke Walsh, had actually entered the legendary realm. If the Violet family produces another legendary powerhouse, the Violet Kingdom will have 3 legendary powerhouses in charge, giving it a very good chance of becoming the 4th human empire. And he, Nigwait Violet, will become the Violet Emperor, achieving feats surpassing those of his ancestors. Chapter 179, Recovering Territory. Once ambition takes hold, and there's a possibility of it being realized, Violet 7 couldn't resist. He's going to become the Violet Emperor. Violet 7 could see that there were 3 problems on the road to becoming Violet Emperor. The first problem, the 3rd legendary expert, is probably the easiest to solve. The Violet Kingdom has existed for over 800 years, and its legendary powerhouses have never ceased to emerge. During the transition between the old and new legendary powerhouses, The Violet family will also have 2 legendary powerhouses in charge. The lifespan of a legendary human expert is around 300 years, while the current legendary expert of the Violet family is not even 200 years old. The Violet family has a strong foundation and can quickly produce a second legendary powerhouse. Even if this foundation is depleted, Violet 7 is not too worried that the legendary powerhouses of the Violet family will be lost in the future. If we can conquer the kingdom of Ted, the nation's strength will increase significantly, and the Violet family's strength will also increase significantly, giving us more opportunities to obtain more treasures. Perhaps seizing the Ted family's wealth could also be considered. As for the third legendary powerhouse, Violet 7 already had a first choice in mind. His own sister, Katarina. Queens and empresses have appeared in human nations, but they are extremely rare. Since the nobility was predominantly male, they naturally preferred to support a male monarch rather than a female monarch. Supporting Katarina to become a legend makes it less likely that she will turn around and seize the throne. Violet 7 could even make a deal with her sister. If the younger sister has the ambition to become emperor, she can become the next emperor after the younger sister becomes emperor. Violet 7 was only at the Silver Moon realm, with a lifespan of around 200 years, which was 100 years shorter than that of a legendary powerhouse. Violet 7 is older than her sister. With Violet VII's support, Katarina's chances of becoming emperor will increase significantly. As for gaining the support of another legendary figure from the Violet family's grandfather generation, that was easy for Violet 7. He was the third grandfather of Violet 7, and the two had a very good relationship. This third grandfather was also a cultivation fanatic. The second problem is much more difficult to solve. How to defeat the army of the 100 Clans Alliance that has occupied the land of the Kingdom of Ted. The 100 Races Alliance army that originally attacked the Kingdom of Ted was no stronger than the 100 Races Alliance army that attacked the Kingdom of Violet. After all, the Kingdom of Ted is much weaker than the Kingdom of Violet. However, now, in order to destroy the Kingdom of Ted as soon as possible, the 100 Clans Alliance has mobilized its various armies to enter the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted. This makes the combined forces of the 100 Races Alliance on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted possibly the strongest force attacking the 7 kingdoms. The Violet Kingdom's army was able to defeat its opponents, but the Violet Kingdom has already suffered heavy losses. Does it still have the strength to continue defeating the 100 Races Alliance army within the territory of the Ted Kingdom? Even with the addition of a large crossbow corps, Violet 7 was not too confident. Violet 7 would like to consult with the frontline commanders about this matter, as they have a better understanding of the army's strength. The third question builds upon the second question. If the Violet Kingdom's army can defeat the 100 Races Alliance army on the land of the Ted Kingdom, will the Violet Kingdom have the strength to occupy all the land of the Ted Kingdom after the war? Next, the Violet Kingdom's opponents will be the Emerald Kingdom, the Griffin Empire, and the Glory Empire. Even other human nations do not want to see the Violet Kingdom become the Violet Empire. Regardless, Violet 7 decided to give it a try first. Even if the Violet Kingdom cannot become the Violet Empire, it should still occupy more land from the Ted Kingdom, which would be a satisfactory explanation. After all, if they take action, the Violet Kingdom will pay a greater price and lose more troops. This matter cannot be leaked for the time being. Violet 7 needs to perfect her plan on her own first, then go to her third grandfather to get his support, and only then can she get Katarina's support. On the battlefield, the 3 armies of the Violet Kingdom have already chased the 100 Races Alliance army out of the Violet Kingdom's territory. The Violet Kingdom has reclaimed all its territory, but the pursuit continues. The Violet Kingdom's army will venture deep into the wasteland to chase them for a distance before retreating. We must not venture too far into the wilderness. Both the orcs and the ancient races still retain a portion of their forces. If they were to unleash their last remaining strength, the pursuing army might be in danger. A portion of the Violet Kingdom's army has halted at the original border fortress defense line, and new recruits are also gathering at the border fortress defense line. The Violet Kingdom will rebuild its border fortifications. Even if they were unaware of Violet VII's grand plans, the Violet Kingdom would not launch a new expansionist war in the short term. Although they have won the battle, the Violet Kingdom has also suffered heavy losses and needs time to recover. Moreover, troops need to be mobilized to the western border of the kingdom to guard against the army of the 100 Races Alliance within the Kingdom of Ted. Reg led his new recruits from the Bodenbogue battlefield, following behind the western army led by the Marquis of Leiden, and made their way to the border of the kingdom before stopping. Reg did not continue north, as he would have gained even less. Over the past 10 days, World Tree has collected approximately 150,000 corpses from both sides. The number of corpses was large, and their quality was not bad. In the end, Reg only harvested life energy that made the third-order World Tree grow 101.66 centimeters taller. The reason is that most of the corpses have lost too much life energy. The harvested life energy was divided in two, and the World Tree has increased in height to 1,122.21 centimeters. The stored life energy allows the third-order World Tree to continue growing 241.24 centimeters taller. The life energy that can only make a third-order World Tree grow 2.4 meters tall seems small, but in reality, it is enough to push Reg's physical attributes to the level of a legendary battle master. Of course, it's not enough to just reach the level of a legendary battle master in terms of physical fitness. One also needs to cultivate battle chi, and most importantly, one's soul needs to be enhanced. Warriors refine their bodies, mages refine their souls. However, while a battle master is refining their body, their soul will also be slightly enhanced. While refining their souls, mages also experience a slight improvement in their physical attributes. A weak soul cannot drive a powerful body. The current World Tree cannot directly strengthen Reg's soul. Fortunately, Reg is skilled in both combat and magic, and his magic mastery surpasses that of a combat master. Consuming life energy to improve physical fitness allows Reg to rapidly advance his battle master level. In war, the large armies of both sides may seem to determine the outcome, but the battles fought by the strongest individuals are also very important. If a legendary expert is left unchecked, he could potentially come and assassinate the army commander. Although Reg killed several Silver Moon Realm enemies with his Star Realm cultivation, he was increasingly eager for a higher realm. Practicing step by step is too slow. If Reg can obtain more life energy in the future, he will use some of it to help himself and Bellona improve their physical fitness and thus advance to the level of Battle Master. The battle in the Violet Kingdom has ended, but the war between humans and the 100 Races Alliance is not over. Lord Layton will continue to lead his army into battle, and Reg will also lead his troops into battle. Chapter 180 Territory Reconstruction. The Violet Kingdom's victory over the allied forces of 100 races does not mean that the Violet Kingdom's war is over. This is a war between the human race and the alliance of all races. The Violet Kingdom is a part of the human race. As long as the war between the human race and the alliance of all races continues, the Violet Kingdom will continue to participate in the war. Moreover, the Violet Kingdom's neighbor, the Ted Kingdom, is getting closer and closer to its destruction, and the Violet Kingdom has new enemies. The Marquis of Layton will continue to participate in the war. As a nobleman of the Violet Kingdom, Reg will also continue to participate in the war. Of course, even if he could choose not to participate in the battle, Reg would still continue to participate, mainly in order to obtain more life energy. Based on the territory's population, Reg expects to send 20,000 troops from his territory, including 10,000 crossbowmen, to participate in the war. How many people will survive the war is an unknown. Although he has lived 2 lives, the longer he has lived in the world of Nora, the less his memories of his past life have affected him. For example, most nobles in the Violet Kingdom don't care about the lives of their lower-class subjects, but Reg does, and hopes that his subjects can live as long as possible. Reg still cared about the lives of his people. But war always results in death, especially when it's a war between humans and other races. If the human race is defeated, the outcome will be extremely tragic. Countless humans will be killed or even eaten by the alien race. Are the deaths of Reg's people in battle considered deaths, but the deaths of others not considered deaths? These are the necessary costs, and Reg can accept the deaths of his people in the war. To change this situation, one should strive to improve one's own strength and develop one's influence in the future. Reg is already preparing for the upcoming war, and at the same time, the territory is being rebuilt. In fact, there are still many uncertainties in the reconstruction of the territory. The Violet Kingdom has defeated one army of the 100 Races Alliance, but it is unknown whether the Violet Kingdom can withstand the next army of the 100 Races Alliance. Or perhaps some unexpected event will occur, causing large swathes of the Violet Kingdom, including the Viscount of Catlawn, to fall once again. Then the construction of Viscount Catland will be destroyed again. This is an unknown, but Reg still decided to begin rebuilding the territory. The construction projects include rebuilding cities such as Rock Keep, Ironstone Town, and Blackstone Town, rebuilding the railway connecting important areas of the territory, and resuming production at the iron and blackstone mines, among other things. The commencement of various reconstruction projects requires a large workforce. Due to the war, spring planting was not possible in any other part of Viscount Catland except for the towns of Cheryl and Simon. This means that many of the people will be left without food in a few months. Reg wouldn't let his people starve to death so easily, but he also didn't want to support so many people for free. Work relief became the best option, employing a large number of young and middle-aged people to start various reconstruction projects. If no further incidents occur in the Viscountate of Cataland, this would be the best-case scenario. If an unexpected attack by alien races occurs, Reg will only feel a little disappointed. In Cheryl, Simon, and the northern part of Viscount Coffey's territory, officials set up recruitment sites and sent clerks to shout out messages in the residential areas. The kingdom has won the war against the alien races, and all the alien races have been driven out of the kingdom. The Viscountate of Catalan is about to begin the reconstruction project. Construction workers in Panshire Town are needed, only able-bodied men, and the daily wage is 40 copper coins. Construction workers in Tyshire Town, Heishi Town, the Tyshire Town Steel Plant, and the Heishi Town Coke Plant. Young and middle-aged males earn 30 copper coins per day, and young and middle-aged females earn 20 copper coins per day. Road construction workers, 30 copper coins per day for able-bodied men, and 20 copper coins per day for able-bodied women. Upon hearing the clerk's announcement, the adults rushed out in surprise, bombarding him with questions. Inquire about the war, and ask about the Lord's plans. The officials patiently explained the situation to the crowd that had gathered around. After learning what they wanted to know, people went home and discussed it with their relatives and friends. We didn't farm this year. Although we still have some savings, we'll starve to death before the autumn harvest next year. I need to go work as a laborer to earn money. I don't know if the alien race will attack again. Let's continue to live here as a family and go home in a few months. We've finally defeated the alien race. The Lord is truly the best nobleman in the world. I'm going to work and earn money, and by next year, my family's life will return to normal. Soon, long queues formed at each job recruitment location. Due to the uncertainty of the war, the people of Reg generally do not intend to return to their homes immediately and continue to live in their current places. Then one or two adults in the family go out to work and earn money. Most of the people still trusted their lord very much, and even though the alien races had reached Cheryl City, they did not continue to flee south. However, a small number of terrified people, along with large numbers of residents from the provinces of Trut and Cappadocia, fled south. They worried that the Violet Kingdom's second line of defense would fail, which would put them in danger. Reg didn't have any demands on those who had fled far away. When they returned to Viscount Catland, they will still be Reg subjects. Reg didn't care that he wasn't coming back. As July arrived, reconstruction projects officially began across Viscount Catland. After 2 days of pursuit in the wasteland, the Violet Kingdom's army abandoned the chase and retreated in an orderly fashion to the border fortress defense line. At least half of the army will rest for a few days at the border fortress defenses before being transferred to the western border of the Violet Kingdom. Some newly formed troops will also be deployed to the border fortification defense lines. Although the army of the Hundred Races Alliance was defeated, many alien races managed to escape, and some Hundred Races troops remained behind. Together, they still form a formidable army. Therefore, the Violet Kingdom needs to rebuild its border fortifications and station a sufficient army to guard against the Hundred Races Alliance attacking from the north once again. Reg received a mission to travel to the under-reconstruction Katarina Castle, find Princess Katarina, and then teleport her back to the capital. Violet 7 had a private meeting with Princess Katarina, and Violet 7 also arranged for Reg to meet with some of his daughters. Violet 7 has many daughters, and more than a dozen of them are now adults, but still unmarried. There should have been one more. She was a member of the Blood Rose Cavalry and died in battle during the retreat of the Ulysses Fortress garrison. Her soul was taken by Reg and is currently sleeping in a fruit of the world tree. In reality, she didn't quite meet Reg's requirements for hiring people, but considering her background, Reg kept her on temporarily. Furthermore, even if she were still alive, she would not be married since she had already joined the Blood Rose Cavalry. There are more than a dozen unmarried royal princesses, but only 6 are willing to go on blind dates with Viscount Catalan. Chapter 181, Audrey Violet. Reg has many advantages. He is young, only 22 years old this year, but he is already a Viscount and a Star Realm expert. It is almost certain that after the war between the human race and the Hundred Races Alliance ends, Viscount Catalan will become Marquis Catalan. Reg became one of the most prominent nobles in the Violet Kingdom. However, Reg also has his drawbacks, such as the fact that Reg already has 2 wives. When Violet 7 arranges marriages for his daughters, it is generally not in a coercive manner. He simply hopes that his daughters can marry a man they like. At the very least, my daughter shouldn't dislike me. People all have different personalities. Some princesses did not want their husbands to have other wives, and some princesses did not want to be the ones who came later. Some princesses even had objections to the fact that Reg's father was of commoner origin. So ultimately, all that's needed is for the 6 princesses to be willing to go on a blind date with Reg. Just as princesses have the right to choose their husbands, Reg also has the right to choose his wife. Considering that there were already 2 women in the family, Reg was more concerned about the personality of the princess he was going to marry. As for appearance, royal princesses are generally quite beautiful. Reg didn't want to marry a strong-willed princess, which would cause chaos in the harem, or even interfere in the management of the territory. While Reg was on blind dates with 6 princesses, in a secret room, Violet 7 and Princess Katarina were discussing an important matter. Princess Katarina was very curious about what important matter her brother wanted to discuss with her, and even wanted to go into a secret room so that no outsiders could hear. When Violet 7 revealed the important matter, Katarina was truly shocked. Violet 7 actually wants to turn the Violet Kingdom into the Violet Empire. Sister, you are the commander-in-chief of the army. Do you think the kingdom's army is capable of defeating the alien army within the territory of the Kingdom of Ted? Katarina immediately replied, defeating the enemy is quite difficult, and I can't even guarantee that I won't be defeated when facing them. Upon hearing Princess Katarina's reply, Violet 7 looked disappointed. Was his dream of becoming Violet Emperor just going to be shattered like this? Seeing the disappointment on Violet VII's face, Katarina thought for a few seconds and then said, Brother, you're overthinking it. To conquer the land of the Kingdom of Ted, we don't necessarily need to rely on our army alone. In fact, the course of the war is uncertain. For example, our army is stationed on the border of the Kingdom of Ted and has a record of defeating a large army of alien alliances. The alien alliances within the Kingdom of Ted may not launch an attack on our country, but instead attack the Emerald Kingdom. Under these circumstances, it wouldn't be too difficult for our country to occupy the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. In terms of leading troops into battle, Violet 7 was far inferior to Princess Katarina. Hearing Princess Katarina's words, Violet VII's disappointment quickly disappeared. Violet 7 asked excitedly, How likely is what you're describing? Very high, at least 70% chance. Princess Katarina believed that the Alien Alliance army would either attack the Violet Kingdom or the Emerald Kingdom. It is impossible to attack the Griffin Empire or the Glory Empire. After all, this Alien Alliance army came from the north, while the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire already belonged to the south. Violet VII's emotions became even more agitated, and it took her a while to calm down. Sister, if the kingdom wants to become an empire, it needs at least 3 legendary experts to oversee it. Right now, the kingdom only has 2 legendary experts, and only one of them is from the Violet family. The family needs another legendary powerhouse, and I hope that person is you. Brother, given my current situation, it would be difficult for me to advance to the legendary realm even in 10 years, Princess Katarina said, shaking her head. No, I can take out a family heirloom to help you reach the legendary level in 1 or 2 years. Brother, that's the family's foundation, it can't be used lightly. Even without the family's foundation, give me time, and I'm quite confident I can reach the legendary realm. Sister, this is an opportunity for the kingdom and also an opportunity for the family. I don't know how long it will take to turn the kingdom into an empire next time. By conquering the lands of the Kingdom of Ted and transforming it into an empire, we will gain greater wealth and become more powerful. The treasures we've used will be acquired again later. Under Violet VII's persuasion, Princess Katarina gradually changed from hesitant to agreeing. As for how many troops would be lost in the process of the Violet Kingdom becoming the Violet Empire, neither Violet 7 nor Princess Katarina would care. The strong regard the weak as ants. Without affecting the rule of the state, the king would not care about the lives of the common people. Sister, do you want to become the Empress of the Violet Empire? Violet 7 asked finally. Princess Katarina shook her head. If she had any ambition to become king, she wouldn't have joined the Blood Rose Cavalry. Perhaps you don't have this thought now, but you might change your mind once you become a legendary powerhouse. I don't want the Emperor's throne to affect the relationship between my brother and me. By then, you will be a legendary powerhouse, while I will never be able to reach the Radiant Sun realm in my lifetime. Our lifespans will differ by at least 100 years. I will first become the emperor of the Violet Empire. If you wish to become the empress, I will arrange for you to be my successor and become the Violet Empress after my death. With my help, becoming empress will be easier for you. Princess Katerina could sense Violet Vi's unease, his fear that she would seize his throne after becoming a legendary figure, though whether she could even become an empire was uncertain. I agree, Princess Katerina replied affirmatively. Violet 7 smiled. Okay, let's work hard together, brother and sister. Violet 7 and Princess Katerina continue to discuss their plans to transform the kingdom into an empire, while Reg has already completed the matchmaking process with 6 princesses. Other people going on blind dates don't know the princess's specific situation, so they need to meet and talk to her one by one. Reg could choose the one who suited his taste with just a glance at the 6 princesses. Reg chose the youngest one. Name, Audrey Violet. Gender, female. Lifespan, 16/152 years. Identity, Princess of the Violet Kingdom. Talent, 4th class physique / 6th class soul / advanced lightning element affinity / intermediate water element affinity. Realm, beginner 2nd stage battle master. Audrey's mother was originally just a beautiful maid in the royal palace from a commoner family. It can be said that Audrey was the princess with the lowest status among them. Standing at only 1.65 meters tall, Audrey inherited the Violet family's signature purple hair and eyes, and her appearance was considered average among the 6 princesses. Audrey was a gentle and kind woman who never competed or fought for anything, and was like a nobody. Ignored by her siblings, Audrey didn't care and lived her life contentedly. Reg felt that marrying a princess like this would ensure the stability of the harem. Reg chose Audrey and invited her to the garden to admire the flowers. Chapter 182 Western Frontier. Reg, which of my daughters have you taken a fancy to? Violet 7 asked. Your Majesty, I have fallen in love with Audrey at first sight, and I hope that your Majesty will marry Audrey to me. Violet 7 paused for a moment, recalling which of her daughters Audrey was. Audrey's mother was a maid. Although she had become Violet Vi's wife, Violet 7 only had one night with her and never took the initiative to contact her again, nor did he pay any attention to Audrey. However, Violet 7 still knew which sons and daughters she had. All right, since you like Audrey, I will marry her to you after the war is over. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this marriage upon me. Yes, from now on we're family. I'll give you a mansion in the capital. Come to the capital often. Yes. And so, Reg gained a princess fiancée and a luxurious mansion in the capital city where land was incredibly valuable. After the war ends, the marriage to Audrey will also take place in the capital. Reg decided that if he had time, he would visit Audrey more often in the capital to cultivate their relationship. Reg and Princess Katrina teleported away together, and back at the palace, news spread that Violet 7 had decided to marry Audrey to Viscount Catelan. This caused disappointment among the other 5 princesses who were betrothed to Viscount Catelan. After the war ends, Reg will be a marquis of the kingdom, and there is even a good chance that he will become a duke. Although they were not Viscount Catelan's first wife, it was fitting for them to become the duke's wives. Moreover, Viscount Catelan is young, powerful, and handsome. Such husbands are not easy to find, and the competition is fierce. After all, there are so many princesses, and there is also competition from the daughters and granddaughters of dukes and marquises. Unexpectedly, it was Audrey, this nobody, who succeeded in getting what she wanted. Despite their disappointment, the 5 princesses still congratulated Audrey. Audrey smiled and accepted her sister's congratulations, but her heart was not deeply moved. Even princesses of the royal family must marry, unless they join the Blood Rose Cavalry. Audrey had no interest in fighting and killing. She was open to arranged marriages, as long as she didn't dislike the husband, and then had several children. When Audrey participated in this blind date, she never imagined that her marriage would be settled so quickly. After all, he had just come of age, and his mother could not offer any help. For future nobles, he was not a suitable marriage partner. But that Viscount Catelan chose him at first sight. The two exchanged a brief conversation in the garden. Audrey neither liked nor disliked anything. This was a marriage that Audrey could accept. Audrey understood that she was invisible in her father's eyes, completely unimportant, and that her father wouldn't care about her thoughts. If Viscount Catelan chooses her, her father will marry her off to him. She has no right to refuse. Fortunately, Viscount Catelan is not bad. Compared to her sister's husbands, Viscount Catelan was a much better choice. Only, Audrey felt some unease. She will be Viscount Catelan's third wife, and she wonders if she can get along with them. I hope that my life after marrying Viscount Catalan will be as peaceful and uneventful as it is now. Princess Katerina returned to the border fortress defense line, and soon there were major changes at the border fortress defense line, mainly in terms of command. The Duke of Dominion served as commander-in-chief of the garrison at the northern fortress. The Marquis of Leighton was appointed commander of the western defenses. Princess Katerina's new position has not yet been determined, but the Blood Rose Cavalry, led by its deputy commander, has been transferred to the western frontier. As a Starry Sky Mage, Reg is quite busy. If there are supplies in your own territory that need to be moved, you also need to take on some kingdom missions, such as transporting supplies or teleporting people. After handing over some military affairs, the Marquis of Leighton relinquished his position as commander of the Western Army and was teleported back to the capital by Reg. Violet 7 received the Marquis of Leighton and personally instructed him on his next task. Watts, your first task is to lead the Western Frontier garrison to withstand the possible attack of the Alien Alliance army. The second task is to reclaim the lands of the Kingdom of Ted that have been occupied by the Alien Alliance. If you can conquer most of the Kingdom of Ted's lands, you will become the kingdom's new duke after the war ends. Listening to Violet VII's words, the Marquis of Leighton sensed something was amiss, but still accepted the king's task as a subject. Moreover, as long as he completes the mission, he can become the Duke of the Kingdom. Lord Leighton had been waiting for this day for a long time. Violet 7 did not tell the Marquis of Leighton about her plans. This matter must not be revealed until Princess Katerina advances to the legendary level. Once this is revealed, all human nations will do everything in their power to prevent the Violet Kingdom from becoming an empire. After accepting the mission from Violet 7, Marquis Leighton was quickly teleported by Reg to the western border of the kingdom to serve as the commander-in-chief of the Western Defense Garrison. By July, almost the entire Kingdom of Ted had fallen, with only the capital city remaining to hold out. It is not expected to hold out for much longer. It is just an isolated city. The Kingdom of Ted alone could not possibly defend this isolated city. In reality, the forces remaining in the capital of the Kingdom of Ted are less than half of what they were at their peak. A large number of elite troops were withdrawn. Nobles and royalty alike evacuated the capital and fled to other human countries. At this moment, the king is not in the capital, and the Ted family has already voluntarily abandoned the Ted kingdom. Of course, this is only a temporary abandonment. If the human race wins the war against the 100 Races Alliance and reclaims the land of the Kingdom of Ted, the Kingdom of Ted can be rebuilt. The only legendary powerhouse in the Kingdom of Ted did not perish. This is one of the reasons why the Kingdom of Ted is confident in rebuilding. A significant number of nobles and royalty from the Kingdom of Ted fled to the Kingdom of Violet for refuge. The nobles also tried their best to evacuate the Kingdom of Ted with their elite troops. Ordinary troops can suffer losses, but elite troops cannot afford such losses. Rebuilding them is too difficult. Once the Kingdom of Ted is rebuilt, the nobles will be able to lead their elite troops to rebuild their territories. Meanwhile, all the human nations have abandoned their support for the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Ted's 4 neighbors have also set up defenses on their borders to resist attacks from the Alien Alliance forces. On the Violet Kingdom side, they had already been harassed by the alien army from the Ted Kingdom. When Marquis Leighton arrived at the western border, the Violet Kingdom's army that had gathered there numbered over 400,000. Over the next period of time, the number of troops stationed in the west will increase rapidly, eventually exceeding 1 million. The size of the northern garrison will decrease to 500,000, or even 400,000. 50,000 crossbowmen remained in the northern border, while another 50,000 were transferred to the western border. Ultimately, the Western Frontier Guard will form a crossbow force of over 100,000 men. Chapter 183 Refugees of the Kingdom of Ted. With the population of the Violet Kingdom, if 1/10 of them were conscripted, an army of nearly 4 million could be formed. From before the war between the Violet Kingdom and the 100 Clans Alliance until now, the Violet Kingdom has built an army of only about 3 million. This means that only the northern border of the Violet Kingdom was affected by this year's spring planting. Spring planting in other parts of the kingdom proceeded as usual. Even if the conscription rate is only 1/10, it will only have a certain impact on spring planting and autumn harvest. Extreme conscription can reach a ratio of up to 1/5, which would seriously affect spring planting and autumn harvest. If he could become the Violet Emperor, Violet 7 would not mind increasing the conscription rate to more than 1/10. Even if another million or even 200 people died in the war, it would be worth it for Violet 7. As for the opposition and support from the nobles, Violet 7 was still very confident. As long as they occupy land in the Kingdom of Ted, the nobles of the Violet Kingdom can obtain a fertile piece of land, large or small, in the core area of the Kingdom of Ted. If the benefits are distributed fairly, the nobles will support you. The Violet family eats meat, and the nobles can drink soup to their heart's content. Not only was the Violet Kingdom expanding its army at an alarming rate, but Marquis Layton also discovered something else when he arrived at the western border. The Violet Kingdom has over 400,000 troops stationed on its western border, but there are also troops from the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Ted has been occupied by the Alien Alliance army. The alien races would kill any humans they saw, and some even ate people. The nobles and commoners of the Kingdom of Ted did not want to die, and all wanted to flee the Kingdom of Ted. The number of refugees from the Kingdom of Ted that the Kingdom of Violet received was not the largest among the Kingdom of Ted's 4 neighbors. After the outbreak of war, the people of the Kingdom of Ted fled mainly from north to south. The south was already more densely populated, so more refugees ended up fleeing to the Southern Glory Empire and the Griffin Empire. None of the 4 neighbors refused the refugees from the Kingdom of Ted. After all, they were all human. All countries have allocated land to resettle the refugees from the Kingdom of Ted, but that is all. They will not provide free food aid to the refugees of the Kingdom of Ted, nor will they care whether the refugees from the Kingdom of Ted live or die after they escape here. In the Violet Kingdom, a portion of the young and able-bodied men among the refugees were gathered together for basic training. Even the troops brought by the nobles of the Kingdom of Ted were gathered together. It is impossible to allow the army of the Kingdom of Ted to move freely within the territory of the Kingdom of Violet. Lord Layton can use both of these armies. After briefly understanding the situation, the Marquis of Layton immediately issued an order to conscript all unemployed young and able-bodied men among the refugees. It is estimated that an army of more than 300,000 people can be formed. This is an effective addition to the Violet Kingdom. The Marquis of Layton wants to become a duke. To complete Violet VII's mission and reclaim most of the territory of the Kingdom of Ted, the Violet Kingdom's army will suffer significant losses. Lord Layton needs to increase the size and strength of the army he commands as much as possible. Since strength cannot be improved quickly, the more the better. After all, even cannon fodder troops have their uses. Having more cannon fodder troops can also reduce the losses of ordinary troops. The Violet Kingdom has no shortage of weapons and equipment, nor does it currently lack food. Violet 7 is now fully supporting the Marquis of Layton, and it would be easy for him to recruit able-bodied men from the refugees to form an army. The Marquis of Layton did everything in his power to become a duke. When Marquis Layton was teleported to Reg on the western border, he also saw refugees from the Kingdom of Ted. In one refugee camp after another, where large numbers of people from the Kingdom of Ted gathered, dozens or even hundreds of people starved to death every day. There were even tragic instances of people exchanging their own children to eat. The land around the camp was barren. They had eaten everything edible. The nobles of the Kingdom of Ted do not care about the lives of their people at all. The Marquis of Layton ordered the conscription of able-bodied men from among the refugees, who, as if utterly unafraid of death, rushed toward the conscription site. At least we need to survive now. Death is a matter for the future. Reg visited the refugee camp and felt it was a good opportunity. The current Viscountry of Cataland is not short of population, but the future Marquisate of Cataland will certainly be short of a large number of people. Even if Violet 7 were to grant him land in the southern part of the kingdom, Reg would try his best to exchange it for land in the northern part of the kingdom, so that it could be connected with his current territory. Even though the climate in the north is relatively cold and the land is relatively barren, Reg doesn't care too much. However, it is relatively difficult for the north to obtain immigrants. These homeless and starving refugees from the Kingdom of Ted are a relatively good option. Reg was able to attract these refugees to his territory at a relatively low cost, preparing for the future Marquis land of Catland. Beyond just population, Reg also wants to buy talented slaves. The refugee camps have now reached the point where slaves are being given away for free. Both adults and children were willing to be slaves, just to survive. Early on, slave traders from the Violet Kingdom arrived at the refugee camp, selecting valuable slaves and sending them to various parts of the Violet Kingdom for sale. Reg quickly devised a plan and then teleported back to Cheryl City. When Reg is not in the territory, Bellona manages it. Upon returning to Cheryl, Reg immediately summoned his men and announced his plan to recruit refugees from the Kingdom of Ted to his territory. This involves issues such as refugee recruitment, refugee transfer, and refugee resettlement, requiring the participation of a large number of people. Reg could take a few of his men to the western border and borrow some men from the Marquis of Leighton. Then the refugee recruitment could officially begin. The territory dispatched teams to the western border to receive refugees and prepare for their resettlement. The most important issue is actually the food issue. Reg has no shortage of money to buy food to feed more than 1 million people. The northern part of the Violet Kingdom will lack food, but the southern part will not. Grain sold in the producing areas is much cheaper than the market price. Reg came up with a plan and immediately made arrangements for his men, selecting 3 to work on the western border. Due to the distance between the anchor points and the consumption of his own mana, Reg could only teleport with 1 subordinate at a time, and it took him 3 days to send all 3 subordinates to the western border. They successfully borrowed a group of people from the Marquis of Leighton, and the refugee relocation plan officially began. Compared to the generous resettlement allowances offered to immigrants recruited from various parts of the Violet Kingdom a few years ago, the conditions offered by Viscount Catelan for recruiting refugees from the Kingdom of Ted this time are very low, merely providing immigrants with enough food to keep them from going hungry. This condition was enough to make the refugees want to immigrate to the Viscount of Catland. However, the Viscountate of Catland currently has limited capacity to accommodate refugees, so it is necessary to select refugees. Chapter 184: The Fall of the Kingdom of Ted. Considering that the Marquis of Leighton conscripted young men from the refugees, which drastically reduced the number of young men among the refugees, and that young men were the labor force needed by the Reg territory. Therefore, the refugee families recruited by Reg must have a male or female who is close to or already an adult. Reg doesn't want minors who are too young. After all, there are simply too many refugee families to choose from for recruitment. The refugee recruitment effort officially began, and Reg started looking for eligible slaves from the refugee camps. There are people willing to be slaves for free. Reg offered 1 gold coin per person, which attracted a large number of refugees who seemed to meet the requirements. In the past, Reg used the appraisal technique to conduct a range of appraisals, first selecting those who had reached the 6th level of physical talent or the 6th level of soul talent. The next step is to conduct an assessment and select those who are loyal and capable of keeping secrets. Not only did they offer a mere 1 gold coin as payment for the slave's indenture, but the slave's family was also immediately granted the right to immigrate to the Viscount of Catland. In the western border of the Violet Kingdom, among the millions of refugees from the Kingdom of Ted, Reg easily acquired a large number of slaves with good cultivation talents. On the other hand, recruiting refugees is an even easier task. Amidst his busy schedule, Reg also kept a close eye on the development of the war. When the time came to the afternoon of July 14th, the last city in the Kingdom of Ted, which was also the capital of the Kingdom of Ted, was captured by the Alien Alliance army. With the fall of the capital, the entire territory of the Kingdom of Ted has fallen, signifying the kingdom's demise. In the royal palace, the 7 powerful figures of the 100 Races Alliance at the Sun Realm, the Minotaur King, the Bear King, the Heavenly Eye King, the 1,000 Transformations King, the Crystal Queen, the Wind Demon King, and the Elf Messenger, were discussing the upcoming battle. The conquest of the entire territory of the human race's Kingdom of Ted is a great victory for the 100 Races Alliance. However, the momentum of this great victory was somewhat diminished because one of the 100 Races Alliance's armies was defeated by the human race before they achieved this great victory. The human race and the alliance of all races seem to have reached a new balance. The 100 Races Alliance has not yet defeated the human race. Even though they have occupied the entire territory of the human race's Ted Kingdom, their army will continue to fight. Continue the fight, but also choose a target. The 4 neighbors of the Kingdom of Ted, the Violet Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom, the Glory Empire, and the Griffin Empire, are all targets that the allied army of 100 races can choose to attack. The Glory Empire and the Griffin Empire were the first to be eliminated. The Human Empire is stronger than any kingdom, especially since it is located in the south and has nothing to do with the 100 Races Alliance in the north. Once the human race is defeated and their lands are divided, the northern races will be unable to divide the southern lands. Between the Violet Kingdom and the Emerald Kingdom, the powerful beings at the Radiant Sun Realm tend to attack the Emerald Kingdom. The reason is simple. The Violet Kingdom defeated one of the 100 Races armies, allowing the Violet Kingdom to mobilize more troops to fight against that 100 Races army. The 7 experts at the Radiant Sun Realm were not confident in defeating the Violet Kingdom's army. Compared to that, attacking the Emerald Kingdom would be more suitable, especially since the Emerald Kingdom is currently engaged in battle with the allied forces of a 100 Races Alliance. How will the Emerald Kingdom withstand the combined attack from two armies of the 100 Clans Alliance? But should we just give up the occupied lands of the Kingdom of Ted? A portion of the army will remain in the Kingdom of Teed. Standing on this warm land for the first time, the ancient tribes fell deeply in love with it and were unwilling to leave. The orcs also longed for this fertile land. The 100 Races Alliance is composed of numerous races, and the races that make up the various armies are almost never the same, with the exception of the elf race, which acts as messengers and liaisons. In terms of land distribution, initially, the land occupied by whichever army was occupied was divided among the various races within that army. If we give up the land of the Kingdom of Ted just like that, will we be able to take it back in the future? Apart from the elf messenger, the other 6 powerful beings at the Radiant Sun realm did not want to give up the land of the Kingdom of Ted for nothing. King Tiantong suggested, why don't we split our forces into 2 groups? One group can stay and defend this land, while the other can attack the Emerald Kingdom. Queen Crystal, however, was worried. If we split our forces into 2 groups, can we hold off the Violet Kingdom? After thinking for a moment, the Minotaur King said, I am unwilling to give up this beautiful land. Why don't we send all our people to this land? We can gather more troops to resist the humans. If that's the case, what if we still can't stop the human race? Our people will suffer heavy casualties, and all races will be close to annihilation. The Wind Demon King felt that this idea was not good. The Minotaur King, his eyes red, shouted, you don't want to give up this land? How can you defend it without a sufficient army? I believe the 100 Races Alliance will defeat the human race. Do you believe me? Believe. I believe it too. Me too. At least for the various races in the 100 Races Alliance army that had annihilated the Kingdom of Ted, they were more convinced that the 100 Races Alliance could defeat the human race. Many members even wondered how the army that attacked the Violet Kingdom could have failed. Was it because they fell into the Violet Kingdom's trap, or because they were too weak? Thinking about the Katran crossbow, I feel that the possibility of stepping into a trap is still greater. Now that they know about the Catlon crossbow, they can no longer be easily defeated by the Violet Kingdom's crossbowmen. Since we all believe we can defeat the human race, why can't we send more of our people to this land? I suggest that whoever sends the most tribesmen will receive a larger share of the land. The Minotaur King continued. The Wind Demon King retorted, no, our race is already small in number. How can we compare to you? The Elven Messenger offered a suggestion. Wind Demon Clan and Sky Eye Clan. Since your races have fewer members, you can count one member as 5 or 10 members of the Minotaur Clan. The powerful beings of the Radiant Sun realm argued and fought for the interests of their own race, and eventually came up with a general plan. The army currently in the Kingdom of Ted is divided in 2. One half will attack the Emerald Kingdom, and the other half will remain in the Kingdom of Ted. At the same time, each tribe sent more of its people to the Kingdom of Ted. On the one hand, it was to seize the land of the Kingdom of Ted, and on the other hand, it was to organize more troops to resist the human invasion. Furthermore, we cannot rely solely on their army, the 100 Clans Alliance. The army of the 100 Races Alliance that was defeated by the Violet Kingdom was defeated, not completely wiped out. All the tribes are still fighting, and we can't let them do nothing. Defeat is not an excuse. The army of the 100 Races Alliance must be reorganized. It is not required to continue to launch a strong attack on the Violet Kingdom, but it is necessary to restrain the Violet Kingdom's army as much as possible. According to intelligence gathered, the Violet Kingdom's army in the north has been redeployed to the west and shows no signs of continuing its northward advance. More likely, they are trying to guard against the massive army of the 100 Races Alliance, and may even launch an attack on their own initiative. Chapter 185 A million-strong army enters the Kingdom of Ted. Add serial numbers to the various armies of the 100 Clans Alliance. The 5th army attacks the Violet Kingdom, and the 6th army attacks the Ted Kingdom. Deep in the northern wilderness of the Violet Kingdom, the remnants of the 5th army of the 100 Races Alliance gathered here. The 5th Route Army, which once had more than 1 million troops at its peak, now had less than 200,000 defeated soldiers left. Some of the defeated soldiers have already disappeared, and their whereabouts are unknown. Many weak ancient tribes perished in battle after joining the 5th Route Army. The major powerful clans also suffered heavy losses. The Centaurs suffered the greatest losses. During the battle with the Violet Kingdom's army, the Centaur troops charged ahead but were routed by the Violet Kingdom's crossbowmen. The Werewolves and Centaurs suffered heavy losses, but the ancient races such as the Cyclopes, Spider-Men, Stone Men, and Azuras could hardly withstand such enormous losses. Each of the ancient clans is about to withdraw from the 100 Clans Alliance, leading their remaining members back to the far north, and it is unknown how long their clans can hold out. The Radiant Realm experts of the 5th Route Army were extremely unwilling to accept the heavy blow inflicted by the Violet Kingdom. But there was no way to defeat the Violet Kingdom, even if the various races gathered their last members together. If the Violet Kingdom finds another opportunity, they will be one step closer to annihilation. Compared to the ancient races, the various orc races, although suffering heavy casualties, were still able to hold on, since their population was already large and they wouldn't be wiped out so easily. No matter how unwilling they were, the 5th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance was not far from disintegration. Just then, the invitation from the 6th Route Army and the orders from the legendary experts of the 100 races allowed the 5th Route Army to temporarily maintain its operations. The legendary warriors of the 100 races ordered the 5th Army to gather all the defeated soldiers, expand the army as much as possible, and move closer to the border of the Violet Kingdom to contain the Violet Kingdom's army and reduce the burden on the 6th Army. As long as the 5th Army executes this order well, once the 100 Races Alliance defeats the human race, each race in the 5th Army will receive a piece of land from the human race's territory. The legendary Strongman's order, along with the rewards afterward, and the fact that there was no need to launch a direct attack on the Violet Kingdom. After discussing it, the group of powerful experts at the Radiant Sun realm of the 5th Route Army agreed. The 5th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance shows signs of heading south. The 6th Route Army split into two routes, one heading west and the other east. After the human nations discovered the movements of the Alien Alliance, the Emerald Kingdom became anxious. They immediately sent a message to the Violet Kingdom, requesting that the Violet Kingdom send troops to defeat the Alien Alliance army within the Ted Kingdom and support the Emerald Kingdom. Some nobles and royalty from the Kingdom of Ted have moved into the capital of the Kingdom of Violet, and they hope that the Kingdom of Violet will send troops to help the Kingdom of Ted recover its lost territory. Violet 7 outwardly made various excuses in response to these situations, but inwardly, she was not worried at all. To transform the Violet Kingdom into the Violet Empire, and to become the Violet Emperor himself. Violet 7 doesn't mind if the human race is severely damaged by the Alien Alliance, as long as they achieve final victory. When the Violet Kingdom occupies the land of the Ted Kingdom and ascends to the status of an empire, other human nations will find it difficult to stop them. Every race has its own internal conflicts of interest, but the larger the race, the greater and more obvious these conflicts become. Each of the 10 human kingdoms has its own interests to pursue. The Emerald Kingdom wants to withstand the attack of the Alien Alliance army, while the Ted Kingdom wants to reclaim its territory. The leaders of both countries could see that the only country most capable of helping them right now was the Violet Kingdom. However, the interests of these two countries conflict with those of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom's army will definitely enter the territory of the Ted Kingdom, but not now. Marquis Layton needs the Violet Kingdom to gather a 1,000,000-strong army, plus 300,000 young men recruited from the refugees, and the elite troops brought to the Violet Kingdom by the nobles of the Kingdom of Ted. In this way, Marquis Layton had the confidence to defeat the Alien Alliance army and occupy most of the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. Having already appointed the Marquis of Layton as Commander-in-Chief of the Western Frontier Army, Violet 7 trusted the Marquis of Layton greatly and agreed to his decision. Armies from all over the Violet Kingdom are continuously converging on the western border. While the Violet Kingdom wasn't in a hurry, the leaders of the Emerald Kingdom were extremely anxious, as all the human kingdoms were urging the Violet Kingdom to send troops. Only the Kingdom of Tide and the Kingdom of Emerald promised benefits to the Kingdom of Violet. Other human kingdoms only urged without offering any benefits. As August arrived, the 100 Clans Alliance's 6th Route Army, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, launched an attack on the eastern border defenses of the Emerald Kingdom. Since the main neighbors of the 7 human kingdoms are all human states, the defenses along the eastern and western borders are inadequate, and the number of troops stationed there is also limited. The main force of the Emerald Kingdom is resisting the attack of the 7th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance, and is trying to spare troops to guard the eastern border. However, under the attack of the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance, the eastern border defense line was breached in less than half a month. The Jade Kingdom is in danger. The letters requesting help were sent out as if they were free. Some of the letters requesting help were sent to the neighboring Glory Empire and Night Kingdom, while more were sent to the Violet Kingdom. Even a prince from the Emerald Kingdom traveled to the Violet Kingdom with a personal letter from Emerald 6. The Violet Kingdom should send troops quickly. The Emerald Kingdom is about to collapse. If the Violet Kingdom doesn't send troops, the human race may lose this war. The Violet Kingdom cannot remain unaffected. Why hasn't the Violet Kingdom sent troops yet? The Emerald Kingdom has already lost a third of its territory. If this continues, the Emerald Kingdom will also perish like the Ted Kingdom. Violet 7 delayed again and again until September, by which time the Marquis of Layton's million-strong army was ready. Send troops. Reg followed the Marquis of Layton. Of the 20,000 troops under Reg's command, 10,000 crossbowmen were assembled with other crossbow units, while the other 10,000 ordinary infantry were assigned to logistics. During war, Reg could lead his 10,000 infantrymen to deal with the corpses on the battlefield. Lord Layton was helpless about Reg's hobby. Some nobles are attracted to minors, some to people of different races, and some to people of the same sex. Compared to these nobles, Reg was merely fond of disposing of corpses, making him a relatively normal noble. With 1,000,000 troops moving together, the marching speed is unusually slow. Therefore, the Marquis of Layton's million-strong army was still divided into 3 routes. This time it's not the 3 roads of East, West, and Central, but the 3 roads of Upper, Middle, and Lower. The Marquis of Layton personally led the Central army of 500,000 men, and the Upper and Lower armies each of 400,000 men. Although he had an army of 1.3 million, including more than 100,000 crossbowmen, Marquis Layton was not very confident in defeating the Alien Alliance army within the Kingdom of Ted. While the Violet Kingdom was assembling a large army, the Alien Alliance was also transferring a large number of alien races into the Ted Kingdom. And this time it was the Violet Kingdom that was attacking and the Alien Alliance that was defending. Fortunately, in the previous war, the Alien Alliance had already destroyed most of the city fortress defenses of the Kingdom of Ted. The alien races wanted to repair the city's fortress defenses, but they didn't have enough time, and generally, they didn't have the capability to do so. Chapter 186: The Importance of Intelligence. As the million-strong army of the Violet Kingdom marched into the territory of the Ted Kingdom, the Alien Alliance made its move. The first alien race to make a move was the Thousand Change clan from the 6th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance. The Thousand Transformations clan is similar to the Soul Eater clan. The Soul Devourer clan can devour souls and possess living beings, while the Thousand Transformation clan's transformation talent allows them to create illusions that are indistinguishable from reality. In reality, the Thousand Shapeshifters were far less threatening than the Soul Eaters, but they still caused enormous damage to the Kingdom of Ted. The Shapeshifters infiltrated the army of the Kingdom of Tide, assassinating nobles and causing chaos within the army. Now the Thousand Shapeshifters are about to infiltrate the Violet Kingdom's army. But the Violet Kingdom was already on guard, and Reg had also intervened. The Thousand Shapeshifters did not cause much damage to the Violet Kingdom's army, but they suffered heavy losses and had to retreat. It's not just targeting the Shapeshifters. The battles fought by the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance within the territory of the Kingdom of Ted also exposed all of their information. The orcs in the 6th Route Army are quite familiar to the Violet Kingdom. There are 2 major powerful clans and 1 secondary powerful clan. The 2 powerful races are the Bearmen and the Minotaur, whose armies are mainly composed of infantry, mostly heavily armored infantry. The small number of cavalry units were extremely fierce among the heavily armored cavalry. The second strongest race is the Swan People. This is a winged race that can fly in the sky and uses bows and arrows as weapons. However, the number of Swan People is far less than that of the Eagle People, one of the powerful orc races, and their aerial combat capabilities are also inferior. Among the ancient races, there are 4 major powerful races: the Celestial Eye clan, the Thousand Transformations clan, the Crystal Human clan, and the Wind Demon clan. The Heavenly Eye clan resembles humans in appearance, but they have a third eye on their forehead, known as the Heavenly Eye, which is also the Heavenly Eye clan's innate talent. Some Heavenly Eyes can release flames, some can release lightning, and some can even release petrifying rays. The Shapeshifters are people who can transform into other forms, including living beings and inanimate objects, such as a stone. The Crystal race is similar to the Stone race, possessing extremely high physical defense capabilities. The Wind Demon clan consists entirely of wind elemental mages. The Kingdom of Ted was the first to be destroyed by the 100 Races Alliance, mainly because the ancient races in the 6th Army of the 100 Races Alliance had all sorts of strange abilities that were impossible to defend against. The Kingdom of Ted is very familiar with the orcs in the Sixth Army. Even if they are not their match, they can hold out for a longer period of time in the war. The Violet Kingdom already knew the abilities of each race in the Sixth Army of the 100 Races Alliance, so it would naturally make thorough preparations before engaging in battle. Even if the Swan people launch an air raid, the Violet Kingdom has ways to deal with it. This is why intelligence is so important. The 6th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance, having annihilated the Kingdom of Ted and invaded the Emerald Kingdom, saw its morale soar, but its pride also surged. Even though the Violet Kingdom had a record of defeating the 5th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance, the 6th Route Army was still somewhat overconfident and unprepared. Marquis Layton led the Violet Kingdom's army into the territory of the Ted Kingdom, and in just 1 week, they annihilated more than 100,000 alien races. They recovered nearly 120,000 square kilometers of land, which is about 1/20th of the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. The Marquis of Layton's army suffered fewer than 60,000 casualties, with more than a third of the losses coming from the Ted Kingdom forces. The name Ted Kingdom forces would not appear in written documents. It was merely a designation used by some nobles of the Violet Kingdom. The army of the Kingdom of Ted consists of 300,000 young and able-bodied refugees, as well as elite troops who followed the nobles to retreat into the Kingdom of Violet. The members of the Kingdom of Ted's army were all original Ted people, but in the Marquis of Layton's army, there was no distinction between them. Everyone had to obey the commander's orders. Those who disobey orders will be subject to military law. The nobles of the Violet Kingdom clearly hoped that the Ted Kingdom's troops would suffer more casualties, so that their own troops would suffer fewer. Unfortunately, more of these Ted Kingdom troops could not be formed, as the number of Ted Kingdom refugees fleeing to the Violet Kingdom was limited. The Violet Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses in its first encounter with the army of the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance stationed in the Kingdom of Ted. This caused the commanders of the 6th Route Army to quickly abandon their underestimation of the Violet Kingdom's army and take it seriously. Many races within the 6th Army migrated more of their people to the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. If the Violet Kingdom is defeated, all the people who have migrated to the Kingdom of Ted will die. The war of attrition between the Violet Kingdom's army and the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance has begun. To some extent, the Violet Kingdom's army was stronger and better prepared, causing the 6th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance to retreat steadily. The Violet Kingdom gradually reclaimed more and more territory from the Ted Kingdom. Upon learning of this, the nobles and refugees of the Kingdom of Ted within the Violet Kingdom all wanted to return to their homes. Their ability to escape to the Violet Kingdom means that their home is relatively close to the Violet Kingdom, on land that has already been reclaimed by the Ted Kingdom. However, the Violet Kingdom prohibits all non-military personnel from entering the territory of the reclaimed Ted Kingdom. The reason is simple. They fear that human traitors or alien spies might be hiding among the people coming and going, causing damage to the Violet Kingdom's army. This is indeed one reason. But the real reason is that Violet 7 was worried that the king and nobles of the Kingdom of Ted would directly restore their kingdom in the areas occupied by the Violet Kingdom's army. Violet 7 deeply regrets that the only legendary strongman in the Kingdom of Ted has not died. Violet 7 has already discussed with her third grandfather and sister how to arrange for the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted to be killed by the alien race during the battle of the legendary powerhouses. If all else fails, wait until the human race gains an absolute advantage in the war, then find an opportunity to lure and kill them. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted, Reg, who was following Marquis Layton, was once again reaping the rewards. The Violet Kingdom has 3 armies, upper, middle, and lower, with the middle army being the strongest. North is at the top, south is at the bottom. Correspondingly, the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance also deployed even stronger forces to deal with the Central Route Army of the Violet Kingdom. In the first battle of the Violet Kingdom's army entering the Ted Kingdom, more than 100,000 alien races were eliminated, half of which were the result of the Central Army's victory. Reg led the logistics troops to dispose of most of the corpses, which became nourishment for the World Tree. Reg had previously decided that if he gained more life energy, he would use it to enhance his own strength. So after reaping more life energy, half of it was used for the growth of the World Tree, and Reg used part of the remaining half to improve his physical attributes. In mid-August, Reg's Battlemaster realm advanced to the second stage of the Star Realm. Reg's physical improvement was not too exaggerated. It only reached the level of his own Star Stage 3. Then, he would begin his training as a Battlemaster, rapidly advancing his Battlemaster realm to the third stage of the Star Realm. After stabilizing for a period of time and fully mastering the power of the third stage of the Battlemaster Star Realm, the next physical fitness enhancement will be carried out. Not only will Reg improve himself, but he will also improve Bellona's physical attributes. In the future, when there is more life energy, it will also improve the physical fitness of the warriors among the resurrected. Once Reg becomes a legendary powerhouse, he'll need at least a few subordinates at the Radiant Sun realm. Chapter 187 Advancing by one minor realm in 1 month. Thanks to the efforts of his subordinates, Viscount Catland has once again become a large construction site, with work underway everywhere. The residents who were unable to cultivate their land this year joined various construction teams to rebuild Viscount Catland. The workers recalled their first year in the Viscount of Cataland. The situation now seems similar to the first year, being employed by the Lord to work and earn money. Next spring, the land can be cultivated, and by the autumn harvest, the family will be able to live a normal life. With these thoughts in mind, the workers were full of energy. They were extremely grateful to their Lord and extremely hateful of the invading foreign race. We hope that your Majesty will exterminate all the foreign races and prevent them from disturbing their happy lives again. As the Lord's wife and the person in charge of the territory when the Lord was away, Bellona led the territory's army to garrison Rock Keep. The 5th Army of the 100 Clans Alliance, defeated by the Violet Kingdom, still dared to approach the border of the Violet Kingdom. The Duke of Dominion commanded an army of nearly 500,000 men, along with 50,000 crossbowmen, and was not afraid of an opponent he had already defeated once. Even though the old Duke of Dominton led his army north to pursue the 5th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance a few times, the alien races never engaged in large-scale battles with the Violet Kingdom's army. They merely harassed the Violet Kingdom's army a few times. Alternatively, they could make a show of attacking a certain area on the border of the Violet Kingdom, causing the Violet Kingdom's army to converge, at which point the 5th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance would immediately retreat. If the Violet Kingdom's army doesn't arrive, the 5th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance will definitely annihilate a portion of the Violet Kingdom's forces. The various races of the 5th Army of the 100 Races Alliance have forged a deep hatred with the Violet Kingdom. Duke Domington understood that this was the work of the alien races, who were trying to tie down the Violet Kingdom's army and prevent more troops from being deployed to the Ted Kingdom's battlefield. Under these circumstances, the old Duke Domington could only send men to keep a close eye on the 5th Army of the 100 Races Alliance, and the Violet Kingdom's army would immediately react to any movements of the alien races. In most of the noble territories behind the northern border defense line of the Violet Kingdom, very few people have returned. Even if foreign armies were to enter the country, they would not be able to cause much damage to the Violet Kingdom. The only exception is the Viscount of Cataland. Therefore, Bellona personally led the army to garrison Rock Fortress. This army consisted of 6,000 crossbowmen and 3 squadrons of maids. Bellona reached the second stage of the Star Realm a month earlier than Reg. Now, Reg uses his life energy to directly raise Bellona's physical attributes to the 3rd level of the Star Realm. Reg also gave some of the treasures he had acquired from Taba to Bellona. This gives Bellona unparalleled strength in the Star Realm, allowing her to withstand attacks from even relatively weak Silver Moon Realm experts. Moreover, anyone who is not a legendary powerhouse capable of flight is at risk of being surrounded and killed by a large army. The garrison at Rock Fortress consists of 6,000 crossbowmen and 3 squadrons of maid warriors. Even the garrison strength of a large fortress is not as strong as that of Rock Fortress. Reg also placed a squad of resurrected old mages at Rockhold. The 5th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance did attempt to attack Rock Fortress, but was defeated by the defenders before reinforcements arrived. Having witnessed the strength of the Rock Fortress garrison, no more foreign tribes came to harass them. When the 5th Route Army had a large force, it could withstand losing several thousand soldiers a day. Now that we have fewer troops, we are unwilling to lose even a few hundred men a day. Since the mission is to contain the Violet Kingdom's army, we should minimize losses as much as possible. Every member of our people is precious. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted, the 3 armies of the Kingdom of Violet are slowly advancing, encountering resistance beyond their wildest expectations. Young and old alike took up arms and fought desperately against the Violet Kingdom's army. The 100 Clans Alliance's 6th Route Army, which remained in the Kingdom of Ted, numbered approximately 400,000. However, the number of alien races that have migrated into the Kingdom of Ted exceeds 1 million. whether it's the ancient tribes of the far north or the orcs of the wasteland. This was the first time they had ever seen such a mild climate and fertile soil. They had fallen in love with this land, and they were reluctant to leave it and return to the barren, cold wilderness in the far north. They have come to regard this land as their new home. To protect their homeland, they were willing to fight to the death against the Violet Kingdom's army. Fortunately, the cannon fodder units in the Violet Empire's army are capable of dealing with ordinary alien races. The Violet Empire's army encountered fierce resistance from the alien races, but continued to advance westward, with more and more aliens falling on the land of the Kingdom of Ted. Reg is accumulating more and more life energy. Reg felt that he could use life energy to improve his physical fitness once a month. That is, the Battle Master realm, where one can advance one small realm every month. For the extraordinary beings of the Nora world, this is an unimaginable speed of advancement. Only by using extremely precious natural materials could this level of achievement be possible. The life energy obtained from the World Tree is indeed a rare treasure, so it's normal that Reg could achieve this level of success. Perhaps before the end of this year, Reg will be able to reach the Silver Moon realm of Battle Master. As for Reg's Mage realm, he had already entered the third stage of the Star realm in late September. This makes the fighters and mages equal in both major and minor realms. However, the Battle Master realm will soon far surpass the Mage realm. With the help of life energy, the Battle Master realm can be rapidly improved, so Reg focuses on mage training. Becoming a legendary powerhouse, the pinnacle of power in the world of Nora, is only Reg's first goal. The next goal is to transcend the ordinary and become the first saint in the Fifth Era. To become a saint, one must cultivate both martial arts and magic. Of course, you can also cultivate one system to the legendary level first, and then cultivate another system. The advance of the Violet Kingdom's army on the battlefield of the Ted Kingdom had a relatively small impact on other battlefields. On the battlefield of the Emerald Kingdom was attacked from both sides by a part of the 6th Route Army and the 7th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance. Despite the Jade Kingdom's best efforts, along with the Night Kingdom and the Glory Empire, half of their territory has already fallen. Compared to the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Ted, the royal family and nobles of the Emerald Kingdom are all fighting to protect their homeland, and very few nobles have fled. The reason why the Emerald Kingdom was able to hold off the 7th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance, but not the 6th Route Army, was mainly because the Emerald Kingdom's defensive lines were only for the north and not for the east. The troops at the front are stalling for time, while the rear is working hard to build a new defensive line. If we can hold out for a little longer, the new defenses can be repaired. It would be best to delay until winter arrives, when the intensity of the war decreases. In short, the Emerald Kingdom does not want to suffer the same fate as the Kingdom of Tide, where all its territory falls into the hands of foreign races. Meanwhile, a unit of the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance within the Emerald Kingdom was fighting fiercely. They wanted to destroy the Emerald Kingdom as soon as possible and then return to the Kingdom of Ted. Alternatively, the army and people within the Kingdom of Ted could be withdrawn to the Emerald Kingdom. Once the Emerald Kingdom is destroyed, the human race's strength will be weakened, and the 100 Races Alliance will gain an even greater advantage. At that time, we will be able to either stop the Violet Kingdom's army from attacking or destroy the next human nation. Chapter 188: The Assault of the Undead Legend. Two men in black robes appeared silently on the outskirts of the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted, their eyes fixed on Reg, who was dealing with a corpse. I couldn't hold back anymore. What kind of fetish does this little guy have to dispose of so many corpses? Marcus, wait a bit longer. We're not far from their battlefield. If they find us, we'll be dead. All right, let this little guy live a few more days. Unbeknownst to many, the war between the human race and the alliance of all races has been going on for a year. As October arrived, the developments on the battlefields of the Kingdom of Tide and the Kingdom of Emerald seemed to have become the key to victory or defeat in the war between the human race and the alliance of all races. The Violet Kingdom's army has already recaptured about 1/3 of the Ted Kingdom's territory, and the pace of recapture will accelerate. The alien races that migrated to the territory of the Kingdom of Ted had already suffered heavy casualties in the early battles. The resistance will only weaken further. As a result, the Violet Kingdom suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, and the Ted Kingdom's forces suffered more than half of their casualties. However, the Violet Kingdom still has a steady stream of newly formed troops being sent to the battlefield of the Ted Kingdom. On the battlefield of the Emerald Kingdom, With the evacuation of the people and the initial completion of the new defensive line, the Emerald Kingdom directly abandoned a portion of its territory and withdrew its army to the new defensive line. With the newly established defenses, protect the last third of the Emerald Kingdom's territory. Parts of the 6th and 7th Armies of the 100 Clans Alliance launched a fierce attack on the new defensive line of the Emerald Kingdom. Despite paying a heavy price and even capturing part of the defensive line, they were all taken back by the Emerald Kingdom's army. In this war, many members of the Emerald Kingdom's royal family and a large number of nobles have died. No members of the royal family fled. The example set by members of the royal family and nobles inspired officers and soldiers to fight to the death. In this situation, by the end of October, the Violet Kingdom's army had occupied more than half of the Ted Kingdom's territory, while the Emerald Kingdom still held on to its last third of land. If this continues, the human race will gain more advantages in this war. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted, another battle has ended. The Violet Kingdom's central army killed more than 5,000 alien races, but suffered less than 3,000 casualties themselves. Reg led the logistics troops to deal with the corpses of both sides on the battlefield. Because of his own caution and his past experience of being assassinated, Reg always takes full precautions when collecting corpses. Reg's gaze fell upon the corpses the soldiers were carrying, as he sought to select talented individuals to be resurrected and used for his own purposes. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, thousands of corpses became nourishment for the World Tree. The growth of the World Tree clone and the life energy accumulated within the World Tree give Reg the pleasure of leveling up and reaping rewards. Just then, a beam of black light descended from the sky and struck Reg precisely. The defensive spell space protecting Reg shattered instantly. The black light continued to rush towards Reg, but the next moment, a golden barrier blocked it. It was only then that Reg realized what was happening. Reg did not use the teleportation spell, which has a fast casting speed but a short teleportation distance, nor did he use the teleportation spell, which has a long teleportation distance but a slow casting speed. Instead, they directly opened the portal to the small world and hid inside. Upon seeing Reg disappear, the two black-robed figures, Marcus Radiant Moon and Keith Pulitzer, who were hiding in the sky, assumed that Reg had used teleportation and hurriedly searched for Reg's whereabouts on the battlefield. But they didn't see Reg at all. The target has escaped. The target not only withstood the attack of a legendary mage, but also escaped from two legendary powerhouses. The target was merely a minor mage of the Star Realm. For a legendary powerhouse, this is an immense disgrace. Even though they had become undead and lost their human emotions, the two legendary powerhouses were still very angry. We can't have come here for nothing. Since we didn't kill this little guy, let's kill the commander of the Violet Kingdom's army. We can't let the human race win the war too quickly. We have to let them keep fighting. Good. The two legendary experts flew directly westward and quickly located Marquis Layton in the army. An attack from a legendary powerhouse descended from the sky. Marquis Layton, a powerful expert at the Sunshining Realm, sensed the danger and hurriedly took cover. He barely dodged the attack of one legendary expert, but failed to dodge the attack of a second legendary expert. Marquis Layton also possessed various treasures, but even these treasures could not withstand the attack of the legendary expert. Marquis Layton, struck by a black light spell, instantly turned into a pool of blood. Just as Keith Pulitzer was about to take away Marquis Layton's soul, three legendary human warriors rushed over in anger. There were other legendary powerhouses from the human race and other races behind them. Transforming from a living being into a lich, with an unbroken phylactery and the ability to resurrect after death, though weakened for a long time, is highly detrimental to their plans. The lich is a type of undead. The two legendary powerhouses had no choice but to flee. In the small world, Reg sat under the World Tree, panting heavily, his heart pounding. A treasure he possessed, capable of withstanding legendary attacks, shattered as the golden barrier disappeared. What are the legendary powerhouses of the human race doing? How could they allow a legendary powerhouse from another race to find an opportunity to ambush them? Because he didn't have time to use his appraisal skill, Reg didn't know that the legendary powerhouse who ambushed him wasn't from the 100 Races Alliance. Unbeknownst to him, the legendary expert who ambushed him, having failed to kill him, went and killed Marquis Layton instead. I'm still not strong enough. I wonder when I'll be able to reach the legendary realm. Reg stayed in the small world for half a day before carefully leaving and returning to the outside world. Reg possesses treasures capable of withstanding attacks from legendary powerhouses, but there are only a handful of such treasures, so it's best not to use them up easily. If he runs out of energy, Reg will probably have to hide in the small world forever. But having been ambushed by a legendary powerhouse today, Reg can't stay hidden in the small world forever. He has to go out and see what's going on. Moreover, with legendary human experts present, even if an accident occurs and one of them is ambushed by a legendary expert from the 100 Races Alliance, the difficulty of ambushing them again would increase significantly. However, when Reg returned to the outside world, he soon heard some terrible news. The Marquis of Layton is dead. He was ambushed and killed by 2 legendary powerhouses from the 100 Clans Alliance. Based on the timeline, Reg should have realized that the 2 legendary powerhouses of the 100 Races Alliance had gone on to ambush Marquis Layton after their failed attack on him. That's strange. Based on their importance to the war, the Marquis of Layton should be considered more important. Could it be because of the Type 1 infantry crossbow? Unable to think of a reason, Reg arrived at the site of Marquis Layton's death with a sorrowful expression. All that remained was a pool of blood and the unconscious soul of the Marquis of Layton. Reg took the Marquis of Layton's soul into his small world, and then conducted an in-depth analysis of the pool of blood. Many secrets were discovered immediately. The powerful attackers who assaulted him and Marquis Layton were not from the 100 Races Alliance, but were undead liches. Undead. Undead? Could it be that because I disposed of so many corpses, 2 legendary undead experts came to attack and kill me? Reg suddenly felt that he was in a dangerous situation. Chapter 189 The Marquis of Layton offers his loyalty. Reg did not rush to revive Marquis Layton, and even if he did, he would not allow him to return to command the army again. With their commander killed in action, the Central Army, under the command of the Marquis of Layton's deputy, has begun its retreat. Both the upper and lower routes of the army retreated. Without the Marquis of Layton as commander-in-chief, the Violet Kingdom's army is essentially without its backbone. Having a deputy take over command of the army was merely to prevent chaos within the army. If the war continues with the 100 Races Alliance, serious problems may arise. Upon seeing that Reg was still alive, the deputy commander hurriedly entrusted Reg with a task, to teleport back to the capital and ask the king to appoint a new commander. Reg accepted the mission and was teleported back to the capital of the Violet Kingdom to meet Violet 7. The front lines have dispatched flying magical beasts to deliver news of Marquis Layton's attack and death. Violet 7 was furious. Princess Katarina was also present when Reg met Violet 7. To Reg's surprise, Princess Katarina's Battlemaster realm had already reached the peak of the Radiant Sun realm. The next step is legend. Reg, please teleport Katarina to the front lines. Katarina will be the commander of the army and will stabilize the situation. Yes, ma'am. Using the treasures of the Violet family, Princess Katarina is preparing to ascend to legendary status. Such a major event occurred that Violet 7 had no choice but to send Princess Katarina out of seclusion to stabilize the situation. Then find someone to replace Princess Katarina, so that Princess Katarina can return to seclusion and advance to the legendary level. Violet 7 also prepared defensive treasures for Princess Katarina to prevent her from being killed by a legendary alien warrior like Marquis Layton. Reg was like a hard-working rickshaw driver, painstakingly transporting Princess Katarina to the Central Army camp. With Princess Katarina's arrival, the Violet Kingdom army within the Kingdom of Ted has regained its backbone. Faced with the counterattack of the 100 Races Alliance army, the Violet Kingdom army quickly repelled them. Reg felt that the 2 legendary undead warriors would not have a chance to attack him anytime soon, so he continued to lead the logistics troops to deal with the corpses on the battlefield. Of course, Reg also possesses treasures capable of withstanding attacks from legendary powerhouses, and he will take other precautions as well. If he were to be attacked by another legendary expert again in a short period of time, Reg would have no choice but to temporarily abandon dealing with the corpse and hide away. Taking some time, Reg returned to the small world. The world tree has gained an extra fruit that carries the soul of the Marquis of Layton. According to the conditions for resurrected beings, Marquis Layton was actually a little short of meeting the requirements to be resurrected by Reg. Who can blame them? Marquis Layton is the grandfather of Freya, Reg's first wife. The Marquis of Layton also provided a great deal of help to Reg. Moreover, the Marquis of Layton's strength and abilities can help Reg. If Reg is willing, he can make Marquis Layton his first legendary warrior. Even if the loyalty of Marquis Layton cannot be obtained, the World Tree clone can grant Marquis Layton legendary strength, and can also take back that power. Instead of directly resurrecting the Marquis of Layton, Reg first awakened the Marquis of Layton's sleeping soul within the fruit. Reg, where is this? Are you dead too? Marquis Layton remembered being attacked and killed by a legendary powerhouse. Now that he was dead, did being able to see Reg mean that Reg was also dead? Grandpa, I'm not dead, but you are. You were killed by 2 legendary undead warriors, Reg replied. Undead, not the Alien Alliance. Marquis Layton asked in surprise. There are no undead in the 100 Races Alliance, but the undead have little reputation in the world of Nora, and it is very difficult to find any trace of them. Those 2 legendary undead warriors first attacked me, but failed, so they went to attack my grandfather. Marquis Layton also felt strange, wondering why the legendary undead warriors didn't attack him first. But since he was already dead, the Marquis of Layton was too lazy to think about it anymore. He realized that he was now in a soul state. Reg, I'd like to trouble you to take care of the Layton family from now on, Marquis Layton said in his dying words. Reg shook his head and said, I don't need to take care of you, Grandpa. Do you want to be resurrected? Resurrection? Marquis Layton, in his soul form, was stunned. The Marquis of Layton hasn't lived enough yet. How could he not want to be resurrected? I want to be resurrected. Reg, can you resurrect me? Marquis Layton asked with a glimmer of hope. I can indeed bring Grandpa back to life, but it depends on Grandpa's choice. What choice? Marquis Layton asked hastily. First of all, if Grandpa is resurrected, he can no longer appear in the outside world as his original self. The resurrection of such a thing is extremely tempting for legendary powerhouses, and I don't want to be watched by a group of legendary powerhouses. The Marquis of Layton hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Lord Layton was very close to becoming a duke, but he died halfway through his journey. With his resurrection, becoming a duke was no longer important to the Marquis of Layton. After Grandpa is resurrected, he has 2 choices. One choice is to cultivate in my world. When I have enough strength to dominate the world, Grandpa can show up in his original identity. Another option is that I lack capable men like my grandfather, and I hope he can help me develop my territory and command its army. This time, the Marquis of Layton hesitated for a long time. The first option is for Reg to resurrect the Marquis of Layton because of their relationship. The second option, however, requires the Marquis of Layton to pledge his loyalty, not just to get his help. Getting the Marquis of Layton to pledge allegiance to his grandson-in-law would normally be an extremely difficult task. But now things are different. The Marquis of Layton is dead, but his grandson-in-law can resurrect him. Marquis Layton once thought that if Reg could become a Duke of the Kingdom, he himself would also become a Duke of the Kingdom, and together the 2 families would become the second most powerful force in the kingdom after the Violet family. After his death, Marquis Layton learned that Reg possessed the power to resurrect living beings, and that this unfamiliar place was filled with magical plants, which also made Marquis Layton understand the origin of the magical plants in Reg's possession. Reg is more than what he appears to be on the surface. Furthermore, the legendary undead warrior attempted to kill himself, but failed to kill Reg. Reg's future is not just as a Duke of the Kingdom. Reg will become a king, or even an emperor. He could become a duke under Reg, even if he did not become one in the Violet Kingdom. After much deliberation, the Marquis of Layton ultimately chose the second option. Grandpa, welcome to the team. I will revive you soon and raise your physical attributes to the peak of the Radiant Sun Realm. Once I have mastered the strength of the peak of the Radiant Sun Realm, I will try to help you advance to the Legendary Realm. Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Layton's soul trembled, a sign of his intense emotions. Chapter 190, I have met my lord. Marquis Layton only dreamed of becoming a duke, and he also dreamed of reaching the Legendary Realm, but he believed that the possibility of him becoming a legendary powerhouse was very small. By diligently nurturing future generations, perhaps one lucky person among several generations will emerge and achieve legendary status. If it were so easy to reach the Legendary Realm, the Violet Kingdom wouldn't have only 1 or 2 legendary powerhouses guarding it year after year. In reality, it was the era that limited the Marquis of Layton. If this were in the 4th Age, with Marquis Layton's talent, he would have had a great chance of becoming a legendary powerhouse. Now, Reg can also give Marquis Layton the opportunity to become a legendary powerhouse. In an instant, the Marquis of Layton's loyalty to Reg skyrocketed. The resurrection, coupled with the chance to become a legendary figure, caused the last vestige of resentment in Marquis Layton's heart to vanish. Reg waved his hand, sending the Marquis of Layton's soul back into the fruit. He then took control of the World Tree clone, channeling more life energy into the fruit containing the soul of Marquis Layton. As life energy is depleted, the fruit grows rapidly, giving birth to the Marquis of Layton's new body. Outside, Marquis Layton's body was reduced to a pool of blood, but Reg had collected Marquis Layton's genes. On the battlefield, the Marquis of Layton was wounded many times, making it easy to collect his genes. Within the fruit, the Marquis of Layton's new body is growing rapidly. After thinking for a moment, Reg decided not to change Marquis Layton's appearance, but only to change his hair color from blonde to black. As for the Marquis of Layton's appearance, after he was restored to his youth, it would be difficult to recognize him unless one was familiar with his appearance when he was young. Most of the time, the Marquis of Layton, now with a different name, stays within the territory of Reg and doesn't venture out into the outside world. Even if they are discovered, they will likely only be assumed to be members of the Layton family. Given Reg's relationship with the Marquis of Layton, it's quite normal for members of the Layton family to appear in Viscount Catelyn's territory. He has the appearance and body of a 20-year-old, and the physical qualities of a Pique d'Auchère battlemaster at the Sun Realm. The Marquis of Layton's new body has grown, and his soul has perfectly merged into this new body. The fruit has finally ripened and fallen from the world tree to the ground. The fruit's outer shell cracked, revealing the Marquis of Layton's body. Young, handsome, and powerful, the Marquis of Layton, who had been in a deep sleep, soon awoke. The first thing the Marquis of Layton saw upon waking was Reg. He stood up, clenched his fist, and felt his new body. Although there was no fighting spirit in his body, Marquis Layton could sense that the strength of this new body was much greater than that of his previous body. Peak of the Radiant Sun Realm? Marquis Layton felt reassured and immediately knelt down on one knee before Reg. Waltz Layton greets my lord. Reg quickly stepped forward to help the Marquis of Layton up and found him some clothes to wear. Grandpa, please stay in my world for a while. Once you've mastered the power of this body, you can go out and help me manage the territory. Freya is here too, spending all her time researching alchemy with a group of old mages, sometimes forgetting to eat. Lord Layton was curious about Reg's world, but their current relationship prevented him from asking Reg any questions. Anyway, Reg said Freya is also in this world, so we can just ask his granddaughter later. On the way to find Freya, Reg continued to talk to Marquis Layton about the legendary undead warriors. Grandpa, something is very wrong that we were attacked and killed by a legendary undead expert. The Marquis of Layton nodded. He thought so too. Could it be that the Alien Alliance hired a legendary undead expert to ambush and kill us? Marquis Layton speculated. Reg answered with absolute certainty. I can confirm that those two legendary undead powerhouses were not hired by the Alien Alliance. They must be from a third-party force outside of the human race and the Alien Alliance. They were the first to attack me, and considering their undead nature, I suspect it was related to my disposal of a large number of human and alien corpses. To create the undead, you need either a corpse or a soul. The human race and the alliance of all races have gone to war, and the death toll on both sides has now exceeded 20 million. If all the corpses buried in the ground were turned into undead, even if each undead was very weak, it would still be a terrifying force. Hearing Reg's words, Marquis Layton felt a chill run down his spine. The undead have legendary powerful figures who are suspected of plotting a huge conspiracy under the guise of the war between humans and the Alien Alliance. Even if the human race manages to defeat the Alien Alliance, the human race will suffer enormous losses. When the undead's conspiracy is revealed, humanity will be in danger. Grandpa, should I reveal a little about the undead to Princess Katerina? Ideally, all the corpses that appear in future battles should be disposed of, not buried on the spot. The Marquis of Layton thought for more than 10 seconds before replying. It's worth a try. The undead haven't made any big moves yet, and have been hiding themselves, which means that their current strength is not strong, or rather, not as strong as the human or alien alliance. If the undead dare to act recklessly, the human and alien alliances, being living beings, can temporarily join forces to fight them. That's true. After I get out, I'll find an opportunity to talk to Princess Katerina about this. Soon, Reg and Marquis Layton arrived at Freya's alchemy room. When many old monks are engrossed in their research, they not only forget to eat, but they also become unkempt. Freya is better. Even when she's engrossed in research, she maintains her image. On the one hand, her husband frequently came and went. On the other hand, there are those resurrected old mages. They already have a good relationship, but Freya doesn't want to meet others looking disheveled. As for the old masters, They're all old guys now, and when they get engrossed in their research, they don't care about their image anymore. Freya, look who's here. Reg called out to Freya after entering the alchemy room. Upon hearing Reg's voice, Freya put down what she was doing, turned around to look at Reg, and saw Marquis Layton beside him, her eyes showing a confused look. This face looks so much like my father and grandfather. Is he one of my relatives? And why does he have black hair? Ha. Seeing Freya's confusion, Reg laughed out loud. Freya, is he grandpa? Grandfather? Freya was a smart person and immediately figured out why her grandfather had appeared in the small world. Grandpa, how did you die? Freya walked over excitedly and carefully examined Marquis Layton. Freya wasn't too saddened by her grandfather's death, since her husband had already resurrected him. Alas, there was nothing I could do. I was killed by two legendary undead experts working together. How could I, a mere sun-level cultivator, possibly withstand such an attack? The young Marquis Layton sighed. Freya was surprised by the Marquis of Layton's answer. It would be a miracle if he had survived under such circumstances. Grandpa, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Although you died once, you have also returned to your youth, and have more time to challenge the legendary realm. Chapter 191 Katarina's Trust. Back in the outside world, Reg sought an audience with Princess Katarina. Reg, what do you have to report? Princess Katarina asked. Your Highness, it concerns the attack on me and Marquis Layton by a legendary undead warrior, Reg replied. When the two legendary undead warriors fled, they were unable to completely conceal their auras, and their identities were discovered by the legendary warriors of the Human and Alien Alliance. The legendary human warriors believed that the undead were recruited by the Alien Alliance. The 100 Clans Alliance vehemently denied it. Although the 100 Races Alliance has considered hiring undead, the events of the past were not actually committed by the 100 Races Alliance. Princess Katarina looked at Reg and asked him to continue. Those two legendary undead experts first attacked me, and when they failed, they went on to attack Marquis Layton. This is a strange thing. Logically speaking, the Marquis of Layton is more important than me, so I should have assassinated the Marquis of Layton first. I've been thinking about this ever since, and I suspect the spirits of the dead are plotting something big. The war between humans and the Alien Alliance has resulted in the deaths of over 20 million people. If a powerful undead were to act and create a large number of undead, it would be an extremely terrifying force. We, the living, and the dead are mortal enemies. My usual job is to dispose of the corpses on the battlefield. Once the corpses are sent into my personal space, not even a trace will be left. I suspect that it was because I disposed of too many corpses that I angered the spirits of the dead, which is why they attacked and killed me. Therefore, I suggest that the bodies of both sides be disposed of by burning them if possible. I can also spend more time making more trips to help the army dispose of the bodies quickly. Princess Katarina listened to Reg's words and fell into thought. She felt that there was some truth to what Reg said, but she couldn't be 100% sure. Because it is impossible to determine whether the undead are plotting their own schemes or whether they have been hired by the Alien Alliance. Moreover, Reg, who killed several Silver Moon Realm experts from the Alien Alliance, is indeed a target that the Alien Alliance must kill, given his young age and genius. Reg, what you're saying probably won't convince many people. Burning corpses on the battlefield is a waste of manpower and resources, and I doubt many people would be willing to do it. We can't control the other human nations, but here I can issue an order for all units to burn as many corpses as possible on the battlefield. It's a relief, I suppose. It's best if the undead have no ulterior motives. If what you say is true, the entire kingdom will thank you, and I will recommend you for reward. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. You are a nobleman of the kingdom, and you have made so many contributions to the kingdom. If we don't trust you, how many people in the kingdom can we trust? If you have time, cultivate more and reach the Radiant Sun realm as soon as possible. Strength is the most important thing. Also, be careful of assassination attempts by enemies. Yes. Princess Katarina's order quickly spread throughout the 3 armies of the Kingdom of Ted, requiring each unit to burn as many corpses as possible from both sides. With Princess Katarina's order, Reg's disposal of corpses was no longer limited to the Central Army. Whenever he has time, Reg can run to the top and bottom lanes to help the army quickly dispose of the corpses. This situation greatly displeased the powerful undead hiding in the shadows, but it was not advisable for them to make a move anytime soon. Reg risked being attacked and killed by the enemy to gain more life energy. In order to raise the strength of Marquis Layton's new body to the peak of the Battle Master Radiant Sun realm, Reg consumed a considerable amount of life energy. With Princess Katarina in command, the Violet Kingdom army within the Kingdom of Ted quickly stabilized, not only repelling the counterattacking Alien Alliance army, but also continuing its westward advance. The troops left behind by the 6th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance in the Kingdom of Ted were completely unable to stop the advance of the Violet Kingdom's army, and also caused heavy losses to the people of various clans who had moved to the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. Some races have already sent their people back to the Emerald Kingdom or the Northern Wastelands. The 6th Route Army, which entered the Emerald Kingdom and joined forces with the 7th Route Army, still failed to break through the Emerald Kingdom's last line of defense. The Jade Kingdom paid a heavy price to firmly defend its last line of defense. Even if a small section of the defense line falls, it will be retaken as soon as possible. Unable to destroy the Emerald Kingdom for a long time, especially with winter approaching, the commander of the 6th Army began to consider leaving the Emerald Kingdom and returning to the Kingdom of Ted. The Kingdom of Ted was the first territory occupied by the 6th Route Army, and the various races were unwilling to let it be taken away by the Violet Kingdom's army. The war between the human race and the alliance of all races has not reached a stalemate, and the human race is gradually gaining more advantages. In addition, all human nations can mass-produce the Catalan crossbow, and crossbow units have already been formed, with small crossbow units being sent to the front lines to participate in the war. Although the crossbowmen could no longer achieve results like the Violet Kingdom's defeat of the 100 Races Alliance's 5th Route Army, due to the 100 Races Alliance's preparedness, they still slightly enhanced the strength of the various human races. A country has already sent the buyout fee for the Catalan crossbow to the Violet Kingdom. The kingdom gets 300,000 gold coins, and the empire gets 600,000 gold coins. It's just a small amount. Some countries charged nobles a buyout fee for the Catalan crossbow, and then took that money back. Faced with the evolving situation, some members of the 100 Clans Alliance have expressed concerns. Is the 100 Races Alliance about to be defeated by the human race? However, many members of the 100 Clans Alliance believe that they would not lose. At most, neither side would win, resulting in a draw. After all, the scale of this war was too large, with almost all races on the land participating in it. Every human nation is a battlefield. Even if a battle is decided, it is impossible to predict which side will ultimately win. At this moment, the Elven High Command was hesitant about whether to commit more resources to the war. The elves are no longer the most powerful race in Nora, but they have many hidden methods and hidden strengths. The direct cause of the war between the human race and the alliance of 100 races was the elves. The elves realized that the humans were developing too rapidly, and that they might one day defeat all races and rule the world of Nora. One of the rulers of the world of Nora is the elf race. Once all the races overthrew the rule of the elves, the world of Nora would have no new rulers. If humans become the rulers of the world of Nora, the elves will face only two fates: extermination or enslavement by humans. The elves did not want this outcome, so they sent out a large number of elven envoys to unite the various races of the Nora world, eventually forming a 100-race alliance and launching an attack on the human race. The fact that the 100 Races Alliance can defeat or even annihilate the human race is the best outcome for the elves. The human race and the alliance of all races suffered heavy losses, which the elven race could accept. If the 100 Races Alliance is defeated by the human race, and the human race continues its quest for the throne of Nora, then the elves will have to devote even more resources to the war. The human race has gained some advantages, but there is no sign of them completely defeating the 100 Races Alliance. The elves are not in a hurry to use more of their strength. All elves can become extraordinary beings, and the lifespan of an elven extraordinary being is generally 3 times that of a human extraordinary being of the same level. The longer lifespan also makes it difficult for elves to reproduce. The elves were reluctant to send more of their people to the battlefield. Chapter 192 The Marquis of Layton knows everything. As winter approaches, the war between the human race and the alliance of all races continues. Even in the coldest part of winter, neither side dares to let their guard down. The Violet Kingdom's army has already occupied more than 2/3 of the Ted Kingdom's territory. The 100 Clans Alliance has still not captured the last third of the Emerald Kingdom's land. Conflicts also arose within the 100 Clans Alliance. For example, the 6th Route Army wanted to return to the Kingdom of Ted in the Emerald Kingdom. For example, the 9th Army, which was attacking the Night Kingdom, wanted the 6th or 7th Army to split up and attack the Night Kingdom. The human race is also internally unstable. The various nations want the Violet Kingdom to quickly eliminate the alien races within the Ted Kingdom's territory before entering the Emerald Kingdom to provide support. The royal family, nobles, and ordinary people of the Kingdom of Ted all wanted to return to the lands of the Kingdom of Ted that had been reclaimed by the Violet Kingdom's army. But Violet 7 rejected him. Violet 7 gave the same reason. The Violet Kingdom's army was fighting on the front lines, and she was worried that human traitors or alien spies might infiltrate and cause damage to the Violet Kingdom's army. If the Violet Kingdom's army encounters problems, it could ultimately lead to the human race losing this war. Violet 7 told the people of the Kingdom of Ted to wait until the war was over before returning home. The repeated delays in the release of Violet 7 have led many to suspect something is amiss. Could it be that the Violet Kingdom is planning to seize the land of the Ted Kingdom? Many people felt that this was unlikely. At most, the Violet Kingdom would only receive a portion of the Ted Kingdom's land as compensation. The king of the Kingdom of Ted is still alive, as are the legendary powerhouses. Other human nations would not allow the Violet Kingdom to completely occupy the Ted Kingdom. On the surface, Violet 7 vehemently denied that the Violet Kingdom had any intention of conquering the Ted Kingdom. The Violet Empire occupied the Kingdom of Ted. What does it have to do with the Violet Kingdom? When Reg returned to the small world and discussed the matter with Marquis Layton, Marquis Layton also felt that the Violet Kingdom might annex the land of the Ted Kingdom. When Reg said that Princess Katarina's Battlemaster realm had reached the peak of the Radiant Sun realm, Marquis Layton suddenly realized. I understand now. Our king is truly magnanimous. He not only wanted the Violet Kingdom to annex the land of the Ted Kingdom, but also wanted to turn the Violet Kingdom into the Violet Empire, making it the fourth empire of the human race. A kingdom only needs one legendary expert to oversee it, while an empire needs multiple legendary experts, typically 3. The Violet Kingdom currently has 2 legendary powerhouses. Once Princess Katarina advances to the legendary realm, the Violet Kingdom will have 3 legendary powerhouses. With the addition of the Kingdom of Tide, the Kingdom of Violet is now qualified to become an empire. But the risks here are also great. One wrong move and the Violet Kingdom could suffer devastating losses, and the Violet family's legendary lineage might even end. Reg was also somewhat surprised by his future father-in-law. It is well known that Violet 7 enjoys life, so it is surprising that such a king would have the ambition to become emperor. Currently, it seems there is some chance of success. For Reg, whether the Violet Kingdom could become an empire was not too important. The important thing is that the Violet Kingdom should not suffer too many losses in this war. Reg is not yet strong enough to break away from the Violet Kingdom and still relies on the collective strength of the Violet Kingdom. If the Violet Kingdom suffers heavy losses and is attacked by a large enemy army, the Violet Kingdom will be in danger of being destroyed. In particular, Reg suspected the undead were plotting something. Fortunately, Reg still has a way out. If all else fails, he can take all the important people into the small world and take them away. It's already December. Reg would improve his physical fitness once a month. Reg's current Battlemaster level has reached the 5th stage of the Star Realm, and his physical attributes have been improved to the 1st stage of the Silver Moon Realm. The same is basically true for Bologna. Relying on the life energy of the World Tree, Reg and Bologna's progress in their Battlemaster realm is even faster than when they were Battlemaster apprentices. Marquis Layton was deeply moved by this, as he too had directly acquired the physical attributes of the peak of the Radiant Sun realm thanks to the life energy of the World Tree. Princess Katarina, with the help of the Violet family, may become a legendary powerhouse. He, Waltz Layton, also has the opportunity to become a legendary powerhouse, thanks to his grandson-in-law. The more the Marquis of Layton learned about the small world from his granddaughter, the more astonished he became. Previously, the Marquis of Layton thought that Reg had a hobby of disposing of corpses. Unexpectedly, Reg sent the corpses into the small world so that the World Tree could extract life energy from them. It was this life energy that enabled him to be resurrected and gave him the opportunity to become a legendary powerhouse. Given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for Reg to establish a country and become king or emperor. Even the Marquis of Layton believed that Reg could become a saint and rule over the human race. Lord Layton became increasingly loyal to Reg. She also felt lucky to have established a connection with Reg early on and to marry her granddaughter to Reg. Without these connections with Reg, death would truly be death, with no possibility of resurrection. Marquis Layton has made a decision. Once he has mastered the peak strength of the Radiant Sun realm, he will go to Viscount Carteran's territory and make sure to help Reg develop his lands. Let's see if there's an opportunity to use the Leighton family's influence to help Reg expand his power. The Marquis of Leighton believed that the more you put in, the more you will reap in the future. The only pity is that Reg doesn't seem to have any intention of having children. The Marquis of Leighton understood Reg's thoughts. Reg will remain young, with unlimited potential, a surefire legendary powerhouse with a lifespan of 300 years. They might even have the chance to become the first saint of their time, possessing a lifespan of 1,000 years. With such a long lifespan, they naturally have no rush to have offspring. During the cold winter, battles still broke out on various battlefields between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance, but the intensity of the battles continued to decrease. Ancient tribes living in the far north and far south were better able to withstand the cold. The 100 Clans Alliance wanted to rely on the ancient races to achieve some victories in battle during the cold winter. However, the human race's tenacious resistance caused the 100 Races Alliance's plan to fail. Some changes have occurred in the Violet Kingdom. Reg once again acted as a rickshaw driver, taking Princess Katrina to the northern border and old Duke Domington to the Kingdom of Ted. The two commanders of the Violet Kingdom exchanged positions. This exchange will have some impact on the Violet Kingdom's army within the Kingdom of Ted, but will have a relatively small impact on the Violet Kingdom's northern border garrison. Compared to these other factors, Reg felt that Princess Katarina's ascension to legendary status was more important, which is why the king made this arrangement. As long as Duke Domington plays it safe and steady, the Violet Kingdom's army will at least not be defeated within the territory of the Ted Kingdom. Just maintain the status quo and wait for Princess Katarina to be promoted to legendary. The Violet Kingdom may be about to enter a new era. Chapter 193 Food Crisis. Another year has passed, and Reg is 23 years old. Reg returned to Cheryl and celebrated the new year with Freya and Bellona. Because there are fewer battles and the intensity of warfare decreases during winter, Reg returns to his territory more often. The reconstruction project in Viscount Catland was temporarily halted due to the onset of the cold winter. The people are all hoping that winter will end soon so that spring planting can proceed as planned. They all knew that a large number of jobs would only be created when the territory underwent large-scale construction. Once large-scale construction in the territory is completed, the number of jobs will decrease rapidly. Farming is the only long-term job. However, it will take another 2 or 3 years of large-scale construction to rebuild the territory to the level it was before the war. Destruction is easy, but construction is difficult. The towns and villages in the newly developed territory were ravaged by foreign invaders. The alien race, accustomed to living in tents or caves, suddenly moved into human houses and had no intention of making them their own home. They did whatever they liked. As a result, towns and villages on newly reclaimed lands basically had to be rebuilt. If it were any other nobleman, seeing that their territory needed to be rebuilt on a large scale, they would be heartbroken by the cost, or even have no money to rebuild. With Reg's financial resources, he could easily afford it, especially the buyout fee for the Type 1 infantry crossbow from various human nations. Apart from the Kingdom of Tide, the other 3 empires and 5 kingdoms all paid, totaling 3.3 million gold coins. For the Violet Kingdom, 300,000 gold coins are a small sum, while 3.3 million gold coins are a large sum. When Reg went to see Violet 7, Violet 7 wanted to give Reg all the money. However, Reg only accepted 1 million gold coins, giving the remaining 2.3 million gold coins to Violet 7. If His Majesty hadn't fought for me, I wouldn't have gotten even 100,000 gold coins, let alone 1 million. I only need these 1 million gold coins. War requires more than just manpower. It costs money like water. The kingdom desperately needs this money, so Your Majesty should accept it. Under Reg's persuasion, Violet 7 accepted the money. Violet 7 certainly needs this money. It could increase the Violet Kingdom's chances of becoming an empire by a few percentage points. The Duke of the Violet Kingdom could afford 30,000 gold coins as the buyout fee for the Type 1 infantry crossbow, but 1 million gold coins was still a huge sum for them. With so much money at their disposal, they wouldn't lack funds for rebuilding the current Viscount of Cataland, or even for constructing the Marquisate of Cataland after the war. With a large sum of money at his disposal, Reg not only rebuilt the Viscount of Cataland, but also purchased large quantities of supplies and attracted refugees from the Kingdom of Ted to settle in his territory. Before the war, the Viscountate of Cataland had a population of 570,000. When the Violet Kingdom defeated the 5th Army of the 100 Races Alliance and drove all the alien races out of the Violet Kingdom, the population of Viscount Catalan's territory was reduced to 540,000. Because the people evacuated in time, not many civilians were killed by the foreign tribes. However, the soldiers who died in the war, and those who fled south for fear of being affected by the war, caused the total population of the territory to drop by as much as 30,000. Overall, the losses were relatively small. In the latter half of last year, Reg sent his men to the western border of the kingdom to recruit refugees from the kingdom of Ted to settle in Viscount Cartran. The refugees, who were on the verge of starvation, surrounded the recruitment point layer by layer. Considering the territory's capacity to absorb refugees, only 110,000 were ultimately selected from the millions of refugees, and they have all come to live in the Viscount of Catalan. This year, another batch of refugees from the Kingdom of Ted will be relocated to the territory, with a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 200,000. The migration should be completed in the first half of the year if possible. Reg and Marquis Layton had discussed that the war between the human and alien alliance would not continue indefinitely, nor would it continue until one side was destroyed. When one side can no longer hold out, it will voluntarily end the war, making it difficult for the other side to pursue. The war, which has lasted for more than a year, has left both sides exhausted and suffering heavy losses. Based on the intelligence gathered by Reg, Marquis Layton judged that the alien alliance would likely end the war first. The key comes from the food supply from the alien alliance. Leaving aside the alien alliance forces in the south, which were dealt with by the three great empires, let's focus on the alien alliance forces in the north, which were dealt with by the seven great kingdoms. The main inhabitants are orcs living in the wilderness. They rarely cultivate the land and lead a nomadic life. Those ancient tribes lived in the far north, where ice and snow covered the land year-round, and were unable to cultivate the land. Humans primarily obtain their food through cultivating the land. The entire kingdom of Ted has fallen, and its people have either fled to other countries or been killed by foreign tribes. 2/3 of the Emerald Kingdom's territory fell to the enemy. Apart from the Violet Kingdom, other human kingdoms have also lost some or all of their lands. However, the land that was not occupied could still be cultivated and harvested normally. Even so, different human nations still faced food crises of varying degrees. The worst food crisis was in the refugee camps of the Kingdom of Ted, where a large number of refugees starved to death. More refugees from the Kingdom of Thames will starve to death this year. Even if Violet 7 were to allow refugees to return to the Kingdom of Ted, they would have no crop seeds and would be unable to survive until harvest. Among the refugees of the Kingdom of Ted, young and middle-aged men were recruited into the armies of various countries, while a few were taken away by slave traders or sold into slavery for free. Most of the remaining people couldn't even be sold into slavery for free. Only the wealthy Viscount Catalan absorbed a group of refugees. Other nobles had no food to feed them. Humans are facing a food crisis, and the alien alliance is experiencing the same one. Without extensively occupying human lands, they also failed to seize much food. The orcs have run out of resources, and large numbers of their livestock, which were originally used for grazing, have been sent to the army as food. Many small tribes have run out of food and have had to send most of their people to the battlefield. In the army, there is always some food to eat, and if you die on the battlefield, you don't need to consume any food. Grain from the Elf Kingdom has gradually become the main food source for the alien alliance. The Elf Kingdom has vast forests, but relatively little cultivated land. The elves' diet consists mainly of fruits and meat, and given their relatively small population, they don't consume much food and don't need to cultivate much land. Extensive land reclamation also damages forests. There is relatively little cultivated land, but the Elf Kingdom has a great many nature mages. Most elves possess an affinity for natural elements, and most elven mages can become nature mages. Nature mages possess a very important spell, Rapid Growth, which can be learned during the apprenticeship stage. This spell allows plants to grow rapidly. The stronger the nature mage, the better the effect of casting the Rapid Growth spell. A powerful legendary nature mage can unleash a rapid growth spell, allowing newly planted crops to mature in just a few seconds. Chapter 194 Planning. The Elf Kingdom did not send more of its people to fight for the time being, but instead arranged for a large number of nature mages to participate in agricultural production. It provided the Alien Alliance with a large amount of food, which strongly supported the Alien Alliance's army in combat. However, the rear could not provide more livestock for meat, and the army's food shortage would become increasingly severe. The High Command of the Alien Alliance Army was also aware of this situation. Marquis Layton guessed that the alien alliance would launch a fierce offensive once the weather warmed up. The best outcome would be to defeat the humans and gain vast territories. A moderate result is obtaining a large amount of food from the humans. The worst-case scenario is the loss of a large number of soldiers. Even in the worst-case scenario, after losing a large number of soldiers, the remaining soldiers would actually be able to obtain more food. This is similar to the expansionist wars that the 7 human kingdoms used to launch periodically. If the land cannot support a larger population, then launching wars of expansion and winning will allow us to acquire vast tracts of land and support a larger population. Failure would result in the loss of a large population, and a new balance between land and population would be achieved. If the human nations can withstand this round of attacks from the alien alliance, the alien alliance is expected to become increasingly powerless in the subsequent battles until it takes the initiative to end the war. The human nations, having suffered heavy losses, would not pursue the retreating alien alliance army. After a few years of rest and recuperation, the human nations will gradually recover their strength before seeking revenge against other races. This was all based on the Marquis of Layton's experience, which Reg highly valued, and he made some preparations in advance. For example, refugees from the Kingdom of Ted can be relocated this year, but they won't be able to obtain refugees next year. Even the refugees to be relocated this year have been preliminarily selected and settled in a camp planned by Reg's men in the western border of the kingdom. Reg provided food and fuel so that the refugees would not starve or freeze to death before migrating to his territory. Many refugees from the Kingdom of Ted are struggling to survive even this winter, let alone hold out until the war between the human and alien alliance ends. Each country must first consider feeding its own citizens before considering feeding the refugees of the Kingdom of Ted. The royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Ted do not care about refugees, and other countries do not care about refugees from the Kingdom of Ted either. According to the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Tide, there are plenty of lowly commoners. While the commoners of the Kingdom of Tide starve to death, there are still a large number of commoners in other human countries. If the Kingdom of Ted has a large amount of fertile land that is not being cultivated, a little publicity would attract people from all over the world to immigrate to the Kingdom of Ted. Of course, this is on the premise that countries do not prevent this kind of transnational migration. Alternatively, the Kingdom of Ted could pay a sufficient price to acquire immigrants from various countries. However, given Violet VII's ambitions, whether the Kingdom of Ted exists or not is another matter entirely. Reg then discussed with the Marquis of Layton the new territories that would be added after he became a Marquis. Marquis Layton believed that even if the Violet Kingdom could not conquer the entire territory of the Ted Kingdom and become the Violet Empire, it would still receive a piece of rich land from the Ted Kingdom. Reg had rendered great service in the war, enough to warrant a promotion to Marquis. Despite his apparent death in battle, the Marquis of Layton was unable to secure a good territory for Reg at the cake-sharing meeting. However, given Reg's relationship with Princess Katarina, and the fact that Reg will marry a princess and become Violet VII's son-in-law, Violet 7 will surely be more generous and allocate a piece of the rich lands of the Kingdom of Ted to Reg. Reg had little interest in the rich lands of the Kingdom of Ted. Those fertile lands are mainly characterized by high agricultural output, with 2 harvests a year, and some lands even capable of 3 harvests a year. For nobles who valued agriculture, such land was like a golden goose. Reg also valued agriculture, mainly to ensure that his territory was self-sufficient in food. Compared to agriculture, Regs valued industry and commerce more, and was more interested in the various minerals buried beneath the land. Reg preferred the larger territory of the province of Bytinia to the fertile lands of the Kingdom of Ted. One reason for this is the current Viscountry of Cataland, which has been in operation for quite some time and is now undergoing reconstruction, with over 600,000 residents. Cheryl is there and can't be moved. Reg will try to acquire new territories that border or are close to the Viscount of Cataland. If Violet 7 were to offer Reg a fertile piece of land in the Kingdom of Ted, Reg would not refuse. At that time, we will exchange territories with nearby nobles. I believe they would be very willing to exchange this relatively barren land for the fertile land of the Kingdom of Ted. In addition, even if there is territory in the Kingdom of Ted, the inhabitants of the new territory are a big problem. It's unknown how many of the refugees in the Kingdom of Ted will survive this winter. The war between the human race and the alien alliance has ended, but how many refugees are still alive? Reg has no say in matters concerning people who aren't his subjects. On ordinary days, Marquis Layton diligently cultivated in the small world, hoping to become a true peak expert of the Radiant Sun realm. In his spare time, the Marquis of Layton used his abilities to devise plans for Reg. Both Violet 7 and Lord Layton are ambitious to make the Violet Kingdom an empire, and Lord Layton also wants to help Reg become king or even emperor as soon as possible. As Lord Layton learned more and more about Reg, he gradually began to formulate a plan. A single legendary powerhouse cannot become a king. At most, he can pledge allegiance to a country and be granted the title of duke. Even if a legendary powerhouse doesn't have his own family, he still needs to have his own power base. It also requires a large number of small and medium-sized forces that can be used for its own purposes, namely the nobles of all sizes in the country. This is what makes a nation, and this is how it can gather a powerful force. There are legendary powerhouses, as well as extraordinary individuals at the Radiant Sun realm, Silver Moon realm, and Star realm, and an army of millions. Reg's development time was too short, and the Layton family was also insufficient. Fortunately, Reg's power was growing very rapidly, and he also possessed a treasure like the World Tree. The Violet Kingdom will have 3 legendary powerhouses, and Reg's forces will also have 3 legendary powerhouses: Reg, Bellona, and Waltz Layton. The more Marquis Layton learned about the wonders of the World Tree, the more he believed that his chances of becoming a legendary powerhouse were extremely high. The prerequisite is loyalty to Reg and receiving Reg's rewards. The process of creating a Radiant Realm expert below the legendary level is actually more troublesome than the creation of a legendary expert. Of the Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm transcendents, Reg can cultivate a small number himself, but most of them still need to rely on resurrected individuals. When the war between the human race and the alien alliance ends, many elderly superhumans who are nearing the end of their lives will contribute their last strength, but new superhumans who are seriously injured or nearing the end of their lives will also appear. Healing potions and spells can quickly restore the injuries of superhumans, but they also rapidly deplete their life force, resulting in a shortened lifespan. Princess Katarina and the Marquis of Layton both lost a significant portion of their lives in this war. The Violet family has treasures that restore life force, but the Layton family does not. Once the war ends, Reg will be able to go out and recruit quite a few Star Realm and Silver Moon Realm resurrected individuals, mainly mages. As for Battle Masters, without consuming a large amount of life energy to improve their physical attributes, they cannot quickly recover their strength from when they were alive. Chapter 195, Standing on the Opposite Side of the Noble Class. It's not difficult to acquire subordinates who are at the Star Realm or Silver Moon Realm, let alone those at realms below Star Realm. Both Maid Schools and Schools for the Extraordinary are training extraordinary individuals in large numbers, as well as resurrected individuals. Lord Layton was speechless at the sight of Reg's Maid Squad, but he was also surprised by their strength. The Maid Squad, which was formed relatively recently, is already stronger than the Golden Lion Squad formed by Marquis Layton. The strength of the Maid Squad lies not in its superhumans, but in the Type 2 magic repeating crossbows equipped by the Maid Squad. Even in the Kingdom of Mages, it's impossible to arrange for so many high-level mages and star mages to mass-produce a single type of magical equipment. With Reg investing resources in training and adding more experienced and capable resurrected individuals, the Maid Squad will grow stronger and stronger. They will surpass the Blood Rose Cavalry in the future without any problem. The Maid Squad, equipped with Type 2 magic crossbows, can deal with 10 times the number of superhuman troops, and dozens or even hundreds of times the number of ordinary troops. With 1,000 or 2,000 members, the Maid Corps was more than enough for a newly established kingdom. The ordinary troops below the superhuman troops. Lord Layton was very pleased with the reserve system of the Viscount de Catherine. Most noble territories formed new armies by directly conscripting farmers who had never received any military training. Viscount Catlin's reserve forces, though not as strong as the regular army, were far superior to cannon fodder. With increased equipment and more training, we can quickly reach the level of a standing army. The size of the reserve force is insufficient. The main factor is the total population of the territory. The Viscountry of Cataland and the future Marquisland of Cataland need more people. Even 1 million would not be enough. After all, before the war between the human race and the alien alliance broke out, the standing armies of the 7 human kingdoms were basically in the millions, and they could produce millions more troops. Reg's territory has a population of 1 million, and at its maximum, it can only field 200,000 reserve troops, which is far too few. Ideally, it would have a population of over 5 million, but that would be too conspicuous in the Violet Kingdom. We can only take it one step at a time. Lord Leighton devised a plan for Reg, and Reg also shared some of his own ideas with Lord Leighton. For example, abolishing the feudal system and replacing it with a centralized system, where nobles were not allowed to own land. Reg's idea immediately made the Marquis of Leighton frown. If Reg really did this, he would be at odds with all the nobles. Even the Marquis of Leighton, who was resurrected by Reg, couldn't accept it for a while. Unless Reg has the power to suppress the entire world and kill all his opponents. It's estimated that we'll have to wait until Reg becomes a saint. Reg has the potential to become a saint, but the Marquis of Leighton doesn't know how long it will take Reg to achieve that goal. So Reg had a conversation with the Marquis of Leighton. If he cannot persuade the Marquis of Leighton, how can he persuade the nobles who will be loyal to him in the future? Grandpa, in this war, did the nobles of our Violet Kingdom give their all? Did the nobles of all the human nations give their all? No. The Leighton family didn't go all out, and neither did Reg. Few nobles would commit their full strength to this war, as everyone feared that losing everything invested in the war would mean a devastating blow to their family. Violet 7 gradually brought out the Violet family's secrets in order to become emperor, but not all of them. In the kingdom of Ted, which has fallen entirely, neither the royal family nor the nobles have exerted their full strength. If they had gone all out at the beginning of the war, the alien races wouldn't have been able to conquer the entire territory of the kingdom of Ted so easily. Last winter, the 5th Army of the 100 Clans Alliance had already reached the second line of defense of the Violet Kingdom, putting the Violet Kingdom in danger of destruction. The royal family and nobles of the Violet Kingdom did indeed exert more power, even appearing to be giving it their all, but there were still hidden forces at play. After all, if the Violet Kingdom were to fall, they could still flee to other human countries with their wealth. When the Violet Kingdom defeated the 5th Army of the 100 Races Alliance and then marched on the Ted Kingdom, it was no longer even pretending to be going all out. The mass production of Type 1 infantry crossbows and the large-scale recruitment of able-bodied men to form new recruit units were all within the bounds of normal operations. If the nobles had been able to exert their full strength, the war between the human race and the alien alliance would never have lasted this long. The king and emperor could not get the nobles to fully commit to the war. Although the king and emperor are the rulers of a country, some of their power is distributed among the nobles. The king or emperor is actually the highest noble in a country. I don't want to be that kind of king or emperor. If I become king or emperor, all the residents of the country will be my subjects, not the subjects of other nobles. All citizens must obey my orders. With a single order from me, I can mobilize the entire nation's army and quickly assemble new recruit units. This is a centralized system, a better system than the feudal system of aristocracy. As Lord Leighton listened to Reg's words, he knew that if he were on the side of the nobility, he would not agree to a centralized system, no matter how many advantages it might have. However, from Reg's perspective, the Marquis of Leighton could clearly see that under a centralized system, the king or emperor could easily mobilize the entire power of a country. If war breaks out, there is no need to notify the nobles. One can simply issue an order to mobilize the nation's manpower and resources for the war. Lord Leighton is a resurrected being. In the outside world, Lord Leighton has already died in battle and has pledged allegiance to Reg, so Lord Leighton is on Reg's side. Reg's words persuaded the Marquis of Leighton. Marquis Leighton could sense that even if Reg established a relatively weak kingdom, it might become the most powerful nation among humans. However, the Marquis of Leighton solemnly reminded Reg not to implement the centralized system before he had sufficient strength. Otherwise Reg would become the enemy of all the nobles, and they would definitely attack him immediately. Reg was well aware of this and never spoke of the past. When Reg explained the concept of centralized government, the Marquis of Leighton quickly understood why Reg had been building schools on a large scale in his territory. For example, in a village or town, all officials and bureaucrats could be appointed from among ordinary people. Instead of having extraordinary individuals serve as officials, those with extraordinary abilities wield force, and the military is a more suitable place for them than to waste time dealing with political affairs. Reg has made many preparations for a centralized system. If a kingdom is established using the power of a single territory, without the participation of other nobles, a centralized system is perfectly suited. If a large number of nobles join Reg and establish a country, then using a centralized system would actually be a troublesome matter. Reg was already preparing for the future when the Marquis of Leighton reminded him of something else. Unless there are major changes in the Violet Kingdom, it is not suitable to take over the Violet Kingdom. Instead, We should find a way to break away from the Violet Kingdom system and establish a new country. Reg quickly understood this. Reg was a vassal of Violet 7 and outwardly pledged allegiance to Violet 7. He could not easily betray Violet 7. Starting anew is not a problem. There was once a legendary powerhouse from a certain empire who, along with a portion of the forces that had joined him, took over a kingdom that had lost its legendary powerhouse. There were few conflicts between the two countries. On the contrary, their relationship was close. Chapter 196: The Legend of Katarina. The coldest month of winter has ended, and the weather is getting warmer. Battles between the human race and the alliance of all races are gradually increasing. Reg received a new assignment, to be a rickshaw driver again. Duke Loris Lucius was sent to the northern border, and Princess Katarina was sent to the kingdom of Ted. Duke Lucius has some connection with Reg. Paula Lucius, the leader of the Maids' War Band, is the daughter of Duke Lucius. Reg examined Duke Lucius and discovered that he had only entered the Radiant Realm in early winter of last year. Reg and Duke Lucius had only met a few times, but Duke Lucius spoke to Reg in a friendly manner, wanting to befriend him. Duke Lucius went to the northern border to take command of the army and replaced Princess Katarina. Reg had previously speculated that Princess Katarina's arrival in the north was likely to allow her to take time to advance to the legendary realm. Upon examination, it was confirmed that Princess Katarina had indeed become a legendary powerhouse. But Princess Katarina did not reveal that she possessed a hidden treasure. In the world of Nora, even when a powerful cultivator at the Sun Realm advances to the legendary realm, it doesn't cause a huge commotion. Very few people knew that Princess Katarina would become a legendary powerhouse. Reg, thank you for your help. It is my honor to serve Her Highness the Princess. As a human-powered coachman, Reg didn't ask any questions and obediently teleported Princess Katarina to the central army camp of the Kingdom of Ted. Princess Katarina was appointed commander-in-chief of the army, and the Duke of Domington was appointed deputy commander-in-chief. Reg guessed that Princess Katarina, who had become a legendary figure, might suddenly leave the army to join the battle of legendary figures, so the old Duke of Domington would need to take over command. As temperatures gradually rise, the battles between humans and the Hundred Races Alliance intensify on various battlefields. It was as if a lot of anger had been building up and was suddenly released at this moment. Just as Marquis Layton had predicted, the Hundred Races Alliance launched a fierce offensive. On some battlefields, the human army repelled the attacks of the Allied forces. In some battles, the human army was defeated by the Hundred Races Alliance army, but they were not completely routed. After retreating, they continued to resist the Hundred Races Alliance army's attacks. On the battlefield of the Kingdom of Ted, Princess Katarina personally commanded the three armies of the Violet Kingdom to block the attack of the Hundred Races Alliance army and then launched a major counterattack, recovering more territory of the Kingdom of Ted. Unseen by Reg, the powerful warriors of the human race and the Hundred Races Alliance were also engaged in battle. However, the battle between these two legendary experts did not appear to be a life-or-death struggle. Rather, they showed some restraint. The war between the human race and the Hundred Races Alliance has lasted for nearly a year and a half. Some powerful warriors at the Radiant Sun Realm have died in battle, but no legendary warriors have perished. Legendary powerhouses are very important. It is important to every nation and every race of the human race. The fall of all the legendary strongmen of a kingdom means that the royal family is about to step down. If one or two legendary strongmen of an empire fall, the empire may be downgraded to a kingdom and lose part of its territory. If all the legendary powerhouses of a race perish, that race, even if it doesn't perish, will be severely damaged and will no longer be a powerful race. Every legendary figure holds a revered position within their own country or race. They don't need to fight to the death. They just need to protect their country and their race from extinction. Isn't it nice to watch people fighting and killing each other below? Even if a race suffers heavy losses in a war, as long as the legendary powerhouse is not dead, other races will not force them to be completely wiped out. Even if a country suffers heavy losses in a war, such as the Kingdom of Ted, which is completely occupied, but its legendary strongmen are still alive, other countries will still treat the royal family of the Kingdom of Ted with courtesy. Under normal circumstances, once the war ends, or even before it ends, the Kingdom of Ted can be restored as long as a portion of its territory is recovered. However, Violet 7 stopped them, and her excuse was so good that no one else could say anything. After all, it was the first and only human nation in the Violet Kingdom to defeat an entire army of the Hundred Races Alliance. This is the source of the Violet Kingdom's confidence. After winning one war, the Violet Kingdom plunged into another, for which it paid a heavy price. As long as Violet 7 does not publicly declare his intention to annex the Kingdom of Ted, other human nations will not fully support the Kingdom of Ted's restoration. The legendary warriors of the Kingdom of Ted, who were fighting in the sky, had no idea that two legendary warriors from the Kingdom of Violet already had their eyes on him. The second legendary powerhouse of the Violet Kingdom, Duke Walsh the Elder, also participated in the battle of legendary powerhouses. But the old Duke Walsh was unaware of Violet VII's plans and his ambition to become emperor. Two legendary powerhouses from the Violet family are plotting to assassinate a legendary powerhouse from the Kingdom of Ted. The plan will be revealed to old Duke Walsh once the only legendary strongman of the Kingdom of Ted is dead. Nigwart, Violet 7, Arnold, third grandfather, and Katarina discussed that they would take action against the legend of the Kingdom of Ted before the human race was about to defeat the alien alliance. Humanity lost a legendary powerhouse, and Katarina stepped in, yet the two sides can still maintain a balance. Since Marquis Layton was assassinated by a legendary undead expert, the assassination of the legendary Ted Kingdom expert can be pinned on the undead expert. Now it's just a matter of when we'll have the chance to find a legendary powerhouse from the Kingdom of Ted. Although legendary experts don't fight to the death, and none of them have fallen yet, injuries are unavoidable. The best opportunity to assassinate the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted is to severely wound him. Even if the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted had not been injured, Arnold and Katarina together would not have been absolutely certain of killing him. A battle between legendary powerhouses will quickly attract the attention of other legendary powerhouses. The army of the Violet Kingdom is engaged in fierce fighting with the 6th Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance within the territory of the Kingdom of Ted. Even the 6th Route Army's troops in the Emerald Kingdom were mobilized to return to the Kingdom of Ted. Still, nothing could stop the advance of the Violet Kingdom's army. Reg also reaped a large number of corpses from both sides due to the fierce battle between the two armies. By the end of February, the Violet Kingdom had recovered 3/4 of the Ted Kingdom's territory. In early March, the Griffin Empire's Griffin Legion displayed its might, leading the Griffin Empire's army to defeat the 1st Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance. The 100 Races Alliance has yet to be able to destroy the second human nation. In this war, the human race's advantage grew stronger and stronger. Just then, devastating news spread throughout all the human kingdoms. A legendary warrior of the Kingdom of Ted was killed by undead after a battle. This was devastating news for humanity, but a pleasant surprise for the 100 Races Alliance. The legendary powerhouses of the 100 Races Alliance intensified their efforts in the legendary battle, attempting to kill one or even more legendary powerhouses of the human race. The armies of the 100 Races Alliance once again launched a fierce attack on the human nations. Chapter 197 Violet and Jade Alliance. The death of the only legendary powerhouse in the Kingdom of Ted is devastating news for humanity. For the king, royal family members, and nobles of the Kingdom of Ted, it was as if the sky had fallen. Legendary powerhouses are naturally members of the royal family. When a legend falls, the royal family ceases to be the royal family. Like the Violet family, the Ted family also possesses treasures that allow those at the Radiant Realm to advance to the legendary realm. As long as the Ted family can get a Radiant Realm Transcendent to use the treasure as soon as possible and advance to legendary status, they will remain royalty. The key point is that, because the Kingdom of Ted was destroyed, the Ted family's important treasures were all placed in the hands of legendary powerhouses, which is the safest place. The fact that the legendary powerhouse was killed by Arnold and Katrina, two legendary powerhouses of the Violet family, means that the Ted family's treasures have also fallen into the hands of the Violet family. With one decrease and one increase, the Violet family gained the legendary powerhouse Katarina for nothing. Many members of the Ted family were devastated upon learning of the legend's death. Some members took their wealth and fled quickly. Without the legendary expert to oversee things, the Ted family is in danger. The Ted family's most important treasures are all on legend, but the Ted family also has a great deal of wealth that will attract the attention of royalty and nobles from various countries. If you don't run, you're just waiting to die. Meanwhile, the nobles of the Kingdom of Ted were all seeking new ways out. The Kingdom of Ted will likely cease to exist in the future, rendering their noble status in the Kingdom of Ted meaningless. They need to acquire noble status in other countries as soon as possible. The Violet Kingdom, which performed exceptionally well in the war between the human race and the alliance of the 100 races, became the first choice for the nobles and nobles of Ted. They judged that after the war, the Violet Kingdom would receive the largest share of land from the Ted Kingdom. At this point, no one cared about the refugees of the Kingdom of Ted scattered across various countries. The death of a legendary powerhouse in the Kingdom of Ted had a profound impact on the war between the human race and the alliance of 100 races. The balance of power in the legendary arena has been broken. The legendary warriors of the 100 Races Alliance hope to take advantage of this and intensify their attacks to kill one or more legendary warriors of the human race, thereby gaining even greater advantage. In this way, the alliance of all races will be able to achieve victory over the human race. As for annihilating the human race, it seems difficult to do so at present. It would be better to just severely damage the human race. Legendary powerhouses are not so easy to kill. The legendary human warriors fought with all their might and were able to hold off the legendary warriors of the 100 Races Alliance for the time being. On the battlefield beneath the legends, the human race and the allied armies of 100 races clashed fiercely. He joined forces with his third grandfather to kill a legendary princess, Katarina, and continued to disguise himself as a peak-level Sun Realm warrior, commanding his army to fight against the 100 Races Alliance army, and personally fighting against the Sun Realm experts of the 100 Races Alliance. Princess Katarina's main opponent was the Crystal Queen, a 4th-tier sun god. The two powerful beings at the Sun Realm had a certain difference in cultivation level, but the Crystal Queen managed to block Princess Katarina's longsword thanks to her racial talent. The two powerful figures fought fiercely, their tempers flaring, and even Princess Katarina's aura fluctuated. But no one thought Princess Katarina would so easily reach the legendary level. A week after the fall of the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted, Princess Katarina, who was fighting against the Crystal Queen on the battlefield, once again showed signs of fluctuation. As the battle continued, the fluctuations in their auras became increasingly intense. Queen Crystal saw Princess Katarina put something into her mouth, and a few minutes later, an oppressive aura burst forth from Princess Katarina. Impossible! Impossible! How could you possibly break through in battle? Under the incredulous gaze of the Crystal Queen, Princess Katarina stepped into the realm of legend. Even displaying the power of a newly ascended legendary expert, Princess Katarina swiftly slew the Crystal Queen. On her deathbed, the Crystal Queen had only one thought in her mind. It must have been some treasure that Princess Katarina ate that allowed her to complete her final breakthrough. The Violet Kingdom is truly generous. After killing one Sun Realm expert from the 100 Races Alliance, Princess Katarina pressed her advantage and killed a second Sun Realm expert from the 100 Races Alliance, the Bear King. Two powerful warriors at the Radiant Sun Realm were killed by Princess Katarina in the 100 Races Alliance army opposite the Violet Kingdom's Central Army. Having lost its commander and its backbone, this army of the 100 Tribes Alliance was quickly defeated by the Central Army. Princess Katarina also wanted to assassinate other Sun Realm experts from the 100 Races Alliance, but the legendary experts of the 100 Races Alliance would not give Princess Katarina this opportunity. Princess Katarina was forced to join the battlefield of legendary warriors, and a new balance was reached between the human race and the 100 Races Alliance. Princess Katarina replaced the fallen legend of the Ted Kingdom. On the legendary battlefield, the Violet Kingdom alone has produced 3 legends, surpassing all other human kingdoms and almost reaching the level of the 3 great empires. The 5 kingdoms marveled at the rise of the Violet Kingdom. The 3 great empires, however, are wary of the rise of the Violet Kingdom. Before March was even over, the Violet Kingdom had already reclaimed all of the Ted Kingdom's lands. The Emerald Kingdom is still holding on to its last third of territory and cannot interfere in this matter. The Glory Empire and the Griffin Empire sent troops into the territory of the Kingdom of Ted, intending to occupy a portion of the land, but they were forcefully repelled by the Violet Kingdom's army. The 5th Army of the 100 Races Alliance was no match for the 1st Army, but the Violet Kingdom was ultimately the first nation to defeat one of the 100 Races Alliance's armies. More importantly, the Violet Kingdom now has 3 legendary powerhouses in charge, making it not much weaker than the 3 great empires. The war between the human race and the alliance of all races is not yet over, and it is not advisable for the human race to engage in internal strife. Upon witnessing the Violet Kingdom's army recapture the entire territory of the Ted Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom halted its advance and hurriedly requested assistance from the Violet Kingdom, hoping that the Violet Kingdom's army could support the Emerald Kingdom. The Emerald Kingdom is willing to offer various benefits, including treasures and land, in hopes that the Violet Kingdom will send troops. However, Violet 7 did not want these benefits. Instead, he asked the Emerald Kingdom to agree to one condition: to form an alliance with the Violet Kingdom and support it in becoming the fourth human empire. King Jade 6 consulted with his ministers and quickly agreed. The Emerald Kingdom both envied and resented the Violet Kingdom. In this war, the Emerald Kingdom suffered heavy losses, and the Violet Kingdom also suffered considerable losses, but they were able to gain unimaginable benefits and even launched an attack on the Empire. Compared to offering various benefits in hopes of securing military assistance from the Violet Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom offered far less by merely agreeing to the Violet Kingdom's conditions. But agreeing to this condition is more important for the Violet Kingdom, as it will prevent them from fighting alone. It can be described as a win-win situation. Duke Dominion led the Violet Kingdom army into the Emerald Kingdom after a 10-day rest. The Jade Kingdom's army then launched a counterattack. The remnants of the 6th and 7th armies of the 100 Clans Alliance within the Emerald Kingdom were forced to retreat northward. Chapter 198 Steward Wallace. The changing battle situation left Reg somewhat emotional. The Violet Kingdom's path to empire has taken several more steps forward. Was the murder of the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted really the work of the undead? Reg felt it was more likely that he was assassinated by a legendary powerhouse from the Violet Kingdom. With the death of the legendary powerhouse of the Kingdom of Ted, the Kingdom of Violet has one less major problem. At least we no longer need to worry about restoring the Kingdom of Ted. After the Violet Kingdom reclaimed all of the Ted Kingdom's territory, Violet 7 has allowed the people of the Ted Kingdom to return to their former homes. But not many people set off. Those refugees are already doing well just to be alive. If they want to return to their former home, they might die on the way. The most important thing is to survive. Only if we survive can we possibly return to our hometown later. Without Marquis Layton, Reg knew less about the changes in the Violet Kingdom's leadership. Neither the Duke of Domington nor Princess Katarina would act like the Marquis of Layton. Reg asked the Marquis of Layton about almost anything, and the Marquis of Layton would answer almost anything. On many occasions, the Marquis of Layton would also tell Reg things on his own initiative. Once this war is over, Reg will also become a high-ranking official in the Violet Kingdom. This reflects the status and rank of a Marquis. Marquises are already considered high nobility in human nations. The Violet Kingdom's army reclaimed all of the Ted Kingdom's lands and then marched into the Emerald Kingdom, annihilating hundreds of thousands of alien races. Reg had quite a good harvest. Not only can the bodies be disposed of at the Central Route Army's location, but if there is enough time, the bodies can also be disposed of at the Upper Route Army's location and the Lower Route Army's location. Princess Katarina's orders last year made things much easier for Reg. Reg did this to help the military dispose of corpses quickly and to reduce rumors that Reg had a penchant for disposing of bodies. This was actually the final gain. In the north of the Violet Kingdom, the remnants of the 5th Route Army of the 100 Clans Alliance have reduced their border raids, looking as if they might flee at any moment. On the battlefield of the Emerald Kingdom, the armies of the Violet Kingdom and the Emerald Kingdom are advancing together, gradually driving the 100 Races Alliance army out of the Emerald Kingdom. As for places further away, the Violet Kingdom cannot and will not participate in the past. The war has been going on for a year and a half. The last war of expansion lasted only 8 or 9 months, from the time the Violet Kingdom's army entered the wasteland to the time the Orc army withdrew. It is simply incomparable to this war of the human alliance of 100 races. The war lasted longer and the Violet Kingdom suffered greater losses, with more than 1.6 million soldiers killed in action. The war is not over yet, and there will be further losses of soldiers. The Violet Kingdom currently has an army of over 2.5 million. This year's spring planting will definitely be significantly affected. Under normal circumstances, the standing army of the Violet Kingdom is only about 1 million people. The Violet Kingdom will not disband its army anytime soon. On one hand, the war between the human race and the alliance of all races is not yet over. On the other hand, Violet also needs a large enough army to withstand the pressure from the various human nations. The desire to seize the land of the Kingdom of Ted has been met with the help of the Emerald Kingdom, but 2 major rivals remain: the Empire of Glory and the Empire of the Griffin. Even if the Violet Kingdom were to become an empire, it would still be no match for either of these 2 great empires. If Violet 7 wants to become emperor, the only thing he can do is to increase the strength of the Violet Kingdom as much as possible. Even if we can't compare to the 2 great empires, we must show them that the Violet Kingdom is a tough nut to crack and not something to be trifled with easily. The Violet Kingdom will share some of the profits to complete the final step and gain the support of the various human nations. Establishing a kingdom, or even elevating it to an empire, is not something one can simply decide on their own. It must be recognized by all human nations, otherwise, it's just self-contained territory. Violet 7 was very concerned about this. Reg can't worry about the Violet Kingdom for now, but he's very concerned about things in his own territory. Marquis Layton has already mastered the power of the peak of the Radiant Sun realm, and Reg sent Marquis Layton back to his territory. He summoned all his subordinates and appointed Marquis Layton as steward to take over from Bellona in managing all affairs of the territory. In reality, Bellona doesn't seem to have much talent for managing territory. It seems her talents are all focused on cultivation and combat. However, as the Lord's wife and the second strongest person in the territory, Bellona was able to intimidate everyone. Marquis Layton considered that Reg's status in the Violet Kingdom was rising, and that there were even intelligence agents from various noble families infiltrating the Viscount of Catalan. So the Marquis of Layton asked Reg to change his appearance, making him look more middle-aged. It changed its name again. Wallace the Steward, also known as Wallace the Head Butler. In the small world, Reg had already discussed various aspects of the territory with Marquis Layton. After becoming the steward of the territory, Marquis Layton quickly got to know all the affairs of the territory. After all, the Marquis of Layton manages a marquisate that is larger and more populous than the Viscount of Catalan, and managing the Viscount of Catalan is now a piece of cake. Under the command of Marquis Layton, when the human race and the 100 Races Alliance broke out into war, various projects in Viscount Carteran's territory began to be carried out again. As the weather warmed up a bit more, the refugees from the Kingdom of Ted in the Western Territories also began their journey to Viscount Catalan in batches. Building roads, constructing towns and villages, reclaiming land, establishing schools. Following Reg's territory development plan and some of his own suggestions that Reg adopted, the Marquis of Layton got the Viscount of Catalan running at full speed. As the ice and snow melt and spring arrives, a vibrant scene of life reborn is unfolding. The Viscountate of Catalan is also a vibrant place. The villagers were busy at construction sites and in the fields, teenagers were studying at schools, and vendors were carrying goods everywhere. Due to the impact of the war, no noble territory in the Violet Kingdom has been able to recover as quickly as Viscount Catalan, and is even developing at an accelerated pace. All of this was driven by massive amounts of money. Reg's apparent wealth is essentially on par with that of the Marquis families of the Violet Kingdom. With the wealth of a Marquis, developing an earldom would be relatively easy. Compared to the Viscountate of Catalan, the rest of the province of Bithynia was largely deserted, with very few people returning to the land where they had lived for a time. People who fled the north due to the war will not return to this land anytime soon. When news broke that the Violet Kingdom had annexed all of the Ted Kingdom's lands, those who wanted to immigrate would have a more suitable place to settle. People migrate to the north only when they have few other options. Next, the Violet Kingdom is a vast and sparsely populated land, with many fertile tracts of land that need to be cultivated. However, if Reg is willing to spend more money, he can also attract a group of immigrants to settle in his territory. Chapter 199, a lose-lose situation, but the 100 Races suffer even more. In late April, Reg once again improved his and Bellona's physical fitness. Reg's physical attributes improved from Silver Moon Stage 4 to Silver Moon Stage 5. Bellona's physical attributes improved from Silver Moon Stage 5 to Silver Moon Realm Peak. Reg also improved the physical fitness of Freya and some of his important subordinates, such as Paula, the leader of the Maid Battle Group, and Emily, the Lord Steward. Freya, who is obsessed with studying alchemy, also needs a healthy body. The rapid advancement of the Battle Master realm is still influenced by the origin of the soul. Reg originally intended to have Bellona become a legendary fighter alongside him. However, Reg discovered that, given the strength of Bellona's soul essence, she could only be raised to the first stage of the Radiant Sun realm at most for the time being. Because Reg himself is a Star Realm Level 3 mage and has a soul that has been transformed due to transmigration, he should be able to improve his physical attributes all the way to the legendary realm. Marquis Layton, who was originally a powerful expert at the Sunshining realm, was also able to raise his physical attributes to the legendary realm. With two legendary powerhouses in charge, a kingdom can stand firm, but its power is not yet fully developed, and it needs to continue to conceal its strength. The war between the human race and the alliance of all races continues. The third human nation to defeat one of the 100 Races armies has emerged, the Glorious Empire, which defeated the second army of the 100 Races Alliance. Before long, The Empire of Light will also defeat the Third Army of the Hundred Races Alliance. Compared to the three great empires, the Violet Kingdom defeated the army of the Hundred Races Alliance much faster, but the other kingdoms could not. The Kingdom of Ted has already been destroyed, and there is no hope of its restoration now. The Jade Kingdom, with 2/3 of its territory now occupied. It was only with the help of the Violet Kingdom that the Emerald Kingdom was able to launch a counterattack and gradually reclaim its territory. The remaining kingdoms of Thousand Sails, Knights, Blackstone, and Mage all lost some of their territory to varying degrees. On its own, it is not yet able to launch a counterattack, but it can withstand the attack of the 100 Tribes army and will not lose any more territory. In fact, the Kingdom of Thousand Sails, the neighboring Kingdom of Violet to the east, also sought help from the Kingdom of Violet. But Violet 7 chose to rescue the Emerald Kingdom first. With most of the Violet Kingdom's army stationed within the Ted Kingdom's territory, supporting the Emerald Kingdom is the best option. If she had the ability, Violet 7 would also like to support the Kingdom of Thousand Sails and gain another ally. However, once the Violet Kingdom returns to aid the Thousand Sails Kingdom, the war between the human race and the Hundred Races Alliance should be nearing its end. All three empires have defeated their opponents, and it is clear that the Hundred Races Alliance has lost this war. If the other armies of the Hundred Clans Alliance that have not yet been defeated do not retreat in time, the armies of the three great empires may attack. The major human kingdoms can seek help from the Violet Kingdom or from the three great empires. As long as the benefits are substantial enough, there will always be countries willing to send troops. The High Command of the Elf Kingdom has been hesitant about whether to send reinforcements. This hesitation has already signaled the impending defeat of the Hundred Races Alliance. Even if the Elf Kingdom were to exert all its strength, it would be virtually impossible to reverse the tide of defeat. Under these circumstances, the Elf Kingdom's leadership has abandoned its plan to reinforce its troops and is looking for an opportunity to withdraw the Elf army from the Mage Kingdom. In the various armies of the Hundred Races Alliance, the Elf Kingdom has a powerful expert at the Sun Realm leading a Mage Corps to participate in the battle. However, the Elf Kingdom's army operated independently and did not merge with the 11th Army of the Hundred Races Alliance, which was attacking the Mage Kingdom. No 8. The war between the human race and the alliance of all races is not over yet, but the outcome is already quite clear. The human race and the alliance of all races suffered heavy losses. The Hundred Races Alliance suffered greater losses and was unable to occupy any human lands after the war. If the human race is given enough time to recover its strength, then all other races will be in danger. However, in the short term, the human race, which has suffered heavy losses, will obediently recuperate. This is not a good thing for the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom spearheaded the establishment of the Hundred Races Alliance with the aim of severely damaging or even annihilating the human race. So, in the end, it was the Hundred Races Alliance that was weakened. The crisis in the Elf Kingdom has been mitigated for 10 years, but an even greater crisis is on the horizon. This kept the high-ranking officials of the Elf Kingdom busy searching for other solutions for the kingdom. The first and second armies of the Hundred Races Alliance fled the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire respectively. The armies of both empires pursued them for a distance before withdrawing back to their home countries, without taking the opportunity to occupy more land belonging to the alien races. The far north, the far south, the northern wilderness, the southern wilderness. The most fertile land in the center of the continent was mostly occupied by various human kingdoms, with the remainder occupied by the Elf Kingdom and the Winged Human Kingdom. Basically, only when the land is insufficient to support all its citizens will human nations launch expansionist wars to acquire more land from other races. The Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire are not currently interested in the southern wilderness, but they are very interested in the lands of the Kingdom of Ted. As a member of the human nation, the Kingdom of Tide also occupies one of the most fertile lands in the middle of the continent. It also borders the territories of the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire directly. The Violet Kingdom dispatched a large army to support the Emerald Kingdom, but left even more troops behind to be stationed on the southern border of the Ted Kingdom to guard against the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire. Emperor Pigu V of the Griffin Empire and Emperor Harrison VI of the Glory Empire both sent letters to Violet 7. Both empires have supported the Kingdom of Ted, believing that the land of the Kingdom of Ted belongs to both the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire, and should not be monopolized by the Violet Kingdom. Violet 7 replied. The Violet Kingdom also supported the Ted Kingdom, but everyone failed, and the entire Ted Kingdom fell. It was the Violet Kingdom that sent troops and paid a huge price, with millions of lives lost, to reclaim all of the Ted Kingdom's territory. If we were to give you part of the Kingdom of Ted, how would you compensate the Kingdom of Violet for its losses? The Kingdom of Ted has lost its chance to be restored, and the Kingdom of Violet is in the right to completely occupy its territory. Pegu V and Harrison 6 both understood this, but for the sake of their own interests, they would still entangle themselves with Violet 7, not allowing the Violet Kingdom to reap all the benefits. They had already sensed that the Violet Kingdom had the potential to become an empire. Even the fall of a legendary powerhouse from the Kingdom of Ted was partly a conspiracy by the Kingdom of Violet, though they found no evidence to support it. While the two emperors and one king were locked in a struggle, the armies of the Emerald Kingdom and the Violet Kingdom were about to drive all the alien races out of the Emerald Kingdom's lands. The Empire of Light also successfully defeated the Third Route Army of the 100 Races Alliance. The Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire received requests for assistance from the Thousand Sails Kingdom and the Night Kingdom respectively. Imperial armies entered the kingdom's territories, preparing to fight against the alien armies. The Army of the Light Empire is also preparing to support the Mage Kingdom and the Blackrock Kingdom. Faced with this situation, the armies of the 100 Races Alliance, which had not yet been defeated, could only gradually retreat, no matter how reluctant they were to leave the human land. Before retreating, they frantically plundered everything they could carry from the human lands, especially food. Destroy everything you can't take with you. Chapter 200 concludes, the exchange of benefits, the division of the pie. On June 25th, the last force of the 11th Army of the 100 Races Alliance escaped from the Mage Kingdom. The armies of the Mage Kingdom and the Empire of Light did not continue their pursuit. Officers and soldiers cheered loudly on the broken defensive line on the northern border of the Mage Kingdom. The war between the human race and the alliance of all races, which lasted for nearly 2 years, has finally come to an end. The human race achieved final victory. Starting with the Mage Kingdom, the 3 major human empires and 6 kingdoms all celebrated wildly. In the past, it was always the human race that initiated wars of expansion to seize the lands of other races. Few alien races have ever invaded human territory. For the first time in the 5th era, numerous alien races united to attack humanity. The human race paid a heavy price to defeat the alliance of 100 races. During the war, the total number of humans who died in battle, starved, or were killed exceeded 50 million, accounting for about 1/10 of the total human population. The fall of the entire Kingdom of Ted alone resulted in the starvation of a large number of Ted refugees, and the loss of population in the Kingdom of Ted accounted for almost half of the total death toll. There are also a large number of people who are disabled due to injuries. Humanity won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. The human race was unable to pursue the fleeing army of the 100 Races Alliance. The human race needs a relatively long period of rest and recuperation. 5 years isn't enough. It will take at least 10 years. Despite the enormous losses, it didn't stop countries from celebrating. The war is over, and production and daily life in various countries will gradually return to normal. The Violet Kingdom was the only exception. After helping the Emerald Kingdom drive out the alien race, the Violet Kingdom's army returned to the Ted Kingdom and stationed themselves in the southern border region to guard against the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire. Humanity now has one major task remaining: to redistribute the lands of the destroyed and irrevocably destroyed Kingdom of Ted. The 4 nations eligible to allocate land to the Kingdom of Ted are the Violet Kingdom, the Emerald Kingdom, the Griffin Empire, and the Glory Empire. The Emerald Kingdom was the first to issue a statement declaring that it did not want an inch of land. The Violet Kingdom believes that the land of the Ted Kingdom was reclaimed by them and should belong entirely to them. The Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire disagreed and wanted a share of the spoils. Meanwhile, the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire declared their intention to thoroughly investigate the death of the legendary figure from the Kingdom of Ted, believing that the Violet Kingdom might be involved in a conspiracy. The Violet Kingdom vehemently denied it. After some back and forth among the 3 countries, an agreement was finally reached. The Violet Kingdom divided the most fertile land in the southern part of the Ted Kingdom, allocating 50,000 square kilometers each to the Griffin Empire and the Glory Empire. The most fertile 50,000 square kilometers of land in the southern region is more valuable than the 200,000 square kilometers of land in the northern region of the Violet Kingdom. The pressure exerted on the Violet Kingdom by the 2 great empires was simply too great. The Violet Kingdom has 3 legendary figures in charge, yet it is no match for any empire. Moreover, its two great empires joining forces to deal with a Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom paid a sufficient price and successfully secured the support of the two great empires to advance its status as an empire. With the support of the Griffin Empire, the Glory Empire, and the Emerald Kingdom, coupled with the contributions made by the Violet Kingdom during the war, the Violet Kingdom's ascension to the empire is now a certainty. Violet 7 was so excited that he couldn't sleep for several days, imagining the scene of others calling him Emperor Violet. The three countries have completed their exchange of interests and have begun to gradually withdraw their troops from the border area. The troops withdrawn to the various noble territories will be quickly reduced by more than half, leaving a standing army of about 1 million. This is because the Violet Kingdom has gained more than 2 million square kilometers of land, bringing its territory to nearly 5 million square kilometers. Otherwise, even fewer standing troops would be retained. The territory has increased significantly, but the population of the Violet Kingdom has only increased slightly compared to before the war. More than 1.6 million people died in the war, and of the millions of refugees in the Kingdom of Ted, less than 1 million survived. The large number of young men joining the army also affected women's ability to have children. The three great human empires each have a territory of over 5 million square kilometers and a population more than double that of the Violet Kingdom. The Violet Kingdom has been promoted to an empire, firmly establishing itself as the weakest empire. But Violet 7 felt that sounded better than the name of the strongest kingdom. Can a kingdom compare to an empire? The kingdom's ascension to the empire is a major event, requiring a grand celebration and at least 6 months of preparation. In fact, Violet 7 had already ordered preparations to begin before the war ended. He decided to be crowned Emperor of the Violet Empire on January 1st of the next new year, which is the year 826 of the Violet calendar. With 6 months to go, the Violet Kingdom is now fully prepared. Another important event was the division of the spoils after the war. A large number of nobles gathered in the capital. Reg also came to the capital and moved into the mansion that Violet 7 had previously bestowed upon him. The division of the spoils was to be discussed by the high-ranking officials of the Violet Kingdom, and at least a marquis was required to participate. Reg was only a viscount, so he could only wait outside. However, Reg sought out Princess Katerina, hoping she would help him secure larger new territories around his current domain. Princess Katerina knew that Reg's territory was in the northern border of the kingdom, where the land was relatively barren and the climate was relatively cold, so few immigrants were willing to go there. Reg, why don't you choose the rich lands of the south? Your Highness, the fertile land is primarily conducive to agricultural production. I would rather exchange the rich lands of the south for a larger area of land in the north. The grain produced in the territory is sufficient to meet the needs of the people. If the territory is too scattered, with pieces here and there, it will be difficult for me to manage it. Princess Katerina understood Reg's thoughts and asked no further questions. During his time waiting in the capital, Reg spent his time either training, dating his fiancée Audrey Violet, or attending banquets hosted by nobles. Everyone knows that Viscount Catlon is about to become a marquis, rising to the highest nobility in the Violet Kingdom, no, the Violet Empire. Viscount Catlon may even become a duke of the empire in the future. Viscount Catlon is no longer a rising star in the kingdom, but a superstar who has already made his mark. The nobles were naturally willing to befriend Reg and wanted to form a marriage alliance with him. Reg doesn't have any children yet, but you can marry your daughter and granddaughter to Reg directly. Reg declined them all, saying that his current status and position meant he no longer needed a marriage alliance. In the capital, Reg interacted most with members of the Leighton family. On the surface, the Marquis of Leighton has died in battle, and his sons will divide the family property. The eldest son, Darnay Leighton, will inherit the title of Marquis, while the other sons will each receive a fief and become earls of the kingdom. The Leighton family rose to prominence under the Marquis of Leighton, transforming from a baronial family into a marquisal family. The Marquis of Leighton was the backbone of the Leighton family, and after his death, the Leighton family would inevitably split up. Reg had heard that the Marquis of Leighton's sons were fighting over their fiefdoms and were almost coming to blows. Fortunately, the Marquis of Leighton was well educated, and after some arguing, his sons finally reached an agreement and divided the territory. The Marquis of Leighton has died in battle, but his military achievements are indelible. In this distribution of spoils, the Leighton family will also receive a share. Darnay has good talent. He is a 4th-level star battle master and can hold on to his Marquis position. Marquis corresponds to the Star Realm, and Duke corresponds to the Silver Moon Realm.